Chapter 1. The cycle begins. Is this the sixth time now? Damn it, can I not even remember? Deep underground, a young man named Uchiha Madara rubbed his heavy head and murmured to himself as he rose. His true identity was that of a traveler. By an unforeseen twist of fate, he had inadvertently crossed over into the world of Naruto, and according to the system's prompts, he was required to assist Uchiha Madara in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. Regrettably, each attempt had been thwarted by Naruto Uzumaki, rendering the Eye of the Moon plan impossible to execute. Fortunately, the system granted him 9 chances for redemption upon failure. He would revert through time and space and begin anew, yet the timing and location of this regression were entirely random time until the completion of the Eye of the Moon Plan 09. As Fontian regained consciousness, this phrase materialized in his mind. His expression remained impassive as he read the words, his heart devoid of any turbulence. Having experienced 6 cycles, he understood all too well what this 09 signified. With each tailed beast he captured and consumed within the Outer Paths golem, this number would increment. With every completion, Fengshen's abilities would experience a substantial enhancement. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Could this be the place where Madara survived after the 4th Great Ninja War? Fontian continuously scanned his surroundings. The scene before him indeed resembled the descriptions from the anime. It appears that the immediate priority is to locate Madara. This time, I must ensure the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, Fontian whispered to himself, and then, with a sudden shift of his gaze, his Sharingan manifested in its Threedemo form. Though its efficacy pales in comparison to the Byakugan, it can still guide me to Madara's approximate location through the flow of chakra. With that, Fontian embarked on the quest to trace Uchiha Madara's whereabouts, encountering little resistance along the way. In a mere half hour, he arrived before a colossal wall that had just been breached. Clearly, based on the narrative, this was likely the moment when Obito had broken through to rescue Rin and Kakashi. Without further thought, Fontian focused his gaze and noticed not far off a throne fashioned from wood. Seated upon it, the aged Uchiha Madara was connected to the Outer Paths golem by several tubes, his hand resting on a scythe, vigilantly observing him. Who are you? How'd you find this place? Though Uchiha Madara's voice was soft, it resonated with an overwhelming sense of pressure. As his words fell, numerous white zetsu appeared around them, eyeing Fontian with predatory intent, as if ready to devour him at any moment. I am Uchiha Fontian. I have come to assist Lord Uchiha Madara in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. At this declaration, the previously lifeless gaze of Uchiha Madara flickered with a glimmer of intrigue. He slowly raised his head to regard Fontian, his voice tinged with murkiness as he continued. The Eye of the Moon plan? How does this little brat know of it? It is a secret. Lord Madara, please allow me to join the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara remained silent, contemplating that this plan had been meticulously devised for a considerable time and could not be disrupted by the sudden emergence of an individual. Noticing Madara's prolonged silence, Fontian revealed his own Threedemo Sharingan, showcasing his identity and strength. Nevertheless, Madara remained unresponsive, his gaze towards Fontian growing increasingly profound. In the illustrious Uchiha clan, the Threedemo Sharingan was hardly a remarkable feat. Observing this, Fontian sighed deeply, and as he focused, the 3 tomos began to rotate, transforming into the fabled Mangekyou Sharingan. Cause and effect reversed. Fontian murmured, a peculiar power emanating toward Uchiha Madara. Witnessing this, the surrounding white zetsu attempted to intervene and halt Fontian. Hold on. Madara's commanding voice halted their advance. As Madara sensed this extraordinary energy, his aged body regained a semblance of vitality, gradually rejuvenating him, chakra coursing through every fiber of his being. The Mangekyou Sharingan. As an Uchiha, I am well aware of the sacrifices required to obtain such power. At this moment, Madara appeared revitalized, testing his movements to savor the newfound sensations. However, what surprises me is that your Mangekyou Sharingan seems rather unique. There is no record of this in any documentation. Lord Madara, I have named this Mangekyou Sharingan Destiny. I trust Lord Madara has sensed this extraordinary power. This technique, named cause and effect reversal, allows the modification of certain realities to influence past outcomes. In essence, I utilize this Eye of Destiny to amend the cause of your aging, thus yielding the present restoration of your strength. Upon uttering these words, Fontian felt an uncomfortable sensation in his eyes. Maintaining the formidable state of Uchiha Madara demanded an overwhelming expenditure of energy. Enough, I comprehend now. With Madara's declaration, Fontian felt a wave of relief, hastily closing his Mangekyou Sharingan and gasping for breath. Soon, the youthful visage Madara had briefly regained began to wither. Returning to his frail, aged form, the elderly Madara remained seated upon the wooden throne, his fleeting resurgence evoking memories of past battles with Hashirama. Those moments were exhilarating regrettably. They had been destined to part ways due to ideological differences at this moment. Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Fontian, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of his strength. Unlike Obito, his eyes reflected a deeper recognition of Fontian's potential. Uchiha Madara, am willing to grant you this opportunity. Tell me, what is it that you wish to do? Madara raised his head slightly, regarding Fontian with a scrutinizing gaze first and foremost. We must eliminate certain uncertainties. As he spoke, a flicker of lethal intent flashed in Fontian's gaze, surprising Uchiha Madara, who stood nearby. Uncertainties? What do you mean? Uchiha Madara could not help but inquire, for he believed that there were no uncertainties on his side. However, Fontian once again activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, adopting a battle-ready stance. His eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara as he spoke in a calm tone. How much longer do you intend to conceal your identity? Kirizetsu, or should I say, the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 2. Subtle Cataclysm. What do you mean? Fontian. Uchiha Madara was taken aback by Fontian's words. The man before him not only possessed knowledge of the Moon Eye Plan, but was also aware of Kurizetsu's existence. Even as a fellow Uchiha, Madara felt compelled to grip his scythe tightly. Regarding Fontian with wariness, Lord Madara, simply release Kurizetsu and leave the rest to me. Fontian spoke nonchalantly, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Madara's gaze remained fixed on Fontian, as if attempting to see through him. After a prolonged observation, sensing no hostility from the latter, he summoned a white zetsu and extended his hand toward it. Soon, Kurizetsu emerged atop the white zetsu, engulfed in a profound panic, having never anticipated that anyone would uncover its true identity. Kurizetsu, explain yourself. Uchiha Madara's tone was soft, yet laden with immense pressure. Lord Madara, I am but a manifestation of your consciousness. How could I possibly be connected to Otsutsuki Kagaya? Is that so? Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. Even in his twilight years, the aura of a seasoned warrior still enveloped him. Confronted with this sudden hostility, Kurizetsu initially sought to defend itself, but just as it opened its mouth, Fontian's voice resonated in the air. Kurizetsu III, son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, existing in a distant past, altered the inscriptions left by Sage of Six Paths in an attempt to rescue Kagaya. Before Uchiha Madara invoked Izanagi's resurrection at the Valley of the End, it had already possessed Madara's body, seamlessly replacing its consciousness when Madara unleashed his Kurizetsu. I believe this is your first appearance before Madara. Kurizetsu. Upon hearing Fontian's analysis, cold sweat streamed down Kurizetsu's form. It had intended to continue its defense, but was firmly grasped by Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, I am but an embodiment of your consciousness. Do not be deceived. Kurizetsu pleaded, but was met with Madara's indifferent gaze to reverse cause and effect once more. Very well. As the words fell, a peculiar energy emanated from Fontian's eyes. The moment Ju came into contact with this energy, his will began to dissipate. He incessantly pleaded for mercy from Uchiha Madara, yet it proved futile in but an instant. The consciousness of Ju, initially intertwined with Kagaya, was altered by Fontian, resulting in the complete dominance of Uchiha Madara's consciousness over Ju. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara posed a few simple inquiries to the genuine consciousness of Ju, only to unearth the harsh truth that his own consciousness had indeed been supplanted. Typically proud, he now exhibited a moment of disarray. Trembling, he grasped the scythe in his hand and swiftly struck at the Ju before him. In a mere heartbeat, the foe was cleaved in two. However, due to external interferences, the effects of the reversal dissipated instantaneously. The consciousness of Kagaya's Ju reclaimed control over the body, and upon realizing it had been severed in half, it became aware of its exposure. Resolutely, it prepared to flee, intending to remain dormant for several decades before seeking a more suitable vessel. Seeking to escape? Fontian scoffed coldly, then unleashed the reversal once more, forcibly altering Ju's intent to abandon resistance. In an instant, the once escaping Ju found itself frozen in place, as if ensnared in an endless illusion. Observing this, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Fontian. Sensing Madara's attention, Fontian instantly understood, disregarding the discomfort from his eyes, and activated the reversal again, briefly restoring Uchiha Madara to his peak state. Hurry! I cannot maintain this for long, Fontian urged, aware that with his current strength, having not yet undone a single seal, this was the limit of his endurance. You speak too much. Uchiha Madara, restored to his pinnacle, regained his air of disdain and arrogance. He then turned to Ju, clapped his hands, and bellowed, Meteorite, Earth explosion star. As Madara's command echoed, the surrounding earth and stones surged toward Heiju, while a miniature black hole began to draw everything into its abyss. Fortunately, Feng Tian had anticipated this and swiftly executed a body flicker technique, positioning himself behind Uchiha Madara to avoid the imminent peril of being consumed by the black hole. Yet, Heiju was far less fortunate. It was ensnared by the multitude of soil and stones, drawn inexorably towards the black hole, ultimately meeting its end amidst its unwilling echoes. As the sealing concluded, Feng Tian hastily lifted the reversal he had cast on Uchiha Madara with a disdainful snort. Madara reverted to his aged form. Feng Tian gasped for breath. Blood trickling from the corner of his eye. It was evident that this exertion had exacted a heavy toll on him. The aged Madara returned to his throne, leaning on his scythe. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Feng Tian below. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Earlier, you mentioned Kagaya Otsutsuki and the modification of the stone tablet. What precisely transpired? Feng Tian did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he sank to the ground and replied, Lord Madara, everything you witnessed in the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan has been distorted by the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, embodied in the black Zetsue deity, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into two opposing forces, which interact to give rise to myriad phenomena. This is the universal truth governing all things in the world. This can be interpreted as by simultaneously acquiring the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, one can attain an immensely formidable strength. This ultimately led you, Lord Madara, to bite a piece of flesh from Hashirama Senju in your final battle, awakening the Rinnegan from this perspective. The text is indeed not incorrect, yet the true purpose behind inheriting Kagaya Otsutsuki's Black Zetsu is what is it? Old Madara could not help but interject. Nearly everything Feng Tian had articulated was accurate even with his pride. He yearned to discern the genuine aim of Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness manifested in Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, your Eye of the Moon plan aims to utilize the Outer Path deity to absorb the nine-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and ultimately become the 10 tails. Jinchuriki, unleashing Infinite Tsukuyomi. Though I am astonished at how you possess such detailed knowledge, I still wish to comprehend its true intention. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled softly and spoke in a measured tone. Its ultimate purpose is, in fact, to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 3. Gathering the Chakra of the Three Tails. To resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, Madara incessantly murmured this phrase, then turned his murky gaze toward Feng Tian, continuing. Are you implying that the stone tablet, revered by our Uchiha lineage for generations, ultimately seeks to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki? And who, pray tell, is this Kagaya Otsutsuki? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian replied, Indeed, the true contents of the tablet are now lost to time. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, she is an exceedingly terrifying existence, even at your zenith. You would not have stood a chance against her. Oh, is there a being in this world more powerful than Hashirama and myself? I will be most intrigued to witness this. Upon hearing Feng Tian's description of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha's interest was piqued. A rare glimmer of fighting spirit flickered in his otherwise lifeless eyes. Seeing the conversation veer off course, Feng Tian repeatedly spoke, persuading Uchiha Madara to return to the matter at hand. With the discussion back on track, Feng Tian elaborated on his plan to Uchiha Madara. The first step involves capturing the tailed beast to continuously enhance his strength. With each beast captured, his ocular power would grow increasingly potent. Based on previous cycles of reincarnation, it is evident that to restore Uchiha Madara to his peak state through reverse causation, the power of at least 3 tailed beasts is required. Thus, he intends to overturn Uchiha Madara's original plan, directly utilizing Obito to gather a cadre of skilled individuals to capture the tailed beasts. Once the number of tailed beasts exceeds 3, the entire ninja world will face the pinnacle of Uchiha Obito. With Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama now deceased, the only viable threat to Uchiha Obito is likely Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. In other words, as long as the Outer Path statue absorbs 3-tailed beasts and seals Orochimaru, there will be no one in the ninja world capable of challenging Uchiha Obito. After listening to Fengshin's explanation, Uchiha Obito nodded thoughtfully. His lifespan was dwindling, and all actions were inextricably linked to the Outer Path statue. The execution of this plan will rely on Feng Tian and Obito. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Additionally, that lad Obito should be returning soon. You may directly coordinate the subsequent matters with him. With these words, Uchiha Obito slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber. There is no way around it. For now, The best way to maintain life is to move as little as possible. Originally, he wanted to wait for a future day when he could use the rebirth technique to revive Obito. But now it seems that with the divine kaleidoscope of fate in his hands, he doesn't need to go through such trouble. At that moment, a series of faint footsteps could be heard outside. Feng Tian turned around and saw Uchiha Obito, covered in blood, with hollow, lifeless eyes. Obito has returned. At this moment, Obito had just experienced the pain of losing Rin, and he was extremely depressed, constantly doubting whether this filthy world even needed to exist. He didn't even notice Feng Tian's presence. Uchiha Obito, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Feng Tian, and I will be your partner from now on. Feng Tian politely extended his hand to Obito, but the latter completely ignored him. Seeing this, Feng Tian was not angry. He simply spoke calmly, each word filled with certainty. Obito, this world no longer needs to exist. Let us create a new world together. Upon hearing this, Obito looked up, and a glimmer of light flickered in his originally empty eyes. This was the first time he looked at this unfamiliar man in front of him. A new world. Obito kept murmuring these words. Then his gaze fixed intently on Feng Tian, slowly speaking. I want to create a world with Rin. Tell me, what should I do? Feng Tian turned to look at Uchiha, and after the latter, gave a slight nod. Feng Tian laid out the entire Moon Eye plan. After hearing Feng Tian's words, Obito's eyes were no longer hollow. He shouted at Uchiha Madara, as if he had used all his strength. Give me power. I need the power to create a new world. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Feng Tian stepped aside. The elderly Madara slowly stood up, holding his scythe, and walked towards Obito. Very well, from now on, you will start training with me. Obito remained silent, only activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan to show Madara his determination. This seems to have a very special ability. The elderly Madara's murky eyes were fixated on Obito's recently awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just a glance, and he sensed that this contained an extraordinarily unique power. Seeing that things had fallen into place, Feng Tian slowly spoke. Obito, take out Rin's body. You bastard, what are you saying? Upon hearing this, Obito instantly switched to his kaleidoscope Sharingan, his words filled with rage, as if he was about to rush forward and fight Feng Tian. The elderly Madara looked at Obito, but didn't stop him. He was also curious about what Feng Tian would do next. You misunderstood, Obito. I only need the chakra of the three tails, and I want to do anything to desecrate Rin. Feng Tian spoke calmly, remaining composed in the face of Obito's threat. This is something that must be done to realize the Moon Eye plan. I need to gain power quickly so that we can create a new world together as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression softened a bit. He had sensed a vast and strange chakra within Rin when she had just died. He didn't think much of it and directly stored Lin's body along with that chakra into the Kamui space. After being explained by Feng Tian, he understood that this massive chakra was actually the chakra of the legendary Three Tails. With this in mind, Obito no longer dwelled on it. He coldly spoke to Feng Tian, his words carrying a hint of threat. Listen, I really don't like you. But for the sake of the plan, I'm willing to listen to you this once. But only this once. The extraction of the chakra will be done by me alone. No one else can interfere. Hearing this, Feng Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders, using his eyes to convey to Obito that it didn't matter to him, as long as the goal was achieved. Subsequently, Obito left on his own to a hidden place to extract the chakra. Since Lin was already dead, the extraction of the chakra didn't take much effort. Soon, Obito appeared before the two with a ball of incredibly pure Three Tails chakra in his hand. Upon seeing this, Feng Tian quickly looked at Madara, and then activated the reverse fruit again as Madara regained his power. Very good. You did well, Obito. After briefly regaining his strength, Madara looked at Obito with affirmation, then took the Three Tails chakra from his hand and directly threw it into the Outer Path Golem. Boom! With a violent roar from the Outer Path Golem, the Three Tails chakra began to circulate within it. At this moment, Feng Tian smiled slightly, thinking to himself, very good. I'm starting to look forward to how much this ability will be enhanced this time. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God Technique. The Outer Path Golem absorbed the Three Tails chakra quickly, finishing in less than half an hour. Fortunately, it was just controlling the golem to absorb chakra, so the consumption wasn't too great. Otherwise, with Feng Tian's current ocular power, he would never be able to maintain the reverse fruit for such a long time. Boom! With a roar from the Outer Path Golem, The absorption of the chakra officially ended. At this moment, blood was continuously flowing from the corner of Feng Tian's eyes, as maintaining the reverse fruit for a long time was a great burden for him. However, the absorption process was exceptionally smooth. Progress of the Moon Eye Plan. 19. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to draw a ninjutsu. As the mechanical voice echoed in Feng Tian's mind, a huge roulette appeared before him that only he could see. The roulette was inscribed with the names of dozens of powerful figures: Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju, Itachi Uchiha. I hope I can draw a good ninjutsu this time, Feng Tian whispered, then gently pointed with his finger as if he had triggered the switch of fate, and the roulette began to slowly spin. The spinning speed was not fast, but it carried an indescribable rhythm, as if each rotation represented a choice of fate. Of course, all of this could only be seen by Feng Tian. Even Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan, could not perceive the existence of this roulette. It was like a secret hidden in the cracks of time and space, visible only to those chosen by fate. The speed of the roulette began to accelerate, as if it were about to engulf the entire space, and Feng Tian's heartbeat quickened in response, each beat carrying a desire for unknown skills. His gaze was firmly locked onto the names shining with a faint glow on the roulette. Each name represented a legend of the ninja world. Stop! Feng Tian silently chanted in his heart, and as his will was conveyed, the roulette, as if pressed by an invisible hand, slowly came to a halt. The pointer finally pointed to a name that was not particularly eye-catching among many strong figures: Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato? A hint of surprise flashed through Feng Tian's mind. As far as he knew, the current Namikaze Minato did not possess any powerful offensive techniques. The only somewhat abnormal ability he had was that miraculous space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Congratulations, host has chosen Namikaze Minato. Please begin selecting Namikaze Minato's ninjutsu. As this familiar mechanical voice sounded, several skill icons of Namikaze Minato appeared before Feng Tian. Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, Heavenly Flying Swallow Dance, Instant Shadow, Zero Style, Gale Super Flash Spiral. The first two names seemed normal, but when Feng Tian saw the exaggerated names of the ninjutsu that followed, he couldn't help but complain. This fourth Hokage is truly a genius at naming. Borrowing the words of the second Hokage, if it were any other time, I would definitely be amused by these names, but right now I don't have that kind of elegance. After thinking it over, Feng Tian gently tapped on Flying Thunder God, and soon, information about Flying Thunder God flooded into his mind. There was no other option. The ordinary Rasengan was just an A-rank ninjutsu and did not significantly enhance his combat power. The other skills could only exert their maximum effect based on the logic of Flying Thunder God, and judging from the current situation, Flying Thunder God was the best choice. If Feng Tian developed it well later, it could yield great results. Immediately afterward, a vast and ocean-like mental power surged into Feng Tian's mind like the warm sun suddenly arriving in spring. This mental power was pure and flawless, like the mountaintop covered in fresh snow, evoking a sense of awe. Feeling this unprecedented pure power, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth. Here it comes, this familiar and powerful force. Feng Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils continued to rotate, switching to the kaleidoscope Sharingan in just a breath's time. At this moment, Feng Tian's ocular power seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap, making the world around him extraordinarily clear in his eyes. Every subtle flow of chakra, even the dust floating in the air, could not escape his perception. You seem to have become quite strong, Feng Tian. The elderly Obito, who had returned to his aged state, keenly sensed Feng Tian's change. Even in such a weakened state, his insight remained astonishing. Thanks to the two of you, I have unlocked a layer of seal in my strength. Feng Tian replied casually, his words carrying a hint of confidence. Not far away, Obito, after awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, also had his insight heightened. He vaguely sensed Feng Tian's change, but still felt a trace of hostility towards him. So, what are you planning to do next? The voice of the elderly Obito rang out again, carrying a barely perceptible gravity. His original plan had been completely disrupted by the sudden change, and although he felt a bit displeased, he was more curious about Feng Tian's next actions. I plan to find some help. After all, I can't capture the tailed beasts on my own. To ensure the plan goes smoothly, I must collect at least 3 tailed beasts as soon as possible. Feng Tian responded, then turned his gaze toward the outside of the cave and walked slowly. Do you need me to provide any assistance? The elderly Obito's voice echoed behind Feng Tian, causing his steps to pause momentarily. No need for that. Right now, I just want to find a few helpers. There's no need to trouble you. Who are you looking for? At this point, Obito's gaze suddenly became sharp. He slightly squinted his eyes, sizing up Feng Tian as if trying to read something from his expression. Uchiha Shursui. As his words fell, his figure transformed into an afterimage and disappeared deep within the cave, leaving only a faint chakra presence lingering in the air. Go follow this kid. After Feng Tian left the underground, Uchiha Obito slowly spoke, indicating for the white Zetsu lurking nearby to follow Feng Tian in secret. Understood, Lord Obito. Several figures of white Zetsu slowly emerged from the soil, moving like ghosts, silently trailing behind. Their bodies seemed to merge with the earth, leaving no trace wherever they went. After completing all this, the elderly Obito returned to his wooden throne, turning his gaze to Obito and saying, "During this time, I will teach you the Outer Path Golem and some other ninjutsu. If you can keep up, you will be qualified to become part of the Eye of the Moon plan." Good. Chapter 5 Uchiha Shursui, Itachi has arrived. Feng Tian murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with complex light. He stood outside the village of Konoha. Before him was the familiar majestic scenery, where towering buildings and lush trees intertwined, creating a picture of tranquility and peace. He looked up, the enormous barrier formation glimmering under the sunlight, like an invisible shield protecting the peace and tranquility of this village. Feng Tian did not hesitate much. He took a deep breath and stepped forward with determination towards the barrier. "Halt! Who are you?" A stern voice nearby shattered the surrounding calm. Immediately, several ninjas wearing forehead protectors approached him quickly, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. In the face of this situation, Feng Tian did not show the slightest panic. He stopped and calmly said, "My name is Uchiha Feng Tian, a member of the Uchiha clan." His tone was calm and natural, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. "Oh, so you are from the Uchiha clan? Do you have any way to prove it?" The several Konoha ninjas approaching him relaxed their expressions slightly upon hearing that Feng Tian was a member of the Uchiha clan. They are also members of the Uchiha clan, so they naturally seem a bit more friendly towards their own kin. This is also thanks to the arrangements made by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who placed the Uchiha clan members, originally at the core of Konoha village, on the outskirts as guards. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's mouth slightly curved upward, and then his eyes instantly switched to ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, showcasing it to the several guards. As a member of the Uchiha clan, nothing can prove his identity better than the Sharingan, because even if someone stole it, they could not switch freely like Feng Tian, which indirectly proves that he is undoubtedly from the Uchiha clan. "Oh, still 3 tomos? It seems you are quite a character." After Feng Tian displayed his 3-tomo Sharingan, the previously tense standoff atmosphere was greatly relieved. The Uchiha guards, upon seeing this iconic eye, instantly relaxed their tense spirits, and a hint of warmth and recognition appeared in their gazes. "This is nothing compared to Brother Shursui. I am still far behind," Feng Tian humbly said, his voice filled with admiration for Shursui and Itachi. "That is true. Not everyone can compare to that freak. You're still young, yet you can activate the 3-tomo Sharingan. Your future achievements will definitely not be too far off." One of the guards patted Feng Tian on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Hee, the future is unpredictable. Can I enter the village now?" "Go ahead." After saying this, the Uchiha guards stepped aside, indicating that Feng Tian could proceed. Without hesitation, Feng Tian strode into the gates of Konoha village. It's worth mentioning that as he passed through the barrier, he seemed to feel a slight, unusual sensation. However, he didn't think much of it. After entering Konoha village and looking at those familiar buildings, he began searching for Uchiha Shursui based on his experiences from previous reincarnations. At a certain waterfall in Konoha village, the rushing water sounded like thunder, adding a bit of dynamism to this tranquil place. Beneath the waterfall, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce clash. It was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, 2 genius ninjas training with each other. Shuriken flew through the air, tracing silver arcs and colliding with crisp sounds. Each clash contained their utmost pursuit of speed and power. "Brother Shursui, your movements are getting faster." Itachi's voice was calm and steady, maintaining a high level of focus even during such intense training. "Itachi, your progress isn't slow either." Shursui smiled in response, his eyes showing approval for Itachi. The 2 simultaneously activated their Sharingan, the crimson eyes sharp like hawks, striving to capture every subtle movement of each other, attempting to find that fleeting flaw. However, Although they were both genius ninjas of the same clan, their battles often saw Shui guiding the younger Itachi. After a fierce exchange, both sides quickly distanced themselves, preparing to launch the next round of attacks. Fire style, fireball jutsu. They both shouted the same ninjutsu name almost simultaneously, and two massive fireballs collided in mid-air, erupting with dazzling light and terrifying energy, instantly engulfing the entire area. Dust and smoke rose, and Uchiha Itachi stood in place, trying to use his Sharingan to capture Shusui's figure. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, a short blade had silently pressed against his neck. "Itachi, this time I win," Shui said with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. However, Itachi showed a sly smile on his face. "Is that really so?" Just as Shui was about to confirm his victory, a loud bang echoed, the smoke cleared, and a kunai was tightly pressed against Shusui's waist, preventing him from moving freely. Body replacement technique? "Itachi, you still love to play this trick the most. But this simple ninjutsu isn't something only you can do, you know?" After saying this, Shui smiled slightly, then transformed into a puff of smoke, disappearing from spot. Itachi almost instantly swept the kunai behind him, while at the same time, Shusui's short blade had also been drawn, both aiming for each other's vital points. However, just as they were about to strike, both sides simultaneously withdrew their attacks. Looking at each other and sharing a smile. "It seems we are at a stalemate again, Itachi. It's thanks to brother Shusui's teachings. Or else I wouldn't be able to keep up with you." "Ha ha!" The two lay on the grass, laughing wildly, not knowing how long they laughed until Shui was the first to get up, tidying up his things, then said, "Let us call it a day for training, Itachi." "All right." Seeing this, Itachi quickly got up, simply tidying himself up, and prepared to return with Shui. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. "Who?" Shui and Itachi shouted almost simultaneously, their voices filled with undeniable seriousness and vigilance. Years of combat experience allowed them to keenly sense subtle changes in their surroundings. At this moment, their instincts told them that danger was approaching. As a series of light footsteps sounded, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, gradually coming into Shui and Itachi's view. It was Feng Tian. "Finally found you, Uchiha Shui, and you, Uchiha Itachi." Chapter 6, Flying Thunder God vs. Body flicker technique. Faced with Feng Tian's sudden appearance, Shui and Itachi quickly adjusted their mindset and entered a state of battle readiness. They were well aware that regardless of the purpose of their visit to Feng Tian, they had to remain vigilant to respond to any possible situation. Shui squinted slightly, looking up and down at Feng Tian, trying to read more information from the other's expressions and gestures. Meanwhile, Itachi silently activated his Sharingan, ready to capture Feng Tian's movements at any moment in preparation for a potential battle. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" Shui asked calmly, his voice revealing an undeniable authority. Feng Tian smiled slightly and did not answer immediately. He seemed to be enjoying the tense and subtle atmosphere, as if waiting for something. Finally, he spoke slowly. "My name is Uchiha Feng Tian. I have come here for the future of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, both Shui and Itachi couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. They did not expect that Feng Tian would directly mention the future of the Uchiha clan. "What does it mean?" Uchiha Shui narrowed his eyes, gripping the sword hilt tightly, ready to strike at any moment. "My goal is to create a world without conflict, without war, without slaughter. Therefore, Uchiha Shui, Uchiha Itachi, I need your help." Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, and although his tone was soft, it still reached the ears of the two clearly. Upon hearing this, a strange expression flashed across Shusui's face, but quickly disappeared. "What reason do I have to trust you? How can you prove yourself?" As soon as Shusui's words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire room dropped to freezing point. Feng Tian let out a slight sigh, then activated his Mangeki Sharingan. His intention was clear. If they wouldn't comply, then he would have to make them. Shui moved quickly, almost instantaneously appearing behind him the moment Feng Tian activated his Mangeki Sharingan. He did not hesitate much and directly swung his sword. However, at the moment the short sword was about to make contact with Feng Tian, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, Feng Tian slowly walked out from the woods, as if nothing had happened. High-level stand-in technique? No, it's space-time ninjutsu. Shui's reaction and analytical ability were incredibly terrifying. In just a brief moment of their encounter, he had already guessed the type of ninjutsu Feng Tian was using. He is not wrong. Just now, Tian used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport to the marked location he had prepared before coming here, calmly dodging Sui's slash. Should we continue? Tian's face remained so composed, as if everything was taken for granted. However, Sui slowly got up, maintaining his battle stance, while his 3-tomo Sharingan was already activated, ready to perceive Tian's actions. Space-time ninjutsu is not abundant. As long as he continues to probe a few more times, he can gather information on his opponent and take corresponding measures. With this in mind, Sui began to act again, his movements becoming faster and faster. Even Tian, who possessed the Mangeki Sharingan, could only barely catch glimpses of his afterimages. Got it. A smile flashed across Sui's face as his figure reappeared behind Tian. This time, he seized the opportunity when Tian was distracted and directly slashed with his sword. However, the outcome was surprisingly similar. Just before the short sword made contact with Tian, his figure instantly vanished from the spot and then slowly walked out from the woods. This disappearance felt more like a teleportation, somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato was adept at. Through this probing, Sui roughly formed a basic judgment of Tian's ninjutsu. Thus, to validate his thoughts, Uchiha Sui turned around, quickly forming hand seals, and soon a fire release. Great fireball technique came rushing toward Tian. The massive fireball carried a destructive aura, sweeping everything around it. Tian felt a wave of heat rushing towards him, and in the next moment, he dodged to the side. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the Flying Thunder God, but because the direction of Sui's great fireball was precisely towards the woods where Tian had marked with the Flying Thunder God. If he used the Flying Thunder God, he would not be able to escape the attack of the great fireball, so he could only dodge. Sure enough, Sui watched as Tian dodged the great fireball without the slightest hint of frustration. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, a smug smile on his face. Everything was just as he expected. The space-time ninjutsu Tian used was indeed the Flying Thunder God, and now, his great fireball had destroyed the marked woods, which meant that Tian could temporarily no longer use the Flying Thunder God to evade his attacks. With this in mind, the smile on Sui's face grew even more pronounced as his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Almost at the moment Tian dodged the landing great fireball, he reappeared behind him again. This time, let's see how you dodge. Sui didn't hesitate and directly swung his sword at Tian. However, facing Sui's slash, Tian merely turned his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Cause and effect reversed. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Whoosh. In Sui's astonished gaze, Tian once again escaped his slash using the Flying Thunder God. Before Sui could react, he felt a kunai pressed against his waist. The outcome has been decided, Sui. Behind him, Tian was holding a kunai against him, his words still so composed as if everything was part of his plan. Impossible. Your mark should be in the woods. How could it possibly appear behind me? Sui turned to look at Tian in confusion, his face filled with question marks. It's simple. I just left a mark on you. Impossible. When did you mark me? Hearing this, Tian pointed to his own Mangeki Sharingan and said, "This is the ability of my Mangeki Sharingan, capable of altering all causes and effects in the world. The cause of the mark you destroyed earlier has been modified to the effect of you being marked." I understand. With that, Sui put down the short sword in his hand, a look of relief appearing on his face. This time, he lost thoroughly, but as a genius of the Uchiha clan, he could naturally accept and let go of defeat. At this moment, Sui opened his arms, his eyes shifting back to normal pupils, seemingly ready. However, before Tian could make any move, he noticed a kunai pressing against his waist. You were too careless. Did you forget about my existence? Chapter 7. Intent facing Itachi's threat, Tian's lips curled up slightly, and without turning back, he spoke with a tone of regret. Uchiha Itachi. Trusting your eyes too much is not a good thing. What? Before Uchiha Itachi could exclaim, Tian's Mangeki Sharingan activated the cause and effect reversal once again. His figure slowly dissipated between heaven and earth, and the next moment, with a chill, he held a kunai horizontally against Itachi's neck. Do you think you've won? Uchiha Itachi, facing the threat, was just as unconcerned as Tian. He provocatively spoke, completely disregarding his opponent. You don't really think the shadow clone of yours can have any effect, do you? After saying this, Tian lightly traced the kunai across Uchiha Itachi's skin. In the next moment, a hint of crimson quietly bloomed. A tiny wound slowly oozed blood from the side of Uchiha Itachi's neck. the blood like dew in the morning sun, slowly sliding down his fair skin, dripping onto the ground with a soft and crisp sound. How is this possible? A look of disbelief flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he stared at the flowing blood, an unprecedented horror surging in his heart. This body was clearly the shadow clone he had meticulously controlled. Logically, even if it were injured, there shouldn't be real blood flowing. However, everything before him felt so real, so shocking. What was even more chilling was that when his gaze crossed this shadow clone and fell upon his original body hidden in the shadows not far away, he was astonished to see the same wound miraculously appear on his original neck, blood flowing silently as well. I control the causes and effects of the world. As long as I wish, you would already be a corpse. The moment Feng Tian's words fell, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi quickly distanced themselves from Feng Tian. Both of their three-tomo Sharingan operating at their peak, their foreheads glistening with sweat due to the fear of this bizarre ability. Itachi, this enemy is not an ordinary person. Brother Shisui, you go first. I will hold him off. The two's low conversation was fully captured by Feng Tian's ears. After hearing this, a look of helplessness appeared on Feng Tian's face for the first time. He spread his hands, let out a slight sigh, and slowly walked towards the two. I said, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I bear no hostility towards you both. Now, can you please listen to me? The moment the words fell, Feng Tian's figure appeared before Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi like a ghost. Seeing that Feng Tian had not taken any further action, the two temporarily believed that the other did not seem to have any hostility, and then sheathed their short swords and kunai. Upon witnessing this, the stone in Feng Tian's heart finally fell, and he couldn't help but think, that was close. After consecutively using reverse causality several times, even with my enhanced ocular power, I was almost overwhelmed. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are smart individuals who know how to assess the situation. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, I would have had to rely on Flying Thunder God to escape. With this thought, a bead of sweat appeared on Feng Tian's forehead. But this did not attract the attention of the two. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I need your power to help me realize a great plan. Feng Tian then did not hold back and directly revealed the entire Moon Eye plan to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. After hearing Feng Tian's explanation, the air seemed to freeze instantly, enveloped in a deathly silence. Uchiha Shisui rested his hand on his chin, contemplating the authenticity of the matter. As time passed, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Uchiha Itachi fixed his gaze on Feng Tian, trying to judge the truth of Feng Tian's words by observing his subtle movements. Finally, Uchiha Shisui was the first to speak, breaking the awkward atmosphere. I think I understand your meaning. You want to collect the tailed beasts, become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and then use Tsuki no Mi on the moon to achieve Infinite Tsukuyomi through the moon's reflection, right? That's correct. You previously mentioned that it concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. So how does this whole matter relate to us? Shisui's eyes had unknowingly switched to the Manjiki Sharingan, his sharp gaze filled with endless pressure. Even Feng Tian, who also possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, was no match for him before fully unlocking his powers. Uchiha Shisui truly lived up to being a genius among geniuses in the Uchiha clan, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan at just 13 years old and mastering the strongest genjutsu in the world, Kodoame Tsukumi. Kodoame Tsukumi? To be honest, I'm quite curious about whose rules are stronger, your genjutsu or my reverse causality, but unfortunately, this isn't the right time. Feng Tian did not feel fear from Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi. Instead, his words were filled with regret. In the not-so-distant future, the higher-ups of Konoha would take action against the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan was already prepared for a coup. However, I can clearly tell you this. Even your Kodoame Tsukumi cannot change any reality. Upon hearing this, Shisui's eyes trembled slightly, but quickly regained their firmness. Are you saying that the fate of our Uchiha clan is already determined and cannot be changed? Shisui's voice carried a hint of unwillingness. Fate is not absolute, but at this juncture, the actions of the Uchiha clan are indeed difficult to reverse the overall situation. Feng Tian said slowly, his gaze deep, as if he could see through everything in the future. However, since I chose to tell you about this plan, I naturally have my intentions. Uchiha Itachi finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. What are your intentions? Do you want us to become your pawns to help you realize this Moon Eye plan? As expected of you, Itachi, you're quite clever. However, your statement isn't entirely correct. Feng Tian slowly stood up, patting Shursui and Itachi on the shoulders, and said in a low voice, "This world is ultimately filled with filth and chaos. The wars between great nations have never ceased. What I want now is to create a perfect world. Even if this world is full of hypocrisy, it is still much better than this disgusting reality." Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, are you willing to join this sacred plan to create a world without war and filth? I can assure you that those trapped in Infinite Tsukuyomi will permanently immerse themselves in a hypocritical and beautiful world, free from any pain and suffering. Chapter 8. Red Sand Scorpion, I can assure you that those trapped in Infinite Tsukuyomi will permanently immerse themselves in a hypocritical and beautiful world, free from any pain and suffering. Hearing this, Shursui rested his hand on his chin, falling into deep thought. A moment of silence, like the darkness before dawn breaks, froze all sound around. Uchiha Shursui suddenly turned around, his deep eyes seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space, locking onto Uchiha Itachi, casting a genjutsu on him. Uchiha Itachi, in the face of this sudden genjutsu attack, showed a rare look of astonishment. His figure swayed slightly, as if suddenly grasped by an invisible giant hand, losing balance and ultimately collapsing weakly onto the soft grass, his eyelids slowly closing as he fell into a deep coma. Jisue, what does this mean? Feng Tian, witnessing this scene, instinctively activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, his words filled with a hint of confusion, yet his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Jisue. Upon seeing Itachi fall unconscious, Jisue's eyes flashed with reluctance, but soon, as if having made a firm decision, he spoke, "I have merely erased Itachi's memories related to this place. This matter is of great importance, and Itachi is still too young. I cannot just watch him fall into such a dangerous situation." At this point, his words paused, his gaze turning towards Feng Tian as he continued. "As for your plan, I am willing to join, but you better ensure that your words are not false. Otherwise, even if it is the ends of the earth, I will spare no effort to erase you from this world." As soon as he finished speaking, the gentleness on Jisue's face was instantly replaced by a cold, killing intent, and his kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed piercingly cold, as if it could see deep into a person's soul, instilling fear in the hearts of others. At that moment, he resembled a Shura returning from hell, radiating a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Facing Jisue's sudden killing intent, Feng Tian appeared unusually calm. He smiled lightly, casually spreading his hands, with a tone laced with mockery. "As you wish. My initial target was just you anyway. As for Itachi, at the moment he is dispensable." Feng Tian shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that everything was inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Jisue's killing intent slowly receded, and then his gaze turned towards the direction of Konoha village. With a helpless sigh, the intense feeling of reluctance was forcibly suppressed. What should I do now? Jisue's sudden question tacitly acknowledged his joining Feng Tian's Moon Eye plan. Go to Sunagakure, find some help, and capture the One Tail along the way. Jisue nodded slightly, a determined glimmer flashing in his eyes. Without saying more, he walked alongside Feng Tian, setting off towards Sunagakure, their figures elongated in the sunset's afterglow, gradually moving further away, leaving only an empty expanse of grass. It is worth mentioning that as they passed the gates of Konoha village, several Uchiha clan guards greeted Jisue warmly. However, what responded to them was the same memory-erasing genjutsu that was used on Uchiha Itachi. This left Feng Tian beside him feeling speechless. Do they really enjoy casting genjutsu on people so much? In a certain cave in Sunagakure, deep within a dimly lit cave, a handsome boy with crimson hair was carefully polishing the blades on a nearby puppet. His movements were so precise and delicate, as if he were completing a beautiful piece of art. This boy was none other than the defector from Sunagakure, Sasori. At this moment, he had completely mastered the puppet of the third Kazekage that he had assassinated, yet he did not feel satisfied. Driven by a pursuit of perfection in art and a reverence for the art of puppetry, a wildly insane thought flashed through his mind. The human body is too fragile. If I could turn myself into a puppet, wouldn't I become stronger? Having previously had experience transforming living beings into puppets, he wondered what the result would be if he made himself into a puppet. Sasori began to talk to himself. Such a terrifying thought, once rooted, would gradually sprout and ultimately affect the course of his life. In truth, he could not be entirely blamed. His parents had suddenly passed away during his childhood, leaving him in an environment lacking security, which led him to desire turning living beings into puppets. However, Upon learning that his parents had been killed under the orders of the third Kazekage by Konoha's White Fang, he directed his hatred towards the third Kazekage and assassinated him, which ultimately led to the start of the Third Shinobi World War. Sasori's gaze fell upon the already transformed puppet of the third Kazekage, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet, the deceased were already gone. Hatred could not change anything. Even though he had personally assassinated the third Kazekage, his heart remained extremely empty. Perhaps I can start trying to keep only the heart and transform the other parts into a puppet. Just as Sasori made up his mind to begin his attempts, he suddenly sensed something unusual and immediately commanded the puppet of the third Kazekage to release several iron sands towards the cave entrance. "Who?" Sasori shouted, while simultaneously preparing to retreat at any moment. However, to his surprise, the several iron sands he released mysteriously vanished just a few meters from the cave entrance, as if they had never existed. Soon after, two figures slowly approached from the depths of the cave. "Finally found you, Sasori of the Red Sand." Then, in Sasori's view, the figures of Fontion and Uchiha Shursui slowly appeared before him. Konoha's ninja. As Sasori glanced at the forehead protector on Shursui's head, he guessed the identity of his opponents. At this moment, his expression was filled with coldness as chakra transformed into fine threads, continuously flowing towards the puppet of the third Kazekage. He then took out several scrolls, preparing to engage the two in battle. Sensing Sasori's cold demeanor, Fontion spoke first. "Don't be nervous, Sasori. We mean no harm." Look at your tone. You seem to look down on people." Even though Fontion claimed to have no ill intent, it did not ease Sasori's guard. There was no other choice. In order to gain Sasori's power, Fontion reluctantly continued to persuade. "I need your help, Sasori. Someone like you, a rogue ninja, seems to have nowhere to go. You can consider this place as a sanctuary for rogue ninjas." Upon hearing this, Sasori lowered his guard a bit, but his gaze was still fixed on the two, continuing, "I see, sounds good. But unfortunately, my principle has always been to protect myself without relying on others. It seems I'm quite lucky. I just obtained the third Kazekage not long ago, and now I have quality materials delivered to my door." Chapter 9. Susanoo, it seems things are getting a bit tricky. Shursui looked at the hostile Sasori with narrowed eyes and softly uttered these words. Meanwhile, his eyes shifted to the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, and the short sword on his back was slowly drawn out, clearly ready to strike at any moment. "This eye, is it from the Uchiha clan? Good. It seems the quality of this material is surprisingly high." Sasori silently watched Shursui, who was prepared for battle, and instead of feeling nervous, he appeared unusually excited upon seeing Shursui's three-tomo Sharingan. "Then it's up to you, Shursui. Indeed, finding a helper is not so easy." Fontion helplessly rubbed his temples, expressing his speechlessness. The battle was about to break out. Suddenly, Shursui's figure disappeared from the spot, reappearing in front of Sasori the next moment. He lightly waved his short sword, the tip drawing a brilliant arc in the air, carrying a wave of sword energy toward Scorpion. Scorpion let out a cold laugh, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify due to his movements. "Ninja of Konohagakure, your movements are indeed fast, but in this ruin, my traps and poison techniques will be your greatest nightmare." Before his words fell, the ground suddenly cracked open, and several gigantic arms made of sand and stone surged forth, attempting to bind Shursui's movements. Shursui's figure flickered, easily dodging the sudden attacks, while his Sharingan spun rapidly, unleashing a series of Jinjutsu attacks in an attempt to disturb Scorpion's mind. However, Scorpion seemed to be well prepared. He had already heard that the Uchiha clan excelled in Jinjutsu, so he hadn't focused on Shursui's eyes since the battle began, which greatly diminished the effectiveness of the Jinjutsu. Taking advantage of the moment, he launched a poisoned shuriken. The shuriken traced a bizarre trajectory in the air, aiming directly for Shursui's vital points. Shursui's figure shifted again, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, while his short sword transformed into a silver flash, aiming for Scorpion's head. Scorpion snorted coldly, folding his body like a piece of paper, easily avoiding the attack, while activating the hidden traps in the darkness. In an instant, the ruins were filled with the essence of battle, flames bursting and debris flying. It couldn't drag on like this. Shursui's mind stirred, and he quickly formed hand seals, soon gathering a large amount of chakra in his mouth, followed by a massive fireball hurtling toward Scorpion. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous fireball, with terrifying heat, rapidly raised the temperature in the already narrow cave. causing the surrounding air to quickly thin out, rendering countless traps ineffective in the face of the fireball. Faced with this scene, Scorpion's face remained calm. His hands began to rhythmically move, skillfully using chakra threads to control the third Kazekage's puppet to meet the great fireball. Just as the fireball was about to hit the puppet, its mouth suddenly opened wide, releasing countless sand and iron to form a defensive barrier, withstanding the blow. After blocking the attack, Scorpion continued to control the third Kazekage puppet, charging toward Ensue. The puppet's arms extended, unleashing two sharp, giant blades, filled with endless killing intent aimed at Ensue. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed across Ensue's face. He decided not to hold back any longer and quickly aimed to take down Scorpion. Immediately, his three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, it transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo. With Ensue's furious shout, a half-body Susanoo in a vibrant green color appeared centered around his body. Here it comes, the divine technique exclusive to the Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo. Watching from the sidelines, Fontion couldn't help but exclaim in excitement upon seeing Ensue activate Susanoo. Even though he had witnessed Susanoo countless times, every appearance still ignited his blood. The giant blades of the third Kazekage puppet struck fiercely against the Susanoo, and in an instant, the blades were broken with a resounding sound. Seeing this, Scorpion's handsome face finally showed a serious expression for the first time. His eyes were fixed on the artfully crafted half-body Susanoo, feeling an immense shock inside. Is this the legendary Susanoo? It doesn't seem so easy to deal with. The vibrant green half-body Susanoo resembled a war god emerging from ancient legends, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Scorpion, your traps and puppets are merely trivial skills in the face of absolute power. Ensue's voice echoed through the Susanoo's armor, resonating in every corner of the cave with an undeniable dominance. Is that so? Your Susanoo shouldn't last too long, right? Scorpion spoke indifferently, then took out a scroll. When Fontion saw the scroll, a rare seriousness appeared on his face, and his eyes instantly switched to the Mangeki Sharingan, reversal of cause and effect. With Fontion's angry shout, the scroll in Scorpion's hands instantly vanished. Before Scorpion could react, Fontion continued, "Enough, Scorpion. We came to find you just to invite you to join us. You don't need to waste such a precious technique as the 100 puppet manipulation. This is the ultimate art I completed not long ago. How could you possibly know its name?" Compared to the scroll's disappearance, Scorpion was more shocked by Fontion's mention of the 100 puppet manipulation. However, Fontion remained calm. He had intervened simply to prevent Scorpion from casually wasting the 100 puppet manipulation. If Scorpion truly used the 100 puppet manipulation and unleashed a multitude of puppets, the battle would turn into a prolonged conflict. Ensue Susanoo would not fear these puppets, but might not be able to last long enough to eliminate all of them. As for the outcome between the two, it was uncertain, but if a fight broke out, it would affect both their future combat capabilities. Seeing this, Ensue also released his Susanoo. His eyes felt a wave of discomfort, and his breath began to show signs of chaos. It was clear that casually activating Susanoo was a significant drain on him. Scorpion, join us. Our goal is to create a perfect world without war and smoke. I think you must despise this real world filled with conflict, right? Come, join us, and let's change this world together. Fontion smiled and extended his hand towards Scorpion, eagerly awaiting his response. However, the latter did not answer immediately and fell into deep thought. Finally, after a brief silence, Scorpion looked up at Fontion and said, "You're right. I do hate this filthy real world. But if I'm to join, I have two conditions." Chapter 10. Twilight 2 Conditions? Please go ahead. Fontion asked curiously. First, I need absolute freedom outside of missions. No one can interfere with my thoughts, including you. Upon hearing this, Fontion's lips curled into a playful smile, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This request is quite reasonable. After all, a strong person should have their pride. I agree. Our primary goal is to collect tailed beasts, and as long as you don't turn your blade against your companions, you can act freely. Second, Scorpion's voice rang out again, now with a chilling tone. During mission execution, if I encounter a formidable ninja hindrance, I need to be able to turn their corpse into my puppet, making a part of my power. Fontion's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his calm and nodded slowly. This, in principle, is acceptable. But remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not take lives lightly. After all, while our organization operates in the shadows, We do not wish to provoke unnecessary slaughter that might attract attention and create trouble. If that is the case, then I, Scorpion, am willing to join you. After saying this, Scorpion retracted all his puppets, including the third Kazekage, and walked straight towards Foam Tian, asking now, what I'm curious about is, what is the name of our organization? As soon as he said this, not only Scorpion, but even the silent Shizuka beside him turned their gaze towards Foam Tian, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. They had been together for a long time, yet they didn't even know the name of the organization. This was undoubtedly a significant secret. Hearing this, Foam Tian couldn't help but raise his hand to stroke his chin, falling into deep contemplation. Seeing this, Xie and Jishui looked at Foam Tian with puzzled expressions, as if black lines were drawn across their faces. What's going on? After all this posturing, they don't even have a name for the organization? How unreliable can this be? This was the inner monologue of the two, feeling as if they had boarded an unreliable pirate ship at that moment. Let's call it Twilight. The light walking in the night perfectly encapsulates us. Foam Tian said with slight excitement, turning to explain to the two. Twilight. Sounds pretty good. Jishui nodded slightly, approving of the name. However, Xie spoke up again, this time asking a question that brought a glint of coldness to Foam Tian's face. Within the organization, besides the three of us, there should be others, right? I'm very curious. Who is truly behind all this? Is it your Konoha higher-ups or your Uchiha clan's higher-ups? Upon hearing this, a fleeting coldness crossed Foam Tian's face, but it quickly vanished. Chisha no Xie. You know, smart people often die quickly. What you should know, I will tell you. But as for what you shouldn't know, I advise you not to pursue the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Foam Tian's eyes instantly switched to the Sharingan's kaleidoscope, his gaze deep and the ability to reverse cause and effect activated. In just an instant, the third Kazekage puppet on Xie's body seemed to become uncontrollable, appearing right in front of him in his shocked gaze, followed by the giant blade that had just been severed by Jishui's Susanoo miraculously recovering. At that moment, Xie was astonished to find that he seemed to have lost connection with the third Kazekage puppet and could no longer control it. Instead, Foam Tian before him simply waved one hand, and the two sharp, giant blades were directly positioned across Xie's neck. What is this ability? Xie did not feel any fear from the threat of the giant blades. Instead, he was deeply impressed by Foam Tian's extraordinary ability. As a puppet master, especially a genius puppet master, he never imagined that one day his puppet would break free from his control and be used by others to threaten him. How could he not feel shocked? However, it was just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Foam Tian spoke coldly and faintly, then directly lifted the effect of the reversed cause and effect. The topic about the organization came to an end, and what we need to do now is something with a very high degree of danger. Are you all mentally prepared? As soon as Foam Tian's words fell, Scorpion and Shui exchanged glances and then nodded slightly. Are you kidding? Both of them are talented ninjas who have experienced countless battles. To them, there's hardly anything particularly difficult. Seeing this scene, Foam Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued. Well, since that's the case, let's start the plan to capture the one-tail Shikaku.
As Foam Tian spoke, he took a kunai and began to draw a rough map on the nearby earthen wall. Currently,
Sunagakure is without a leader due to Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage, making it a perfect opportunity to capture the one-tail. He then looked at Scorpion, his eyes flashing with a hint of affirmation towards him. Changing the subject, he continued. Although the third Kazekage is dead, there are still several experts you need to pay attention to. First is Raza. The power he wields, the gold dust, is not inferior to any Kaga-level powerhouse, and this person needs to be closely watched. Then there's Scorpion's grandmother, Chiyo. She usually keeps a low profile, but the truth is, her puppet techniques are not weaker than yours. After saying this, Foam Tian looked at Scorpion with ulterior motives. The latter merely snorted lightly and did not say anything. Lastly, there's another person who also needs attention, and that is Magi. This guy has a very clear mind and outstanding leadership skills. His combat power is yet to be determined, but I currently know that he's also worth noting. After saying this, the map drawn on the wall had taken shape. As a resident of Sunagakure, Scorpion was once again impressed by Foam Tian. Although the map was crude, every key point was detailed, including the number of guards, their distribution, and even the most secret residence of the Kazekage. At this moment, Scorpion looked at Foam Tian in shock, his face filled with surprise, his lips trembling slightly as he said, "How did you draw this map? Even I, a resident of Sunagakure, cannot draw a map like yours. It's nothing, just some small tricks." Feng Tian's lips curled slightly, and then he began to explain the battle plan to the two. Both were genius ninjas, and almost without needing much communication, they understood everything. What was originally a slightly complex battle plan was completed in just the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn. After everything was explained, Feng Tian walked straight outside, followed by Shui and Scorpion. At this moment, he was full of vigor and shouted. So, the plan to capture the One Tail officially begins. Chapter 11. Scorpion vs. Razasai. Brother, do we really need to keep watching so intently this late? There's no choice, brother. Ever since the third Kazekage was assassinated, the surrounding great nations have been eyeing our Sunagakure, and it can't be helped. At the entrance of Sunagakure, two guards were chatting casually. They had been on duty from day to night, and their state could be described as extremely poor. However, it couldn't be helped. After the third Kazekage was assassinated, the entire Sunagakure had to face the probing eyes of other nations. They were able to hold on for so long mainly because Raza, this strong man, stepped up in time. I've heard that the higher-ups plan to promote Lord Raza to the fourth Kazekage. I wonder if this news is true or false. Sai, brother, this is not something we ordinary nin can consider. Let's just stand guard honestly. Hey, don't say that. I've been standing for so long that my eyes are getting blurry. Just now, I think I saw the third Kazekage. Ha. It seems you really are seeing things. How could the third Kazekage appear in front of you? As soon as the words fell, the puppet of the third Kazekage suddenly appeared in front of the two. It continuously spewed out toxic sand iron, and in just a breath's time, it severely injured both of them. How? Is this possible? Is this the third Kazekage? One of the guards stared at the puppet of the third Kazekage in disbelief, but soon the effects of the poison kicked in, and he felt his consciousness gradually fading, as if he were about to fall asleep at any moment. Meanwhile, the other guard, struggling against the effects of the poison, took out a kunai and stabbed it into his palm. In an instant, the sharp pain temporarily overcame the poison, allowing him to regain a bit of clarity. He gritted his teeth and, trembling, took out a flare, using all his strength to launch it. In an instant, the sky over Sunagakure was illuminated, as if it had returned to daytime. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stay alert! Where's Raza? Where's Lord Raza? The villagers of Sunagakure, who had been peacefully asleep, were awakened by the shining flare. Their eyes were filled with fear. Some had taken refuge in the underground passage arranged by the ninjas of Sunagakure, while others had put on their combat uniforms and headed towards the northern gate where the signal flare had been fired. What a bore. At this moment, Scorpion, who was at the northern gate, disdainfully spat out these words. Immediately after, he took out several scrolls and laid them out in front of him. Just as he was about to continue his actions, his eyes suddenly locked onto a certain direction. Scorpion snorted coldly, and the chakra threads on his fingers began to rhythmically pulse. Under his control, the third Kazekage puppet appeared before him and released a large amount of iron sand, forming a massive protective shield around him. Almost the instant the shield was formed from the east, a sky full of gold sand charged at him with endless killing intent. Countless grains of gold sand instantly engulfed Scorpion, and then a figure stepped onto the cloud of gold sand. The farce should end here, Scorpion. That figure was none other than Raza, who was about to become the fourth Kazekage. Raza stood firmly atop the cloud of gold sand, surrounded by the fluctuations of natural energy, causing the surrounding gold sand to seemingly obey his command. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up, and with a low murmur, the sand gold surrounding the Scorpion suddenly receded like a tide, revealing the Scorpion and his figure, which was tightly protected by sand iron. A hint of surprise flashed in the Scorpion's eyes, but it quickly returned to indifference. He manipulated the 3 generations of wind shadow puppets. The chakra threads in his hands tightened again, preparing to welcome the impending battle. Scorpion, do you think you could defeat me with just this? Scorpion's voice came through the puppet, laced with disdain. Lust smiled slightly, not answering directly, but gently waved his arm. Suddenly, the surrounding sand gold began to flow in a strange pattern, weaving complex designs in the air, like ancient runes, emitting a faint glow. This is the long-lost secret technique of the sand-hidden village, the sand gold barrier, which can seal the enemy's movements and absorb their chakra. This is my recent research achievement, the sand gold barrier, which will show you the true power of sand gold. Luss's voice echoed within the barrier, each word filled with confidence. Countless sand gold, under Luss's control, slowly wrapped around Scorpion, while a strange glow flickered above the sand gold, the light belonging to sealing techniques. Seeing this, Scorpion's handsome face revealed a serious expression. He continued to manipulate the 3 generations of wind shadow puppets to release endless sand iron, attempting to interfere with the actions of the sand gold. However, Lust snorted coldly, raising his palm upward slowly. In an instant, more sand gold surged toward Scorpion, as if to completely bury him. Yet Scorpion's figure flickered, and he vanished amidst the sand gold's encirclement. Lust frowned slightly. He immediately sensed that Scorpion had not distanced himself, but had hidden his presence using some secret technique. Try to escape? Lust sneered, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. The surrounding sand gold seemed to receive an order, starting to weave into a giant net in the air, covering every inch of space, waiting for Scorpion's appearance. Just then, Scorpion's voice suddenly rang in Lust's ear, tinged with mockery. Do you think this could trap me? Lust, you're still too naive. Lust turned sharply, only to see a shadow flash by. Scorpion had already appeared behind him, the chakra thread in his hand silently coiling around his neck like a venomous snake. But Lust reacted extremely quickly, sidestepping just in time to dodge the attack. Good reaction speed. Scorpion chuckled lightly, and then his figure transformed into an afterimage and disappeared. Lust narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing all the movements around him while controlling the sand gold to continuously circle around himself for defense or to capture Scorpion. However, as time passed, Scorpion's figure never appeared, which put Lust into rare contemplation. At that moment, several figures appeared beside Lust in the sand-hidden village. Their breaths were unstable, clearly having wasted a lot of chakra to arrive at the North Gate in time. Lord Lust, what is the situation? One of the sand-hidden villages Jonan asked, his gaze cautiously scanning the vicinity, his entire demeanor tense. It's Scorpion. I just engaged with him, but he suddenly disappeared. I don't know what his intentions are. Lust rested his chin on his hand, carefully pondering this seemingly absurd matter. How could Scorpion, as a rogue ninja, so openly attack the sand-hidden village? Does he have some ulterior motives? The only things that could attract him to the entire sand-hidden village are Chiyo and... Not good, his target is One Tail. You all hurry back to defend. Lust suddenly seemed to realize something, shouting loudly while swiftly turning his figure to head in a certain direction within the sand-hidden village. Just then, a mocking voice rang in his ear. Where are you going, my dear Lord Lust? Chapter 12. Infiltration Bang. A loud noise abruptly echoed in the quiet night, like thunder in the sky, heralding the prelude to a storm. It seems that Scorpion couldn't wait to stir up the storm on his end. How is the situation on your side, Shizuka? In the shadows, a deep and powerful voice quietly resonated in the night, carrying a hint of urgency and anticipation. Under the moonlight, the person's silhouette was faintly discernible, as if merging with the darkness. Soon, Shizuka's figure elongated under the dim streetlight, resembling a sharp sword about to be drawn from its sheath. He lifted a sand village ninja with one hand, the ninja's face pale, eyes tightly shut, as if trapped in an endless dream. The stillness in his eyes. The legendary Mangeki Sharingan was slowly coming to a halt, like a whirlpool in the abyss calming down, a testament to his casting of Genjutsu on the ninja. Have you found the location of One Tail? After his words fell, he casually tossed the already unconscious sand village ninja aside. The location of One Tail, Shikaku, had already been learned through Genjutsu from this unknown ninja. Let's get moving, Scorpion. That guy may not last long. We need to act quickly. Feng Tian spoke lightly from the side, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable sense of urgency, as if urging the gears of fate to turn faster. Jishue nodded slightly, his gaze sharp, then his figure flickered and he was already standing ahead, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky. The two moved through the alleys of the sand village like ghosts, every step perfectly avoiding patrolling ninjas, silent and unseen. Feng Tian and Jishue stopped in front of a seemingly cozy house. Just as they were about to act, an old man's voice suddenly entered their ears. Hee, young lads, have you come to find this old man? The moment the words fell, Granny Chiyo's figure slowly appeared, dressed in simple clothing, with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Yet her eyes were filled with wisdom and kindness. Jishue, I'll leave this to you. Feng Tian remained calm at Granny Chiyo's sudden appearance, exuding an air of confidence, as if everything had been anticipated. Hearing this, Jishue nodded slightly, then his eyes sharpened, his figure flickering like a black flash, drawing his short sword from his back and charging towards Granny Chiyo with lightning speed. Granny Chiyo squinted her eyes, although old. Her body remained agile. In response to Jishue's rapid advance, she quickly took out several puppets and engaged in battle with him. drawing from his previous experience fighting Scorpion. Ensue discovered a fatal weakness of puppet masters, the chakra strings. Puppet masters manipulate puppets through chakra strings, which are very flexible but not particularly hard. After all, to ensure flexible control of the puppets, the strings cannot be too rigid. This meant that as long as Ensue cut the chakra strings, the puppet master's strength would be significantly diminished. Realizing this, Ensue's eyes grew sharper, and after several probing attempts, he grasped Granny Chiyo's manipulation frequency. Seizing the opportunity, he directly slashed down. The terrifying blade aura aimed straight at the chakra strings controlling Granny Chiyo's puppets. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Granny Chiyo quickly adjusted the puppets, evading Ensue's fierce strike at a very strange angle. Hee, young man, your gaze and insight are impressive. You found the puppet master's weakness so quickly. Granny Chiyo's words were laced with a hint of coldness, and then her murky eyes glanced towards where Feng Tian had been, only to break out in a cold sweat in an instant. Where did that kid go? Impossible. How did he evade my perception? Granny Chiyo was shocked, unable to believe that someone could suddenly disappear without a trace within her sensory range, especially when most of her attention had been drawn to Ensue. With her vast combat experience, how could she make such a low-level mistake? Before she could think further, Ensue's sharp attack came again. Reluctantly, Granny Chiyo's face darkened as she continued to control the puppets to fight Ensue, but her gaze occasionally darted towards the house, revealing a hint of worry in her murky eyes. Inside the house, the dim yellow light flickered, casting mottled shadows, and the air was filled with a faint scent of milk and a barely perceptible tension. Feng Tian took a deep breath, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, remnants of using the reverse causality technique. That was close. My eyes are starting to feel uncomfortable. It seems I should avoid using reverse causality whenever possible. At that moment, Feng Tian had successfully entered the house using reverse causality, enduring the discomfort as he slowly walked towards a certain room. Wah, wah, wah. Just then, a sharp and urgent cry of a baby pierced the night's silence, like thunder exploding in Feng Tian's heart. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a torch, locking onto the source of the sound, and an indescribable joy unexpectedly appeared on his face. It seemed that things were going smoothly. Feng Tian's lips curled slightly upwards, and soon he followed the source of the sound to a room. The door of the room opened gently, and a beam of soft light poured in, illuminating a tender and innocent face. It was Gaara, who had recently become a Jinchuriki. At that moment, he was curled up in bed, his eyes tightly closed, his small mouth opening and closing, letting out bursts of crying. He seemed to sense the disturbance from the outside world, expressing his discontent. Like Naruto, he became a Jinchuriki from birth. Gaara, your life is actually quite tragic. Feng Tian looked at the crying Gaara and murmured, then let me end all of this. After saying this, Feng Tian slowly walked towards Gaara, his eyes showing a mix of excitement, nervousness, and pity. Just as he was about to extend his sinful hand to touch that fragile life, a solid hand suddenly grabbed his arm, a powerful force emanating from the palm, making him involuntarily stop his movement. In his ears, a deep and oppressive voice sounded, pressing down on his heart like a mountain. What do you want to do? Chapter 13. Success, what do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's pupils instantly contracted, and he slowly turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a person with pale yellow hair, wearing a Sand Village ninja headband, staring at him with a face full of killing intent. Yashimaru? In almost an instant, Feng Tian recognized that this ninja was Gaara's uncle. Yashimaru, as Gaara's biological uncle and a member of the Sand Village's Umbu, Yashimaru's life could be described as quite tragic. Due to Gaara's birth, Yashimaru's sister, who was also Gaara's mother, died. He originally harbored hatred towards Gaara, but was ordered to protect him. Later, he was ordered by the 4th Kazekage, Gaara's father, to assassinate Gaara. Ultimately, the assassination failed, and he detonated the explosive tags on himself, ending his tragic life. Gaara thus fell into complete despair. After quickly organizing his thoughts, Feng Tian swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Yashimaru's grasp, appearing outside the door. Yashimaru, you are a good person. I don't want to kill you, so please leave on your own, and I can pretend nothing happened. Feng Tian's eyes instantly shifted to the Mangeki Sharingan, and as he walked towards Gaara, he threatened, "Oh, is that so? Looking at those eyes, you must be from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. As an ally, how could you commit such shameless acts behind our backs? You will not leave here safely today." Before he finished speaking, Yashimaru suddenly swung both hands, and several kunai, controlled by his threads, shot towards Feng Tian like arrows. Each kunai was imbued with a sharp killing intent, as if they wanted to pierce Feng Tian completely. However, facing this sudden attack, Feng Tian merely shook his head slightly, a hint of disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. With the combination of the flying thunder god technique and the reversal of cause and effect, his figure instantly vanished, as if blending into the night, perfectly dodging all the kunai's attacks. The next moment, while Yashimaru was still in shock, Feng Tian's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, holding a kunai against his neck. The cold kunai contrasted sharply with Yashimaru's warm skin, and a breath of death instantly enveloped his heart. "Give up. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be a corpse." Feng Tian's voice was deep and powerful, each word striking Yashimaru's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, as if he could turn that intent into reality at any moment and completely devour Yashimaru. Yashimaru snorted coldly, a flicker of unwillingness and anger passing through his eyes. He attempted to launch several shurikens from behind for a sneak attack, but under the terrifying insight of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, these small actions were no different from an ant shaking a tree. At the moment he made his move, Feng Tian had already perfectly evaded using the flying thunder god technique. "It seems you are ready to face death at any moment." Feng Tian's expression was icy, and he was filled with endless killing intent as he walked step by step toward Yashimaru, resembling a soul-harvesting king of hell. Yashimaru's face became exceptionally serious. He knew he was at an absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. However, as an elite of the Umbu of Sunagakure, he would never give up easily, even when facing a member of the Uchiha clan who possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Little brat of the Uchiha clan, do you think you can make me yield with just this? I will defend Gaara to the death." Yashimaru's voice carried a sense of defiance as he swiftly drew an explosive tag from his waist, preparing for one last struggle. Upon seeing this, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He did not want to bring Yashimaru to this point. After all, Yashimaru's tragedy largely stemmed from the internal power struggles within Sunagakure, rather than his personal fault. But since the battle had already begun, there was no turning back. "Yashimaru, why bother? The future of Sunagakure should not be written with sacrifice and hatred." Feng Tian's words carried a hint of persuasion, yet his movements showed no hesitation. His kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly revolved, ready to respond to Yashimaru's potential counterattack. Just as Yashimaru was about to release the explosive tag, Gaara's cries broke the heavy atmosphere. At that moment, Yashimaru suddenly remembered that if the explosive tag was released here, the terrifying explosion would also sweep Gaara away. Realizing this, Yashimaru couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. He turned to look at the crying Gaara, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. However, Feng Tian did not have the luxury of such considerations. He stopped the rotation of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and in the next moment, Gaara appeared in Feng Tian's arms, as if through a reversal of cause and effect. "What?" Seeing Gaara suddenly disappear and then reappear in Feng Tian's hands, Yashimaru couldn't help but exclaim, "You better not touch that child, or you will face the entire hunting force of Sunagakure, to the death, never ending." Yashimaru's eyes seemed to spit fire as he stared intensely at Feng Tian. The killing intent on his face was impossible to hide. It's just a Sunagakure. I really don't take it to heart." Feng Tian curled his lips in disdain and said, then quickly activated the flying thunder god technique, disappearing in an instant under Yashimaru's murderous gaze. In the room, only Feng Tian's provocative voice could be heard. "Bye-bye, see you." Outside Sunagakure, the night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling. Feng Tian's figure appeared like a ghost in an open area in an instant. Under his feet, a shuriken lay quietly, the flying thunder god mark he had carefully set up earlier. In his arms, Gaara continued to cry incessantly, the tender and loud cries sounding particularly harsh in the quiet night, as if they were tearing apart the tranquility of the night. Feng Tian's brows were tightly furrowed. Even he, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance at this moment. "Stop crying. My head is about to explode." Feng Tian scolded softly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and irritation. However, this simple reprimand seemed unable to soothe Gaara. His cries only grew louder. In desperation, Feng Tian could only use his illusionary abilities. He gently closed his eyes, his hands slightly raised, with faint light shimmering at his fingertips. After a moment, Gaara's cries gradually ceased, replaced by a serene silence. He had peacefully fallen asleep under the effect of the illusion, with traces of unshed tears still on his face. Feng Tian gently placed Gaara on a flat stone, his movements tender and careful, as if afraid to disturb his dreams. He stood up, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, a triumphant smile on his face and a cunning light flashing in his eyes. Finally got it, he muttered to himself, his tone filled with satisfaction and pride. My second-tailed beast, Shikaku. Chapter 14. Illusion? The aura of Feng Tian has disappeared. It seems he has succeeded. I should also speed up my escape. Just as Shizum, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Chiyo, since the moment Feng Tian's aura vanished. He was already prepared to retreat at any moment. His gaze fell upon the solemn-faced Chiyo, but his mind was already made up. With a swift strike, he repelled several puppets. Then in an instant, he distanced himself from Chiyo. What do you mean by that? Not going to fight anymore? Seeing this situation, Chiyo couldn't help but question. However, Shui slowly raised his head, his eyes instantly switching to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. His voice light yet filled with an oppressive aura. After fighting for so long, you must have guessed my true identity. Such speed and the kaleidoscope Sharingan are rare. I suspect you must be the Leaf's Shunshin, Uchiha Shui. Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly. Realizing that successfully guessing his identity brought her no sense of accomplishment. Instead, the seriousness on her face deepened. You guessed correctly, but I need to correct one point. As Shui spoke, his kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, and a powerful chakra gathered in his eyes. The reason I am called Shunshin is not because of my speed, but because, the moment the enemy sees me, they have already fallen into a Jinjutsu. Rest well, Chiyo. Before his words finished, the space around Shui seemed to twist, countless light points flickering, infinitely closing, and then infinitely widening the distance between him and Chiyo, creating an illusion of time and space intertwining. Chiyo's pupils suddenly contracted. She realized she was being dragged into a powerful Jinjutsu, but as the top puppet master of Sunagakure. Her reaction was also extremely quick. She swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to break free from the constraints of the illusion. 3 treasures collapse. With Chiyo's soft incantation, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and then 3 puppets arranged themselves into a triangle, gathering a powerful tornado at the center, trying to carve a path of reality in this world constructed by Jinjutsu. However, when these tornadoes touched the edge of the Jinjutsu released by Shui, they dissipated as if they had encountered an invisible barrier. A faint smile appeared on Shui's lips, his figure flickering in the Jinjutsu space. Each appearance accompanied by a wave of chakra that made one's heart race. Chiyo, your puppet techniques are indeed exquisite, but before my Jinjutsu, the boundaries of all ninjutsu and reality will blur. Jinjutsu. Chiyo repeated these 2 words softly. It was a Jinjutsu unique to Uchiha Shui. Its power so great that even she found it hard to imagine. Just as an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in Chiyo's heart, Shui's voice echoed again, this time seemingly penetrating the barrier between Jinjutsu and reality, striking deep into her soul. Don't worry, Chiyo, my purpose here is not to take your life, but merely to need you to rest for a moment, to prevent an unnecessary war for Sunagakure. As Shui's words fell, Chiyo felt a warm and gentle force enveloping her, a soothing chakra technique that Shui infused while casting the Jinjutsu. Her body gradually relaxed, her consciousness began to blur, and ultimately, everything returned to calm as she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Shui, after confirming that Chiyo had completely fallen into the Jinjutsu, slowly withdrew his kaleidoscope Sharingan. The surrounding space's distortion gradually settled, and everything returned to normal. He let out a light sigh, turned, and disappeared from the spot, leaving only Granny Chiyo quietly lying there, as if she had simply fallen into a deep dream. Sleep well. I hope this illusion can bring a period of peace to Sunagakure and Konohagakure. Shizuku silently prayed in his heart, then turned to look back at the place where Sasori was fighting. At this moment, Sasori was facing almost the entire fighting force of Sunagakure, and even with his use of the 100 Puppets technique, he still appeared somewhat overwhelmed. His eyes swept over the scattered broken puppets on the ground, and a serious expression emerged deep in his gaze. Why are the ninjas from Konoha taking so long? How much longer will it take? Scorpion thought to himself, feeling displeased, as the one drawing all the firepower, holding out for this long, was already quite impressive. In fact, if he wanted to escape, Deidara and the others might not be able to capture him, but right now he couldn't withdraw. He had to buy enough time for Feng Tian and Ji Shui. If he retreated now, once Deidara and the others reacted, their plan would completely fail. This frustrating situation of not being able to fight back or retreat was one of the main reasons for his annoyance. Scorpion, face the reality. Your puppets have already lost more than half, and even the third Kazakage's puppet can't last much longer. Surrender. Deidara shouted loudly at Scorpion, standing on the floating gold sand. Palms up, constantly manipulating the sand to destroy Scorpion's puppets. Deidara, it seems your chakra has also been significantly depleted. Can you hold out until the end? Scorpion looked at Deidara with displeasure. After fighting for so long, he was well aware of how much strength the opponent had left. Upon hearing this, Deidara's expression also showed displeasure, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and coldly laughed. Scorpion, it seems you've forgotten that this is Sunagakure, my home ground. Even if my chakra is depleted, I can still harness the power of this land to bury you here completely. Hearing this, Scorpion curled his lips in a sarcastic smile. Relying on external forces? That's not the way of a strong person. However, since you want to depend on the gold sands so much, let me show you what true artistic manipulation is. As Scorpion finished speaking, he quickly took out a secret scroll from his pocket, flicked his fingers, and countless tiny mechanical insects surged out of the scroll, instantly covering his remaining puppets. These mechanical insects seemed to possess life, rapidly repairing the damaged puppets and even reassembling some discarded parts into new combat units. Deidara's expression changed slightly. He had never seen such a strange and efficient repair technique, and for a moment, he felt a bit at a loss. This is my latest masterpiece, the mechanical regeneration technique. Each mechanical insect is carefully cultivated by me. They can sense my will and transform waste into combat power. Scorpion proudly introduced while controlling the repaired puppets and the newly formed mechanical army, launching a more intense assault on Deidara. On the battlefield, the gold sand and mechanical puppets intertwined, creating dazzling sparks, and the whole Sunagakure seemed to tremble. Although Scorpion's puppet army was not as numerous as before, with the help of the mechanical insects, each puppet became more agile and powerful, putting unprecedented pressure on Deidara. Damn it, this won't work, Deidara thought to himself. He knew he couldn't continue to consume chakra against Scorpion like this. He had to find the key to breaking the deadlock. Lord Deidara, there are too many puppets. We must find a way to resolve this. On the other side, the calm elite jonin from Sunagakure, Maki, also shouted. In his view, Scorpion was clearly young, yet his strength was undoubtedly at the level of Kage. He had initially thought that Scorpion had used some strange method to assassinate the third Kazekage, but he didn't expect this Scorpion to really have the rumored strength to annihilate a country. Everyone hold steady. Let me think of a way. Faced with such a dire situation, Deidara could only comfort everyone while his brain raced to find a way to break the enemy. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, a flash of insight crossing his mind, and he shouted loudly. To find the puppeteer's weakness, we must find someone familiar with puppets. Where's Granny Chio? To deal with a genius puppeteer like Scorpion, we must call Granny Chio. Upon hearing this, Maki's expression instantly became quite subtle. He turned to Deidara and said in a low voice, Granny Chio and Yashimaru are guarding Gaara's side. Not long ago, it seems there was a battle there, and Granny Chio may not be able to come for a while. Deidara's expression darkened upon hearing this. There was no other way, so he could only continue to manipulate the gold sand to fend off Scorpion's attacks. If it weren't for the concern of so many civilians in Sunagakure, he wouldn't have used so much chakra to manipulate the gold sand for defense. For now, he could only continue to hold his ground. On the other side, Ji Shui felt a ripple in the space beside him, and soon a figure slowly appeared before his eyes. When Ji Shui saw the person, he relaxed his grip on the short sword slightly. The person before him was Feng Tian. Quick, Ji Shui, we need to retreat. Feng Tian, one hand pressed against his bleeding eyes, stumbled toward Ji Shui. At this moment, he was far from his previous calm demeanor, as if he had fallen into endless darkness. Ji Shui rushed forward to support Feng Tian and asked concernedly, what happened? What's going on? Quick, we need to go. My vision is starting to blur. I can hardly see. Chapter 15. Altering causality thoughts returned to half an hour ago. Very good. I will take the one-tailed chakra. Feng Tian said with a proud expression, then reached out toward the sleeping Gaara. Gaara's body appeared particularly thin under the moonlight, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Feng Tian's fingers gently touched Gaara's forehead, and at that moment, a strange wave seemed to fill the air. Under his control, a massive and surging chakra, like an awakened ancient beast, slowly emerged from Gaara's body and finally coalesced in Feng Tian's palm. This chakra absorption speed is quite fast. Could it be because he just became a Jinchuriki and hasn't fully integrated yet, making the absorption easier? As the chakra ball in his hand became more and more refined, Feng Tian couldn't help but exclaim. However, the harsh sounds of battle from Scorpion's side still reached his ears, which inevitably caused him some anxiety. To avoid any accidents, he could only quicken the extraction of chakra. Soon, as time flew by, all of the one-tailed chakra in Gaara's body was completely extracted. At this moment, Gaara appeared exceptionally weak due to the loss of the one-tailed chakra, his life force flickering in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing weak, and even the slight flutter of his eyelashes seemed so powerless, as if the entire world had drifted far away from him. Feng Tian quietly watched Gaara, who was on the brink of death, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes. Gaara, you are also a pitiful person, but unfortunately I'm not a good person, so I'm sorry. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, his words carrying a tinge of regret. Having completed the extraction of chakra, Feng Tian directly used the principle of cause and effect, modifying the existence of a tailed beast chakra in his hand into a form that could be temporarily stored in his Manjiki Sharingan. In simple terms, he had confined the tailed beast chakra into his own Kamui space, which he named the Destiny space. Without much hesitation, Feng Tian picked up the extremely weak Gaara, and with a thought, prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to send Gaara back to his room. At that moment, Gaara, who had been trapped in an illusion and unconscious, miraculously showed signs of awakening. He struggled desperately, as if fighting against an unjust fate. Feng Tian looked down at Gaara's youthful face, feeling a mix of emotions. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly, his voice revealing an indescribable struggle and determination. All right, I still can't get used to being a pure villain. Gaara, let me change your tragic future. With that, Feng Tian no longer hesitated. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange brilliance, the unique splendor and mystery of the Manjiki Sharingan. At the same time, a massive amount of chakra surged into his eyes like a tidal wave, an unprecedented power coursing through his body, signaling that the principle of cause and effect was being pushed to its limits. What the hell is this? I feel like my power is about to be drained. Feng Tian couldn't help but exclaim softly, his words filled with disbelief and pain. He realized that the cost of modifying this was far beyond his expectations, a kind of extreme exhaustion that was almost draining him completely. However, despite enduring such immense pressure and pain, Gaara's gradually fading life force began to slowly and steadily recover under the power of the inverted cause and effect. At the same time, a strong discomfort began to appear in Feng Tian's eyes, blood flowing from the corners like beads that had come loose, staining his face red. Gaara, consider this as something I owe you. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, a hint of madness and determination flashing across his face, ready to fight. The chakra within him seemed to have lost control, wildly converging towards his eyes, while the aura of cause and effect continuously spread around, forming a strange and mysterious realm. In this realm, the boundaries of time and space appeared to blur, and everything was being rewoven and redefined under the will of the heavens. In Gaara's room, Yashimaru's face was twisted, filled with regret and self-blame. Why can't I even do this little thing right? Is the gap between me and others really that big? His voice was deep and hoarse, like dried leaves trembling helplessly in the wind. He was frantically pounding the floor, each strike seeming to release all the pain and helplessness within him, until his fists were covered in blood, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically repeating the action. Just at that moment, when despair and self-blame intertwined, Yashimaru keenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp and piercing, staring intently at the space that was fluctuating, as if he wanted to see through it. In the next moment, Feng Tian's figure appeared before him like a ghost, tightly holding in his arms the one he vowed to protect with his life, Gaara. Yashimaru's pupils suddenly constricted, and his voice trembled with anger. It's you. He didn't have much time to think, and quickly manipulated the chakra threads to shoot several sharp shuriken towards Feng Tian. However, to his shock, the previously swift Feng Tian failed to dodge these shuriken, and his body was marked with several eye-catching wounds. Cough, cough. At this moment, Feng Tian endured the discomfort in his eyes, withstood the attack from Yakimaru, and directly threw Gaara into the air. In the next moment, he used the flying thunder god technique to quickly escape the scene. Seeing this, Yakimaru didn't bother to chase after Fontion and hurriedly ran towards the direction where Gaara was falling to catch him. Soon, Gaara appeared in his hands. Yakimaru looked down at the unconscious Gaara and quickly checked his body. After realizing that he had only fallen into a deep sleep and was not seriously harmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. His gaze was directed towards the direction where Fontion had disappeared, and an unusual expression appeared on his face. It was unclear what he was thinking. At this moment, after exhausting the last bit of chakra to use the flying thunder god to reach Jishue's side, Fontion began to shout loudly, "Hurry, Jishue, we need to retreat." He covered his bleeding eyes with one hand, staggering towards Shishue. At that moment, he was far from the calm and composed demeanor he had before. He seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. Seeing this, Shishue quickly stepped forward to support Fontion and asked with concern, "What happened? What's going on? Hurry, hurry up. My eyes, my vision is starting to blur. I can hardly see." Chapter 16. Support for Scorpion. At this moment, Fontion was in an extremely sorry state. Not only was his chakra exhausted, but his breath was also faint, and his robes were soaked with blood from several wounds. He had turned into a blood-soaked figure, unable to walk normally and relying on Shishue's support to move at all. "What happened? How did you end up in such a predicament?" Shishue asked with a concerned tone while helping Fontion move slowly. "Don't mention it. I misjudged my abilities. I thought altering causality and changing a person's fate was a simple matter. I didn't expect to underestimate the backlash of causality," Fontion said with a bitter smile. He then slowly raised his head to look in the direction where Scorpion was fighting. Although his vision was very blurry, he could still make out some outlines. "Did you get the stuff?" "Yeah, the operation went relatively smoothly. Next, we just need to withdraw safely, and it will be perfect." "That might be a bit difficult, given your current state. Whether you can even leave Sunagakure is still a question." Upon hearing this, Fontion stopped. He relied on his strong willpower to reach a house, then leaned against it and said in a deep voice, "Shishue, the situation over there with Scorpion might not be good. You go support at the front door first. I'll join you shortly." Shishue, hearing this, showed a hint of concern and asked, "What about you? What will you do?" As Shishue spoke, Fontion simply shook his head and confidently replied, "Don't underestimate me. I just need to rest for a while, recover some chakra, and then use a reversal of cause and effect to restore my state. As for how to meet up with you, that's even simpler. You have something on you with my flying thunder god mark. You just need to return to Scorpion's cave, and I'll find a way to escape." Seeing that Fontion had said so, Shishue didn't say more. He nodded, no longer hesitating, and headed towards the front door. After Shishue left, Fontion endured the intense pain in his body and slowly slid down into the shadow beside the house. The surrounding silence was in stark contrast to his inner turmoil. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate, trying to dig deep within his weakened body to find the last bit of strength to recover his chakra. The faint smell of blood filled the air, a warning from his body reminding him that the causality he had taken on had far exceeded his limits. At the front door of Sunagakure Lord Raza, the puppets have been mostly cleared. "What should we do next?" a ninja from Sunagakure asked beside Raza. After such a long battle, apart from Raza, almost everyone on their side had been injured. Some had even been painfully affected by toxins carried by the puppets. And the air around the front door seemed to be filled with poisonous mist. "You have done very well. Leave the rest to me," Raza said lightly, his words filled with authority. He then signaled for everyone to withdraw, preparing to face the already weakened Scorpion alone. Upon hearing this, the ninjas from Sunagakure, including Maki, all withdrew. Of course, some of the less severely injured ninjas spontaneously positioned themselves behind Scorpion, their faces filled with anger, eager to rush forward and tear Scorpion apart. Raza stood alone in front, gazing at Scorpion not far away, then spoke darkly, "Scorpion, you have gone too far." Raza's voice was low and powerful. "Your puppet art, though strong, has strayed from the essence of art. True art is the blossoming of life, not cold machinery." Scorpion let out a cold laugh, not bothering to refute. He knew very well that the conversation with Luosha was already meaningless. What was most urgent now was to wait for news from Fontion. "Right now, your puppet is almost completely destroyed. If you have any last words, you can say them now," Luosha continued, and then his figure moved closer to Sia. At the same time, the surrounding sand gold, under his control, gradually formed an encirclement around Sia, as if it could swallow him at any moment. "TCH, a boring trick," Sia scoffed, and then he put away the damaged third-generation wind shadow puppet. His gaze turned towards Sunagakure, and a strange expression revealed itself deep in his eyes. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha are unreliable. The only thing I can trust is my own puppets. The corners of Sasori's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke with a sense of relief. At this moment, he had no means to stop Deidara's attack. He did not intend to escape, but rather stayed in place, calmly waiting for his moment of death. Not far away, Luosha saw this, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He then raised his hands, and boundless sand gold, carrying overwhelming killing intent, rushed toward Scorpion. Was he really going to give up? Just as the sand gold was about to engulf Scorpion, a voice of still water came from afar. His voice was soft, yet it reached the ears of every ninja in Sunagakure. In the next moment, his figure appeared beside Scorpion, and, as the Sharingan spun, a massive and imposing green Susanoo directly dispersed the sand and gold attacking Scorpion. TCH, you're really slow. Scorpion looked at Shui with dissatisfaction. His words filled with blame. Shui, upon hearing this, did not argue. He knew very well how difficult it was for Scorpion to hold out against nearly the entire strength of Sunagakure for so long. You are from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Upon seeing Shursue's Sharingan, Rasha quickly deduced his true identity based on his age. You are Konoha's Shunshin Shursui. Hearing this, Shursui temporarily withdrew his Susanoo, stepped forward to stand in front of Scorpion, and said to Rasha, "To correct you, I have defected from Konoha. If you must say, then you can call me Shunshin Shursui of the Uchiha clan." Shursui drew the short sword from his back, pointing its tip to the ground, and looked at Rasha with a serious expression. Shunshin Shursui, I have heard your reputation in Konoha has always been good. But why are you mingling with a traitor from our Sunagakure? Do you know what you're doing right now? Rasha narrowed his eyes slightly at Shursui, his words carrying a hint of threat. However, Shursui simply shook his head lightly, and, as his Sharingan continued to spin, his actions indicated his stance. I have a necessary purpose for doing this. To save this world filled with war and smoke, I have no choice but to do so. I will protect this person, so if you want to fight, then come. Chapter 17. Sand Sealing Technique. Upon hearing these words, Rasha's expression darkened. He was well aware of Shursue's strength, and even more so of the terrifying power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, as a ninja from Sunagakure, he could not just stand by and watch a rogue Konoha ninja act so arrogantly on his territory. Shursui, your actions have already crossed the bottom line of Sunagakure. Rasha's voice was deep and resolute. As a ninja of Sunagakure, I cannot just sit idly by. Shursui responded defiantly, showing no signs of backing down. Lord Rasha, I understand your position, but please understand my predicament as well. Everything I do is for the sake of greater peace. Peace. Rasha scoffed. Achieving peace through collusion with rogue ninjas? That's utterly ridiculous. The atmosphere instantly became tense, both sides on edge, as if a fight could break out at any moment. At that moment, Rasha moved. He suddenly launched an attack, his palm facing upward, as if summoning the power of the earth. With a loud shout, he declared, "Quicksand, golden waterfall." A massive amount of sand and gold seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, transforming into sharp spikes that surged like a raging tide towards Shursui and Scorpion. Faced with this sudden attack, Shursue's expression turned grave. He did not hesitate at all and activated his Susanoo once again. The huge green half-body Susanoo instantly wrapped him and Scorpion tightly, like a moving fortress, exuding an air of inviolability. Shursui had absolute confidence in his Susanoo. He believed that this could be considered an absolute defense capable of withstanding any attack. When the sand gold needles struck the solid armor of the Susanoo like a rainstorm, a dull sound echoed in the night sky. Those needles seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier the moment they made contact with the armor, falling powerless to the ground. Those seemingly indestructible needles appeared so fragile in the face of Susanoo's absolute defense. Seeing this, Raza's expression darkened even further. He knew Shursue's strength was extraordinary, but he didn't expect the opponent to wield Susanoo with such mastery. However, as a ninja of Sunagakure, he would never give up easily. "Shursui, do you think you can stop me like this?" Raza shouted angrily, manipulating the sand gold to coalesce in the air, preparing to launch a more intense attack. Shursui responded sharply, his voice calm and firm. "Lord Raza, I have no intention of being your enemy. But please understand, everything I do is for a greater peace. If battle is unavoidable, I will give it my all." "Words are useless, Shursui. I've already said it. Scorpion will not leave Sunagakure today, no matter what. Raza continued to shout, controlling the sand gold like a surging torrent, completely engulfing Shirze's massive half-body Susanoo. Immediately after, Raza clasped his hands together, and a myriad of complex sealing symbols quickly spread across the immense sand gold, shining like stars falling into the mortal realm. Sand binding sealing technique. With this roar, the symbols seemed to be activated, releasing dazzling light. The powerful sealing force tightly wrapped around Shirze and Scorpion, along with the half-body Susanoo, firmly sealing them within a massive sealing array made of sand gold. After completing this, Raza's face turned extremely pale, breathing heavily. His gaze fixed on the giant sealing array formed by the sand gold, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. Finally, it's over. Raza wiped the sweat from his forehead. After observing for a moment, and finding that the sealed Shirze and Scorpion showed no signs of movement, he finally felt relieved. Lord Raza, are you okay? Nearby, Maki rushed to Raza's side, concerned after noticing his unusual state. I'm fine, Maki. The rebellion has been sealed by me. As for reinforcing the seal, I'll leave that to the village's professional sealing team. After saying this, Raza looked worriedly in the direction of Gaara. Without much hesitation, he gathered a small amount of sand gold beneath him, forming a sand cloud. He then slowly stepped onto the sand cloud, instructed Maki briefly, and with a gloomy expression, urged the sand cloud beneath him to speed toward Gaara's direction. Earlier, when Shirze had come to provide assistance, he had noticed that Shirzue's figure had appeared from within Sunagakure, while Scorpion had attacked from the front gate. This meant that from the very beginning of their battle with Scorpion, Shirze had already infiltrated the interior of Sunagakure. With his meticulous thoughts, he quickly pieced everything together. After sealing the two, he hurriedly rushed toward Gaara. Although he had left two backup measures over there, he couldn't guarantee Gaara's safety. After all, there were already two enemies visible on the surface. One was the Scorpion of the Red Sand, and the other was Konoha's Shirze. Both were not simple ninjas, even though they had been temporarily sealed by Raza, who could guarantee there wasn't a third or fourth person present. Thinking of this, Raza's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. He had no time to rest, pushing his limits as he hurried toward Gaara. On the way, he happened to pass by the resting place of Fengtian. Due to Raza being overly tense, he did not notice Fengtian's presence. Oh, why is Raza here? Could it be that Shirze and the others ran into trouble? It shouldn't be. Fengtian looked up at Raza, who was speeding along on the sand cloud, muttering to himself. Although his vision was still blurry, he noticed Raza's movements. After all, in the entire Sunagakure, only Raza had the ability to fly. At this moment, he had recovered a bit of chakra after a brief rest, but the pain and discomfort in his eyes still made him suffer greatly. However, thinking of the possible predicament Shirze and Scorpion might be in, he forced himself to activate the reverse fruit technique, restoring his physical condition to its peak. Soon, with the boost of the reverse fruit technique, Fengtian's body was fully restored, but his Manjiki Sharingan fell silent after recovery and would likely be unusable for a long time. However, this was not a big deal. After all, he had the one-tailed chakra ready, and he could enhance it later. Fengtian moved his body slightly, finding no major issues, and with a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The target was the Flying Thunder God mark he had previously placed on Shirze. What on earth is happening? Shirze, Scorpion, don't die so easily. You have to hold on. Chapter 18. Reunion. Fengtian's speed was fast. Originally very agile, he became even swifter after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. In just half an incense stick's time, he arrived at the front gate of Sunagakure. At this moment, he was backed by the night, cautiously lurking in a dark corner, watching everything unfold before him. He saw 7 or 8 Sunagakure ninjas holding scrolls, surrounding a massive sand gold sealing array. As they continuously formed hand signs, more and more dense symbols appeared on the giant sand gold. Meanwhile, for ninjas on their periphery were casting a simple barrier, firmly establishing a solid defense. Clearly, they had done a lot of preparatory work for safety. They are reinforcing the seal. Could it be that Shirze and the others have been sealed? Fengtian couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that 2 legendary genius ninjas could be sealed so easily. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fengtian adjusted his emotions, closed his eyes, and began to sense Shirze and Scorpion's chakra. After a moment, Fengtian slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, secretly pleased. As expected, I knew it wasn't that simple. Shirze is really clever. He must have taken advantage of Raza's inattention to unknowingly cast a genjutsu on him. Through Fengtian's sensing, he realized that there was no chakra presence of Shurzue and Scorpion within the ceiling array. According to Fengtian's deduction, it must have been Shurzue who cast a genjutsu on Raza, leading him to mistakenly believe he had successfully sealed the two. Successfully deceiving Raza was also related to Raza's anxious mindset. If he had calmed down and carefully checked, he would surely have discovered the trick. Back to the present. Fengtian speculated that Shurzue and Scorpion had successfully left this place and might have already arrived at the location they had previously agreed to meet. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and continued to use the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly retreating towards the marks he had made along the way. Meanwhile, at Scorpion's cave, Shurzue and Scorpion were sitting on the ground. After such intense battles, even these two genius ninjas could not help but feel a bit fatigued. I'll go to the entrance to check. You should stay here and rest well, Shurzue said, slowly getting up. Noticing that Fengtian had not returned for a long time, he decided to go to the cave entrance to meet him. If Fengtian did not return after a while, he planned to sneak into Sunagakure alone to bring him back. TCH. Do as you wish, Scorpion said with a dissatisfied pout, looking displeased at Shurzue in front of him. Although he had escaped danger with Shurzeue's help, his proud nature prevented him from acknowledging Shurzeue's viewpoint. He then took out several scrolls, releasing the puppets inside, and began to repair those that had been damaged in the previous battle. Seeing this, Shurzue only smiled slightly, and then his figure quickly disappeared, reappearing at the entrance of the cave. To Shurzeue's surprise, just after a short while, a flash of light from the Flying Thunder God mark beside him heralded Fengtian's appearance before him. How's it going? Did the ninjas from Sunagakure discover us? Shurzue asked with a smile upon seeing Fengtian, but he also knew that his earlier trick could not be kept hidden for long. He was worried that if Sunagakure discovered it, they might send pursuers to search for them. Your technique was quite impressive. Sunagakure hasn't discovered us for now. Moreover, I left a surprise for Raza over there, so we should be safe for a while. Fengtian replied casually, then looked at Shurzue, giving him an affirmative glance. However, before Shurzue could continue speaking, Fengtian suddenly seemed to remember something and changed the subject, asking, by the way, where's Scorpion? Did he come back with you? Upon hearing this, Shurzue smiled faintly and glanced into the depths of the cave, replying, he came back with me. He's currently inside the cave repairing his puppets. Once these words were spoken, Fengtian's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. He slowly exhaled a breath of air and sighed. It seems this operation went relatively smoothly, and everyone is safe. Although he said so, Fengtian knew the enormous price they had paid for this one-tail chakra. First, there was Scorpion, who didn't need further explanation, including the third Kazekage puppet. Nearly all the puppets he controlled were severely damaged in this battle. As the main force, his losses were the most significant. To repair so many damaged puppets would take a considerable amount of time. If Fengtian's ability to reverse cause and effect could still be used, it would save a lot of time. But unfortunately, during this battle, due to reckless manipulation of cause and effect, Fengtian's vision and ocular power had suffered severe damage. If he did not quickly bring the one-tailed chakra to the outer path golem, his Sharingan could potentially suffer permanent damage. In contrast, Shurzue, although not severely injured, had his identity exposed, which could cause significant trouble for the Uchiha clan of Konoha. This was the only aspect that made Shurzue feel troublesome. Even though he had nominally defected from Konoha, he still cared deeply for Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Now that this matter is settled, what should we do next? Shurzue couldn't help but ask, as in his eyes. Completing the Eye of the Moon plan as soon as possible and creating a world without war and smoke was the most important thing. As for Scorpion, let him go to the next location to capture the tailed beast on his own. As for us, let's return to Konoha first, and then meet up with Scorpion. Fengtian said calmly, already laying out the next steps in his mind. He must quickly gather enough tailed beasts to strengthen his power before everyone reacts. Once the entire ninja world realizes and begins to unite to protect the tailed beasts, things will become increasingly complicated. Hearing this, Shurzue slightly nodded in agreement. At this moment, he was also eager to proceed to the next location to capture a tailed beast for the Moon Eye plan. But then he asked, where's the next place to capture a tailed beast? Which tailed beast are we capturing? Chapter 19. Raza's confusion inside Gaara's room in Sunagakure. Gaara. Raza shouted Gaara's name, then pushed open the door to Gaara's sleeping quarters. To his surprise, what he saw was Yashiru holding the already asleep Gaara, mumbling something softly. Seeing this, Raza quickly approached and carefully took Gaara from Yashimaru's hands. After a thorough check, he found that Gaara was unharmed. He finally relaxed his worried heart. Lord Raza. Yashimaru, realizing the situation, immediately knelt on one knee to express his apologies to Raza. Yashimaru, tell me what happened here. After gently placing Gaara on the bed, Raza inquired of Yashimaru. Judging by the signs of battle in the room, it was evident that a fierce fight had taken place. Lord Raza, we were invaded by a boy from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. I fought him, but I was no match for him. I'm very ashamed that Gaara was taken away by him. But about half an hour later, that Uchiha boy inexplicably returned Gaara. Even now, I don't know what that Uchiha boy's intentions were. Yashimaru spoke, his hands unconsciously clenching, filled with shame and a sense of powerlessness over his inadequacy. A boy from the Uchiha clan? Are you talking about sure sway of the body flicker technique? Raza pondered with his hand on his chin. Based on the timeline, sure sway seemed to fit. No, that's not it. Although that Uchiha boy also possesses a Sharingan like sure sway, I could be certain it wasn't sure sway. There were 2 enemies in total. Lord Raza, the sure sway you mentioned must be the one outside fighting with Granny Chiyo. As for the one who invaded the house, it was clearly not him. Upon hearing this, Raza's brows gradually furrowed, and his eyes filled with worry as he began to seriously analyze everything that had just occurred. If what you said is true, then this matter is quite complicated. Sure sway from Konoha is colluding with a rogue ninja from our sand village, and secretly, there's another unknown mysterious Uchiha strongman. From the information we have, their target is Gaara, but I can't shake the feeling that something is being forgotten, Raza said, slowly walking over to Gaara's side. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Gaara's delicate face, then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sense everything happening with Gaara. After a moment, Rasha suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with a look of shock. He quickly took several steps back and said in an incredulous tone, "How is it possible? I can't sense the tailed beast chakra on Gaara. What's going on? This is unheard of. I've never heard of a Jinchuriki being able to remain unharmed after separating from their tailed beast." Yashimaru, upon hearing Raza's words, also showed a shocked expression. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy and tense, and Yashimaru's pupils slightly dilated, clearly shaken by this sudden turn of events. Lord Raza, what does this mean? Yashimaru's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't understand why Gaara could remain safe and sound despite losing the tailed beast chakra. Raza did not respond immediately, but instead walked back to Gaara's bedside, staring at the sleeping child with a complex expression. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to organize his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. There is only one possibility. The tailed beast within Gaara has been forcibly separated or sealed by some power. And this sealing technique is so exquisite that he has not been harmed as a result. Forcibly separated or sealed. Yashimaru repeated Rasha's words, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Who has such ability? And for what purpose? Rasha shook his head, his brow furrowed. It is still unclear at the moment. But whoever did this means that Sunagakure is facing an unprecedented crisis. Without the tailed beast, Gaara, although temporarily safe, has lost his protection, and we have lost an important strategic force. What should we do? Yashimaru asked anxiously, fully aware of Gaara's importance to Sunagakure and the consequences of losing him. Rasha pondered for a moment, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. First, we must confirm the identity and purpose of the other Uchiha ninja. Second, strengthen the village's defenses to prevent any possible attacks. Most importantly, protect Gaara and ensure he suffers no further harm. As for the secret of the tailed beast's separation, we must find out as soon as possible and regain the lost power. Yes, Lord Rasha. Yashimaru immediately responded, ready to carry out the orders. He slowly retreated, quickly disappearing from sight. Rasha looked at the sleeping Gaara and then turned to gaze out at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Near Konoha village, the figures of Fengtian and Shursui moved swiftly through the woods. After a long run, both of their faces showed signs of fatigue. Fengtian, we're not far from Konoha now. I'm quite curious. Why aren't we going to that place together with Scorpion? I have my reasons for doing this. Shursui. Besides, we are almost at our destination. Promise me, whatever you see later, do not be too surprised. Fengtian turned to look at Shursui, his eyes showing a hint of playfulness. TCH, still keeping me in suspense at this time? I really don't understand you. Shursui pouted in dissatisfaction, not believing there was anything that could surprise him. Soon, the two stopped by an inconspicuous cave. Seeing this, Fengtian's face flashed with a look of relief. and he stepped into the cave first. Under Feng Tian's gesture, Shui followed him into the mysterious cave. The deeper they went, the more the direction sloped downwards, as if they were heading towards the Earth's core. Feng Tian, why do I feel like there are many eyes nearby watching me? This feeling is not pleasant, Shui said with a serious expression, becoming more vigilant. It's nothing, just some white zetsu, no big deal. White zetsu. Before Shui could question further, Feng Tian, who was in front, stopped. In front of him was the wall that Obito had broken. We have arrived. Chapter 20. Absorbing one tail's chakra at Feng Tian's gesture. Shui slowly walked deeper, but what happened next profoundly shocked him. Before him lay a colossal outer path statue, crouched in an indescribably eerie posture. Its massive body seemingly capable of swallowing all surrounding light. On the statue, several solid-colored tubes twisted like vines, stretching out until they reached a solitary wooden throne. On the throne sat an old man, holding a scythe that gleamed coldly, with deep marks of time etched onto his face. This man was Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja who once stirred the world. At this moment, the elderly Madara slowly raised his head upon noticing Shusui's entrance. His pair of Rinnegan eyes filled with endless pressure, staring at the visitor before him. After a moment, the elderly Madara shifted his gaze from Shui to Feng Tian. He slowly stood up, resting a hand on the scythe, his lips slightly parted. His voice was not loud, but carried a hint of pressure. Feng Tian, what does this mean? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian casually shrugged his shoulders and then spoke. Lord Madara, this is my helper, named Uchiha Shui, also a member of the Uchiha clan. He has been a great help in this tailed beast capture plan. Additionally, I have found another helper who has already gone to the next location for capturing the tailed beasts. Before the elderly Madara could respond, Shui, upon hearing the name Madara, was filled with shock in his eyes. He took a step back in disbelief, his mouth trembling slightly as he whispered, Madara? Is this really our Uchiha clan's ancestor, Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Didn't he already perish in the valley of the end battle against the first Hokage? How could he possibly be alive now? Uchiha Madara's gaze lingered on Shusui's face for a moment, his Rinnegan seemingly able to perceive all secrets, piercing through Shusui's inner shock and confusion. He curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and said in a deep, powerful voice, Shui, you need not be surprised. In this world, there are many things that surpass ordinary imagination, and I, Uchiha Madara, am one of those beings that transcend common sense. Shui tried to calm himself, fully aware that any loss of composure in front of this powerful ancestor would be unwise. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, and then respectfully bowed, saying, Lord Madara, I am Uchiha Shui. It is an honor to meet you. I must say, I am quite shocked by your survival. Madara gently waved his hand, interrupting Shui. Let the past remain in the past. What matters now is the future. Shui, I have heard that you have performed excellently in the tailed beast capture plan. Well done. I am pleased that our Uchiha clan has a ninja as outstanding as you. After speaking, Madara's gaze turned to Feng Tian, and he continued, Feng Tian, how is the progress? It's going fairly well, without any major obstacles, Feng Tian replied, then extended his hand. Although he couldn't use the reverse causality right now, extracting the one-tailed chakra from the destiny space was not too much of a problem. Soon, as time passed, the earthy yellow one-tailed chakra in Feng Tian's hand continued to condense and expand, and in less than half a stick of incense. It had grown to about the size of a basketball. The elderly Madara nodded affirmatively upon seeing this, then signaled Feng Tian to place the chakra sphere into the outer path golem. Due to the previous infusion of the three-tailed chakra, Madara's body had recovered significantly. He didn't need to rely on Feng Tian's reverse causality, this time for simply absorbing chakra. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nodded, without much hesitation, directly throwing the one-tailed chakra into the mouth of the outer path golem. Boom! As the one-tailed chakra was infused, the outer path golem emitted a tremendous sound, and several drops of fresh blood slowly dripped from the corners of its dozens of eyes. As time passed, the chakra contained within its body became increasingly vast. It seems the progress is quite good. I wonder what new abilities we will gain this time. Feng Tian watched calmly as the outer path golem devoured the chakra, and as the absorption progressed, that familiar force of causality gradually began to coalesce in his eyes. Feeling the restoration of this force of causality, a smile soon appeared on Feng Tian's face. He looked up at the elderly Uchiha Madara, who was barely holding on. and his eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He spoke, "I will assist you." As Feng Tian's words fell, that terrifying causal power acted upon the elderly Madara. Soon, the once extremely weak Madara gradually returned to his peak state under the influence of this causal power. "Very good, Feng Tian, you did well," Uchiha Madara responded loudly. And under the effect of reversing cause and effect, in no time, he completely restored to his peak. He clapped his hands, and the mouth of the outer path golem suddenly opened wide, rapidly increasing its chakra absorption speed. In less than half an hour, the one-tailed chakra in Feng Tian's hand was completely absorbed. After completing all this, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction, and then signaled Feng Tian to's effect. Seeing this, Feng Tian immediately, after this enhancement, Feng Tian not only significantly increased his ocular power, allowing him to activate and deactivate the reversal of cause and effect in an instant, but he also unlocked the skeletal form of Susanoo. Although it was only a skeletal form, its defensive power received a tremendous boost, which also provided assurance for subsequent plans. The Moon Eye Plan, Collecting Tailed Beast Progress. 29. Congratulations, host, you have gained an opportunity to draw a skill. As the familiar system voice echoed in Feng Tian's mind, a huge wheel that only he could see appeared before him. Seeing this, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth. He then stepped forward and clicked with his finger, and the wheel began to slowly spin. The speed of the wheel increased rapidly, as if it were about to draw the entire space into it. Feng Tian's heartbeat also quickened, and he was curious about which ninja's divine skill he would draw this time. His gaze was tightly fixed on the names shimmering on the roulette, each name representing a legendary story. "Stop," Feng Tian silently recited in his heart, and, as his will was conveyed, the roulette slowly came to a halt as if pressed by an invisible hand. The pointer finally pointed to a name, but when Feng Tian saw that name clearly, the smile on his face abruptly froze, replaced by an awkward expression. "What kind of luck is this? How could it be you?" Chapter 21. Divine Might. Voidification. Congratulations to the host for choosing Uchiha Bido, Young. You can now choose Uchiha Bido, Young. S skills. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Divine Might. Voidification is Izanaji. Feng Tian looked at the skill icons before him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He turned his head to look at Abido, who was training not far away, and a complex expression appeared on his face. His luck was truly something else. Feng Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, without further hesitation, he gently tapped on the skill icon for phase shift. Instantly, a strange energy enveloped him, as if countless streams of data surged in his mind, resonating with his body. At that moment, Feng Tian's eyes began to shine with a unique light. The glow of Kamui, phase shift. Finally, as the energy dissipated, he successfully mastered this god-tier skill. Now his life-saving ability was maxed out. Feng Tian murmured softly. In his eyes, choosing Kamui, phase shift at this stage was the most perfect choice. Although Izanaji was also quite good, this skill would automatically unlock as Feng Tian's ocular power increased later on, so there was no need to waste such a precious opportunity. Moreover, using Izanaji would cost him a Sharingan, and the current Feng Tian wasn't like the future Danzo, who could afford to waste a Sharingan from his arm. Feng Tian, it seems your ocular power has increased quite a bit. Old man Abido slowly sat down on the wooden throne, looking down at Feng Tian from high position, his tone carrying a hint of authority. "Not too bad. Thanks to everyone, my ocular power has indeed increased a lot," Feng Tian replied expressionlessly. His gaze towards old man Abido was a mix of respect, pity, and a bit of vigilance. "So, with your current ocular power, can you support my long-term recovery to my peak?" After saying this, a glimmer of light flashed in the depths of old man Abido's murky eyes as he trembled and stood up, leaning on his scythe, waiting expectantly for Feng Tian to speak. After a long silence, Feng Tian didn't respond. He merely shook his head lightly, and the strained expression on his face seemed to convey his answer. "All right, it seems it's still a bit forced." Old man Abido saw this, and could only temporarily give up. He returned to his wooden throne and continued. "So, what do you need to do next?" "That kid Abido, after my special training these days, has also somewhat mastered his abilities. According to the strength classification, he should be above Special Jonin. Do we need to bring him along for this operation?" Before Feng Tian could speak, Abido, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes at that moment. His left eye is an ordinary eye formed by the structure of the white absolute, while his right eye belongs to his own kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Action? I'm very interested." Abido slowly got up, a fighting spirit appearing on his face. He looked at Madara and Fontian with increasingly fiery eyes, eager to rush outside for a fierce battle. This is unavoidable. Obito had been training for a long time in this dark underground environment. If it weren't for the deep obsession in his heart, with his childlike mentality, he might have gone crazy long ago. No need for that. Currently, the battle doesn't require Obito, so let him continue to train with you. And that works. Fontian and Madara simultaneously ignored Obito, which made Obito's expression slightly stiffen, but he quickly returned to normal. He clenched his fist secretly, vowing to make himself stronger. Strong enough that everyone would not be able to ignore his existence. Fontian, since Obito is not participating in the action for now, when do you plan to set off this time? The gaze of the old Obito focused again on Fontian, with a hint of questioning in his tone.
I must collect enough tailed beasts before the entire ninja world reacts. Besides, before we leave this time, I plan to make some arrangements here. Fontian spoke.
His eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as he looked at the old Obito. Arrangements? What do you mean? The old Obito spoke again, this time with a stronger sense of inquiry. Master Ban, although this time the enhancement of your ocular power cannot restore you to your peak for a long time, I guarantee that after I make some arrangements, I can allow you to temporarily break free from the outer path golem, regain your peak, and appear on any battlefield in the outside world. In a short period of time, you can kill at will. Upon hearing this, the old Obito's murky eyes suddenly brightened, and an expression of disbelief and extreme desire appeared on his face. He trembled as he asked Fontian, "Is what you said about the arrangement really that magical?" Fontian gently nodded, a mysterious smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Lord Ban, have you forgotten? I possess the power of causality. Some methods are beyond the imagination of ordinary people." Elder Ban leaned forward slightly, as if trying to hear every word of Fontian more clearly. "Then, how do you specifically plan to arrange it?" Fontian smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "You don't need to ask too much about that, Lord Ban. Just know that when everything is ready, you will get what you desire." Elder Ban was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something, and finally nodded slowly. "All right, Fontian, I will trust you this time. But you must remember, this matter is of great importance and must not have the slightest mistake. Rest assured, Lord Ban." Fontian respectfully bowed. "I will do my utmost to ensure everything goes smoothly. After all, the tailed beast we're trying to capture this time is quite dangerous. If we encounter a problem that cannot be solved, I hope Lord Ban can lend a helping hand. That goes without saying." After saying this, Ban leaned back in the wooden throne, his murky eyes slowly closed, and he deliberately weakened his presence to the utmost. This time, absorbing chakra was still a heavy burden for Ban. He needed some time to digest it. Seeing this, Fontian switched his eyes to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and as the patterns of the kaleidoscope spun continuously, the arrangement he spoke of was gradually completed. After about half a stick of incense's worth of time, he finally slowly closed his eyes, shutting off the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fontian turned his head to look at Shui beside him and couldn't help but say, "Shui, after staring for so long, shouldn't we be leaving?" Upon hearing this, Shui finally came back to his senses, his gaze returning from afar and focusing on Fontian, a hint of apologetic smile on his face. "Sorry." Fontian gently nodded, saying nothing more. He understood the shock of stillness. After all, if someone suddenly told you that your long-deceased ancestor was alive and was actually the mastermind behind your organization, anyone would be stunned for a long time. Where are we going next? Yunin Village. Chapter 22. In the land of rain, on the outskirts of Yunin Village, hidden within the towering mountains, there was a deep cave that served as Scorpion's secret base for meticulously repairing the third Kazekage puppet. Under the dim light, Scorpion's fingers moved like a graceful dancer, weaving in and out among the puppet's complex joints, each touch precise and flawless, showcasing his mastery of puppet techniques to the extreme. During the previous battle with Sunagakure, this puppet had sustained severe damage. If it weren't for its robust quality, it would have shattered into pieces like those ordinary puppets. TCH, it's been so long with no news. The ninjas from Konoha are really unreliable. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Scorpion's handsome face. Since parting ways in Sunagakure, Scorpion had been lurking around Yunin Village according to Fontian's arrangements. This lurking had lasted for dozens of days. During this time, Scorpion not only thoroughly understood the terrain layout of Yunin Village, the patterns of guard rotations, but he also grasped the daily routines of the target, the two Yuzuki brothers, perfectly. This information was like a precise puzzle, gradually constructing the perfect action plan in his mind. Thinking of this, A cold smile crept onto Scorpion's lips as he gently stroked the cold metal surface of the third Kazekage puppet, as if engaging in a silent conversation with it. However, the next moment, upon sensing the familiar chakras at the cave entrance, Scorpion's expression returned to indifference. How slow, these ninjas from Konoha, especially that one who claims to be Shunshin and Shirzei. I never expected his speed to be so slow. Scorpion looked at Feng Tian and Shirzei, who were slowly approaching, and disdainfully curled his lips. However, before Shirzei could retort, Feng Tian, with eyes fixed on Scorpion, spoke apologetically. Sorry, I set up some contingency plans back in Konoha, so it took a bit of time. After Feng Tian finished speaking, seeing that Scorpion was still slowly repairing his puppet, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and continued. To express my apology, I'll take responsibility for repairing the puppet. Just you? Hearing this, Scorpion finally lifted his head, looking at Feng Tian with disdainful eyes. His words were filled with doubt. He really couldn't believe that a kid from the Uchiha clan could master the art of puppet repair. However, Feng Tian faced the skepticism with a gentle shake of his head, then switched his eyes to the Mangeki Sharingan and confidently said, "It's simple. I just modify the cause and effect." As Feng Tian's words fell, a strange power of causality enveloped the already damaged third Kazekage puppet. This mysterious power of causality was visibly repairing the third Kazekage puppet at an astonishing speed, leaving Scorpion speechless. Scorpion widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched everything unfold before him. Under his gaze, the third Kazekage puppet was rapidly repaired by the power of causality released from Feng Tian's Mangeki Sharingan, as if time were rewinding, erasing all damage. What kind of ability is this? A tremor crept into Scorpion's voice. He had never seen such a miraculous and efficient means of repair. Feng Tian smiled, his eyes flashing with the complex patterns unique to the Mangeki Sharingan, and gently clapped his hands, signaling Scorpion to bring out the remaining remnants of the 100 Machines training. This is a unique ability of my Mangeki Sharingan, reversing cause and effect. By altering the causality of things, many seemingly impossible tasks can be achieved, including repairing puppets. Feng Tian explained, his tone filled with pride. Although Scorpion was shocked inside, he maintained his indifference on the surface. He took out the remaining remnants of the 100 machines, training one by one, and placed them on the ground, waiting for Feng Tian's next move. Feng Tian activated the Mangeki Sharingan again, and the strange power of causality surged once more, enveloping the remnants of the 100 machines training. With a series of subtle mechanical sounds and flickering lights, the originally shattered puppet parts began to reassemble, gradually restoring their original appearance. This is truly incredible. A complex emotion flickered in Scorpion's eyes. He had thought his skill in puppet techniques was unmatched, but at this moment, he had to admit that the Uchiha kid before him possessed a powerful strength he could not comprehend. All right, Scorpion, now that your puppets are fully repaired, we can start the next phase of the plan. Feng Tian retracted his Mangeki Sharingan, his tone filled with confidence. Scorpion was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He then took out a map he had made in recent days, detailing the defensive situation around the hidden cloud village and the frequent activity points of the two Yuzuki gates. After carefully examining the map, both Shirzei and Feng Tian nodded in satisfaction, casting an affirmative glance at Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion smirked with pride, although he still maintained a cold demeanor on the surface. He was actually quite pleased inside. Feng Tian stared at the map, his finger lightly resting on his chin as he fell into deep thought. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, until he slowly raised his hand, his gaze firmly pointing to several key locations on the map, beginning to outline a bold and meticulous action plan. Soon, in less than half a stick of incense's time, Feng Tian had laid out his plan in detail before Scorpion and Shirzei. The plan's brilliance and bold strategy moved both individuals present, but soon followed by deep worries. Shirzei was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with unmistakable concern. Feng Tian, this plan is too risky. The strength of the hidden cloud village is far beyond that of the hidden sand village. Their combat capabilities are something we can hardly imagine. If we're not careful, the three of us might end up in an irrecoverable situation. Scorpion also rarely expressed his concerns, his words calm and direct. What Shirzei said is absolutely right. The risks and rewards of this plan are extremely disproportionate. While success would bring us tremendous benefits, the consequences of failure are equally unbearable. In the face of their worries, Feng Tian merely shook his head lightly. Ever since the second-tailed beast was absorbed into the outer path golem, the power of causality within him had significantly increased. allowing him to perceive more and deeper information. He clearly felt that the familiar and powerful aura was gradually approaching. I had no choice. This was the fastest way for us to collect tailed beasts at the moment. If we didn't quicken our pace, they would probably come. Chapter 23. To you doors they? Were they? Jishui and Xie asked in unison after hearing Feng Tian's words. At this moment, both of them were completely confused, but judging by Feng Tian's expression, their strength should be formidable. Even the usually enigmatic Feng Tian frowned when discussing this topic. They're a group of terrifying pursuers. Many times, just when I thought the world was coming to an end, they always managed to appear in time, disrupting my plans. If I remember correctly, this is the 6th time for me, Feng Tian said with a worried expression, his eyes filled with concern. It was precisely because of their relentless pursuit that Feng Tian directed all the newly acquired skills towards life-saving means. Whether it was the flying thunder god before or the divine might phasing this time, it was all to adapt to the uncertain future. After Feng Tian's words fell, Jishui and Xie looked even more bewildered. They understood every word Feng Tian said, but when combined, it left them completely puzzled. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Let's proceed with the next actions as I mentioned before. Although this time, it might be a bit difficult for Jishui, Feng Tian said, casting a glance at Jishui with a hint of guilt in his eyes. For the grand plan, this little sacrifice was nothing. Jishui spoke firmly, then quickly left under the gazes of the two, heading to complete the task assigned by Feng Tian. TCH, boring move. Xie muttered discontentedly after seeing Jishui depart. He just glanced at Feng Tian lightly, let out a slow sigh, and then, when Feng Tian saw the two set off, he followed behind Scorpion. What he has to arrange is far more complex than Scorpion's. There's no helping it. After all, he is the nominal leader of the Twilight Organization. The others only need to focus on fighting, while he has to consider many things. In a land of lightning, cloud-hidden village. Hey, Yuzuki-sama, is what you said true? Hey, Killer Bee, when will you be serious? According to the intelligence from Sand-Hidden Village, this matter is not that simple. The two Yuzuki men rested their hands on their chins, looking at Killer Bee, who was still singing and dancing. Jojo, Jufuki-sama, you don't need to be too nervous in Cloud-Hidden Village, with me and my beloved Oni-chan guarding. Everything is just a small matter. Killer Bee didn't feel any tension from Yuzuki's words. On the contrary, he continued to remain optimistic, dancing and rapping in strange poses. I'm serious, Killer Bee. As fellow Jinchuriki, I think you should take this matter seriously. Yuzuki suppressed her anger and continued. In her view, the fact that Shikaku's chakra was extracted by a mysterious organization was not good news for them Jinchuriki. Since the other party could successfully extract Shikaku's chakra from the heavily guarded Sand-Hidden Village, it indicated that their strength was definitely not weak. Although Cloud-Hidden Village's overall strength is stronger than Sand-Hidden Village's, they still need to take these unknown organizations and unknown purposes seriously. Joyu Fuki-sama, my Oni-chan and I are the strongest brother duo in the ninja world. No matter what organization can't stir up any waves in front of us, Sai. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki was completely defeated by Killer Bee's overly optimistic attitude. She began to regret why she sought out Killer Bee to say these things. It was clearly a waste of time. Recently, she had distinctly sensed some inexplicable things, although she hadn't actually discovered anything. Her intuition told her that her movements were being closely monitored. This was also the reason she came to find Killer Bee. She wanted to know if he had sensed anything strange recently. However, she not only gained nothing, but also wasted so much time. Just as Yuzuki was about to say something more, she realized that Killer Bee had already vanished. It seems this matter still requires consulting Lord Third Rakage. I wonder if he has time to pay attention to these issues. Yuzuki stood in the empty corridor, secretly lamenting the unpredictability of the world, about to turn around and head to the Third Rakage's office. However, just as this thought arose, her figure suddenly froze involuntarily as a sense of inexplicable crisis pierced through her like cold ice. She quickly turned her head, her sharp eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the void, fixating on a dark corner. However, what responded to her was not words, but several kunai flashing with cold light, like shooting stars in the night, breaking the silence and coming swiftly with deadly threats. A hint of surprise flashed in Yuzuki's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by calm. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, sketching a trace of indifference. Her figure moved like a gentle breeze, sidestepping cleanly and without hesitation. Those kunai that could have been fatal missed her due to her clever evasion. It seems you all are faster than I imagined. Yuzuki's mouth slightly opened, her voice low and somber. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her like a ghost. Yuzuki focused her gaze and saw that the person was dressed in the attire of a leaf ninja, handsome in appearance, carrying a short sword on his back. This person was none other than Uchiha Sure, an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan from the Leaf Village. I understand now. The mysterious organization that extracted the tailed beast chakra is from your Leaf Village. Yuzuki's tone was incredulous, but more filled with anger and disappointment. The light of disdain flickered in her eyes, as if at that moment, all her goodwill toward the leaf had vanished. TCH, truly a bunch of hypocrites. Yuzuki's voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain, the corners of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. However, Sure remained unfazed by her mockery. His expression was still as calm as water, slowly drawing out the short sword on his back, the blade shimmering with a faint cold light, as if it could freeze everything. Meanwhile, his eyes shifted to the three-tomo Sharingan, revealing endless killing intent and determination. As the tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, it seemed to make the entire space tremble, a chilling killing intent quietly spreading. Chapter 24, Susanoo vs. Two Tails Yuru. Yuzuki sensed Sure killing intent, and a hint of nervousness flashed through her heart. During the Third Great Ninja War, Sure had made a name for himself throughout the ninja world with his own strength. Known as the Body Flicker Sure, she had previously heard from Killer Bee and his brother about how remarkable the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze from the Leaf Village was. As someone nearly as renowned as him, Sure strength surely wouldn't be lacking. Sure, if you want to capture me, feel free to try. Yuzuki spoke darkly, trying to provoke Sure. She then activated her simple-tailed beast mode, and blue cat-like patterns of chakra emerged on her body, her hair spiking up, her eyes turning white. Then she turned without looking back and fled. In this mode, Yuzuki's entire physical capabilities were greatly enhanced. Her speed so fast, it was completely untraceable to the naked eye. Fortunately, Sure had activated his three-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to barely see Yuzuki's movements. Trying to escape? Sure spoke softly, then began his pursuit based on the chakra traces Yuzuki left behind as she fled. The two moved quickly, and in less than half a stick of incense. Sure tracked Yuzuki to a cave. Not escaping, Sure radiated killing intent as he stepped closer to Yuzuki. However, the latter revealed a cold smile, then quickly detonated the explosive tags she had previously placed at the cave entrance. Boom! With a series of explosions, countless rubble blocked the entrance of a cave that Sure had just entered, sealing off the only escape route. Escape? I think you're mistaken. To be precise, I was luring you here, Yuzuki said mockingly, then decided not to hide anymore. Her body flowed with the chakra of the Two Tails and instantly entered tailed beast transformation mode. Before Sure could react, a massive cat-like demon, engulfed in blue flames, appeared before him, complete form of the Two Tails, Yuru. Before Sure could respond, Yoru gathered a gigantic blue fireball in its mouth, swiftly charging towards Sure. As Jishue saw the blue fireball, he quickly dodged, and even though the speed of the fireball was fast, it still couldn't catch up to him. However, just when Jishue thought he had successfully evaded, the blue fireball bizarrely split apart, forming numerous small fireballs that had tracking properties, continuing to pursue Jishue. Upon seeing this, Jishue's expression changed drastically. It was as if the blue fireball had locked onto him, and no matter how he dodged, he couldn't shake it off. Therefore, he decided to stop hiding. In the blink of an eye, his eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Following that, the so-called absolute defense, Susanoo, was summoned in an instant, with a massive green half-figure of Susanoo centered around him, steadily blocking countless blue fireballs. Susanoo wielded a spiral gun and fiercely clashed with the Two Tails. In the half-figure Susanoo state, Jishue used a high-speed rotating weapon to deal heavy damage to the Two Tails, each attack accompanied by deafening explosions and flying sparks. The Two Tails did not back down either. It opened its huge mouth and spewed a torrent of scorching blue flames, attempting to engulf Susanoo. However, Susanoo stood firm like a wall of copper and iron, successfully withstanding the flame attack. In the face of Susanoo's fierce onslaught, the Two Tails showcased its formidable strength. It used its agility and speed to continuously evade Susanoo's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. In one clash, the Two Tails suddenly seized a gap in Susanoo's defense, launching a counterattack in an instant. It clawed fiercely at Susanoo's body, trying to tear apart the massive figure. However, Susanoo seemed to possess an immortal body, Even when hit by the two-tails claws, it only left a few shallow scratches. Give up, you can never defeat me. Jishue spoke, trying to persuade Yuzuki to surrender. However, what responded to him was a tremendous roar that shook the entire mountain. Seeing this, Jishue could only sigh. He knew he couldn't maintain Susanoo for long, so he planned to end it quickly. Susanoo 99, Jishue shouted angrily, and then the chest of Susanoo opened, shooting out countless green spikes at incredible speed toward the two-tails. Faced with such fast spikes, the two-tails couldn't dodge in time and was instantly pierced by numerous spikes. Its massive body was hit and quickly retreated, crashing heavily against the rocks behind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is it over? Jishue saw the attack hit and quickly dispelled Susanoo. At this moment, his breath was slightly chaotic. Using Susanoo for an extended period was a heavy burden for him. However, as the dust settled, the colossal body of the two-tails miraculously reappeared before Jishue's eyes. At this moment, half of its body was already severely damaged. As if it could collapse at any moment, its breath weak to the extreme, almost undetectable. But shockingly, under the illumination of the swirling blue flames, those broken limbs seemed to be given life, slowly writhing, beginning a difficult self-repair. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. In just a brief 2 breaths, the massive body of the two-tails had restored about 70 to 80%, like a giant beast reborn from the abyss, exuding a heart-pounding aura. How is this possible? Jishue witnessed this scene, his eyes flashing with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with shock. However, the crisis was not resolved. Instead, it became more urgent. The two-tails' enormous mouth began to gather another fireball as hot as the sun, the blazing flames nearly igniting the surrounding air. The next moment, it came crashing down towards Jishue like a meteor. Jishue's heart sank, just as he was about to dodge using his techniques. A figure flashed out like a specter, unhesitatingly blocking in front of him. At that moment, time seemed to stop and the air froze. Susanoo, with a deafening roar, a pair of pitch-black hands suddenly stretched out, like the hands of a deity, firmly grasping the fireball capable of incinerating everything. Immediately after, an indescribable force erupted, and the fireball was extinguished in an instant, turning into nothingness. You were careless, Jishue. Now, leave it to me. Chapter 25, Tailed Beastball. I'm sorry, Feng Tian, I was careless this time. Jishue looked at Feng Tian with an apologetic expression, feeling a mix of emotions. However, Feng Tian did not say much. He simply gave Jishue a look, signaling him to step aside. Seeing this, Jishue nodded slightly and then retreated to the side, observing the battle between the two. Roar! The two-tails, upon seeing Feng Tian's sudden appearance, felt no tension. On the contrary, the corners of its mouth curled up slightly, filled with disdain towards Feng Tian. Come on, let me see the strength of you perfect Jinchuriki, Feng Tian said, then directly activated Flying Thunder God and Reverse Causality. Under the interaction of both abilities, his figure instantly appeared directly above the two-tails. Everything happened so quickly that the two-tails had no time to react. Then, the pitch-black skeletal Susanoo appeared in an instant, and a large hand filled with oppressive force slammed down towards the two-tails below. Bang! As expected, Feng Tian's strike landed firmly on the two-tails, and the terrifying impact instantly smashed the massive two-tails deep into the ground. Did it work? Jishue murmured to himself, revealing a hint of joy on his face, clearly confident in Feng Tian's attack. However, Feng Tian did not show any joy. Instead, his eyes were fixed intently on the newly created pit, the kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating, cautiously preparing for everything that was about to happen. Moments later, the two-tails had not crawled out of the pit, but blue flames began to surge from the hole. This time, it seemed as if the flames contained the figure of a rat, locking onto Feng Tian with terrifying heat and charging at him. Fire rat ball? This is troublesome. Feng Tian looked grimly at the multiple fire rat balls coming at him, constantly using Flying Thunder God to dodge. However, no matter where he fled, he could not escape the tracking of the fire rat balls in the not-so-wide cave, as if they were tightly locked onto him. Feng Tian, this attack can't be dodged. You can only withstand it with Susanoo. Jishue shouted from the side, trying to remind Feng Tian. But Feng Tian did not take Jishue's advice. Based on the current situation, using reverse causality was far more cost-effective than Susanoo. So he sighed deeply and said softly, "This is a hassle." With no other choice, Feng Tian had to use reverse causality again to modify the target locked onto by the fire rat balls. And soon the fire rat balls stopped pursuing Feng Tian and instead surged towards the pit. Bang! With a loud bang, the two-tailed beast leaped out of the pit. Its eyes filled with rage as it fiercely stared at Feng Tian and Ji Shui in front of it. It never expected that the fire rat jade it had released, which had tracking properties, would come back towards itself, resulting in a huge loss. It was using its blue flames, which had restorative properties, to continuously heal its body while opening its mouth wide, gathering massive energy from the surroundings, which began to condense into a black spherical energy in its mouth. In just a breath's time, the aura emanating from that black spherical energy became extraordinarily terrifying. It was like a black hole, continuously devouring the surrounding energy, transforming into a power that seemed capable of destroying everything. Seeing this, Feng Tian's pupils shrank sharply, cold sweat running down his back, and he spoke with disbelief. His words laced with fear. This is the tailed beast jade. Has it gone mad? Using tailed beast jade in a place like this. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui also immediately reacted. Judging by the energy radiating from that tailed beast jade, once it detonated, everything around would instantly turn to nothingness. Even it would be no exception. Feng Tian's gaze was fixed on the terrifying tailed beast jade. Completely astonished that the Yumu door in front of him could be so crazy. It was preparing to sacrifice itself to completely annihilate the two of them. He looked deeply at Shi Shui, stopping the latter from considering using Susanoo to withstand the tailed beast bomb. According to Feng Tian's judgment, using the tailed beast bomb in such a cramped space would unleash terrifying explosive energy, and with their incomplete Susanoo, there was no way they could withstand it. Only a complete Susanoo would have that possibility. There was no other choice. I can only do this, forgive me, Shi Shui. Feng Tian glanced at Shi Shui again, his eyes filled with resolute determination. However, Shi Shui was very clever and understood Feng Tian's thoughts in an instant. No, Shi Shui shouted anxiously, trying to stop Feng Tian's actions. However, Feng Tian simply shook his head lightly, and before Shi Shui could react, he directly activated the reversal of cause and effect. The space distorted, light and shadow intertwined, and Shi Shui felt a blur in front of him. When he focused again, he found himself several miles away, surrounded by completely unfamiliar scenery. It hurts. After doing all this, Feng Tian's eyes suddenly flowed with a large amount of blood, like red beads on a broken string, staining his clothes. His breath was extremely faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The chakra within him was like smoke carried away by a fierce wind, dissipating without a trace. He staggered a few steps, barely stabilizing himself, his face as pale as paper, with a hint of bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was suffering from the backlash of the recent cause and effect reversal. Even Feng Tian, who had upgraded his eye power twice, found it hard to cope. Everything should be destroyed. With a furious roar from the Yumu men, the terrifying tailed beast orb had now fully formed. Without much hesitation, the tailed beast orb, carrying a destructive aura, came towards Feng Tian. Faced with the tailed beast orb that was so close, Feng Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon sensing the destructive aura emanating from it. At this moment, he no longer had the ability to use the cause and effect reversal to modify causality, and even the flying thunder god technique, which he relied on to escape, had lost its effect in the face of this destructive power. He seemed to be firmly bound by the web of fate, unable to break free. There was no choice but to endure. This time it was serious. In the next moment, the terrifying tailed beast ball suddenly exploded, and the dazzling light instantly engulfed Feng Tian, as if even heaven and earth were torn apart by this force. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, the air filled with a heavy scent of blood and despair, while Feng Tian's figure gradually dissipated into nothingness amidst the endless destruction. Chapter 26, Killer Beige-Bomb. The explosion caused by the tailed beast ball directly annihilated everything within a kilometer radius. Even Ji Shui, who was several miles away, felt a wave of fear after sensing the shockwave from the explosion. Feng Tian was likely in grave danger, Ji Shui said with a worried expression, and after briefly adjusting his breath, he rushed towards the center of the explosion without hesitation. He must hold on, Feng Tian. You absolutely cannot have any issues. Huff. Is it over? At the center of the explosion, the two Yumu men trembled as they stood up and spoke in low voices. At this moment, she was affected by the explosion, her aura extremely weak, with several strands of blue flames on her body continuously repairing her soon-to-collapse form. She looked into the distance, and, upon finding that no one was present before her, and confirming that Feng Tian and the others had turned to nothingness, she barely managed to curl her lips into a cold smile. Humph. Some ignorant little brats dare to target me. This is your end. But now that this matter is settled, I should promptly report to Lord Third Rakage. After all, this is near the Hidden Cloud Village. I think I might have gone a bit too far. After saying this, Yumu immediately sat down on the ground to restore her chakra. As for her injuries, there was no need to worry. With the healing of the blue flames formed by the two-tailed chakra, recovery was just a matter of time. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared in the direction before her, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. In front of her, the space suddenly produced a ripple. In the next moment, as the space twisted, Feng Tian's figure appeared before Yumu, completely unharmed. How is this possible? How did you do it? Upon seeing Feng Tian, Yumu immediately stood up, trembling as she stepped back several paces. However, Feng Tian did not respond. He merely scanned his surroundings, and, upon discovering that everything around him had turned to nothingness due to the tailed beast ball, he quietly exclaimed, "Obito's ability is indeed remarkable. Fortunately, my choice was not wrong." Feng Tian recalled the tense moment that had just occurred and couldn't help but marvel at the perverse nature of the Kamui. That's right. Just before the tailed beast ball was about to hit him, he remembered that he still had the Kamui as a trump card. In a moment of desperation, Feng Tian instantly slipped into the Kamui space, successfully avoiding the explosion of Yumu's tailed beast ball. When it comes to defense, even Susanoo cannot compare to the perverse nature of Kamui. Seeing Feng Tian appear before her without a scratch, Yumu was filled with extreme fear. She couldn't understand how he managed to remain unharmed amidst such a terrifying explosion. However, her current state was extremely poor, and she could not possibly be a match for Feng Tian. Thus, she instinctively prepared to flee without much hesitation. But unfortunately, even though Yumu's speed was quite fast, it was nothing compared to Feng Tian's flying thunder god technique. Almost at the moment Yumu was about to turn and leave, Feng Tian instantly flashed in front of her and directly punched her several meters away. Cough! After taking a solid punch from Feng Tian, Yumu spat out a mouthful of blood, falling into complete despair. Do you still want to escape? Feng Tian approached her step by step, and their identities completely reversed at this moment. Now, Feng Tian was like a cat toying with Yumu, this extremely weak mouse, no matter what Yumu tried. She could not escape from Feng Tian's clutches. Oof. Don't underestimate people. Unable to endure Feng Tian's arrogant attitude, Yumu, fueled by anger, used her last bit of strength to forcefully attempt tailed beast transformation, preparing for a desperate fight with Feng Tian. However, Feng Tian had already seen through her thoughts, directly switching to his Manjiki Sharingan and using the inversion technique to instantly empty her chakra. Even the blue flames that were still burning on Yumu's body fell into eternal silence under the effect of inversion. Do you have any other means? Honestly, give up struggling. It will hurt less this way. Feng Tian said with a cold smile, then reached out his hand towards Yumu, preparing to forcibly extract her two-tailed chakra. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred in the arena. Several blades suddenly shot towards Feng Tian from an unknown source. TCH, is there a rescue? Feng Tian grimaced and quickly evaded the blade's attack with a flying thunder god technique. Yo Yumu-chan, what troubles are you facing luckily? I'm here, these little guys are no match for me at this critical moment. Killer Bee's figure appeared before the two, rapping in a carefree manner while walking towards Yumu with a very peculiar gait. The earlier explosion caused by Yumu's tailed beast ball was too loud. Sensing the familiar tailed beast chakra, Killer Bee immediately realized that Yumu might be in danger and rushed over in time. Killer Bee, when will you ever be serious? Yumu complained as she looked at the oddly behaving Killer Bee, even in her current dire straits. She didn't want such a carefree person to save her. After all, she was extremely proud, but every time Killer Bee appeared, it shattered the aloof persona she had worked so hard to cultivate. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is also here? Good, this aligns with my earlier expectations. Feng Tian's eyes fixated on the suddenly appearing Killer Bee, and instead of feeling surprised, a hint of madness flashed across his face. This would allow him to collect two-tailed beasts directly, which excited him greatly. Oh, it seems this person is the enemy Yumu-chan mentioned, but it doesn't matter. No matter what kind of enemy in front of my Lord Killer Bee, they will be defeated instantly. Killer Bee finally noticed Feng Tian not far away. Although he spoke nonchalantly, his eyes, seen through the protective goggles, revealed a trace of seriousness. He has retrieved the blades he previously discarded and taken out several more from his body, a total of 7 blades, placing them at various parts of his body, ready to engage in battle with Kira. A killer bee? Very well. I'm quite interested in you. However, it's a pity that I'm not skilled with blades, so you won't be facing me. Chapter 27. Susanoo versus 8 Tails Ushioni. Oh, do you have accomplices, boy? Upon hearing Kira's words, Kira couldn't help but ask. Kira merely smiled slightly at this, and in the next moment, Shizuku's figure appeared instantly, standing side by side with him. You've rested enough? It's your turn now. Kira looked at Shizuku, smiled faintly, and then spoke. Shizuku nodded slightly, then drew the short sword from his back. He also looked at Kira and asked, I'm quite curious, how did you survive that terrifying explosion? I naturally have my trump card, which is inconvenient to disclose. Then what was that expression you had earlier, making it seem like you were really done for? For the sake of the show, Kira hurriedly said, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Shizuku didn't say much more. He turned to the strange, knife-wielding Kira in front of him and softly said, I heard there is a blade master named Killer Bee in the Hidden Cloud Village, and I've long wanted to battle you. After his words, Shizuku instantly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, holding the short blade as he charged at Kira. Upon seeing this, Kira's lips curled into a playful smile. He did not immediately engage, but instead lightly sidestepped with a near-dance-like movement, skillfully avoiding Shizuku's swift first strike. Oh my. This young man has some skill, but with just this, you think you can challenge me, Kira? You're still far from it. Shizuku, seeing this, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that facing an opponent like Killer Bee, even the slightest distraction could be fatal. So, he began to utilize the terrifying insight of his 3-tomo Sharingan, trying to capture every subtle movement of Killer Bee. Killer Bee, on the other hand, danced lightly on the battlefield, leaping with a near-dance-like rhythm. His 7 blades traced brilliant arcs in the air, sometimes forming a barrier of defense, and at other times transforming into sharp weapons of attack. With each swing and thrust, there was a perfect blend of power and technique, as if each blade had its own will. Ensue, unwilling to be outdone, moved like a specter across the battlefield, his short sword carving silver trails through the air. With the insight of his Sharingan, he accurately predicted the trajectory of Killer Bee's attacks and dodged and counterattacked with astonishing speed. Each clash with Killer Bee's blades produced a deafening sound of metal colliding, accompanied by flying sparks. However, Killer Bee's 7 blades seemed to have a life of their own, constantly changing their angles and methods of attack. Sometimes, he would suddenly alter the direction of his attack, catching Shursui off guard. At other times, he would use the coordination between the blades to create complex attack combinations that made it difficult for Shursui to defend. For a moment, Shursui was overwhelmed by Killer Bee, and the entire battle took a turn for the worse. He had never fought against an enemy with such a bizarre fighting style, and, for a moment, he was unable to cope. He could only continuously adjust his fighting rhythm, trying to find a flaw in Killer Bee. After an intense clash, he keenly noticed that Killer Bee had a brief moment of pause after a quick slash. Seizing this opportunity, Shursui shot towards Killer Bee like an arrow released from a bow. His short sword drew a silver flash in the air, stabbing towards Karabi's chest with astonishing speed. However, Karabi's reaction was equally swift. He suddenly tilted his body, and 7 blades instantly formed a dense defense net, successfully blocking Jishue's attack. This won't do. I need to end this battle quickly, Jishue thought to himself, then switched his eyes to the kaleidoscope Sharingan and directly cast an illusion on Karabi. However, after being affected by the illusion, Karabi simply paused for a moment and then continued to charge towards Jishue. How is this possible? My illusion has no effect on him? Jishue was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect his signature illusion to have no impact on Karabi, and for a moment he was thrown into chaos. Karabi seized this opportunity, controlling the 7 blades to fiercely stab at Jishue's vital points. In this critical moment, Jishue decided to no longer hide. He released Susanoo, blocking Karabi's attack. Jishue, he is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and also a perfect Jinchuriki, able to be immune to illusions. Your illusion has no effect on him. Jishue heard Feng Tian's voice in his ear, and after Feng Tian's explanation, he suddenly realized. So that's it, I understand. Right now, my swordsmanship can't match Karabi, and my illusion has no effect on him. The best method now is Susanoo. The next moment, a spiral spear appeared in the hands of Jishue's green half-body, Susanoo, and it fiercely stabbed towards Karabi. Seeing this, Karabi was also unwilling to back down. He quickly dodged Jishue's powerful strike, and then transformed into the 8 Tails. In an instant, the massive body of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, surged onto the battlefield like a flash flood, creating a stark contrast with Jishui's green half-formed Susanoo. The Eight Tails' eyes sparkled with a wild light as it opened its enormous mouth and let out a deafening roar. The thunderous sound waves echoed across the battlefield, as if they were about to swallow everything. Meanwhile, Jishui's green Susanoo stood firmly in place, the spiral spear in its hand glinting coldly, ready to face the storm unleashed by the Eight Tails. "Come on, Karabi." Jishui's voice resonated within the chest cavity of the Susanoo, filled with determination. Karabi was equally unyielding, controlling the Eight Tails to launch a fierce attack against Jishui. The clash between Gyuki and the Susanoo wove breathtaking scenes on the battlefield, each encounter seeming to tear the heavens and the earth apart. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a bolt of lightning suddenly darted across the battlefield at such speed that even Feng Tian, watching from the sidelines, couldn't react in time. With that furious shout, the lightning struck with overwhelming force, directly smashing a hole in Jishui's Susanoo with a single punch. As his power surged, the lightning surged wildly in the arena, and in the next moment, Jishui's Susanoo was completely shattered. "Jishui, be careful." Suffering such a heavy blow, Jishui coughed up blood, and in his astonished gaze, that figure had already reached him without any pause, delivering a punch straight at him. Chapter 28, Fourth Hokage. At this critical moment, Feng Tian finally reacted. His eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Without any hesitation, he directly unleashed the reverse cause and effect, forcibly altering Shirsue's position. Bang! The terrifying thunder struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and the lightning in the sky intermittently crackled, as if expressing its own power. I'm saved. Feng Tian, I owe you another life. Just as the lightning was about to hit Shirsue, he was successfully rescued by Feng Tian's reverse cause and effect. He quickly turned to look at Feng Tian, his words filled with gratitude. "Shirsue, you have done well, but the real battle is yet to come." Feng Tian deeply glanced at Shirsue. His expression had been serious since that flash of lightning appeared. Only he knew what the figure behind that lightning represented, the fourth Reikage candidate. At this moment, as the lightning dissipated, the robust figure of the fourth A, as if hewn from stone, appeared before everyone, his gaze sharp and fierce, with subtle flashes of lightning coursing over his body. The fourth A looked at the recovering Yuzuki and the already tailed beast-ified Killer Bee, saying, "Are you okay, Yuzuki?" "And what about?" "I'm fine. Thanks to Killer Bee, my chakra has recovered quite a bit, enough for healing." Yuzuki stood up, and several strands of faint blue flames surged from her, continuously healing her injuries. Perhaps soon, Yuzuki would be able to join the battle again. Oh dear big brother with you here, our brotherhood is invincible even in his tailed beast form. Upon seeing the fourth A appear, Killer Bee couldn't help but start rapping. In his eyes, no matter how powerful the opponent, there would be no match for their brotherhood. Of course, except for that yellow flash from Konoha, this is going to be a big problem. The fourth A has also appeared, and it looks like things won't end well today. Feng Tian looked at the fourth A with a serious expression, his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating. He initially tried to reverse cause and effect, attempting to alter the fact of the fourth Reikage's survival, but unfortunately, the backlash from the consequences was too great for him to bear at this moment. Currently, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee have successfully teamed up, and with the Yamanaka clan watching closely, he and Shirsue are definitely no match for them. Moreover, this is near the land of lightning, and the legendary third Reikage, who is said to be able to take on 1,000 men, could arrive at any moment. "Shirsue, the mission has failed, we retreat. Want to escape." Before Feng Tian's words could fully fall, the fourth Reikage's body, illuminated by the dazzling light of the lightning armor, seemed to be possessed by the thunder god, instantly transforming into a striking bolt of lightning, roaring as he launched a hand chop filled with boundless lightning power towards Feng Tian. The hand chop shimmered with lightning, like the brightest lightning in the sky, aiming to smash anything in its path to pieces. Hearing the sound, Feng Tian turned his head, and a cold, frosty chill quickly formed on his face, his eyes narrowing slightly. The space around him seemed to freeze at that moment. Only the indomitable hand blade, with the momentum of breaking through the air and carrying a killing intent that could change the color of the heavens and the earth, whistled towards him. However, just as the hand blade was about to touch Feng Tian's body, a strange change occurred. The fourth generation AI's pupils suddenly contracted. for he discovered that his hand blade had seemingly cleaved into a void, directly passing through Feng Tian's body without touching any substance. An indescribable shock and confusion instantly spread in his heart, just as the fourth-generation AI was filled with doubts, trying to understand this incredible scene. Feng Tian's eyes suddenly became unfathomably deep, as if they were two abysses leading to unknown worlds. From his left eye, an invisible vortex quietly emerged, spinning rapidly as if it could swallow everything in the world. Approaching fourth-generation AI at an unimaginable speed, wanted to pull him entirely into it. Divine might. Feng Tian calmly uttered these two words, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice was light, yet it exploded like thunder in the ears of fourth-generation AI, causing alarm bells to ring in his heart. However, fourth-generation AI was no ordinary person. His reaction speed was nearly at the limit of what a human could achieve. At the moment, just before the invisible vortex was about to engulf him, his figure transformed once again into a flash of lightning, vanishing into thin air like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind only a faint trace of thunderous energy that slowly dissipated in the air. Everything around seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the lingering power of electricity in the air and the still, not completely dissipated vortex telling the tale of the breathtaking confrontation that had just occurred. "Are you okay, Oni-chan?" I'm Fine. Seeing his older brother, fourth-generation AI, almost suffer a major loss after just one encounter, the previously playful Karabi was now incredibly serious. He began to communicate with the Eight Tails, seeking to analyze its abilities. Unfortunately, the beast stated that it had never encountered such a bizarre ability, even claiming it was unheard of. However, judging by the recent situation, it had likely guessed that Feng Tian's abilities were related to space-time techniques. Just after Feng Tian used Kemui to evade the fourth Raikage's handblade, the Eight Tails keenly sensed a ripple in space. However, when Feng Tian activated Kemui to try to suck in the fourth Raikage, the Eight Tails continued to perceive that familiar spatial fluctuation. Thus, it had roughly deduced Feng Tian's abilities. This kid's abilities should be related to space-time techniques. He seems to be able to instantly hide his body in the space-time to evade attacks, and can also pull enemies into his space-time. Based on my guess, when he is attacking, his body cannot use space-time to hide. After hearing the Eight Tails' words, Karabi's expression grew increasingly serious, and he quickly shared the intel he had just obtained with the two. After listening to Karabi's words, the originally arrogant fourth Raikage also rarely displayed a hint of seriousness. Feng Tian had already been regarded by him as an opponent on the same level as the Yellow Flash. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The fourth Raikage shouted loudly at Feng Tian and the others, his words filled with questioning. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian stepped forward, opened his arms, and spoke. "We're the Twilight Organization. We walk in the darkness, seeking the only light of redemption. For that great plan, the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, I will surely capture you. Even Jesus cannot stop it. I mean it." Upon hearing this, endless rage surged within the fourth Raikage, and he could no longer tolerate Feng Tian's arrogance. Thus, he activated his lightning armor once again and charged towards Feng Tian. "Ha ha ha, come on." Seeing this, a smile flashed across Feng Tian's face, and he immediately used the technique of reversing cause and effect to change his position with sure sway, shouting, "Sure sway, now's the time. Use it." Kodoamit Tsukumi. Chapter 29. A scheme within a scheme. What? Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage looked at Sure Sway with eyes filled with fear. He had heard of the famous name Kodoamit Tsukumi, said to be the strongest genjutsu, capable of permanently altering a person's will. And the man before him was the only ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha capable of using Kodoamit Tsukumi, Sure Sway of the Body Flicker. As he approached Sure Sway, the fourth Raikage chose to close his eyes to weaken the influence of Kodoamit Tsukumi, attempting to resist in this way. Seeing this, Feng Tian revealed a cold smile of triumph, and then his Sharingan slowly spun, activating the technique of reversing cause and effect once more. This time, he switches position with Sure Sway again. "Oni-chan, be careful," Karabi exclaimed loudly, trying to warn the fourth Raikage. But unfortunately, everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the fourth Raikage was still immersed in the rapid assessment of the situation. As he opened his eyes, he only saw a giant shadow as dark as an abyss bearing down on him like a mountain. It was Feng Tian Susanoo, its massive skeletal hand crashing down with the force to obliterate everything, like the most ruthless judgment in the night. Boom! At that moment, the air seemed to be completely torn apart. A loud sound echoed between heaven and earth, shaking the surrounding clouds and stirring up the winds. The fourth Raikage's body, under this unmatched colossal force, was like a candle in the wind, instantly pierced through. His internal organs trembled with unbearable pain, and warm blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes red. A flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes, but more was the regret for not reacting in time. His body involuntarily began to fall, like a withered leaf swept away by the autumn wind, losing all strength and support. Just at this critical moment, Karabi's figure suddenly appeared, and the tentacles of the eight tails, like agile snakes emerging from their holes, caught the fourth Raikage with incredible speed and precision just as he was about to hit the ground. The tentacles were soft yet resilient, like the best shock absorbers in nature, dissipating the impact of the fall into nothingness. Although the fourth Raikage's face remained pale, at least he was spared from further harm. Cough, cough. The fourth Raikage struggled to cough a few times, his eyes filled with both pain and unwillingness. Do we continue? Feng Tian said, arms crossed, with an indifferent expression. In his eyes, there was a sense of contempt and disdain for the three of them. If it weren't for the concern for Shue's safety, with Flying Thunder God and Kamui's intangibility, he could leave however he wanted. There was actually another way, which was to absorb Shue into the Kamui space, allowing for a complete retreat. But Feng Tian had his own concerns. It seemed best not to expose his Kamui space for now. As for why he had just tried to absorb the fourth Raikage into the Kamui space, but in Feng Tian's view, once inside, he would be as good as dead. And the dead cannot speak. I was careless just now. Do you really think you two can escape unscathed? The fourth Raikage could no longer endure Feng Tian's contemptuous gaze, and thus he activated his lightning armor again, ready to charge forward and fight. After a brief analysis, he had roughly figured out Feng Tian's abilities. Based on that kid's abilities, they seemed to belong to high-level space-time ninjutsu, similar to the yellow flash of Konoha. His attack methods weren't high, and the power wasn't great. What he mainly feared was that kid's Kotoeme Tsukumi nearby. In other words, if he could take down that kid, then the other one would be nothing to worry about. The fourth Raikage's brain was racing, quickly laying out his combat strategy. He sneered at Feng Tian and, under the enhancement of the thunder armor, continuously closed the distance between himself and Feng Tian. Seeing this, Feng Tian cooperatively assumed a combat stance, his eyes emanating a faint pressure, as if he could see through everything. Just as the fourth-generation AI was within a few steps of Feng Tian, he noticed the familiar spatial fluctuations as Feng Tian's eyes began to slowly rotate, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly as he murmured, "Got it." At that moment, the fourth-generation AI suddenly twisted his body and charged towards Shuze, who was watching from the sidelines. Shuze was startled by the sudden change and froze in place, hurriedly switching to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, tried to use the Tenketsu to forcibly reverse the situation. However, all of this was within the calculations of the fourth-generation AI. Just as Shuze switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan and prepared for his next move, the lightning coiling around the fourth-generation AI's arm suddenly became violent like boiling lava, its brilliance soaring as if it had truly transformed into an incredibly sharp thunderblade. Pointing towards the heavens. Thunder punishment. Level 1000 generations dance. The fourth-generation AI let out a low roar, his voice filled with undeniable determination and dominance. The thunderblade instantly elongated, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that tore through the sky, directly targeting Shuzue's vital points. The kaleidoscope patterns in Shuzue's eyes spun rapidly, but it was all too late. That unmatched handblade, like the first ray of dawn, pierced through Shuzue's body with irresistible force. In Shuzue's eyes, shock and unwillingness intertwined. He never expected to fall on this battlefield in such a manner. His body slowly fell, like a withered flower, losing all vitality and color. The air around seemed to freeze, and everything became unusually quiet, with only the heavy breathing of the fourth-generation AI sounding particularly clear in the silence. Seeing the scene, the fourth-generation AI revealed a smug smile, turning to look at Feng Tian beside him, his eyes filled with mockery. Finally managed to deal with one. But this went too smoothly, making me suspicious. A wave of inexplicable unease surged in the fourth-generation AI's heart, as he quickly churned through various possibilities in his mind, trying to find the source of this unease. Suddenly, his gaze fell again on the fallen corpse of Jishue, and his heart jolted as if struck in a vital spot. He hurriedly stepped forward crouched down, and carefully examined the seemingly lifeless body. Blood? He muttered to himself, his gaze searching back and forth on Jisue, but was shocked to find that the blood that should have been left by the lightning blade piercing through had not appeared at all. It's blood. How could this kid not have a single drop of blood spill out after I slash him? Fourth Hokage AI's brow furrowed tightly, and the unease in his heart surged like a tide. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. Fourth Hokage AI suddenly realized, and his face instantly turned ashen. In that split second, he realized that he might be stepping into a trap carefully laid by the enemy. A chill ran up his spine to the top of his head, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately got up, preparing to leave this perilous place. However, before he could take any action, Karabi's urgent shout had already reached his ears. Big brother, hurry up. Chapter 30 Perfect Plan, Big Brother. Hurry up. Karabi's anxious shout completely pulled the fourth Reikage, who was caught in the illusion, back to reality. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw his brother Karabi fighting against the Susanoo controlled by Shursui. In front of him, Fontian was looking at him with a mocking smile. Damn it, when did I fall under an illusion? Could it be? Facing the confusion of the fourth Reikage, Fontian surprisingly explained to him. Do you remember the first time we switched positions? The moment Shursui appeared in front of you, you had already fallen into his illusion. This is also why he is called Shunshin Shursui. After listening to Feng Tian's explanation, the fourth Reikage understood everything instantly. The killing intent in his eyes had dissipated, and he seemed to be relieved. So that's it, a loss due to my own carelessness. A self-mocking expression appeared on the fourth Reikage's face as he turned to Feng Tian, completely giving up resistance and signaling the other to take action. There was no other way. At this moment, he had already been controlled by Feng Tian with one hand. In Feng Tian's eyes, he felt a faint divine might slowly circulating. Clearly, Feng Tian could already absorb the fourth Reikage into the divine space, but he hadn't done so to maintain a bit of dignity. My apologies, Feng Tian said lightly, his voice devoid of any emotion as his kaleidoscope Sharingan began to rotate slowly, releasing a powerful suction from his left eye. Watch out! Just as Feng Tian was about to successfully absorb the fourth Reikage into the divine space, Yuzuki appeared, crashing the fourth Reikage violently aside and successfully escaping the fate of being absorbed into the divine space. Unfortunately, she herself was absorbed into the divine space. Just before Yuzuki's figure was about to disappear, she slowly turned back, looking at the fourth Reikage not far away with a smiling face, her lips slightly parted. Speaking in a voice only she could hear, "You must live." Before her words could fully settle, Yuzuki was already absorbed into the divine space, completely disappearing from this world. Yuzuki, witnessing everything, the fourth Reikage's eyes turned red, roaring as a strong chakra wave erupted from his body, as if he wanted to tear everything around him apart. He charged towards Feng Tian with great force, his thunder armor pushed to the limit, and his whole body was instantly covered in endless lightning, resembling the arrival of a thunder god. Return the teak door. To me, now. The voice of the fourth Reikage was filled with anger and sorrow. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Feng Tian looked at the approaching fourth Reikage, his kaleidoscope Sharingan still slowly rotating, but a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect the two tails to come to him willingly. This saved him quite a bit of effort. However, facing the fourth Reikage's attack just inches away, Feng Tian remained motionless, allowing the fourth Reikage to attack at will. Under the effect of Kim Yui's intangibility, as long as Feng Tian did not attack actively, no matter what means the fourth Reikage used, he could not inflict any harm on Feng Tian. Give it up, fourth Reikage, you cannot stop me, Feng Tian said helplessly, trying to dissuade the fourth Reikage from his futile actions. However, the fourth Reikage remained silent and continued to attack relentlessly. He is not actually foolish. What he is doing may seem useless, but he has already managed to hold Feng Tian back, preventing him from escaping for the time being. Meanwhile, the battle between Karabi and Shursui has reached a fever pitch, with the massive Eight Tails Gyuki firmly suppressing Shursui's half-body Susanoo, and victory is only a matter of time. All he needs to do is keep Feng Tian occupied until Karabi defeats Shursui, using Shursui as a hostage for an exchange, which could provide a chance to retrieve Yuzuki. However, ideals are perfect while reality is harsh. Just as the fourth Reikage thought his plan was flawless, he suddenly saw Feng Tian disappear before him. The next moment, Feng Tian teleported behind the Eight Tails Gyuki using Flying Thunder God and shouted, "Kamui." With Feng Tian's words, a powerful suction force emanated from behind the eight tails, attempting to pull its massive body inside. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage's eyes widened in anger, and he charged at Feng Tian like a madman, completely losing his sanity. He has lost the teak door and can no longer accept his brother's departure. Big brother, this is very weak. It has no effect on me. Don't be fooled. Kurabi shouted crazily, trying to remind the fourth Raikage. The latter's reaction speed was quick. The moment Kurabi finished speaking, his figure rapidly turned and did not enter the ideal best attack range that Feng Tian had in mind. As expected, the reaction and speed of the past Raikages were exceptional, even able to respond to this. Feng Tian sighed helplessly and stopped the release of Kamui. Just as Kurabi said, the current of Kamui was completely unable to absorb the massive eight tails Gyuki. The reason he did this was to lure the fourth Raikage into the Kamui space. Then he would carry out a moral kidnapping, making Kurabi exchange himself for the safe departure of the fourth Raikage. This whole process would not only allow him to obtain two-tailed beasts, but also enable him to retreat safely, making it a nearly perfect plan. But unfortunately, the plan did not achieve perfection, which left Feng Tian feeling somewhat speechless. Huff! The fourth Raikage gasped for breath, his lightning armor flickering with residual electric light, indicating that he was currently bearing a tremendous burden. His eyes were fixed on Feng Tian like a hawk, a gaze filled with a mix of awe and vigilance. In this young man, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a pressure that even surpassed the yellow flash of Konoha he had once faced. Just as the fourth Raikage was immersed in assessing Feng Tian's strength and contemplating the next strategic move, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted on the battlefield. The speed of this lightning was astonishing, and its power was terrifying. Even the fourth Raikage felt a twinge of heart palpitations despite his own speed and strength. The lightning struck so swiftly that Feng Tian couldn't react in time, only managing to barely evade the blow using the passive ability of Kamui's intangibility. The lightning traced a perfect arc in the air before dissipating in the distance, leaving behind scorched earth and a stunned crowd. Was it just going to be given up like this? As a candidate for the next Raikage, you truly are lacking. Chapter 31. 5 minutes with the fall of this remark, everyone fixed their gaze. As the lightning faded, an elderly man with dark skin and a long beard stood proudly with his arms crossed. He had long yellow hair draped over his shoulders and a lightning-shaped scar on his chest, making him look very rough and irritable. This person was the father of the fourth Raikage, the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, known as the Ultimate Warrior, the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The third Raikage, Father, how could you appear here? The fourth Raikage couldn't help but ask upon recognizing him. In his eyes, as the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, he was rarely seen, only appearing for important matters. How could his father show up here so soon after the battle had just begun? I received intelligence about the situation with the two tails and eight tails today, and it seems the information is indeed accurate. The third Raikage glanced at the fourth Raikage and continued, I am very disappointed in you all. With just these two kids, the three of you can't handle them. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage felt incredibly awkward, unable to find any justification for themselves after being scolded so directly. Feng Tian looked at the third Raikage, who had just appeared not far away, with a serious expression. The third Raikage's strength was extremely formidable, with his attack and defense at the top level in the entire ninja world. Not to mention, with his powerful physique and the enhancement of the lightning armor, even if Feng Tian attacked at will, it would be impossible to break through his defenses. The third Raikage has arrived, and Scorpion should also be getting busy over there. Feng Tian murmured softly, knowing that the entire operation was within his planned scope, including the arrival of the third Raikage. In the next moment, Shui appeared beside Feng Tian, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. How are you doing? Do you need a rest for a bit? Feng Tian asked with concern. I'm fine, but my eyes seem unable to withstand high-intensity combat anymore. Shui replied lightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. Then, can you do me a favor? What do you need? There's a little cat that's bothering me immensely. Its presence makes it impossible for me to fight freely. What can I do for you, Feng Tian? As we discussed before, I need you to hold them off for 5 minutes by any means necessary. After 5 minutes, everything here will come to an end. After hearing Feng Tian's serious words, Shui nodded heavily, knowing that the success of the entire plan hinged on whether he could endure those extremely difficult 5 minutes. He had no other choice for the success of the plan. I'm entrusting everything to you, Feng Tian said solemnly, then once again used a technique to restore Shui to his peak condition. After a helpless sigh, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred, and Tion's figure disappeared from the battlefield, directly entering the Kamui space. At this moment, all he could do was this. The rest had to be left to fate. Just then, the third Reikage, the fourth Reikage, and Killer Bee in the state of the Eight Tails all turned their attention to Shursui not far away. They were not puzzled by Tion's departure. According to the Eight Tails inference, Tion had merely entered a strange space with a time limit. Although they didn't know why he wanted to hide, it didn't matter. As long as they could defeat Jishui in front of them, Tion would definitely return with the passage of time. Jishui looked at the three men with unfriendly expressions and couldn't help but feel a hint of fear in his heart. There was no way around it. These three were the strongest beings in Yun Hidden Village. Even though he was a renowned genius ninja, he would definitely not be a match for them. Based on the speed of the third Reikage just now, even if he used the Kodoame Tsukumi right now, the final result would only be one. He would be interrupted by that unparalleled speed before he could even begin to cast it. Let's make a move. There is no need to be merciful against the enemy. As the third Reikage's words fell, except for Karabi, the other two instantly transformed into bolts of lightning and swiftly charged towards Jishui. So fast, Jishui couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to capture their movement trajectories. The third Reikage and the fourth were like two flashes of lightning, attacking Jishui from both sides. Jishui quickly turned his body, using the body flicker technique to change positions in a very short time, barely dodging their first attack. But immediately after, Karabi in his eight-tailed state also joined the battle, swinging his massive tail with a thunderous roar, aiming to smash down on Jishui. Jishui's heart tightened. He knew he couldn't keep passively dodging like this. He must find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, once he is trapped by the three of them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kid, your Sharingan is indeed powerful. But in the face of absolute strength, it is nothing but futile. The voice of the third Reikage thundered across the battlefield. Shursui did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the enemy in front of him, searching for a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he noticed a slight flaw in the third Reikage's attack. A minor adjustment he had to make to maintain balance while moving at high speed. Seizing the opportunity, Shurzui's figure flashed again, appearing in the blind spot of the third Reikage. He quickly formed hand seals, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Shurzui shouted softly, and countless flames burst forth from his palm like feathers of a phoenix, rushing towards the third Reikage. The third Reikage snorted coldly, his body sidestepping easily to evade the flames. But at that moment, Shurzui suddenly appeared behind him, a short sword glinting coldly in his hand, aiming for his vital points. Oomph! The third Reikage snorted again, not expecting Shurzui to launch a surprise attack at that moment. However, just then, the fourth Reikage suddenly appeared behind Shurzui, grabbing his shoulder and throwing him out forcefully. Shurzui tumbled in the air several times before barely stabilizing himself. As an enemy, I admire your courage, but I also find you extremely foolish. If you have no other means, then next year on this day will be your death anniversary. The fourth Reikage couldn't help but speak, and then he and the third Reikage decided to stop holding back. Thus, both of them's arms flickered with dazzling lightning, filled with pure killing intent, charging towards Shurzui one after the other. Chapter 32, Third Form. Susanoo. In the land of lightning, cloud, hidden village. Brothers, the third Reikage is already passed. We need to speed up. Except for the necessary personnel remaining in the village, all Jonin and above, come with me. Hurry, hurry, move faster. In Cloud Hidden Village, many ninjas were getting ready to depart, preparing to head to the battlefield where the third Reikage was to assist him. They occasionally urged each other on, their words tinged with a hint of urgency. However, in an unseen corner, the Scorpion was coldly observing everything closely. His gaze was deep, and a serious expression flashed across his face. He sighed, took out the scroll for the 100 machines practice, and slammed it onto the ground. In an instant, countless puppets appeared in the sky above Yun Hidden Village, looking as imposing as judges under the sunlight. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Quickly, everyone, prioritize dealing with the enemies in the sky, and immediately rush to Lord Third Reikage side. All right. When the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village spotted the Scorpion's puppets, they were momentarily surprised, but then, under the leadership of a chief Jonin, they soared into the air and launched an attack on the floating puppets. The puppets swiftly changed formations in the air, responding rapidly to the surprise attack from the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village, moving as if they were alive. Their weapons glinted coldly, each swing accompanied by the sound of tearing air, like the scythe of death. From the very beginning of the battle, the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village found themselves at a disadvantage. Although they were numerous, they felt powerless against the hundreds of puppets controlled by Scorpion. Not only were there many puppets, but each had different combat styles and ninjutsu, making the battle exceptionally difficult. This situation couldn't continue. They had to find the person controlling these puppets. An experienced Jonin shouted loudly, trying to find patterns in the puppet's attack modes, hoping to locate Scorpion's hiding place. At that moment, Scorpion's cold voice echoed. "Do you think you can find me like this?" Too naive. As his words fell, more puppets surged out from the scrolls, forming a massive formation that obscured the sky, as if to envelop the entire Hidden Cloud Village in darkness. "We can't let this continue. We must break through this encirclement." The leading Jonin's gaze was firm. He knew that if Scorpion wasn't dealt with quickly, the entire Hidden Cloud Village would be in crisis. Thus, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village began to adjust their tactics, with some responsible for holding back the puppets and others trying to find a breakthrough. Among them, several ninjas skilled in speed and stealth quietly approached Scorpion's location, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, Scorpion seemed to have anticipated this. A cold smile crept across his lips as he waved his fingers lightly. Several seemingly defenseless puppets suddenly unleashed powerful chakra waves, transforming into beams of light that shot toward the lurking ninjas. "Be careful," the leading Jonin exclaimed, but it was already too late. Several beams accurately struck their targets, and those ninjas instantly vanished, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting in the air. That's enough. According to the original plan, Scorpion coldly watched everything before him, his heart showing no signs of disturbance. With the absence of the third Reikage and others, the Hidden Cloud Village currently had no strong fighters to speak of, which allowed Scorpion's blockade mission to proceed exceptionally smoothly. Next, Scorpion's gaze turned to the distance, where a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. That place was where Shui was currently fighting for his life. The key to winning this battle lay in those 5 minutes. "I hope you can hold on. My task here has been completed." On the other side, Shui's battle was extraordinarily brutal. Although he kept dodging with his agile movements, it still had little effect. After all, he was facing the so-called strongest Reikage, the third Reikage, along with his successor, the fourth Reikage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. In less than a minute, Shui had already suffered serious injuries, with 2 scars from lightning strikes prominently appearing on his abdomen. If he hadn't dodged his vital points at the critical moment, he might have truly fallen right there from that last hit. Konoha's Shunshin Shui. "Hurry up and surrender. You absolutely cannot defeat us," the fourth Reikage shouted at Shui, his words laced with urgency, seemingly wanting to quickly defeat Shui to retrieve the Yuzuki Gate. However, upon hearing this, Shui said nothing, only wiping the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stood up trembling, his kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning continuously, clearly expressing his attitude. Stubborn and unyielding. The third Reikage, seeing this situation, merely snorted coldly, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward Shui. Relying on the insight of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shui barely dodged the Reikage's lethal strike. However, the speed and power of the Reikage's attacks were truly astonishing, each clash leaving Shui feeling physically and mentally exhausted. His clothes were torn by lightning, and there were several small scorch marks on his skin, remnants of the clash with the third Reikage and the fourth eye. "Don't waste your effort, Shui," Karabi scoffed from the side, his 8 tails power stirring with the readiness to join the battle at any moment. "Your Sharingan is powerful, but in the face of absolute strength, it's all in vain." Shui ignored Karabi's taunts, his attention fully focused on the fight before him. He knew he had to hold on for 5 minutes, or the entire plan would fall apart. Susanoo, with a low shout, his eyes shone with unprecedented light, and a massive Susanoo surged from his body, instantly occupying the entire battlefield. This time, it was not an ordinary half-body Susanoo, but the far more powerful third form, the Yada mirror armor form. As the third form of Susanoo appeared, Shui quickly felt discomfort in his eyes. There was no way around it. This form of Susanoo placed a tremendous burden on the user, and without the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it was impossible to maintain this form for long. However, facing such a formidable opponent, Shui had no other choice but to grit his teeth and desperately maintain the third form of Susanoo. A futile effort. The third Reikage snorted coldly, then transformed into a bolt of lightning once more, filled with endless killing intent, heading straight for Shursue's Susanoo. Chapter 33. Mission accomplished. Bang. With a tremendous sound, Shursue's third form Susanoo was shattered by the third Reiki's attack, breaking apart like a mirror. What? Shursue's eyes were filled with shock. He had thought his absolute defense in the third form of Susanoo would at least withstand an attack. Helplessness and fear flashed through his mind as he gritted his teeth and twisted his body in an exceedingly strange posture to evade the blow. But as Susanoo shattered, Shursue still suffered a great backlash. His vision began to blur, and everything in front of him became so unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he did not give up. He drew the short sword from his back and assumed a fighting stance. Even if he couldn't see the enemy clearly, he could still predict their actions with his strong sensory abilities. Are you still unwilling to give up the fight, even in this state? What kind of monster are you? Killer Bee looked at Shursue seriously and said lightly. At this moment, even as an enemy, he couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for Shursue's persistence. I am not a monster. Shursue's voice was weak and trembling from his injuries, but his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. I am just a ninja who refuses to give up. The third Reikage stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Shursue for a moment, then slowly spoke. Shursue, you can no longer fight. If you hand over the Uzuki Gate now, we can consider sparing your life. Shursue naturally understood the meaning behind the third Reikage's words. However, he showed no sign of retreat or fear. On the contrary, his gaze became even more resolute. Lord Third Reikage, there is absolutely no possibility of negotiation on this matter because I have my reasons for doing this, and I don't think I will die here. At least not now. Shursue spoke with determination, the short sword in his hand already emitting a chilling glow. In that case, there is no need for us to continue this pointless conversation. The third Reikage said regretfully, then he no longer hesitated, and his face instantly filled with overwhelming killing intent. Although he did not know the current relationship between Shursue and Konoha as the leader of Kumogakure, he had to consider the ninjas of his own village. Since Shursue was unwilling to hand over the Uzuki Gate, even at the cost of his life, he no longer needed to worry about the reaction from Konoha after killing Shursue. Lightning release. Hellstab 4. The third Reikage's figure moved like a flash of lightning, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as his hands rapidly gathered massive lightning chakra, forming 4 incredibly sharp lightning spears, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle. Shursue, be prepared. The third Reikage's voice sounded particularly cold amidst the roaring thunder, his eyes fixed on Shursue, waiting for his response. However, Shursue did not back down. His gaze held only determination and defiance. He knew that this battle was inevitable, and he was already prepared. Come on, Lord Third Reikage. Shursue growled softly, the short sword in his hand glinting with a cold light under the reflection of the lightning. He darted forward, charging at the third Reikage with an incredible speed, as if disregarding his own life and death. Bang! The two attacks collided in an instant, and the lightning-released spear intertwined with the short sword in Shursue's hand, creating dazzling sparks. The immense impact seemed to make the surrounding space tremble. After a moment, it returned to silence. The third Reikage slowly released his lightning armor state. His steps steady, and he walked straight towards the direction of the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee. His expression was calm as water, neither sad nor happy, as if the fierce battle just now was nothing but a fleeting cloud, leaving not a ripple in his heart. He continued on his own, never looking back, nor did he cast even a glance at the calm figure behind him who had once stood against him. Bang! A dull sound shattered the tranquility, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. In the astonished eyes of the fourth-generation AI and Karabi, Fontion collapsed weakly to the ground beside him. The short sword that had accompanied him in battle lay broken in two, quietly resting in a pool of blood, telling the brutal story of defeat. Is everything over? Jishue murmured softly, his voice filled with endless bitterness and unwillingness. I am so unwilling. Why am I so weak? His words were filled with self-doubt, and he seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, constantly blaming himself in a low voice, his eyes filled with despair. However, even though his chakra was exhausted, his body covered in wounds, and even the proud Sharingan had temporarily lost its brilliance, the indomitable will within Shursue's heart had never been extinguished. It burned like a blazing flame, fiercely igniting in the depths of his heart, driving him to forcefully hold up his weary body. He trembled as he picked up the broken short sword, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, and a bitter yet determined smile curved on his lips. How can you still stand up like this? Are you a human or a ghost? The fourth Reikage couldn't help but exclaim, and the moment his words fell, the third Reikage turned back in astonishment, only to find Shizuku still standing before him. Humph. You are already a candle in the wind. Just wait to be captured honestly. Why continue to endure this pain? The third Reikage spoke in confusion, then activated his lightning armor again. However, Shizuku merely smiled calmly, without saying a word. At this point, there was nothing more to say. The third Reikage sighed helplessly and charged at Shizuku once more. This time, he was determined to defeat Shizuku completely. Shizuku saw this, and had no choice. He smiled, giving up all resistance, and accepted his fate calmly. It was clear that he had made his choice. He would rather die than become a burden to Feng Tian. However, just as the attack was about to hit, a familiar spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared before Shizuku, instantly allowing him to evade the third Reikage's attack. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. 5 minutes had passed. Feng Tian had re-entered the battlefield. Shizuku, are you okay? Feng Tian looked at Shizuku, who was collapsed in his arms and unable to move, his face filled with panic. However, Shizuku only looked at Feng Tian's face, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and quietly said, "The promised 5 minutes are up. My mission is complete." Chapter 34. Prediction. As Shizuku's voice fell, he completely fell into a coma, lying in Feng Tian's arms. Feng Tian carefully placed Shizuku into the Kamui space, then darkly looked at the three people not far away. At this moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the murderous intent on his face was impossible to conceal. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, filled with raging anger. "You did well. Next, you can prepare your final words." The moment Feng Tian's words fell, his figure instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, under the effect of Flying Thunder God, he appeared next to the Eight Tails GY Key. Without any hesitation, he shot out several shuriken, each tied with multiple explosive tags. Everything happened so quickly that the three of them didn't even have time to react. Boom, boom. The explosions rang out one after another, and even the Eight Tails GY Key, with its monstrous defenses, was significantly impacted under such a sudden assault. Cough, cough. The Eight Tails GY Key was choked by the smoke produced by the explosions, and its vision became blurry. The fourth Reikage saw his brother being attacked and instantly activated his lightning armor, charging toward Feng Tian. Oomph. Feng Tian also snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face, then evaded the fourth Reikage's attack using Flying Thunder God. Just as Feng Tian's figure landed, another bolt of lightning appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. It was the third Reikage. The third Reikage shouted without hesitation, delivering a thunderous knife-hand strike toward Feng Tian. However, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth. He made no move, allowing the third Reikage's knife hand to come down. "Kamui," Feng Tian murmured softly, then his body turned to nothingness. Under the effect of Kamui, the third Reikage's attack missed, the knife hand striking empty space. In the flickering lightning, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in the third Reikage's eyes. Just then, Feng Tian's voice echoed in his ears, ghostly and eerie. "Your speed and power are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you are still too slow." Before his words fell, Feng Tian's figure reappeared out of thin air, this time directly behind the third Reikage, a sharp dagger formed of chakra gleaming coldly in his hand, thrusting toward the third Reikage's vital points at lightning speed. The third Reikage reacted extremely quickly, relying on years of combat experience, and at the critical moment he dodged to the side. "Damn it!" The third Reikage roared, his body crackling with more lightning, as if he wanted to tear apart the surrounding air. On the other side, the fourth Reikage saw this and no longer held back. Covered in lightning armor, he charged toward Feng Tian like a bolt of lightning, attempting to suppress him with overwhelming power. "Lightning explosive bomb!" The fourth Reikage shouted, his body suddenly swelling, lightning bursting forth, resembling a thunderball about to explode, crashing toward Feng Tian with destructive force. Faced with this overwhelming blow, Feng Tian remained calm. He chose not to take it head-on, instead activating Flying Thunder God again, leaving an afterimage in place and instantly appearing at a distance. Boom! The fourth Reikage's lightning explosive bomb exploded with a tremendous roar, shaking the ground and kicking up dust, but Feng Tian was already safely standing a distance, a cold smile on his lips. "Father, this kid's ability is space-related. He can only become solid for a brief moment when he attacks." The fourth Reikage spoke quietly, starting to discuss with the third Reikage. "So, that means we can only attack faster the moment he strikes?" The third Reikage responded seriously, then turned to exchange glances with the fourth Reikage, already formulating a combat plan in their minds. "Have you discussed it?" I said, "You can prepare your final words." Feng Tian stepped forward, his Sharingan spinning slowly, releasing an indescribable sense of oppression toward the three not far away. Go. Oomph. The third Reikage and the fourth Reikage exchanged glances, then simultaneously activated their lightning armor, charging toward Feng Tian one after the other. Lightning plow hot blade. The fourth Reikage and the third Reikage, in sync, swung their lightning-wrapped blades from Feng Tian's flank in a surprise attack. This strike gathered the full power of two top-tier experts, enough to split mountains and sever rivers. However, Feng Tian seemed to have anticipated this. His body turned to nothingness at the critical moment, easily evading their lethal strike using Kamui. A mere parlor trick. Feng Tian snorted coldly, his figure reappearing in the center of the battlefield, his eyes glowing with even more intense light, as if he wanted to swallow the entire battlefield. Kamui. In an instant, a terrifying suction force surged toward the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage, trying to pull them into Kamui space. But the two did not feel any panic. Instead, they exchanged glances, revealing smiles of a successful scheme. Now's the time. Leave it to me, big brother. In a moment, Karabi's voice fell. A massive tail beast ball had successfully condensed. Its birth caused the surrounding space to twist, filled with endless killing intent, as if it could be launched at any moment. Seeing this, Feng Tian's face flashed with seriousness. The current situation was very unfavorable for him. If he continued to use his divine power to draw the third Reikage and the others into the divine space, the tailed beast ball would directly hit him. Even if he used his divine power to become incorporeal and escape into the divine space to avoid the tailed beast ball, the moment he stepped into the divine space, he would be instantly focused and killed by the third Reikage and the others. TCH. Truly troublesome. At the last critical moment, Feng Tian finally made a decision. He regretfully canceled the release of his divine power and simultaneously used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly escape the range of the tailed beast ball. However, what he did not expect was that just when he thought he had left the battlefield, a thunderous roar exploded in his ear like a thunderclap. Where do you think you're escaping to? Hearing this, Feng Tian turned back in shock, only to see that the third Reikage had anticipated his prediction and arrived at the location marked by the Flying Thunder God before him. Without time to think further, the third Reikage's sharp hand strike was about to hit Feng Tian. In such a crisis, Feng Tian could only use Susanoo to block the damage. However, the third Reikage's attack was not aimed at breaking Susanoo, but rather to send Feng Tian flying into the range of Karabi's tailed beast ball. The third Reikage roared, and then under this unimaginable impact, Feng Tian's body, along with the Susanoo he summoned, was violently struck away like a kite with a broken string. In the next moment, Feng Tian's body collided with the tailed beast ball, which contained endless energy, and with a deafening bang, the entire space seemed to ignite, bursting forth with dazzling light. The shockwave generated by the explosion instantly swept across the battlefield, turning everything around into nothingness, leaving only flying debris and dust in the air, along with a lingering, charred aura. Chapter 35. Turning the table, did it succeed? The three looked nervously at the dust produced by the explosion of the tailed beast ball, hoping that this strike would annihilate Feng Tian. However, when the dust settled, they found that Feng Tian was standing there completely unharmed. He covered his blood-stained eyes with his hands, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan that was still spinning moments ago had completely vanished. How is that possible? How did he survive such a terrifying explosion in scathe? Killer Bee stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene, his heart surging with waves of turmoil. He couldn't believe that someone could walk out of the tailed beast ball unscathed. As the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he was well aware of the power contained in that strike. Even someone as strong as the third Reikage would absolutely not dare to claim they could emerge unhurt. That was close. If he hadn't used the time-reversing technique to alter causality at the last moment, he might have actually fallen to that attack. Feng Tian looked at the three people in front of him with a face filled with fear. He didn't expect that even after mastering Flying Thunder God and Kim Yui's intangibility, he could still face such a life-threatening situation. Fortunately, his ocular power had been enhanced twice. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to alter such a defiant causality. However, at the moment, his Manjiki Sharingan was temporarily silent, and he could not use his relied-upon Kim Yui intangibility. The only ability he could use now was the Flying Thunder God. Truly a troublesome opponent, but it seems his Manjiki Sharingan can no longer be used. This means that he is temporarily unable to use that peculiar ninjutsu, which is the best opportunity to eliminate him. The fourth A and the third Reikage exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Seeing this, Killer Bee continued to gather the tailed beast ball from a distance. Their purpose was clear: to repeat the strategy they just used. Go for it, father. All right. The two moved quickly, almost instantly entering their lightning armor state again, transforming into a flash of lightning and heading towards Feng Tian. One in front and one behind, with the fourth A leading the charge, forcing Feng Tian to use Flying Thunder God to relocate. The third Reikage followed closely behind, maintaining a state of focus, aiming to launch a surprise attack the moment Feng Tian landed from his Flying Thunder God. Using the same trick again, thinking I would fall for it? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth, a smile that contained both disdain and hidden cunning. With a gentle flick of his hand, a shuriken shot out like a speeding arrow, slicing through the air towards the swiftly approaching fourth Reikage. Upon seeing this, the fourth Reikage revealed a hint of disdainful smile on his face, as the shuriken appeared to him to be dragged by the power of time, becoming slow and clumsy. He gently tilted his body, sliding past the lethal strike like a swimming fish, continuing the pursuit of Feng Tian without losing speed. However, at the moment the kunai brushed past the fourth Hokage, an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. Feng Tian's figure bizarrely vanished from the spot at that instant, as if he had merged with the air. The third Reikage's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, attempting to catch any trace of Feng Tian's movement, but aside from the sound of wind and thunder, there was nothing else. Just as everyone was puzzled, an incredible fact emerged before their eyes. Feng Tian had actually used the discarded kunai as a medium for the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing in the void above the fourth Hokage's head. The second stage of Flying Thunder God. Feng Tian's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, as if declaring a fate that had already been predetermined. The kunai in his hand seemed to come alive at that moment, flashing with a cold gleam and carrying a chilling intent to kill as it swiftly stabbed towards the vital points of the fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage reacted extremely quickly, but the series of changes was too abrupt. Even he couldn't make an effective defense in time. The speed of the kunai was beyond imagination, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying the power to destroy everything. Just at that critical moment, a massive octopus tentacle suddenly emerged from the void, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, blocking Feng Tian's inevitable strike aimed at the fourth Reikage. TCH, what a hassle. Feng Tian, having failed to land his blow, decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique to temporarily leave the battlefield. As he landed, he glared at the Eight-Tails Ox Ghost not far away, wishing he could rush over and tear the opponent apart immediately. Since the start of the battle, the Eight-Tails Ox Ghost had been staying in the back, assisting the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage. If it weren't for his interference, Feng Tian would have definitely been able to take down the fourth Reikage during the previous opportunities. Unfortunately, he had remained on the field, like a stick stirring up filth, constantly disrupting Feng Tian's plans, which made him extremely angry. All right, so this is how you play with numbers against one. Feng Tian gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with anger and frustration. His eyes narrowed slightly, his upper and lower teeth clenched tightly together, making a clicking sound. All right. He suddenly lifted his head, a crazed light flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, I'm flipping the table. Everyone stop playing. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tian quickly formed seals with both hands, his fingers dancing like butterflies flapping their wings. His body slightly sank, and his feet firmly planted on the ground, as if forming some wondrous connection with the land. Then he suddenly stomped down. In an instant, a massive cloud of smoke erupted from the ground, surging forth like a volcanic explosion. Within that smoke, a gigantic figure gradually emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure, as if it were a colossal beast crawling out from the abyss, causing the surrounding air to freeze. What is that thing? The third Reikage and the fourth AI changed color simultaneously, their eyes widening as they stared intently at the massive entity within the smoke. The outline of the figure flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, but the powerful pressure had already instilled in them an unprecedented sense of oppression. The Eight-Tails Gyuki also sensed that pressure, growling uneasily as it tried to dispel the aura that filled it with fear. However, the figure in the smoke drew closer and clearer, as if it were an ancient giant beast about to awaken, ready to devour everything in this realm. Feng Tian, have you encountered something you cannot solve? It's nothing but this. Since I have appeared here, everything in this world will come to an end. Chapter 36. The setup as these words fell. Uchiha Madara's oppressive figure slowly walked beside Feng. At this moment, he was not in an elderly state with white hair, but had returned to his peak youth form. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, the stone that had been weighing heavily on Feng's heart finally dropped. Only he knew how much effort it took to transfer the peak state Uchiha Madara from Konoha to Kyomogakure. Before departing from Konoha, Feng had already begun his preparations. First, he established a long-distance flying thunder god teleportation array connected to his Kamui space through the flying thunder god technique. To ensure smooth communication with the Kamui space, Feng even employed a reverse causation technique, forcibly altering cause and effect to completely link the two spaces. Then, he had Shursui stall for 5 minutes while he entered the Kamui space, used Genjutsu to incapacitate the Yuzu door, and activated the previously arranged Flying Thunder God teleportation array, transporting Uchiha Madara along with the Outer Path Golem to his Kamui space. After that, he used reverse causation to restore Uchiha Madara's state to its peak. This restoration was different from before. After Feng's ocular power was enhanced, even if his Manjiki Sharingan fell silent, Uchiha Madara could still maintain his peak state. Finally, he continued to use reverse causation to teleport the restored Uchiha Madara outside, allowing him to quietly lie in wait until the right moment to strike. As for Feng's rapid hand seals, they were actually meant to mislead others, making the third Reikage and the others mistakenly believe that summoning the Outer Path Golem was part of their own abilities. With this, Feng's entire setup was complete. All he had to do next was watch the legendary battle between Uchiha Madara and the third Reikage, fourth AI, and Killer Bee from the sidelines. I have been watching from the side for a long time and found that the ninjas of your era are truly pitifully weak. Among the three of you, only that yellow-haired kid might bring me a bit of amusement. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and looked down at the three before him with disdain. In his eyes, aside from the third Reikage, the other two were merely there to make up the numbers. Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered fourth AI stepped forward and shouted, "Who the hell are you? And what is that thing behind you?" The words of the fourth AI filled the battlefield, yet Uchiha Madara directly ignored him. He took a step forward, and an astonishing aura instantly swept across the field. Even a strong third Reikage felt a flicker of barely perceptible fear in his heart upon sensing such a terrifying aura. But as the third Reikage, he had the entire village of Kyomogakure behind him, so he absolutely could not take a step back. The third Reikage shouted loudly, rallying his fighting spirit, and then, empowered by his lightning armor, charged directly at Uchiha Madara. "Too slow," Uchiha Madara said faintly, a hint of regret in his tone. He faced the attacks of the third Reikage, still standing with his arms crossed, looking down on everything. Just as the third Reikage's attack was about to hit, his body suddenly became stuck in place, unable to move a single bit. "What is going on? Why can't I move?" The third Reikage, confused yet satisfied, spoke up, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he wanted to move, but found that his body seemed to be firmly restrained by some force, rendering him immobile. "Will tomb, boundary prison." Uchiha Madara calmly responded to the third Reikage's confusion, as if addressing his doubts. This is a unique ability of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, using the wheel tomb to split off his own shadows, thus achieving a combination of offense and defense. Ordinary people cannot see or sense these shadows. Only those with Rinnegan can see these shadows, and only those who have mastered sage techniques can perceive them. At this moment, the third Reikage was firmly restrained by two shadows, unable to move at all for a short time. Just when Uchiha Madara stepped forward, intending to take the third Reikage's life, the fourth Reikage, cloaked in lightning armor and filled with boundless rage, rushed in front of Uchiha Madara, directly attempting a chopping strike to finish him off. Facing the furious strike of the fourth Reikage, Uchiha Madara merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly avoiding the swift hand chop. A faint mocking smile remained on his face, as if everything was under his control. "Your speed is just a joke in front of a true strongman," Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with undeniable authority. The fourth Reikage was taken aback by the failed strike, but instead of retreating, his fighting spirit was further ignited. He continued to use his powerful physique to charge forward and engage in a fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara did not refuse. He did not use any ninjutsu or abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to fight at close quarters with the fourth Reikage. Perhaps he also wanted to let this restored peak body experience the joy of close combat. Just as the fourth Reikage was locked in battle with Uchiha Madara, the Eight Tails Gyuki directly extended its enormous palm and rescued the third Reikage from the suppression of the wheel of suffering. Thank you, Gyuki. After being rescued by the Eight Tails, the third Reikage immediately joined the fray, fighting alongside the fourth Reikage against Uchiha Madara. The alliance of the three powerful figures instantly intensified and heightened the tension on the battlefield. The third Reikage shouted, his body surrounded by lightning, resembling a reincarnation of the Thunder God, launching a fierce attack on Uchiha Madara. Yet, even faced with the combined strength of the two powerful figures, Uchiha Madara still appeared to be in complete control. With his powerful physical strength and exquisite combat skills, he easily neutralized the attacks of the third Reikage and fourth eye, occasionally launching counterattacks that forced the two to focus entirely on defense. As for the massive Eight Tails, it was engaged in a fierce battle with the even larger Outer Path Golem, making it difficult to determine a winner. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? How ridiculous! Uchiha Madara sneered, suddenly accelerating and charging fiercely at the third Reikage and fourth eye. The battle between the three powerful figures grew increasingly intense, as if the entire battlefield was being torn apart by their strength. Thunder and lightning clashed, and the winds of their punches howled. Each collision seemed capable of ripping apart space itself. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped his attack, his gaze becoming deep and mysterious. It seemed that it was time to end this boring battle. Chapter 37. The Power of God. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, Killer Bee and the others looked at the godlike man before them with grave expressions. Immediately, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals, and in the next moment, 15 shadow clones appeared beside him. At Madara's signal, these 15 shadow clones swiftly divided into 3 groups, with 5 each heading towards Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth eye. Their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times, each action filled with lethal threat. Next, feel the power of the gods. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed across the battlefield, his eyes brimming with fervor and confidence. As Madara's words fell, his form suddenly grew immensely, a powerful chakra wave surging from his body, as if to engulf the entire battlefield. Immediately, a gigantic Susanoo appeared behind him, the complete form of his Susanoo. This Susanoo stood several dozen meters tall, covered in heavy armor, wielding a massive long sword that shimmered with a cold light, as if capable of cutting through anything. Its eyes blazed like 2 scorching suns, gazing at everyone present, as if to pierce through their very souls. Faced with Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo, Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth AI felt unprecedented pressure. However, Uchiha Madara did not end his performance. He stood in the chip on the forehead of the massive complete body, Susanoo, arms crossed, looking down at the 3 people below like they were ants. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he spoke in a teasing tone. Guess what? Can these shadow clones use Susanoo? Uchiha Madara's words were like a thunderclap, echoing across the battlefield. Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth AI exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They had never heard of shadow clones being able to use such a powerful technique as Susanoo. How is this possible? The third Reikage's voice trembled slightly. He could not comprehend the scene before him. Karabi and the fourth Reikage also felt incredulous, their eyes fixated on Uchiha Madara and those shadow clones, trying to find a flaw or a sign of deception in them. But unfortunately, they found nothing. Uchiha Madara's smile grew even brighter, as if he was enjoying the feeling of playing with his opponents at his fingertips. That's right. My shadow clones not only possess the same chakra and power as me, but they can also use all my techniques, including Susanoo. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow clones began to quickly form seals, their figures gradually becoming blurred, and then a complete Susanoo, identical to Uchiha Madara, appeared behind each of them. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped in an invisible pressure. The air felt as if it had solidified. Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth Reikage felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They knew this battle had exceeded their expectations and preparations. That guy Madara still loves to show off. Fortunately, I arranged for Scorpion to block the entire Hidden Cloud village earlier. It would be troublesome if others saw this. Beside him, Feng Tian couldn't help but mutter a few words after seeing Uchiha Madara release so many complete Susanoos at once. After a period of rest, his ocular power was gradually recovering, and he was now able to use Kamui again, freely entering and exiting the Kamui space. He estimated that in about half an hour, he would be able to use the reverse causality technique. Thinking of this, Feng Tian smiled, then entered the Kamui space. Inside the Kamui space, there are no living beings except for the unconscious Yuzuki Min and Shursui. Feng Tian walked straight towards Yuzuki Min, his eyes devoid of any emotion, just staring at her intently. Finally, he let out a sigh and said softly, "I'm sorry, Two Tails Jinchuriki. To be able to go home, I can only choose to do this." He then reached out his hand towards Yuzuki Min's abdomen and began to absorb the chakra of the Two Tails. Since she was a perfect Jinchuriki, the absorption speed was relatively slow, but it didn't matter much, as Feng Tian also needed time to recover his ocular power. As for the battlefield outside, he had even less to worry about. After all, that man was the legendary Uchiha Madara. His strength can only be described as divine. Although the third Reikage and the others are very powerful, they are still no match for Uchiha Madara. Even if the entire Hidden Cloud Village were to come out in full force, they would pose no threat to Uchiha Madara at all. This is the gap between gods and mortals. However, with the current eye power of Feng Tian, he can only maintain Uchiha Madara's peak state for an hour. But that's enough for Uchiha Madara. At this moment on the battlefield outside, Uchiha Madara still stands proudly inside his complete Susanoo with his arms crossed. Below him, the third Reikage, fourth AI, and Killer Bee are covered in wounds, their breath weak, looking utterly miserable. In front of them, dozens of complete Susanoo stand like mountains, making it impossible for them to overcome. "How are you guys doing? Still okay? I won't die yet." "I'm fine too." The third Reikage and fourth AI exchanged glances, revealing a bitter smile on their faces. They felt a deep despair within, but as the Reikage of Cloud Hidden Village and the candidate for Reikage, they absolutely could not take a step back. They must not allow these Susanoo to enter the village. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The third Reikage spoke with determination. His voice, though tired, remained powerful. The fourth Reikage and Killer Bee merely nodded slightly. They were already prepared to die in battle. Uchiha Madara looked down at all of this from within his Susanoo, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. How pathetic. Those who bear the title of Kage in this era are nothing but a group of ants in the face of absolute power. His voice echoed on the battlefield like the whisper of death, casting a shadow over the hearts of the three. The time was almost up. This farce should come to an end. Uchiha Madara seemed tired of playing and just wanted to quickly resolve the battle. He clapped his large hands, and the massive outer path golem behind him let out a tremendous roar. Immediately, several chains extended from its body, firmly ensnaring the Eight Tails Gyuki. Chapter 38. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, just as the chains firmly bound the Eight Tails Gyuki, intending to drag it into its body for absorption. The fourth Reikage A's eyes widened in anger as he forcefully broke through the barrier of Susanoo and charged towards the Eight Tails Gyuki. "Beat!" The fourth Reikage shouted angrily, concentrating the remaining lightning release chakra in his hand, flowing at high speed to form a sharp blade aimed at the chains of the outer path golem. Lightning Fury level. The dazzling lightning blade struck fiercely at the chains of the outer path golem, and at that moment, the space seemed to twist slightly. However, Uchiha Madara remained motionless, merely glancing over. With a thought, three shadows of the limbo, Border Jail quickly advanced and firmly restrained the fourth Reikage. Despite the anger boosting his power to its limits, he was still tightly suppressed by the three shadows and unable to move. The fourth Reikage could only watch helplessly as his good brother Killer Bee was slowly dragged into the outer path golem. Reality was cruel, without any surprises. The massive body of the Eight Tails Gyuki was directly swallowed by the outer path golem. Boom! After absorbing the Eight Tails Gyuki, the outer path golem let out a tremendous roar, its surface seals glowing even brighter, as if it had absorbed immense energy, becoming even more terrifying and unstable. The entire battlefield trembled due to the surge of this power, and the third Reikage and fourth Reikage felt this oppressive force, their hearts sinking. There will the fight receiving an unprecedented blow. No! The fourth Reikage's eyes turned crimson as he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the bindings of the three shadows. But all his efforts seemed so powerless. His heart was filled with regret and helplessness. As the adoptive brother of Kurabi, he failed to protect his adoptive younger brother, and this self-reproach pierced his heart like a sharp blade. On the other side, the third Reikage witnessed all of this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that the current situation allowed for no hesitation. Action had to be taken, no matter the sacrifice, to prevent Uchiha Madara's conspiracy from succeeding. "AI, hold on. I will open a way for you." The third Reikage shouted, his body surging with lightning chakra beginning to transform, muscles swelling, and skin shining with blue electric light. Hell stab, 4-point piercing. With a roar from the third Reikage, a massive amount of lightning gathered in his 4 fingers as he charged towards Uchiha Madara like a shooting star, his enormous body tracing a dazzling trajectory in the air. His fingers, wrapped in destructive power, directly struck the complete body Susanoo where Uchiha Madara was located. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara smirked coldly. He chose not to confront it head-on, but instead used the massive form of Susanoo as a shield, hoping to block the attack from the third Reikage. However, what happened next surprised Madara. He didn't expect that his so-called absolute defense, the complete body Susanoo, would actually be breached by the third Reikage's killing move. Even he himself was blasted out of the Susanoo. Uchiha Madara landed on the ground in a somewhat disheveled state, and the disdain in his gaze towards the third Reikage diminished slightly. Your attack is quite good. It made me feel a hint of threat. Uchiha Madara praised the third Reikage highly, but the latter scoffed at this. Seizing the opportunity while Uchiha Madara was speaking, he charged at him again. Boom! With a loud bang, Uchiha Madara was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The third Reikage stood at a distance, watching Uchiha Madara's disheveled figure, a hint of cold laughter flashing in his eyes. He knew that he was getting closer to victory. However, at that moment, a powerful chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from Uchiha Madara's body, and his figure became blurry again, as if he was about to merge into the air. It seems you have some skill after all. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth, not feeling any anger from his injury. Instead, a nearly insane expression appeared on his face. Just as he formed hand seals, intending to launch a fierce attack, suddenly the space beside him began to distort. In the next moment, Fong Tian appeared next to Uchiha Madara with 2 Yuzuki men. Is everything ready? Uchiha Madara asked lightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. He was annoyed by the person standing behind him. Fong Tian nodded slightly and responded softly. Then he waved his hand and directly through the unconscious teak door far away. Teak door? The 4th generation of AI let out an angry roar. And at that moment, he finally broke free from the shadow's restraint. His figure instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, moving quickly to steadily catch the teak door. He stretched out his trembling hand and placed it on the nose of the wooden door. After feeling a warm current and confirming that the wooden door was merely in a coma, the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally dropped. Boom! At that moment, the outer path golem let out a roar that echoed through heaven and earth, and then it opened its huge mouth, spitting out Killer Bee's body. Upon seeing this, Fong Tian once again activated the reverse causality to modify the fate. But this time, he felt no discomfort, because at that moment, his eyes had transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The third Reikage, upon seeing the outer path golem spit out Killer Bee, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, catching Killer Bee steadily, just like the 4th Reikage. However, what surprised him was that he felt no trace of the 8 Tails chakra from Killer Bee, as if the 8 Tails chakra had never existed. Even more astonishing was that Killer Bee, who had lost the 8 Tails chakra, fell into a coma just like the wooden door and did not die immediately due to the disappearance of the tailed beast. Fong Tian, your mercy is too excessive. Uchiha Madara continued, expressing his incomprehension of Fong Tian's kindness. In his view, when doing great things, one cannot be overly merciful. One must be ruthless and abandon everything. Lord Madara, I have my own reasons for doing this. Fong Tian responded calmly. And after successfully evolving his ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, with 2 consecutive increases in ocular power, he finally had the confidence to face the peak state of Uchiha Madara. Do as you wish. However, this matter is nearing its end. Let me give a grand finale to this battle. Chapter 39. Celestial Obstruction and Trembling Stars. What do you want to do? Fong Tian quietly spoke from the side, seemingly worried that Uchiha Madara would act recklessly. After all, he is a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, and he tries to avoid killing whenever possible. Even if this is just a fictional world of Naruto, as a traveler, he feels a bit reluctant. Rest assured, their physical strength is even more robust than you might imagine. Uchiha Madara's mouth curved into a cold smile, and he suddenly slapped his big hand down, as if opening Pandora's box, with a massive amount of chakra surging forth like a tidal wave. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Uchiha Madara's deep and powerful voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, making even the air tremble. With his low roar, The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, thick clouds rolling in like a harbinger of the apocalypse. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a heavy oppression, instilling fear in people's hearts. Immediately afterward, a massive meteorite streaked across the sky like a shooting star, whistling down with the momentum to destroy everything, crashing toward the location of the third wreckage. The size of the meteorite was beyond imagination, nearly blocking half the sky, and its speed was astonishing, as if it had come from an endless void to completely annihilate this land. What? The third wreckage looked up at the sky, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara to unleash such a terrifying technique. The size and speed of this meteorite were beyond imagination, and even he found it difficult to resist easily. Is this the power of a god? Our strengths are not on the same dimension. Fourth Hokage looked at the giant rock above his head, and a sense of despair and helplessness arose in his heart. A look of relief appeared on his face, as if he was quietly waiting for the judgment of fate. What are you daydreaming about? As my successor, are you really this useless? In an instant, the furious words of the third wreckage brought the fourth AI back to reality. He suddenly lifted his head, staring intently at the giant rock that was about to fall. And this time, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. You are right, father. I absolutely will not fall here. The words of the fourth generation AI were filled with determination. He had made his decision. In the next moment, the remaining chakra allowed him to enter the lightning armor state one last time. He glanced back at the third wreckage and then, without hesitation, leaped forward, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the rapidly descending giant rock. On the other side, the third wreckage was equally determined. He also entered his lightning armor state and leaped high into the air, rushing forward alongside the fourth wreckage, aiming to shatter the boulder. The third wreckage and the fourth wreckage sprinted with all their might, their figures resembling two bolts of lightning as they collided with a massive meteorite in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the entire battlefield as if it were affected by this force. Dust and debris flew everywhere, creating chaos in the heavens and the earth. As the dust gradually settled, Feng Tian was astonished to discover that the seemingly unstoppable meteorite had been shattered by the combined efforts of the third wreckage and the fourth wreckage. Although their figures swayed slightly, they had indeed withstood this blow. As expected of the wreckage, their physical prowess, aside from the 8 gates, is unmatched in terms of physical strength. Upon witnessing the third wreckage and the fourth wreckage withstand the massive celestial rock, Feng Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, Uchiha Madara scoffed at this, looking down at the third wreckage and the others with disdain, then continued to murmur. The first one was blocked, but what about the second? In the next moment, a second colossal meteorite, exuding endless pressure, began to plummet rapidly from the void above. What? There's a second one. Seeing this, both the third wreckage and the fourth wreckage's expressions changed drastically. They had just exhausted all their strength to block the first meteorite, and now there's a second one. Feng Tian's heart tightened. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so frenzied as to launch such terrifying attacks consecutively. Boom! At that moment, the second meteorite was falling rapidly, bringing with it an even stronger pressure and a destructive aura. Father, what should we do? The fourth wreckage looked at the approaching meteorite, filled with fear and despair. He no longer has enough chakra to enter the lightning armor state again. Let fate decide, the third wreckage said in a low voice, revealing a hint of helplessness. Faced with such a significant disparity in strength, even the resilient third wreckage felt a trace of fear rise within him. However, just as he turned to look towards the hidden cloud village, a strong sense of responsibility quickly dispelled the fear in his heart. This time, he decided to bear the responsibility of the wreckage alone. The future of the hidden cloud village will be handed over to you. What? Father, what are you talking about? The fourth wreckage looked at the third wreckage with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Are you planning to? No, no way. I don't agree. Soon. The fourth wreckage suddenly reacted, hurriedly speaking up to stop the third wreckage. But no matter what he said, the third wreckage remained resolute, and despite his loud cries, the third wreckage did not respond for a long time. Take care of your brother in the hidden cloud village. After the third wreckage's words fell, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, like an arrow released from a bow, instantly charging towards the giant rock that was plummeting at high speed. His figure drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, as if to tear apart the heavens and the earth. Father! The cry of the fourth generation AI echoed on the battlefield, his eyes filled with tears and unwillingness. He understands that the third Reikage is willing to use his own life to protect the hidden cloud village and everything they hold dear. However, the third Reikage shows no hesitation or retreat. His heart was filled with determination and resolution, as if he were pouring all his last strength into this one strike. Lightning release, thunderstorm. With a furious roar from the third Reikage, his entire body erupted with dazzling lightning, as if it were going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, his figure collided with the giant rock, producing a deafening sound. Boom! At the moment of contact, the enormous rock was enveloped by endless lightning. The third Reikage let out another roar, and the lightning split the giant rock apart, exploding in its center. Bang! With this thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and the earth, the giant rock was utterly reduced to dust by the explosion generated by the lightning. But along with the giant rock, the imposing figure of the third Reikage also disappeared. Thus, the third Reikage fell in battle. Chapter 40, Aftermath. Lord Madara, you have gone too far. After witnessing the death of the third Reikage, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He stared fixedly at Uchiha Madara in front of him, wanting the latter to give him an explanation. Heaven, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Uchiha Madara did not turn around, and his words carried a hint of anger. Are you kidding? I am Uchiha Madara. As the strongest existence in the ninja world, when have I needed to consider others' feelings? Even for you, who helped me return to my peak state, it's no exception. Madara, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Before Feng Tian could finish speaking, Uchiha Madara directly interrupted him. Face reality. This world will not always go as you wish. The longer you live, the more you will realize that reality is filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Everything in this world is like this. After his words fell, Uchiha Madara felt his aura beginning to weaken. The mysterious power of causality was gradually disappearing. It was obvious that this was the effect of the reversal of cause and effect that Feng Tian had previously cast. It seems the time is almost up. I'll leave the rest to you, Feng Tian. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he slapped his hand, and the massive outer path golem instantly vanished from this world. Immediately afterward, his eyes swiftly switched to the Rinnegan, and at an incredible speed, he cast a memory-erasing Jinjutsu on the fourth Reikage, who was engulfed in sorrow. Caught off guard, the fourth Reikage suddenly suffered this blow, instantly falling unconscious and collapsing to the ground. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara turned to look at Feng Tian and nodded slightly at him. Seeing this, Feng Tian also nodded slightly in response to Uchiha Madara, then without any hesitation, he directly used Kamui to absorb Uchiha Madara into the Kamui space. Following that, he sent Uchiha Madara back to the underground of Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. Sigh, sure enough, these cleanup tasks still have to be done by me. Feng Tian sighed, shaking his head helplessly, then instantly switched to his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Kairabi and the Yuzuki Gate, and with a thought, he once again unleashed the reversal of cause and effect. Soon, their memories of everything that happened during this battle were erased by Feng Tian. After doing all this, Feng Tian slightly raised his head, looking at the empty sky. With a hint of apology, he slowly spoke. The consequences of reversing life and death are currently beyond what I can bear. So, third Reikage, I can only say sorry to you. But unfortunately, you can no longer hear it. After his words fell, Feng Tian's figure twisted with a distortion of space, and then slowly disappeared from this world, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, in the village hidden in the clouds, the countless puppets that shrouded the village had already lost more than half. Since the battle on Feng Tian's side began, Sasori had not allowed any of the Cloud Village ninjas to escape. At this moment, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat the size of soybeans, as the prolonged, high-intensity control of the puppets left him utterly exhausted. Is the battle over there still not finished? It's so slow, Sasori muttered discontentedly, his words revealing his dissatisfaction with the slow progress on Feng Tian's side. Currently, his beloved puppet art was continuously being destroyed, which made him feel heartbroken and frustrated. He knew very well that if he acted on his own thoughts and directly released the poisonous mist in Yuin Village, the entire village would fall into chaos and death. However, Feng Tian had given him strict orders not to kill any ninja. This kept him in a defensive state, unable to unleash his true power. Hurry! The puppet in the east has been almost destroyed. We must support Lord Third Reikage as soon as possible. A flurry of urgent shouts broke Scorpion's thoughts. He looked up and saw a group of cloud-hidden village ninjas rushing towards the east. Move faster. Half of you continue to destroy the puppets, and protect the village. The other half follow me to fight back. A leader shouted loudly. Their voices echoed on the battlefield, filled with strength and courage. Charge! At the leader's command, the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village surged like a tide towards the puppet formation that had been breached. Seeing this, Scorpion's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state, and prepared to continue defending. But suddenly, he turned around sharply and saw the space behind him twisting. In the next moment, Feng Tian's figure slowly appeared before him. You've worked hard, Scorpion. Oomph. If you're this slow next time, I'll just abandon the mission and run away. Scorpion scoffed at Feng Tian's sincere concern. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's face showed no signs of blame. Instead, he continued to comfort Scorpion with a hint of apology. Feng Tian knew very well that in these recent battles, Scorpion had given his all each time, never giving up until the last puppet was damaged. Having successfully completed 2 consecutive missions, it was just that the workload might be a bit much. Have we captured the target? Scorpion suddenly asked coldly. His tone slightly softened this time. Yes, we've captured 2 this time. Now, we can withdraw, Feng Tian replied affirmatively, nodding with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing this, the serious look on Scorpion's face finally relaxed. He then turned to Feng Tian, giving a slight nod. Feng Tian instantly understood, extending his hand towards Scorpion, signaling him to grab on. Scorpion didn't hesitate and stepped forward to grasp Feng Tian's hand. In the next moment, Feng Tian activated the Flying Thunder God technique, taking Scorpion away from Hidden Cloud Village. As for the remaining puppets that were left uncontrolled, they all fell to the ground after Scorpion left, without any movement. It wasn't that Scorpion intentionally wasted these puppets, but ever since he witnessed Feng Tian's miraculous abilities, he thought, repairing puppets? Sorry, there's a big shot here who controls causality. Puppets can be repaired in the blink of an eye. Manually repairing puppets? Forget it. In Hidden Cloud Village, after Feng Tian and Scorpion disappeared, what happened? Why did all those puppets fall down? Did the mastermind leave? Without thinking too much, the leading jonin of Hidden Cloud Village quickly arranged for various follow-up matters after seeing the puppets falling from the sky. They did not linger too long and began searching for the whereabouts of the 3rd Reikage and others in groups of 3. As time passed, a small team finally discovered the unconscious figures of the 4th Reikage and others in an open field. Found them, they're here. Chapter 41. Final plan underground of Konoha Village. The elderly Obito sat in a wooden throne, looking weary, with several more chairs added below him. Seated on the chairs were Feng Tian, Shursui, Scorpion, and Obito, who had just completed his training. It had been a month since the battle in the Hidden Cloud Village, and during this time, Feng Tian had kept everyone underground in Konoha, waiting for the right moment to take action. Feng Tian, do you have any plans for the next operation? The elderly Obito sat high on the throne, looking down at everyone with a hint of dominance in his voice. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian did not stand up but leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, and slowly replied, the plan has been formed in my mind, but we still need to wait. Wait? How long do we have to wait? I can't wait to go out and kill. Before the elderly Obito could speak, the impatient Obito next to him hurriedly urged Feng Tian to start the action. Since returning to this underground place, Obito had not gone out for several months. As the most active troublemaker at the moment, he naturally couldn't hold back his desire to go out for some fresh air. TCH, little brat. Scorpion tilted his head and shot a glance at Obito, saying with dissatisfaction, what did you say? Who's a little brat? Upon hearing this, anger surged in Obito's heart instantly. He turned his head to look at Scorpion. His eyes had already switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he spoke up. Do you want to fight? Seeing that Obito had switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Scorpion mentally accepted that Obito was ready for battle. So he also stood up and quickly threw out a scroll. Bang! As a puff of smoke cleared, the 3rd Kazekage puppet was released. The two faced each other, neither willing to back down. Enough! At that moment, the elderly Madara couldn't help but shout, what does this mean? Do you want to turn this place upside down? After Madara's words fell, Obito reluctantly closed his kaleidoscope Sharingan, then sat down heavily on a wooden chair, sulking by himself. Seeing this, Scorpion didn't say much, also put away the 3rd Kazekage puppet, and returned to his seat with a displeased expression. Madara silently watched all this, then nodded in satisfaction, before turning his gaze to Feng Tian and continuing to ask, what are your thoughts? What's the next plan? Very simple, Feng Tian said with a slight smile, continuing, since we cause a ruckus in Sunagakure and Kumogakure, the entire ninja world now knows the purpose of our Twilight organization, which is to capture the tailed beasts. Currently, We have obtained the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails. Next, Madara-sama can guess what the leaders of the entire ninja world, that is, the Kages of each village, will do. After saying this, Feng Tian looked at Madara with anticipation, waiting for his response. Madara was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "They will protect the tailed beasts to prevent us from obtaining the remaining ones." Exactly, Madara-sama. At this moment, a proud smile appeared on Feng Tian's face as he continued. In other words, they will gather all the tailed beasts and protect them collectively. This means that we don't need to do anything next. Just wait for them to collect the tailed beasts, then launch a full-scale war to capture all the tailed beasts in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, ensue also asked, "What if they hide the tailed beasts so well that we can't find them?" After hearing this, Feng Tian turned to ensue and continued. "This is where your Kodoame Tsukuyomi comes into play. The reason I haven't let you use Kodoame Tsukuyomi is for the final implementation of this plan. We just need to capture a high-ranking member during battle and use Kodoame Tsukuyomi to find out the hiding places of the tailed beasts." ensue nodded slightly, agreeing with Feng Tian's plan. There's also one more key point. The reason Feng Tian spent effort to erase the memories of the 4th Reikage and others in Kyomobikure, and let Scorpion draw out the ninja from Kyomobikure, was to hide an important piece of information. That is, their trump card, the peak period Uchiha Madara. In the current ninja world, even if they all gather together, they would not be a match for the peak period Uchiha Madara. They are unaware of the trump card on the side of Feng Tian, believing that they have the strength to fight back, which is why they might collect all the tailed beasts for unified protection. However, if they find out that Feng Tian has such a trump card, they will not collect all the tailed beasts. Instead, they would choose to completely seal the tailed beasts, hiding them among the vast sea of people, making their plan impossible to implement. By concealing the existence of Uchiha Obito and continuously capturing tailed beasts in a high-profile manner, they force the ninja world to collect and protect all the tailed beasts, ultimately capturing all of them through the power of Uchiha Obito and ensue's Kodoame Tsukuyomi. This is Feng Tian's ultimate plan. After hearing about the entire plan of Feng Tian, the elderly Obito nodded slightly, then slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. In the land of fire, in Konoha village, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was resting his chin on his hands in his office, deep in thought. In front of him stood the leader of Konoha's Umbu, Danzo Shimura. "Monkey, what are you hesitating for? They're waiting for us to give them a result. Can't you make a decision at this time?" After a moment, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi remain silent for a long time, Danzo questioned him. However, Hiruzen merely glanced at Danzo without blaming him for his impolite behavior. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "This matter is of great importance. As Hokage, I must consider the village." Hearing this, Danzo felt a wave of disappointment towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, angrily turning around and walking out of the Hokage's office with a face full of resentment. Hiruzen, seeing this scene, could only sigh helplessly. He couldn't help but recall the results of the initial discussions among several villages a few days ago, which left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted his train of thought in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. He raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of focus and calmness, and then said softly, "Please come in." As the words fell, the office door was slowly pushed open, and a figure walked in. It was the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, Lord 3rd Hokage. "The other village leaders have already arrived at the conference room, and I would like to invite you to attend a meeting." Chapter 42, The 5 Kage Summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly upon hearing this, a look of seriousness appearing on his face. He was well aware of the importance of this meeting, as it not only concerned the future of Konoha, but also the peace and stability of the entire ninja world. "All right, Minato. You go to the conference room first. I'll be there shortly," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he stood up and adjusted his Hokage robe. He is well aware of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and cannot afford any negligence or delay. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato slightly bowed and left the Hokage's office. Konoha Village Conference Room. "Those scoundrels from the Twilight Organization. If I catch them, I will definitely tear them apart." Just inheriting the position of the 4th Reikage, AI was sitting in the conference room chair with an extremely arrogant demeanor. He suddenly slammed the table and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Beside him sat Yuzuki, who had already lost the 2 tails. As for Killer Bee, since losing the 8 tails, his previously optimistic demeanor had rarely been seen. So the 4th Reikage did not bring him along. Those scoundrels first attacked our Sunagakure. If given the chance, I would not hesitate to completely annihilate them. Sitting opposite the fourth Reikage was Raza from Sunagakure, who had now also inherited the title of Kazekage. Beside him was Maki, known for his calmness. Gentlemen, please remain calm. The current enemy's strength and numbers are unknown. We should focus on confirming the Bijou plan. The one speaking from his side was a short old man. The third Suchikage from Awagakure, Inoki. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage glanced at the seemingly kind old man and continued, Humph. It's easy for you from Awagakure to remain calm since you weren't attacked. However, before Inoki could respond, the representative from Kirigakure, the recently appointed fourth Mizukage, Yagura, spoke up. Please, everyone, let us remain calm and wait for Hokage-sama to arrive before we discuss things together. Compared to Inoki, the fourth Reikage looked down even more on the young fourth Mizukage Yagura. Just as he was about to speak again, the conference room door slowly opened. Entering the sight of everyone was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon seeing him, everyone fell unusually silent. Even the previously agitated fourth Reikage, at this moment, merely pouted but did not speak again. After entering the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen went directly to the main seat. With his sitting down, this meeting of the five Kages officially began. Hokage-sama, may I ask what objections you have regarding the preliminary discussions we had earlier? Raza immediately entered the topic as the meeting began, questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen. This matter is of great importance. We from Konoha cannot bear this responsibility alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke, responding to Raza. Don't think I don't know. The Twilight organization that attacked this time had your Konoha Shunshin no Jutsu as their main force. Hokage-sama, are you trying to shirk responsibility? Raza responded without holding back, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an unfriendly gaze. According to what I know, the Akatsuki from your Sunagakure also seems to be a main force of the Twilight organization. Could it be that this is a play directed by your Sunagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a hint of displeasure. Who doesn't he know that Sasori is a rogue ninja from our Sunagakure? Moreover, the first to be attacked and to lose Bijou was indeed our Sunagakure. Raza continued, subtly trying to pressure Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak again, the fourth Reikage suddenly slammed the table and said, Enough! Is there any meaning in the two of you arguing here? The fourth Reikage's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire conference room. The most important thing right now is to find those scoundrels from the Twilight organization and reclaim our Bijou, not to blame each other here. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly. He understood the fourth Reikage's anger and dissatisfaction, but the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Reikage-sama, you are right, but we must remain calm and not act blindly. Currently, we still do not know the strength of the Twilight organization. The fact that they were able to attack a village and retreat safely indicates that their strength should not be underestimated. What insights do you have, Hokage-sama? Yagura's voice was calm and steady, his young face revealing an undeniable determination. We cannot keep arguing here. We must quickly come up with a strategy. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hand, and after a moment of silence, he finally said slowly, Regarding your desire to collect the remaining Bijou and hide them in Konoha, I do not oppose that. However, based on my judgment, the strength of the Twilight organization is terrifying, and given Konoha's current situation, we cannot undertake this task. Furthermore, if all the Bijou are in Konoha, the next place the Twilight organization attacks will definitely be our Konoha. As Hokage, I must consider the safety of the village. Once these words were spoken, everyone immediately fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning was sound. As the leaders of their villages, they had to prioritize the safety of their villages. This is precisely why they wanted to place the Bijou in the strongest Konoha. On one hand, it could protect the Bijou's safety, and, on the other hand, it could prevent their villages from being attacked by the Twilight organization. Inoki pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I believe that it is more appropriate to keep the Bijou in Konoha, but correspondingly, we several villages must also send powerful ninjas as assistants to help Konoha guard the Bijou. Moreover, facing such an unknown organization, we villages should also take some time to rest and cease the ninja world war. Assistants? The fourth Reikage frowned. This probably isn't very realistic, is it? Each village has its own defense tasks and internal affairs, making it difficult to spare manpower for support. But this is our best option at the moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, Only by uniting can we confront the Twilight organization, our common enemy. In the end, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's insistence, the representatives of the 5 great countries agreed to this proposal. They decided to immediately start preparing for assistance and dispatched an elite team to collect the tailed beasts while strengthening the defense measures of each village. After the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed alone in the conference room. He looked out at the bustling Konoha village, filled with worry and unease. Minato, do you think what I'm doing is right? Chapter 43. Takigakure, 3rd Hokage. I believe what you said is correct. However, the risks are still too great. We must strengthen the village's defenses. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, slightly in agreement upon hearing this. He then turned to Minato and continued. How is Kushina doing? As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, has there been any unusual activity recently? The situation with Kushina is relatively stable, Hokage-sama, answered Minato, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Ever since she became pregnant, I have strengthened the protection around Kushina and also enhanced the monitoring of the Nine-Tails seal. So far, the Nine-Tails has not shown any signs of abnormality. Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. Both Kushina and the Nine-Tails are vital to the village. We cannot afford to let our guard down. He paused for a moment and then said, however, even if the Nine-Tails is currently stable, we cannot let our guard down. After all, the Twilight Organization's goal is likely the tailed beasts. We must be fully prepared. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato nodded solemnly. I will continue to strengthen the protection of Kushina, while also closely monitoring the situation with the Nine-Tails. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and then stood up to leave the conference room. However, Minato remained in place, contemplating how to face the upcoming events. The actions of the 5 great nations were swift. After returning to their respective villages, the Kages immediately began deploying personnel. Aside from the ninjas who were supposed to stay behind to defend the village, each village sent their elite ninjas to guard Konoha. First was the Hidden Cloud Village, where the 4th Reikage, under strong persuasion, led several dozen Nin-level ninjas, headed by Killer B, to Konoha. The 4th Reikage had his own intentions for this arrangement. He wanted to let Killer B go out for some fresh air, trying to ease his troubled heart. Meanwhile, from the Hidden Sand Village, Chiyo was dispatched. He originally wanted to send Maki, considering that Granny Chiyo was quite old and the long journey might be too much for her. However, there was no choice. The current Sunagakure needed Maki's calm mind more. Reluctantly, he could only send Granny Chiyo along with dozens of skilled shinobi to Konoha. As for the other 2 villages, they had not been attacked by the Twilight Organization, so they did not send any famous ninjas either. However, they also dispatched dozens of Jonin-level ninjas to support Konoha. Regarding the Jinchuriki, the 4-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z, and the 5-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, quietly headed to Konoha at Inoki's suggestion. The 6-Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka, from Kirigakure, was originally being hunted down for the crime of killing his master and becoming a rogue ninja. After discussions and mediation between Yagura and the higher-ups, they decided not to pursue Yutaka's crimes for the time being. However, he was required to head to Konoha immediately to go into hiding. The most mysterious 7-Tails Jinchuriki was still just a newborn baby named Fu. She was a ninja from Takigakure and did not belong to the 5 great nations. Although Takigakure was just a small village near the 5 great nations, its strength should not be underestimated as it possessed a 7-Tails Jinchuriki. Currently, almost all Jinchuriki except for the 7-Tails had already arrived at Konoha, with only this baby named Fu, who had just recently become the 7-Tails Jinchuriki, remaining. In the dense forest not far from Takigakure, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patterns on the winding path. Minato Namikaze and Killer Bee walked side by side, their steps relaxed yet alert, occasionally exchanging views on their upcoming journey to Takigakure. Minato, do you think they will easily give us the 7 tails if we just go over there? Killer Bee's voice had a playful tone, and his rapping style always lightened the tense atmosphere. Minato shook his head slightly, his gaze deep. I'm not sure, but since Lord Hokage sent us here, we must do our best to try. However, I do worry about the Twilight Organization. Will they reach Takigakure before us and take action against the 7 tails? That shouldn't be the case. After all, they haven't shown up for a while, so they might be plotting something, Killer Bee replied. However, as he said this, his brow began to furrow slightly, clearly also contemplating the upcoming actions of the Twilight Organization. Behind the 2, dozens of elite ninjas maintained a tight formation. These ninjas were the cream of the crop from Konoha, having undergone rigorous selection and training for this mission. As the captain of this operation, Minato Namikaze bore an important mission. He not only needs to ensure the success of the mission, but also to protect the safety of every team member. As the vice captain, Even though Karabi has lost the Eight Tails chakra, his extremely bizarre swordsmanship still surpasses that of many elite ninjas. His presence undoubtedly added more assurance to this operation. As they gradually approached Takigakure village, the surrounding scenery began to change. The originally dense forest was gradually replaced by sparse trees, and the outline of Takigakure village could be faintly seen among the distant mountains. It seemed that they were almost there. Namake's Minato stopped, looked around, and after confirming that there were no anomalies, continued to lead the team forward. Karabi nodded. His perception was exceptionally keen, able to detect subtle changes in the surrounding environment. He believes that as long as they remain vigilant, they will be able to successfully complete this mission. Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of Takigakure village. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar village, both Minato Namake's and Karabi were filled with complex emotions. This time, they are not here to play the good guys. They have a mission to retrieve the Seven Tails. If they encounter obstacles during this period, according to the orders from the higher-ups, they can choose to forcefully take the Seven Tails. If the situation goes awry with Minato's Flying Thunder God, they can at least bring back the Seven Tails. This is also the reason why they chose Minato to lead the team. As for Killer Bee and the others, these small nations don't have the guts to dare to keep them here. This is the price of weakness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fongtian and Obito are constantly flying toward the outskirts of Takigakure using the Flying Thunder God. Fongtian, where are you taking me? Haven't we already arrived at Takigakure? Obito asked in confusion, his words filled with doubt. The situation in Takigakure is quite complicated, and even I don't want to step in easily. Besides capturing the Seven Tails, we have other objectives. Chapter 44. The Immortal Ninja Kakuzu Objectives? What other objectives do we have? The look of confusion on Obito's face deepened as he continued to ask. However, Fongtian merely smiled slightly and did not elaborate further. TCH, being mysterious, Obito scoffed, expressing his frustration. Nonetheless, his arm was still obediently held by Fongtian as they continued their journey through the Flying Thunder God. As soon as Fengtian's words fell, their figures appeared next to a magnificent waterfall. The environment here was tranquil and beautiful, with lush trees and various plants thriving, as if it were a carefully crafted paradise by nature. Fengtian stood quietly in place, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something important. Suddenly, his expression turned resolute, locking onto a figure not far away. Without any hesitation, Fengtian swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself and Obito to the figure's front. Finding you has really cost me quite a bit of effort, Fengtian said coldly, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in his tone. You agree, right, Kakuzu? Fengtian spoke lightly, and then his eyes instantly shifted to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, preparing to respond to any sudden situations. Upon seeing Fengtian and Obito before him, Kakuzu quickly took a few steps back. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because when Fengtian appeared before him in such a strange manner, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This pressure was precisely what the eternal Mangeki Sharingan brought. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Kakuzu asked after sensing that there was no killing intent from Fengtian and the others. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's mouth slightly curled up as he continued. Immortal Ninja Kakuzu, we are here to welcome you to become a member of the Twilight Organization. After Fengtian's words fell, Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly calmed down. His tone carried a hint of confusion as he continued. Twilight? You are the Twilight Organization that has been making waves recently? I'm sorry, but I have no interest in such organizations. The only thing that can attract me now is money. As soon as the words fell, Fengtian's gaze sharpened. He merely moved a finger, and under the influence of the reverse causation, Kakuzu felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Immediately afterwards, Fengtian stepped forward, his expression cold, and said unceremoniously, whether you're interested or not, you must join the ranks of the Twilight Organization. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu felt no fear. Instead, he responded rudely. You really know how to boast, huh? It seems you're just another fool who doesn't realize the vast difference in strength between us. Although the bounty for your Twilight Organization hasn't been released yet, you've talked too big. So, you're making me very unhappy. After saying this, Kakuzu assumed a combat stance, and his two arms suddenly split apart, revealing countless flexible black threads. His body seemed to be stitched together, patched up with black lines like a puppet. Given this, the only option was to defeat you. Fengtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was constantly in motion. However, unexpectedly for Kakuzu, Feng Tian, who had been in a standoff, suddenly retracted his aura and pushed Obito beside him forward. Hey, what is this? After throwing out threats, you just let me go, right? Obito shouted angrily at Feng Tian with contempt in his voice. However, Feng Tian was completely indifferent, not taking Obito's words to heart at all. He then smiled strangely at Obito and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing right away. Can be played like this? Just as Obito was looking in the direction where Feng Tian had just vanished, Kakuzu suddenly appeared right in front of him. He directly closed the distance with Obito, then manipulated the black lines, instantly piercing through Obito's body. Immediately after, under Kakuzu's disdainful gaze, Obito's body fell weakly. His eyes filled with unwillingness and shock, as if he had truly lost his life. What a clueless little brat. Kakuzu cast a contemptuous glance at the fallen Obito, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth, then closed his eyes, concentrating fully on sensing the movements around him, attempting to capture any trace of the incoming threat. However, just as Kakuzu was fully focused, Obito suddenly sprang up like a zombie, moving at an astonishing speed. Taking advantage of the gap in Kakuzu's perception, he swiftly reached out to attack Kakuzu, attempting to launch a surprise attack. What? Kakuzu's reaction was also incredibly quick. He almost instantly sensed Obito's attack, twisting his body at an incredible angle to cleverly evade the critical strike. However, even though he avoided fatal damage, Obito's hand, aided by the power of Kimui, penetrated through his thigh, piercing his own thigh as well. Seeing this, Obito revealed a smug smile, and then with a thought. Countless sharp branches pierced out from Kakuzu's thigh, catching Kakuzu completely off guard. In pain, Kakuzu stumbled a few steps, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that this seemingly mediocre Obito actually hid such a bizarre ability. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakuzu gritted his teeth and asked, his eyes flickering with anger and vigilance. Obito chuckled and did not answer directly. Instead, he activated Kimui again, his form flickering unpredictably between reality and the alternate space, making it difficult for Kakuzu to catch his trace. Just a petty trick. Kakuzu snorted coldly. Though he was shocked inside, he refused to show weakness. He quickly adjusted his state. The black lines within him surged like living creatures, ready to face the next attack from Obito. However, just when Kakuzu thought Obito would continue using Kimui for a sneak attack, Obito quickly formed hand seals and then spat out a huge fireball. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball whistled out, rushing towards Kakuzu with intense heat. Facing this sudden attack, Kakuzu did not appear flustered. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and 5 black tentacles shot out, directly shattering the fireball. I can't underestimate you after all. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his expression becoming more serious. Just as Kakuzu prepared to counterattack, the figure of Feng Tian appeared beside him like a ghostly apparition. Before Kakuzu could react, Feng Tian reached out and gently placed his palm on Kakuzu's shoulder, softly saying, "This is the end, Kakuzu." Chapter 45, Earth Grudge Fear. Don't get too carried away. Kakuzu roared, swinging his large hand with an irresistible force, abruptly swatting away Feng Tian's outstretched arm, which traced an arc in the air, producing a faint sound of wind. Immediately after, a strange sound emanated from Kakuzu, as if something within him was stirring. The two focused their eyes and saw Kakuzu's clothes starting to tear apart, as if being ripped by an invisible force, revealing his back that was stitched and mended with black lines. On this back, 4 extremely bizarre protruding masks were clearly visible, lying quietly as if fused with Kakuzu's body, yet exuding a chilling aura. Then, an unimaginable scene occurred. The 4 bizarre masks seemed to come alive, slowly writhing and bulging outward. Each bulge accompanied a slight tremor in Kakuzu's body, as if something within him was building up power, ready to break free from its constraints at any moment. Earth Grudge Fear. Kakuzu shouted in anger, his voice filled with determination and madness. With this roar, the 4 bizarre masks seemed to be liberated, bursting forth from his back as 4 shadowy figures, instantly coalescing into 4 oddly shaped humanoid monsters in midair. They varied in height and build, each appearing grotesque and terrifying, radiating different colors of chakra fluctuations. Some were as hot as flames, some as piercing as ice, some as wild as a storm, and others as swift as lightning. What kind of monsters are these? How disgusting. Obito, who witnessed the entire process, Couldn't he help but voice his disgust, his face pale, filled with fear and disbelief. In his view, this was beyond his imagination, almost like demons climbing out of hell, instilling a sense of dread. Who could imagine that these four oddly shaped monsters could burst forth from a human body, each carrying various chakra attributes, as if they were terrifying beings from another world? Earth grudge fear? Interesting. Feng Tian looked at the four monsters before him with indifference, his expression showing no signs of disturbance. He and Toby had Kimui's intangibility at their disposal, allowing them to easily retreat from any situation. However, just as Feng Tian was about to activate Kimui's intangibility to respond to this sudden change, the monsters did not attack as he had anticipated. Instead, they surrounded Kakuzu and began to rotate in a strange rhythm. With each rotation, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier, and even the space subtly rippled. A cold smile appeared on Kakuzu's face, a smile that exuded absolute confidence in his power. My Earth Grudge Fear is the strongest secret technique formed by the hearts of 5 elemental elite ninjas I've hunted over the years. You little brats, go repent in hell. As Kakuzu's words fell coldly, the four monsters seemed to have heard their master's command and suddenly stopped their frantic spinning. They each opened their massive mouths, revealing their fangs, and unleashed 4 beams of chakra of different colors. These beams intertwined and collided in the air, dazzling like a rainbow, yet carrying deadly danger, instantly weaving a complex and precise net that firmly trapped Feng Tian and Toby within it. This was an attack that could not be evaded. The chakra net seemed to have a life of its own, tightly wrapping around the two, making it impossible to break free. Feng Tian felt the terrifying chakra aura but maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of disturbance. He merely turned his head slightly to look at Obito beside him, his eyes revealing a sense of tacit understanding and trust. After a silent signal, Feng Tian's figure vanished like a ghost in an instant, leaving only a faint residual shadow, along with Obito, who had taken up a defensive stance, facing the terrifying chakra net alone. Did one escape? Seeing this, Kakuzu's lips curled into a cold smirk, filled with disdain and mockery. He then continued to increase the flow of chakra, making the attack of the Land of Grudge even more ferocious, as if he wanted to completely engulf Obito. Boom! Several beams of different chakra attributes suddenly exploded towards Obito's direction, the sound of the explosion deafening, stirring up endless dust and flames, shrouding the entire space in chaos. The dust filled the air, blocking out the sun, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. However, soon, as the dust settled, Obito's figure miraculously appeared at the original spot, completely unscathed. His eyes sparkled with a golden light. A moment after the unique, phasing state of Kamui was just lifted, as if he had just crossed back from another time and space. It turned out that at the moment of Feng Tian's disappearance, Obito cleverly used Kamui to hide himself in that mysterious Kamui space, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow and thus saving his life. Kakudotan. Yominuma doesn't seem so invincible after all. A proud smile curved at the corner of Obito's mouth, his tone laced with a hint of provocation and disdain. He seemed to be telling Kakuzu that no matter how powerful your attack is, it can't hurt me in the slightest. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Obito to be able to evade his attack so easily. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, filled with killing intent, but soon, his gaze turned cold and resolute again, as if he intended to turn all obstacles to ashes. Don't get too complacent, kid. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his voice filled with authority and anger. He then commanded the 4 monsters to move again. This time, they no longer simply rotated or fired chakra beams, but transformed into streams of light, rushing towards Obito at an astonishing speed. The speed was so fast, like lightning tearing through the sky, that it was impossible to catch their trajectory. Seeing this, Obito also withdrew some of his disdain, quickly retreating, backing against the trees, and constantly dodging. Still trying to escape? Kakuzu scoffed disdainfully and continued to control the Gedomazo to chase after Obito. At the same time, the black lines within him surged continuously, dividing his attention partially to sense the suddenly vanished Feng Tian, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the Gedomazo was about to catch up to Obito, an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly emerged behind Kakuzu. I was prepared for this. Kakuzu shouted in anger, quickly adjusting to turn around, extending the black lines within him infinitely, and fiercely stabbing towards Feng Tian. It's time to end this. Chapter 46. Destruction. It's time to end this. Feng Tian's deep and oppressive voice echoed in the air, as if carrying an irresistible force. As his words fell, the countless black lines that should have surged towards him bizarrely froze in midair, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move an inch further. Kakuzu's expression instantly turned to shock. He realized that his body was completely out of his control, as if it were being held by some mysterious power. Even the distant Geto Mazo, which had been exceptionally fierce, seemed to lose its vitality, helplessly falling to the ground, unable to move. "What are you doing to me?" Kakuzu's eyes widened, filled with panic and confusion, as he stared fixedly at the approaching Feng Tian, as if trying to find the answer on his face. However, there was still no expression on Feng Tian's face. He simply walked towards Kakuzu step by step. With each step he took, the pressure emitted from his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan grew stronger, making Kakuzu feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation, as if the entire world had become unbearably heavy at that moment. "Do you submit?" Feng Tian finally spoke, his voice cold and authoritative, like a true god questioning the mortal Kakuzu. Kakuzu opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but before he could finish speaking, he was stunned, because before him appeared a sight that shocked him immensely. That towering figure, as if descended from ancient myths, looked down upon this insignificant mortal. The figure exuded an incredibly pure aura of destruction, as if it could destroy the entire world at any moment. At that moment, Kakuzu felt an unprecedented shock and fear. Just then, Kakuzu suddenly found that he had regained control of his body. But at that moment, he had lost all desire to fight. The moment he saw that towering figure, he had already collapsed helplessly to the ground, filled with despair and a sense of powerlessness. He gave up any struggle and simply stared blankly at the godlike being in front of him. Is this the power of a god? The voice of Jiao Du was as thin as a thread, trembling slightly in the biting wind, as if it could be swallowed by the great force of this world at any moment. His eyes were wide open, filled not only with awe and fear, but also with a deep shock at the realization of his own insignificance. At that moment, it was as if he stood before an endless abyss, catching a glimpse of that indescribable, terrifying power. Finally understanding that there lay an insurmountable chasm between him and true strength. His past arrogance and pride seemed absurd and laughable in the face of this power, causing him to bitterly smile, his heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. "Die quietly." Feng Tian's words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, an incredibly violent energy erupted centered around him, akin to a volcanic eruption or a falling star, instantly engulfing everything around in endless flames and storms. It was a catastrophic disaster. Within several miles, whether mountains, grass, or living beings, everything was completely annihilated in that instant, turning to nothingness. The shockwave from the explosion surged like raging waves, reaching dozens of miles away to Takigakure village, causing the entire village to tremble as if doomsday had arrived. Filling hearts with panic. "Takigakure village, Kurabi, can you feel it?" Minato's voice was deep and urgent. He stood tall, his gaze sharp, and upon sensing the powerful energy fluctuations coming from afar, he immediately turned to Kurabi beside him, his eyes sparkling with inquiry. Kurabi slightly nodded, his brows furrowed, revealing an indescribable seriousness in his eyes. "Yes, it seems there is an unusual power surging from afar. That power is too strong, far beyond what ordinary beings could possess." The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts without the need for words. They were well aware that this mission was of great importance and that they had to act cautiously. "Should we send a few people over to take a look?" Kurabi suggested, his voice deep and powerful, revealing an undeniable determination. However, Minato shook his head, worry written all over his face. "No, our priority is to bring the Seven Tails back. As for the situation over there, it's best not to interfere for now if it won't affect our mission." Upon hearing this, Kurabi nodded slightly in agreement. Then, the two of them entered the gates of Takigakure village together. As soon as they entered the village, they felt the tense and solemn atmosphere. Villagers were either bustling through the streets or gathering together to speak in hushed tones, each face marked with concern over an unknown threat. "Welcome to Takigakure, friend from other villages," a guard at the village entrance greeted respectfully, his eyes reflecting both curiosity and vigilance. Minato smiled and nodded in response, then walked deeper into the village with Kurabi. However, halfway through, an old man suddenly blocked their path. Behind the old man, several masked ninjas watched them warily, as if ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The old man cleared his throat lightly and then asked, "May I ask, are you here for the Seven Tails?" Seeing this, Minato politely nodded and quickly responded, "Yes. We are from Konoha, here to bring the Seven Tails back for protection. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Seven Tails?" However, the old man's response made their hearts sink. "You are too late. The Seven Tails is no longer in the village." Upon hearing the old man's words, the expressions on Minato and Kurabi's faces instantly became serious. They exchanged glances, seeing surprise and unease in each other's eyes. "Not in the village anymore? What happened?" Watergate hurriedly asked, his tone laced with urgency. The old man sighed, seemingly feeling quite helpless about the matter. "Not long ago, someone broke into Takigakure, and their strength was overwhelming. We were completely powerless to resist. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki was taken away during that chaos." "What?" Kurabi exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. He never expected that such a bold force would dare to seize the tailed beast. Minato quickly calmed down and began to analyze the situation. Were the people invading Takigakure claiming to be from the Twilight Organization? Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head and slowly spoke. "No, the one who attacked our Takigakure and seized the Seven Tails is actually our village's rogue ninja, Kaku." Chapter 47. Minato's plan. Hearing the name Kakuzu, both Minato and Killer Bee's expressions changed. Kakuzu, a notorious rogue ninja in the ninja world, was known for his immense power and immortality, having posed a significant threat to various ninja villages on multiple occasions. "Kakuzu seized the Seven Tails?" Minato's voice carried a hint of disbelief. The old man nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Yes, it is him. Since taking the village's secret technique. The grudge of you, Kakuzu has been coveting the power of the tailed beasts. I never expected he would do something like this." Killer Bee clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. "Humph, that Kakuzu is getting more and more arrogant. We cannot let him succeed." Minato took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "The most important thing now is to find Kakuzu and the Seven Tails. We must act quickly, or the consequences will be unimaginable." The old man, hearing this, showed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "If you can help us retrieve the Seven Tails, Takigakure will be immensely grateful. I will do my best to provide you with clues about Kakuzu's whereabouts." Minato nodded in gratitude. "Then I'll leave it to you. We will do our utmost to recover the Seven Tails and ensure it does not fall into evil hands." Afterward, Minato and Killer Bee bid farewell to the old man and led everyone outside of Takigakure. "Killer Bee, what do you think about this matter?" Minato looked seriously at Killer Bee and, confirming that no one was around, asked, "Something feels off, very off. The entire Takigakure, including that old man, gives me a strong sense of unease. They seem to be hiding something from us." Minato nodded slightly, a hint of seriousness crossing his brow. "What you said aligns with my thoughts. I have the same doubts in my heart. I feel that there's more to this than meets the eye. Based on my deductions, the Seven Tails may not have truly fallen into Kakuzu's hands." "You mean?" Killer Bee's gaze sharpened, as if he had caught a crucial piece of information. "Exactly. It is very likely still within Takigakure, hidden in a corner we have overlooked." Minato's tone was firm, showing no signs of wavering. Killer Bee frowned, clearly surprised by this sudden turn of events. "If that's the case, if we forcefully demand it, we might alert the entire village and bring unnecessary trouble." Minato smiled slightly, his expression confident yet cunning, as his gaze passed through layers of buildings, as if he could already see the secrets within Takigakure. "Precisely because of this, we need to proceed cautiously and gather information first. Once we find the exact hiding place of the Seven Tails, we can decide how to act. So what is your plan?" Killer Bee eagerly pressed for details. "You will split into small teams, appearing to search for Kakuzu's whereabouts, but in reality, you will be secretly gathering intelligence. At the same time, I must remind you that there may already be many eyes watching us in the shadows. Therefore, every step must be taken with caution." After saying this, Minato took out a specially made kunai from his pocket, engraved with intricate flying thunder god markings, and gently handed it to Killer Bee. "This kunai is something I prepared carefully. At a critical moment, it will serve as our link." Then, he turned and signaled to an elite ninja nearby, who immediately understood, swiftly performing the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. In an instant, another figure identical to Minato appeared out of nowhere. With everything ready, Minato focused his thoughts, and the flying thunder god technique activated instantly, leaving behind a faint afterimage of himself before vanishing without a trace, only to leave a gentle breeze that carried away some dust. Killer Bee observed this and looked at the transformed figure of Minato, who fell into a brief moment of contemplation. In the end, they followed Minato's arrangement, forming groups of 3 and scattering to set off on the path to find Kakuzu. Deep within, Takigakure, the old man, who had just spoken with Minato, was now standing solemnly with his hands behind his back. Behind him were several shadowy figures of ninjas wearing ghost masks. Swish, swish. With a series of sounds, more masked ninjas appeared behind him. What is the situation? The old man spoke calmly, his words filled with the pressure of a superior. If Minato were to see this scene, he would surely be shocked, as he never expected the previously kind-looking old man to have such an imposing side. Returning to you, Lord Kage. Those ninjas scattered after a brief stop when leaving the village, seemingly really searching for the rogue ninja Kakuzu's whereabouts. A masked ninja quickly stepped forward, reporting to the old man. However, this statement did not dispel the old man's suspicions. He slowly turned, his eyes fixed on the several masked ninjas kneeling before him, and continued to speak. Is the situation true? Yes, Lord Kage, this matter is absolutely true. My brothers and I secretly followed them for a long time, only giving up the chase after they had traveled several dozen miles from Takigakure. After hearing this, the old man pondered for a moment, and a glint of cunning passed through his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Continue to monitor, but do not get too close. I want to know their every move, especially if they discover anything. Yes, Lord Taking. The ghost-faced ninjas replied in unison. Then their figures flickered and disappeared once again. The old man watched the direction they left, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already made calculations in his heart. The arrival of Shuemin and Kalabi surprised him, but he also felt that it was a perfect opportunity. Jiaodu or Jiaodu. This time I can take advantage of this opportunity to completely erase you, the old man muttered to himself, then turned and stepped into the inner room to begin arranging the next step of his plan. Inside the inner room, the candlelight flickered, reflecting the old man's ever-changing expression. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, each tap seeming to strike the drumbeat of fate, and the outline of the plan gradually became clearer in his mind. However, at this critical moment, an inexplicable chill suddenly swept over him, like the biting cold wind of winter, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A sense of ominous premonition surged within him, as if some unknown presence was silently approaching him, its gaze sharp as a knife, as if it wanted to see through him completely. Rian suddenly turned around, trying to catch the source of that mysterious power. But at the moment he turned, an invisible force suddenly erupted, like countless black chains, firmly pinning him against the wall, leaving him unable to move. It was a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire world had frozen at that moment. When Rian finally managed to turn his head with great difficulty and saw the face of the visitor, his pupils instantly dilated, filled with disbelief and terror. It's you. Chapter 48. The truth of the betrayer, it's you? Rian's voice trembled with shock as he widened his eyes, fixating on the gradually revealing face of Kaku. That cold, emotionless face appeared particularly eerie under the flickering candlelight. How is this possible? How did you silently breach the layers of defenses I meticulously set up and come here? Rian's words were filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend how Kakuzu could so easily break through his defenses. However, Kakuzu did not respond to his questions, only coldly staring at Rian, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. Then, he quickly acted, using black threads to seal all of Rian's joints, rendering him immobile. The black threads wrapped around Rian like living creatures, giving him an unprecedented sense of constraint. Utterly foolish old man. Kakuzu's tone was filled with anger and disdain. Is it just one failed mission? You actually want to put me to death? Do you know how much I have sacrificed for this mission? Kakuzu rarely lost control of his emotions. His words were filled with anger and resentment. He kept venting his emotions, as if he wanted to pour out all his dissatisfaction and pain. Takakage looked at this former loyal subordinate, who had now become so crazy and unreasonable, with a heart full of complex emotions. He understood that the incident had completely angered Kakuzu and brought their relationship to an irreparable point. Originally, Kakuzu was an elite ninja from Takigakure, possessing an incredibly pure loyalty to his village. One day, he received a mission that required him to assassinate the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama. With no other choice, he had to carry out the mission. But how powerful of a ninja was Senju Hashirama? If it weren't for his merciful heart, Kakuzu would never have been able to return alive to Takigakure. Because of this, The current Takakage used it as an excuse to impose severe punishment on Kakuzu. But how could Kakuzu accept this? So he stole the forbidden jutsu of Takigakure. The earth grudged fear, gaining immense power, and defected from the village. It could be said that the old man before him was the true mastermind behind Kakuzu's defection. Kakuzu, you dare to betray the village and infiltrate here. The Takakage said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Kakuzu coldly glanced at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Betrayal? Humph, you were the ones who wronged me first. I'm merely seeking my own way of survival. As he spoke, he tightened the black threads, causing the Takakage even more pain. The Takakage struggled, trying to break free, but Kakuzu's strength was too overwhelming. He could not resist at all. Kakuzu, what you are doing will not end well. The Takakage shouted, his voice tinged with despair. Kakuzu, however, remained indifferent, saying lightly, I don't care about the outcome. I only know that now I have enough power to do what I want. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the Takakage, ending this futile struggle, the ripples of space quietly emerged. As if the water's surface was brushed by a gentle breeze. Obito and Feng Tian suddenly appeared before them. Feng Tian's appearance caused Kakuzu's expression to change slightly, a flicker of unwillingness passing quickly. But he quickly restrained his emotions, retracting the black threads like a snake, burying his anger and resentment deep within himself. Stepping aside to observe, the moment the Takakage felt Kakuzu withdraw, he began to cough violently. Each cough felt like it was trying to expel his internal organs from his body. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze filled with vigilance and suspicion. Who are you? Hearing this, Feng Tian's expression was as calm as water. He slightly tilted his head, his deep eyes seeming to see through all worldly matters, gazing at the Takakage with an almost divine presence, his voice low and authoritative. We are Twilight, descending here to save this filthy world. For the peace of the entire ninja world, Takakage, hand over the seven tails. As Feng Tian's words fell, his eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. It was the unique radiance of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, carrying endless pressure, pressing down on the Takakage like a mountain. Under the pressure that seemed capable of crushing his very soul, the Takakage's body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. However, his gaze was as firm as a stubborn rock in a raging fire, filled with defiance. So you are the Twilight that has been causing a stir in the ninja world. His voice, though a bit hoarse from pain, still carried a clear tone of sarcasm and defiance. But alas, you will never extract a single drop of information about the seven tails from this old man's bones. The words of Taking were filled with determination, and a flash of madness crossed his face, a kind of madness that clings to one's beliefs even in the face of despair. In the next moment, his right hand shot out like lightning, and in his palm, a sphere of chakra condensed to its utmost brilliance shone like a miniature sun. That was his last trump card, the secret he was ready to defend with his life. Without a moment's hesitation, Taking gritted his teeth and slammed the world-destroying chakra sphere against his forehead. He is willing to pay with his life to forever bury this power, this secret, in darkness. However, at this critical moment, a smile that intertwines amusement and disdain appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth. His eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, a unique, mysterious power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, which he unleashed to its fullest extent at that moment. In a twist of causality, this forbidden technique, under Feng Tian's control, erupted like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the chakra sphere in the hands of Taking, capable of destroying everything, seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, vanishing completely as if it had never existed. What kind of power is this? Taking, astonished, couldn't help but ask. But before he could receive an answer, Feng Tian's figure appeared before him like a specter. Feng Tian gently grasped his neck with one hand and lifted him high. As the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan operated, the light in Taking's eyes gradually faded, ultimately replaced by a void of chaos. This was the illusion technique that Feng Tian cast upon him, a fate he was powerless to resist. Just when everything seemed to settle, Feng Tian suddenly turned his gaze toward the window, where a figure was hidden in the shadows, quietly observing everything. A playful smile appeared on Feng Tian's face as his voice echoed in the empty room. How long are you planning to watch? Chapter 49. Feng Tian versus Minato. How long are you planning to watch? With Feng Tian's words falling, in an instant, Minato's figure appeared before everyone. I'm sorry, friends from Konoha. The moment Taking saw Minato appear, a hint of apology flashed across his face, and at this moment, he understood everything. It turned out that he had not deceived Minato and the others at all. In fact, Karabi and the others were searching for Kankuro to stage a play for him. The purpose was to avoid conflict. If Minato and the others had come in force, Takigakure would definitely have been plunged into a bloody storm. This was something he, as Taking, did not want to see. When Obito saw Minato for the first time, he instinctively wanted to speak, but soon, he thought of his own position and forcefully held back his words. Minato glanced warily at Obito, who had just made a sound, feeling a trace of confusion. From Obito, he sensed a familiar feeling. However, at that moment, it was difficult to recall what that familiar feeling was. After a brief contemplation, he decided to slowly shift his gaze to Feng Tian. Due to Obito's black cloak and the tiger mask he wore, along with his intentionally concealed aura, Minato was unable to accurately perceive him, which is why he did not recognize Obito immediately. Seeing Minato shift his gaze away from him, a complex emotion flashed in the depths of Obito's sorrowful eyes beneath the tiger mask. Sure enough, as my teacher, you still can't recognize me? Obito thought to himself, then pulled his thoughts back to reality, standing shoulder to shoulder with Feng Tian, confronting Minato. You must be the Twilight that has been rumored. I didn't expect Kankuro to join in as well. Minato, holding a specially made flying thunder god kunai, took a defensive stance and continued solemnly. No matter what, even if it costs my life, I will completely shatter your conspiracy here. After saying this, he moved slightly, like a ghost, with a flick of his fingers. Several flying thunder god kunai transformed into streaks of light, precisely embedding themselves into the surrounding walls. Each landing point was meticulously calculated, as if an invisible net had silently trapped Feng Tian and the others within a carefully arranged encirclement. Seeing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, a smile that carried both recognition of his opponent's strategy and absolute confidence in his own strength. He showed no sign of fear in the face of the flying thunder god technique of Watergate. Instead, he slowly stepped forward, each step exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. His eyes had quietly transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the light swirling within as if it could perceive the essence of all things in the world, gazing into the deepest secrets of the human heart. Feng Tian's voice was low and magnetic, each word seeming to come from the abyss, carrying an undeniable power. The yellow flash of Konoha, your reputation has long resonated throughout the ninja world as the hope for Konoha's future, the candidate for the next Hokage. To eliminate you here is indeed regrettable. As he spoke, Feng Tian's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to slowly activate, reversing cause and effect. This power erupted instantly, and even with Watergate's lightning-fast reflexes, he could not escape the rewriting of this causal law. He could only watch helplessly as his own figure and the surrounding scenery twisted, as if being pulled into a vortex of time and space. The surroundings felt like a different world. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a dense forest outside of Takigakure. Watergate's eyes were sharp, his brows furrowed, and his face filled with astonishment. What kind of ability is this? It can actually move me here in the blink of an eye. He pondered in his heart, various possibilities flashing through his mind. Could it be the lost space-time ninjutsu? No, I clearly did not sense any fluctuations of spatial transfer. His gaze grew increasingly serious. Clearly, the opponent before him possessed unimaginable abilities, just as Karabi had analyzed before, seemingly able to touch and alter the very essence of reality. Feng Tian stood tall in place, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, filled with disdain for his opponent and confidence in his own power. He slowly extended his finger, lightly beckoning towards the flying thunder god kunai with a hint of provocation and mockery, as if to say, "Come on, let me see what you're capable of." How can Minato show weakness? He immediately flicked his wrist, and a flying thunder god kunai shot through the air like a meteor, heading straight for Tian. At the same time, chakra began to gather in his palm, and a spiral sphere gradually took shape, carrying a swirling momentum, closely following and approaching Tian. However, under the watchful gaze of Tian's perceptive eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the speed of the flying thunder god kunai seemed to slow down 100-fold, with every subtle movement laid bare. He tilted his head slightly, and the sharp kunai grazed the tips of his hair, narrowly avoiding the attack. Minato's figure was like a shadow, almost simultaneously closing in on Feng Tian, with the Rasengan in his hand, resembling a sphere filled with a storm, crashing down towards his opponent. At this critical moment, Feng Tian's figure suddenly blurred, as if blending into the void, utilizing the Shinjutsu, Hinge no Jutsu, easily evading this fatal strike. However, Feng Tian's counterattack did not stop there. He reached out his palm in the air, seemingly trying to catch something. Just as he was about to make contact with Minato's figure vanished like a ghost, reappearing atop the flying kunai of the Flying Thunder God, and shouted, "Second stage of the Flying Thunder God." As the words fell, the Rasengan, which had long been charged, crashed down like a meteor at the spot where Feng Tian had been, sending dust flying and creating a deep pit in the ground. Minato did not pursue the victory. Instead, he quickly retreated, his eyes devoid of any joy of a victor, but rather filled with a deeper intensity. He secretly left a Flying Thunder God mark on Feng Tian for emergencies. However, this caution did not make him let down his guard, as he knew very well that as a core member of the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian could never be defeated so easily. As time passed, the dust gradually settled, and Feng Tian slowly rose from the pit, his robe tattered, revealing scars left by the spiraling sphere. Yet there was no trace of pain in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with inexplicable excitement and pride. He activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan once again, and the power of reversing cause and effect surged once more. In an instant, an incredible scene unfolded on Minato's body, causing the normally calm expression on his face to reveal disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Chapter 50. The Only Opportunity. How is that possible? In Minato's astonished gaze, as Feng Tian's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly operated, his injuries were actually recovering at an unfathomable speed. Even his robes had returned to their original state in the blink of an eye. Reversing cause and effect, altering fate. "Minato, you should enjoy that last Rasengan too," Feng Tian said with a playful expression, then extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! At the moment the snap echoed, a powerful impact suddenly struck Minato from behind. It was a unique attack method of the Rasengan. In the next moment, Minato was violently pushed away by an irresistible force, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into a distant tree. Dust and debris flew everywhere. His face was filled with disbelief, his chest heaving violently, clearly shaken by the impact. What was going on? Watergate struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He clearly remembered that the spiral pill he had just launched had indeed hit Feng Tian and should have caused severe damage. Yet, Feng Tian before him had surprisingly recovered in an instant, even able to bounce back his attack. Feng Tian slowly retracted the playful expression on his face, his gaze becoming deep and cold. "This is one of the abilities of my eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which is to perceive the essence of all things in the world, manipulate causality, and reverse the flow of time. All the attacks you unleash are merely a link in the chain of causality in my eyes. I can easily distort them, even causing the attacker to suffer the consequences." Minato's pupils contracted slightly. He had never heard of such an outrageous ability, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He understood deeply that facing such an opponent, using conventional attack methods was already meaningless. Shuemin trembled as he got up. The recent attack had clearly inflicted considerable damage on him. His brain was racing, thinking about the next course of action. The ability to manipulate cause and effect was simply unheard of. However, such an extraordinary method must surely have its own flaws. For example, the use of intervals. Watergate formulated the next combat plan in an extremely short amount of time. He endured the pain radiating from his back, his gaze sharp as he fixedly stared at Feng Tian not far away. If he could transfer the cause of the injuries he bore onto me, then perhaps a single fatal strike would prevent him from using that strange ability. In other words, the key to victory in this battle lies in the attack speed between him and me. Minato picked up the kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique again, adjusted his breathing slightly, and launched another attack on Feng Tian. Seeing Minato charge straight at him, Feng Tian curled his lips into a sneer. "It seems you are not giving up." Minato, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan activated again, complex patterns swirling in his eyes, as if able to perceive all the secrets of the world. However, this time, he chose not to retaliate directly. Instead, he stood quietly in place, seemingly waiting for something. Minato's speed reached its peak, almost transforming into an afterimage, with the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand flashing with a cold light, aimed directly at the vital points of Feng Tian. He understood in his heart that this was his only chance, and he had to give it his all. Just as Flying Thunder God was about to touch Feng Tian's body, Feng Tian's figure suddenly became blurred, as if merging into the space around him, skillfully dodging the attack. Space ninjutsu? Watergate was startled, but quickly steadied his mind. He was not surprised that Feng Tian could evade this attack after all. He already knew that Feng Tian could use this type of ninjutsu. To successfully hit Feng Tian, he had to do it the moment Feng Tian launched his attack, and his body became solid. However, do you think this will be enough to win against me? Watergate snorted coldly, his figure accelerating again, as if turning into countless afterimages, launching attacks from all directions simultaneously towards Feng Tian. Feng Tian remained calm, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan continuously capturing Watergate's movements, skillfully resolving each attack. He seemed to be toying with Watergate in the palm of his hand, enjoying this game of cat and mouse. However, Watergate did not give up. He constantly adjusted his attack rhythm and angle, trying to find a flaw in Feng Tian. He knew that as long as he succeeded in hitting once, he could break this deadlock. It seems you still don't understand, Minato. Feng Tian suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of disdain. In the face of absolute power, any technique is futile. Seeing that Minato was still unwilling to give up, Feng Tian could no longer hold back. As the space around him fluctuated, a long sword appeared in his hand. Under the insight of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Feng Tian sharply noticed that Minato had revealed a significant flaw. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, and, in an instant, the long sword in his hand was enveloped by an extremely powerful destructive aura. The next moment, he thrust it fiercely towards the vital point of Watergate. Finally, I've waited for you. This is the only chance. However, Watergate's reaction was beyond Feng Tian's expectations. Faced with this deadly strike, Watergate furrowed his brow tightly, but then relaxed it again, with a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. He seemed to have anticipated Feng Tian's actions, focusing all his attention on Feng Tian's longsword. In the blink of an eye, the figure of Minato suddenly disappeared, like a fallen leaf swept away by the wind, leaving no trace. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's voice echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable determination. When Feng Tian turned his head in shock, he found Minato's figure standing behind him, that familiar Flying Thunder God kunai glinting coldly, aimed directly at his neck. Damn it, could be that time? Feng Tian suddenly realized, recalling how Minato had silently marked him with the Flying Thunder God seal on his back after one of his spiraling sphere attacks during their earlier confrontation. This subtle action had become the key for Minato to turn the tide of battle. It was this one opportunity that Minato had grasped firmly. It should come to an end, Minato said calmly and firmly, as the kunai slowly approached. Though he was an enemy, he was still a worthy opponent deserving of respect. As Minato's words fell, the kunai sliced through Feng Tian's neck with lightning speed, bringing all disputes and grudges to a conclusion at that moment. Chapter 51. Kakuzu's Fury. The Flying Thunder God kunai, shining with dazzling cold light, aimed for Feng Tian's neck, and everything seemed to have settled. However, at this critical moment, the corner of Feng Tian's mouth unexpectedly curled into a playful smile. There was an inexplicable gleam in his eyes, as if everything were under his control. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of mockery, as if reminiscing with an old friend. Do you really think this is all over? The voice of Flying Thunder God, Minato, was deep and heavy. As he looked at the scene before him in disbelief, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. You guessed right. The Flying Thunder God technique is not something you alone can use. Before the words of Feng Tian could finish, his figure vanished like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already several meters away, perfectly avoiding Minato's deadly strike. His figure traced a beautiful arc in the air, elegant and composed like a dance. Swayman was astonished. He never expected that at this critical moment, Feng Tian could so easily counter his killing move. Just as he was taken aback, a subtle yet deadly change quietly occurred behind him. A Flying Thunder God mark silently emerged. At the same time, the mark on Feng Tian's back had completely vanished without a trace. This was the technique of reversing cause and effect, a forbidden power that could distort causality and rewrite fate. A coldly indifferent smile appeared on Feng Tian's face, his voice like an icy blade in the cold wind, piercing through Sumin's eardrums and striking at his soul. It should end now. Swayman hurriedly turned around, but he could no longer see Feng Tian's figure. Then, Swayman suddenly felt a heaviness in his brain. A strong drowsiness surged over him. Despite his desperate attempts to maintain a shred of rationality, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. Divine Might. Seeing Swayman plummeting from midair, Feng Tian immediately used Divine Might to draw him into his Divine Might space. Once everything was over, He glanced at the flying thunder god kunai that had fallen to the side after a moment, and then also stored it in the divine might space. Meanwhile, in the office of Taking, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Taking's gaze was like a torch, fixated on the figures of Kakuzu and Obito before him, his voice trembling with anger. Kakuzu, do you really want to completely destroy Takigakure? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu merely snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. At this point, what significance do your words have? You destroyed me. You expelled me from Takigakure. You have hunted me down to this day. Now, you want me to think about the village? How utterly ridiculous. As he spoke, a rare, frenzied madness appeared on Kakuzu's face. He suddenly waved his hand, and the black line in his hand writhed like a living creature, firmly pinning Taking against the wall once again. At the same time, his back twisted, and four bizarre, grotesque figures of the Earth Grudge Fear appeared before everyone. Look, you foolish old man. Jiao Du's voice was filled with pride and madness. This is the Earth Grudge Fear that you have always regarded as a forbidden technique. Look at their vibrant postures, the mystery of immortality. All of this has forged me into an incredibly powerful being. By the end, Jiao Du had completely fallen into madness. He actually disregarded the orders from Fengtian and directly signaled the resentment to launch an attack, intending to completely eliminate Taking within this office. Are you crazy? Seeing this, Obito couldn't help but shout. He flashed and instantly appeared beside Taking, gently placing his right hand on Taking's shoulder, while his right eye flickered with a faint divine light, ready to pull Taking into the divine space at any moment. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kakuzu roared, his voice echoing through the office, filled with anger and resentment. Under such intense anger, he tried to maintain a sliver of clarity, attempting to keep Obito away from Taking. But Obito did not back down. His gaze was resolute, and his voice calm and firm. Kaku, don't forget our purpose. We are here to capture the Seven Tails, not to destroy this village. If you kill Taking now, we won't have any way to find the whereabouts of the Seven Tails. What awaits us, then, is the shadow of mission failure. Kakuzu's movements paused slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his crazed eyes. Obito's words about mission failure were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fire of anger in his heart and bringing him back to reality from his fervor for revenge. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and the four grievances slowly retracted back into his body. Taking was freed and fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently. This is the last time. Kaidi snorted coldly. Although he was still unwilling, he knew that what Obito said was the truth. As members of the Twilight Organization, their mission is crucial and cannot be affected by personal grudges. Upon seeing this, Obito retracted the power of Kimyui and turned to Takikage, his tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable sympathy. Old man, we have no intention of being enemies with Takigakure. We only hope you can cooperate with us and peacefully hand over the Seven Tails. This way, you can protect your village from the ravages of war, and we can successfully complete our mission. Upon hearing this, there was no sign of relief on Takikage's face. Instead, he stared intently at the two before him, holding on to his last bit of stubbornness, and said, You will never get the whereabouts of the Seven Tails. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing this, Obito's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He didn't expect that the person he had worked so hard to keep would be so disrespectful. Since that's the case, don't blame us. A faint aura of God-S power emanated from Obito's right eye, causing a ripple in the surrounding space. Clearly, he intended to draw Takigakure into the space of God-S power and then proceed with intense interrogation. However, just as Obito was about to make his move, the space around them twisted, and Fengtian's figure appeared before everyone. Obito, stop. Leave this to me, Fengtian said calmly, his face displaying immense confidence. Upon seeing Fengtian's appearance, Obito fell silent for a moment, then resolutely asked, Where is Minato Namikaze? Fengtian was taken aback by the question. He hadn't expected Obito to still be concerned about Minato, but it wasn't surprising. After all, there was a fundamental bond between teacher and student. Fengtian slightly turned his head, his gaze towards Obito filled with complex emotions, and then he replied, Minato is no longer in this world. Chapter 52, The Death of Takigakure. Minato is no longer in this world. Fengtian's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were speaking about something unrelated to himself. However, these simple words struck Obito's heart like a heavy hammer. Beneath the tiger mask, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief, shock, and pain. Obito's body trembled slightly, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart breaking. To him, his teacher, Minato Namikaze, was a legend in the shinobi world. Even if he couldn't defeat Feng Tian, it shouldn't have ended so easily. At the very least, he could have retreated using the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito stared intently at Feng Tian, trying to determine if what he said was true. However, the result left him extremely disappointed. He did not perceive any emotional fluctuations on Feng Tian's face, as if this were how things were meant to be. What do you want? Takigakure collapsed to the ground, dust staining his clothing, his gaze fixed on the slowly approaching Feng Tian not far away. Fear crept into his heart like ice. Inch by inch, the air around them seemed to freeze. Even the wind ceased to blow, leaving only an extremely tense standoff between the two. Feng Tian's steps were steady and powerful, each step seeming to tread on Takigakure's heartstrings, causing violent tremors. His deep eyes conveyed an indescribable pressure, making Takigakure's soul tremble. Takigakure was not afraid of death, but worried that Feng Tian might truly obtain the information about the Seven Tails through some strange means. You asked what I want? Huh. Of course, I want to complete what I couldn't just now. As he said this, a cruel and merciless smile appeared on Feng Tian's face as he slowly walked towards Takigakure, each step sounding like the tolling of a bell from hell. You old man are not a good person. As Takigakure, you are indeed a qualified leader. But as a person, you are truly despicable. Such loyal ninjas like Kaku have been forced into becoming traitors by you. So I will kill you. I feel no guilt at all. After saying this, Feng Tian's hand shot out like lightning, tightly gripping Takigakure's neck and lifting him high. Takigakure's hands fell weakly, his eyes bloodshot from suffocation, his face turning red as he struggled with all his might. But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to budge Feng Tian's iron grip. At that moment, Takigakure resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely devoid of any power to resist. Feng Tian's eyes suddenly brightened, morphing into the terrifying eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. A powerful illusionary force surged towards Takigakure like a tide, instantly engulfing him. Tell me, where's the Seven Tails? Feng Tian's voice echoed in Takigakure's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. Takigakure's eyes became hollow, as if he had lost his soul, mechanically responding. The Seven Tails is located in a secret underground chamber within the village. Protected by our strongest elite ninjas from Takigakure, outsiders cannot easily enter. A cold smile crept onto Feng Tian's lips as he released his grip on Takigakure's neck, letting him collapse to the ground like a rag doll, gasping heavily for air. He turned to look at Jiao Du and Obito, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. It seems our plan can be further advanced, Feng Tian said, his tone filled with confidence. Although Obito was shocked by Feng Tian's ability to easily control the water shadow, he was more excited about the impending acquisition of the Seven Tails. He nodded, indicating his agreement. Kakuzu appeared somewhat indifferent. He was not very interested in the Seven Tails and cared more about enhancing his own strength amidst the chaos. However, since he had joined the Twilight, he would faithfully carry out the organization's tasks. Feng Tian turned around and shot a fierce glance at Kakuzu, who instantly understood the message. His wrist suddenly snapped, and countless black lines wriggled out like living creatures, emitting a chilling aura. Kill me. The voice of Kai Kud Taki no Kage was weak and trembling, his face filled with guilt and regret. In the end, this was my mistake. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Kakuzu stepped forward slowly, coming to stand in front of Takigage, his expression as calm as water. Looking at the determined Takigage, he sighed and finally said in a low voice, "Do you have any last word before you die?" A glimmer of clarity flashed in Takigage's murky eyes. He slowly raised his head, looking at Kakuzu in front of him, and with the last of his strength uttered the long-awaited words, "I'm sorry, Kakuzu." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's body trembled slightly. He had waited too long for this overdue apology. Long enough that he had almost forgotten his hatred. However, he did not change his mind because of this. He decisively shot countless black threads at Takigage, filled with endless killing intent, instantly engulfing him. In the next moment, the flame of Takigage's life gradually extinguished, leaving behind endless regret and remorse, drifting away in the quiet night. After doing all this, Kakuzu's body trembled slightly, and there was no trace of pleasure on his face. Instead, he was shrouded in an indescribable heaviness. Although he personally ended the life of the one who had betrayed him, the thrill of revenge did not come as expected. Instead, it made him more profoundly aware of his identity as a renegade ninja, like an indelible brand deeply etched in his soul. Hatred spread like a wildfire, silently extending. The ninjas of Takigakure, those who once fought alongside him, had now become enemies sworn to take his life. Their pursuit was like an invisible chain, tightly binding Jiao, making it impossible for him to break free or find relief. "Let's go. This matter is settled. We must leave," Feng Tian's voice echoed in Jiao's ears, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. He stepped forward, gently patting Kakuzu's shoulder, trying to bring him a bit of comfort and warmth in his own way. However, just as this rare tranquility was about to descend, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the void above. "There are assassins." The voice was like thunder, instantly shattering the silence of the night. The ninjas of Takigakure, like awakened beasts, soared into the air and rushed towards the direction of Kakuzu and the others. Their figures traced brilliant trajectories across the night sky, like meteors streaking through the horizon, carrying endless killing intent and anger. Feng Tian, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. His words fell lightly, devoid of any emotion. It seems there is work to be done again. Chapter 53. Chess faced with the sudden enemy. Feng Tian quickly entered a combat state, his eyes shimmering with the light of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, ready to respond to any emergency. "No need to kill, just delay. I need some time. Buy me 3 minutes." Kakuzu nodded, his form instantly transforming into a shadow, swiftly darting through the night sky, continuously attacking the approaching enemies with black threads. Meanwhile, his 4 Earth Grudge Fear were unleashing a massive amount of chakra beams, forcing back the ninjas who were advancing towards Feng Tian. As a member of the original Takigakure, even a ruthless Kakuzu was unwilling to slaughter his former compatriots at this moment. At least not now. Obito stayed close behind Feng Tian, his right eye emanating a faint aura of Kamui, ready to take Feng Tian into the Kamui space to hide at any moment. However, the ninjas from Takigakure did not retreat. Instead, they attacked Feng Tian and the others with even more fury, as if pouring all their hatred upon them. "Kakuzu, you treacherous rogue ninja! How dare you conspire with outsiders to attack Lord Takikage? This is unforgivable. Your head must be offered to honor Lord Takikage." During the fierce battle, several elite ninjas of Takikage instantly recognized Kakuzu. After seeing the corpse of Taking, their inner anger became even stronger. They unleashed powerful ninja techniques, targeting Kakuzu's vital points. Try to eliminate him right there. In the face of the tidal wave of furious attacks from the Takigakure ninjas, Kakuzu showed no signs of fear at all. His figure floated on the battlefield like a ghost, each movement perfectly avoiding the enemy's lethal strikes. At the same time, the black lines resembling the Grim Reaper's tendrils wove an impenetrable net in the air, blocking those ninjas who attempted to break through the defense one by one. "A bunch of foolish beings. Do you really think I can't kill you?" Kakuzu snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. He is not a bloodthirsty person, but in the face of these ninjas blinded by hatred, he has no choice but to demonstrate his strength. Kakuzu has killed countless people in his life and has never feared death, but today, he does not want to let blood stain this land. Kakuzu's voice is deep and powerful, each word seemingly carrying immense weight, causing the surrounding air to tremble. However, the ninjas from Takigakure do not back down. Their attacks grow fiercer, with various ninjutsu emerging one after another, as if they want to drown Kakuzu in this ocean of anger. Seeing this, Obito's right eye gleams with the power of Kamui, as he closely watches the enemies attempting to breach Kakuzu's defense. Ready to activate his space-time ninjutsu to bring F10 into the Kamui space for safety. F10 stands still, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan perceiving every detail of the battlefield, silently calculating the time in his heart. He knew that these 3 minutes were crucial for the upcoming plan. Finally, when those decisive 3 minutes quietly arrived, Feng Tian's voice resounded like thunder on the battlefield. "Jiao, come to my side quickly." Upon hearing this, the stone that had been hanging in Jiao's heart finally fell to the ground. He knew very well that this was their perfect opportunity to escape. Without the slightest hesitation, he gritted his teeth and, with his indomitable will and incredible strength, endured countless ninjutsu attacks, like a warrior fighting bravely in bloodshed. Inching closer to Feng Tian. "Move out." Feng Tian's voice rang out again, brief and powerful. As his words fell, an unprecedented causal force surged forth from the reversal of cause and effect, instantly filling the entire battlefield. This power seemed to possess the miraculous ability to turn the world upside down and reverse causality. Under the effect of the reversal of cause and effect, the figures of Feng-tan, Kaku, and Obito seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, instantly disappearing without a trace from the sight of the ninjas of Takigakure. On the battlefield, only a scene of devastation remained, along with the shocked ninjas. They widened their eyes, incredulously watching everything happening before them. Some of the ninjas even doubted whether they were dreaming. Everything was too bizarre, too unbelievable. What was going on? Where did they go? The ninjas looked at each other, filled with confusion and fear. They had never seen such a strange ability, as if it could reverse cause and effect, erasing all existence. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened that shocked everyone present. The once dead Takayuki slowly rose, as if nothing had happened, coldly gazing at the numerous ninjas of Takigakure before him. If Kakuzu had seen this scene, he would have been extremely shocked, because he could never have imagined that this seemingly righteous old man before him had also learned the secret technique of Takigakure. Waigu. The reason he can be resurrected is that, like Kaidi, he possesses multiple hearts. However, Kaidi's black line just happened to miss another crucial heart. This is also the truth behind Takikage's resurrection. Takikage's sudden revival was like a bolt from the blue, leaving all the ninjas of Takigakure present in shock, speechless.
They widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the leader who should have already passed away, now standing before them as if returned from hell, coldly. Lord Taking.
Lord Taking, we have arrived late to your rescue. Please punish us severely. The ninjas knelt one after another, expressing their respect and guilt. However, Lord Taking only slowly raised his hand, silencing their clamor. His gaze was deep and cold, as if he could see through the deepest secrets of the human heart. The ninjas looked at each other, filled with confusion and doubt. They did not understand why Lord Taking would be resurrected in such a situation, nor did they comprehend what he meant by as expected. Taking's gaze swept over the crowd and finally rested on the chaotic battlefield. He frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Kakuzu, I have long sensed your betrayal. I just didn't expect you to collude with outsiders to deal with me. There was a hint of reproach in Takigakure's tone, but more so a complex emotion. Soon after, a cane appeared in his hand, slowly wandering through the chaotic scene. Finally, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and his words became extraordinarily sharp. You are quite impressive, forcing me to make such a risky move, compelling me to take you seriously. However, it's now my turn to play. Chapter 54. The judge with a ripple of spatial distortion gently spreading. The figures of Feng-tan, Kakuzu, and Obito were gently thrown down by an invisible hand, landing steadily in a secluded and deep corner of Takigakure. At this moment, Feng-tan felt a wave of discomfort in his eyes, but soon he recovered. He gently rubbed his eye sockets, feeling the surge of power within him, a faint smile lifting the corners of his mouth. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, enhanced multiple times, faced such a powerful backlash of causality, yet remained merely a trivial ripple. Easily quelled. Kaka, the place that old man mentioned, you should know, right? Feeling his power restored, Feng-tan also inquired about Kakuzu. Kakuzu nodded slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his wrinkled eyes, and then spoke. I know the place. It's not surprising that the elite guards inside are formidable. However, one thing puzzles me. Has our journey been too smooth? Kakuzu's voice carried a note of confusion and vigilance. It feels as if everything has been predetermined, progressing naturally without any obstacles. Upon hearing this, both Feng-tan and Obito couldn't help but furrow their brows, falling into deep contemplation. Indeed, the process of obtaining the location of the Seven Tails seems too easy, too perfect. It's as if an invisible hand is manipulating their fate, leading them step by step toward the unknown abyss. Your intuition is not without reason, Kakuzu. After pondering for a moment, Feng-tan gazed into the distance with profound eyes. Since I embarked on the path of collecting tailed beasts, although each task has been arduous, I have always found a breakthrough at critical moments to complete the mission successfully. This time is no exception. The old man's guidance appears flawless. But this overly smooth process is indeed worth caution. Obito nodded alongside, adding, That's right, the intelligence gathering process this time has been too smooth, making me uneasy. Perhaps this is precisely the trap set by the opponent, waiting for us to walk into it. Kakuzu sneered, the deep wrinkles on his face becoming even more pronounced. Humph. Whether it's a trap or a conspiracy, since we've come this far, there's no turning back. Feng-tan nodded and continued. You're right, whether it's a trap or not. The Seven Tails is our target to capture. As long as we are strong enough, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or scheme is rendered useless. Having said this, Feng Tian turned to Kakuzu and continued. You are familiar with the terrain? Lead us there. As for those elite guards, leave them to me and Obito to handle. Kakuzu nodded, his figure flickering as he swiftly headed toward their destination. Feng Tian and Obito followed closely, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. They passed through a dense forest and navigated several winding alleys, arriving before what appeared to be an abandoned temple. Though the temple was dilapidated, one could still sense a faint chakra fluctuation within, indicating that extraordinary power was concealed here. This is it. Through this temple, we can reach the underground chamber of Takigakure. This is also where I obtained the Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu said softly, stopping and signaling the two to be cautious. Feng Tian nodded slightly, activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his powerful ocular power instantly scanned the surroundings, attempting to detect potential threats. Obito switched his right eye to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Just as they were about to enter the temple, a low, resonant bell began to toll, and with the sound of the bell, the air around them started to distort. A powerful barrier force quietly unfolded, trapping the three in place. It seems we have indeed been schemed against. Obito's expression grew serious as he focused intently on the barrier that had formed around them. Just some boring tricks. This level of barrier I can break easily. Kakuzu coldly snorted, but at that moment, he was astonished to find that his chakra flow had become unusually chaotic. This caused him to be unable to use any ninjutsu normally. How is this possible? My chakra flow is starting to go out of control. An Earth Grudge Fear cannot be released normally. Kakuzu exclaimed in shock, a hint of panic in his voice. Seeing this, Obito quickly activated Kamui, hoping to escape the barrier by moving into the Kamui space. But he soon realized that his situation was the same as Kakuzu's. He couldn't use any ninjutsu normally. The two turned their gazes toward Feng Tian in unison, whose calm eyes seemed to be their only hope. Feng Tian's expression remained indifferent, as if the changing winds and clouds of the outside world had nothing to do with him. He gently extended his right hand, his fingertips lightly touching the fine phosphorus powder floating in the air. The powder shimmered with a ghostly blue glow under the dim light, exuding an ominous aura. This phosphorus powder was undoubtedly the power of the Rebrite. Through the chaotic properties of the phosphorus powder, it would only transform into a disturbance that could cause chaos within the chakra. It seemed that Takigakure was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After Feng Tian's words fell, Obito and the others understood the true reason behind the chakra disturbance. However, even though they understood, they still had no clue on how to resolve it. Feng Tian squinted slightly, his expression serious, as he focused intently on a certain point of the barrier, as if he could see the threads of fate intertwining there, forming an invisible net that firmly trapped them. He pondered secretly in his heart, wanting to forcibly use the power of reversing cause and effect to alter fate and turn the situation around. However, the power of the phosphorus powder was too strange, and even he could not enact such a reversal in this environment. Just as the three were contemplating how to break the deadlock, a rapid sound of footsteps broke the surrounding silence. A group of ninjas dressed in the attire of Takigakure appeared before them like phantoms. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a cold smile on his face, wielding a gleaming long sword. His steps were steady, advancing step by step, as if each step echoed the beating of their hearts. Welcome, everyone, to my domain. The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of mockery and sarcasm, as if he enjoyed the pleasure of controlling everything like a cat playing with a mouse. I am a guardian of Takigakure, and also the creator of this barrier. He paused for a moment, a more sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You can call me the Judge. Chapter 55, 8 Gates of Duinjia. The Judge? Obito repeated, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph, just a self-proclaimed title. Do you think that will scare us? The Judge sneered, lightly waving his sword, the tip tracing a brilliant arc in the air. Scare you? No, I just want you to know that in the face of this barrier, I am the one who controls everything. Kakuzu's eyes widened in anger. Despite the chaotic chakra, he refused to back down. Stop boasting. Even if we can't use ninjutsu, we will never concede easily. Feng Tian remained calm, well aware that acting impulsively would only worsen the situation. He carefully observed the Judge and the surrounding ninjas, searching for possible breakthroughs. The Judge seemed to see through Feng Tian's intentions, and with a slight smile, he said, "Don't waste your efforts. The barrier and the phosphorus powder here are meticulously arranged by me to prevent you from using ninjutsu and trap you in a desperate situation. However, I am not without mercy. If you're willing to surrender and reveal your secrets, I might consider sparing your lives." Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a faint cold smile. "Surrender? That's not our style. Besides, do you really think you can trap us?" The judge's expression darkened, clearly angered by Feng Tian's words. "You're asking for it. Let me show you my true power." As he spoke, the judge's figure flickered, and his long sword lunged at Feng Tian's head. Feng Tian sidestepped at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas prepared to launch their attacks, and battle erupted in an instant. Just then, an overwhelming aura emanated from Feng Tian, and the rising killing intent caused the seemingly indestructible barrier to begin to tremble. "Impossible. How can you use ninjutsu inside the barrier?" The judge looked at Feng Tian in shock, unable to believe what he was witnessing. "If I can't use ninjutsu, then I'll use taijutsu," Feng Tian said playfully, a slight smirk revealing his absolute confidence. 8 gates. Open. With a low shout from Feng Tian, an astonishing momentum erupted around his body, as if countless forces were surging within him, pushing his physical limits to unknown heights. The judge's expression instantly became serious. He could feel the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Feng Tian, a force far beyond his expectations. 8 gates? You actually mastered this forbidden technique, the judge said in disbelief. The 8 gates is one of the most dangerous forbidden techniques in the Naruto world. Unlocking the 8 gates that restrict chakra within the human body to unleash power that surpasses limits. However, the cost of this power is also immense. Each gate open causes severe damage to the body and can even be life-threatening. Feng Tian did not respond to the judge's words. He simply clenched his fists and struck fiercely at the seemingly indestructible barrier. Boom! With a sound like shattering glass. The barrier that had been restraining Feng Tian and the others shattered. Before the judge could react, Feng Tian's figure flickered and charged toward him like a ghost. His speed was so incredible that it seemed as if he tore through the very air. The judge, seeing this, quickly raised his sword to defend himself. However, Feng Tian's fists came down like a torrential storm, dense and swift, leaving the judge unable to withstand the onslaught. Bang! 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 Amidst the series of thuds from fists and kicks, the judge was driven back repeatedly, nearly losing his balance. The surrounding ninjas gasped in shock at the sight. They had never seen such powerful physical techniques, nor did they expect that Feng Tian could unleash such astonishing strength in a situation where ninjutsu was not available. Kakuzu and Obito were also left speechless. They originally thought that their combat power would be greatly reduced without the use of ninjutsu. However, Feng Tian's performance showed them another possibility. Even without ninjutsu, one could still exhibit strong combat power through other means. What are you waiting for? Take advantage of their unadapted chakra flow and quickly eliminate them. The Judicator, facing Feng Tian's fierce assault, finally found a moment to give orders to his subordinates who were still standing in place. The elite ninjas, hearing this, immediately snapped out of their daze and charged towards Kakuzu and Obito. "You insignificant pests, do you think you could trap me like this?" Kakuzu's voice was laced with disdain as he moved left and right, using the terrain and his speed to evade the ninjas' attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Obito appeared calmer. He closed his eyes, seemingly sensing the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them, and he shouted, "Kamui!" As his voice fell, Obito's body vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only a faint vortex. The ninjas preparing to attack him were instantly stunned, completely unable to track his whereabouts. "Humph, you think you can evade my attacks with such tricks? Too naive." A ninja snorted coldly and was about to launch a new attack when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis wash over him. Obito's figure suddenly appeared behind him, a hand already pressing on his shoulder. The ninja's face changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but found his body seemingly frozen by some mysterious force, completely unable to move. "Kamui!" Obito's voice rang out again, and the ninja's body was instantly transferred to an unknown space, accompanied by a terrified scream, disappearing completely from everyone's sight. "Hehe, I'm curious. Have you ever thought that things would develop this way?" Feng Tian continuously launched fierce attacks at the Judicator while also mocking him. "Humph." Hearing Feng Tian's taunt, the Judicator's expression instantly darkened. He never expected that Feng Tian would actually use the 8 gates of Duanjia to break his barrier. Although Feng Tian could not currently use ninjutsu, as time passed and he fully adapted, what awaited him would be death. Just as the situation seemed to be going well, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Feng Tian's back. A strong, intense heat surged from his back, causing Feng Tian to gasp in pain and expose a huge flaw. The judge keenly seized this rare opportunity, a cruel smile appearing on his lips as he mocked. Got you. Chapter 56. 3 minutes got you. The judge's figure moved like the wind, seizing the fleeting gap without hesitation and delivering a powerful punch to Feng Tian's already tense body. The force of this punch was so great that even Feng Tian, who had already opened the 8 gates of Duanjia, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his figure resembling a leaf caught in a wild wind, quickly stumbling backward. Each step made the ground tremble slightly, appearing extremely awkward. However, there was no trace of pity or hesitation in the judge's eyes. His figure was like a ghost, almost instantly following Feng Tian as he landed. His fists were tightly clenched, muscles bulging, exuding an unstoppable and overwhelming momentum as he struck fiercely at the still unsteady abdomen of Feng Tian once again. At that moment, it seemed as if the air was torn apart by this force, emitting a sharp howling sound. Feng Tian, sensing the abnormality here, Obito couldn't help but shout loudly, and then immediately entered the Kamui space. In the next moment, before the judgment's attack could land, Obito had already appeared next to Feng Tian. He grabbed Feng Tian with one hand, and with a wave of spatial fluctuation, the two entered the divine might space, narrowly escaping this deadly strike. They escaped really quickly. The arbiter looked displeased at Feng Tian and the other person not far away, but internally felt very regretful. Just a little bit more. He could have severely injured Feng Tian. Are you okay, Feng Tian? He looked at Feng Tian with a gaze that held not only worry, but also a more complex emotion. Thanks to the enhancement of the Hashirama cells within him, he could quickly adapt to the chaotic chakra, but at this moment, he was more concerned about Feng Tian's safety. It's nothing, just a little external injury. Feng Tian wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and looked gloomily into the distance. It was precisely because of the lightning-style attack that came from that direction that he exposed a huge flaw in his battle with the Arbiter. That flaw nearly led to Feng Tian's irreversible downfall. And from that direction, the one who launched the lightning-style ambush was none other than the supposedly dead Takayuki. How is this possible? How is that old man still alive? Obito's voice was filled with disbelief as he followed Feng Tian's gaze, only to see Takayuki looking serious, his eyes blazing as he stared at them. What? Not far away, Kaidi, who was fiercely engaged with the enemy, also sensed Obito's unusual reaction. He suddenly pulled back and turned to look in the direction of Takayuki. When his gaze met Takayuki's, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, Kaidi was an experienced ninja. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and thought to himself, I didn't expect that the one who claimed that the grievance technique was forbidden would secretly cultivate it himself. What a dirty and ugly heart. In response to Kaidi's mockery, Takayuki merely shook his head gently, a complex emotion reflected in his eyes. In his view, cultivating the grievance technique was not for personal gain, but to support the shaky Takigakure village. In this world where the strong prevail, without sufficient strength, Takigakure would eventually be consumed by the flames of war, just like the Rain Village. The current situation is very unfavorable for Feng Tian and the others. Not only are Feng Tian and Kaidi temporarily unable to use ninjutsu, but even worse, there are dozens of elite ninjas surrounding Takayuki. They're like a pack of tigers and wolves, ready to join the battle at any moment and completely devour Feng Tian and the others. Friends of Twilight, welcome to my chessboard. Next, it is time for the curtain to fall. Ryuin's voice was deep and powerful, as if every word contained endless meaning. As his words fell, the elite ninjas around quickly dispersed, forming an impenetrable encirclement that firmly trapped Feng Tian and Obito within. The faces of those ninjas were filled with eerie and terrifying smiles, their hands tightly gripping various weapons that glinted coldly, clearly prepared for slaughter. The air was thick with the smell of blood and tension, as if a storm was about to arrive. In the face of such peril, there was no trace of fear on Feng Tian's face. His sharp gaze fixated on the distant shadow of the waterfall, and he disdainfully spoke. I originally wanted to see how far my taijutsu could go with the enhancement of the 8 gates, but it turns out that it's not very useful at the moment. At this point, Feng Tian's gaze suddenly shifted to the lurking judicator beside him, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Since I'm not having fun, I've decided to erase all of you right here. As soon as Feng Tian's words fell, everyone present felt a chilling aura. They clearly knew that after losing the ability to use ninjutsu, Feng Tian's threat level had significantly decreased. However, from Feng Tian's cold words, they truly felt an intense killing intent, as if the Grim Reaper had descended upon them. Playing tricks. Although the judge was also intimidated by Feng Tian's words, he quickly regained his composure. In his eyes, Feng Tian, who had lost his ninjutsu, was like a fierce tiger stripped of its fangs, no longer a threat. He let out a cold laugh, and chakra began to gather around him, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. However, Feng Tian paid no attention to his provocation. He simply looked silently at Obito beside him, a hint of trust flashing in his eyes. He spoke, his words filled with infinite confidence. 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Obito slightly nodded. He understood Feng Tian's meaning and felt the determination and decisiveness radiating from him. Then he placed his hand on Feng Tian's shoulder, and their figures gradually disappeared in a distortion of space. Feng Tian's voice echoed in the void, filled with sarcasm and provocation. Enjoy your last 3 minutes in life. Chapter 57 Countdown. What? The judicator felt an ominous sensation upon witnessing the strange disappearance of Feng Tian and Obito. 3 minutes. The judicator's lips moved slightly. These 4 words felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nearly choking him. He kept murmuring, each repetition like an interrogation of his own fragile heart. Fear surging like a tide, drowning him. Those 3 minutes were no longer just a simple passage of time for him, but a countdown to death. Feng Tian's words echoed in his mind, cold and ruthless like a sentence. The barrier's effect was about to dissipate, and the confidence revealed in Feng Tian's words made him believe that once the barrier failed, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. At the thought of this, beads of sweat the size of soybeans broke out on the judge's forehead, sliding down his tightly furrowed brows and dripping onto the cold ground, producing a faint and crisp sound. He nervously looked around, his gaze sharp, trying to catch a glimpse of Feng Tian and Dai Tu in the darkness. But it was all in vain. The two seemed to have vanished into nothingness, leaving not even a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Ha ha! So this is what you get today. Jiao Du's laughter suddenly rang out, filled with a sense of satisfaction and revenge. He stood not far away, his eyes glinting with a mocking light, as if watching a spectacular drama. Just wait, that kid said he could completely erase you in 3 minutes. Kakuzu's words were like sharp blades, slicing through the already fragile nerves of the judges. His tone was filled with certainty, as if he had already foreseen the outcome for the judge. What he said could definitely be done. You might as well prepare your last words. Long ago, when Kagutsuchi was seizing the land of resentment, he had an intense battle with the judge, and since then, they had already become enemies. Now, seeing the judge's haggard appearance, Kagutsuchi did not hold back in his mockery. Upon hearing this, the judge's already gloomy face became even darker as he looked at Kagutsuchi, who was still engaged in fierce combat, his murderous intent no longer concealed in his eyes. His body moved slightly, wanting to take matters into his own hands and deal with Kakuzu, the traitor of the Takigakure village. Almost forgot, they left you behind. The judger couldn't help but speak softly, his hands quickly forming seals, the chakra within him surging like a roaring tide, gathering at his fingertips. Gradually, it coalesced into a sphere flashing with dazzling lightning. The lightning danced in the dim hall, as if it were the embodiment of the judger's inner anger. Lightning release, thunder drum. The judger suddenly shouted in anger, his voice deafening like thunder. As his words fell, the sphere infused with lightning seemed to come to life, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed, carrying devastating power, howling towards Kakuzu. Seeing this, Kakuzu planned to dodge and escape. But under the siege of dozens of elite ninjas, he had no choice but to withstand it with his body. However, at this critical moment, with a familiar spatial fluctuation, Obito's figure appeared beside Kakuzu. Oh, sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot about you. After Obito appeared, he awkwardly spoke to Kakuzu. Can you be any slower? Kakuzu retorted without hesitation, but a hint of relief also flashed across his face. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Obito rubbed his head, then grabbed Kakuzu's shoulder. Bye-bye you. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Obito and Kakuzu instantly vanished into the Kamui space, perfectly avoiding the judger's lightning release, Thunderdrum. Seeing his attack miss, The judge's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He turned to look at the distant king, hoping that the latter could provide him with a way to break the situation. However, the latter just shook his head lightly, indicating his helplessness. After a moment of thought, King slowly spoke up. A minute has already passed, and our time is running out. Let me put simply, that kid's ability is related to space-time techniques, and it seems he can bring himself and others into a special space to evade attacks. That kid just said 3 minutes, and it appears he plans to safely spend those 3 minutes in that special space until he can use ninjutsu normally again. In other words, once the 3 minutes are up, the moment his ninjutsu abilities are restored, the 3 of them will definitely appear here and completely wipe us out. As King spoke, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He looked at the judge and continued, "Can your barrier be restored? If so, we might still have a glimmer of hope. Don't doubt what that kid just said. I can only tell you that in front of that kid, I have no power to resist." Upon hearing this, the judge's expression became even more grim. He knew King's strength well, and if even King was helpless against this person, their situation was indeed dire. "I will do my best with the barrier," the judge said with difficulty. He knew that while his barrier was powerful, whether it could be restored in a short time was still uncertain. King could only nod helplessly at this, his gaze turning distant, the worry in his eyes deepening. Immediately, the judge began to form seals with a serious expression, and as time passed, the fragments of the barrier in the void seemed to be continuously reassembling. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw out a large amount of phosphorus powder, which began to resonate with the barrier. Just as the barrier was about to take shape, a powerful destructive aura suddenly swept across the entire area with a twist of space. Everyone was paralyzed by this sudden force, and only the judge and King could barely move. The two of them turned their heads to see Feng Tian's figure approaching with endless killing intent, as if a Shura had crawled out of hell, slowly stepping towards them. "You continue to restore the barrier. I will hold him off for a moment." In an instant, Liang Ying quickly devised a battle plan. He charged towards Feng Tian with a powerful aura of lightning release chakra. Upon seeing this, the judger hastened the hand seals, wanting to restore the barrier as quickly as possible. However, the next moment, an enormous figure casually emitted an aura that instantly shattered the barrier he had just restored to a large extent. At that moment, everyone heard Feng Tian's voice, which sounded as if it were calling for their demise. Next, we begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Chapter 58, Consciousness of Destruction 1. As Feng Tian's calm, yet infinitely authoritative words slowly fell, an unprecedented terrifying aura of destruction suddenly swept through the entire space like a storm. This aura was so intense that it seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, causing everyone present to feel a shudder and fear that originated from the depths of their souls. In an instant, Takayuki and the judger instinctively tried to gather their strength to resist this terrifying aura that could annihilate everything. However, in the face of such an overwhelmingly suffocating power, all their efforts seemed so small and ridiculous, like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely unaware of their own limitations. Was this power? The judger's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and fear. In the final moments of his life, he exerted all his strength to look up at the enormous figure slowly appearing in the darkness, which loomed over them like a towering mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. In front of that figure, they, including the always self-important Takayuki, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Their power seemed to turn into nothingness in the face of this force, unable to produce any intention of resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the huge figure approached step by step, their hearts filled with despair. Feng Tian crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin, his young and indifferent face devoid of any expression. His eyes are as if he has transcended all worldly emotions. He slowly spoke, as if bestowing a gift upon everyone, complete body Susanoo. As Feng Tian's words fell, the enormous figure finally fully revealed itself before the crowd. It was a giant towering several dozen zhang high, completely covered in black armor, exuding a faint cold light. Its eyes resembled two brilliant stars, flickering with a heart-pounding radiance. In its presence, everything seemed to become small and fragile. Even the space around it was distorted by its aura. They knelt helplessly on the ground, their eyes wide open, staring at the complete body of Susanoo, towering dozens of meters high and pitch black. In front of that towering complete body of Susanoo, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness. The dark giant seemed like a demon emerging from the abyss, carrying an endless intent of destruction, instilling fear in people's hearts. Is this the legendary complete body of Susanoo? Takakage spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. As the shadow of a village, he has seen and experienced much, but he has never witnessed such terrifying power. The judger and the other elite ninjas had long lost the will to resist. They lay limp on the ground, helplessly watching as the massive figure slowly raised its giant hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Feng Tian stood expressionless beside them, his eyes showing no sign of emotion, as if everything was within his expectation. He softly uttered the last few words, "Oblivion end." As his words fell, the pitch-black Susanoo's giant hand suddenly swung down, carrying the power to annihilate the world. It was as if the air resonated with a tearing sound, and an irresistible force of destruction instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Under the impact of that force, Takakage, the Arbiter, and all the elite ninjas felt an unprecedented sense of fear and despair. They tried their best to resist, but in the face of that absolute power, everything seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, when everything calmed down, the battlefield was left with nothing but ruins and scorched marks. Feng Tian stood quietly there, looking at the scene before him, his eyes still showing no sign of fluctuation. It was over. He whispered softly, as if speaking to himself, yet also as if addressing the world. At this point, the shadow of the waterfall, the judge, and dozens of elite ninjas from the hidden waterfall village were completely erased under the strike of Feng Tian's annihilation. The end. Just then, with a wave of spatial disturbance, Obito and Kakuzu appeared before Feng Tian. Upon seeing this, Feng Tian quickly dispelled the complete body Susanoo, although he possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Casually activating the complete body Susanoo was still somewhat burdensome for Feng Tian. Therefore, he preferred to avoid it if possible. Not bad, Feng Tian, you've cleaned up thoroughly, not leaving a single survivor. After surveying the surroundings, Obito couldn't help but praise Feng Tian's methods. Survivor? Hearing Obito's words, Feng Tian suddenly felt a severe headache. He kept repeating these two words, but inside he was stirred by turbulent waves. When? How did I begin to crave killing like this? These are dozens of living lives. Feng Tian continuously questioned himself, a hint of madness flashing across his face. When? Could it be that after the upgrade of my power, that sense of destruction has eroded my subjective consciousness? Feng Tian held his head in both hands, a look of pain on his face. As the inner struggle and self-questioning surged like a tide, he was well aware that his recent actions had crossed the boundaries he had previously set. The power brought by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed to be quietly changing his state of mind. Feng Tian, what's wrong with you? Obito asked, his tone laced with concern. Although he and Feng Tian are companions, their understanding of each other is not deep. Seeing Feng Tian in such pain at this moment, he can't help but feel a bit worried. Jiao Du, on the other hand, stands by with a cold expression, seemingly indifferent to Feng Tian's suffering. He secretly pondered that this might be a side effect of the growth of the power of Feng Tian, or perhaps a hidden obsession deep within him had been triggered. No problem. Feng Tian took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He understood that he needed to stay calm at this moment and not be consumed by the sudden pain. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement of his vision that he was indeed feeling a bit unaccustomed. Feng Tian found an excuse to try to mask the struggle within himself. He was well aware that if this sense of destruction could not be controlled, it would inevitably become a huge obstacle on his path of cultivation in the future. Obito nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, the enhancement of one's ocular power is often accompanied by changes in one's mindset. You need to adjust well and not let this power control you. Feng Tian slightly nodded upon hearing this, then slowly stood up, preparing to take the next step. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard several whispers in his mind, their tones seemingly filled with a hint of urgency. Recognize yourself. Resolve the cause and effect. Find yourself. Chapter 59, The Arbiter. Recognize yourself? It felt as if an invisible storm swept through Feng Tian's heart, with each word striking his soul like a heavy hammer. He held his head in pain, his body trembling, as if he were fighting against some indescribable force. On the ground, dust was raised by his struggle, forming tiny, swirling vortices. Feng Tian's gaze was dazed, his lips pressed tightly, the expression of pain and confusion intertwined like a lonely soul in the abyss, searching for a glimmer of light. I am who I am. I am Feng Tian. His voice was resolute, yet mingled with a hint of uncertainty, like the brightest star in the night sky, flickering in and out. Why should I come to terms with myself? I came from another world. How can I even begin to talk about this identity of Uchiha Fengtian? In Fengtian's mind, whispers surged like a tide, each thought sharp as a blade, slicing through his already fragile sanity. Am I Uchiha Fengtian? He muttered to himself, a flicker of confusion and struggle crossing his eyes, as if standing on the edge of two worlds, one familiar and modern, the other strange and filled with adventures in the ninja world. No, I am definitely not from the Uchiha clan. Fengtian suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan dimmed in pain, like a candle flame about to extinguish, reflecting the chaos and fear within him. Why are memories so confusing? Where's the line between truth and falsehood? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. The pain momentarily brought him back to consciousness, but also made him feel the helplessness and despair even more clearly. Pull yourself together. Fengtian. Obito's voice thundered in Fengtian's ear, filled with undeniable determination. He anxiously stared at Fengtian, his Sharingan filled with concern and worry, as if trying to convey his beliefs to the other. Finally, the murmurs gradually faded away, and Fengtian's gaze refocused. As he gasped for breath, it seemed as if he had awakened from a long dream, a surge of relief washing over him, as if he had survived a disaster. He gasped for breath, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The surroundings gradually became clearer to him, the crumbling remains of the temple, the acrid smell of gunpowder in the air, and Obito's anxious yet warm gaze. Everything reminded him that he was still alive, still struggling in this endless cycle. I'm fine, just a backlash from my ocular power, Fengtian said, his tone returning to the calmness and indifference of the past, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Then, as his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly turned, under the effect of reversing cause and effect, Fengtian's body directly returned to peak condition. Obito frowned slightly, a hint of confusion and unease flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by recognizing yourself? Fengtian turned his head, his gaze deep as an abyss, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, indifferent smile. Does it matter? In this endless cycle, were we all pursuing? Perhaps. Recognizing oneself is the key to unraveling all the mysteries. Hearing this, Obito was momentarily at a loss for words, silently watching Fengtian, the worry in his Sharingan growing more intense. Fengtian said no more, turning his gaze to Kakuzu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Now that the obstacles are removed, it's time to harvest the seven tails. Kakuzu nodded silently, moving towards the depths of the shattered temple. His hands quickly formed seals, and with a low rumble, the ground cracked open, revealing a massive underground entrance, like a portal to another world. Once inside, it would lead to an underground passage. If what that old man said was true, the seven tails should be within. After completing all this, Kakuzu also spoke up. Fengtian slightly nodded, closed his eyes, and focused, sensing the powerful chakra fluctuations emanating from deep underground. That was the aura of the seven tails, J-Mei, strong and ancient, like a slumbering giant beast waiting for the moment to be awakened. It was time to end this game. Fengtian murmured softly, his eyes flashing with determination and coldness, like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, poised to strike. Let's go, Fengtian said again, and then he was the first to step into the underground passage. Obito and Kakuzu, seeing this, followed in Fengtian's footsteps, entering the underground passage together. The underground passage was dim and deep, with faint glimmers of light occasionally flickering on the stone walls, seemingly from some naturally occurring fluorescent minerals. The air was filled with a damp and musty smell, and the stone slab road underfoot was uneven due to years of neglect, with each step echoing slightly. Fengtian walked to the front, his eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, shining like two brilliant moons in the darkness, penetrating all obstacles and perceiving everything ahead. Obito followed closely behind, cautiously surveying the surroundings for any surprises. Kakuzu took up the rear, his bizarre, stitched body appearing even more menacing in the dim light, as if ready to respond to any sudden situations. As they ventured deeper, the temperature in the passage gradually dropped, and even the breath felt a hint of chill. Fengtian's perception continued to enhance. He could clearly sense that not far ahead, the massive chakra belonging to the Seven Tails was stirring, seemingly preparing for the impending battle. Prepare for battle. Fengtian's voice echoed in the narrow passage, short and powerful. Like a taut string, instantly tightening the atmosphere of the team to its limits. His gaze was icy, as if ready to the impending storm. At that moment, a series of urgent and heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, breaking the silence. Shortly after, several figures leaped out from the shadows like ghosts in the dark night, wielding sharp blades, their eyes sharp and focused. They were the elite ninjas guarding the Seven Tails. Their appearance was like a giant stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up layers of ripples. How could someone step into this place? It seems that the judges and decision-makers have already failed. A deep and magnetic voice echoed in the corridor, carrying a hint of amusement and disdain. As the voice faded, a slender figure slowly emerged from the dim light, like a black lightning bolt, breaking the silence. He is the arbitrator. His appearance seemed to instantly solidify the atmosphere of the entire space. A powerful force of rules emanated from his body, like an invisible shackle, firmly sealing off the surrounding space. Under the pressure of this force, both Obito and Fengtian's divine might lost its effect, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to be exerted. Allow me to introduce myself. The voice of the arbiter was calm and indifferent, yet carried an undeniable authority. I am the arbiter, the last barrier of Takigakure, but also the existence that will completely erase you. Chapter 60. The final line of defense, another arbiter has come. I say, are you all like Russian nesting dolls, one after another? How annoying. Fengtian looked helplessly at the man claiming to be the arbiter, feeling utterly speechless. Although the surrounding space was sealed, it would be incredibly easy for Fengtian to erase the man before him. Nesting dolls? What does that mean? The arbiter looked at Fengtian with confusion, indicating he did not understand Fengtian's words. However, soon after, the arbiter waved his hand lightly, as if grasping the pulse of the entire world. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand. The air emitted a low rumble, as if even time itself had been compressed to a standstill. Faced with this sudden change, the expressions of Fengtian's two companions changed drastically, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes. However, Fengtian remained calm and composed, his eyes suddenly shining with the unique light of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. And then he unleashed a powerful force of causality. Under my absolute spatial blockade, no one can easily escape. The arbiter's voice carried a hint of confidence and disdain. Yet his confidence was soon shattered by Fengtian's counterattack. Fengtian's technique of reversing cause and effect was like a countercurrent, gradually dismantling the arbiter's spatial pressure. The suffocating sense of oppression began to dissipate into nothingness under the influence of the force of causality. Seeing this, the disdain in the arbiter's eyes was replaced by surprise. He did not expect Fengtian to easily resolve his spatial pressure. This made him realize that the opponent before him was not to be underestimated, and he would have to go all out to win. It seems you won't easily submit unless you see some color. The arbiter snorted coldly, suddenly spreading his arms wide, and an even more powerful spatial fluctuation erupted from his body. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Countless spatial cracks spreading around Fengtian and his companions, as if they were about to be devoured. Fengtian merely snorted coldly at this scene. The powerful force of causality surged once more, and the strange light in his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan flowed. With his movement, those rampant spatial cracks began to slowly close, as if being smoothed by some invisible force. The cold smile on the arbiter's face gradually froze as he looked at this scene in disbelief, a sense of unprecedented crisis surging in his heart. What kind of power is this? The arbiter murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Fengtian smiled slightly, not directly answering his question. Immediately afterward, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if merging into this space. The arbiter was taken aback, hurriedly using all his skills to try to capture Fengtian's trace, but it was all in vain. At that moment, a deep and powerful voice rang in the arbiter's ear. No matter how powerful a force is, it can never transcend the constraints of causality. And I am the god who masters this world's force of causality. As the voice fell, the arbiter's body suddenly stiffened. He found that he could not move an inch. An invisible force surged from all directions, binding him firmly in place. Fengtian's figure appeared before the arbiter like a ghost. His gaze was deep and complex, filled with both compassion and a hint of indescribable mercy. Your abilities are commendable, but that's all there is to it. Before he finished speaking, a gigantic hand of Susanoo suddenly materialized from the void, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, crashing down towards the arbiter like a collapsing mountain. The arbiter was taken aback, never expecting that Feng Tian would launch an attack so suddenly. He hurriedly used all his skills in an attempt to withstand this terrifying blow. However, the power of Susanoo was simply too overwhelming. His defense crumbled like a fragile piece of paper in the face of this force, instantly shattered. Bang! With a deafening roar, the Arbiter was blasted away by the immense power, his body flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall collapsed upon impact, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling in the air. However, Feng Tian's attack was not over. As the Arbiter was sent flying, Feng Tian showed no signs of stopping. The more intense light flowed within his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, as if it were going to swallow the entire space. Your struggles are in vain. Feng Tian's voice was calm and resolute as he slowly raised his hand, commanding Susanoo to continue its assault. The arbitrator slid down the wall with great difficulty, his eyes filled with despair and fear. He had never encountered such a powerful opponent. The strength of the Susanoo had completely exceeded his imagination. The hand of Susanoo struck down again, carrying an unmatched force, as if it wanted to thoroughly crush the Arbiter into dust. The Arbiter exerted all his strength to deploy his final defense, but in the face of this power, his defense was as fragile as paper. Bang! Another loud sound echoed, and the Arbiter's body was completely shattered under the immense force, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated in the air. However, even in such a desperate situation, a reluctant light still flickered in the Arbiter's eyes. "Who are you?" he asked with his last bit of strength, his voice weak and trembling. Feng Tian slightly lowered his head, looking at the place where the Arbiter had vanished, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "I am Feng Tian, a member of the Twilight Organization," he said slowly. "Although your power is great, in the face of causality, it is ultimately just an illusion." With the complete disappearance of the Arbiter, the surrounding spatial blockade also vanished. Feng Tian retracted the Susanoo, and his figure once again returned to calmness and indifference. Kakuzu and Obito looked at Feng Tian, who resembled a god, and couldn't help but feel a hint of vigilance in their hearts. However, as teammates for now, they weren't too worried about Feng Tian turning against them. After doing all this, Feng Tian's attention quickly shifted to the door guarded by several elite ninjas. At that moment, witnessing Feng Tian's methods, despair was written all over their faces. However, as the last elite of Takigakure and the final line of defense for the Seven Tails, they would absolutely not retreat an inch, even if it meant death. Behind their door, the chakra fluctuations of the Seven Tails could be felt, which was the ultimate goal of this operation. "Kakuzu, Obito, I leave this to you. I'm going to capture the Seven Tails." Chapter 61. Dread. Despite those elite ninjas risking their lives and desperately trying to intercept Feng Tian and the others, the gap in strength was like a chasm, hard to cross. Kakuzu and Obito were like two invincible war gods, easily defeating those brave ninjas one by one. Feng Tian stood at one corner of the battlefield, nodding slightly, his face showing no signs of turmoil. He stepped forward slowly under the tense and complicated gaze of the crowd, and slowly pushed open the heavy door. The creaking sound of the door hinges was particularly jarring in the silent environment, as if heralding some ominous event. Just then, a tender and piercing cry of a baby suddenly rang out, like a solitary goose in the cold wind, breaking the silence. The sound was filled with helplessness and fear, evoking a sense of pity. Feng Tian's heart tightened suddenly. He knew that the voice came from the seven-tailed Jinchuriki, Feng. He stepped forward without hesitation, crossing the dimly lit corridor, and soon arrived beside Feng. There, Feng was curled up in the corner, his small body trembling, tears and snot mingling as he cried out in heartbreaking anguish. His innocent eyes were filled with terror and despair, as if the entire world had collapsed. Feng Tian squatted down, his gaze gentle yet complex as it fell upon Feng. A hint of barely perceptible guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes, a profound sense of self-blame and helplessness. He spoke softly, his voice low and magnetic. "I'm sorry, that wasn't my original intention. There have been too many deaths caused by Feng Tian along this journey. Decision-makers, judges, arbitrators, and dozens of elite ninjas from Takigakure have all perished at Feng Tian's hands. It can be said that more than 80% of Takigakure's strength has been lost to him alone. Such a huge loss might provoke the nearby forces that have been eyeing Takigakure to make their move and plunder its resources. Especially now, after Feng Tian has taken the Seven Tails, those forces will be even more reckless." Thinking of this, a rare ripple of emotion appeared on Feng Tian's face. But there was no choice. He did this only to return home. Before going home, he planned to use all his ocular power to reverse the chaos and correct everything. Feng Tian murmured to himself, then placed his hand above Feng's abdomen and began to extract chakra. Feng's cries gradually weakened, and with the warmth of Feng Tian's palm, an indescribable power began to flow between him and Feng. This time, without any interference, the speed of chakra extraction was rapid. In less than an hour, the massive chakra of the seven tails had been completely extracted by Feng Tian. As the chakra of the seven tails flowed away, Feng's life force was weakening at an astonishing rate. Feng Tian looked at the scene before him and sighed helplessly, then activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A powerful causal force restored Feng's rapidly diminishing life force entirely. Wah! Upon hearing Feng's cries, Feng Tian turned around and left the secret chamber. He knows that his behavior is somewhat saintly, but there's nothing he can do about it. He has no grievances with the Jinchuriki, and as a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he simply cannot bring himself to casually take someone else's life. Moreover, now that he has the ability to reverse causality, it would just be a simple task for him. So how was it? Did you succeed? After seeing Feng Tian walk out of the secret room, Obito couldn't help but ask. Meanwhile, Kakuzu leaned coldly against the wall, waiting for Feng Tian's response. The process went smoothly. Feng Tian slightly nodded, responding to the two. However, before Obito could speak, Kakuzu coldly said, "Since the mission is complete, what about the reward that I deserve?" Upon hearing this, there was no ripple on Feng Tian's face. He merely raised his hand slightly, and the power of causality surrounded him. Immediately, countless gold coins appeared out of thin air above the void, cascading down like a waterfall, instantly drowning the ground where Kakuzu stood in a sea of gold. "This is your reward, Kakuzu," Feng Tian said, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. These gold coins did not come from anywhere. Rather, he borrowed them from some point in the future, using the power of causality as compensation for Kakuzu's services. A flicker of surprise passed through Kakuzu's eyes, but he quickly returned to his indifferent demeanor. He reached out to catch a handful of flying coins, examined them carefully, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Very good, Feng Tian. Your methods are always surprising." Obito silently observed from the side, increasingly wary of Feng Tian's abilities. He knew that although he was a member of the Twilight Organization and shared a common goal with Feng Tian's strength and means had exceeded his expectations, which made him have to be more cautious in dealing with it. "So what should we do next?" Obito asked, trying to steer the conversation away from Feng Tian's abilities. Feng Tian looked up into the distance, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. "I still need to do one more thing," Feng Tian said, a trace of hatred flickering deep within his gaze. Immediately after, he left the underground and returned to the surface. In the next moment, as the eternal Mangeki Sharingan slowly rotated, mysterious patterns spread across its pupils, and an indescribable power quietly permeated the air. Then, a towering black giant, the complete body of Susanoo, suddenly appeared before Kakuzu and Obito, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss, instilling awe. In the hands of that complete Susanoo, a razor-sharp, long blade slowly took shape, shimmering with a faint light of causality, as if it could perceive all causality in the world and judge life and death. Feng Tian named this blade the Blade of Judgment. Without any hesitation, Feng Tian focused his mind, and the complete Susanoo swung the Blade of Judgment like a mountain, fiercely striking at the distant, continuous mountain range. In an instant, the sword energy surged, carrying destructive power, instantly flattening the entire mountain range, dust flying and blocking out the sun. After doing all this, Feng Tian closed his eyes and concentrated, surrounded by a strange wave, which was the essence of the technique of reversing cause and effect. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if stars were flickering within his pupils. At that moment, his voice was infinitely amplified, transcending the limits of space and time, reaching every corner within dozens of miles around, making the voices of all forces resonate clearly in their ears. Those who wish to pry into the affairs of Longing Village, perk up your ears and listen. If anyone dares to oppress Longing Village after I leave, then I will personally pay you a visit and eradicate all of you. Chapter 62, Blacklist. Feng Tian's voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, carrying an undeniable determination and dominance. The towering black giant, a complete Susanoo, resembled a walking demon in the world, with the judgment blade in its hand still emitting a faint light of causality, instilling awe in people's hearts. Kakuzu and Obito stood by, witnessing all of this, and could not help but feel a shock in their hearts. They are well aware that Fontion has mastered the power to rewrite any causality, becoming a presence that truly surpasses all beings. Fontion, aren't you afraid of inciting the wrath of the masses? Obito couldn't help but ask. Even though he already had a full understanding of Fontion's abilities, he still felt the urge to remind him. Fontion glanced at Obito with indifference, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The wrath of the masses? So what? In this world, there is no existence that can threaten me anymore. With such power, why should I fear the anger of others? Kakuzu remained silent beside them, fully aware that in this world where the strong are revered, Fontion's words held no fault. Moreover, he understood that he and Obito were merely pawns in Fontion's quest to achieve his goals. As long as Fontion wished, they could be discarded at any time. All right, that's enough talk. Fontion slowly retracted his complete Susanoo, his form returning to normal size. He looked at Kakuzu and Obito, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Now that this matter is settled, we should leave. Kakuzu and Obito exchanged a glance, silently conveying a mutual understanding. Although they had doubts about Fontion's actions, there was no turning back now that they had come this far. Thus, the three of them prepared to depart. Just as Fontion and the others were about to set off, a sudden attack shattered the previous calm. Several blades shot through the night like meteors, accompanied by a whistling wind rushing towards them. Fontion's reaction was exceptionally swift. With a cold glance, he discerned the trajectory of the blades. Immediately, a massive skeletal hand of Susanoo erupted from within him, blocking each blade like an impenetrable wall, producing crisp metallic clinks. Since you're here, don't think you can leave. Accompanied by a dignified and cold voice, Karabi led dozens of elite ninjas from Konoha into Fontion's line of sight. Karabi nodded slightly to an elite ninja beside him, who immediately understood and quickly directed several people to move behind Fontion and the others, forming a perfect encirclement. Fontion and his companions were instantly surrounded by Karabi and the others, the atmosphere becoming suffocatingly tense. When Fontion saw the faces of the newcomers, a playful smile appeared on his face as he contemptuously said, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just Karabi. I let you go last time, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Fontion's words were filled with threats and disdain as he stepped forward, emanating a powerful sense of oppression. This aura surged like a flood, deeply shocking everyone present except for Obito and Kakuzu. Karabi muttered to himself, this oppressive feeling. It seems he's become significantly stronger. Despite feeling fear, Karabi still gripped his blade tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on Fontion, not retreating an inch. However, just as Karabi prepared to confront him, Fontion's figure suddenly vanished like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared behind Karabi, his speed astonishing. Karabi reacted quickly, stabbing his blade backward the instant Fontion materialized. But just before the blade could reach Fontion, a powerful causal force suddenly struck, rendering Karabi's body rigid and immobile. The blade aimed at Fontion halted in midair, as if bound by an invisible force. What is happening? My body can't move. Karabi was filled with confusion, unable to budge even a fraction under Fontion's reversal of cause and effect. Fontion's eyes were icy as he slowly extended his hand, gently tapping Karabi on the back. Karabi immediately felt dizzy and weak, collapsing to the ground. You're quite fortunate. I've already killed enough people today. Fontion spoke again, and a powerful causal force swept across the area. The dozens of elite ninjas under this power were as immobile as Karabi. Just sleep peacefully, or we'll come soon. Fontion's words fell coldly, followed by an even stronger causal force surging forth. In the next moment, the elite ninjas fell to the ground, all except for Obito and Kakuzu, who remained conscious. You really are a soft-hearted saint, Kakuzu remarked sarcastically upon witnessing the scene. Before his taunt could finish, a colossal causal force descended upon him like a mountain, compelling him to kneel, unable to move. Kakuzu looked up, shock flickering in his eyes, just as Fontion's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Fontion's expression was emotionless, his gaze cold, overflowing with uncontrollable killing intent directed at Kakuzu. You are merely a defeated foe. What qualifications do you have to speak to me as an equal? Fontion's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force erupted instantly, sending Jiao Du flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard against the distant wall. raising a cloud of dust. Feng Tian withdrew his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Am I a saint? That's only for those I deem worthy. As for you, his tone grew increasingly cold, and the eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan slowly rotated, releasing a heart-stopping light. As the Sharingan operated, an even stronger sense of oppression enveloped Kakuzu, making him feel his blood boiling within. He could no longer hold back and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. Feng Tian's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying an undeniable resolve. Killing you poses no burden for me. Don't think that being a member of our Twilight means I will show you mercy. Those stained with blood are already on my blacklist. Chapter 63. High-level meeting. Kakuzu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. The air around them seemed to solidify, and Obito held his breath, watching the scene with a sense of relief that he was not Feng Tian's target. Meanwhile, Feng Tian stood in place like a cold judge, waiting for the final verdict. Remember, Feng Tian's voice rang out again, piercing Kakuzu's heart like ice. In this dirty and war-torn ninja world, someone must use absolute power to balance it all. And I am that ruler who measures good and evil, the master who resolves karma. This is your last chance to speak to me disrespectfully. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to erase you from this world completely. After saying all this, Feng Tian retracted the powerful force of karma. Kakuzu felt the oppressive force dissipate, and he sighed in relief. At this moment, he finally changed his mindset and completely submitted to Feng Tian. It's okay, brother Kakuzu, this person is like this. Don't take it to heart. Obito said as he quickly stepped forward to help Kakuzu up and comfort him. Faced with Obito's concern, Kakuzu merely snorted coldly, then stood up, dusted himself off, and stood there as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Obito said nothing more, and the two entered Feng Tian's Kamui space at his gesture. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, their figures slowly disappeared. To avoid Obito seeing Minato in the Kamui space, Feng Tian deliberately used a cause and effect reversal to hide Minato's figure. After doing all this, Obito gazed into the distance, his heart filled with complexities. He then looked at the unconscious Killer Bee and others on the ground, and ultimately decided to bring them into the Kamui space as well. Sai, are they finally coming? Amidst the ruins, Feng Tian's words fell lightly, and then through the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure vanished. 3 days later, Konoha Village Hokage office. What? The entire Minato team is missing? The high-ranking officials of Takigakure have all been wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, speaking incredulously to the Konoha ninja who had just returned from reconnaissance. The two ninjas paused, one of them adjusting his emotions slightly, and said in a low voice, Lord Third, please calm down. The Minato team lost all contact with us 3 days ago. We sensed something was wrong and immediately dispatched a reinforcement team to investigate, but we only found traces of battle and the bodies of suspected Takigakure ninjas. As for Takigakure, the situation is equally grim. It is said that their high-ranking officials were attacked by an unknown force, and everyone, including the Takikage, was not spared. Currently, the entire Takigakure is in chaos. Hiruzen's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing unprecedented severity. How is this possible? The Minato team is Konoha's elite. Although the tasks they executed were dangerous, Minato mastered the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, just like the second Hokage. Logically, even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to retreat unharmed. Takigakure's strength is not to be underestimated. How could they be wiped out so easily? As he spoke, Hiruzen's frown deepened, and the shadow of gloom on his face was hard to conceal. Lord Third, we also do not believe this information, but the facts are before us. And it is impossible not to be worried, another ninja added. Moreover, we suspect that there may be some connection between these two incidents. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then stood up, his gaze sharp. Just then, one of the ninjas seemed to think of something and said, By the way, Lord Third, I think there is one more thing I must report to you. What is it? The ninja paused and continued. 3 days ago, according to the surrounding forces of Takigakure, they suddenly heard a sound like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking at the same time. Immediately after, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed in their ears, threatening them not to lay a hand on Takigakure. After a long time, those surrounding forces dared to send people to investigate Takigakure. According to the intelligence they returned, they found that the mountains that were originally several miles away had been flattened by an extremely powerful force. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen lowered the Hokage hood on his head, obscuring his expression. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Immediately summon all high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting. We must quickly find out the truth. No matter what conspiracy lies behind this, Konoha cannot sit idly by." Yes, the two ninjas responded and left, leaving Hiruzen alone in the room, staring out at the overcast sky, his heart filled with unease and determination. Soon, Konoha's high-ranking officials gathered in the conference room, each face marked with gravity. At the head of the conference table, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed Hokage, stood tall like a pine, his demeanor exuding calmness and resolve. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and powerful, reporting the intelligence he had just received to everyone present. Each word struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. "Everyone, the situation is very severe now." Sarutobi Hizashi's words revealed an undeniable seriousness. The disappearance of Team Minato and the annihilation of the higher-ups in Takigakure are no coincidence. One high-ranking official frowned upon hearing this, his eyes flickering with doubt, and he couldn't help but ask, "Hizashi, what kind of conspiracy do you think could be behind this?" Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, as if to draw all his worries into his chest, then slowly exhaled. His gaze swept across the faces of the crowd and finally settled on the sunset outside the window as he spoke slowly. "It's still unclear, but based on my speculation, the only organization capable of simultaneously wiping out Team Minato and Takigakure is that mysterious Twilight organization. They operate secretly and ruthlessly. We must quickly ascertain the true purpose of this force and gather specific intelligence about their organization." Another high-ranking official, showing an anxious expression, pressed further. "So, what should we do? We can't just sit back and wait, can we?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi was about to respond, but just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A gust of wind mixed with dust rushed in, interrupting his words. Soon, a fiercely aggressive figure appeared before everyone, like an enraged lion. It was the fourth Raikage. He was tall and muscular, his physique bulging like mountains, with burning anger flickering in his eyes. He strode towards Sarutobi Raikage with thunderous steps, his voice booming like thunder. "Raikage, where's my good brother Kurabi? You must give me an explanation now." Chapter 64. The Suitable Candidate. Sarutobi Raikage looked at the suddenly intruding and furious fourth Raikage, feeling surprised in his heart, but still maintaining his composure on the surface. He slowly stood up, his posture steady, his gaze clashing with AI's fiery anger, his tone carrying an undeniable calmness and determination. "Lord Raikage, please, remain calm for a moment." After saying this, he gently raised his hand, signaling AI to wait, his demeanor fully embodying the presence of a Hokage. AI's brows were tightly furrowed, as if he could crush a fly between them, his anger burning fiercely in his eyes, ready to erupt and engulf the conference room at any moment. "Remain calm? My brother, Killer Bee, is missing. He could be in danger right now. How can you ask me to remain calm?" His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present. Sarutobi Hizashi looked into AI's eyes, filled with anxiety and anger, and a surge of complex emotions welled up in his heart. He understands the Raikage's anxiety and pain, but he knows even better that at this crucial moment, reason is more important than any emotion. "Raikage, I empathize with your feelings." His voice was gentle and deep, like the fine rain of spring, trying to soothe the anger in AI's heart. However, the incidents involving the Watergate team and the upper echelons of the Takigakure village indicated that they might be intricately linked to Kurabi's disappearance. "We are investigating with all our might and hope to find them soon." "What do you mean? Are you saying that all of this is the work of the same force?" A hint of surprise flashed in the fourth Raikage's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. "Yes, we have reason to believe that there is a large organization manipulating everything behind scenes," Sarutobi Hizashi said in a deep voice, "and this organization is likely the Twilight organization you mentioned." Upon hearing the word Twilight, the fourth Raikage's fists tightened suddenly, the knuckles cracking sharply, as if the very air was being torn apart by his power. "Twilight, it's you bunch of scoundrels again. Don't let me run into you. One day, I will personally eradicate this organization." The fourth Raikage's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire conference room. His face was filled with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, his eyes blood red, as if they could ignite a raging flame. Not long ago, the Twilight organization had stealthily infiltrated Yunin village, not only seizing the Eight Tails, but also causing the fall of the third Raikage. Now, they had also kidnapped his good brother Killer Bee. How could such enmity not ignite his fury? "Lord Raikage, We in Konoha Village are currently holding a high-level meeting to discuss how to obtain sufficient intelligence on the Twilight Organization. If you believe my words, then please sit aside and join us in the discussion." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the fourth Reikage to take a seat in the meeting room and participate in the discussions. Although the fourth Reikage still felt displeased, he understood that this was not the time for impulsive actions. He let out a cold snort and slowly walked to a corner of the conference room to sit down, his gaze sharp and focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if trying to see through every thought he had. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly nodded and continued. "The organization Twilight seems to have appeared out of nowhere, mysterious and unpredictable. According to the intelligence we currently possess, there are several core members of this organization." His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. Suspected to be the leader, this person possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his abilities are so bizarre that they seem to be related to causality. He can modify certain causalities, thereby affecting reality. He is an extremely dangerous individual. In the face of him, we must dispatch sufficiently strong forces. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with concern. He looked at the fourth Reikage, who rarely lowered his head after hearing the intelligence from Fengtian. The fourth Reikage had fought against Fengtian before and was well aware of his strengths. He even suspected that Fengtian might have become stronger during this time. Besides Fengtian, there were members of the Twilight Organization, such as the rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Sasori. This person was extremely skilled in the art of puppetry and had successfully assassinated the third Kazekage through a surprise attack, his methods being ruthless and shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of chill, as if it could freeze a person's blood. Furthermore, judging from the latest intelligence, the rogue ninja from Takigakure also seemed to have joined the Twilight Organization. This individual had previously fought against the first Hokage and managed to escape unscathed, showcasing his formidable strength. Next, there is an even more mysterious hooded figure, who was said to possess space-time ninjutsu comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the first Hokage's would-release techniques. Although his record of involvement in the battle at Takigakure was limited, each of his appearances was enough to leave a lasting impact, making him someone who definitely warranted attention. After saying all this in one breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment. His gaze shifted away from the fourth Hokage and turned towards Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, as if waiting for their reaction. The last one is our Konoha ninja, Uchiha Shursui from the Uchiha clan. His strength needs no further description. He excels in Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and has top-notch combat experience. If you want to find a breakthrough point into the Twilight Organization, Uchiha Shursui would be the best option. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded, a rare moment of agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Then he slowly spoke, his words carrying an air of authority. "Uchiha Shursui is an elite of our Konoha Anbu, and he truly is the best breakthrough point for us to obtain information about the Twilight Organization. If you want to get information from him, I do have someone I can recommend." "Who?" As soon as Danzo's words fell, everyone began to inquire. Their gazes were all focused on Danzo, waiting for his response. However, Danzo did not directly answer the crowd's questions. He gently tapped the table with his fingers, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. As the door to the conference room slowly opened, a very young Konoha ninja, dressed in dark uniform, appeared before everyone. His face wore a mask of indifference, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes that seemed capable of seeing through all the illusions of the world. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 65. The meeting ends. As this name was slowly spoken from Danzo's lips, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly froze. All eyes were focused on the young Anbu ninja, Uchiha Itachi, the genius ninja of Konoha. He walked steadily to the side of the conference table, his deep eyes sweeping over each person present, finally meeting the gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Itachi, you are one of the most outstanding ninjas in our Konoha village, and also a standout of the Uchiha clan." Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried a hint of emotion. "This mission is of great importance. We need you to leverage your past relationship with Uchiha Shursui to try to get close to him and gather intelligence on the Twilight Organization." Itachi slightly lowered his head, acknowledging the mission. His voice was deep and calm. "I understand, Hokage-sama. I will do my best to complete this mission." Danzo added from the side, "Itachi, you need to be aware that although Uchiha Shursui was once a ninja of Konoha, he is now part of the Twilight Organization, and his stance has changed. When carrying out the mission, Do not show any mercy. Itachi nodded gently, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask seemingly curling up into an almost imperceptible smile. Then, without further ado, Itachi, be prepared to set off at any time. Hiruzen Sarutobi made the decision. Once we are fully prepared and lure out the Twilight Organization, you will take the opportunity to feign joining them. But remember, this mission must be carried out with utmost caution. Itachi turned to leave the conference room. However, just as he was about to step out the door, he paused, turned back to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, and everyone present. Rest assured, I will bring back intelligence on the Twilight Organization and ensure my own safety. His voice was firm and powerful, as if making a promise to everyone. Immediately after, as the conference room door closed, Itachi's figure vanished. Uchiha Fugaku cast a deep glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with complex emotions. As Itachi's father, he naturally did not want Itachi to undertake such a dangerous mission alone. However, as a ninja of Konoha, one must always prioritize the greater good. Therefore, when the mission was just arranged, he merely watched from the sidelines without expressing any opinion. Can such a young brat really bring back the intelligence from the Twilight Organization? The fourth Reikage, who had been sitting quietly, snorted disdainfully. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. His words filled with confidence in Itachi. Itachi is a calm and powerful genius ninja in our Konoha. I am very assured that he is responsible for this mission. Who do you think you are, Fugaku? After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku slightly nodded, expressing his agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. In that case, do as you please. However, I'm still concerned about Killer Bee. If there is any news about him, I need to know immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and said, of course. In that case, this meeting is concluded. Underground in Konoha. Roar. With a thunderous roar echoing from below, Feng Tian's ocular power was once again enhanced. At this moment, the outer path golem had completely absorbed the chakra of the seven tails, and its aura became extremely irritable. Feng Tian, I am curious how far your eyes can see now. Uchiha Madara's oppressive voice came, causing everyone except Feng Tian to feel a sense of pressure. However, Feng Tian remained silent, slowly taking a step forward, and the power of causality surrounded him. With a thought, it instantly enveloped the entire area. The crowd felt the oppressive aura of the power of causality, sweat breaking out on their foreheads, and their gazes towards Feng Tian carried a hint of wariness. Lord Madara, after this enhancement, you will be able to maintain peak combat power for a long time under the protection of the power of causality. Feng Tian's voice finally rang out, calm and confident, as if everything was under control. Moreover, even if I'm not present, this power can continue to be at your disposal. As Feng Tian's words fell, Uchiha Madara felt the surging power within him becoming even more vigorous, as if countless rivers were converging into the sea, rushing endlessly through his veins. He felt an unprecedented strength, and the joy in his heart was almost overflowing, transforming into the most uninhibited laughter. After a simple warm-up, he slowly took out a scroll, and with a sudden slap against the ground, a huge fan appeared in his hand. This power was truly intoxicating. Uchiha Madara gently caressed the fan, his eyes shining with excitement. Feng Tian, your ability is undoubtedly the top among all the Sharingan abilities I know. He vigorously waved the round fan in his hand, each swing accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, as if even space itself was being ripped apart by his immense power. Immediately after, he looked at Feng Tian with excitement and continued, at this moment, the blood within me is boiling. This is the first time I have felt such a strong fighting spirit towards anyone other than Hashirama. The battle in the cloud-hidden village was merely a boring farce to me. But now, facing you, Feng Tian, I seem to see a magnificent dance. Every one of your movements will be my best performance. So, let's enjoy the pleasure that battle brings on this battlefield. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, a sense of oppression, even more potent than Feng Tian's causal power, instantly spread, making the entire world tremble at that moment. Feng Tian stood quietly, his gaze piercing as he stared at the battle-ready Uchiha Madara. Although his expression remained calm as water, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. In the next moment, Feng Tian switched to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan without hesitation. Accompanied by a surge of causal power, he and Uchiha Madara's figures instantly vanished from their original positions, leaving behind trails of afterimages that gradually faded away in the astonished gazes of the onlookers. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a void of time and space. The flow of time here was chaotic, and the spatial structure was distorted to the point of dizziness, with nothing around except the vast earth. This was the battle stage in time and space tailor-made for the two of them. As you wish, Lord Madara. Feng Tian's voice echoed in the empty time and space. Now, we can strike without reservation. Chapter 66. Battle in Time and Space Underneath Konoha Village. Shui, who do you think will win between the two of them? After seeing Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara disappear, Obito asked Shui beside him. As fellow members of the Uchiha clan, their relationship within the Twilight organization was naturally closer. I don't know, maybe it will be Madara. After all, he wields godlike power. Although Feng Tian's causal power is quite strange, I feel that Madara has the upper hand. Shui's words carried a hint of uncertainty. His gaze was deep, as if weighing the balance of these two powers in his heart. However, Obito suddenly changed the subject, his eyes flashing with a strange light. That guy Feng Tian always manages to create incredible miracles in desperate situations. Do you remember that mission in the Cloud-Hidden Village? We all thought it was hopeless, but he single-handedly transported Madara over and successfully turned the tide of battle. And just recently in the Waterfall Hidden Village, you didn't see the sense of oppression brought by Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo. With just one move, he annihilated almost all the elite ninjas of the Waterfall Hidden Village, including the Water Shadow. Shui nodded slightly at these words, recalling the numerous times Feng Tian had turned danger into safety. He had to admit that Feng Tian indeed possessed an indescribable resilience and potential, a quality that even he found awe-inspiring. Indeed, the potential of Feng Tian was unfathomable. Shui slowly said, moreover, although his causal power is strange, it also contains profound truths. If he can further comprehend it, he might truly be able to contend with Ban. Just as the two were conversing, Kakuzu spoke to Scorpion beside them. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Scorpion merely cast a cold glance at Kakuzu and then replied, TCH, a boring endeavor. After saying that, Scorpion began to walk aside to study his puppets. Ever since the mad thought of turning himself into a puppet arose, Scorpion had been pondering how to perfectly achieve this goal. When he saw Kakuzu arrive, some ideas began to form in his mind. Kakuzu, seeing the scene, also snorted coldly and quietly waited on the side for the outcome of the battle. In the space-time battlefield, the confrontation between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara reached an unprecedented level of tension. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by their momentum, with each breath accompanied by a slight tremor in space. Feng Tian, your growth indeed exceeds my imagination. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the space-time, carrying a hint of admiration, but more so the fervor before battle. Feng Tian smiled slightly, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan flickering with strange light, as if it could perceive all causality in the world. Lord Ban, let us not waste time on small talk. Let us begin the fight. I'm also curious about what level I can reach now. Before his words fell, Feng Tian's figure flickered and instantly appeared at Uchiha Madara's side, delivering a punch imbued with the power of causality towards Madara's side. However, Uchiha Madara's reaction was equally swift. He slightly sidestepped and avoided the strike, simultaneously swinging the fan in his hand, creating a violent gust of wind that rushed toward Feng Tian's face. Feng Tian's figure flickered again, narrowly evading the attack from the fan, while his eyes slowly turned, preparing for the next attack. Uchiha Madara was not willing to back down either. He sprang up like a fierce beast, lunging towards Feng Tian. In this space-time, their battle grew increasingly intense, with each collision seemingly threatening to tear the space apart completely. Feng Tian's causal power collided with Uchiha Madara's strength, producing countless brilliant sparks that adorned the entire space-time like a dream. At that moment, the entire space-time seemed to come to a standstill, leaving only the two figures of Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara fiercely clashing. Each collision was accompanied by deafening roars, and every attack seemed capable of utterly destroying this space. Feng Tian, let us end this child's play of taijutsu, Uchiha Madara shouted angrily, and then, centered around him, a massive complete body Susanoo instantly appeared. Good. Feng Tian responded, and then, as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan turned, he also released a pitch-black complete body Susanoo. At this moment, two gigantic figures loomed, Uchiha Madara's and Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo, like two moving mountains, their auras colliding, causing the surrounding space to twist even more, as if it could collapse at any moment. Feng Tian, let me see if your so-called causal power can withstand my strength. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed above the Susanoo, filled with boundless dominance and confidence. Feng Tian smiled slightly. His Susanoo wielding a massive long sword, the blade shimmering with the light of causality, as if it could sever all causality in the world. Lord Ban, then please enlighten me. Before his words fell, both Susanoo launched their attacks simultaneously. Uchiha Madara swung the giant blade in his hand, striking down towards Feng Tian with a destructive force. Meanwhile, Feng Tian Susanoo swung the judgment blade, meeting it with a sword light of causality. The two clashed, erupting with a thunderous roar, causing the entire space-time to tremble at that moment. The intense shockwave spread out, tearing the surrounding space to shreds. However, neither Feng Tian nor Uchiha Madara showed any signs of retreat. They continued to manipulate Susanoo to engage in fierce clashes, with each collision seemingly threatening to completely destroy this space. Seeing that both sides were evenly matched, a hint of madness flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. Following that, as he quickly formed hand signs, dozens of shadow clones soon appeared. Seeing the situation, Feng Tian immediately guessed Uchiha Madara's intention. He intends to let his shadow clone use Susanoo to gang up on Feng Tian. Upon realizing this, the causal power of Feng Tian continuously surged from his eyes. Under the effect of reversing cause and effect, the shadow clone that was about to unleash Susanoo was completely obliterated in an instant. Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback by this scene, but the madness on his face did not fade. As expected, fighting with you makes my blood boil. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. At this moment, he truly regarded Feng Tian as an existence on par with Hashirama. Hearing this, a serious expression flashed across Feng Tian's face, and then a force filled with a destructive aura surged wildly from the judgment blade in his hand. The next moment, Madara heard Feng Tian's cold voice. It should be over now. Chapter 67. 8 Gates of Duinjia, Death Gate, Obliteration End. As Feng Tian's words fell, an extremely powerful destructive force erupted violently from the judgment blade in his hand. Immediately, Feng Tian waved his hand, and the fully realized Susanoo, wielding the judgment blade, released its sword energy, carrying this terrifying destructive aura toward Uchiha Madara. Feeling the overwhelming destructive aura approaching, even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but show a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, in the next moment, Uchiha Madara would not hold back any longer. He quickly switched his eyes to the Rinnegan, then raised his hand slightly, releasing a terrifying from his palm, directly absorbing all of Feng Tian's sword energy. Finally, unable to resist using the Rinnegan. This power is the seal of the Hungry Ghost Path, isn't it? Feng Tian coldly watched all of this. As a traverser, he already knew all of Uchiha Madara's abilities. However, facing it personally still brought him a sense of pressure. Feng Tian, you indeed make me see you in a new light. But with just this, it's not enough to defeat me. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed within Susanoo, carrying a hint of disdain and provocation. Feng Tian was not angered by the other party's provocation. He knew the importance of staying calm in this battle. Lord Madara, I'm certainly aware of your strength, but what will happen next? I believe you will remember it well. Feng Tian's words still fell coldly, but this time they carried a hint of determination. Then his eternal Manjiki Sharingan slowly stopped functioning, and the enormous fully realized Susanoo also dissipated. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into laughter, filled with mockery and disdain. Feng Tian, do you think this is enough to win against me? Dunave. In response to Uchiha Madara's ridicule, Feng Tian merely shook his head and then said softly, originally, I intended to reserve this move for them. However, it just so happens that I can take this opportunity to see if I can bear the consequences of this move. After saying this, Feng Tian suddenly gathered all his chakra in his heart, and at the same time, a red steam slowly emerged from his body. 8 Gates of Duinjia, Death Gate, open. As Feng Tian's calm and resolute words fell, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield instantly became tense. Uchiha Madara's smile froze on his face as he sensed the terrifying power brewing within Feng Tian. 8 Gates of Duinjia, Death Gate? When did you learn this move? Uchiha Madara's voice revealed disbelief. He knows well that the 8 Gates of Duinjia is the ultimate secret of body techniques, and the opening of the Death Gate represents burning life to the extreme in exchange for unparalleled power. Feng Tian did not respond, only tightly closing his eyes. His muscles tensed as if every inch of his skin was preparing for the impending explosion. Red steam constantly surged from his body, enveloping him and creating a heart-pounding scene. Even so, you may not be able to defeat me. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals to prepare for Feng Tian's final strike. Come on, Let me see how far you can go. However, at that moment, Feng Tian's body seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, instantly transforming into a red flash of lightning. Rushing towards Uchiha Madara, his speed was so fast that even Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan could hardly catch it. Lord Madara, take my final move. Feng Tian's voice exploded in Uchiha Madara's ear, and immediately after, his fist, carrying earth-shattering power, struck fiercely against Madara's Susanoo. In that moment, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, and the Susanoo let out a deafening roar as its massive body began to crack, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash. Uchiha Madara was also pushed back by this force, his face turning extremely pale. What is this power? Uchiha Madara gasped, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected that Feng Tian could unleash such terrifying power. However, before he could catch his breath, Feng Tian's fist, accompanied by that horrifying red steam, came rushing towards him. Uchiha Madara's expression instantly darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He unhesitatingly activated the wheel of Grave Edge Prison, and several figures flickered in the void. Those were his avatars hidden in the subspace. At this moment, they surged forth like phantoms, exhausting all their strength to build an indestructible barrier with their flesh and blood, firmly resisting Feng Tian's overwhelming assault. However, the terrifying power unleashed by the 8 gates of Duanjia was not something ordinary beings could contend with. Although those avatars were exceptionally strong, under the onslaught of Feng Tian's mountain-like fist winds, they could only hold on for a few seconds before shattering one by one like candles in the wind, ultimately being ruthlessly broken through by Feng Tian. Faced with Feng Tian's impending lethal strike, which was like a shadow looming over him, Uchiha Madara curled the corner of his mouth into a disdainful cold smile, his deep-set eyes flashing with determination and pride. He clapped his hands and shouted angrily, "Would release, Flower Tree World, come forth." With this thunderous roar, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power. In an instant, countless towering trees burst forth from the ground, twisting and spiraling, intertwining with each other to form a vast and boundless green ocean. These trees seemed to have a life of their own, emitting a faint glow from their branches and leaves, tightly wrapping around Feng Tian, binding him within this vibrant yet perilous forest. Under the strange and powerful suppression of the wood release, Feng Tian felt his chakra retreating like a receding tide. The once boiling red steam gradually lost its former arrogance, beginning to wilt as if consumed by some invisible force. "Madara, do you think this could trap me?" Feng Tian's lips curled into an intriguing smile, and then his figure vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. At the same time, under the control of this reverse causality ninjutsu, a conspicuous Flying Thunder God mark suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara, silently proclaiming Feng Tian's return like a shackle of fate. Before Uchiha Madara could react, Feng Tian's figure had already appeared behind him like a shadow. That fierce punch, carrying destructive power, came crashing down on his back like a meteor falling to the ground, as if it would reduce anything in its path to dust. It's time to end this. However, just as Feng Tian thought he had succeeded, a deep and oppressive voice from the other end of the battlefield thundered like a clap of thunder. "Feng Tian, I should have told you that I really dislike it when someone appears behind me." Chapter 68. Time's up what? Feng Tian turned back in shock, trying to locate Madara's figure, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Meanwhile, the punch that had gathered all of Feng Tian's strength with a sound of wind breaking slammed into the air where Uchiha Madara had been standing, echoing deafeningly. In that instant, a meaningful cold smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips, hiding mockery and disdain. Then, his form bizarrely twisted, transforming into a lifelike wooden figure. Countless branches sprang out like serpents, tightly wrapping around Feng Tian, rendering him immobile. "Oh no, this is wood release, shadow clone technique. I fell into a trap." Feng Tian's heart raced with alarm, regret and fear intertwining as he struggled desperately to break free from the bindings, simultaneously attempting to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape this dire situation. However, fate did not favor him. Before he could utilize the Flying Thunder God, the next moment, dozens of massive wooden pillars descended from the sky like the wrath of a deity, pinning him firmly to the ground, unable to move an inch. "Wood release, divine tree gate." Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and powerful. As these words slowly fell, his figure appeared before Feng Tian like a ghost, his battle robe rustling, and his gaze as cold as ice. He stepped forward slowly, his fingers gently brushing over the sealed Ming Shan gate of Feng Tian. every inch of contact seemingly reminiscing about the past, a hint of imperceptible tenderness and nostalgia flashing in the depths of his gaze. Although it couldn't compare to that guy's celestial technique, the Ming Shun Gate, it was sufficient for sealing purposes. After speaking, Uchiha Madara slightly lowered his head, looking at the disheveled Feng Tian on the ground, and continued, "So, do you need me to lift you up?" Feng Tian raised his head slightly, a flicker of disdain suddenly crossing his face. "I think that shouldn't be necessary." After saying that, Feng Tian actually ignored the seal of the Ming Shun Gate and stood up straight. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara instinctively took a few steps back. However, it was this retreat that gave Feng Tian the opportunity to strike fiercely at Uchiha Madara with a hint of annihilating power. The moment his fist made contact with Madara, he felt the power that could destroy everything. In a moment of panic, he hurriedly took off his armor and threw it aside, barely avoiding being consumed by this annihilating power. "I'm curious, how did you do that?" In the face of such a dangerous situation just moments ago, Uchiha Madara was able to quickly calm down and even asked. However, Feng Tian remained silent, his eyes exuding a faint aura of divine might, as if he had said everything yet also nothing at all. "I see, it's Obito's ability." Uchiha Madara seemed to have an epiphany, staring intently at Feng Tian, though there was still a hint of confusion in his eyes. "In my understanding, the ability of each Manjiki Sharingan should be unique. Your ability is related to causality. But why do you also have Obito's space-time ability?" Hearing this, Feng Tian smiled slightly and replied, "Everyone should have their own secrets, don't you think, Lord Madara?" Uchiha Madara gazed at Feng Tian, his eyes filled with both curiosity and vigilance. He slowly nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, everyone has their own secrets. It seems your secrets are even more unfathomable than I imagined." Feng Tian stood firm, although he had just broken free from the constraints of wood release. His aura still appeared somewhat chaotic. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner energy while vigilantly watching Uchiha Madara, ready for any sudden attack. "Do you want to continue?" Uchiha Madara asked gravely, already having a countermeasure in mind after learning about Feng Tian's abilities. "Of course, after all, I also want to know how far I can go," Feng Tian replied, and red steam erupted from his body once again. The second stage of the battle began. Feng Tian directly used the Flying Thunder God technique, intending to leave this place. However, just as he was about to activate the ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara's gaze suddenly became sharp. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. Uchiha Madara's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Feng Tian, grabbing his shoulder. Feng Tian was shocked. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara's reaction to be so swift. However, at this critical moment, the power of annihilation within him suddenly boiled, and a powerful force erupted from his body, pushing Uchiha Madara back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Tian did not hesitate to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a flash of light and disappearing from his original spot. The next moment, Feng Tian appeared directly beside Uchiha Madara. This time he maintained enough distance and swung his fist forward. The fist wind, carrying the power of annihilation, seemed to devour the air along its path, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted slightly. The speed of this attack was even faster than before, but he did not retreat. He raised one hand and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's shout, an invisible force suddenly erupted centered around him, as if the entire space was violently pushed away at that moment. The fist wind from Feng Tian was actually repelled upon contact with this force, unable to advance even an inch, and the pitch-black crack quickly healed under the influence of this power, as if it had never existed. Interesting. Feng Tian rolled in the air and landed steadily, his eyes filled with both surprise and excitement. He knew very well that Shinra Tensei was a unique ability of the Rinnegan, capable of repelling all matter and energy. He never expected that Uchiha Madara would use this move to block his fist wind. Uchiha Madara slowly retracted his raised hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. "It seems that your power, although strong, is still not enough to break my defense. Now, it's my turn to attack." Before his words fell, Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared again, as if blending into the air, leaving only flickering afterimages in place. Feng Tian's pupils constricted. He could sense the surrounding space being quietly distorted by some force, a sign that Uchiha Madara was about to launch an attack. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared behind Feng Tian, and he slowly extended his hand, resting it on Feng Tian's shoulder. Immediately after, Uchiha Madara's voice, filled with oppressive force, came from behind Feng Tian. "The The time has come, hasn't it? Chapter 69, Itachi's Choice What? Feng Tian suddenly turned around, disbelief written all over his face. His gaze locking on Uchiha Madara's disdainful expression. The air around them seemed to freeze. Even the wind came to a halt, leaving only the tension between the two, so palpable that one could almost hear a pin drop. The corner of Madara's mouth curled into a playful smile. His movements were casual, as if he were merely brushing off a speck of dust from his sleeve, yet even a gentle push contained the power of a landslide. Feng Tian felt an irresistible force rushing toward him. His chest struck as if by a heavy hammer, and he abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brilliant as the evening glow, yet tinged with a tragic hue. He was like a kite with a broken string, forcefully pushed far away, crashing heavily to the ground, dust flying everywhere. He gasped for breath. Each inhalation felt like dancing on the edge of a knife, painful and difficult. He stared wide-eyed at the gradually dimming light in the sky, his inner doubts surging like a tide. What is happening? Why is my power continuously fading? The lost chakra, like fine sand in an hourglass, flows silently yet brings despair. Uchiha Madara stepped forward slowly, his hands crossed over his chest. His Rinnegan had already retracted, returning to its usual calm, but his ordinary black eyes concealed an unfathomable vortex. He looked down at the half-kneeling Feng Tian with an almost pitying gaze, his voice deep and magnetic. The forbidden power of the 8 gates of Duanjia can grant you strength beyond limits for a short time, but the price is the rapid burning of your life force. It's almost time. If you can't find a way to suppress this power, I'm afraid your life flame will extinguish at this moment. Madara's words were like a cold wind in winter, piercing and chilling. After saying this, Madara slowly crouched down, his long fingers gently resting on Feng Tian's trembling shoulder. This time, he did not unleash that terrifying attack. Instead, he slowly infused a warm and pure chakra into Feng Tian's body, like a spring drizzle nourishing the parched land. Under the nourishment of this power, Feng Tian's body seemed to be awakened by a mysterious force, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. As a vast and boundless force of causality flowed within him, the rapidly declining life force miraculously began to recover, like a withered flower in spring regaining its vitality. However, the backlash from the 8 gates of Duanjia, Death Gate, was too great. Fortunately, Feng Tian had captured the 7 tails, which once again enhanced his ocular power. Otherwise, even if he could recover, he would still be left with severe aftereffects. Feeling the recovery of chakra and the return of life force within him, Feng Tian's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and he looked up at Uchiha Madara, his eyes filled with both surprise and gratitude. "Why are you helping me?" Feng Tian managed to ask, his voice slightly hoarse. Uchiha Madara stood up, gazing deeply into the distance, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space, seeing a more distant past and future. This world has not seen a strong warrior who can fight alongside me for too long. You, Feng Tian, are an exception. And he turned around and shot a sharp glance at Feng Tian. Compared to Obito, you are quite a perfect pawn. As the player of this vast chess game, I don't want to use the reincarnation eye on you. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian curled his lips into a bitter smile. He is well aware that Uchiha Madara's personality is proud and complex, often acting out of his own will and judgment. Today's actions may be merely a whim, or perhaps a recognition of his potential. Regardless, thank you. Feng Tian struggled to stand up, although his body was still weak. Are we still going to fight? Upon seeing Feng Tian rise, Uchiha Madara also straightened up, crossing his arms and looking down at Feng Tian with pride. Hearing this, Feng Tian merely raised his head slightly, a bitter smile appearing on his face. No need. Continuing to fight is meaningless. Soon after, with the enhancement of causal power, Feng Tian's body began to recover at an astonishing speed. He turned around, facing away from Uchiha Madara, his words light, yet revealing a hint of confidence. "Do you believe it, Lord Madara? I still have one move left. If I use it, I believe you won't be my opponent." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara became interested and directly spoke. "Oh, is that so? I'm curious. What exactly gives you the confidence to say such a thing?" Feng Tian, hearing this, remained silent and simply shook his head lightly. After a while, he slowly spoke. "Once this move is used, both of us will die. However, you will step into the underworld before I do." After saying this, Feng Tian gazed into the distance, a serious expression flashing deep in his eyes, and then whispered in a voice only he could hear. "This move, I intend to reserve for them. At the waterfall in the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Itachi slowly wandered through the forest, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. The traces left by the battle were a testament to his friendship with Shui. Ever since Shui followed Feng Tian and defected from the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Itachi had not shown a single smile. Now, he was reminiscing alone about the moments he shared with Shui, but facing this cruel reality left his thoughts trapped in endless turmoil. Brother Shui, why? Why would someone as outstanding as you defect from the Hidden Leaf? Itachi murmured softly, unable to understand Shui's actions. Soon, he arrived at a waterfall, the place where he and Shui had their last spar, and where Feng Tian appeared to take Shui away. Standing before the waterfall, Uchiha Itachi's gaze became deep and complex. The water flowed like the Milky Way, crashing against the rocks with a deafening roar. Yet could not drown out the struggle and confusion within his heart. He closed his eyes, and the gentle yet determined gaze of Shui appeared in his mind, along with the scene of their last sparring session. At that time, Shui's swordsmanship was already exquisite, and Itachi was continuously improving under his guidance. However, all this beauty was ruthlessly shattered after the appearance of Konoha's downfall. Brother Shui, what exactly did you see? What made you decide to leave Konoha, to leave us? Itachi quietly asked himself, as if hoping to hear Shui's distant answer amid the roaring sound of the waterfall. He slowly walked over and sat on the rock by the waterfall, letting the water droplets splash on his face, wetting his hair and collar. At this moment, he seemed to be isolated from the world, immersed only in his own thoughts. Brother Shizai, I have never blamed you. It's just, I want to know, was your choice really the right one? Konoha, this home where we grew up together, is it truly not worth cherishing? A hint of confusion flashed in Itachi's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on the distance, where Feng Tian and Shui had departed. No matter what your choice is, I will find the answer. If there really is a problem in Konoha, I will use my own eyes to see the truth. If Brother Shui, your choice is the right one, I will also respect and understand it. Itachi took a deep breath, turned away from the waterfall, and prepared to return to Konoha. He knows that there are still many things to do, many mysteries to unravel, and all of this requires him to investigate, experience, and judge for himself. However, in a corner where Itachi is unaware, Shui stands on a nearby branch, witnessing it all with his own eyes. His face was filled with complex emotions, a mix of reluctance, entanglement, but more importantly, a sense of resolution. Itachi, I am sorry. I still have many things to do on my own. It's not suitable for us to meet again now. Chapter 70. The doubts of Feng Tian with a strange sight of space gently twisting like the surface of water. The figures of Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara slowly appeared before everyone, as if stepping out of the void. The spatial fluctuations gradually calmed down, and everything returned to stillness. So, who ultimately won in your competition? Obito's figure flashed, and he instinctively took a few steps forward, asking eagerly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two, trying to capture a trace of battle beneath their calm exterior. However, whether it was Feng Tian or Uchiha Madara, their clothes were as neat as ever, and their breath had returned to peak condition through that mysterious reversal of cause and effect, making it impossible to judge the outcome from their appearance. Just as Feng Tian was about to speak, the corner of his mouth curling up in a slight arc, he was interrupted by Uchiha Madara's deep and magnetic voice. The result of that battle was merely an illusion. What matters is how we should arrange our next steps and actions. Madara's words revealed a kind of detached calm, as if the previous battle were just an inconsequential game. Hearing this, everyone nodded, their expressions varying. Feng Tian turned to look at Uchiha Madara, a complex and hard-to-read emotion flickering in his eyes. Admiration, vigilance, and a hint of an unspoken camaraderie. Where's Shui? After a quick glance around, Feng Tian was surprised to find Shui had disappeared and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Obito was also slightly taken aback, then looked around and, after confirming that Shui was indeed missing, spoke up. This isn't right. Shui was just beside me. How could he suddenly vanish? Obito scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Then, his gaze turned to Scorpion and Kagaya, hoping to get answers from them. However, Scorpion's ice-cold gaze and Kagaya's silent demeanor left him feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, a slight wave of air rippled through, and Shui reappeared before everyone with an elusive speed. Like a phantom, his eyes coincidentally met Feng Tian's, and a chilling aura seemed to permeate the air. Finally, after a moment, Feng Tian spoke with a dark expression. his words carrying a hint of pressure. Where have you been? Didn't I say that no one can go out without my permission? Jishue's body trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Facing Feng Tian's pressure-filled gaze, a hint of apology flickered in his eyes. I am sorry, Feng Tian. I have some matters that I must handle alone. Jishue's voice was calm and firm, showing no signs of retreat. Feng Tian's brows furrowed tightly. He could sense the unusual aura emanating from Jishue, a mix of determination and secrecy. He understood that Jishue's actions must have profound meaning. Jishue, you know how important our plan is. At this critical moment, the actions of any individual could affect the overall situation. Feng Tian's tone was serious and left no room for doubt. I hope you can clearly explain what you have done. Jishue took a deep breath, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he slowly spoke and revealed the reason for his departure. I sensed a familiar, yet strange chakra fluctuation. It was the chakra aura belonging to Itachi, and I was concerned that it would affect our plan, so I decided to investigate personally. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression also eased up. He looked at Shirzei with a gaze that was no longer filled with hostility, but his mind was deep in thought. After a moment, Feng Tian asked, "Is he a person?" Shirzei nodded slightly, not denying it. However, Feng Tian frowned slightly at this scene, propping his chin with his hand, and slowly spoke. At this sensitive point in time, that guy Itachi actually shows up alone. Could it be that this is a trap set by Konoha for us? Feng Tian then turned his gaze to Shirzei, and that powerful sense of pressure surged again. This time, his tone was once again filled with a gloomy flavor. Or are you the spy sent by Konoha? Faced with Feng Tian's sudden questioning, Shirzei's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that any panic at such a moment could deepen misunderstandings. Shirzei took a deep breath, his gaze firmly meeting Feng Tian's eyes. Feng Tian, I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that I am not a spy sent by Konoha. If I were a spy, there would be no need for such trouble. I could simply use the Geto Rinne rebirth on you directly. Shirzei's words were filled with sincerity and determination, and there was not a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Feng Tian stared at Shirzei, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of his words. After a moment, Feng Tian slowly nodded, his tone still carrying a hint of vigilance, but no longer as sharp as before. Since we've come this far, I can only trust you. However, Itachi's appearance does make one wary. At this critical moment, any disturbance could signify a crisis. Perhaps this is a trap set by Konoha specifically for you, aimed at capturing you to gain more intelligence about Twilight. Upon hearing this, Shirzei slightly nodded in understanding. I understand, which is also why I decided to investigate personally. Itachi's chakra fluctuations do make me uneasy. I must ensure he does not become an obstacle to our plans. So, what were the results of your investigation? Feng Tian pressed, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency. Shirzei was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before slowly speaking. Itachi is indeed alone. I did not sense any other presence around him. Moreover, during this operation, I did not make an appearance to meet him, in order to prevent myself from falling into a trap. After hearing Shirzei's explanation, Feng Tian finally felt relieved. His scrutinizing gaze shifted to admiration. He slowly walked up, patted Jishue's shoulder, and said softly, I understand now. I was mistaken about you. Jishue merely nodded slightly at this and did not take the opportunity to make things difficult for Feng Tian. Finally, Uchiha Madara, who had been standing with his arms crossed for a long time, grew impatient. He simply opened his mouth, yet brought an unnamed sense of oppression to everyone except Feng Tian. All right, no matter what conspiracy it is, with my strength, I can erase all existence in this world. I just want to know what our next move should be. After speaking, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Feng Tian, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. After all, whether he could maintain this peak state depended mainly on Feng Tian's mood. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, he slowly spoke. Next, we must eliminate the only variable during the decisive battle, which is Orochimaru, the three legendary ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 71. Impure World Reincarnation Orochimaru? Obito frowned slightly. I have heard a bit about his matters, Jishue interjected, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, I find it quite puzzling. Given our current strength, how can Orochimaru be the only variable on our path to the decisive battle? Obito expressed his doubts, his gaze fixed on Feng Tian. Feng Tian smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth curving in a playful arc, and slowly said, Orochimaru, his strength is just so. Compared to us, he still falls a bit short. He paused, his expression becoming serious. But I really don't take his little strength seriously. What I truly fear is the forbidden technique he possesses, the impure world reincarnation. Upon hearing the words impure world reincarnation, everyone present, except for Uchiha Madara, changed their expressions and became serious. This forbidden technique was personally created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It can summon the souls of the deceased from the underworld and inject them into the bodies of the living, achieving an almost perfect resurrection effect. In the normal timeline, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kabuto's impure world reincarnation caused immense trouble for the entire shinobi world. Later on, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation even successfully summoned past Hokages, thereby influencing the entire course of the battle. It can be said that the impure world reincarnation is a ninjutsu that can determine the fate of the battle. Of course, the premise is that there must be enough sacrifices. Impure world reincarnation? Obito repeated the name, clearly aware of this forbidden technique. Are you saying that Orochimaru might use this technique against us? Feng Tian nodded, his expression serious. There is such a possibility, but it's not certain. Orochimaru has always pursued immortality and power, and his research on forbidden techniques can be said to have reached the peak. If he really uses impure world reincarnation at a critical moment to summon some powerful deceased to fight, then our plan will be severely disrupted. We absolutely cannot ignore this. What should we do? After Feng Tian's words, Kakuzu couldn't help but ask. Although he is powerful, he still finds this supernatural forbidden technique somewhat tricky. Feng Tian pondered for a moment, and then said, "We must first find Orochimaru and understand his current situation. If he is hostile towards us, we must find a way to stop him. Furthermore, if necessary, we can choose to seal him away, or rather, completely erase him." As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in Feng Tian's eyes. Although Orochimaru had successfully redeemed himself later on to Feng Tian, the early Orochimaru had killed so many innocent people for his own selfish desires, even including his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That is enough to be called a villain. For Feng Tian, even though the current Orochimaru had not yet taken action, he had already entered Feng Tian's blacklist. However, with Orochimaru's unpredictable whereabouts, how could they find him? Obito continued to voice his doubts. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled slightly and shook his head gently. Then, as Feng Tian's eternal Manjiki Sharingan slowly activated, countless fine lines appeared before everyone's eyes. These were the new ability of causality lines obtained after Feng Tian's ocular power enhancement. Seeing Feng Tian activate his eternal Manjiki Sharingan and demonstrate the ability of causality lines, everyone present showed expressions of surprise. They had never seen such a magical ability, capable of perceiving the causal connections of all things in the world. What is this? Bido asked curiously, his eyes wide open. Feng Tian smiled slightly and explained, "This is the causal line, a new ability I gained after my ocular power was enhanced. It can show the causal connections of everything in the world, and through it, we can track Orochimaru's whereabouts." As he spoke, Feng Tian pointed to those thin lines, and one of them was faintly pointing towards the distance. Then Feng Tian continued, "Look, that line is Orochimaru's causal line. It is guiding us to his location." Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of realization. They didn't expect that Feng Tian had such a miraculous ability to track Orochimaru's whereabouts. "Great! With this ability, we can easily find Orochimaru," Obito said excitedly. Feng Tian nodded and then said, "That's right, but we must not let our guard down. Orochimaru is, after all, a cunning guy. When we engage him, we must always pay attention to his every move. That guy is someone who can't be defeated, but has 1,000 ways to escape. He is not easy to kill." Upon hearing this, Uchiha raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Do you need me to take action personally?" Feng Tian gently shook his head, his gaze firm. "Lord Madara, you are the greatest trump card of our Twilight organization. Unless absolutely necessary, you should not easily reveal yourself." He paused for a moment, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. "As for Orochimaru, I'll go see him myself." Uchiha Obito, seeing this, had nothing more to say. He walked slowly towards the majestic wooden throne, each step seeming to carry a heavy weight. His words, though light, conveyed an undeniable sense of pressure, if needed. "Simply summon me again." He gazed deeply at Fujian, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable emotion. "Fujian, my time is running out." Upon hearing Uchiha Madara say his time was limited, Fujian suddenly realized, Yes, he had been so busy capturing tailed beasts that he had forgotten the most critical issue. That is, Uchiha Madara's life in this timeline was almost at an end, especially after Futian had restored him to his peak condition. They had engaged in 2 major battles. Although Madara did not speak of it, Futian knew that every time Madara used chakra, he was actually exhausting his own body. Perhaps, at this moment, his body was already riddled with wounds. And even the powerful regenerative abilities of the Hashirama cells and the outer path golem that had been sustaining him could not save his body. I understand, Lord Madara. Futian responded with a complex gaze and a low voice. I will deal with Orochimaru, this uncertain factor, as soon as possible. I will not let anything hinder our plan. His words were firm, revealing an undeniable determination. Then, Feng Tian turned his gaze to Obito and Shursui, his tone carrying an irrefutable authority. This time, Obito, Shursui, you two will come with me. He looked at Kakuzu and Scorpion again, instructing, you two stay here, and remember, you must not let outsiders notice anything unusual. The 4 of them nodded gently in response to Feng Tian's arrangement. After speaking, Feng Tian extended his hand towards Obito and Shizuku, making a grabbing gesture to signal them to follow. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, stepping forward to tightly grasp Feng Tian's hand. At that moment, Feng Tian suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and his figure instantly became blurry. He followed the subtle pull of the causal line, dashing toward the location of Orochimaru like a flash of lightning. Chapter 72. The Realm of the Gods under the guidance of Feng Tian. The 3 of them instantly crossed a great distance using the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Orochimaru's hideout. It was a concealed and deep underground cave, surrounded by complex mechanisms and traps, clearly meticulously arranged by Orochimaru to hide himself. The 3 of them carefully navigated through the cave, successfully avoiding most of the traps thanks to the precise positioning of the causal line and Shizuku's keen perception. However, just as they were about to approach the core area where Orochimaru was located, a sudden strong chakra fluctuation hit them. Be careful, Feng Tian whispered, quickly taking a defensive stance. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the darkness. It was Orochimaru. He exuded a chilling aura, his eyes flickering with a cunning light, clearly having sensed the arrival of Feng Tian and the others. I didn't expect to have guests here, Orochimaru said with a sinister expression, his words filled with disdain. It was no wonder Orochimaru felt this way. After all, Feng Tian and the others were much younger compared to him. Upon seeing this situation, Feng Tian and the others immediately distanced themselves from Orochimaru. The 3 simultaneously activated their Sharingan, remaining vigilant of Orochimaru's every move. However, when Orochimaru saw that all 3 possessed Sharingan, he was instantly overwhelmed with joy. In his eyes, nothing was more worthy of research than the Sharingan. What a surprising gain. Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone filled with greed. 3 young Sharingan wielders, this is truly a gift from heaven. Obito clenched his fists, his anger completely ignited by Orochimaru's attitude. You bastard! How dare you have such unreasonable thoughts about us? He shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the cave. In contrast, Feng Tian appeared calm, slowly stepping forward. After confirming that the person before him was indeed the true body of Orochimaru, he decided not to hold back any longer. Jishui, Daito, you two immediately cast the barrier and completely conceal this place. Orochimaru, leave him to me. With that, Feng Tian's eyes instantly switched to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As a surge of causal power erupted, Orochimaru felt the surroundings constantly changing. In the next moment, he and Feng Tian found themselves in the subspace created by the causal power. It was the same place where Feng Tian had fought with Uchiha Madara before. In this subspace, constructed from causal power, time and space seemed to lose their original meaning. Everything was under Feng Tian's control. Orochimaru looked around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that this young ninja possessed such powerful strength, capable of pulling him into such a strange space in an instant. Interesting, Orochimaru sneered, and although he reassessed Feng Tian's strength in his heart, the disdain on his face had not diminished. But do you think this can defeat me? Feng Tian did not respond, merely standing there quietly, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shimmering with mysterious light. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his words filled with absolute confidence. This is my domain. You can also call it the domain of the gods. After saying this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth as he casually snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Several explosive tags suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's body. Before Orochimaru could react, the explosive tags suddenly burst into light and detonated in an instant. Bang! Bang! Amidst the sound of several explosions, Orochimaru awkwardly broke free from the aftermath of the explosions, his body enveloped in smoke and dust, his clothes ripped in multiple places, revealing his thin and sinister physique. At this moment, his eyes were no longer disdainful, but filled with vigilance and shock. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, and an eerie aura began to permeate around him, as if countless vengeful spirits were lingering nearby. Edo Tensei. Feng Tian's expression slightly tightened, but he did not show any signs of panic. Edo Tensei? Oomph. In this space, no cause and effect can escape my control. Before his words fell, Feng Tian gently waved his hands, and an invisible force spread out, forcefully interrupting Orochimaru's impending Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru's expression changed, clearly not expecting Feng Tian to be able to so easily counter his jutsu. He stared intently at Feng Tian, no longer showing any contempt in his eyes. How did you do it? I couldn't sense any trace of your attack at all. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian crossed his arms and looked at the disheveled Orochimaru with a proud expression. He only slightly opened his mouth, but with the blessing of this causal power, he became imbued with divinity. I have said, within this space, any causality is under my control. Here, I am the omniscient and omnipotent God. Orochimaru's pupils contracted violently. For the first time in his life, he felt an unprecedented fear and powerlessness. In this space dominated by the absolute authority of the divine, the ninjutsu and wisdom he prided himself on seemed to have lost their effectiveness, and every attempt to resist felt so futile. The omniscient and omnipotent God. Orochimaru repeated this phrase softly, with a tone that held both unwillingness and awe towards the unknown power. How ridiculous! I have pursued immortality and power until now. Yet I never expected to encounter an existence like you. Feng Tian's expression was emotionless. His gaze pierced through Orochimaru's body as if looking into a deeper abyss. Orochimaru, your ambition and desire have led you down this irreversible path. Today, let me end all of this. Before his words fell, Feng Tian's figure flickered, almost merging with the air, moving at an astonishing speed. When he reappeared, he was already behind Orochimaru, his finger lightly tapping on Orochimaru's shoulder. A warm yet terrifying power erupted from within Orochimaru, as the causal power corrected his distorted fate trajectory. Orochimaru felt an irresistible force rampaging within him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Countless past memories and failed attempts flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Those were the answers he had pursued all his life. Yet at this moment, they became meaningless. No, it's impossible. Orochimaru roared, trying to resist this power with his will. But his voice was soon swallowed by an inexplicable force, leaving no echo behind. However, just when Feng Tian thought everything was settled, a low growl suddenly erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, followed by his body beginning to swell, as if it were about to explode. This is the eight-headed serpent technique. Feng Tian was startled. He didn't expect Orochimaru to use such a powerful, forbidden technique at this moment. In an instant, Orochimaru's body transformed into 8 gigantic white snakes, each possessing a powerful chakra fluctuation, as if they could destroy everything. Feng Tian still shook his head slightly. Facing such a behemoth, his heart stirred not at all. Complete body Susanoo. Feng Tian spoke, and in the next moment, a towering black giant appeared, tens of meters high, centered around him. This giant was clad in black armor, with eyes burning like flames, radiating an intimidating aura. It was Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo. The judgment blade in the giant's hand waved gently, stirring up a whirlwind, as if even space was split in two. How is this possible? The 8 white snakes transformed by Orochimaru seemed so insignificant in front of Susanoo, emitting roars as if unwilling to be crushed like this. Feng Tian stood within Susanoo, his gaze sharp, coldly watching the struggling Orochimaru below. Orochimaru, your struggle is futile. In this realm, no power can escape the constraints of causality. Now, night has fallen. Chapter 73, Familiar Whispers. Faced with the complete body Susanoo summoned by Feng Tian, the 8 white snakes transformed by Orochimaru appeared increasingly small and powerless. The black giant was like a god of war from the abyss. Its overwhelming pressure made the 8 white snakes tremble involuntarily. What? What is this power? Orochimaru's voice echoed in the minds of the 8 white snakes. filled with unbelievable fear. He had never encountered such a powerful and terrifying enemy. Even during his long war, he had never felt such a strong sense of helplessness. The judgment blade in Susanu's hand traced a brilliant arc through the air, and the whirlwind it created tore apart the surrounding atmosphere, as if even time had paused at that moment. Then, the massive blade swung down suddenly, targeting one of the 8 white snakes. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The white snake struck by the blade instantly burst apart, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. The remaining 7 white snakes, witnessing this, let out terrified hisses and began to scatter in an attempt to escape this terrifying giant. However, Susanu's speed far exceeded their imagination. The giant took large strides, crushing the remaining 7 white snakes in an instant, as if stepping on ants. The blood mist enveloped the entire subspace, and the air was filled with a pungent metallic smell. When the last white snake also vanished into nothingness, Feng Tian spoke softly. Orochimaru, your 8-headed serpent technique is nothing but this. As the words fell, Susanu slowly dissipated, revealing Feng Tian's calm and profound eyes. He looked towards the spot where Orochimaru had originally been, and at this moment, he was in an extremely pathetic state. His hands had been destroyed by that force of annihilation, rendering him unable to use any ninjutsu. Who on earth are you? Orochimaru's voice trembled in the empty air, filled with deep unwillingness and fear, as if the last flicker of a candlelight swallowed by the night was swaying and faint. He never expected to be so utterly defeated, leaving no room for even the slightest counterattack, like a chick tightly grasped by an eagle's talons, powerless to struggle. Feng Tian's gaze was as cold as winter ice, devoid of any warmth. He slowly parted his lips, his voice sharp and clear. We are Twilight. You may also call us God. Before the words even faded, Feng Tian merely raised a hand, and an invisible force pressed down on Orochimaru like a mountain, forcing his knees to bend and kneel to the ground, dust swirling around. Before Orochimaru could catch his breath, Feng Tian's cold and merciless words pierced through his eardrums again like a chilling wind. Now before you, there are 2 paths. Either submit to me, or become a mere wisp of disappearance in this subspace. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted, as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. He felt an unprecedented suffocation and despair. The air around him seemed to freeze, making even breathing extraordinarily difficult. Once, he had stirred up storms in the ninja world with his wisdom and power, returning from the brink of death countless times. But at this moment, he truly experienced what it meant to be powerless. Submit. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to be sanded down, struggling to squeeze out from deep within his throat, carrying a trace of barely perceptible mockery. To me, it's just an absurd joke. A cold smile curled at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth, devoid of any warmth, more like the biting cold wind of winter, piercing to the heart, making one involuntarily shiver. Then, your answer is already self-evident. As Feng Tian's words gently fell, the invisible sense of oppression surged like a tide, instantly magnified to the extreme, as if it were going to crush the entire space. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's broken body twisted and collapsed under the terrifying pressure. Ultimately, it transformed into a brilliant yet mournful mist of blood, slowly dissipating in this dim and mysterious subspace, leaving only a faint trace of blood in the air that lingered for a long time. After doing all this, Feng Tian did not rush to withdraw from the subspace. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze like a torch, staring straight at some elusive direction. From his perspective, the causal line that originally connected to Orochimaru was also gradually dissipating. Just when Feng Tian thought everything had settled and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his head suddenly felt as if it had been struck heavily by an invisible hammer, a violent pain almost causing him to faint. Accompanied by this sudden sharp pain, a familiar yet strange whisper echoed in his ear, like an ancient incantation, or perhaps a prophecy of the future. Recognize yourself. Resolve the causality. Find yourself. At that moment, Feng Tian was forced to stagger by this sudden power, nearly losing control of the subspace. He tightly held his head with both hands, his eyes closed, his face as pale as paper, and his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, trying to resist the intense pain and whispers from deep within his soul with sheer willpower. What on earth is happening? Feng Tian was extremely shocked. He had never encountered such an unpredictable situation, as if the entire world had turned upside down at that moment. The whispers echoed like calls transcending time and space, resonating directly in his mind, each echo like a sharp knife, carving deep marks on his soul. He felt his consciousness being torn apart by this force, as if he were about to fall into endless darkness. As the pain intensified, scenes began to emerge before Feng Tian's eyes, blurry and strange, like fragments of a shattered mirror that could not piece together a complete meaning. He exerted all his strength to see these images clearly. But even with the enhancement of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, those images remained elusive like phantoms in the mist. Recognizing himself and severing karma, the whispers grew increasingly clear, as if an invisible force was guiding him to examine his past, present, and future. He felt his soul being pulled by this force, as if it were about to unveil the secrets hidden deep within. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his mind, clenching his fists tightly, desperately trying to stay awake. But this time, the pain was far more intense and enduring than before. He seemed to be caught in an endless whirlpool, unable to escape. Finally, as time passed, Feng Tian's willpower gradually crumbled. He could no longer resist the intense pain and collapsed weakly to the ground. In an instant, the subspace he had constructed shattered like broken bubbles, dissipating into the void at an incredibly fast speed. The next moment, he returned directly to the real world. Chapter 74, Kill Again. Feng Tian, Obito, and Shui almost shouted in unison, their eyes filled with concern and urgency. When they saw Feng Tian appear in their line of sight with a pained expression, the two rushed towards him without hesitation. "Don't come near me." Feng Tian exerted all his strength to squeeze out these few words through clenched teeth, his voice weak and trembling, each word seeming to cost him an immense effort. His eyes were filled with warning and struggle, as if he was experiencing unprecedented pain and torment. Obito and Shui paused involuntarily at his words, looking at each other, their eyes full of confusion and misunderstanding. But seeing the pained and twisted face of Feng Tian, they knew it was not the time to ask questions. "Feng Tian, what's wrong? Have you been hurt?" Obito asked anxiously, his voice full of concern. Shui also furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed on Feng Tian, ready to respond at any moment. However, Feng Tian remained silent, his face contorted, half kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. The pain that seemed capable of tearing his soul apart continued to intensify. Just before Feng Tian was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly had an epiphany, and with the last bit of strength he had left, he activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In the next moment, a breath of causal power emerged, continuously swirling around him, altering the causality of the pain. Finally, under the influence of this causal power, the soul-rending agony gradually subsided, and Feng Tian's face regained a hint of color from its pale state. He gasped for breath, sweat running down his cheeks and dripping to the ground with a faint sound. Seeing this, Obito and Shui hurriedly stepped forward, supporting Feng Tian on either side. "Feng Tian, are you all right?" Obito asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Shui also stared intently at Feng Tian, fearing he might have another episode. Feng Tian slowly shook his head, his voice still a bit weak. "I'm fine. I won't die just yet." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The recent experience left him with lingering fear. The sudden pain seemed to tear at his soul. If he hadn't activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan at the last moment, using the power of causality to alter the cause of the pain, he might have already fainted or even never awakened again. What exactly is going on? Shui frowned and asked, feeling that the matter was not simple. Feng Tian was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing how much information to reveal. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "It's just the backlash of the ocular power." As the ocular power continued to increase, this backlash began to occur intermittently, bringing unbearable pain. He could even hear some strange auditory hallucinations. When Shui heard the term auditory hallucinations, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He stared straight at Feng Tian, his voice filled with obvious confusion. "Auditory hallucination? Feng Tian, what did you hear?" However, Feng Tian just shook his head gently and chose to remain silent. He knows well that once some secrets are spoken, they may trigger a chain reaction, bringing unnecessary trouble and danger. Therefore, he chooses to bury this heavy burden deep in his heart. Although he still has many questions, he understands that there must be hidden reasons behind Feng Tian's reluctance to speak. He let out a gentle sigh and did not continue to ask further. After a moment of silence, Feng Tian's physical condition seemed to have gradually recovered to about 70 or 80%, and his complexion had softened considerably, no longer showing the earlier signs of pain. At this moment, Jishue spoke again, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency and curiosity. What about Orochimaru? How is he? Why are you the only one who came back? Just as Jishue's question fell, Obito couldn't hold back any longer and stepped in, speaking with undeniable confidence. Orochimaru must be dead. Who else could defeat him besides Lord Madara in front of Fong Tian? Is this even question? Before Obito's words faded, Fong Tian gently shook his head, his gaze becoming profound, as if he was reflecting on the previous battles and encounters through the scene before him. At this moment, he could barely activate his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and his eyes shimmered with complex light. Fong Tian's movements were elegant and mysterious. He slightly raised his hand, and a subtle, indescribable force seemed to surge in the air. This was the power of causality. Under the influence of this power, delicate and illusory threads of causality quietly appeared before Jishue and Obito. They intertwined to form a complex web, each thread representing the connections and destinies of all things in the world. Fong Tian gently manipulated these threads of causality, his gaze focused and deep, as if searching for a specific answer. After a moment, he let out a faint sigh, his fingers precisely pinching one of the threads of causality, while the remaining threads gradually faded away before the two of them, as if drawn by an invisible force. What is this? Obito asked curiously, his gaze closely following the thread of causality chosen by Fong Tian. This is Orochimaru's thread of causality, Fong Tian slowly replied, his voice carrying a subtle weight. Look, as Fong Tian's words fell, he gently released the thread he was holding. What should have gradually dissipated instead underwent a shocking change at the last moment. It unexpectedly split off a thin, elongated branch, and the life force on this branch was extremely faint, as if it could completely vanish into nothingness at any moment. However, this weak breath struck Jishue and Obito's hearts like a bolt of lightning. It proved that Orochimaru had not truly died. He is still alive in some corner of this world in an utterly bizarre and unimaginable way. How is this possible? Obito murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Fong Tian's expression was as calm as water. He showed no signs of surprise at the fact that Orochimaru had not truly died. After all, he had long known that this opponent was not easy to deal with, and his cunning and treachery were also well known in the ninja world. As you can see, he is not dead, Fong Tian said lightly, his gaze deep, as if he had already foreseen the course of the future. It's just that. His words paused slightly, then a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For me, it's just another kill. Chapter 75. The consequences of slaughter deep within the underground laboratory of Orochimaru. 10 minutes ago, Orochimaru suddenly sensed several surging chakra fluctuations and hurriedly left the lab, leaving Kabuto alone to guard it. Kabuto watched Orochimaru's hurried departure without any ripple of emotion. Orochimaru's eccentric personality was well known, and Kabuto wouldn't find it strange no matter what he did. Kabuto focused intently on the potion in his hand, carefully adjusting it, as if the commotion outside had nothing to do with him. Even as Shursui and Obito quietly set up a sealing barrier outside, Kabuto remained completely unaware. The ratio of this blend seems quite good. It's a promising start for the next phase of research. Kabuto gently shook the potion bottle in his hand, and seeing that this result was exceptionally perfect, a proud smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Just then, a strange sensation suddenly coursed through the cursed seal on Kabuto's body, as if an inexplicable power was surging within him. But before he could react, the laboratory door was violently shattered open by a powerful force. Immediately after, a strong and mysterious force of causality swept in, rendering Kabuto completely immobile. As expected, Orochimaru is indeed cunning, hiding the final cursed seal on you. A deep and powerful voice echoed in Kabuto's ear. As the voice faded, 3 figures slowly appeared before Kabuto's eyes. Who are you? Where's Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto's eyes flashed with astonishment. He could hardly believe that someone had found this secret laboratory. What shocked him even more was that he could now completely sense none of Orochimaru's presence. Could it be that Orochimaru has been? Kabuto felt a chill rise in his heart at the thought. Fong Tian looked at Kabuto's astonished expression and smiled slightly, then spoke. Who we are is not important. What matters is, he deliberately elongated his voice, causing Do's heart to rise to his throat. I need you to cooperate. Fong Tian's words carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, that force of causality surged again, like a roaring wave, forcefully erasing the curse mark on Do's body. After doing all this, Feng Tian nodded in satisfaction. In his gaze, the causality line that had originally connected to Orochimaru had completely vanished into the void. Bastards! What have you done? At this moment, Do finally understood the true intentions of Feng Tian and the others, his face contorted like a demon from hell, roaring in anger. The disappearance of this curse mark meant that Orochimaru could no longer be resurrected through the evil technique of impure world reincarnation. This also meant that Orochimaru, the once powerful figure who made the entire ninja world tremble, had completely fallen. Do's roar echoed in the empty laboratory. But Feng Tian and the other two stood like three cold statues unmoved. Their eyes were firm and indifferent, as if they were carrying out a task that had long been decided and was not subject to change. It was merely clearing away some unknown obstacles. Feng Tian's words fell coldly, his face showing no ripples, as if he had just accomplished something trivial. Unknown obstacles? You killed Lord Orochimaru for this ridiculous reason. Do gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly spitting fire, unable to accept this cruel reality. Hee. Feng Tian spoke ominously, his words filled with endless oppression, as if a great mountain weighed heavily on Do's heart. Reason? Feng Tian sneered. In this world, the strong are respected. Only by being strong can one secure oneself. The so-called reason is merely an excuse for the weak. Just like at this moment, Feng Tian's words were filled with confidence and dominance. I want to kill you. As simply as squashing an ant. After saying this, that mysterious causal power erupted once again like an invisible hand pressing Do firmly to the ground, rendering him unable to move a muscle. Do tried with all his might to lift his head to look at Feng Tian, but at that moment he felt as if all his strength had been drained, unable to complete even this simple action. My mood is still quite good at the moment, so I'll let you have a way out for now. Feng Tian's words were filled with mockery and sarcasm. However, this is a way out that is imprisoned. As Feng Tian's words fell, his eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, an aura of divine might spreading. The surrounding space began to twist and deform, as if controlled by a mysterious power. Then, Feng Tian bent down and placed his hand on Do's shoulder. In the next moment, Do's figure began to blur, as if being consumed by an invisible force. Ultimately, Do's figure completely disappeared into Feng Tian's divine space, leaving behind an empty and silent laboratory. Obito and Shizune, witnessing this scene, both displayed a complex emotion on their faces. After a while, Obito finally opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of hesitation. Feng Tian, are we going a bit too far with this? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nearly burst out laughing. Please, the Orochimaru he had just dealt with was no trivial matter. That guy had harmed countless innocent lives to achieve his own goals. As for the pharmacist, though, as Orochimaru's capable assistant, he had also engaged in many unspeakable activities. He had only sealed him in the divine space, without directly taking his life, which was already quite merciful. However, in response to Obito's question, Feng Tian chose not to say more. He silently unleashed the power of causality, causing the causality line that originally belonged to Orochimaru to reappear. With Feng Tian's movement, that causality line seemed to come to life, instantly extending numerous branches, each clearly recording the murderous consequences that Orochimaru would bring about in the future. Do you see clearly? Feng Tian's voice was as cold as ice. This is the chain reaction that will be triggered by not killing Orochimaru. After finishing, Feng Tian stood up without looking back and strode out of the dim underground laboratory. Obito and Shizune gazed at the intricate causality line and the countless branches representing murder that extended from it, feeling a chill rise in their hearts. They are well aware that if Orochimaru continues to live, it will inevitably lead to more tragedies and disasters. Is this really the consequence of Orochimaru not dying? Obito murmurs to himself, his voice tinged with shock and fear. He finally understood that the reason Feng Tian made such a decisive choice was because Orochimaru's existence had seriously threatened the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Jisue also silently nodded, and then the two exchanged glances before standing up and following Feng Tian's lead, leaving the empty and cold laboratory together. Chapter 76. Yugao, the Gate of Konoha, a handsome young man dressed in a light blue wide robe, holding a special bubble-blowing tool with long bangs, was slowly walking towards Konoha village. He had a cold expression, emanating an aura that kept people at a distance, yet inexplicably exuding a sense of calm contentment. This person was Yugao, the six-tailed Jinchuriki who had the bounty on his head revoked by the Hidden Mist village. while evading pursuers. Yugao accidentally obtained several pieces of information and, upon learning of the various atrocities committed by the Twilight Organization, decided to heed the advice of the Hidden Mist Village and seek refuge in the Leaf Village. As Yugao approached the gates of the Leaf Village step by step, the eyes of the guarding ninja were involuntarily drawn to him. They quietly speculated about the identity and intentions of this mysterious young man, their eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and tension. After all, in the current turmoil caused by the Twilight Organization, the arrival of any stranger warranted caution. Yutaka stopped in his tracks, calmly meeting the gaze of the gatekeeping ninja. His voice was indifferent, yet carried an undeniable power. "My name is Yutaka, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, from the Mist Village. According to the instructions from the Mist Village, I am here to seek refuge in the Leaf Village." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeping ninja exchanged smiles. In their taut, nerves finally relaxed. One of them stepped forward and politely responded, "Welcome to the Leaf Village, Mr. Yutaka. You are the last Jinchuriki to arrive in the Leaf Village. Please wait a moment while we notify the authorities." Yutaka nodded slightly and patiently waited aside. To alleviate his boredom, he picked up the bubble-blowing tool in his hand, gently blowing, and colorful bubbles danced in the air, adding a touch of lightness to the tense atmosphere. Soon, a ninja dressed in the Leaf Village uniform hurried over, a warm smile on his face. "Mr. Yutaka, welcome. I am the reception ninja from the Leaf Village and will be responsible for arranging your itinerary in the village. Please follow me. The Hokage has been waiting for you for some time." Yutaka put away the bubble-blowing tool and followed the reception ninja, stepping into the Leaf Village he had longed for. He secretly admired that this was indeed a unique place. The air was filled with a sense of peace and tranquility, in stark contrast to the hidden Mist Village where he had once lived. As Yutaka explored further, the bustling scene of Kanehagakure gradually unfolded before his eyes. Shops lined the streets, bustling with activity. The market was crowded with people, filled with laughter and joy, and the villagers, with their beaming smiles, made him feel an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging. Just as Yutaka was immersed in this tranquility and beauty, a clear and pleasant voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Yutaka, the Hokage is waiting for you inside. Please feel free to go in." Yutaka looked up and saw a young female ninja standing not far away. She wore a smile, and her eyes conveyed friendliness and respect. After slightly bowing, she gestured for Yutaka to enter the Hokage's office. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Yutaka. At such a moment, receiving acceptance and respect from Kanehagakure was undoubtedly a tremendous comfort for him. He tidied up his clothes and walked towards the Hokage office. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been waiting for a long time. He sat behind a large desk, his expression kind yet serious, with a gaze that revealed concern and expectation for Yugo. Yugo entered the room and respectfully bowed. "Hokage-sama, I am Yugo, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he stood up, walked in front of Yugo, and gently patted his shoulder. "Yugo, welcome to Kanehagakure. To prevent the evil organization, Twilight, from succeeding in their schemes, I hope you can temporarily take refuge in our village like the other Jinchuriki. We will arrange a discreet residence for you and send a powerful team to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Yugo's heart. He solemnly nodded and then, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gesture, left the Hokage's office. Following that, under the guidance of a host ninja, Yugo passed through several layers of barriers and finally arrived on a small island. "Mr. Yugo, I will take you here. I won't disturb you further from now on," the host ninja politely said to Yugo. After Yugo nodded in acknowledgement, she quickly left. After a brief observation, Yugo found no abnormalities around him and prepared to enter the island. However, not long after, a tall ninja with a forehead protector bearing the oil symbol and silver hair suddenly blocked his path. "Welcome, the last Jinchuriki," the ninja said loudly. "I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, specifically responsible for taking care of precious Jinchuriki like you." He chuckled and added, "Of course, you can call me Jiraiya as well." Upon hearing this, Yutaka's face flashed with surprise, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was naturally well aware of Jiraiya's reputation. This legendary ninja, one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, was not only highly skilled in ninjutsu, but also had a distinct personality and unique insights into the ninja world, leaving a significant mark in the ninja community. "Lord Jiraiya, it's truly an honor to meet you in person," Yutaka said respectfully, bowing and introducing himself. "I am Yutaka, the host of the Six Tails, from a village hidden in the mist." Jiraiya nodded with a smile and gestured for him to follow, saying, Then let's go. With that, he led Yutaka deeper into the small island. Yutaka responded and followed closely behind. The two of them passed through the lush woods and eventually arrived at hidden residence. The environment here was tranquil and elegant, surrounded by various defensive mechanisms, clearly designed to protect the safety of the Jinchuriki. However, in the next moment, Yutaka suddenly felt an unprecedented disturbance within him. The chakra of the seven tails began to uncontrollably surge violently. This power seemed to be triggered by some unknown presence. Like waves whipped up by a tempest, churning wildly within him, bringing waves of tearing pain. Yutaka's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, trying to forcefully suppress this raging chakra with his will. But at that moment, an even more shocking situation occurred. Before him, several figures slowly emerged in the originally empty space, casting unfriendly glances as they scrutinized him. Chapter 77. Kushina's Question. Oof. A new face has arrived. A ninja dressed in purple attire, wearing a black chest plate and sporting a thick beard, crossed his arms and looked sideways at the soon-to-be uncontrollable Yutaka. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, this person was none other than the infamous Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki. It seems he isn't quite adept at controlling this power yet. Beside him, a burly man with a wide-brimmed hat, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, let out a deep laugh. He stood with his hands in his pockets, a hint of mockery in his eyes, watching alongside Old Purple as Yugao was about to lose control, yet he had no intention of offering help, instead looking like he was waiting to see the drama unfold. Just at that critical moment, several chains glowing with a golden light suddenly shot out from the other side of the venue. They carried a strong sealing aura, swiftly and precisely wrapping around Gao's abdomen like a spirit serpent. The sealing power surging from these chains seemed to possess the magic to suppress all violent forces, directly flowing into Gao's body. Under the influence of this powerful sealing force, Gao's previously agitated body gradually calmed down, and his tightly furrowed brows began to relax. The turbulent six-tailed chakra within him was forcefully suppressed by this sealing power, as if it were a tamed beast, no longer able to stir up waves. Yugao looked up and followed the direction of the chains, where stood a red-haired female ninja not far away. The one who had just stepped in to help Yugao was none other than Kushina, the wife of Minato and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Kushina's gaze was firm yet gentle as she gently retracted the chains, the seals flashing in her palm before dissipating into nothingness. This new friend must be the last one. The six-tailed Jinchuriki. Are you feeling better now? Kushina asked with concern, her voice revealing a reassuring strength. She slowly approached, her eyes filled with worry for Yugao's condition. Yugao took a deep breath, trying to calm his chaotic breath, with sweat running down his cheeks. He shook his head slightly, his voice a bit hoarse. I'm fine. Thank you. Old Purple, seeing this, curled the corner of his mouth into a playful smile. It seems our six-tailed friend still needs more training. However, to have a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha personally step in to help, you must have quite the reputation. Old Purple's words carried a hint of mockery. In response to Old Purple's taunt, a trace of coldness flashed in Yugao's eyes, and then he stood up, tightly gripping the bubble-blowing tool in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "If you think of me as a soft persimmon to squeeze, then I'm sorry, you seem to have the wrong person." Yugao's words were resolute and undeniable, his gaze shifting from coldness to burning fighting spirit, like a beast ready to pounce at any moment. Old Purple's laughter abruptly stopped. He squinted his eyes, sizing up Yugao, seeming both surprised and amused by his reaction. "Oh, interesting. It seems you are not someone who can be easily underestimated." His words carried a hint of admiration, but more of a test. Han also put away his previous relaxed attitude, taking a step forward to stand between Lao Zi and Yugao, and said in his deep voice, "All right, this is not the time for infighting. Six Tails, Jinchuriki. We know you just became a Jinchuriki and are still in the adjustment phase. Lao Zi was just joking. Don't take it too seriously." Yugao looked at Han, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating, but he still remained vigilant. "I understand. I just don't want to be looked down upon." His words carried a hint of bitterness. As a Jinchuriki, he bore not only the power of the tailed beast, but also the fear and misunderstanding from others. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped forward, embraced Otsutsuki and Yutaka, and said loudly, "Ha! Since we are here, we are family now. As Jinchuriki, you should love and support each other. On this day, I hope you can coexist harmoniously." Upon hearing this, a rare look of remorse flashed across Otsutsuki's face. After Jiraiya released his embrace, he slowly approached Yutaka, extended his hand, and said, "I'm sorry, that was my mistake." Upon hearing Otsutsuki's apology, Yutaka's expression also calmed down. He reached out his hand and shook hands with Old Purple. The two of them held tightly, as if at that moment, all misunderstandings and barriers had vanished in a thin air. "Jiraiya-sensei, do we have to stay on this island for the days to come?" At that moment, Kushina also asked Jiraiya this crucial question. As Kushina's words fell, the four Jinchuriki present simultaneously looked at Jiraiya, eager to know how long they would have to stay there. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Currently, the entire ninja world is not at peace. Aside from you, four Jinchuriki, the other tailed beasts have already been captured by the Twilight Organization. Although I don't know what their ultimate goal is, it's certainly isn't good for the ninja world. Therefore, until the Twilight Organization is completely eradicated, you can only stay on this island. Here, there are not only powerful defensive barriers, but also many illusion barriers and sensory barriers. In other words, this is currently the safest place in the entire ninja world. There is even a mysterious barrier that, even if the Twilight Organization finds this place, as long as that barrier is activated, they will not be able to capture you." Jiraiya's words were filled with confidence, but his eyes revealed a hint of barely perceptible worry. He looked around to ensure that everyone was listening attentively to his every word. "I know that as Jinchuriki, each of you carries a heavy fate, but please believe that this is not a confinement for you, but a way to protect you and to protect the entire ninja world." Jiraiya's tone became gentle yet firm. "Here, you will undergo special training to learn how to better control the power of the tailed beasts." Kushina nodded and then spoke. "I understand, Teacher Jiraiya. As long as it is for Konoha and for the peace of the ninja world, I am willing to train here, no matter how long it takes." Yutaka also silently nodded. Although he still felt a sense of unwillingness and loneliness in his heart, he knew that he was no longer fighting alone at this moment. He looked at Old Purple and Han, both of their eyes filled with determination and trust. "So, without further ado, let's begin the training." Jiraiya stood up, his gaze intense. Everyone must push their limits, not only to control the tailed beasts, but also to surpass themselves and become true strong warriors. However, at that moment, Kushina spoke again, her words causing the usually calm Jiraiya to become unsettled. "I have one more question, Jiraiya-sensei. Where has Minato gone?" Chapter 78, Minato's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but soon he regained his composure. He looked into Kushina's eyes and said, "Minato has gone out on a mission and has not returned yet." Although Jiraiya was hiding it well, the attentive Kushina still noticed something was off. She took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, and continued, "Jiraiya-sensei, you can't hide this from me. Although you cover it up well, based on my intuition, I feel that Minato may have encountered an accident. As one of the legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya surely knew about Minato's situation. In fact, the most suitable person to protect the Jinchuriki here was not Jiraiya, but Minato. With Minato's flying Thunder God technique, no matter what unusual events occurred here, he could instantly transfer the Jinchuriki. However, due to Minato's disappearance, the higher-ups of Konoha had no choice but to entrust this heavy responsibility to Jiraiya. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. Eventually, he sighed and decided to tell Kushina the truth. "Kushina, promise me that no matter what you hear next, you need to stay calm." Kushina nodded heavily, indicating that she was strong. Then, Jiraiya spoke again. "Not long ago, Minato went to Takigakure to carry out a mission, aiming to bring back the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. But they encountered the Twilight Organization. According to the intelligence from the front lines, Minato's team is missing and currently, their whereabouts are unknown." Hearing this, Kushina's face instantly turned pale. Her tightly clenched hands trembled slightly, although she had mentally prepared herself. The impact of hearing this news was like a huge wave crashing over her, difficult to calm. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in her eyes, soon replaced by deep worry and anxiety. "The entire team is missing and their whereabouts are unknown." Kushina repeated these words softly, as if trying to engrave them in her heart. She looked up at Jiraiya, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet she held back from letting them fall. "Is there still a chance for him to come back? Minato is so strong. He will find a way to return, right?" Jiraiya's gaze became complex and heavy as he slowly shook his head, his voice low and resolute. "Kushina, I understand your feelings, but we must face reality. Minato is indeed very strong, but the Twilight Organization is not to be underestimated. They operate in secrecy and with cruelty. and even we in Konoha know very little about them. This mission is exceptionally difficult, and the enemies Minato and his team are facing exceed expectations. However, Jiraiya then shifted his tone, trying to give Kushina a glimmer of hope. Although the situation is not optimistic, we have not given up on searching for them. Konoha has already dispatched multiple rescue teams, and I'm actively contacting other ninja villages to hope for more information about the Twilight Organization and the whereabouts of Minato and his team. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will never give up. Listening to Jiraiya's words, the light in Kushina's eyes gradually dimmed, but she still managed to force a smile. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. I will wait, no matter how long it takes. I will wait for Minato to come back. He is my husband, and I believe he will return safely. Jiraiya silently nodded, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He deeply understands the taste of waiting and knows how much hidden pain and fear lies behind Kushina's strength at this moment. He gently patted Kushina's shoulder, as if to pass on his strength and belief to her. Kushina, you need to take care of yourself too. If Minato knew, he would definitely hope for your safety. Then, Jiraiya shifted the topic and began to discuss the current situation. Kushina, right now, the Nine-Tails rampage is something we are quite concerned about. But you don't need to worry. I will personally ensure your safety. However, you must remain vigilant at all times, as the Nine-Tails is the most unique and powerful compared to other tail beasts. Kushina listened carefully to Jiraiya's arrangements, her eyes shining with determination. She knew that she was not just a wife waiting for her husband's return, but also a member of the Uzumaki clan, the Jinchuriki responsible for sealing the Nine-Tails in this generation. Her pressure was the greatest among everyone present. Soon, after making arrangements for everyone, Jiraiya hurriedly left the place. What he needs to do now is far more important than protecting the Jinchuriki. Of course, it definitely isn't something ridiculous like peeping at the women's bathhouse. According to his own words, it's called appreciation. Deep beneath Konoha village, Uchiha Madara sits on an ancient wooden throne, one hand gently resting on his chin, his deep-set eyes flickering with a thoughtful light. The entire space is filled with a heavy and dignified atmosphere, as if the air itself is solidified. Suddenly, Madara's gaze sharpens, focusing intently on a certain direction, as if he has pierced through the barriers of space and seen secrets unknown to others. Immediately after, accompanied by a strange distortion of space, the figures of Feng and others appear out of nowhere before Madara, as if stepping out from a void. Welcome back, Feng. Madara slowly rises, his voice deep and commanding, each word seemingly carrying an irresistible power. Feng nods slightly in response. He then releases the imprisoned Minato, Killer Bee, and Kabuto from the Kamui space. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's brows furrow tightly, filled with confusion, and he asks in a deep voice, "What does this mean, Feng?" Feng, unperturbed, responds calmly, "These people have been completely sealed by me. Their chakra can no longer be used, and they are entirely under my control." He paused slightly and continued, "However, if I let them stay in my space for too long, it will indeed limit my actions. After all, I need to be able to respond to various situations that may arise at any time. As for them, they only need to be monitored and fed a little military rations to sustain their lives." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara did not show any signs of agreement on his face. Instead, he shook his head, and a chilling, killing intent quietly crept into the corners of his eyes. Such a troublesome approach really does not fit my style. It would be better to simply and decisively eliminate them all to prevent future troubles. Before his words fell, an astonishing aura began to emanate from Uchiha Madara's entire body, a sense of oppression belonging to a strong person that instilled fear in others. His eyes gradually turned crimson, as if a raging flame was burning within. In the next moment, he was about to take action and eliminate the person in front of him. Seeing this, Feng Tian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly spoke to stop the imminent killing intent from Ban. "Please hold on. Lord Ban, don't kill these people for now." His voice carried a hint of urgency, clearly worried about what was about to happen. Ban's movements paused slightly, a flicker of doubt passing through his crimson eyes, and he coldly uttered two words. "Reason?" His tone showed no emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely asking an inconsequential question. Feng Tian felt a sense of relief that Ban did not act immediately. He took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and then spoke. "I suspect that the backlash of my ocular power is related to the causality of slaughter." Chapter 79. The Truth of the Saint Mother Ocular Power Backlash. Continuing, Uchiha Ban still maintained his indifference. but it was somewhat reassuring that the bloodthirsty killing intent in his gaze towards Minato and the others had faded. Seeing this, Feng Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze collided with Uchiha bands in the air, and then he slowly continued. In the previous 2 enhancements of my ocular power, that backlash surged like a tide, almost swallowing me whole, leaving me teetering on the edge of life and death multiple times. His words revealed an indescribable heaviness, as if he were reminiscing about a past he was reluctant to mention. However, when I carefully recalled the time I first devoured the 3 tails and 1 tail, that power was strong, yet did not bring any backlash. At that time, my heart was still pure, my hands had not been stained with blood, and I felt no guilt. Feng Tian's gaze became profound, as if transcending time and space, returning to that distant past. It was only after devouring the 2 tails and 8 tails that I broke my killing taboo and killed the renowned third Reikage. His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of remorse. At that moment, I felt as if I had touched some kind of taboo, and from then on, the backlash followed me like a shadow, especially during the time in Takigakure, where I suffered unprecedented devastation. Coincidentally, during the battle to seize the 7 tails, my hands were stained with the blood of innocent ninjas. Feng Tian's gaze became hollow, as if that memory was too heavy for him to bear. This directly led to an unprecedented and severe backlash during my confrontation with Orochimaru. That time, I was on the brink of death, life and death hanging by a thread. At this point, Feng Tian's tone grew resolute, as if making some important decision. I began to realize that this backlash of ocular power might not only be related to the enhancement of the ocular power itself, but also closely tied to the killing intent in my heart and the sins I had committed. Every act of killing seemed to add weight to this double-edged sword, and ultimately, the force of backlash bound me tightly. Feng Tian's words carried a heaviness, yet also seemed to hint at a sense of release. It was as if he was confessing everything to Uchiha Madara, or perhaps engaging in self-redemption, revealing the secrets and pain deep within his heart without reservation. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed slightly. He had never considered that the backlash of the Sharingan would have such a profound connection with the user's state of mind. Are you saying that your Sharingan, after being tainted by too much blood, began to punish you in some form? His voice was cold, yet revealed a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Feng Tian nodded and continued. In my understanding, someone like me, who holds the most mysterious power of causality, perhaps carries some kind of law or will that constrains the behavior of the user. When I could no longer resist the influence of the will to kill within me and began to kill indiscriminately, that power started to backfire, trying to correct my path. Interesting. Uchiha Madara sneered, but the light in his eyes became more complex. So what do you intend to do? Continue down this path until you are completely consumed, or find a way to balance your power and mind. Feng Tian fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something, and finally took a deep breath, saying, I choose the latter. Holding causality is not a good thing, and as my ocular power strengthens, the will to kill will have an increasingly greater impact on me. I must suppress the will to kill within. To achieve my goals, I absolutely cannot be consumed by this backlash. It was only at this moment that Feng Tian realized why he had been so saintly at the beginning of this reincarnation. Everything was the result of experiences left over from previous reincarnations. These experiences were quietly influencing Feng Tian's thoughts in this reincarnation, subtly guiding him to avoid bloodshed as much as possible. That is why he had initially become so saintly. Uchiha Madara listened quietly to Feng Tian's determination, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing the will to kill within is no easy task. However, since you have this awareness, I can show you a clear path. A clear path? Feng Tian was slightly taken aback, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. That's right, an opportunity that can both enhance your strength and help you suppress the will to kill. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, his thoughts drifting far away, and the figure of that man gradually emerged in his mind. After a moment, Uchiha Madara spoke again, his voice flowing slowly, sage mode. I've never thought much of it, but for you, it might be quite suitable right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian unconsciously supported his chin with his hand, falling into deep thought. Uchiha Madara was right. Given the current situation, Sage Mode was indeed the most suitable power for him to cultivate. The essence of Sage Mode lies in absorbing and utilizing the natural energy of the world. During the absorption process, one must remain absolutely still, allowing the mind to settle and feel deeply. This not only trains and enhances willpower, but also significantly weakens the will to kill's erosion and influence over him in the state of sage mode. However, Feng Tian currently did not have much time to cultivate. Sage mode, huh? That's a pretty good idea, Feng Tian said lightly, quickly making up his mind. With a twist of space, Feng Tian slowly stepped into the Kamui space. Soon after, as his mind moved, a large roulette appeared before him. This was the extraction ability roulette obtained from devouring the chakra of the seven tails, which Feng Tian had sealed into his Kamui space through special means for long-term preservation. Below are all the abilities currently obtained. 3 tails chakra, flying thunder god technique, 1 tail chakra, Kamui, 2 tails chakra, 8 gates, 8 tails chakra. I hope it can hit the mark, Feng Tian said in a deep voice, then slowly reached out his hand, gently fiddling with the roulette before him. Every subtle movement revealed his inner tension and anticipation. The roulette began to turn slowly, with each jump of the pointer seemingly tugging at Feng Tian's heartbeat. The rhythm intertwining with the sound of the roulette's rotation, playing a symphony of fate. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, as if even time had frozen at that moment. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if praying for the best outcome from an unknown fate. Finally, the roulette stopped spinning, and the pointer steadily pointed to an unknown area. This is Chapter 80, Their Voices. This is. Feng Tian stared intently at the name, where the roulette pointer finally landed. A helpless yet slightly bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To his surprise, the pointer pointed to Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. It's over, what kind of broken system is this? Feng Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his tone filled with frustration and helplessness. In his mind, the heroic figure of Jiraiya couldn't help but appear, and he secretly murmured, Jiraiya is clearly right here, why don't you turn around a bit more, and just happen to stop at Tsunade? However, complaints aside, Feng Tian quickly adjusted his mindset. He knew deeply that everyone has their unique value and abilities, and the key lies in how to learn and utilize them. So, he took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and decided to calmly accept this outcome. He stepped forward and gently tapped on Tsunade's name with his finger. In the next moment, the skill options related to Tsunade appeared before Feng Tian. 100 Healings Technique unseals the ensue, allowing the vast amount of stored chakra to be used freely, making it possible to launch large-scale ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Creation Rebirth, the ultimate medical ninjutsu, used in conjunction with 100 Healings Technique, capable of rapidly recovering bodily injuries in battle, almost achieving immortality, but consumes a large amount of chakra and reduces lifespan. Feng Tian looked at the skill descriptions before him, rarely falling into hesitation. His gaze kept wavering between the 100 Treasures Technique and Creation Rebirth, a look of conflict flashing across his face. If he had to choose for combat strength, he would definitely prioritize the 100 Treasures Technique. But they were coming soon, and he had to maximize his survival ability. When Feng Tian mentioned them, his face was filled with complex emotions, anger, fear, and a hint of helplessness. But now was not the time to consider that. After some careful thought, Feng Tian finally set his sights on the skill of Creation Rebirth. In his view, although the 100 Treasures Technique could greatly enhance combat strength, ensuring his own survival was the top priority in the face of the impending crisis. So he chose Creation Rebirth. Feng Tian silently made up his mind and reached out to touch the skill option. But just as he was about to touch the skill option, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. He quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back several paces. Perhaps I can give it a try, Feng Tian muttered to himself, and then his eyes instantly switched to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Soon, a causal aura enveloped the entire wheel, and that powerful causal force was continuously attempting to modify the rules of the wheel, based on Feng Tian's judgment. Since this wheel could enter the Kamui space through special means for preservation, it meant that this wheel was not omnipotent. It was precisely because of this that Feng Tian thought of trying to modify the rules of the wheel by reversing cause and effect. What he wanted to do was to acquire both the 100 arts and the skill of Creation Rebirth. Feng Tian's eyes sparkled with the unique light of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. He was fully focused on manipulating the power of causality, trying to influence the rules of the roulette with his will. The entire space seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force, and even the air was filled with a suppressed and tense atmosphere. As the power of causality surged, the light on the roulette began to flicker erratically, and the pointer seemed to lose its original pattern, starting to jump wildly. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, quickly forming hand seals, tightly combining his chakra with the power of causality and exerting all his effort to guide this force to realize his incredible idea. Finally, with Feng Tian's relentless efforts, the light on the roulette suddenly contracted, and miraculously, the pointer pointed simultaneously to both the 100 arts and the skill of creation rebirth. At that moment, an indescribable excitement and joy surged in Feng Tian's heart. He knew he had succeeded in breaking the rules of the roulette and had obtained both skills at once. Haha, it really works. Feng Tian laughed heartily, and then reached out to touch the two skill options. Instantly, two powerful forces surged into his body, and he felt as if his chakra had undergone a qualitative leap, with his vitality becoming unprecedentedly resilient. Just as Feng Tian was filled with joy, a voice suddenly reached his ears. The owner of that voice was someone Feng Tian never wanted to encounter in his lifetime. I finally found you, Feng Tian. Trust me, we will meet again soon. Hey. After the words were spoken, the voice completely disappeared. Upon hearing this, the originally joyful expression on Feng Tian's face immediately darkened. The owner of that voice was them. The fact that they could transmit their voice to Feng Tian across endless time and space indicated that they were really close. Time was running out for Feng Tian. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. He knew that in the face of the impending threat, any panic and fear would be futile. The only way to cope was to enhance his own strength and make thorough preparations. He closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the immense chakra surging within him due to the acquisition of the 100 treasures technique and the creation of regeneration. These two skills complemented each other, not only greatly enhancing his combat power, but, more importantly, providing him with an almost immortal recovery ability. Feng Tian thought to himself that with such power, he might be able to secure a glimmer of hope for himself in the confrontation with them. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. The murderous intent that could erupt at any moment was the most troublesome issue for Feng Tian right now. Since he didn't draw the Sage Mode in this round, he had only one path left to take. That was to cultivate Sage Mode himself. Thinking of this, Feng Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. He never expected that someone like him, who was nearly invincible, would one day have to earnestly cultivate. Immediately, the figure of Jiraiya appeared in his mind. If he were to teach him, he should be able to master Sage Mode early. With this thought, Feng Tian unhesitatingly activated the causal power within him. Long, slender causal lines intertwined and danced before his eyes like living creatures, as if the fate of the entire world was in his hands. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally focused, and began to carefully manipulate the fine threads, trying to find the one related to Jiraiya. However, as time passed, Feng Tian's expression gradually grew serious. He was surprised to find that the causal line belonging to Jiraiya, which should have been clearly visible, had completely disappeared within this intricate and complex web of causality. Chapter 81, Obito's Reaction. Feng Tian furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. He searched carefully again, but the result was still disappointing. As if he were looking for a phantom that didn't exist at all, he murmured softly to himself, his voice filled with a hint of disbelief. How could this be? How could Jiraiya's causal line vanish into thin air? Could it be that? Feng Tian gently cradled his chin in his hand, his fingers slowly caressing his cheek as he fell into deep thought, various possibilities swirling in his mind. The disappearance of the causal line could only be attributed to two reasons. One possibility was that the person was no longer in this world, just like Orochimaru. The causal line would naturally dissipate, like a kite with a broken string, leaving no trace behind. The other possibility was that the person was trapped in intricate isolation formations or sealed within some powerful array. These formations had the magical effect of disrupting causal lines, making it impossible for Feng Tian to accurately capture their location. Judging by the current signs, it was highly likely that Jiraiya had entered some kind of isolation or sealing formation and was being hidden by some mysterious power. Upon thinking of this, a thought arose in Feng Tian's mind, and he cautiously began to manipulate the causal lines, trying to verify his conjecture. As time passed, Feng Tian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Moments later, it was as if he had an epiphany, and all the mysteries unraveled. Sure enough, Jiraiya's causal line, along with those of the remaining Jinchuriki, had disappeared, indicating that they had indeed been hidden away. Feng Tian murmured to himself, his voice carrying a sense of certainty and relief. He then took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and focused his mind, attempting to seek more clues about them through his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the power of causality. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not capture any more useful information. It seemed he could only take things one step at a time. Feng Tian shook his head helplessly, but had already mentally prepared himself. He then left the Kamui space and returned to the underground. Upon seeing Feng Tian return, Uchiha Madara keenly sensed the vigorous life force radiating from him, as if he had been completely reborn, refreshed, and renewed. He curiously asked Feng Tian, "You seem quite different from before." Feng Tian nodded gently, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then said calmly, "It seems I can't escape your keen eyes, Lord Madara. However, regarding that sage mode, I'm still completely in the dark, with no clues at all." Uchiha Madara shook his head helplessly, indicating that he was also unable to help. However, after a moment, he seemed to have a flash of inspiration and continued, "Feng Tian, didn't you say you have mastery over causality? Can't you try to modify causality to directly learn sage mode?" Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Feng Tian couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. His gaze became exceptionally deep, as if it were the most distant star in the night sky, and he began to focus intently on this unprecedented bold idea. However, this contemplation did not last long. He gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness and a wry smile appearing on his face, and slowly replied, "Lord Madara, your proposal is indeed feasible, but forcibly altering such a defiant causal relationship would come at a cost that I cannot bear. You may not know that the backlash from the causal changes I can make entirely depends on the difficulty of influencing reality. Just like our previous battle, Lord Madara, the reason I have not used that technique of reversing cause and effect on you is precisely because modifying your causal relationship would have too profound an impact on the real world. In other words, the backlash from such modifications would be unprecedentedly enormous. And for me, this is undoubtedly a risky venture that is not worth the gain." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression slightly tightened, his deep eyes revealing a glimmer of understanding and relief. "I see, I was too impatient." Feng Tian nodded slightly and continued, "Lord Madara, although I cannot learn sage mode by altering causality, I will continue to seek other methods." Just then, Kakazu spoke up, "There's no need for such trouble. Just find someone who can use sage mode, forcibly extract their chakra, and take it for yourself through the power of causality, similar to my Jiangu technique, seizing another person's heart to master their chakra." With Kakuzu's words, Feng Tian suddenly realized, "Right, why didn't I think of that? I just need to find someone who can use sage mode and take it for myself through the power of causality. Moreover, doing it this way would greatly reduce the backlash, and the impact on Feng Tian would be minimized." Coincidentally, besides Jiraiya, there was another person who also mastered that legendary sage mode, and he knew exactly who it was. Furthermore, that person was currently firmly under Feng Tian's control. Feng Tian gently turned his head, his gaze landing on the unconscious Minato Namikaze beside him, a fleeting look of regret passing through his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by determination. He took a step forward, slowly walking toward the water gate, while at the same time, the mysterious and unpredictable force of causality instantly enveloped him, as if to isolate him from the outside world. His voice was deep and heavy. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the bottom of his heart. "Sorry, Watergate." After saying that, his right hand was enveloped in a mass of causal power. In the next moment, it went directly towards Watergate's abdomen. In the corner, Obito, who had been watching everything, had his right eye switched to the Manjiki Sharingan at some point. His face was gloomy, his fists clenched, and a faint aura of divine power was unconsciously released. Chapter 82. Successfully gaining control over Obito. "What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Madara sensed Obito's unusual behavior, his tone carrying a hint of coldness as he coldly threw out the question. Obito fell silent, as if suddenly awakened by Madara's words. Realizing that he had lost his composure, his expression slightly changing. Thus, he retracted his Manjiki Sharingan, turned away, and no longer watched. After all, Minato was his teacher, and he had always treated him well. At this time, Obito had not completely fallen into darkness. He was still the boy he once was. Therefore, he felt a sense of reflection regarding the act of extracting chakra from Feng Tian. As Madara's words fell, Feng Tian also came back to his senses. He gently waved his hand, temporarily halting the extraction of the sage art chakra from Minato, and then turned around, looking at Obito with a gentle gaze. He slowly said, "Obito, I understand how you feel, but right now, this sage art chakra is crucial for me. I assure you, throughout the entire extraction process. Minato will not be harmed in the slightest. After hearing this, Obito's tense expression eased slightly, but he still did not turn around to face Feng Tian. He simply walked straight towards the door, his steps carrying a hint of determination. "Do as you wish," he said, and his figure quickly disappeared behind the door. Leaving the others in the room, exchanging glances, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward, although there was a small interlude. Feng Tian had no intention of stopping the extraction of the sage art chakra. Previously, in the Kamui space, he had heard their voices. Now, he needed to hasten the capture of the tailed beasts. He must implement the Eye of the Moon plan before they arrived. After Obito angrily left, the atmosphere between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara grew unusually heavy. They all knew that Obito's reaction, although unexpected, reflected some potential cracks in their plans. Feng Tian took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He understood that Obito's emotional entanglements were natural for a person, but the overall situation was paramount, and he could not abandon the plan to extract sage chakra because of it. "Minato Namikaze, I am sorry," Feng Tian murmured softly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Then, under the miraculous influence of causal power, Minato's body gradually underwent a change and entered sage mode without any awareness. Feng Tian's expression grew serious as he gently placed his right hand, which contained causal power, on Minato's abdomen, carefully beginning to extract the sage chakra. As Feng Tian's palm slowly approached Minato's abdomen, an indescribable wave filled the air, a subtle rhythm of the sage chakra being guided and extracted. Minato's body trembled slightly in unconsciousness, as if undergoing a transformation unknown to others, all of which was quietly proceeding under Feng Tian's precise and cold control. Uchiha Madara watched silently from the side, his Rinnegan deep and profound, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. Feng Tian's expression grew increasingly serious. He realized that the process of extracting sage chakra was far more difficult than he had anticipated. This not only required his full concentration, with no room for distraction, but he also had to carefully maintain Minato's vital signs, fearing that a single mistake could lead to disaster. Worse still, as more and more sage chakra surged into his body, Feng Tian felt the breath within him becoming exceedingly chaotic, as if countless small hands were tearing at his meridians. Without professional training, he found it impossible to control this immense power, and his body began to uncontrollably show signs of transformation. His skin gradually became rough, and his limbs seemed to be slowly elongating. "Oomph." Feng Tian snorted coldly, immediately mobilizing causal power to restore his body to normal, while also using part of the causal power to balance the chaotic breath within. Finally, as time passed, Feng Tian stopped the process of extracting sage chakra. After successfully extracting Minato Namikaze's sage chakra, Feng Tian felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue and weakness, although his body had returned to normal with the help of causal power. The pressure and burden on his mind had become even heavier. Moreover, this was not the time to relax. While the frog transformation phenomenon had been temporarily suppressed, the chaotic energy within him was still difficult to balance. With a moment's carelessness, Feng Tian could very likely explode with anger and perish. At that moment, Uchiha Madara placed his hand on Feng Tian's back and began to use his chakra to help Feng Tian regulate the balance of his energy. Feeling the warm chakra from Uchiha Madara, a surge of gratitude welled up in Feng Tian's heart. This power flowed into his body like a gentle stream, helping him stabilize the chaotic energy caused by the extraction of sage chakra. "Thank you, Lord Madara," Feng Tian said softly, slightly turning his head, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible tremor. He knew that if it weren't for Uchiha Madara's timely assistance, he might really have lost himself in this chaotic power. Uchiha said nothing, simply continuing to silently deliver chakra, his eyes revealing a profound determination, as if telling Feng Tian, "Everything is for our plan. You must hold on." With Uchiha Madara's help, the aura within Feng Tian gradually stabilized, and the discomfort brought on by the transformation slowly faded away. He took a deep breath, feeling the strength within him regain its power, and couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. In the next moment, Feng Tian activated the immortal mode without hesitation. He can clearly feel the mystical chakra and the power of causality within him merging in a wonderful rhythm, bringing an unprecedented surge of strength. As if the entire world is under his control, he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to savor this peaceful and profound power. Sure enough, under the protection of the sage mode, The once overwhelming will to kill that had plagued him like a parasite now had almost no effect on him. This long-standing source of distress was finally resolved, and a genuine joy crept onto Feng Tian's lips, his eyes shining with the light of victory. However, when Uchiha Madara witnessed that Feng Tian seemed to have perfectly mastered sage mode, he frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "The situation is now determined. Where should we go from here?" Upon hearing this, Feng Tian broke into a meaningful smile, one that concealed a cunning not to be underestimated. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing straight at the sky. With the power of causality amplifying him, his momentum instantly became overwhelming, as if the air itself had solidified. Next, it's time to launch a full-scale attack. What I want to do is to poke a hole in this sky. Chapter 83 Revisit Konoha Village. In front of the gates of Konoha Village. Hey, have you heard? The ninja world has been quite turbulent lately, not peaceful at all. A guard rubbed his frozen, red hands and winked at the person next to him. Isn't that right? I heard that several other villages have been thrown into chaos by a mysterious organization called Twilight. I've even heard that even Minato has gone missing because of this. Another guard lowered his voice, his brow furrowed. Shoo, keep it down. We can't just say stuff like this casually. If it gets back to the higher-ups, we could both be in big trouble. An older guard suddenly turned around, looking around nervously. At the ancient and solemn gates of Konoha Village, several guards were huddled together, whispering, their eyes filled with worry and unease. They talked about nothing but the fearsome Twilight organization. The cold wind blew, lifting a few fallen leaves, as if it were sighing for this turbulent ninja world. It was evident that Feng Tian and the others had brought a terrifying influence to the entire ninja realm. Just as they continued their discussion, a man wrapped entirely in a black cloak, like a ghost, slowly approached the gate of Konoha Village step by step. Who goes there? A sharp shout broke the silence of the night, and all the guards immediately entered a state of combat, instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists. The cloaked man seemed unfazed, continuing to walk at a leisurely pace. The guards' gazes grew increasingly sharp, their nerves taut to the limit. At the same time, several agile ninjas quietly stepped back a few paces, secretly observing the situation, ready to rush back to the village to call for reinforcements at the first sign of danger. The night wind howled, carrying a hint of chill, adding even more tension and a sense of impending doom to the scene. Oof. The cloaked man let out a light, cold snort, and then slowly raised a hand. His movements seemed slow, yet they carried an immense power. In the next moment, a chilling and terrifying aura suddenly surged out from beneath the cloak, instantly overwhelming all the guards at the entrance like a fierce storm, rendering them unable to move. Their bodies seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, making even breathing extraordinarily difficult, let alone speaking. They could only widen their eyes and look at the cloaked figure in front of them with faces full of terror. This cloaked figure was none other than Feng Tian. This time, he entered Konoha Village not by using connections with the guards, but by choosing to enter directly and openly. Foolish and struggling ants. Feng Tian coldly said before confidently entering Konoha Village. During the process, when he passed through the sensing barrier, he directly used the principle of reversing cause and effect to alter reality, thus avoiding detection. Once inside Konoha Village, Feng Tian's goal was very clear, to head straight to the Hokage's office. He still has important matters to discuss with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In front of the Hokage office building, the night is as dark as ink, with only a few dim streetlights swaying in the wind, casting mottled shadows. Feng Tian walks with steady steps across the empty square, each step seemingly containing an indescribable power. The ninjas along the way sense that oppressive aura and cast puzzled glances, yet no one dares to step forward to stop him. Upon reaching the front of the Hokage office building, Feng Tian does not hesitate and directly reaches out to push against the heavy wooden door. The sound of the door hinges turning is particularly clear in the silent night. As if even the air trembles, the door slowly opens, revealing the dim light inside and the spacious hall. Who? A vigilant voice comes from the second floor, followed by a middle-aged man in a Hokage robe appearing at the staircase. It is indeed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixed on the uninvited guest below. I am the creator of the Twilight organization, Feng Tian. Feng Tian's voice was calm and firm as he slowly climbed the stairs, each step seemingly demonstrating his power to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The Twilight organization. Feng Tian, you dare to enter Konoha alone? Don't you know this is seeking your own death? Seeking death? A cold smile curled at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth. I think you haven't grasped the real situation. Since I dare to come here alone, it means that in my eyes, you are nothing but ants. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. He looked up at Feng Tian in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What exactly is your purpose? Are Watergate and the others in your hands?" As Sarutobi Rizen's words fell, Feng Tian only glanced deeply at him and then replied, "Let me answer your second question first. Watergate and Karabi are indeed in my hands. But I'm sorry, I have no intention of returning them. At least not now." As Feng Tian spoke, he walked over and sat down on the desk in the Hokage's office. He slightly turned his head to look at the moonlight outside the window and continued. "As for the purpose, I want to keep you guessing for now. Moreover, my reason for coming here isn't just to chat with you." After saying this, Feng Tian's eyes instantly switched to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and immediately, a wave of oppressive causal power swept through the entire Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, under this terrifying pressure, showed no signs of wavering, but a hint of seriousness flashed in the depths of his gaze as he looked at Feng Tian. "What exactly do you want to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady and powerful as he slowly stepped forward, forming hand seals, clearly ready for battle at any moment. Seeing this, Feng Tian smiled faintly, then gently waved his hand, and that terrifying causal power quickly receded like a tide. His gaze remained fixed on the bright, full moon, and he slowly spoke, his voice light, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I want you 5 Kage to hold a Kage summit within 3 days. As for the location, let's choose Konohagakure." There was a firm light flashing in Feng Tian's eyes. "Of course, I will also attend this meeting, and we can have a good discussion then." After he finished speaking, his figure trembled slightly, and with a slight distortion of space, he slowly disappeared from the spot, leaving only the last oppressive words echoing in the air. "If you want to keep me here now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, feel free to try. However, the consequences are yours to bear." Witnessing everything, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly gloomy as he pondered his next move. At that moment, the door of the Hokage office was suddenly pushed open, and Danzo's figure appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What happened, monkey?" Facing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, but eventually let out a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Contact the other 4 Kage and tell them that in 3 days, we will hold another Kage meeting in Konohagakure." Chapter 84. Kage Meeting, Part 1. In the conference room of Konohagakure, the atmosphere was tense. What game are you playing, Hokage?" The 4th Raikage slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump slightly. He frowned and stared directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone filled with questioning. At this time, the conference room was already filled with people, including the 4th Raikage, as the other Kage from the 4 major ninja villages had also arrived one after another, sitting around the long table for a crucial Kage meeting. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain, the 4th Raikage could no longer hold back and took the lead in challenging him. "How long has it been since the last meeting?" "Just a few months. Why have we suddenly been summoned again? What does this mean?" His voice was like thunder, echoing in the conference room. In the face of the continuous questioning from the 4th Raikage, the other shadow figures, Inoki of the Tsuchikage, Yagura of the Mizukage, and Raza of the Kazekage, appeared particularly silent. They either lowered their heads in contemplation or their eyes flickered, as if weighing something. At that moment, the entire conference room was filled only with the angry breaths of the 4th Hokage. They also want to know what the purpose is for Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently calling them to this 5 Kage summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly adjusted the Hokage hood on his head, and his eyes, which had experienced countless storms, were now sharp as an eagle, staring directly at the 4th Raikage. He slowly began to speak, his voice steady and powerful. "We have already gathered some clues regarding the whereabouts of Killer Bee." He deliberately paused for a moment, seemingly observing the reactions of the crowd. Indeed, as we have analyzed, they have fallen into the hands of the Twilight Organization, and now they are being controlled by a man named Feng Tian. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, as if even the air had stopped flowing. Every shadow's gaze became unusually serious, their brows furrowed, seemingly contemplating how to deal with this sudden crisis. The 4th Raikage suddenly stood up, his hands clenched into fists, the joints turning white from the force, his voice deep and filled with menace. "The Twilight Organization? Feng Tian? They are indeed that group of scum." Noki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Earth Village, old but with eyes still sharp, gently tapped his cane, producing a rhythmic sound, then slowly said, "If it were just this matter, the Hokage would not convene a 5 Kage summit. I want to know the truth behind the summit. In the face of Naka's straightforwardness, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show much panic. He gently tapped the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone present. Then he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible weight. 3 days ago, in the Hokage office, I unexpectedly encountered the creator of the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind, which was to keep him in Konoha for good. However, when I truly faced him, my rationality told me that no matter how hard I tried, I could not shake him even a little. He exuded a special aura, a kind of power that made one's heart race. In the blink of an eye, he could incapacitate any ninja with wavering will. It was an indescribable fear that made one unable to look directly at him. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slight sigh and continued. The key point is that the initiator of this 5 Kage summit is not me. It is Feng Tian. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room erupted in an uproar. The other Kage exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on every face. The fourth Raikage shouted in disbelief. What did you say? The 5 Kage summit initiated by Feng Tian? What qualifies him? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly and continued. At first, I planned to refuse, but considering that Minato and Karabi are still in Twilight's hands, and I also wanted to take this opportunity to understand the intentions of the Twilight Organization. At this moment, Rasha, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. Hokage-sama, your considerations are indeed thorough, but at this moment, with only us here, can we truly ascertain Twilight's purpose just by discussing it among ourselves? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and continued. Feng Tian has said that he will come to the meeting. However, given the situation, he should also appear. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and a cold wind swept in, causing a faint rustling of papers. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn towards the entrance, where a figure slowly stepped in, the very creator of the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian. He was dressed in a well-tailored black robe, which flowed gently in the wind, making him appear tall and upright. His face is stern, as if forever shrouded in a layer of frost. And those deep-set eyes exude an undeniable authority that makes it difficult for others to meet his gaze. He slowly scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp like a blade, as if he could see into everyone's heart. Then, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, filled with confidence and mockery, as if everything was under his control and the others were merely pieces on his chessboard. Hello, hearing this, the fourth Raikage was instantly furious, ready to explode, but was gently restrained by Sarutobi Hizashi's hand on his shoulder. Sarutobi nodded to Feng Tian, signaling him to take a seat. Feng Tian was unceremonious, walking straight to an empty table and sitting down with his legs crossed, his eyes revealing a provocative gleam. Everyone, since we are all here, let us get straight to the point. Feng Tian broke the silence, his voice deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the hearts of those present. I know you have many questions and grievances about the Twilight Organization, but today, I am not here to argue with you. I am here to discuss cooperation. There was a subtle cunning in Feng Tian's words. Cooperation? With the Twilight Organization? The fourth Raikage scoffed, his tone full of disdain. Do you think we would believe your nonsense? Feng Tian smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the fourth Raikage's mockery. He continued, I know what you're worried about, but I can assure you that as long as you are willing to cooperate with the Twilight Organization, I can guarantee the safety of Watergate and Kira and the others. Moreover, we can also save this filthy ninja world in the process. Cooperation? What exactly does that entail? Noki furrowed his brows, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt and caution. Hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, and then he gently pointed his finger upwards. At that moment, a heart-pounding force of causality swept through the entire conference room like a storm. Among those present, everyone except Water Shadow Yagura, who was slightly weaker, changed their expressions slightly as if affected by this power. The other four, Earth Shadow Noki, Wind Shadow Raza, Fire Shadow Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Lightning Shadow, sat steadily, their faces showing no change, clearly possessing the strength to resist this force. Feng Tian then spoke again, his voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. I need all the remaining tailed beasts from you. Chapter 85, Five Shadows Conference, Part 2. Feng Tian's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves upon waves. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense and oppressive, and everyone's breathing seemed to grow heavier. All-tailed beasts? Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated, frowning and glaring sharply at Feng Tian. Are you joking? The tailed beasts are treasures of the major ninja villages and are key to balancing power in the ninja world. What makes you think we would easily hand them over to you? Feng Tian smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to conceal endless meaning. Lord Hokage, we both know how much disaster the misuse of tailed beast power could bring to this world. And I am here to prevent all of that from happening. Oomph. Nice words, the fourth Raikage scoffed, his face full of disdain. Who do you think you are? A savior? Why should we trust you? Because I am the creator of the Twilight Organization, and I possess power that even you cannot imagine. Feng Tian replied calmly and firmly, as if stating an undeniable fact. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked a crucial question, slowly speaking up. What is the purpose of your Twilight Organization in collecting the tailed beasts? Or rather, what is your ultimate goal? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled slightly and responded, the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts is for the Moon Eye Plan. The Moon Eye Plan? What does that mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. However, Feng Tian suddenly teleported to the center of the conference table, then slowly crouched down and said, I want to explain slowly. Everything will merge as one with me. A complete unification of all. What I am about to say concerns the Sage of Six Paths. Feng Tian's words struck like a lightning bolt across the sky, startling everyone present. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and shock. The Sage of Six Paths? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. This name seemed to touch some deep memory within him, his gaze becoming profound and complex. Seeing this, Feng Tian gently nodded, his eyes seemingly penetrating the fog of time and space, returning to that ancient and mysterious era. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths. He is the creator of this world and the original master of the tailed beasts. The power he left behind is exactly what our Twilight Organization has longed for. The tailed beasts you are familiar with are merely fragments of the Sage of Six Paths power. Only by collecting all these fragments can we unlock the true power he left behind and realize the Moon Eye Plan. That will be a brand new world, a world ruled by us. At this point, Feng Tian's tone was filled with an unmistakable fervor and anticipation. He paused slightly and continued, moreover, with my methods. I can guarantee that after extracting the tailed beast chakra, the Jinchuriki will remain safe and sound. I believe both of you, Kazekage Rasha and Raikage, should be aware of this technique. After saying this, Feng Tian turned to look at Rasha and the fourth Raikage, his eyes filled with provocation and confidence, as if waiting for their response. He is right. Previously, when the tailed beast chakra was extracted in the sand-hidden village, and when the two tails and eight tails chakra was extracted in the cloud-hidden village, the Jinchuriki did not lose their lives as a result. What will happen after the Moon Eye Plan is realized? Inoki's voice trembled slightly, revealing his deep fear and unease about this plan. Hearing this, Feng Tian showed a mysterious smile, his tone filled with an indescribable fervor and anticipation. Realizing the Moon Eye Plan will mean that this world will usher in a new era, an era led and ruled by me. In this era, war, pain, sadness, all these negative things will be erased forever, replaced by a new world filled with peace and happiness. Do you think your plan can save this world? The fourth Raikage glared angrily, his tone filled with disdain and fury. You are nothing but an ambitious madman for your own selfish desires. You want to sacrifice the peace and tranquility of the entire world. Feng Tian chuckled softly, his gaze becoming cold and sharp. Perhaps it seems that way to you, but for me, this is an effort made for a greater goal. For this goal, I'm willing to bear all risks and costs, even if it means being misunderstood and despised by the world. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he was ready to face any challenge. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, the sound like thunder crashing in the conference room, interrupting Feng Tian's fervent speech. His eyes were fixed on Feng Tian, his tone filled with undeniable determination. Your plan is too crazy. We cannot cooperate with you. The tailed beasts are valuable assets of the major ninja villages and are crucial to maintaining balance in the ninja world. We will never hand them over to you. A dangerous element. Feng Tian stood up, his figure elongated in the light, appearing even more proud and invincible. His gaze was like a knife, sweeping across everyone present, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth filled with sarcasm and confidence. You will cooperate, he slowly said, his voice deep and full of threat, because you have no choice. This world is already decayed, filled with war, pain, and despair. Only I, Feng Tian, can bring true change and breathe new life into this world. And you must either choose to walk with me and share in the glory of the future, or choose to stand against me and face the fate of destruction. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became increasingly tense. Sarutobi Hizen, Yamada, and Rasha all stared at Feng Tian, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Feng Tian, on the other hand, seemed like a ruler about to ascend to power, quietly waiting for their response. In the next moment, the fourth Reikage could no longer contain himself and instantly entered lightning armor, striking fiercely at Feng Tian. "Stop boasting here. Give me back Karabi." Faced with the sudden attack of the fourth Reikage, Feng Tian did not appear flustered. He slightly tilted his body and easily dodged the fourth Reikage's heavy strike. "A useless move," Feng Tian said, his tone filled with confidence and composure. The fourth Reikage did not stop his attack. He flashed forward again, charging towards Feng Tian. However, it seemed that Feng Tian could predict his movements, skillfully avoiding each strike. "Enough!" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, standing up and placing himself between the fourth Reikage and Feng Tian. "Lord Reikage, you won't be able to save Killer Bee like this." Only then did the fourth Reikage regain some of his rationality, returning to his previous position with an unhappy expression. If it weren't for Killer Bee, he wouldn't care at all about overturning the entire venue. Seeing the fourth Reikage sit back down with a slightly calmer demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Tian with piercing intensity, asking in a low and firm voice, "I'm curious. What will you do if we refuse to hand over the other tailed beasts?" Upon hearing this, Feng Tian curled his lips into a cold smile, as if he had already anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. He stepped forward and unapologetically placed his foot on the conference table, his posture full of disdain and provocation. "It's simple," he spoke, his voice cold as ice. "If you do not comply, then I declare the fourth great ninja war, and we will officially go to war against you." As his words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly dropped to freezing point, with every face filled with seriousness and unease. Before anyone could speak, the figure of Feng Tian gradually disappeared from sight amidst a twist of space. You will know my methods. Chapter 86. The meeting ends with Feng Tian's disappearance. The venue indeed fell into deep silence, as everyone processed what had just happened. After a while, Yagura finally broke the silence, his voice uncertain as he asked, "Everyone, what should we do next?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gently rubbed his temples, seemingly still contemplating what Feng Tian had said and their current predicament. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice firm and powerful. "We have no choice but to prepare for the coming war. Since Feng Tian has declared war, we cannot sit idly by. We must contact other ninja villages quickly to discuss countermeasures and formulate a comprehensive defense plan." Hachibi, the fourth Reikage, snorted disdainfully, as an aggressive warmonger. He felt no fear at the prospect of war. Let them come. Are we afraid? The third great ninja war had just ended, and now the fourth was starting. Wasn't that too rash? Noki also expressed his thoughts, differing from the fourth Reikage's viewpoint. Having just experienced the third great ninja war, they and Awabikure also needed some time to breathe. "Noki, I understand your concerns." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in understanding, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. "But as Feng Tian said, we have no choice. If the tailed beast's powers are misused, it will bring great disaster to this world. We must stop the plans of the Twilight Organization." "But Hokage-sama, how do we stop them?" Yagura raised the critical question. From the surface, does the Twilight Organization really have a chance of winning? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "Although we face a powerful enemy, we cannot easily give up. We need to unite all possible forces to collectively oppose the Twilight Organization." "Unite?" The fourth Reikage frowned slightly. "You mean to ally with other ninja villages?" "Exactly." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Only by standing together can we hope to defeat the Twilight Organization. Moreover, I believe other ninja villages will not stand idly by while the so-called Moon Eye Plan is implemented. However, this will take time," Noki reminded. "Whether other ninja villages are willing to ally with us is still an unknown. Besides, the strength of those smaller villages is far less than ours. Is it really necessary to pull them into the war? Time is indeed pressing, but we cannot give up because of that." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his gaze fierce. "I will personally go to other ninja villages to seek their support. At the same time, we must strengthen our own defenses and prepare for war." "You're right, Hokage-sama." Yagura also stood up. "We cannot sit idly by. I will immediately gather elite ninjas from the water village to strengthen the village's defenses. I will also gather ninjas from the cloud village. The fourth Raikage refused to back down. Although I don't like alliances if it's to prevent disaster, I am willing to fight alongside other ninja villages. Then I will also gather ninjas from Awagakure, Noki said, though reluctantly. He knew this was the best choice for the moment. Our Awagakure will fully support this battle. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, the leaders of the four major ninja villages finally reached a consensus. They decided to unite and jointly confront the Twilight Organization to protect the peace and security of the world. In the days that followed, the four major ninja villages began to prepare for war in earnest. They strengthened the training of ninjas, enhanced defensive facilities, gathered intelligence, and made contact with other ninja villages to seek their support. Underground in Konoha, Feng Tian said, "The war is about to come. When we take action?" Uchiha Madara asked with a proud expression, showing no fear of war on his face, only a thirst and madness for it. "Lord Madara, I understand your desire for war, but we must proceed with caution," Feng Tian said firmly with a deep gaze. "Although the number of white Zetsu is rapidly increasing, it has not yet reached our expectations. Moreover, the strength of Konoha and other ninja villages should not be underestimated. If we act rashly, we could suffer significant losses." Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, but he understood that Feng Tian was speaking the truth. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. "So what do you think we should do?" "We need to wait for the best opportunity," Feng Tian said slowly. "Right now, the four major ninja villages have begun to join forces to counter us. Their vigilance is high, and this is not a good time for us to launch an attack. However, as time goes on, their vigilance may gradually decrease. When that time comes, we can launch our attack and achieve the greatest victory at the lowest cost." Shishui, Daitu, Scorpion, and Jiao all quietly listened to the conversation between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara. Although they have very different personalities, they all share a common goal: to fight for their respective ideals. At this moment, they choose silence because they know that in this war, their task is to execute orders and contribute their strength to the ultimate victory. "Well, since you say so, I'll wait a little longer." Uchiha Madara finally compromised, but there was still an unyielding light in his eyes. "However, Feng Tian, you must remember, our time is running out. If we delay too long, it may trigger other unnecessary troubles." "I understand, Lord Madara." Feng Tian nodded slightly. "I will closely monitor the movements of the four great ninja villages, and once we find the right opportunity, we will launch an attack immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tian suddenly turned his head sharply, his piercing gaze sweeping over Shui and the others, a faint aura of causal power quietly spreading, causing everyone's hearts to shudder. He immediately spoke, his voice steady and powerful. "Before the final battle arrives, let me lend you a hand to enhance your strength." Chapter 87. Enhancing Strength. Scorpion, release all your puppets. There was a hint of expectation in Feng Tian's words as they gently fell. Scorpion nodded slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his fingers, he pulled out several exquisite scrolls from his bosom. Bang! With a soft sound, the scrolls unfurled, and as a cloud of dust spread, countless puppets seemed to descend from the sky, instantly filling the entire space. This underground space was already quite spacious, but in front of the dense mass of puppets, numbering in the hundreds, it felt somewhat cramped, with the air becoming heavy. The puppets varied in appearance. Some wielded sharp blades, while others bore heavy artillery, glinting coldly and instilling a sense of dread. A flash of surprise crossed Feng Tian's eyes. He did not expect Scorpion to be able to control so many puppets, while Scorpion remained calm, as if everything was under his control. Feng Tian looked up at the multitude of flying puppets, palms facing up, and gently raised both hands, as if summoning something. At that moment, an indescribably immense power of causality, like an invisible giant net, suddenly enveloped all the puppets. Scorpion's brows furrowed slightly, emitting a low murmur of confusion. Although on the surface, the appearance of the puppets showed no unusual changes under the influence of the power of causality, Scorpion felt a tumultuous wave within. He could clearly sense that at this moment, his puppets seemed to be touched by some mysterious force, undergoing astonishing transformations. That subtle yet profound change left him both shocked and curious. The blessing of the power of causality seemed like a silent ritual, lasting a full 5 minutes, until a drop of sweat silently slid down Feng Tian's forehead, This mysterious infusion of power slowly came to an end. Scorpion, look, the puppets you meticulously crafted, including that wind shadow puppet, have all been covered by a layer of power of causality. Feng Tian gasped for breath, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, but also a satisfied glow. Under the protection of this mysterious power, anyone who wishes to easily destroy your puppets would be dreaming. His words carried an undeniable firmness. In other words, your current puppet is simply an existence that cannot be broken. Feng Tian's tone was filled with a hint of pride, as if he were showcasing his proud masterpiece to Scorpion. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in Scorpion's eyes as he slowly approached a puppet, his fingertips gently touching it, as if he could feel an unprecedented resilience and a strange flow of energy. This was not just a reinforcement of material, but a kind of transcendence over the constraints of physical laws, making each puppet seem to become an immortal existence. It was truly an astonishing power. The power of causality could achieve such a degree. Scorpion murmured softly, his tone filled with both shock and a reverence for the unknown forces. He looked up at Feng Tian, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. In this way, my art will have no boundaries. Feng Tian smiled faintly, his expression carrying a hint of fatigue, but also full of relief. Your art should never be easily constrained by this world. This is the only thing I can do for you. I hope it helps you go further on this path. Before he could catch his breath, Feng Tian turned his gaze towards Jiao Du next. It's your turn. Feng Tian's voice was low and powerful. After speaking, he manipulated the mysterious power of causality. Like an invisible chain, swiftly sweeping towards Jiao Du in an instant. Jiao Du was tightly surrounded by this strange and powerful energy, his figure flickering in the brilliance. As time passed, 4 bizarre bulges suddenly appeared on Jiao Du's back, as if containing boundless power, constantly writhing and expanding. The next moment, these 4 bulges seemed unable to withstand the internal pressure and exploded violently, releasing 4 grotesque black monsters with a stench, instantly detaching from Jiao Du's body. That was Jiao Du's signature secret technique, the ensue. However, under the enhancement of the power of causality, these monsters actually expanded several times. They waved freely in the air, carrying destructive power, and even the entire solid underground base seemed on the verge of being blown apart, teetering. At that moment, Feng Tian sensed that the timing was right, so he stopped the flow of causality power. This finally caused the continuously expanding ensue to stop changing. Your ensue, under the enhancement of my power of causality, has had its chakra attack power increased several times. Moreover, their body structure has also been reinforced by me. Although they are not as sturdy as Scorpion's puppets, they are tough enough. Jiao Du widened his eyes, looking at the 4 enormous ensue behind him, his face showing an expression of disbelief. He could feel that these already powerful tentacles now contained even more terrifying power, as if with just a light wave. They could flatten any obstacle in front of him. Is this really my distant grudge? Kakuzu's voice trembled slightly, filled with both surprise and fear of the unknown power. Feng Tian nodded, his expression serious and earnest. Yes, this is your distant grudge, but they are no longer merely products of chakra. With the enhancement of causal power, their attack power has greatly increased, and their defense and durability have also been strengthened. You, Kakuzu, will now possess even more terrifying power. Kakuzu took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock within himself. He slowly walked in front of a ground resentment creature, extending his hand to gently touch its tough exterior, feeling the immense power contained within. Feng Tian, this gift of yours is truly heavy, Jiao Du said softly, his tone filled with both gratitude and anticipation for the future. We both know that in this chaotic world, power is the only thing that can protect oneself. Feng Tian replied, I just hope you can use this power to do something meaningful, rather than waste it on endless killings and struggles. Jiao Du nodded, his expression resolute. Don't worry, Feng Tian. I know what I should do and how to do it. After consuming that immense causal power without reservation twice, even Feng Tian seemed somewhat overwhelmed at this moment. He slowly moved his steps and sat down on the slightly worn wooden chair beside him, gazing deeply at the corner and the scorpion in front of him. He took a few deep breaths to adjust his breathing, then continued. Now, you two truly possess the formidable strength to single-handedly destroy a nation. I believe that in the upcoming war, you will play a crucial role. Upon hearing this, Scorpion and Horned Demon exchanged glances, reading a hint of determination and expectation in each other's eyes. They then nodded slightly, in unison, as if to assure Feng Tian that they would not betray this trust and expectation. At this moment, both of them, having gained a boost in strength, felt an impulse to rush out and fight immediately. However, since Feng Tian had not yet spoken, they suppressed their urges. After a moment, Feng Tian felt his ocular power recover, and then he stood up, looked at Ensue, and said in a deep voice, "Your situation is a bit special. I cannot directly enhance your strength like them. However, I have thought of another way." Chapter 88. Enshue's choice. What way? Ensue couldn't help but ask. To him, the enhancement of strength wasn't something he particularly cared about. However, Feng Tian's gaze was profound. He fixed his eyes on Ensue, pondered for a moment, and finally decided to speak. Your strength cannot be directly enhanced like the two of them. To achieve a significant improvement, you can only start from your kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ensue continued to inquire, his brows slightly furrowed, seeming a bit unclear about Feng Tian's thoughts. Yes, if you can evolve your kaleidoscope Sharingan into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, your strength will experience a qualitative leap. Even Susanoo might evolve into its complete form. Upon hearing this, Enshue's pupils suddenly constricted, clearly shaken by Feng Tian's words. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was a realm that many Uchiha clansmen dreamed of. It not only prevented the vision deterioration caused by using the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but also unlocked even more powerful abilities. The complete Susanoo was a legendary existence, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, to achieve this, it required the transplantation of a brother's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Enshue's voice trembled slightly as he understood what this meant. Within the Uchiha clan, there were numerous examples of brothers harming each other for power. Was he truly willing to bear such a cost? Feng Tian seemed to see through Enshue's hesitation. He gently patted Enshue's shoulder and confidently said, "You don't need to worry about this. With my causal power, I can skip this step and directly evolve your kaleidoscope Sharingan into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan." But what? Ensue pressed, feeling a shift in his usual calm demeanor upon hearing about the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. "But the cost of this method is quite high. What I need to overdraw is your future." After saying this, Feng Tian's gaze sharpened, staring intently at Ensue, waiting for his response. Feng Tian's method was simple, to extract Enshue's power from the future timeline using causal power as a link. Doing so would have little backlash for Feng Tian, but it would cut off Enshue's future path. After all, someone like him who overdraws power in advance would have their causal lines completely thrown into chaos. And even Feng Tian, who mastered causal power, could not predict what Enshue's future would look like. "Have you made your decision?" Feng Tian asked again. Upon hearing this, Enshue's body trembled slightly, his gaze lingering on Feng Tian's face for a long time, as if weighing the pros and cons of this decision. His heart was like a surging ocean, with waves rising and falling. On one hand, the temptation of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was too great, as it meant unprecedented power, enough to protect everything he cherished. On the other hand, the cost of exhausting the future was equally heavy, as he might lose unknown possibilities and space for growth. "Feng Tian, are you making me choose?" Enshue's voice was deep and complex as he slowly raised his head, staring into Feng Tian's eyes, trying to find answers in the other's gaze. Feng Tian did not avoid Enshue's gaze. He nodded and said firmly, "Yes, Ensue, this is your choice. No matter which path you choose, I will respect your decision. But you must be clear that once a choice is made, there is no turning back." Ensue fell silent, closing his eyes as countless images flashed through his mind, and then he slowly spoke. "I'm tired of the war filled with gunpowder, the disputes between great nations that leave countless families shattered. This world is not the world I want. Feng Tian, what does it matter to stake my future for the moon I plan?" Enshue's words revealed a sense of determination and sacrifice, his eyes sparkling with a desire for peace and a deep weariness of the current chaotic world. He seems to have made a decision, willing to end the war for a greater goal, to achieve peace, and to bear the heavy cost of overextending the future. Looking at Enshue's resolute gaze, Feng Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of complex emotions in his heart. He felt both admiration for the determination to stop the water and concern for the potential consequences of this decision. He knew that once Ensue stepped onto this path, there would be no turning back, and his future would be completely rewritten. "Ensue, have you really thought this through? This path is not easy. You may lose a lot, including your future growth and possibilities." Feng Tian reminded him again, hoping that Ensue could think carefully and not make a decision he would regret. Ensue smiled slightly. his eyes filled with determination and relief. Feng Tian, I have made up my mind. In this world full of war and turmoil, personal growth and future seem so insignificant. If my sacrifice can bring peace to the world, then I am willing to bear this responsibility. Hearing this, Feng Tian let out a deep sigh. He knew that Jishui had made his decision, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind. So, he nodded and decided to respect Jishui's choice. All right, Jishui, since you have made up your mind, I will do my best to help you achieve this goal. But remember, no matter what the future holds, this is your own choice, Feng Tian said with a heavy tone. Come on, Feng Tian. This time, Jishui's words carried no hesitation. He had made up his mind. Seeing this, Feng Tian also stopped hesitating and used the power of causality toward Jishui. In the next moment, slender lines of causality appeared around Jishui. These were the lines of causality connecting Jishui to the river of time. Feng Tian carefully manipulated these lines, seeking the time node of Jishui's most powerful period. As Feng Tian meticulously controlled the lines of causality on Jishui, the entire space seemed to freeze, and time lost its usual flow at that moment. Jishui could feel a wondrous force surging within him, a power belonging to the future, being drawn here in an incredible way. Found it, Feng Tian whispered, his finger gently touching a line of causality that emitted a dazzling light, marking a peak moment in Jishui's future. Feng Tian's eyes became exceptionally bright at that moment, as if he could see through all illusions and gaze directly at the essence of causality. Jishui closed his eyes, feeling nervous yet expectant. He could sense a warm and powerful force slowly pouring into his body. It was a level of power he had never experienced before, as if the mysteries of the entire universe were opening up to him at that moment. Hold on, Jishui, Feng Tian reminded him, a hint of worry in his voice. Under Feng Tian's guidance, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan within Jishui began to tremble violently, as if some ancient and powerful seal was about to be broken. An indescribable pain suddenly swept through his body. Jishui gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Jishui let out a low roar, a release of pain and a yearning for power. At that moment, Jishui's kaleidoscopic Sharingan suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and the patterns underwent a tremendous change. The originally complex lines were replaced by deeper, pure designs. The eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan finally awakened at this moment. Chapter 89. New power. Jishui suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to be able to see through all illusions of the world, releasing an unprecedented majesty and power. He felt this surging power within him, an unprecedented strength that seemed to make the entire world tremble under his will. This power, is it the power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? The voice of Shirzei was deep and filled with strength, and an uncontrollable joy radiated from his face. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Tian continuously applauded Shirzei, congratulating him on his success. Feng Tian, I thought, I understand. The space here is indeed too small. Feng Tian nodded gently, then flicked his fingers, creating a crisp snap. Immediately, the surroundings began to twist and change, as if the space was being gently kneaded by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, Feng Tian and Shirzei entered a vast, boundless subspace. The space here was shockingly open. Compared to the previously cramped underground base, it was exponentially larger. Shirzei looked around, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was indeed the most ideal place he could think of at the moment. Let us begin. Before his voice fell, Feng Tian's figure transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly moving hundreds of meters away from Shirzei. The two figures appeared very small in this vast subspace. Seeing this, Shirzei smiled faintly. Then suddenly, an earth-shattering aura erupted around him. The pressure felt like a mountain torrent, making it hard to breathe. Susanoo, Shirzei shouted lowly, as if awakening a sleeping giant, and instantly, a massive half-body Susanoo stood behind him. However, this was just the beginning. It was far from Shirzei's limit. He shouted again, and the half-body Susanoo seemed to gain some mysterious power, transforming in astonishing ways. It quickly donned a heavy armor that shimmered with a cold light, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. At the same time, a massive spiral gun appeared in its hand, the gun tip glowing with dazzling green light. This was the Itengu form of Susanoo. Not enough. This is far from my limit. Shirzei shouted angrily, his aura soaring to an unprecedented peak at that moment, as if he wanted to tear the entire subspace apart. The already gigantic Yatenga form of Susanoo was undergoing astonishing changes under Shirzue's frenzied power. Its body began to expand continuously. Every inch of muscle seemed to tell the tale of awakening power. The power within Shirzue was like a completely awakened giant beast, surging wildly, pushing the form of Susanoo to continuously evolve towards a more perfect realm. Finally, with Shirzue's deafening roar, the Yatenga form of Susanoo completed its transformation into the complete body of Susanoo. Its form became even taller and more imposing, surrounded by powerful chakra fluctuations, as if even heaven and earth were trembling for it. It stood majestically in the subspace, like an immovable mountain. The complete body of Susanoo was entirely green, with wings sprouting from its back, wielding a huge spiral gun, its body shimmering with dazzling light, as if it could tear apart everything in the world. Not bad, not bad. Although it's still a bit lacking compared to Madara's, it is indeed extremely powerful. Fengtian looked at the towering complete body of Susanoo before him with satisfaction. His words of praise were unreserved. However, before Fengtian could continue speaking, Shirzue spat out a mouthful of blood, and the complete body of Susanoo began to dissipate. Shirzue! Fengtian was shocked at this scene, and without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God technique, as if he had crossed the boundaries of space, instantly appearing in the path where Shirzue was falling, catching him steadily. After Shirzue spat out blood, his face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his body appeared extremely weak due to the excessive consumption of power. Fengtian held Shirzue tightly, his eyes filled with worry and urgency. Shirzue, how are you? Fengtian asked anxiously while quickly checking Shirzue's physical condition. Shirzue shook his head slightly, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect the power of the complete body of Susanoo to be so strong, but it also consumes so much stamina. It seems I still need more time to adapt to and master this power. Fengtian nodded slightly, then used the power of causality to restore Shirzue's body. Under the effect of Fengtian's power of causality, Shirzue's body began to recover at a visible speed. His originally pale complexion gradually regained its color, and his weak body became strong again. Feeling the power flowing back within him, a hint of gratitude flashed in Shirzue's eyes. He then stood up, moved his limbs, feeling the power surging within him again, turned to Fengtian and said, I'm fully recovered, Fengtian. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Fengtian just smiled without speaking, and soon, with a shift in the surrounding space, the two left the subspace and returned underground. How is it? Fengtian. When Obito saw Fengtian and Shirzue return, he couldn't wait to ask. Fengtian responded to Obito's inquiry. Very strong, much stronger than you. Upon hearing this, Obito rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes filled with desire and envy as he looked at Fengtian, then said, Next, is it my turn? I also want to become stronger, Lord Fengtian. However, Fengtian merely glanced at him lightly, then helplessly shrugged and said, You're already this strong. There's no need to improve further. Besides, with your Kamui in hand, almost no one in this world can kill you. Just stay like this. Chapter 90. False eye, how could it be? Obito's face turned awkward upon hearing Fengtian's words. He secretly muttered to himself, What a joke. I can only use a bit of wood release. And what about that godlike power that seems to be cheating? How is that strong? It's actually very weak. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the 3 Uchiha clan members present. Besides himself, Madara, Shirzue, and Fusion, all 3 of them could actually use the complete body Susanoo. He wanted to activate such a powerful giant robot too, didn't he? Feeling Obito's gaze gradually dimming, Fusion chuckled to himself and decided to stop teasing him. He slowly walked over to the wooden chair, elegantly sat down, crossed his legs, and put on a leisurely demeanor, saying in a slow manner, Actually, there are ways to improve, but recently my shoulder has been a bit sore. If someone could give a massage, that would be much more comfortable. Upon hearing this, Dato's eyes suddenly brightened, like a drowning person suddenly grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. He quickly stood up, took a few steps to stand behind Fengtian, gently placed his hands on Fengtian's shoulders, and cautiously began to massage. While kneading, he tentatively asked Lord Fengtian, Is that method of improvement you mentioned real? Can you tell me more about it? Fengtian let out a comfortable hum, the corners of his mouth curling up into a satisfied smile, clearly enjoying the massage from Dato. He said slowly, Of course, seeing that you're quite clever, I'll reluctantly lend you a hand. After saying this, Fengtian left his seat, stretched his limbs, and continued, Actually, The best way for our Uchiha clan to enhance our strength is to awaken the legendary third power, which is Susanoo. However, to awaken such an extraordinary ability, the prerequisite is to have a complete pair of Manjiki Sharingan. As far as I know, Obito. Feng Tian's tone shifted as he looked deeply at Obito. Your other eye is currently in Kakashi's hands. Therefore, you cannot use Susanoo for now. But Feng Tian deliberately left a mystery, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. But what? Obito asked anxiously, filled with desire. I can use the power of causality to alter reality for you, creating a fake eye. And Kakashi's Sharingan will not be affected. However, this fake eye can only be used with Susanoo and cannot utilize other abilities. Obito's heart raced suddenly, as if he sensed his fate was about to change. His voice trembled with excitement. Lord Feng Tian, are you serious? I can have a complete Manjiki Sharingan and use Susanoo? Feng Tian smiled slightly, a depth in his gaze, yes, but it comes at a cost. Using the power of causality to modify reality requires immense energy and mental strength. And such a change will place a certain burden on your soul. You must be prepared to bear the consequences of this power. Obito nodded without hesitation. I'm willing. No matter the cost, as long as I can create a world with Rin, the consequences are irrelevant to me. Feng Tian looked at Obito's determined eyes, sighed softly, and then no longer hesitated. Are you ready? Once we begin, there's no turning back. Feng Tian's voice was deep and serious. Obito took a deep breath, nodded. His eyes filled with resolve. In the next instant, the vast power of causality surged like a roaring torrent towards Obito's right eye. Obito felt a warm and powerful force pouring into his right eye, instantly spreading throughout his body, as if every cell was being nourished by this power. Soon after, an indescribable pain surged from his right eye, as if something was violently tearing at his eyeball, followed by an incredible speed of reorganization and repair. As the blinding light gradually faded, Obito slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his right eye had undergone a tremendous transformation. A brand new Manjiki Sharingan shone on his face, radiating a chilling and eerie light, as if it could see through all the secrets of the world. He raised his hand and gently touched those eyes, feeling an unprecedented power surging within him. Is this the power of having both Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Obito murmured to himself, his tone filled with both shock and anticipation. Feng Tian walked to Obito's side and patted his shoulder. Go ahead, try to summon your Susanoo. Immediately, with a shift in space, the two of them arrived in the subspace. Obito took a deep breath and tried to harness that newly awakened power within him. His hands slowly rose, fingers interlocked, eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within him, causing the very space to tremble. Obito's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. The unique brilliance of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, containing endless mysteries and power. Susanoo, accompanied by Obito's low roar, an indescribable pressure enveloped the entire subspace. A massive shadow of a war god began to coalesce behind him, the complete form of Susanoo legendary to the Uchiha clan. It was clad in blue armor, with wings on its back, and its eyes burned like flames, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Obito looked in shock at the war god summoned by his own will, feeling an unprecedented surge of excitement and pride in his heart. He felt an unprecedented power, as if the whole world was trembling beneath his feet. Is this my Susanoo? Obito's voice echoed in the vast space, filled with a trace of disbelief and endless joy. Feng Tian stood aside, smiling as he watched it all, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He knew that at this moment, Obito was no longer the boy who only relied on Kamui to escape reality, but a true Uchiha warrior who had embarked on the path of strength. However, Obito's joy was like a brilliant firework, fleeting and ephemeral. He quickly reached his physical limit. Just like the stopwater, and the complete body, Susanoo, slowly crumbled and dissipated like a sandcastle blown away by the wind. This time, Feng Tian was well prepared. He steadily caught the teetering Obito and gently repaired Obito's exhausted body using that magical technique of reversing cause and effect. Once he confirmed that Obito was no longer in serious danger, Feng Tian lightly snapped his fingers, and the space seemed to twist gently, causing their figures to disappear in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already deep underground. Feng Tian, thank you so much. This power is simply beyond imagination. Obito exclaimed excitedly as he grasped Feng Tian's hand, his eyes shining with gratitude, secretly vowing to master this power to the fullest during this limited time. Feng Tian smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a hint of mystery, and slowly said, "Besides the complete body system, you actually have room for further improvement." "Oh, there's still room for improvement?" Obito raised an eyebrow, curiosity spreading across his face. Feng Tian nodded slightly, paused as if contemplating how to phrase his thoughts, and then slowly continued. "You might want to think about how to cleverly integrate this power of Shinra Tensei into your own ninjutsu." Chapter 91. Deployment: Integrating Shinra Tensei into ninjutsu? After hearing Feng Tian's suggestion, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Obito's eyes, as if he had found a new direction for his research. He nodded thoughtfully, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Then, Obito darted away like a gust of wind, quickly running off to start his experiment. He is well aware that if he can successfully integrate Shunwei into other ninjutsu, his combat power will be greatly enhanced. Seeing that everyone's strength has almost improved, Uchiha Madara's patience has long been exhausted. He slowly rose from the wooden throne, each step appearing steady and powerful. He approached Feng Tian's side and quietly asked, "So, what are your plans next?" Feng Tian looked at Uchiha Madara's serious and imposing face, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. He scratched his head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry, Lord Madara. Your strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world, and I really can't help you improve any further." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression became quite unnatural. What a joke! He was Uchiha Madara. How could he possibly deign to enhance his power through external means? However, he merely paused for a moment, slightly displeased, and continued speaking. "I only asked what your plans are next. I, Uchiha Madara, would never stoop to using such methods to increase my power." Seeing this, Feng Tian realized he had misspoken and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Sorry, Lord Madara, it was my misunderstanding." Then, Feng Tian regained his composure, rested his chin on his hand, and, after pondering for a moment, continued, "Currently, all factors that could hinder us have been completely eliminated. Moreover, based on my causal lines, the remaining Jinchuriki are likely together with the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya. Therefore, I believe all the remaining tailed beasts should be in Konoha village." Upon hearing Feng Tian's analysis, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and gestured for him to continue. "From our current strength, flattening Konoha is absolutely not a problem. The key lies in the location of the Jinchuriki. If I were a high-ranking member of Konoha, I would place a flying thunder god teleportation array in the area where the Jinchuriki are located. The destination would be filled with illusion and defense formations. This way, even if I learned the current location of the Jinchuriki through Shursue's Kodoeme Tsukumi, I still wouldn't know their next teleportation location when the flying thunder god array activates." As Feng Tian finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed slightly, clearly contemplating the feasibility of this strategy. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "Your analysis is very reasonable. Konoha village could indeed take such measures to protect the Jinchuriki. However, there are still ways to solve this." As Uchiha Madara spoke, a confident smile appeared on his lips, the 4 Crimson Suns formation. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian suddenly realized, "Lord Madara, you mean to use the 4 Crimson Suns formation to seal the space, thereby preventing the operation of the flying thunder god teleportation array?" His eyes lit up as he quickly understood Uchiha Madara's intention. Uchiha Madara nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Exactly, that's it. The 4 Red Suns formation is a sealing technique performed by 4 powerful ninjas working together, capable of creating a barrier that completely isolates space ninjutsu. As long as we can set up this barrier in advance at the locations where the Jinchuriki might be hidden, then the flying thunder god teleportation array of Konoha village will be ineffective." Feng Tian pondered for a moment and agreed. Indeed, this way, Konoha village won't be able to transfer the Jinchuriki through instantaneous movement. The 4 Red Suns formation requires 4 ninjas of shadow-level strength, and we currently have enough numbers. However, this will affect my initial layout. Initial layout? Facing Uchiha Madara's question, Feng Tian did not respond this time. He pondered how to accomplish this matter perfectly. After a moment, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said softly, "It seems that a lot of troublesome preparations still need to be made." Feng Tian shook his head and then slowly entered the Divine Might space. He has already started preparing for the upcoming battle. However, Madara remained silent in place, ultimately returning step by step to the wooden throne with a hint of melancholy, slowly closing his eyes. In the Konoha village conference room, after a month of effort, Hiruzen Tsurutobi and the others finally persuaded all the small countries in the surrounding area. At this moment, he felt a bit exhausted as he entered the conference room. Waiting for him, there were the leaders of the 5 great nations and many other small countries. Faced with the imminent threat of the Twilight Organization, even though he was already physically and mentally drained, he had to seize the time to finalize everything. Is everyone here? Let's begin discussing the deployment and related arrangements of the entire ninja alliance. As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down, he got straight to the point. The leaders of the various countries nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Hiruzen Sarutobi. They are well aware that facing such a powerful enemy, fighting alone is not feasible. Only by uniting can there be a glimmer of hope. Next, I will elaborate on the deployment of the entire Shinobi Alliance and the arrangements regarding related matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. First, we need to clarify the command center of the Alliance and the leaders of each unit. I suggest that the ninjas from the 5 great nations, Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure, each form a unit, with the strongest from their respective villages serving as commanders. At the same time, we need to establish a central command for the Alliance to coordinate the actions of each unit and formulate an overall strategy. I propose that this central command be composed of myself and representatives from the other 4 great nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal received widespread support from the leaders present. Next, we need to determine the assembly point and departure time for the Alliance. Considering the range of activities and possible attack directions of the Twilight Organization, I suggest we set the assembly point at a concealed location at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. This way, we can avoid enemy reconnaissance and facilitate a quick strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The departure time will be set for 3 days later, allowing sufficient time for each unit to prepare and mobilize. Sarutobi Hiruzen's orderly deployment made the leaders present feel very reassured. Finally, I want to emphasize that our action this time is not only to combat the Twilight Organization, but also to maintain peace and stability across the entire shinobi world. Therefore, during the battle, we need to remain calm and rational, trying to avoid unnecessary casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were filled with strength and inspiration. The leaders present expressed their agreement and support, fully aware of the importance and urgency of this action. The meeting continued in a tense yet orderly atmosphere, with leaders from various countries offering their opinions and suggestions, working together for the future of the shinobi world. After several hours of discussion, the combat plan and personnel deployment were finalized. Within 3 days, the support troops from each country must arrive at Konohagakure for unified deployment. The leaders of the 5 great nations will be divided into 5 small teams to conduct separate operations. Chapter 92, Attack on the Gates of Konohagakure, Not Far Away. A group of ninjas dressed in uniform and wearing headbands with the kanji for shinobi were hurrying quickly towards Konohagakure. The guards at the village gates examined the newcomers with sharp eyes. After confirming their uniforms and the prominent headbands, the guards simply asked a few questions before waving them in to enter Konohagakure. This was not due to the guards being negligent in their duties. In fact, over the past 3 days, Konohagakure had welcomed dozens of such small teams. They are all teams temporarily organized from the surrounding small countries to support the Hidden Leaf Village. Hey brother, how many more support teams do you think will arrive next? A Leaf Village guard rubbed his tired eyes and asked his companion beside him. I'm not quite sure either. Today should be the last day, right? These days have really worn us out. Another guard sighed, his face full of exhaustion. The two exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their eyes, but then they became resolute again. Yeah, we Haven T had a proper rest for several days. But thinking about it, it's for the sake of the Leaf and the Land of Fire. It's worth the fatigue. The first guard patted his chest, his tone filled with pride. That's right. Moreover, the quality of the support teams this time is quite good. It seems those small countries are really putting in effort. The second guard nodded, his gaze sparkling with appreciation. Well, this is also thanks to Lord Hokage's superb diplomatic skills, which made those small countries, who were originally not very friendly to us, willing to lend a hand. The first guard remarked. Speaking of which, this crisis is truly terrifying. I hope the Leaf can get through this tough time smoothly. The second guard sighed, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. It definitely will. The first guard declared firmly, the Leaf has the legacy of the Will of Fire. No matter what kind of enemy it is, they cannot stop our progress. As they spoke, their eyes shone with determination, continuing to stand firm at their posts, ready to welcome the next wave of ninja teams coming to support. However, this situation did not last long. In the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the distance, surging toward them like a violent storm, carrying a destructive and terrifying might, heading straight for the Leaf Village. In that instant, All the guards seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their hair standing on end, and their faces turning pale. They stared wide-eyed in terror, fixated on the direction from which the astonishing aura emanated. However, before they could even shout a warning, a black sword chi, dozens of meters long, sliced through the air like lightning, appearing right before them. This sword chi was extremely sharp, as if it could sever all obstacles in the world, its overwhelming power instilling fear in their hearts. This was the complete body Susanoo summoned by Feng Tian, unleashing a devastating strike through the infinitely powerful judgment blade in its hand. Where the black sword chi passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. The guards looked at this heart-stopping sword chi, a wave of unprecedented fear and despair surging within them. Enemy attack, one guard shouted, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the earth-shattering momentum. The black sword chi rushed toward Konoha like a giant dragon, carrying destructive power. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. They had never encountered such a powerful enemy and could not imagine the disaster that this force would bring upon the Hidden Leaf Village. Quick, go notify Lord Hokage. A guard quickly reacted, turning to run into the village. The other guards tried their best to maintain order, attempting to evacuate the surrounding villagers. However, it was already too late. The black sword aura, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly slashed towards the Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, a golden light shot up from the village, colliding with the black sword aura, producing a deafening roar. It was the combined defensive barrier unleashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, who had anticipated the possibility of an enemy attack and had already made preparations. Nevertheless, even so, facing the power unleashed by the complete body Susanoo of Feng Tian, they still felt unprecedented pressure. At this moment, the ninjas who heard the tremendous noise joined the ranks to strengthen the defensive barrier. In the next instant, with a collective roar, the terrifying black sword aura instantly collapsed. We did it, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, but before they could feel the joy of surviving a catastrophe, the towering black giant, the complete body Susanoo, appeared before them. From within the towering Susanoo, Feng Tian looked down upon the ninjas below like a god. In his eyes, these people were as insignificant as ants, unworthy of mention. Today, Feng Tian's voice echoed within the Susanoo, carrying endless indifference and determination. There is no need for the Hidden Leaf Village to exist. As his cold words fell, a large group of white zetsu suddenly surged madly from the ground, sweeping in like a tide. These white zetsu took on various forms, their grotesque faces radiating strange energy fluctuations. Although Feng Tian's previous sword strike had failed to break the village's defensive barrier, it had successfully destroyed their sensory barrier. As a result, when this large group of white zetsu infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village, there was not a hint of detection. Faced with this sudden change, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village felt a chill in their hearts. They had not expected Feng Tian to have such a backup plan. Everyone be careful. Those monsters are coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly issued a warning while channeling his chakra, preparing for the upcoming battle. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village responded swiftly, adjusting their states and preparing to confront the white zetsu alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The guards who had been evacuating the villagers immediately joined the battle, protecting the innocent villagers from harm. The white zetsu surged like a tide, their numbers overwhelming and their combat prowess formidable. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village fought valiantly, they still felt immense pressure. What a foolish act. Feng Tian gently shook his head, expressing great disdain for the situation. In his view, being burdened with so many ties and responsibilities was a very foolish thing to do. He is just a traverser, and he doesn't have much emotional attachment to the characters in this anime world. If it weren't for the backlash caused by the consequences of killing just now, with his full strength in one sword strike, he could have destroyed 1/3 of Konoha, the scum of the Twilight Organization. Die for me. A deafening roar suddenly rang out, interrupting Feng Tian's thoughts. He turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and saw the fourth Reikage, clad in armor, crackling with lightning, rushing towards him like a bolt of lightning. On his broad back sat the aged Inoki, who was using the light-heavy rock technique on the fourth Reikage, significantly reducing his weight and granting him a brief ability to nearly fly. However, in front of Feng Tian's eternally clear kaleidoscope Sharingan, their movements appeared exceptionally slow, as if time itself had been slowed down. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth as he slightly shifted his body, effortlessly dodging the combined attack of the fourth Reikage and Inoki. The rapid assault, as fierce as thunder, seemed to Feng Tian nothing more than a futile struggle. However, before the two could speak, Feng Tian remarked with a playful expression, "What are you two doing here? Have you abandoned the cloud and rock villages?" On this day, Sunagakure was enveloped in countless puppets, and Kirigakure was submerged by several devastating chakra beams. The cloud and rock villages were attacked by two giants, one green and one blue. Chapter 93, Battle Against the Five Kage. "What did you say? What did you say?" Inoki and the fourth Reikage exclaimed in unison upon hearing Feng Tian's words. Their brows were tightly furrowed, and their eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion, as if they were desperately pondering the truthfulness of Feng Tian's words. The veins on their foreheads were faintly visible, revealing the turmoil within them. However, when their gazes fell once again on Feng Tian's face, which bore a teasing smile, the last shred of hope in their hearts instantly vanished. Feng Tian's cunning eyes undoubtedly conveyed that what he said was not false. Realizing this, the expressions of Ohyuki and the fourth Reikage darkened instantly, as if they could drip water, their lips pressed tightly, and their eyes revealed a suppressed anger. Wasn't this already obvious? Feng Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. "Currently, I am the only member of the Twilight present. Why don't you take a guess at where the others have gone?" He gently shook his head, a sly glimmer flashing in his eyes. Immediately after, Feng Tian's gaze shifted to a short distance away, where Yizong and Luosha were poised and ready to strike. He curled his lips into a teasing smile and continued. "By the way, it seems that the situation at your two's lair isn't too great either." At this point, Feng Tian deliberately paused, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He slowly said, "Of course, without you few shadows here, I estimate that place has already become a wasteland." "You." The fourth Reikage's eyes widened in anger. Lightning chakra flickering around him, as if it would transform into a violent lightning bolt at any moment, completely engulfing the young man before him. Noki also clenched his fists tightly, the power of dust release stirring within him, his aged face twisted with rage. Noki snorted coldly, his voice hoarse, yet bearing undeniable authority. "Humph. You must be the mastermind of the Twilight organization, Feng Tian. Your plans sound impressive, but don't forget, we the Five Kage are not fighting alone, even if we are not present at the moment. The forces we left in the village are not something you can easily manipulate." Feng Tian's lips curled into a playful smile, seemingly indifferent to the anger of the two Kage. "Oh, is that so? Then let's see whose speed is faster, yours or my partner's destruction speed. Don't forget, besides direct attacks, we have countless methods to make a village collapse from within. Your villages, it seems, do not have sensory barriers like Konoha, do they? The white Zetsu under my command can easily change their appearance. What do you think that means?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Noki, the fourth Reikage, Yagura, and Rashi instantly turned grim. Feng Tian's words set off alarm bells in their minds, and they even began to conceive of retreating from the battlefield immediately to return to their villages for rescue. "Feng Tian, you despicable scoundrel!" The fourth Reikage roared, lightning chakra swirling around him, forming visible ripples of lightning, as if ready to explode and completely destroy Feng Tian. Noki was also furious, his aged face filled with a fierce expression, the power of dust release surging within him as if it would turn everything into nothingness. Yagura and Rashi also wore grave expressions. They knew well the terrifying nature of white Zetsu. If such monsters that could change their appearance infiltrated their villages, the consequences would be unimaginable. Insult, this is merely part of war. Feng Tian chuckled lightly, showing no hint of remorse. In this world, only the victors have the right to write history, while the losers can only turn to dust in history. You now have two choices. Either continue to entangle with me here and watch your village be destroyed bit by bit, or retreat immediately to save your homeland. Feng Tian's voice carried a hint of mockery, as if he had everything under control. However, he did not wait for their response. Before him, several chakra attacks of different attributes came rushing at him. A futile effort. Feng Tian snorted coldly, manipulating Susanoo, and directly slashed with a sword to extinguish all the attacks. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice echoed across the battlefield. "What are you hesitating for? The enemy is right in front of us. We must take him down immediately. Moreover, the ones left in the village, those you can trust, are they really that weak?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made the other four Kage instantly react. The fighting spirit reignited in their eyes, as if inspired by an invisible force. Lord Hokage, you're right. Noki responded solemnly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. He then quickly pushed both hands forward, outlining a clear triangular shape in the air. As time passed, a powerful force began to gather in the air, as if even the air was being drawn by this force, rapidly condensing into a transparent, inverted triangular light shield. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Noki shouted, his voice filled with undeniable determination. The inverted triangular light shield instantly flashed with dazzling light, and then a terrifying beam shot out from it, like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, rushing toward Feng Tian. Wherever this beam passed, whether it was rock, trees, or any other object, it was instantly stripped of all traces of existence, as if it had been completely erased from this world. This was the bloodline limit dust release that Noki was proud of, a terrifying power capable of stripping away all matter and turning it into nothingness. However, faced with Noki's terrifying beam, Feng Tian merely scoffed contemptuously. His figure instantly blurred, as if merging into the space around him. Immediately afterward, he activated his divine might, cleverly shifting the part of himself that was about to be hit into the divine space, successfully dodging this deadly attack. What? Dame Yu looked in shock at his attack, which clearly hit, yet caused no harm to Feng Tian. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his face was filled with incredulity. The fourth Raikage was also taken aback, but having experienced many battles, he reacted quickly. He flashed his form and transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, racing towards Feng Tian like a strike of thunder. At the moment he approached Feng Tian, the lightning chakra in his hand rapidly coalesced, forming an incredibly sharp, giant lightning blade, roaring as it struck down fiercely towards Feng Tian. Want to escape? Not so easy, the fourth Raikage roared. However, Feng Tian remained calm, controlling the giant hand of Susanoo, and with a gentle wave, he swatted away the incoming lightning blade. Mere parlor tricks, Feng Tian scoffed. Just then, Yagura and Rasha simultaneously launched their attacks. Yagura quickly formed hand seals, harnessing the power of water release, instantly creating a towering wall of water that surged into the clouds, attempting to completely trap Feng Tian in this watery prison. Meanwhile, Rasha was not to be outdone. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with a flick of his fingers, countless grains of sand gathered in the air, transforming into sharp sand blades that rained down on Feng Tian from all directions like a dense storm of arrows. However, in the face of these two fierce assaults, Feng Tian appeared remarkably composed. He simply stood still, motionless, with a faint smile on his face, as if he was already confident in his plans. The water walls and sand blades were blocked by an invisible barrier the moment they came into contact with Feng Tian's body, which was his complete form, Susanoo, except for Inoki's dust release and the fourth Raikage body covered in lightning armor. It was almost impossible for the other attacking methods present to leave even a trace on this barrier. It seems that you're not as impressive as you thought. Feng Tian smiled disdainfully, his tone filled with sarcasm. He slightly raised his head and looked into the distance, a hint of profound light flashing in his eyes. If we infer based on the time, the first to fall should be the Mist-Hidden Village. Chapter 94. The Battle of Mist-Hidden Village half an hour ago. Mist-Hidden Village. Making me lead this group of half-human, half-demon guys in a battle is really pathetic. Kakuzu muttered to himself while observing the vast army of white Zetsu behind him, and he quickened his pace. It wasn't until the outline of Mist-Hidden Village became vaguely visible that he slowly slowed down and came to a stop. Immediately after, the four large bags on his back began to twist and squirm, and then the greatly expanded Earth Grudge Fear suddenly emerged, breaking free. The white Zetsu saw this scene and whispered among themselves, looking helpless. They say we look neither human nor ghost. Hey, look at those four monsters of yours. They're the real deal of neither human nor ghost. Kakuzu's gaze locked onto the village, seemingly shrouded in thick fog like a hawk, and he suddenly raised his arm. The four immense Earth Grudge Fears opened their mouths and began to gather chakra. In an instant, several beams of chakra containing destructive power surged forth like furious dragons, unstoppable as they raced towards the unprepared Mist-Hidden Village. Boom, 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 boom. Four deafening explosions rang out above Mist-Hidden Village, and the tremendous energy waves instantly dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing the village hidden within. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The alarm in the village sounded one after another as ninjas rushed out from their homes, heading towards the direction of the explosions. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were met with devastation. Countless buildings had been destroyed, flames were raging, and cries for help echoed endlessly. What is going on? A ninja from Mist-Hidden Village stared at the scene before him in disbelief, asking, "It's the Twilight Organization. They are attacking us." Another ninja shouted, his face full of anxiety and anger. Just then, a roar echoed through the sky again, and several shadows swept across the sky, heading straight for Mist-Hidden Village. Kakuzu manipulated the Earth Grudge Fear, darting through the air, with each attack precisely hitting the vital points of Mist-Hidden Village. Meanwhile, the white Zetsu surged like a tide from all directions, creating chaos and destruction. Damn it, we must stop them. The ninjas of Mist-Hidden Village unleashed their jutsu, trying to fend off Kakuzu and the white Zetsu's attacks. However, Kakuzu's strength was formidable. The Earth Grudge Fear's attacks were incredibly powerful, and the sheer number of white Zetsu was overwhelming. They soon found themselves in a bitter struggle, just as everyone was sinking into an abyss of endless despair. Two ninjas wielding peculiar ninja swords appeared on the battlefield like divine soldiers. These two were the elite members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu, Hozuki, and Pakken. Sigh, it seems we've run into big trouble this time. This is simply a tangled mess. It couldn't be more chaotic. Suigetsu Hozuki looked at the nearly ruined Mist-Hidden Village before him and sighed gently, saying slowly, Hey, this is still our territory. Saying that is a bit disrespectful. Pakken quickly chimed in, as he took down the beheading sword from his back and lightly licked the blade with his tongue, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This chakra's aura has my Samahata trembling with excitement. Suigetsu Hozuki laughed heartily, appearing exceptionally excited. Suigetsu Hozuki also drew out his Samahata, a manic expression appearing on his face. Samahata seemed to sense the surging chakra aura of the strengthened Earth Grudge Fear and was eager to feast. The two exchanged glances and then charged into the fray against the white Zetsu, with the joining of Suigetsu, Hozuki, and Pakken. The situation on the battlefield of Mist-Hidden Village instantly changed. It seems Mist-Hidden Village still has some foundation. Kakuzu looked at the suddenly appearing two ninjas with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Suigetsu, Hozuki, and Pakken coordinated seamlessly, blocking the attacks of the Earth Grudge Fear while guiding the ninjas of Mist-Hidden Village to counterattack. These two truly lived up to their reputation as the 7 ninja swordsmen. In just a moment, they nearly pulled back the already collapsing situation. Originally, the 7 ninja swordsmen consisted of 7 members, but during the last Shinobi World War, 4 of them were brutally defeated by a certain Leaf Village green-clad ninja. The remaining 3 also fled back to Mist-Hidden Village in a sorry state, one of whom was named Kurwa Kuratsuchi. This ninja defected from the village shortly after returning, becoming a rogue ninja, which is why he did not appear on the battlefield. The taste of this chakra is simply exquisite. My Samahata hasn't felt this exhilarating in a long time. Suigetsu Hozuki skillfully wielded Samahata, devouring the fierce attacks released by the Earth Grudge Fear like a greedy beast. In just a short while, the once slender body of Samahata rapidly expanded like a balloon, its size increasing several times. Seeing this, Kakuzu felt a sense of alarm in his heart, knowing that if this continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. Thus, he made a decisive decision to personally step into the fray, vowing to deal with the troublesome Suigetsu Hozuki first. He flashed forward, instantly appearing beside Suigetsu Hozuki, and the 4 Earth Grudge Fears lashed out like giant tentacles, fiercely wrapping around him. However, Suigetsu Hozuki reacted quickly, sidestepping to evade the strike, while simultaneously swinging his Samahata, creating a sharp blade of wind aimed at Kakuzu's head. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his body twisted in a bizarre manner, avoiding the blow, while the Earth Grudge Fear quickly adjusted its direction and attacked Suigetsu Hozuki again. The two became embroiled in a fierce clash, with blades flashing and chakra colliding, causing the surrounding air to tremble. On the other side, Pakken was not idle. He swung his beheading sword, charging through the sea of white Zetsu, cutting them in half. Wherever he went, blood splattering everywhere. His fighting style is extremely wild, with each strike containing enough power to cut through steel, making the white absolutes wary of him. However, there are simply too many white absolutes, seemingly endless, and no matter how fiercely Pai Pa Shirzong fights, he cannot completely eliminate them. At that moment, he suddenly devised a plan, shouted loudly, and swung his large sword down towards the ground. Accompanied by a rumble, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless soil erupted, forming massive earthen walls that temporarily trapped the white absolutes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Paipa Shirzong leaped onto the earthen wall, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, searching for Kakuzu's trace. At this time, the battle between Kakuzu and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon had entered a heated stage. Both of their speeds reached their limits, and only afterimages could be seen crossing in the air. Kakuzu's Doton, Uremi, was continuously emitting sharp howls, attempting to ensnare the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. While the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon used the miraculous abilities of its shark skin to escape danger time and again. It seems I need to use some real skills. Chapter 95, Doton, Uremi form. It seems I need to use some real skills. Kakuzu's words carried a hint of coldness, as if they could freeze the air around him. As his words fell, a Doton, Uremi shimmering with lightning, seemed to hear its master's call, retracting into Kakuzu's body at an astonishing speed. In that instant, Kakuzu's body began to undergo a strange transformation. Something seemed to be writhing beneath his skin, and immediately, his limbs were torn apart by an invisible force, revealing densely packed black lines. These black lines twisted on his limbs like living creatures, sending chills down one's spine. Not only that, but black lines also continuously wriggled out from his mouth, intertwining as if they were going to devour everything. At this moment, Kakuzu had completely transformed. This was his most powerful and terrifying form, the Earth Grudge Fear form. Sensing the unusual atmosphere around him, Suigetsu and the Pufferfish Demon unleashed a fierce horizontal sweep, scattering several white Zetsu in all directions. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the direction where Kakuzu was. Upon seeing this, the face of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost changed drastically. Countless black lines surged toward him like a tidal wave at an astonishing speed. These black lines seemed to have a life of their own, deftly weaving through the air, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded him completely. In just the span of a breath, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was tightly bound by these black lines, unable to move. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What? However, before his cry could finish, a powerful current surged through the black lines, spreading throughout his body. This current felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, rendering him instantly paralyzed as his body trembled violently. It felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at his nerves, a pain unbearable. Lightning release, fake darkness. Kakuzu's voice was deep and filled with menace, his figure appearing even more mysterious and unpredictable beneath these black lines. As his words fell, the black lines entwining the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly erupted in dazzling light, the current rampaging like an angry dragon, turning the surrounding space a vivid blue. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gritted his teeth, tried to resist the pain that threatened to tear apart his very soul. But Kakuzu's black lines and lightning release ninjutsu were not so easily resisted. The shark skin wanted to cut the black lines, but it lacked the sharpness needed to do so. Thus it could only helplessly watch the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost emit a painful wail. Soon, the Puffer Ghost's eyes began to roll back, his body uncontrollably convulsing from excessive paralysis, his consciousness fading like a flickering light in the fog. In this critical moment, a powerful shout erupted like thunder. "Don't get carried away." With the utterance of these words, the figure of Paipa Shirzong dashed forward like a ghost. He wielded a beheading greatsword, its blade glinting coldly, as if capable of severing all obstacles in the world. With a swift motion, Paipa Shirzong brought down his sword, cleanly severing the black lines binding the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Those black lines broke apart like vines cut by a sharp blade. "Puffer Ghost, you're looking pretty pathetic." Paipa Shirzong's tone carried an undeniable arrogance, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, seemingly able to see through all illusions and disguises. Kakuzu, seeing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, seemingly unfazed by Paipa Shirzong's resistance. Interesting, but do you think this changes anything?" Kakuzu scoffed, his tone full of disdain. Before his words could fade, his body underwent a shocking transformation once again. The black lines that Paipa Shirzong had severed seemed to come alive, writhing rapidly to heal their wounds, returning to his body as if they had never been harmed. Then, Kakuzu's hands began to fly rapidly, forming complex hand seals. With his movements, a more violent aura than before erupted from his body, lightning chakra swirling around him, as if a cataclysmic storm could erupt at any moment. "Lightning release, 1,000 lightning falls," Kakuzu murmured softly, and then his body seemed to transform into a massive lightning source, with countless small lightning needles shooting out from within him, piercing the sky like a dense rain of arrows. Each lightning needle contained terrifying power capable of penetrating steel, targeting Paipa Shirzong and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who had just regained some ability to move, flooding the air with a heavy sense of crisis. Paipa Shirzong's eyes narrowed, quickly positioning the beheading greatsword in front of him to form a defensive barrier. The lightning needles collided with the sword blade, producing a series of explosive sounds, sparks flying, and the air filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Despite Paipa Shirzong's efforts to resist, several lightning needles still penetrated his defense, leaving behind scorched wounds on his body. Damn it, Paipa Shirzong growled, the pain igniting his fighting spirit. He knew well that if they didn't resolve Kakuzu quickly, both of them would fall into an irretrievable abyss. At that moment, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, under Paipa Shirzong's cover, barely managed to steady himself. Although his body still trembled from the previous paralysis, it was clear that this opponent was not so easily dealt with. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gripped the shark skin tightly and slowly stood up. Soon, a surge of rich chakra began to flow from the blade of the shark skin, gradually entering the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's body like a gentle stream. As this power flowed in, his injuries began to visibly heal, and the pain gradually lessened. The next moment, an astonishing transformation occurred. The Puffer Ghost's hair seemed to come to life, extending continuously and becoming incredibly sharp, standing upright on his head like steel needles. This was his unique secret technique, needle hair technique. With the enhancement of this secret technique, he appeared even more ferocious, like a beast ready to attack. His hair seemed to transform into countless sharp steel needles, shimmering with a cold light, adding a touch of ferocity under the illumination of the lightning. Shikizo, let's end this farce together. The voice of Sujetsu was filled with fighting spirit, and under the influence of the shark skin, the chakra within him instantly reached its peak. Paipa Shikizo nodded. Although he had just sustained a minor injury, it did not affect his combat power at all. Kakuzu watched the two join forces, a colder sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Humph, just a dying struggle. At that moment, Sujetsu suddenly launched an attack, his figure shooting out like a ghost. The steel needles formed by his hair pouring down like a violent rain towards Kakuzu. At the same time, Paipa Shikizo followed closely behind, swinging his decapitating blade with a fierce blade light, aiming directly at Kakuzu's vital points. Kakuzu's figure swayed, seemingly blending into the air, cleverly evading their attacks. Truly a futile effort. Chapter 96. Scorpion vs. Chiyo, Sunagake, you're back again. This aura, it's truly nostalgic yet detestable. Scorpion coldly gazed at the distant Sunagake, a hint of barely perceptible ruthlessness flashing in the depths of his icy eyes. He slowly extended his finger, and with a gentle wave, several exquisite scrolls appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he slammed these scrolls onto the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke that spread out. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a dense army of puppets appeared in the void, blocking out the sun. Immediately, the earth seemed to awaken, as countless white zetsu suddenly burst forth from the ground like demons breaking through the soil. At the same time, chaos and slaughter engulfed the hidden sand village, with battles between ninjas occurring everywhere, a result of the chaos created by the white zetsu that had infiltrated the village earlier. The hidden sand village. A cold smile curled at the corner of Sasori's mouth, his voice deep and icy, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. It should forever sleep in the wind and sand. As Sasori's words fell, the army of puppets surged towards the hidden sand village like a raging torrent, unstoppable. The ninjas of the hidden sand village were immediately thrown into chaos. They had never seen such a large-scale puppet attack, and never expected the enemy to launch a surprise attack from within. Enemy attack. Quickly protect the village. A senior ninja from the hidden sand village shouted loudly, trying to organize an effective defense. However, the army of puppets surged in like a tide, each puppet possessing powerful combat capabilities, wielding sharp weapons or launching deadly poisonous needles, leaving the ninjas of the hidden sand village defenseless. Meanwhile, those white zetsu lurking within the village also began to wreak havoc, disguising themselves as ninjas from the hidden sand village, creating confusion and making defense even more difficult. Yet, Sasori remained unmoved by such a scene. He just coldly watched the tragedies unfold, his heart stirred not in the slightest. At that moment, a ninja from Sunagake dashed forward like an arrow, gripping a shuriken glinting with cold light in an attempt to launch a sudden attack on Scorpion. However, facing this unexpected assault, Scorpion merely twitched his fingers, as if engaged in an inconsequential game. In the blink of an eye, a puppet appeared behind the ninja like a ghost, firmly restraining him. Do you think you can defeat me? A look of disdain appeared on Scorpion's face, his voice filled with mockery and contempt. Then, with a slight exertion of his fingers, the puppet's claws tightened, causing the ninja's neck to bulge with veins, as if it could be snapped at any moment. Just then, a familiar yet authoritative voice thundered across the sky of Sunagakure, like a clap of thunder. Scorpion, your arrogant ambition ends here. As the words fell, a lithe figure descended upon Scorpion with the speed of a shooting star. It was an elder dressed in traditional Sunagakure attire, her gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating an aura of undeniable strength. Chiyo. The ninjas of Sunagakure revealed expressions of surprise and joy upon recognizing the visitor, and they shouted in unison. Chiyo is the elder of Sunagakure, possessing great prestige and power. Her arrival gave the ninjas of Sunagakure a glimmer of hope. Scorpion looked at Chiyo, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but quickly faded back to indifference. Chiyo, I didn't expect you to come here to seek death. Chiyo remained silent, her gaze steadfast and resolute. She slowly took out an ancient scroll from her bosom, gently shook it with both hands, and then slammed it to the ground. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and then 10 immaculate figures appeared out of thin air, as if stepping out of a dream, surrounding Chiyo. This was the legendary creation of the puppet world, the unparalleled masterpiece crafted by the puppet master, Wenzomon, the white secret technique, the Tenshin of Chikamatsu. Scorpion, your path has strayed from the right course. Today, even if this old woman dies, I will lead you back to the right path. Chiyo's words were filled with determination. The moment she appeared, she keenly sensed the unusual changes occurring in Scorpion's puppets. Although they appeared similar to the past, as a puppet master, she felt the astonishing power hidden within them through years of experience and intuition. Scorpion's puppets could now be said to be on par with her Tenshin of Chikamatsu. Faced with Chiyo's determination and the strength of the Tenshin, a serious look flashed in Scorpion's eyes, quickly replaced by more madness. Chiyo, do you think these alone can stop me? Scorpion sneered, his fingers moving slightly, as the surrounding puppets seemed to receive orders, adjusting their stances in preparation for the impending battle. Your Tenshin of Chikamatsu is indeed powerful, but my puppets have been modified and have surpassed the past. Scorpion's tone carried a hint of pride. Hearing this, Chiyo frowned slightly, but did not back down. She knew very well that, as a puppet master, beyond the level of skill, what mattered more was the control over the puppets and the grasp of the battle situation. Scorpion, your skills are indeed impressive, but you have overlooked the most crucial point, the heart of the puppet master. Chiyo slowly said, puppets are lifeless, yet they can exhibit the power of life in our hands. This is because we give them souls, while your puppets are merely tools of your ambition. As Chiyo's words fell, the Tenshin beside her seemed to be infused with new vitality, each movement becoming more fluid and powerful. They began to attack around Scorpion and his puppet army, each clash accompanied by the roar of metal and the shower of sparks. Scorpion, unwilling to back down, commanded his puppet army to engage in fierce combat with the Tenshin. The puppets of both sides clashed on the battlefield, refusing to give in, and the entire Sunagakure was shrouded in smoke. Chapter 97. The Fall of Y in Hidden Village. In Y in Hidden Village, a colossal green giant, exuding an oppressive aura, stood proudly atop the rolling clouds, its massive wings blocking out the sun. Its cold face showed no emotional fluctuations, only quietly looking down at the tiny Y in Hidden Village below, as if observing a group of ants. The green giant was the complete form of Shizuku Susanoo. At this moment, he had come to annihilate Y in Hidden Village at the command of Feng Tian. Y in Hidden Village was now in decline, with even the renowned fourth Reikage away in Konoha, guarding the tailed beasts there. This undoubtedly provided Shizuku with an unprecedented opportunity, the best moment to launch an attack. Shizuku's objective aligned with those of his fellow accomplices. They all wanted to create large-scale destruction, forcing the shadows of each village to abandon their missions and urgently return to defense, thereby diverting the pressure on the front lines in Fengtian. Thinking of this, Jishui's gaze grew even colder, but deep within those icy eyes hid a trace of complex emotions that were hard to detect. I'm sorry for the ideal world in my heart, Jishui whispered, his voice carrying a hint of determination. As his words fell, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, Countless twisted and deformed figures surged up from the ground like demons from hell, roaring and howling, flooding into Union Village like a crazed tide. In an instant, this peaceful village was engulfed in endless chaos and fear. At that moment, the alarm bells of Union Village rang out sharply, their piercing sound shattering the tranquility of the past. The villagers panicked and fled from all directions, their faces filled with fear and confusion. They never thought that such peaceful days would be shattered overnight. The still water stood high in the air, overlooking everything below, and the strange emotions in their hearts grew wildly like weeds, becoming increasingly difficult to contain. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and tried to bury the surging feelings of reluctance and struggle deep within. However, every time the image of that unattainable ideal world surfaced in his mind, the weight of the sacrifice seemed to become self-evident again. Jishui slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze became firm and resolute once more. He knows well that for that great goal, any sacrifice is worth it. Destruction is paramount. There is no need to take lives. The sound of still water echoes in the vast heavens and earth, carrying an undeniable majesty and power, as if declaring his determination and stance to the world. Upon hearing this, the white absolute intensified their assault, acting like mindless killing machines. Wherever they went, houses collapsed, flames erupted, and cloud-hidden village was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos. Meanwhile, with a thought, the massive complete body Susanoo in Jishui's hands condensed into a spiral gun gleaming with cold light. This spiral gun traced a dazzling silver trajectory in the air, like a lightning bolt piercing the sky, carrying a devastating momentum straight towards the energy core, the Thunderlight Tower of Cloud-Hidden Village. The Thunderlight Tower, this towering structure that reaches the clouds, is not only the hub of Cloud-Hidden Village's energy, but also a concentrated embodiment of its technological power. It has witnessed the glory and honor of Cloud-Hidden Village, yet at this moment, it has become the primary target of Jishui's attack. Once this tower is destroyed, the entire defense system of Cloud-Hidden Village will become like a soulless shell, instantly falling into a paralyzed state. However, at this critical moment, several figures appeared like ghosts in the path of the spiral gun. They were the few remaining elite ninjas of Cloud-Hidden Village. They were surrounded by faint lightning, their hands gathering powerful lightning release chakra, ready to take this hit head-on. Trash from the Twilight Organization. Your ambition will be stopped by us. The voice of one of the Nin was firm and strong, his eyes shining with an indomitable light, as if he intended to completely shatter Shizuku's will. Upon seeing this, Shizuku curled his lips into a cold smile. He did not retract his spiral gun, but instead increased his power, intending to destroy the lightning tower in one blow, while also testing the strength of this Nin from the Cloud Village. Your courage is commendable, but your strength is still far from enough. Shizuku's voice was particularly clear amidst the thunder, his Susanoo standing like an unshakable mountain, firmly rooted in the void. The spiral gun, carrying unmatched power, collided fiercely with the lightning created by the Nin in mid-air, instantly erupting in a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a deafening roar. It seemed to shake the entire Cloud Village to its core. In the face of this destructive force, the Nin clearly could not withstand it. They spat blood, their bodies flying backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shizuka watched this scene, feeling an involuntary sense of helplessness and sighing within. He has tried his best to restrain his power, wanting to avoid causing excessive casualties. But even so, those few Jonin were still severely injured under his attack. Jishui gently shook his head, his gaze becoming resolute and cold again. He knew that in order to complete the task, he could not show any mercy, although he felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Jishui understood that the battle was far from over. With a wave of his hand, the white absolute moved even more rampantly through the hidden Cloud Village, destroying every inch of land. Meanwhile, the complete body Susanoo took a step forward, slowly approaching the fallen upper ninjas, its massive body casting a shadow like a death omen. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by an unusual fluctuation of chakra. Jishui frowned slightly and turned to look, only to see a young ninja dressed in hidden Cloud Village attire approaching at an astonishing speed, his eyes burning with fierce determination, carrying a seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary long sword on his back. Stop! Your tyranny ends here. The newcomer was none other than Darui, the young genius who had risen to prominence in the hidden Cloud Village in recent years. Though young, he has already shown strength and wisdom beyond his years. making him the future star that the village holds great hopes for. Jisue gazed at Darue with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but soon returned to his indifference. Oh, another overconfident guy, huh? Is there really no one left in Yunin village? Darue did not respond, only gripping the handle of his knife tightly, with chakra surging throughout his body, ready to fight. He knew that what he faced was not just Jisue alone, but also the mysterious and powerful Twilight organization behind him. Yet, even so, he would never back down. I, the druid of Yunin village, vow to protect my village to the end. As the words fell, the druid's figure flashed and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Jisue. Despite his efforts, he still could not stop the Susanoo, which stood dozens of meters tall and was said to possess absolute defense and ultimate destruction. Jisue looked down at the druid below, a hint of pity appearing on his face, but this pity quickly vanished, replaced by a determination to fight. I can feel your determination, but the gap in strength cannot be bridged by will alone. Jisue's voice sounded particularly calm against the backdrop of intertwining lightning and flames. The druid's lightning blade, upon contact with the Susanoo, was like crashing into an invisible wall, erupting into dazzling sparks, yet failing to penetrate that seemingly intangible defense. Each attack felt like hitting a steel wall, numbing his arms and shaking his spirit. Sigh. With a sigh, on this day, Yunin village completely fell. Chapter 98, Obito versus. Less a Wagakure compared to the others, Obito appeared relaxed. The moment he arrived near a Wagakure, he directly activated the complete Susanoo, commanding numerous white Zetsu to launch an attack on a Wagakure. In an instant, a massive shadow enveloped the sky above a Wagakure, the terrifying figure of Obito's complete Susanoo. The eyes of the Susanoo were like a deep abyss, exuding endless coldness. Every step it took seemed to tread upon the hearts of the people of a Wagakure, instilling fear. The white Zetsu surged into a Wagakure like locusts, pouring in from all directions, devoid of emotions, driven only by the instinct to execute orders. The ninjas of a Wagakure reacted quickly, forming formations in an attempt to block these monsters, but the sheer number of white Zetsu was overwhelming, as if they were endless, causing the defense line of a Wagakure to teeter on the brink of collapse. Obito hovered in midair, a playful smile on his lips, enjoying the chaos and struggle of a Wagakure, as if everything was within his expectations. However, he was not completely indifferent in his heart. After all, he had once been a kind-hearted boy, but now he was deeply entwined with hatred and despair. People of a Wagakure, today marks your end. Obito's voice echoed in the void, carrying a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. He is well aware of the great disaster his actions will bring, but for the Moon's Eye plan and to create a world with Rin, he is willing to bear this sin. Just as he was controlling Susanoo to flatten a Wagakure, the ground beneath him suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately, an extremely long and deep fissure snaked out like a dragon, appearing right beneath his feet. Caught off guard, Obito lost balance along with the massive Susanoo and fell directly into the chasm. Soon after, the cracked earth seemed to have a life of its own as it rapidly healed, completely burying Obito and his Susanoo in the dark underground world. The mastermind behind all this was none other than the son of Noki. Buddy, I can't let you act so recklessly. Kairi slowly stood up, raising a hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, his tone carrying a hint of determination and fatigue. That last earth release technique had consumed a large amount of his chakra, and even with his strength, he couldn't help but feel a wave of weariness. However, Kairi knew that he could not afford to relax for even a moment. Just as he was preparing to gather his strength again to counter Obito's possible retaliation, a strange distortion of space suddenly appeared before him. Then, Obito's massive Susanoo seemed to step out of the void and return to the ground. This scene made Kairi momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Obito to possess such powerful space ninjutsu that allowed him to break free from his constraints and reappear on the battlefield in such a short time. That was close. I almost fell, Obito said with lingering fear in his voice. If he hadn't used Kimyui to escape from underground at the last moment, controlling the complete Susanoo with his current level of proficiency would have indeed been quite a challenge. Seeing this, Kairi furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that Obito would have such means to escape from his earth release, but he quickly adjusted his mindset, gathered his chakra again, and prepared to launch his next round of attack. Earth release. Mount an earth technique. Kairi shouted angrily, swiftly forming hand seals as if communicating with the earth in some mysterious way. Then he slammed his hand onto the ground, and in an instant, The entire earth began to tremble violently, as if even the sky was shaking. The earth release. Mountain earth technique unleashed a small earthquake. Countless boulders and dirt surged from the ground like a furious tide, rapidly forming two massive semicircles that closed in on Obito as position. These boulders and dirt intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net, attempting to completely engulf Obito and his Susanoo. Obito's eyes sharpened, but this time he was clearly prepared. He calmly manipulated Susanoo, wielding the enormous wings on his back, instantly leaving the ground and standing in the void like a deity. He lowered his head to gaze at the yellow earth, his eyes flickering with disdain and contempt. In the face of such absolute power, any ninjutsu seemed pale and powerless. At this moment, he was the true master, the undisputed ruler of this battlefield. It was now my turn. Obito's voice echoed in the void, tinged with a hint of scorn. As his words fell, the complete body Susanoo's enormous hands swiftly turned, gathering two shurikens radiating with a mysterious and divine power. These two shurikens slowly spun in the air, emitting a heart-pounding glow, as if they could tear through space and penetrate everything. This technique was a new ninjutsu, created by Obito after countless days and nights of deep thought and research, inspired by the guidance of the heavens. Divine might, shuriken, Obito shouted, and the two shurikens, imbued with divine power, sliced through the air, accompanied by a strange phenomenon of distorted space, heading straight for the yellow earth. Seeing this, the yellow earth's face changed dramatically. He knew that these shurikens infused with divine might were not to be compared with ordinary ninjutsu. If hit, he would likely be instantly sucked into another space, with no chance of survival. Earth release, great earthquake core. In a moment of crisis, the yellow earth quickly performed an earth release technique under his feet. The ground began to rise violently, as if a sleeping giant beast was awakened, rapidly forming an indestructible giant wall in front of the yellow earth. This giant wall towered into the clouds, emanating a heavy yellow light, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. Obito's two divine might shurikens whistled through the air, striking the giant wall with the power to tear through space. At the moment of impact, the space began to distort, as if being ripped apart by the mysterious power carried by the two shurikens. Soon, the area of tearing continued to expand, and the entire giant wall was on the brink of distortion and collapse. Ultimately, the giant wall was completely destroyed by the divine might shurikens. However, with this move, the yellow earth barely managed to block Obito's attack. TSK still struggling? Obito coldly watched the yellow earth below, the disdain in his eyes growing stronger. At this moment, he soared in the sky using Susanoo's power. Even if the yellow earth racked his brains, he couldn't find a way to deal with him. Just as Obito was preparing to continue gathering divine might shurikens for a fatal blow to the yellow earth, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted behind him. Crack! The explosive roar echoed in Obito's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. Despite the tremendous power of the explosion, Susanoo's defensive strength was equally astonishing, and the shockwave of the explosion failed to breach its defense. Obito abruptly turned around, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a torch. Soon, he discovered a young boy riding a giant bird made entirely of white clay, hovering in midair, looking at him with a playful expression. Art is en expression. Chapter 99. Join attack, who are you? Faced with the sudden and violent explosion, Obito's expression remained unchanged. After all, with such a powerful shield as complete body Susanoo, this little commotion was simply insignificant to him. Listen well, I am Deidara, the famous one from Awagakure. Deidara smirked proudly, his eyes filled with arrogance and pride. If you know what's good for you, just surrender obediently. His words carried an undeniable threat, while his hand quietly slipped into the small pouch at his waist. Suddenly, a mouth opened in the palm of his hand, silently devouring the clay inside the pouch, like a hungry beast greedily feasting. His ninjutsu is both simple and powerful. He can chew a special type of white explosive clay in his mouth, mixing his chakra into the clay, and then spit out the clay creations to trigger a strong explosion. The Susanoo that previously detonated Obito and the large white bird he is currently riding are both his creations. Obito let out a slight cold laugh, his gaze filled with disdain, as if he were looking at a clown. Deidara, you immature brat, dare to flaunt your power in front of me? What a joke. Obito's words were full of sarcasm, his tone revealing his complete disregard for Deidara, clearly not taking him seriously. Upon hearing this, Daidara's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had been slapped hard. What did you say? You bastard! He shouted in anger, his voice trembling. At the same time, the mouth in his palm accelerated its chewing speed, quickly digesting the clay, clearly preparing to launch another fierce attack. However, Obito did not give him a chance. The right hand of Susanoo suddenly swung, and a massive shuriken tore through the air, heading straight for Deidara. Deidara reacted quickly, skillfully dodging in the air on his white bird, but the residual force of the shuriken still caused a blast that sent debris flying in all directions around him. Damn it! Deidara gritted his teeth, clearly feeling the power of Obito's Kamui shuriken. But he was not one to easily give up. He continued to consume explosive clay while circling around Obito on his bird. Seeing this, Obito appeared indifferent, with the complete Susanoo present. Such explosions had no effect on him whatsoever. Just then, Deidara launched his attack. He suddenly waved his hand, and countless white explosive clay seemed to come to life, quickly transforming into various explosives, pouring down towards Obito like a torrential storm. Those explosives carved strange trajectories in the air, carrying the threat of death with overwhelming momentum. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth as he effortlessly controlled his complete body Susanoo to swat away or destroy these explosives one by one. Each collision was accompanied by deafening explosions and bursts of flames, but none could penetrate the indestructible defense of Susanoo. Is that all you got? Deidara, you really disappoint me. Obito's voice was particularly clear amidst the roaring sounds, as if he was completely denying Deidara's abilities. Deidara's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and madness. Yet he continued to unleash explosives, becoming even more frenzied. At this moment, Obito was completely unaware that, due to the powerful shockwaves generated by countless explosions, his Susanoo was slowly descending. I'm tired of this, Obito said coldly, his voice revealing a hint of impatience. The explosions continued incessantly for half a stick of incense's time. This prolonged series of explosions made Obito feel incredibly irritated. He frowned tightly, and a strong, killing intent surged in his heart. However, just when he was about to launch a counterattack, the next moment, Deidara's playful voice floated into his ears. Take a good look at what's beneath you. Hearing this, Obito suddenly turned around, only to find that he had unknowingly gotten so close to the ground. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that right in front of him, Deidara was gathering a large amount of earth and rock with his muscular arms tightened, as if containing boundless power, rushing towards him with the momentum to smash him into the ground. That's quite an attack. Deidara, the earth exclaimed loudly, his words filled with admiration for Deidara's exquisite coordination this time. Recalling the past, because Obito had flown too high, the earth's attacks were always unable to hit him effectively. But now, after Deidara's series of intense explosions, Obito had unknowingly brought his massive Susanoo closer to the ground, as if being slowly pulled towards the abyss by an invisible hand. Finally, at one moment, Susanoo's feet stepped into the effective attack range of the earth. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the earth's eyes. He had long been ready and finally awaited the best opportunity. Obito's expression suddenly became serious. He did not expect that Deidara and the earth would actually use such tactics together. I underestimated you. Obito snorted coldly, quickly adjusting his posture to prepare for the impending attack. The earth's rocky arm approached rapidly like a giant python, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it wanted to swallow both Obito and his complete body, Susanoo whole. Obito controlled Susanoo, and the massive hand suddenly swatted out, colliding with the rocky arm, producing a deafening sound. However, just then, Deidara's voice rang out again. It's not over yet. Deidara pulled out a specially made clay bomb from a pouch at his waist. This bomb was unlike any he had used before, emitting a faint blue light, as if it contained some mysterious power. Obito's heart tightened. He could sense the danger of this bomb. But at this moment, he was entangled by the earth's rocky arm, making it difficult to escape. Art is explosion. Deidara grinned savagely and threw the clay bomb at Obito. A look of determination flashed in Obito's eyes. He knew there was no way to avoid it at this moment. But just then, his Sharingan suddenly flickered with strange light, and the power of Kamui activated once more. In an instant, Obito's body and Susanoo vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint distortion in space. The clay bomb exploded in midair, releasing dazzling light and powerful shockwaves. But Obito had successfully evaded this attack using the power of Kamui. When Obito reappeared, it was already in an empty space far from the battlefield. Are you ready to face my wrath? Chapter 100. Kakashi's Guess Konoha Village Humph. The trash of the Twilight Organization. Stop trying to sow discord here. The fourth Reikage shouted, then burst forth with crackling lightning, racing toward Obito, stubborn and unyielding. Upon seeing the fourth Reikage charging, Obito smirked coldly and immediately activated Kamui to evade the fourth Reikage's attack. Amidst the chaos and clamor of battle, there was a corner that was exceptionally quiet. There, a white-haired ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector stood quietly, his gaze sharp, intently focused on Obito not far away. This ninja was Kakashi Hatake, Obito's close friend and the copy ninja of Konoha. Strange, this guy's ninjutsu feels incredibly familiar, Kakashi muttered to himself, filled with confusion. As he saw Obito continuously using Kamui to evade attacks, a bold thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be? Kakashi took a step back, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Obito in the distance. I must inform Lord Third, Kakashi said firmly, then quickly used several body flicker techniques to reach Hiruzen Sarutobi's side. However, before he could speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke first upon seeing Kakashi. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Hurry back. Kakashi looked urgently at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented seriousness and urgency. Lord Third, I have to report something extremely important to you immediately. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly, signaling Kakashi to continue. It's about that Obito from the Twilight Organization, Kakashi said quickly. I observe his ninjutsu during the battle, especially the space-time ninjutsu he used, which raised significant doubts in my mind. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes instantly sharpened. I have an idea that I need you, Lord Third, to help me experiment with. What should I do? Facing the fourth Reikage's attack, Obito was completely baffled by Kamui. There was no way around it. Kamui was arguably the most overpowered ability in the entire Naruto world. As long as he didn't actively attack, any non-continuous attack could not affect him in the slightest. And just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi joined the battle. With his hands forming seals rapidly, a pure chakra gathered at this moment. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With a furious shout from Sarutobi Hizashi, a massive fire dragon, mixed with scorching flames, roared out from his mouth, heading straight for Fontion. The fire dragon, several dozen meters long and engulfed in blazing flames, surged forth with destructive power in response to Sarutobi Hizashi's roar. The flames rolled and rampaged in the air, as if wanting to reduce everything to ashes. However, Fontion was not intimidated by this terrifying force. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He activated his Kamui again, and his body instantly became illusory, as if merging into space, allowing him to cleverly evade Sarutobi Hizashi's fire dragon attack. However, just as the fire dragon passed through Fontion's body, the space suddenly twisted. Immediately, the fire dragon entered the Kamui space. This was the Kamui released through Kakashi's left eye's Sharingan. In the next moment, Fontion's Susanoo suddenly exploded. This was the first time he had received a direct attack since his appearance. It seems my guess was not wrong. The Kamui used by Fontion indeed has similarities to mine. Kakashi pondered inwardly while maintaining a high level of vigilance. Kakashi, are you certain that the space-time ninjutsu used by Fontion is related to yours? Sarutobi Hizashi asked in a serious and expectant tone. Yes, Lord Third. Just from the recent attack, I can confirm that his space-time ninjutsu shares the same spatial distortion characteristics as the Kamui released by my left eye. I can even boldly speculate. His space-time ninjutsu is connected to my Kamui space, Kakashi said with great certainty, and then his expression quickly darkened. He strode forward a few steps until he stood face to face with Fontion, their breaths clashing violently in the air as if even space trembled. I have seen through your abilities, but I want you to tell me, where do your powers come from? Or rather, where did that eye come from? Although he had just been unexpectedly hit by Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, it did not affect him at all. Faced with Kakashi's rapid-fire questioning, Fontion's expression remained as cold as frost. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice revealing an indescribable chill. Your questions do not require answers from me. But out of respect for your courage, I can break my usual silence and answer your question. My abilities belong to me alone and do not rely on anyone else. Moreover, you have already missed the best opportunity to assassinate me. From now on, you will have no further chances. Fontion's voice was as cold as the winter wind. After speaking, he completely cast aside all pretense. The pitch-black, abyss-like complete body Susanoo gripped the blade of judgment tightly, suddenly surging with a heart-stopping force of annihilation, devouring all surrounding light like a black hole. Then, it fell like a meteor, piercing the ground with destructive force. In an instant, that force of annihilation surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire Hidden Leaf village. Anything touched by it, whether it be resilient rocks or lush trees, would turn to nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving only ashes drifting in the air. The sky over the Hidden Leaf village was shrouded in a heavy darkness. The force of annihilation emanating from Feng Tian's body, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, coldly harvesting all life and matter, pushing the entire village toward the abyss of doom. The terrified cries of the villagers and the thunderous collapse of buildings intertwined to create a tragic symphony, a breath of despair permeating every corner. Everyone, give it your all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar echoed amidst the chaos as he slammed his hands onto the ground, the surging chakra flowing into the earth like a torrent, instantly activating the top-tier defensive mechanism of the Hidden Leaf village. A dazzling red defensive array suddenly appeared, the Four Red Suns formation, which required several shadow-level experts to work together to deploy. It shone like four blazing suns, piercing through the darkness, creating an unbreakable barrier for the Hidden Leaf village. Four Red Suns formation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious shout reverberated through the air, while the fourth Reikage, Anoki, Yagura, and Rashi quickly returned to their positions, forming hand seals together to amplify the power of the defensive array. Feng Tian's force of annihilation could no longer erode the Hidden Leaf village under the protection of the Four Red Suns formation. The two powerful forces collided violently between the barrier and the force of annihilation, creating ripples of energy that seemed ready to tear apart the entire space. Useless struggle. Feng Tian looked at the defensive array before him, a trace of disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He manipulated the complete body, Susanoo, raising the blade of judgment high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this final line of defense. However, at this critical moment, a crimson figure stood proudly in despair. Susanoo, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a crimson half-body Susanoo emerged like a phoenix reborn from the flames, firmly taking on Feng Tian's deadly strike, pulling the Hidden Leaf village back from the brink of destruction. This novel can be downloaded through the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t. Me FQ Tool, Chapter 101. Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi. Susanoo? Feng Tian looked at the crimson half-bodied giant before him, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Who is it? He murmured to himself, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Logically speaking, anyone in the Uchiha clan capable of wielding the power of Susanoo should be within his control, or at least within his knowledge. However, the suddenly appearing crimson Susanoo before him completely exceeded his expectations. Fugaku, well done. Within the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, filled with admiration, pierced through the smoke and clearly reached Feng Tian's ears. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Feng Tian finally saw the figure within the crimson Susanoo. Uchiha, Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, standing proudly amidst the giant crimson figure. His eyes sparkled with a fiery light, a complex mix of anger, defiance, and unwavering determination, as if he intended to burn the entire world to ashes. Feng Tian's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected Uchiha Fugaku to have mastered the power of Susanoo. Moreover, judging by its power, it was clear that he had reached a considerably high level. This made him realize that the strength of the Uchiha clan was far greater and more unfathomable than he had previously understood. Since you can also use Susanoo, it indeed proves that you have a deep connection with our Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice echoed within the chest of Susanoo, carrying an undeniable authority. Although I do not know which branch of the clan you are a descendant of, regardless of your identity, today, I will represent the Uchiha clan and completely eradicate you from this world. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He did not take Fugaku's grandiose words to heart. Instead, he found them somewhat laughable. In his view, Uchiha Fugaku was nothing more than a self-important and short-sighted guy, utterly unworthy of being his opponent. Fugaku, do you really think that with your meager abilities, you can stop me from achieving my grand plans? It's utterly ridiculous. He disdainfully shook his head, his tone filled with contempt for Fugaku. You and your so-called Uchiha clan are merely stepping stones on my path to success. He mocked, while simultaneously increasing the output of his complete Susanoo, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Fugaku. This time, his attack was exceptionally swift and decisive. With a blade of judgment carrying endless obliteration power, descending upon Fugaku like a meteor streaking across the night sky. As the sharp blade passed through, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, revealing patches of pitch-black void. Seeing this, Fugaku's expression instantly grew serious. He was well aware of the power of this strike and did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful chakra, which surged around him, forming violent gusts of wind. With the support of this chakra, the crimson half-body, Susanoo, quickly condensed a long sword in its hand. The blade of the sword shimmered with a cold light, as if it could pierce through all obstacles in the world. This was the legendary divine sword, the Tsumagari Yumi, said to be able to pierce through anything. At that moment, countless black flames suddenly erupted from the Tsumagari Yumi. These flames burned fiercely, radiating a strange and powerful aura, and were known as the everlasting flames of Amaterasu, in the face of the judgment blade of fate, which carried the endless power of annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku did not back down. He tightly gripped the Tenzu Yunjian, the black flames of Amaterasu burning fiercely on the blade, as if to devour everything. Fontian, do you think your power can destroy everything? Fugaku's voice echoed in the chest of Susanoo, filled with determination and defiance. Today, I will let you know that the power of the Uchiha clan is beyond your imagination. As Fugaku's words fell, he swung the Tenzu Yunjian fiercely, Fengtian's judgment blade. The two powerful forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar that made the entire space tremble. The black flames intertwined with the power of annihilation, creating a heart-stopping scene. Both Fengtian and Fugaku were fully committed, holding nothing back. Their figures flickered within the massive body of Susanoo, as if two war gods were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. However, just as both sides' powers reached their peak, an unexpected situation occurred. A surge of even more powerful chakra suddenly erupted from Fyake's Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, a force that seemed capable of penetrating everything. Even the power of annihilation could not withstand it. This caused Fengtian's expression to change drastically. He clearly felt the terrifying power emanating from the combination of Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi and Amaterasu's flames, a threat unlike any he had ever encountered, as if it could instantly devour him whole. He instinctively wanted to retreat into the Kamui space to evade, which was his usual escape method and the life-saving skill he relied on the most. However, at this critical moment, Kakashi not far away was staring at him intently, the cold light flashing in his Sharingan as if he had already seen through all of his intentions. A chill ran through Fengtian's heart. He knew very well Kakashi's strength and wisdom. Judging by this situation, as soon as he used Kamui, Kakashi would definitely attack without hesitation, redirecting his attack to the Kamui space. In that case, not only would he be unable to escape, but he would also be struck by the sharp blade of the Tengu Cloud Sword, with unimaginable consequences. For a moment, Fengtian found himself in a dilemma. He had to dodge the deadly attack in front of him while also guarding against a potential sneak attack from Kakashi. At this life-and-death juncture, he had to make the wisest choice to have a glimmer of hope. This is the power of our Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice was filled with strength. Today, I will use this power to vindicate the Uchiha clan. As Fugaku's words fell, the black flames on the Tengu Cloud Sword erupted like a awakened beast, unleashing an astonishing energy that formed a massive black flame tornado. This tornado carried devastating power, roaring like a black dragon as it swept toward Fengtian, tearing apart the space it passed through. Seeing this, Fengtian was shocked and hurriedly activated his Susanoo for defense. However, facing the terrifying attribute of the Tengu Cloud Sword that could break through anything, even his seemingly invincible complete-body Susanoo defense felt inadequate. The sturdy armor began to crack under the impact of the black flame tornado, as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Tengu Cloud Sword finally plunged hard into Fengtian's Susanoo. In an instant, the enormous energy generated from the collision of the flame tornado and Susanoo exploded, creating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield as if it were daytime. The shockwave from the explosion flattened everything around, raising dust and obscuring the sky. Well done, Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but praise upon witnessing the scene. However, soon after, due to the overwhelming intensity of the shockwave from the explosion, they had to continue reinforcing the defenses of the 4 Red Yang formation. Their 4 Red Yang formation has been specially modified, with Sarutobi Hizashi acting as the core, while the other 4 shadows are responsible for setting up the barrier. In other words, as long as Sarutobi Hizashi is not dead, the other 4 shadows only need to continuously supply chakra to ensure the stability of this 4 Red Yang formation. As the last explosion dissipated, the once towering, pitch-black complete body, Susanoo, slowly and unwillingly faded into the air, leaving only faint remnants and shockwaves. Without the support of Susanoo, Feng Tian's figure now appeared exceptionally weak, like a kite with a broken string, helplessly falling from the sky. Chapter 102. Clearing obstacles, did it succeed? Sarutobi Hizashi stared blankly at Feng Tian, who was falling helplessly from the sky, a flicker of luck flashing in his eyes. The all-breaking attribute of the Ama, no Murakumo, no Tsurugi, is simply too tyrannical. And combined with Uchiha Fugaku's exceptional skills in hiding, Feng Tian was completely unprepared for this. This is one of the hidden killing moves left by Konoha village to deal with him. In the rapidly descending mid-air, Feng Tian suddenly opened his eyes, as if 2 brilliant stars were ignited in the abyss of despair. At this moment, his abdomen was ruthlessly pierced by the legendary Ama, no Murakumo, no Tsurugi, leaving a horrific scar, like the gates of hell, being violently pushed open. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly staining his white robe a shocking crimson. How is this possible? Feng Tian's voice was deep and trembling, filled with disbelief and shock. He never expected that he would capsize in the gutter, falling into the hands of these seemingly old-fashioned yet deeply hidden antiques of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, just at this moment of life and death, a miracle happened. The creation and regeneration ninjutsu within Feng Tian seemed to be awakened by an ancient deity, releasing endless vitality. His wound began to heal rapidly at a visibly fast pace, as if the withered grass and trees of spring instantly came back to life, bursting with vigor. In just a brief moment of breath, Feng Tian had been pulled back from the brink of death, his body intact, as if the severe injury just now was merely a fleeting dream. Immediately after, a rich and intense power of causality erupted from Feng Tian's eyes, like 2 brilliant beams of light piercing through the night sky, silently activating the technique of reversing cause and effect. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Feng Tian's figure suddenly seemed to be swallowed by space, disappearing without a trace in an instant. When their gazes refocused, they found him proudly standing atop the Hokage rock of Konoha, looking down at them coldly, as if everything were within his grasp. How is this possible? He was able to escape the bindings of the 4 Red Suns formation. Luo Sha's face turned pale in an instant, staring incredulously at the high and mighty Feng Tian, his eyes flickering with a mix of shock and confusion. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively withdrew the 4 Red Suns formation. He knows very well that since Feng Tian possesses such extraordinary abilities, this carefully arranged barrier is already meaningless to him. Rather than continuing to waste energy maintaining it, it's better to focus on subduing him as quickly as possible. Moreover, the civilians of Konoha village have long since evacuated. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Feng Tian wears a triumphant smile on his face, as if he is the king who controls everything. Today, you have indeed given me quite a surprise. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of playful amusement. However, this surprise ends here. Feng Tian's lips curled slightly, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that there was no time to delay. He had to end this battle swiftly. In the next moment, an unprecedented surge of causal power erupted, sweeping through the entire Konoha village like a storm. The strength of this power shocked everyone present like never before. What kind of power is this? Yagura exclaimed in astonishment. Originally, he tried to replicate this power with his own ninjutsu, but was surprised to find that this causal power was not only unreplicable, but even caused chaos in his chakra flow the moment he made contact. This was a new technique developed by Feng Tian, inspired by the sealing array of Takigakure. He cleverly attached special phosphorus powder to the power of causality, which acted like invisible claws, disrupting the flow of everyone's chakra at will. On the eve of the final battle, Feng Tian skillfully acquired a large amount of phosphorus powder through the technique of reversing cause and effect. Subsequently, He once again used the technique of reversing cause and effect to perfectly attach this phosphorus powder to the power of causality, achieving the astonishing effect seen today. In just 2 breaths, everyone present was horrified to find their chakra flow in disarray, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to freely perform ninjutsu. Everyone be careful. This is Feng Tian's new tactic, Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly reminded, his eyes revealing seriousness and vigilance. The moment he sensed the chaos in his own chakra flow, he realized the unusual nature of this power of causality. He quickly adjusted his breathing, stabilized his mind, and tried to resist the influence of this power. However, even someone as strong as he was felt a bit strained, not to mention the other ninjas with slightly weaker abilities. Feng Tian, you despicable guy. How can you use such insidious methods? Luosha shouted angrily, his face showing rage and unwillingness. Feng Tian merely sneered coldly, ignoring Luosha's curses. He knows very well that in the face of absolute strength, any words are powerless. Next, I must deal with this most troublesome guy first. Feng Tian's gaze was like a torch, firmly fixed on Kakashi in the distance. It was precisely because of Kakashi's presence that he had been hesitant to use Kimui lightly. Now, there was only one thought in his mind: to eliminate this obstacle at the first opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly sensed the killing intent that flashed in Feng Tian's eyes. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the chaos in his chakra, and quickly stabilized for a moment. In this brief gap, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands, creating a complex jutsu. Doton, Dori Heki, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, and a massive earthen wall instantly rose before Kakashi, like an indestructible fortress. He hoped that this massive wall could temporarily block Feng Tian's lethal strike against Kakashi. However, facing this sudden earthen wall, Feng Tian merely shook his head disdainfully, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze seemed to mock Sarutobi Hiruzen's futile efforts, as if to say, "With this, you think you can stop me?" Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were nervously watching the earthen wall, a subtle flying thunder god mark silently appeared on Kakashi's back. This mark seemed to have suddenly emerged from thin air, unnoticed by anyone. But at the moment the flying thunder god mark was inscribed, Feng Tian's figure had already vanished like a ghost. Immediately after, he used the flying thunder god technique to appear behind Kakashi in an instant, drawing his long sword, which gleamed with a chilling light, and fiercely slashed towards Kakashi. This strike was as fast as lightning and as fierce as a tiger or leopard, leaving everyone present in shock. They watched helplessly as Feng Tian's long sword sliced through the air, aiming for Kakashi's back, and at that moment, the fate of the Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be pushed to the edge of a cliff. Chapter 103. Dissipation. Kakashi, be careful. The shout from Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with urgency. He keenly sensed Feng Tian's ambush and tried to warn Kakashi at the first moment. However, Feng Tian's movements were like lightning, his sword faster and more ruthless than words. Goodbye, Kakashi. Feng Tian's voice was as cold as the winter wind, each word like a harbinger of death. Accompanying his words, the long sword in his hand cut through the air, aiming directly at Kakashi's vital points. At this critical moment of life and death, the space around Kakashi suddenly rippled with strange waves, as if distorted by some mysterious force. Then, Kakashi's figure dissipated like an illusion. In his place stood Uchiha Fugaku, who had already activated succumb, towering like a mountain, blocking the spot where Kakashi had just been. Feng Tian's long sword showed no hesitation as it continued forward, piercing directly at Uchiha Fugaku's chest. However, when Feng Tian's sword made contact with Uchiha Fugaku's succumb, a crisp sound of breaking echoed. Feng Tian, this all must come to an end. Fugaku's voice echoed within the chest of Susanoo, filled with majesty and power. Feng Tian stared at the broken sword in his hand, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and then he quickly reacted, retreating several steps to create distance from Uchiha Fugaku. He was filled with shock. He never expected Uchiha Fugaku to be able to swap places with Kakashi in such a short time. This ability was simply unpredictable. What made it even more challenging for him was that under the protection of Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku was completely unaffected by his causal power. This meant that Fugaku not only had strong defensive capabilities, but also elusive mobility. Such an opponent was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Is this a simplified version of Tentric? Feng Tian murmured to himself, quickly analyzing the abilities that Fugaku had displayed. He realized that the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu often has a hereditary nature. and the space transfer technique mastered by Fugaku is likely a variant or simplified version of the heavenly hand power. At this moment, Feng finally regarded Uchiha Fugaku as a worthy opponent deserving of his serious attention. In the previous few confrontations, his losses were largely due to insufficient intelligence about Fugaku. Now, he had to reassess this Uchiha clan expert and devise a more thorough counter-strategy. If he were to blame anyone, it could only be the original work, which barely described him. This is indeed a bit troublesome. Feng snorted coldly, quickly adjusting his mindset, preparing to face the upcoming battle. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not give him a moment to breathe. Amaterasu, Fugaku shouted in a low voice, and his Susanu's eyes instantly transformed into pitch-black flames. Two incredibly hot flame rays shot towards Feng like the gaze of death. Feng expression changed dramatically. He never expected Fugaku to decisively use such a forbidden technique as Amaterasu. It is known that Amaterasu is one of the most powerful ocular techniques in the Uchiha clan, capable of burning everything to ashes. However, the side effects it brings are also quite evident. Without the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, indiscriminate use of Amaterasu would quickly lead to blindness. But it was clear that this man before him seemed unconcerned about that. At this critical moment, Feng relied on his superb skills and keen intuition to quickly perform the Flying Thunder God technique. He flickered and seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, barely evading the two deadly flame rays. However, although he dodged the main attack, the residual flames still singed his clothes. A burnt smell filled the air, and Feng could clearly feel the heat and threat from the flames. Damn it! Feng gritted his teeth, knowing full well that he was now at an absolute disadvantage. If this continued, he would eventually be defeated by Fugaku. However, just as he was pondering, countless tiny grains of sand emerged suddenly from beneath his feet. These grains of sand quickly coiled around his left leg like living creatures, firmly anchoring him to the ground, rendering him immobile. At the same time, not far away, Rasha waved his hand, and those grains of sand seemed to obey his command, tightly binding Feng left leg, making him feel an unprecedented sense of restraint. Meanwhile, countless water droplets suddenly surged around Feng right leg, rapidly gathering into a powerful stream that tightly wrapped around his right leg, further restricting his mobility. This was the limit of what Rasha and Yagura could do at the moment. They successfully trapped Feng using their respective special abilities. At this moment, Feng seemed to be in a desperate situation, with every action severely restricted. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage dashed into the void with Noki, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had left the range of causal power. Noki was thus freed, and the chakra within him returned to its previous calm state. He quickly formed hand seals, his movements skilled and fluid. Then, his hands formed a triangular gesture aimed at the immobile Feng below. A powerful chakra surged within him, clearly indicating that he was brewing some powerful ninjutsu, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Feng. At the same time, Kakashi and Sarutobi Hisashi also left the coverage of causal power. His left eye instantly switched to the Mangeki Sharingan, a faint aura of divine might emanated, signifying that he was ready at any moment. Dust release, original world separation technique. With a low shout from Noki, the moment he completed the hand seals, a glowing triangular rune appeared in his palm. Immediately, a chilling power erupted from it, directly targeting the trapped Feng. The triangular rune rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive light curtain that enveloped Feng entirely. Within the light curtain, the space seemed to twist, and all matter was quickly being decomposed, even the air growing thin. Feng face turned pale. He never expected to find himself in such a desperate situation. He struggled with all his might, but the restraints of the sand and the blockade of the flowing water were so solid that it felt hopeless. The light of the dust escape made him feel the threat of death even more. "No, I cannot lose here," Feng roared, but his voice sounded so weak amidst the rumble of the dust escape. However, at this moment of life and death, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Feng's eyes. He was well aware that he could no longer escape, but even so, he had to do his utmost to leave a deep impression on his opponent. "Power of causality, erupt for me," Feng growled, and the chakra within him seemed to boil. A powerful force surged out from his body, shooting straight into the sky. However, this force seemed to be swallowed by an invisible power when it came into contact with the brilliance of dust release, disappearing without a trace. Feng Tian then realized that the causality power he was so proud of was so fragile in the face of dust release. It's over, Feng Tian. The voice of Noki came from beyond the light curtain, carrying a hint of barely perceptible regret. Your ambition and strength could have become a powerful force. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong path. As Naka's words fell, the brilliance of dust release grew even more dazzling, and Feng Tian's figure gradually dissipated within the light, ultimately turning into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing between heaven and earth. Chapter 104. The Real Body. After taking this move from me, there is no possibility other than annihilation. Naka's face twisted with pride as he watched Feng Tian being engulfed by his dust release. In his heart, dust release was an all-powerful force of destruction, and even a strong figure like Feng Tian was destined to turn into nothingness under it, leaving no trace behind. Damn it. It's incredibly frustrating not to be able to tear these traitors to pieces myself. The fourth Raikage's eyes flickered with unwillingness as he looked at Feng Tian's gradually dissipating figure, a hint of regret quietly creeping onto his face. However, when he confirmed that Feng Tian's aura had completely vanished from the world, a rare sense of relief appeared in his deep eyes. At this moment, the nearby Rasha and Yakumo cast grateful glances at Noki. If it weren't for Naka's intervention, Feng Tian would have truly become a thorn in their hearts that was hard to remove. Everyone present was filled with joy, except for Sarutobi Hizashi and Kakashi, who appeared somewhat out of place. Kakashi, do you really think Feng Tian would be eliminated so easily? Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, gazing deeply into the distance. Hearing this, Kakashi also slightly frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking his head, as if waiting for Sarutobi Hizashi to continue. Sarutobi Hizashi paused, and with a grave tone, continued. Did you notice that when Feng Tian was struck by dust release, there was no trace of despair or struggle in his eyes? Instead, he deliberately elongated his tone here, as if wanting to deeply imprint each word into Kakashi's heart. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of relief, as if he had already anticipated all of this, even looking forward to something. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart suddenly tightened, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He quickly replayed the scene in his mind. Feng Tian indeed appeared unusually calm, in stark contrast to the despair one would typically expect. This extraordinary composure sent a chill down Kakashi's spine, as if some hidden secret was about to surface. Just as the two exchanged meaningful glances, subtle ripples suddenly emerged in the originally empty battlefield. The air seemed to grow heavy at that moment, and even time appeared to freeze. Ono's expression turned ashen in an instant, a sense of unprecedented crisis piercing through him like ice. He could clearly feel an unknown threat quietly rising from the abyss of nothingness, becoming more and more solid. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could he crawl out from the abyss of death? The exclamations of Luosha and Shigura almost intertwined, filled with disbelief and deep shock. At this critical moment, a vague and eerie figure gradually became clear in the horrified gazes of the crowd, as if it had stepped out of a dream. It was none other than Feng Tian, who should have been completely erased by the dust of time. He walked steadily, approaching the crowd step by step, with a look of almost playful admiration on his face, lightly clapping his hands as if watching a spectacular performance. Congratulations, everyone. Your performance is truly impressive. You have successfully captured my interest. Feng Tian's voice was deep and magnetic. Each word seemed to carry immense weight, striking directly at the heart. In return for this gift of yours, his words suddenly turned cold, and a decisive light flashed in his eyes. I have decided to personally erase you from this world with my true form. Before his words faded, Feng Tian's figure unexpectedly twisted in front of everyone, as if swallowed by the power of space. When he reappeared, he stood proudly in the high sky at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. A faint black mist enveloped him, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression that instantly dropped the atmosphere of the entire battlefield to a freezing point. Complete body Susanoo. With a furious shout from Feng Tian, a colossal figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the enormous Susanoo, clad in black armor. Its eyes were as deep as an abyss, radiating a heart-pounding light. This Susanoo was even larger and more imposing than when it had just begun to invade, as if it could swallow all light and bring endless darkness. This is the complete form of Susanoo. How could it be so massive? The voice of Anoki trembled with shock. He had never seen such a gigantic Susanoo, and this power had far exceeded his imagination. A serious look flashed in the eyes of the fourth Reikage. He could clearly sense the terrifying power of this Susanoo just from the aura unintentionally exuded. He clenched his fists tightly, with lightning chakra surging violently within him, ready to face the impending battle. Rasha and Yagura exchanged glances, filled with an unprecedented fear. They never imagined that Feng Tian concealed such a terrifying power. A power capable of overturning the entire battlefield and rendering all their efforts meaningless. Sarutobi Hisashi and Kakashi exchanged glances, reading the same message in each other's eyes. The battle had just begun, and it would be more difficult than ever before. Little did they expect that the Feng Tian they had just worked together to defeat was merely a clone. At that moment, the real Feng Tian hovered in the high sky, overlooking the battlefield with a near-divine posture, his voice echoing in everyone's ears with undeniable authority. You may think that with that mere dust release, you can completely erase me? How laughable. What I have shown is merely the tip of the iceberg of my power. As his words fell, the massive Susanoo slowly raised its arm, gathering a pitch-black energy sphere in its palm. The energy sphere seemed to contain the darkness and destruction of the entire universe, with a thick aura of obliteration surrounding it, instilling despair in the hearts of all. Next, let you witness what true despair is. On a moonless night, the energy sphere suddenly fired, carrying a terrifying power that could tear through space, heading straight for Noki and the others. Faced with this sudden attack, Noki did not dare to be careless for a moment, immediately channeling all his strength to prepare the strongest defensive technique. Earth release, light and heavy rock technique combined with dust release, original world separation technique. He attempted to weaken the impact of the energy sphere by altering the density of the matter, and combined with the disintegration ability of dust release, to dissolve this strike into nothingness. However, at the moment the energy sphere made contact with the dust release, it did not dissipate as he had wished. Instead, it seemed to encounter some unknown resistance. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, erupting with dazzling light and deafening rumbling. The fourth Reikage, seeing this, did not hesitate to join the battle. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, attempting to ambush Feng Tian from the side, using the power of lightning to distract him. But Feng Tian seemed to have anticipated everything. The other arm of Susanoo waved gently, and an invisible shockwave met the fourth Reikage, causing the two to collide in the air, creating layers of electric sparks, making it difficult to determine a victor for a moment. Luo Sha and Yagura, seeing this, knew that fighting alone was no match for Feng Tian. The two quickly exchanged glances and decided to join forces to perform a forbidden technique. Luo Sha formed hand seals, and the sand on the ground seemed to come to life, swirling to form a gigantic hand of sand reaching for Feng Tian, while Yagura chanted incantations, causing the surrounding water vapor to rapidly condense into a cold curtain of water, attempting to seal off Feng Tian's escape route. However, faced with the combined efforts of these two shadow-level powerhouses, Feng Tian merely curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. Susanoo let out a deep roar, and the black aura surrounding it grew denser, as if it were going to devour everything. Your efforts are nothing but futile. Tremble, despair, everything will ultimately return to dust. Chapter 105 Opportunity Underground in Konoha Village. This is where Namake's Minato slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him made his heart sink. He, along with Kira and a group of elite ninjas, is currently trapped in a cold and sturdy cage. The walls around them seem to emanate a chilling aura that presses against the heart. The guards standing outside the cage are none other than the bizarre and fierce-looking white Zetsus. They exude a strange atmosphere that sends shivers down one's spine. The white Zetsus stare expressionlessly at the people inside the cage, weapons tightly gripped in their hands, remaining ever vigilant. Minato desperately tries to recall the moments before he lost consciousness. That memory is shrouded in fog, unclear and indistinct. He only remembers that during the fierce battle with Feng Tian, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him like a tide, dragging him into endless darkness. That feeling was like experiencing a long, boundless dream across time and space. And when he struggled to wake up from the edge of that dream, he found himself in this dim dungeon, surrounded by everything strange and oppressive, causing a chill to creep over him. Instinctively, Minato attempted to channel the chakra within him, intending to use ninjutsu to escape this predicament. But no matter how hard he tried, he felt no trace of chakra flowing. He suddenly understood that the source of all this was likely the horrifying sealing talisman on his abdomen. That bright red talisman, like a greedy magical eye, was tightly affixed to his skin, completely blocking his chakra and seemingly silently draining every bit of power from his body. Minato's brows furrowed into a peak, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart like a tide. At that moment, Killer Bee's calm, yet slightly mocking voice timely rang in Minato's ear. "Hey, you're awake? But you might as well not waste your energy." Killer Bee continued, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Those guys from the Twilight Organization must have invested heavily to prevent our escape, setting up ruthless traps that can seal chakra. And the situation is even worse than this." Killer Bee sighed. "I can't even perform significant body techniques, let alone you. Plus, there are so many monsters guarding outside. Right now, it's really hard for us to fly even with wings. Hard to fly with wings." Minato's voice was deep and firm as he looked at Killer Bee, his eyes flashing with an indomitable light. In the world of ninjas, the word give up has never existed. As long as we are alive, there is always hope. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee's mouth curled into a smile. Although they were in a predicament, his optimistic spirit remained unchanged. "Well, that's true, Lord Minato. Which one of us has not crawled out of desperate situations? This time will be no exception." At this moment, the other elite ninjas in the cage also began to awaken, all looking at Minato and Killer Bee with the same determination in their eyes. "What exactly are these monsters?" Minato pointed at the white zetsu guarding them outside the cage, asking again, his tone filled with confusion and vigilance. However, Killer Bee merely shook his head slightly, his brow furrowed. "I don't know what these monsters are either," he said in a low voice, his eyes also revealing a hint of confusion and unease. "Lord Minato, what should we do?" a ninja asked. Wave-wind Minato took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, his gaze steadfast and calm as it scanned each person in the cage. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we must remain calm. The most important thing now is to analyze the current situation. Our chakra is sealed, and our physical techniques are also somewhat restricted, which means we cannot force our way out. Therefore, we must wait for a suitable opportunity." There was an undeniable decisiveness in Minato's tone, an opportunity that could allow us to restore our chakra, or at least find a breakthrough. Just as Minato was quietly discussing with the others, trying to find a possible way out, a low and indistinct conversation suddenly came from outside the cage. The white zetsu guards seemed to be receiving new instructions, and their conversation revealed a sense of inexplicable tension and anticipation. This sudden change stirred Minato's heart. He immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet and listen carefully to the sounds outside. Perhaps this was the opportunity they had been waiting for. "Have you heard? The plan is nearing completion, and they will soon awaken it." "Really? Then, how should we deal with these subjects? Should we eliminate them directly?" "No. The adults have instructed that they must be kept alive." Minato's heart sank as he realized he was caught up in a huge conspiracy beyond imagination. The mention of it filled him with a sense of foreboding, as if a powerful presence was about to awaken, posing a threat to the entire ninja world. "We must find a way to escape as soon as possible and bring the information back to the village," Minato said in a lowered voice to his companions in the cage. His gaze revealed determination and urgency. Fully aware of the importance of this information to the Hidden Leaf Village, the others nodded slightly at his words, but their faces were filled with helplessness. At this moment, apart from waiting and watching for changes and possible opportunities, they truly had no other options. "Opportunity?" A faint yet resolute voice suddenly echoed from the corner of the cage, like a flash of lightning breaking through the oppressive air. Though small, this voice contained undeniable power, leaving everyone present in shock. Minato quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a young boy curled up in one corner of the cage. He wore a pair of thick glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses sparkled with wisdom. A faint smile graced the boy's face as he quietly gazed at himself, as if he was full of confidence. Although the boy's words were light, they were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples, perhaps. "I have a way." Chapter 106, Success. Opportunity? Kakashi looked intently at the figure before him, his eyes shining with anticipation. "My friend, who are you?" Kakashi asked politely, while secretly speculating about the other person's identity. The figure did not rush to respond. Instead, he calmly brushed off the dust from his clothes and spoke in a gentle, deep voice. "My name is Toby, and I am Lord Orochimaru's assistant." He paused for a moment, seemingly pondering his words. "At the same time, I'm also a pharmacist." "Pharmacisto," he murmured, repeating the name, and a strange sense of familiarity surged in his heart, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes as he tried to search through the ocean of memories for fragments related to this name. He remembered that Orochimaru was once a rogue ninja from Konoha, and Kabuto, as his assistant, was undoubtedly involved in that turmoil. However, at this moment, Kabuto's appearance seemed to carry some unusual significance. Kabuto, what exactly do you mean by opportunity? Minato Namake's gaze was sharp, fixated on Kabuto, trying to catch a subtle clue from his expression. Kabuto smiled gently, his smile revealing both cunning wisdom and an indescribable sincerity. Lord Minato, you should still remember Orochimaru's groundbreaking research, right? At this, Minato's heart trembled slightly. Orochimaru, the genius who had drawn the attention of the entire Konoha and even the ninja world, had indeed stirred up a significant commotion with his research. Kabuto continued. He had unique and profound insights into the mysteries of the human body, the essence of chakra, and the essence of sealing techniques. As his capable assistant, I naturally absorbed a lot of valuable knowledge. Minato's heart stirred at his words. Orochimaru's research had indeed shaken Konoha and the entire ninja world, and Kabuto, as his assistant, undoubtedly held many core secrets. Are you saying you have a way to lift the sealing jutsu on us? Minato's voice could not hide a hint of excitement, but it was quickly doused by Kabuto's next words. Kabuto shook his head gently, a trace of helplessness crossing his face. This sealing jutsu, under normal circumstances, I might be able to break with ease. But now, due to the chakra being sealed, I am powerless. Minato's heart sank, but Kabuto changed his tone. However, not long ago, I successfully concocted a new type of potion. This potion can rapidly restore chakra, and even allow a person without chakra to generate a small amount of chakra. Minato's eyes brightened, but Kabuto's next words plunged him into contemplation. However, this potion is still in the experimental stage and has not yet undergone human trials. Therefore, its side effects are unknown. Whether to take it is entirely up to you. Saying this, Kabuto slowly took out a bottle of green potion from his waist, the potion shimmering with an eerie glow in the dim prison. Minato stared at the bottle of potion, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This bottle of potion was something he had just concocted, and in the sudden intrusion by Feng Tian, he had hurriedly hidden it at his waist. This little action was, of course, completely ignored by the extremely confident Feng Tian. Little did he expect that this bottle of potion would bring hope to everyone. Minato gazed at the green potion in Kabuto's hand, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that any untested potion could bring unknown risks. But at this moment, they were in a desperate situation, and any glimmer of hope could not be missed. Do, are you sure this potion can restore our chakra? The voice of Minato Namake's carried a hint of unmistakable caution, his gaze fixed intently on Do's face. Do nodded gently, his eyes shining with an undeniable determination. Although this is only the result of preliminary tests, based on my precise calculations and observations, it can at least temporarily restore the chakra sealed within you for a short period of time. Of course, I cannot currently provide a definitive answer regarding the side effects. This is also one of the reasons it has not yet undergone human trials. Upon hearing this, Minato took a deep breath, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person in the cage. Their eyes were filled with a longing for freedom and trust in Do, which made his inner balance tilt even more. Do, I'm willing to try this potion. The voice of Minato Namake's was firm and powerful, as if he was already prepared to face all unknown challenges. For the village, for everyone, I am willing to take this risk. If we succeed, we will have a chance to escape from here and expose the conspiracy of the Twilight Organization. Upon hearing this, Do smiled slightly and handed the potion to Minato. He knew very well that the decision he made at that moment not only concerned the life and death of himself, but also the fate of everyone in the entire prison. Without hesitation, he took the potion and drank it all. At that moment, he seemed to clearly feel the potion rapidly spreading within his body, a warm and powerful force gradually awakening the chakra that had long been sealed within him. As his chakra began to recover, he felt his strength slowly returning. He took a deep breath, gathering the chakra he had just regained, ready to lift the sealing spell on him in one go. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented and intense backlash. The force of the backlash was so fierce that it startled Minato, forcing him to stop in his tracks, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. The chakra surged violently within him, but it felt as if it were tightly bound by an invisible shackle, unable to flow smoothly. Minato gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he endured the discomfort within his body, trying to find the root of the problem. Seeing this, Kabuto's expression also became unusually serious. He rushed to Minato's side, one hand firmly placed on his shoulder while the other gently pressed against his chest, trying to help stabilize the chaotic flow of chakra within him. What's happening? Minato struggled to ask, his voice filled with confusion and anxiety. Do didn't immediately respond, focusing instead on guiding the chakra within Minato, trying to find a solution. Lord Minato, stay calm. It could be a conflict between the potion and the sealing formula. Do's voice was low and powerful, attempting to soothe Minato's emotions. Minato took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He understood that in such a life-and-death situation, even a moment of panic could lead to irreparable consequences. He closed his eyes, feeling the chakra within him that, although weak, was gradually recovering. Once he confirmed that the chakra began to flow, Minato, disregarding the intense backlash within his body, slowly and firmly began to form hand seals. Each seal gathered all his will and strength, as if he were silently battling against the invisible restraints. At the same time, the people in the cage also quickly sprang into action. They moved their bodies in tacit understanding, using themselves to create a temporary barrier for Minato, blocking the line of sight of those guarding white Zetsu, buying precious time for him. Time passed by second, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Minato's face was extremely distorted from the immense pain he was enduring, but his eyes were exceptionally determined. He gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to fall. Finally, at the moment the last hand seal was completed, Minato slammed his right hand against his abdomen. With a faint puff of smoke, the blood-red sealing symbol began to slowly dissipate, as if being erased by an invisible force, ultimately disappearing completely from Minato's body. It worked. Chapter 107 Reinforcements, Konoha Village. Now we can be quiet for a while, right? Feng Tian's emotionless voice echoed within the massive Susanoo, as if even the air had frozen. In front of him, the once prosperous Hidden Leaf Village was now a wasteland, with the remnants of walls telling the tale of the fierce battle that had just occurred. That last attack had nearly destroyed the entire village, if it weren't for the 5 Kage executing the 4 Red Suns formation at a critical moment. It was likely that within a 10-mile radius, neither the defending warriors nor the civilians who had entered the shelters would have escaped unscathed. Bang! A loud noise shattered the brief silence as a massive rock was suddenly pushed aside, and the 4th Reikage, appeared before Feng Tian like a raging thunder. His body was covered in the scars of battle, but his eyes still sparkled with an indomitable light. Soon after, Ohyuki, Yagura, Rasha, and Sarutobi Hizashi staggered out from the ruins one after another. Their clothes were tattered, their faces covered in dust and scars, yet their gazes were exceptionally steadfast. The 5 shadows stood together, shoulder to shoulder, building the last line of defense for the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the unwavering wall of belief in their hearts. Feng Tian, your ambition has caused this land to endure too much pain. The voice of the 4th Reikage, AI, rumbled through the air like thunder, his eyes filled with both anger and defiance. This is not a place you can easily trample on. A cold smile curled at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth, and the colossal figure of Susanoo cast an endless shadow behind him. Do you think that with this broken alliance of the 5 shadows, you can stop my steps? How ridiculous! Noki, the 3rd Tsukuyomi, had eyes as sharp as an eagle. Young man, strength is not everything. True power comes from protection and sacrifice. Look around. Beneath this ruin lies the homes and hopes of countless people. What you destroy is not just buildings, but the hearts of many. The Mizukage, Yagura, wore a cold expression but radiated determination. The ocean has taught me depth and vastness, and it has also taught me perseverance and resilience. The waters of the leaf, even when polluted, will find their way to a clear stream. Your darkness cannot consume all light. The wind shadow, Rasha, had sand swirling gently around him, as if whispering. The wind is always free, unbound. Your power may be strong, but your heart is trapped by desire. I, Rasha, as the protector of Sunagakure, vow to disperse this gloom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, possessed a will as solid as rock, his gaze piercing through the vicissitudes of time. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. I have witnessed the glory of the leaf, and have also experienced its lows. But no matter the time, the spirit of the leaf has never extinguished. Today, let us, the older generation, protect the future of the next generation. The 5 shadows stood side by side, their figures elongated in the twilight, appearing exceptionally tragic and noble. Around them, Although the hidden leaf village had become a ruin, the air was filled with an indomitable spirit, a resilience and hope that belonged to the leaf, to the will of fire. Feng Tian's gaze suddenly became grave as he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the entire world was against him at that moment. The hands of Susanoo clenched into fists, the powerful force causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if even the air was being compressed by this power. Very well, since you insist so much, let me end this all with my own hands. Feng Tian's voice echoed within Susanoo, carrying an undeniable resolve. Before his words fell, he urged Susanoo once more, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. However, at that critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Countless wildly growing branches surged from beneath Susanoo, spreading rapidly like living creatures, tightly binding the massive Susanoo. These branches seemed to contain powerful life force, constantly squeezing and entangling, trying to restrict Susanoo's movements. At the same time, Danzo appeared silently on the battlefield with a group of masked Umbu ninjas. As soon as they appeared, they quickly formed seals, preparing to cast the sealing technique. Sealing symbols, shimmering with mysterious light, rapidly coalesced and then flew towards the Susanoo, which was bound by branches, like a meteor shower. The moment these sealing symbols made contact with the Susanoo, they erupted with intense brilliance, as if trying to completely seal away this powerful force. Feng Tian's expression instantly turned extremely grim as he felt the strong binding power of the sealing technique, which was continuously eroding the strength of the Susanoo. Seeing the situation, the five Kage collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The power meant to protect the civilians had finally returned to the battlefield. Moreover, beneath the feet of the five Kage, dozens of healing slugs suddenly emerged from the ground, slowly crawling onto their shoulders. Following this, they began to release healing light, treating the wounds of these weary Kage and restoring their depleted stamina. Ladies and gentlemen, please rest for a moment. A firm yet gentle voice rang out. It was Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha. She stood behind the five Kage, her eyes revealing undeniable resolve. Konoha will be protected by us. The five Kage felt Tsunade's determination and the healing from the slugs, a wave of comfort surging in their hearts. They knew that was Tsunade's joining. The balance of victory in this battle had tilted a few more degrees in their favor. At the same time, Tsunade began to quickly form seals, and the red dot on her forehead rapidly extended into several black lines, signaling the unlocking of the mitotic regeneration technique. As the curse mark was released, Tsunade felt every cell in her body surging wildly, a previously unimaginable power filling her body, making her feel as if she could do anything. Immediately, she looked at the bound Susanoo, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. The Susanoo, tightly bound by branches, began to struggle violently, but those branches seemed to have a life of their own, tightening their grip and showing no signs of loosening. Feng Tian's expression darkened. He did not expect Danzo and Tsunade to appear at this moment, nor did he anticipate her intervening in such a powerful manner. Danzo, how dare you betray me? Feng Tian's roar pierced through the armor of Susanoo, echoing across the battlefield. However, Danzo merely looked at him coldly, offering no response. The dark ninjas beside him continued to focus on maintaining the sealing technique, the light of the talismans flickering on the surface of Susanoo, gradually eroding its power. The five Kages felt somewhat relieved upon seeing this, but they knew the battle was far from over. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, clearly suppressing the injuries within him, but he still looked steadfastly at Tsunade, giving her a gentle nod of encouragement. Tsunade understood his intent. She knew that every moment counted at this critical juncture, and she had to give it her all. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her determined gaze on the Susanoo bound by branches and sealing talismans. Then, with her fists clenched tightly, she propelled herself off the ground, shooting into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In the air, her figure traced a perfect arc, heading straight for the bound Susanoo. Tsunade's speed was so fast that it was almost dazzling, targeting the core of Susanoo, the deity itself. Go to hell, Tsunade roared, her voice filled with endless anger and determination. In that moment, her fist seemed to gather the immense power of the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a howling wind, and it slammed fiercely into Susanoo's chest. The force of this strike was so great that even the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Tsunade's fist collided with Susanoo's chest, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 108. We are here, Tsunade's punch, which gathered all her strength. caused the entire battlefield to tremble as it landed solidly on Susanoo, who was under the immense impact. The giant form of Susanoo shook slightly, and then numerous cracks spread rapidly across its body like a spider web. These cracks became longer and more distinct over time, signaling that Susanoo's defenses were gradually being shattered. Upon seeing this, the cold, frosty expression on Feng Tian's face finally revealed an unprecedented seriousness. He knew very well that if things continued like this, Susanoo would likely be unable to withstand Tsunade's next strike. Therefore, he had to take action to turn the tide of battle. The cause turned into the effect. With a roar of fury, his eyes seemed to transform into an endless vortex at that moment, releasing a powerful force of causality. This force was like invisible chains, instantly disrupting the wood release used by Danzo to bind him, the sealing tags of the Umbu ninjas, and Tsunade as attacks. Tsunade steadied herself, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a determined fighting spirit. A bit of skill, but that's far from enough. Tsunade grunted, quickly forming hand seals, her chakra surging within her. Creation rebirth. 100 healings technique. In an instant, Tsunade's body was enveloped in a faint green light, her wounds healing at a visible speed, as if her vitality was endless. She charged towards Feng Tian again. This time, not only her strength, but also her speed and agility were elevated to a whole new level. Seeing this, Feng Tian smirked coldly. He did not rush to counterattack, but slowly raised his hands, closing his eyes in concentration, as if communicating with some mysterious power. Retreat, accompanied by a roar. An indescribable repulsive force erupted from Feng Tian, causing Tsunade's attack to be deflected just as it approached, sending her flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Tsunade did not give up. She struggled to stand up, blood at the corner of her mouth. But her gaze was even more resolute. I will not fall here. On the other side, Danzo, released from his bindings by the reversal of cause and effect, along with the Umbu ninjas, seized the opportunity to launch a barrage of ninjutsu and hidden weapons at Feng Tian. But Feng Tian merely smiled lightly. With Susanoo condensing once more, the cracks rapidly mending as if it had never been harmed, blocking all attacks one by one. Such a boring struggle, Feng Tian said indifferently, his gaze suddenly locking onto Danzo in the distance, who was attempting to gather chakra for a long-range attack. Next, it's your turn. Feng Tian's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an undeniable killing intent. As his words fell, Susanoo suddenly took a step forward, the weight of that step causing the entire ground to tremble. That gigantic black hand came crashing down on Danzo like a mountain, carrying earth-shattering power. Danzo was startled. He did not expect Feng Tian's attack to be so swift and deadly. In this critical moment, he quickly stood up and narrowly evaded the enormous hand that could have turned him into mush at an extremely strange and elusive angle. However, Feng Tian clearly had no intention of letting Danzo off so easily. The judgment blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light, as if it could sever everything in the world. As he swung his arm, a black sword aura filled with the breath of destruction sliced through the sky. Swift as a meteor, aimed directly at Danzo's head. Danzo was greatly alarmed. He knew the power of this strike all too well. In a hurry, he quickly formed hand seals, attempting to summon some form of defense. However, Feng Tian's attack speed was too fast. He barely had time to complete his defense. Just then, miraculously, countless branches suddenly surged beneath Danzo's feet, growing wildly and quickly becoming several towering trees. These giant trees acted as a natural barrier, blocking Feng Tian's black sword aura. The sword aura left a deep mark on the giant trees, but ultimately failed to penetrate through. Just as Feng Tian was about to continue his assault, Tsunade had regained her state and directly punched Feng Tian's Susanoo. Feng Tian's Susanoo was struck heavily by Tsunade once again, and this time its massive body trembled slightly, as if it too felt the anger and indomitable spirit contained in Tsunade's punch. Cracks spread across the surface of Susanoo once more, but this time, they spread faster and wider, as if signaling that this fortress built of chakra was about to collapse. Feng Tian's expression darkened even further. He did not expect Tsunade to pose such a significant threat to him twice in succession. He let out a cold grunt, gripping the blade of judgment tightly, as an even more powerful force of causality surged from within him, instantly repairing the cracks on Susanoo as if it had never been harmed at all. Tsunade, you are indeed strong, but with just this, you cannot defeat me. Feng Tian's voice was cold and resolute, filled with confidence and disdain. Tsunade did not respond, but once again concentrated her power, preparing to launch her next attack. She knew well that the battle with Feng Tian had reached a fever pitch, and every moment was crucial. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The Umbu ninjas, who had been ignored by Feng Tian, quickly launched a counterattack. Taking advantage of the time gained by Danzo, they launched a fierce attack on Feng Tian from all directions using their respective skilled ninjutsu and hidden weapons. Although Feng Tian was powerful, he had to divert his attention to deal with such a dense offensive. He swung the blade of judgment, cutting through waves of attacks into nothingness. Yet some ninjutsu and hidden weapons still broke through his defenses, leaving him with scars. However, these scars seemed to be merely insignificant surface wounds to Feng Tian. He let out a cold laugh and swung the blade of judgment again, unleashing an even more powerful sword aura that forced the surrounding dark ninjas back. Ants, your attacks are nothing more than an itch to me. Feng Tian's words were filled with mockery and disdain for the leaf ninjas, and his gaze revealed a domineering air of superiority. However, at that moment, Tsunade keenly caught the instant when Feng Tian was distracted. She knew this was the perfect opportunity to launch an offensive. Like a flash of lightning, she charged toward Feng Tian, her speed nearly blinding. Tsunade's hands quickly gathered powerful chakra, her eyes filled with determination and anger. She understood that this strike would be the key to deciding victory or defeat. Therefore, she unleashed all her power without reservation, preparing to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if countless iron horses were galloping by. This tremor not only surprised the ninjas of the Leaf Village, but also stirred a sense of unease in Feng Tian's heart. Immediately after, a sharp voice rang out across the sky, like the dawn's light, bringing a glimmer of hope and brightness to those engaged in battle. This voice was filled with strength and resolve, as if heralding the arrival of new power to the battlefield. We are here. Chapter 109. The Ninja World Allied Forces. We are here. A new force surged onto the battlefield. This power came from elite ninjas of other villages, who sensed the crisis on the battlefield and rushed to provide support. In that moment, Tsunade felt the arrival of her comrades, and a warm current surged in her heart. She knew this was not just her battle, but the battle of the entire Leaf Village. She turned back and saw a group of ninjas approaching at an astonishing speed, their faces filled with determination and courage. Feng Tian's expression darkened further. He hadn't expected the support from the Leaf Village to arrive so quickly. He felt pressure coming from all directions, which made it impossible for him to respond as calmly as before. So what if you all come? In the face of my power, everything is just in vain. Although Feng Tian said this, a hint of panic was revealed in his eyes. Tsunade ignored Feng Tian's provocation, took a deep breath, and gathered her strength once again. This time, she was not just fighting for herself, but also for the honor of Konoha and the trust of her comrades. Twilight, your doomsday has arrived. This shout came from an indomitable force within the ninja allied forces. The squad leader of the Mist Village, Qing, his voice, like the first ray of dawn before the break of day, pierced through the darkness, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas still fighting fiercely. Just at that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a figure stood like a divine warrior descended from the heavens, firmly positioned amidst the chaos of battle, as if its presence were the anchor in the sea, instantly stabilizing the wavering confidence of all the soldiers. He is the legendary ninja known as the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo's movements are swift and powerful, his hands flying as he performs hand seals with the fluidity of flowing clouds and flowing water. Immediately after, he slams his palm into the ground, as if to deeply imprint his will upon this war-torn land. Summoning technique. Accompanied by his deafening roar, the earth trembles and dust rises, as a colossal creature bursts forth from the ground. It is Hanzo's summoned beast, the Salamander, its massive form towering like an ancient beast, exuding an overwhelming majesty and power, instantly becoming the focal point of the battlefield. Hanzo stands proudly atop the Salamander, gazing down with a near-royal demeanor at the somewhat disheveled Danzo, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. You're quite slow to arrive. Danzo, feeling Hanzo's gaze, speaks up irritably. At that moment, the hundreds of allied forces from the ninja world spring into action. At the forefront are the warriors of the Cloud Village, led by an elite Jonin. All members synchronize perfectly, their hands flying as they perform hand seals at astonishing speed. Lightning release, lightning pillar. With a unified command, Countless dazzling bolts of lightning surge forth like furious dragons emerging from the sea, slicing through the night sky and illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were daytime. In the midst of this sea of lightning, even with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a peerless eye, at this moment, Feng Tian feels as though he is being engulfed by the endless radiance, his vision obstructed like never before. Following closely, the ninjas of the Mist Village silently ascend onto the battlefield, seamlessly joining the offensive of the Cloud Village ninjas. They quickly and skillfully form seals, as if each movement had been practiced thousands of times, perfectly in sync. In an instant, a thick fog surged in from all directions, enveloping the battlefield tightly, as if the entire world had been swallowed into endless chaos. This was undoubtedly a further blow to Feng Tian, whose vision was already obstructed, making his situation even more difficult. Faced with this sudden change, Feng Tian frowned but showed no signs of panic. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, and suddenly swung the judgment blade in his hand. Accompanied by a howling wind, a powerful whirlwind swept out from between the blade, attempting to tear a crack in the vast sea of fog. However, although this whirlwind was fierce, it seemed powerless in the face of the countless jutsu unleashed by the ninjas of the Mist-Hidden Village. The thick fog was disturbed, but still shrouded the battlefield like a heavy curtain, leaving Feng Tian's vision still blurred. Just as the thick fog spread and the situation became ambiguous, the ninjas of the Sand-Hidden Village suddenly joined the battlefield like a storm in the desert. Like the other allied forces, they swiftly formed hand seals as if their hands were butterflies flapping their wings. Then, they pushed their hands forward and shouted, "Wind release, air flow dance." In that moment, it seemed as if countless wind spirits were dancing gracefully on the battlefield, with numerous air currents intertwining and wrapping around, creating a feast for the eyes and senses. For Feng Tian, these air currents were not just visual obstructions. They were like invisible walls, constantly interfering with his ability to capture the movements of the allied shinobi forces. The air currents raged around Feng Tian, sometimes slicing through the air like sharp blades, and at other times swirling like a vortex, pulling him in. In this chaos, Feng Tian's senses were greatly diminished. He struggled to widen his eyes, trying to capture even a shred of useful information from this turmoil, but everything seemed so difficult. Just then, the people of Awagakure stepped forward. They quickly formed hand seals with both hands and then slammed them onto the ground. Earth release, great earthquake, accompanied by a roar. The ground beneath Feng Tian seemed to be swallowed by a giant beast, suddenly collapsing, and the massive body of the complete body, Susanoo, was instantly engulfed underground. Feng Tian was startled and quickly mobilized all his strength, trying to flap his huge wings to break free from this sudden restraint. However, just as he was about to break through the ground, another team from Awagakure was already waiting at the entrance like a hunting falcon. Their eyes sparkled with a cold glimmer. The team members quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Dissolution technique, lime solidification." Before the words fell, a thick layer of lime rapidly formed above the cave entrance, like an impassable chasm separating Feng Tian from freedom. This lime layer was not only as hard as iron, but also emitted a pungent odor, as if it were nature's most primitive defense, sealing Feng Tian firmly within this small space. Feng Tian's face twisted with anger and suffocation as he struggled with all his might. However, the massive body of the complete body Susanoo seemed clumsy and powerless under this sudden series of attacks. Even worse, at this moment, led by AO, the people of the Mist-Hidden Village also arrived at the cave entrance. They did not hesitate and directly unleashed the water release, water bullet technique. Countless streams of clear and powerful water shot towards the cave entrance like arrows, intertwining with the solid layer of lime to form an even stronger binding. The mixture of water and lime seemed to turn into a natural cage, trapping Feng Tian firmly within, unable to move. Meanwhile, the people of Konohagakure, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, also arrived at the entrance of the cave. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with compassion, just as it had been when he first battled Feng Tian. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and began to form hand seals slowly. Under his leadership, the ninjas of Konohagakure, especially the members of the Uchiha clan, began to unleash powerful fire release techniques. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to ignite, with countless fireballs and fire dragons intertwining to create a blazing sea of flames. The flames danced like a frenzied dragon, devouring everything around them. The intense heat seemed capable of melting all the hard ice in the world. and even the solid lime cage began to show cracks under the scorching flames. Feng Tian, trapped within, could feel the heat waves and pressure coming from all directions, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku also arrived at the entrance of the cave. His face showed no emotion as he unleashed the Amaterasu, capable of incinerating everything. The raging black flames, like a judgment from hell, intertwined with the fire release ninjutsu below, turning the space where Feng Tian was located into a scorching furnace. The flames not only burned his complete body, succumb, but also threatened the safety of his true form through the gaps. It's over. Ultimately, with a sigh from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Feng Tian, along with Susanoo, completely vanished within the cave. Chapter 110, Sage Art, would release, true thousands of hands. Did it succeed? Danzo's voice echoed at the entrance of the cave, carrying a barely detectable tremor. His gaze penetrated the opening, staring down at the deep pit that seemed to devour everything. Inside the pit, the other flames had already been extinguished, leaving only the unique Amaterasu black flames of Uchiha Fugaku still burning fiercely, their strange and enduring light particularly piercing in the darkness. The high temperature roared like an invisible beast within the pit, capable of instantly consuming any existence that dared to approach. Danzo understood this well, and even though there was no sound within the pit, he still found it difficult to put his mind at ease. He turned his head to look at Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing beside him, and in his deep eyes revealed a complex emotion intertwined with anticipation and unease. Fugaku, you are also someone who can control Susanoo. Danzo's words carried a hint of probing and inquiry. Facing such terrifying high temperatures, what do you think that guy will do? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku did not respond immediately. He slightly squinted, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness and reverence. If it were me, with my half-finished Susanoo, I would definitely be unable to withstand such a fierce attack. The intertwining of high temperatures and flames is something even I would find difficult to resist. He paused slightly, seemingly weighing his next words, and then continued. But that guy Feng Tian, what he controls is a complete Susanoo. Its defensive level is on a completely different level compared to my incomplete Susanoo, so I don't dare to speculate recklessly about his fate. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's response, Danzo furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze still fixed on the giant pit below, as if trying to penetrate through the layers of rock and flames to glimpse Feng Tian's true fate. He knew very well that Feng Tian was an extremely tough opponent, and even in the face of such a powerful attack, one must never let their guard down. Fugaku, we cannot just wait here. After pondering for a moment, Danzo resolutely said, we must go down and confirm his situation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. He also understood that only by personally confirming Feng Tian's life or death could he be completely at ease. The two exchanged a glance, and without needing to say much, they silently made a decision. They flashed their figures like two light and agile shadows, leaping down and landing steadily in the giant pit below. Their movements were agile and precise, maintaining a high level of alertness and stability even in this perilous environment. In the giant pit, a scene of devastation unfolded before their eyes. The surroundings were charred black from the intense heat, and the rocks and soil appeared as if they had been licked by flames, becoming fragile and crisp. The air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell, a unique odor produced by the intertwining of flames with rocks and soil. The black flame of the sun still burned fiercely, like an everlasting demonic eye, watching everything below. Its flames were eerie and powerful, as if capable of devouring everything. Even the air trembled in its presence. Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku cautiously approached the black flames, carefully observing the situation around them. They found that although the power of the black flames was still strong, it seemed to show no signs of spreading further. It appeared that that guy's Susanoo was indeed astonishingly defensive. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, otherwise in such high temperatures, he would have turned to ashes long ago. Danzo nodded, his expression still serious. He knew well that even if Feng Tian's Susanoo could withstand this high temperature, he himself would definitely not be unscathed. We must find his trace, Danzo said solemnly. Otherwise, once he recovers, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two began to search carefully within the giant pit. They cautiously circled the black flames, examining every possible corner. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the void above, Feng Tian's voice was as cold as ice, penetrating every corner of the giant pit, causing everyone present to feel an indescribable fear. His voice carried both recognition of the strength of the crowd and a sense of aloof indifference. Feng Tian's voice echoed in the void. Very good. Originally, I intended to reserve this move for them, but now it seems unnecessary. As Feng Tian's words fell, the entire world seemed to tremble. Suddenly, the pitch-black, complete body, Susanoo, appeared in the void, like a giant beast awakening from the abyss. Its massive and majestic form radiated an overwhelming power capable of annihilating everything. A force that transcended the mundane and instilled a sense of awe. In the hands of the complete body, Susanoo, it tightly grasped the legendary blade of judgment. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, resembling the scythe of death, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Its existence seemed solely for the purpose of harvesting life and judging all evil. How is that possible? How could you be unscathed? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. He stood below, gazing up at the imperious Feng Tian in the void, his heart surging with an indescribable shock. The entire ninja alliance had just launched a fierce attack on Feng Tian, yet the scene before them turned all their efforts into mere illusions. Feng Tian, like a war god, remained unscathed amidst the onslaught of the crowd, completely exceeding everyone's expectations. Feng Tian coldly glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi, a hint of disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, merely expressing his contempt and disdain through his gaze. However, beneath this proud exterior, a trickle of blood quietly flowed from Feng Tian's right eye. This drop of blood was so inconspicuous that everyone present failed to notice its existence. Yet for Feng Tian, this was the first side effect he experienced after acquiring the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. To alter the causality from just moments ago, Feng Tian expended an unimaginable amount of ocular power. This force nearly pushed him to his limits, placing unprecedented pressure on his right eye. Nevertheless, even so, he successfully turned the tide of battle. However, at this moment, it was not very important, because right now, Feng Tian decided not to hide anymore. He had to capture all the tailed beasts when they descended. Feng Tian's movements were sudden and swift. With a clap of his hands, an unprecedented chakra storm surged wildly around him, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. The strength of this power instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression in everyone present. Everyone be careful. That guy Feng Tian is about to make his move. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out among the crowd, tinged with a hint of undeniable tension. He was well aware of the strength of the Heavenly Alliance and understood what the arrival of this moment meant. In a giant pit, Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku immediately reacted upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's warning. Their figures flashed, and they quickly left the giant pit. They understood that the upcoming battle would be exceptionally fierce, and they had to maintain their optimal fighting condition. Ninjutsu would release True Thousand Hands. Feng Tian's voice was deep and powerful, as if it contained endless strength. As his roar echoed, it seemed that the heavens and earth responded to his call, awakening an ancient and magnificent force of nature within him. This power quickly gathered in the palm of Feng Tian's hand, merging with his will. In that moment, Feng Tian's body seemed to form a wondrous connection with the earth, with the forest, and with all the plants in the world. He became the embodiment of the will of nature. Immediately after, a massive wooden Buddha statue rose from the ground before the terrified eyes of the crowd. This statue had thousands of sturdy arms, each piercing the sky like towering trees, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Compared to Feng Tian's complete body, Susanoo, the size of this wooden Buddha statue was on an entirely different level. It seemed to be the most magnificent structure in the world, making everyone feel their own insignificance. Then, Feng Tian's voice echoed in the void, carrying a hint of coldness and determination. The real battle has begun. Chapter 111. Susanoo's Great Buddha. How is this possible? This is a ninjutsu only the first Hokage can use. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, and a glimmer of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, as if he had returned to the era of the first Hokage. However, reality suddenly pulled him back from his beautiful memories. Monkey, what are you dazed about? Danzo's voice thundered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, waking him from his stupor. Danzo was acutely aware of the critical situation at hand, leaving no room for distraction. However, Feng Tian's attack had already come crashing down mercilessly. He manipulated the colossal thousand-hand Buddha statue, extending countless arms like towering trees, wielding destructive power as it swung fiercely towards the allied shinobi forces. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone felt the threat of death. They tried their best to evade, but in front of the massive figure of the Buddha statue, their efforts seemed so small and powerless. "Quick, get away!" Sarutobi Sasuke finally came to his senses and shouted loudly, trying to direct the ninja alliance to evade. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, any evasion felt so pale and powerless. In an instant, those weaker ninjas cried out in despair. The fourth Raikage, moved like lightning across the battlefield, his body surrounded by thunder, each attack precisely and violently destroying the approaching giant hands. Rashi and Karasuma quickly constructed solid shields using sand and water, providing valuable cover for the alliance members. These shields trembled under the blows of the giant hands but remained steadfast, buying precious survival space for the alliance. Strong figures like Hanzo the Salamander showcased their extraordinary agility and combat wisdom. They moved like ghosts on the battlefield, skillfully dodging the attacks of the giant hand while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every dodge they made was perfectly timed, as if resonating with every inch of the battlefield, allowing them to find a glimmer of hope in dire situations. However, in the face of all this, Feng Tian merely watched coldly. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, as if he were watching a group of ants struggling in vain. Although a strong desire for slaughter surged within him, he successfully suppressed this impulse while in sage mode. When attacking the slightly weaker ninjas, he deliberately held back some of his strength to avoid causing mass casualties. "Everyone, concentrate your power and attack the core of the Buddha's statue," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield, inspiring every ninja. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen began his own action. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, gathering an incredibly pure chakra, and shouted, "Fire style, great dragon fire technique." Instantly, a massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, carrying scorching flames and astonishing might, heading straight for the core of the thousand-handed Buddha statue. Meanwhile, the other ninjas from Konoha quickly sprang into action as well. They quickly formed hand seals and unleashed their respective fire release ninjutsu. In an instant, various flames surged on the battlefield, erupting towards the statue of the thousand-handed Buddha like a volcanic explosion. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were not to be outdone, as they once again executed their lightning release ninjutsu. Strikes of lightning tore through the sky, hitting various joints of the Buddha statue as if the thunder god had descended. These lightning bolts not only possessed immense destructive power, but also disrupted the statue's movements, providing the allied forces with more opportunities for counterattacks. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village utilized water release ninjutsu to create solid water walls. These water walls effectively blocked the statue's attacks and provided cover and a platform for the allied forces to retaliate. Under the protection of the water walls, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village continued to launch attacks on the statue, attempting to weaken its power. The remaining ninjas coordinated their actions with them. So far, it seemed that only fire release was the key to countering the thousand-handed Buddha statue. Giant Salamander. With Hansa's call, a gigantic giant salamander emerged from the ground, opening its wide mouth to spew corrosive liquid that eroded the surface of the statue. With everyone's efforts, the movements of the thousand-handed Buddha statue began to slow down, and the frequency of its attacks gradually decreased. Seeing this, Feng Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. He never expected that these ninjas could actually join forces to counter his power. "Damn it, you ants!" As he watched the thousand-handed Buddha statue continuously being destroyed, despite the wood release's recovery ability constantly repairing the statue. At this moment, Feng Tian could no longer sit still. In the next moment, the complete body of Susanoo, which had originally stood in the void, suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene occurred. The body of the thousand-handed Buddha statue began to be slowly covered by a layer of armor as black as night. The armor emitted a dark glow, as if it could swallow all surrounding light. As time passed, the armor gradually spread over the entire body of the statue, and before long, it was completely covered. At this moment, the thousand-handed Buddha statue seemed to be reborn, becoming even more powerful and invincible. Its eyes glimmered with a scarlet light, revealing endless killing intent and power. As the saying goes, Susanoo paired with the Buddha can destroy 4 nations. Now, Feng Tian has accomplished this feat solely on his own. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, incredulously watching the changes happening before him. The thousand-handed Buddha statue was covered by a layer of armor as black as night. Emitting a heart-pounding aura, its might more terrifying than before. How could the combination of Susanoo and the Buddha be possible? Danzo also looked shocked. He had never seen such an astonishing fusion of power. On the battlefield, the ninja's attacks seemed to have little effect on this layer of black armor. Each attack was easily deflected. Meanwhile, the statue began to counterattack with even greater speed, its massive arms like the Grim Reaper's scythe, continuously reaping the lives of the ninjas. Everyone be careful, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, while gathering chakra once again, preparing to unleash a more powerful fire-release ninjutsu. However, at that moment, something even more shocking happened. Feng Tian's figure suddenly appeared in midair, his eyes flickering with an eerie red light, as if he could see through everything. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. Feel despair, ants, Feng Tian said coldly, his voice echoing across the battlefield, carrying endless chill. Immediately after, an unprecedented powerful force erupted from Feng Tian's body, a force that seemed capable of tearing apart space and destroying everything. Is this the power of a god? A ninja shouted in terror, their faces filled with despair. It should come to an end. Chapter 112. For symbol seal above the ruins of Konoha village. The dust settled, and a dead silence reigned. The once prosperous village was now left with broken walls and ruins, in a state of decay. The afterglow of the setting sun cast its light upon this wasteland, adding a touch of desolation and tragic grandeur to the battlefield. Feng Tian stood in the center of the ruins, his figure appearing particularly lonely and powerful under the reflection of the sunset. His forehead was slightly beaded with sweat, and the kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye finally began to fade away after an unprecedented drain. In that recent battle, Feng Tian had used his most powerful causal ability to face numerous strong opponents from Konoha and the entire ninja world alone. With the unique ability of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he constructed a vast and complex illusionary world, pulling all the powerful individuals, including the 5 Kage, into it. In this illusionary world, everyone is assigned different fates and roles. They either kill each other or fall into endless cycles of confusion and despair. Of course, not everyone is trapped in the illusion. There is one person who is favored by the one controlling it and has not been subjected to the illusion. This person is Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Danzo looks around in despair, seeing that both Hiruzen Sarutobi and the demigod, known as Hanzo the Salamander, are all caught in the illusion and unable to move. Currently, besides him and the one controlling it, no one else remains conscious. But at this moment, the one controlling it steps toward him, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's Umbu Root organization, a man who always hides in the shadows. Today, we finally have the chance to talk face to face. The mocking smile on the controller's lips seems to ridicule Danzo's long-hidden actions, which ultimately cannot escape his grasp. Danzo clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he still maintains his composure, even though his heart is raging like a storm. He understood that any panic at this moment could accelerate his downfall. Feng Tian, what do you want to know? Danzo's voice was hoarse yet firm as he tried to maintain his last shred of dignity in this conversation where the power was so imbalanced. Feng Tian's gaze became sharp. He stared directly at Danzo, as if trying to see through his soul. The whereabouts of Jiraiya, and where the remaining tailed beasts are hidden. This information shouldn't be difficult for you to provide, right? Danzo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that once this information was leaked, not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world would fall into a greater crisis. However, faced with a strong opponent like Feng Tian, how many choices did he really have? Danzo's voice was low and hoarse, like an ancient stone mill slowly turning, revealing an uncomfortable reality. The whereabouts of the tailed beasts and Jiraiya were not something I could control on my own. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian couldn't help but furrow his brows, his eyes clearly showing displeasure. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Stop using these vague and empty words to brush me off. Danzo. Feng Tian's voice rose a few notches, his tone leaving no room for doubt. With your prominent position in Konoha, you cannot possibly be unaware. As he spoke, Feng Tian took a step forward, closing in on Danzo, his gaze piercing. Now, it's time for you to make your choice. Danzo fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons on an inner scale. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of compromise. I can tell you the location of the tailed beasts, but you must guarantee me that you will spare the others in Konoha. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth, as if he had anticipated Danzo's compromise and felt no surprise at all. This was a transaction, he said softly. Danzo spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. I will seriously consider your proposal, but the premise is that the information you provide must be worth its value. Feng Tian's gaze became sharp. Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent once more, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a moment, an indescribable conflict and struggle flashed across his face. He slowly stood up, his movements carrying a sense of heaviness. He gently patted the dust off his clothes, as if trying to brush away the burdens in his heart. Finally, he slowly uttered a few words. At this point, it seems I have no other path to take but to trust you. Come closer. Danzo's voice dropped even lower. Almost a whisper. I don't want to say this out loud. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he steadily walked towards Danzo, each step appearing calm and unhurried. You truly have decisiveness, Feng Tian said softly, his tone carrying a hint of subtle admiration. You made a wise choice, he continued, his eyes sparkling with a cunning light. In Feng Tian's mind, if he could directly learn the whereabouts of the tailed beast from Danzo, it would be the best outcome. This way, he could avoid many unnecessary troubles and risks. Originally, he had secretly planned to use Shusui's Kodoame Tsukuyomi to incite Danzo and achieve his own objectives. But now it seemed that this plan was no longer necessary. A hint of pride flickered in Feng Tian's eyes, as if everything was under his control. As Feng Tian approached step by step, a trace of nostalgia involuntarily flashed deep in Danzo's eyes. Memories of Konoha village flickered rapidly in his mind like a revolving lantern, each scene carrying the weight of the past. Just as Feng Tian was only a few steps away from Danzo, Danzo suddenly yanked at his collar, and an unusual four-symbol pattern appeared prominently on his chest. The pattern seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power, emanating a faint glow. Four-symbol seal. Danzo let out a low growl, his voice filled with undeniable determination. As his words fell, the four-symbol pattern seemed to come to life, beginning to wriggle and change rapidly. Immediately afterward, countless black waters surged forth like a torrent of ink, instantly enveloping both Danzo and Feng Tian in a space as dark as ink. The black water carried a chilling aura that seemed capable of devouring everything. Feng Tian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Danzo had such a means. The four-symbol seal was an S-rank ninjutsu that could absorb all surrounding objects and enemies into the user's body for sealing. By doing this, Danzo intended to use his own sacrifice as the price to forcibly seal Feng Tian. What are you trying to do? Feng Tian reacted quickly, attempting to break free from the constraints of the seal, but the power of the four-symbol seal exceeded his imagination, rendering him immobile for a short time. A bitter smile appeared on Danzo's face as his body began to tremble from the power of the seal. Feng Tian, do you think I would easily tell you the whereabouts of the tailed beasts? The safety of Konoha is above all. My entire life has been spent fighting in the shadows for Konoha, and even in death, I must protect the secrets of this land. Danzo's voice grew weaker, but every word revealed his steadfast belief. Feng Tian glared angrily. He felt the power of the seal gradually eroding his strength, while Danzo's aura was growing weaker, clearly using his life as the price to activate this seal. Danzo, you are seeking your own death, Feng Tian roared, trying with all his might to break free from the seal, but it all seemed futile. At this moment, without the power of causality, it was extremely difficult for Feng Tian to break through the four-symbol seal. Just then, the four-symbol seal completed its solemn and mysterious final ritual. The ink seemed to come to life, quickly gathering into a massive black sphere, tightly wrapping around both Danzo and Feng Tian. Inside the black sphere was pitch black, as if it had swallowed all light and sound. Immediately afterward, an unprecedentedly powerful suction suddenly erupted from the seal, attempting to pull Feng Tian entirely into Danzo's body like a black hole. Feng Tian struggled desperately, but the force was too strong, making it nearly impossible for him to resist. At this critical moment of life and death, a hint of relief flashed across Danzo's face. He slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the pitch-black sphere, as if he could see the distant past and future. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile, and he softly said, Lord Second, what is the will of fire? Today, I truly understand, but I feel ashamed to face you in that world. As this heartfelt and regretful statement slowly fell, the light within the black sphere suddenly flickered, and then everything returned to calm. Shimura Danzo, The root of Konoha's Anbu. Died in battle. Chapter 113. The 100 Heroes Technique. Konoha was engulfed in a deathly silence, as if even the wind had stopped breathing. After Danzo activated the four-symbol seal in an attempt to consume Fontion, the entire battlefield fell into a suffocating silence, with no sound breaking this oppressive atmosphere. However, at that moment, a sudden distortion of space shattered the stillness. Accompanied by the warped space, Fontion staggered out in a rather disheveled manner, reappearing on the devastated ruins. His clothes were in disarray, his hair hung messily over his forehead, and his face was covered in dust and sweat, looking extremely exhausted. He was gasping for breath, as if he had just struggled back from the brink of death. His chest heaved violently, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like loose pearls, dropping into the dust and disappearing in an instant. If the other members of the Twilight Organization saw Fontion like this, they would surely be very surprised. After all, in their impression, Fontion was always calm and collected, never this flustered. Damn it, that old man Danzo. Just now I almost fell. If it weren't for regaining a bit of chakra at the last moment and using the Kamui to teleport, I would have really been done for. Fontion stared fearfully in the direction where Danzo had just been, a hint of panic flashing deep in his eyes. The situation just now was far too critical. He never expected that Danzo would have such determination, willing to drag him down with him to the bitter end. Fortunately, Lady Luck was still on Fontion's side, restoring a bit of chakra at the most crucial moment. It was with this bit of chakra that Fontion forcibly activated Kamui, narrowly avoiding this sealing. Trembling, Fontion got up, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he still had to rely on Shurisue's Kodoeme Tsukumi to find out the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. However, just as Fontion was about to take action, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air like lightning, heading straight for him. Before he could react, the blade had already pierced through his body, bringing with it a wave of excruciating pain. Even worse, black flames suddenly ignited on the blade. The flames seemed to have a life of their own, ravenously devouring and destroying Fontion's insides, bringing unprecedented despair and suffering. This sword was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's Susanu's exclusive weapon, the Tengu sword, and the black flames were the eternal flames of Amaterasu. Fontion turned in shock, only to see that Uchiha Fugaku had activated his Susanu. The massive divine figure stood like a mountain, the Tengu sword in his hand dripping with black flames, like a messenger from hell. Fugaku's eyes were also bleeding from overusing Amaterasu, but his gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no signs of wavering. Beside him stood Kakashi, with a cold expression. It turned out that when Fontion unleashed that powerful group illusion, Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi had already used their Sharingan to resist the invasion of the illusion together. They were well aware of the immense power of Fontion and did not dare to be careless, so they chose to hide in the shadows, quietly observing and waiting for a perfect opportunity to counterattack. Danzo's self-exploding seal not only placed Fontion in a desperate situation, but also rendered him completely unable to use any eye techniques. The prolonged battle had already exhausted Fontion's physical strength and chakra to the limit, putting his body and mind in a state of extreme fatigue. It was at this moment that Uchiha Fugaku keenly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He decisively struck, using Susanoo to control the Tengu sword and directly pierce Fontion's body. Furthermore, he utilized the unquenchable black flames of Amaterasu to inflict fatal damage to Fontion's internal organs. At this moment, Fontion only felt a sharp pain radiating from his chest, the tangible sensation of the Tengu sword penetrating his body. Immediately afterwards, the black flames of Amaterasu rampaged within him, as if they were going to consume everything he had. His gaze began to fade, and his strength was quickly draining away. How is this possible? Fontion struggled to speak, his voice weak and trembling. He never expected that at the moment he thought he had escaped danger, he would be ambushed by Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi working together. Uchiha Fugaku stood not far away, his Susanu's massive body towering like a mountain, and the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand continued to drip with black flames. His gaze was indifferent yet resolute, as if he were clearing the family's name. Fontion, your ambition and power have ultimately brought you destruction. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was calm and powerful, each word striking Fontion's heart like a hammer. Kakashi stood to the side, his face devoid of excess expression, silently observing everything. He knew that this was the best time to end the threat of Fontion, and it was also their final contribution to the Hidden Leaf Village. Feng Tian struggled to lift his head, looking at the two people in front of him, filled with unwillingness and anger. He was clearly close to success, having mastered so much power, yet at this moment, everything turned to dust. Just when Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi thought victory was within reach, and that there was no turning back for Feng Tian, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Feng Tian's face. He made a funny face at the two and giggled. Hee hee, just kidding. This sentence seemed like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding in the hearts of the two. They never imagined that in such a desperate situation, Feng Tian could still use tricks. The red dot on Feng Tian's forehead began to change, with several black lines rapidly extending, spreading across his body like a living creature. This was indeed Tsunade's 100 healings technique. It turned out that Feng Tian had started storing his chakra in this secret technique months ago, precisely to deal with today's dire circumstances. As the black lines continued to spread, an unprecedented massive chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a surging tide. This power instantly broke through the constraints of Amaterasu's flames, causing Uchiha Fugaku's Tatsuka sword to deviate from its original position, unable to pierce Feng Tian's body steadily anymore. The expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi instantly became grave. They never expected that Feng Tian still had such a trump card. The 100 healings technique not only provided Feng Tian with immense chakra, but also allowed him to regain a certain degree of mobility in a short time. How is this possible? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in disbelief, his Tatsuka sword trembling slightly, seemingly shocked by this sudden change. A smug smile crept onto Feng Tian's lips as his body rapidly recovered under the nourishment of chakra, with wounds healing at a visible speed. Did you really think I would be so easily defeated? How ridiculous! Just as Feng Tian was stepping closer to Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi, preparing to launch a new round of battle, a sudden change occurred at a certain point on the battlefield. A kunai with the flying thunder god mark pierced the ground like lightning. Immediately after, a figure appeared on the battlefield in an instant, shocking everyone. The arrival of this figure broke the original tense standoff, and all eyes were suddenly focused on him. Chapter 114. The Battle with Feng Tian. Am I late? Accompanied by this slightly hurried remark, Minato Namikaze officially stepped into the vortex of the battlefield at that moment. How is this possible? Feng Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Minato Namikaze before him. Didn't I trap you underground? How could you escape? There was a hint of panic in Feng Tian's voice, and his inner confusion grew like wild grass. Logically speaking, he had sealed all of Minato's chakra, and with a large group of white Zetsu closely guarding, escaping under such circumstances was simply a fantasy. How did Minato manage to do this? Countless questions flashed through Feng Tian's mind, but he could not find an answer for the moment. Teacher Minato. Kakashi looked at Minato Namikaze, who had returned safely to the Hidden Leaf Village with an indescribable joy and surprise in his heart. Kakashi, we can catch up later? Minato interrupted him with a serious expression. We have a tough battle to fight next. At this moment, Minato didn't pay attention to Feng Tian's puzzled expression, but turned to discuss the battle plan with Kakashi. This instantly caused a cold chill to flash across Feng Tian's face, as if he had been ignored. Soon, the figures of Killer Bee and Kabuto Yakushi came into view, stepping hurriedly onto the smoke-filled battlefield. Upon meeting, Kabuto Yakushi, in a nearly mocking manner, gently shook the vial of medicine in his hand that had already been quietly consumed by Minato. The vial glimmered with an eerie light under the sunlight, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, the fog in Feng Tian's heart seemed to be blown away by a sudden wind, and he finally realized how Minato and the others had escaped his close surveillance. It turned out that they had used the hidden medicine from Kabuto to restore some chakra, and then broke through the cage. You cunning bastard. Feng Tian's eyes widened in anger, his voice trembling with rage. You dare to pull such tricks right under my nose. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Feng Tian's fury. At this moment, Minato Namikaze stepped forward, his gaze sharp, and the chakra surging within him seemed ready to explode at any moment. Feng Tian, your ambition and atrocities end here today. We will not allow this world to fall into your darkness again. Just you? Feng Tian scoffed disdainfully. Although he had lost his ocular power and could not use causality, the 100 healings technique provided him with vast amounts of chakra, making his combat power still formidable. Especially with the Flying Thunder God and the Creation Rebirth technique, as long as he wasn't dealt a fatal blow, he would be fine. The next moment, Minato's figure vanished like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Feng Tian, moving at an astonishing speed. Flying Thunder, God Technique. You will not have the chance to escape in front of me again. Feng Tian's expression grew solemn. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from Minato, and knew that this golden flash of strength was far from being overrated. Even though he had a vast reserve of chakra thanks to the 100 Healings technique, facing an opponent like Minato, along with potential support from Kabuto and Killer Bee, he knew his chances of winning were slim. Moreover, not far away, Uchiha Madara stood like a mountain, the Tatsuka, sword in hand, gleaming coldly, constantly applying pressure on him. Feng Tian understood that once the battle fully erupted, he would fall into a very passive position. Then let us see. Let me see if you so-called righteous ones can truly stop me. Feng Tian shouted, his chakra surging as he prepared to welcome the impending battle. Minato smiled slightly, his figure disappearing again, using the Flying Thunder God technique to continuously shuttle across the battlefield, searching for Feng Tian's weaknesses. Killer Bee sang while wielding several blades, launching a fierce attack on Feng Tian. Kabuto Yakushi continuously released ninjutsu from the side, adding variables to the battle. On the battlefield, for figures intertwined, and the clash of ninjutsu and taijutsu shook the entire Hidden Leaf village. Although Feng Tian was powerful, he gradually showed signs of fatigue under the combined efforts of the three. This won't do, Feng Tian thought anxiously. He understood that he could not continue to be passive like this and must quickly find a breakthrough. Otherwise, if they found a flaw, defeat would be an inevitable outcome. Just then, he keenly caught a subtle change in Minato's form after a teleportation. It seemed slightly delayed. Feng Tian's heart stirred. Could this be the side effect of Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique for an extended period? Or was he affected by Kabuto's medicine? Regardless of which situation it was, this was a perfect opportunity for Feng Tian. He immediately gathered all his chakra, ready to launch a decisive attack. He closely watched the movements of Minato Namikaze, searching for the best moment to strike. Finally, he spotted an opening and charged towards Minato. With his hands swiftly forming seals, he shouted loudly, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" A huge fireball gathered and took shape in his hands, then soared towards Minato with a roar. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, Minato's figure vanished again in a strange manner. He seemed to have predicted Feng Tian's move, effortlessly dodging the attack using the Flying Thunder God technique. The fireball exploded in the air, bursting forth with brilliant light, but only hit the air. Namikaze Minato had already appeared in another location, a faint smile on his face. "Your movements are too slow, Feng Tian." Minato's voice came from afar, tinged with mockery. Feng Tian's face turned pale. He realized he had underestimated Minato's strength and the peculiarity of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit even more. "Don't think you can defeat me like this," Feng Tian shouted, his chakra surging again, ready to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu. At this moment, Kabuto and Killer Bee were also not idle. Kabuto continuously released various ninjutsu to create attack opportunities for Minato, while Killer Bee used his rap and sword skills to disrupt and restrain Feng Tian. Uchiha Fugaku was at a distance, the giant arm of Susanoo swinging, the sword of Tengu shining with cold light, launching long-range attacks at Feng Tian. Feng Tian had to divert his attention to deal with attacks coming from all directions, increasing the pressure on him. Finally, after a fierce exchange with Feng Tian, Minato and Feng Tian quickly distanced themselves using the Flying Thunder God technique, temporarily halting their attacks. Killer Bee looked at Minato with a serious expression and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Minato?" There was a hint of worry in his voice, clearly disturbed by the state of Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was breathing heavily, as if he had just gone through a life-and-death struggle. He struggled to respond to Karabi, saying, "I'm Infinite." However, his complexion was extremely poor, and his brows were tightly knitted together due to immense pain, as if he was enduring an indescribable torment. At this moment, the side effects of the medication on Minato were becoming increasingly apparent. He felt waves of excruciating pain ravaging his body, as if thousands of insects were gnawing at his internal organs. He knew very well that although the medicine in the pouch temporarily enhanced his power, the backlash it brought was extremely terrifying. On his way to the battlefield, Minato Namikaze had already felt the power of this backlash. He endured the pain and raced forward, but his inner worries grew heavier. He knew that if he couldn't resolve the situation in Feng Tian quickly, he would likely fall first. In response to Karabi's inquiry, although Minato Namikaze said that everything was fine, the anxiety in his heart grew stronger. He had to find a countermeasure as soon as possible, or this battle would become increasingly difficult. But in order to return to Konoha at the first opportunity, he endured the tremendous backlash and rushed back to the village at an incredible speed. At that moment, he was already at the end of his rope. However, Feng Tian was unaware of all this. After losing the power of causality, he was no longer omniscient and omnipotent as before. The next move would determine the outcome. The words of Namake's Minato were firm and powerful, his eyes shining with a resolute light. As he spoke, his hands began to quickly gather chakra, a blue orb gradually taking shape in his hand. His ultimate technique, Rasengan. As time passed, the orb grew larger, seemingly containing endless power. Namake's Minato focused all his attention on controlling it, every subtle movement revealing his precise mastery over the power. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn in by the massive Rasengan, creating a slight distortion. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense and heavy, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the strike to erupt. It should come to an end. Chapter 115. The mysterious girl, you are right. It should indeed come to an end. Feng Tian responded to Namake's Minato with a calm and firm voice. In the fierce battle, he keenly sensed a hint of recovery in his ocular power, which was undoubtedly great news for him. Feng Tian knew that this barely perceptible recovery of ocular power could be the key to turning the tide of battle. He did not hesitate to use this power, condensing the terrifying and mysterious force of annihilation, as if shaping an energy sphere similar to Minato's Rasengan. This sphere, formed from the force of annihilation, although it appeared outwardly similar to Minato's Rasengan, contained a terrifying power capable of destroying everything within. Feng Tian focused intently on controlling it, preparing to unleash it as a decisive blow. Minato Namake's stared fixedly at the forming force of annihilation in Feng Tian's hand, his expression growing increasingly serious. Judging by the aura that inadvertently leaked out, the power of this annihilation force was definitely above his Rasengan, putting unprecedented pressure on him. However, Minato did not give up. He continued to gather his Rasengan, making it grow infinitely larger. At the critical moment when Minato was completely focused, about to collide with Feng Tian's force of annihilation, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. This unexpected sensation startled Minato, and he quickly turned to look, only to see Killer Bee standing beside him with a serious expression. Killer Bee said nothing, swiftly slicing through the air with his hand over Minato's gigantic Rasengan. In the next moment, a powerful force of lightning surged wildly around the Rasengan, as if wrapping the enormous energy sphere in a layer of lightning armor. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha gazed at the Rasengan that carried everyone's hopes, ultimately deciding to bet everything and inject decisive power into this battle. Fugaku took a deep breath, exhausting all his ocular power, and infused the power of Amaterasu into the Rasengan. At that moment, his eyes flickered with blazing flames, as if wanting to burn everything to ashes. With Fugaku's involvement, the originally simple gigantic Rasengan, formed solely by Minato, began to undergo astonishing changes. Its size rapidly expanded, and its brilliance became extraordinarily dazzling, resembling a small sun about to explode. At the same time, many elite ninjas stepped forward, generously infusing their chakra into Minato's Rasengan. Their powers converged, making the energy sphere grow larger and more unstoppable. It contained the rotating power of the Rasengan, Karabi's lightning power, Fugaku's Amaterasu flames, and the unique chakra attributes of countless elite ninjas. It seemed to become a small sun, illuminating the entire battlefield and heralding the arrival of an end. What is this? Feng Tian's expression changed drastically as he witnessed this scene. Although the power of annihilation in his hand was strong, it appeared insignificant in the face of the super Rasengan formed by everyone's combined strength. This is the will of all of us, a longing for peace and a commitment to justice. Minato's voice was powerful and resolute, his gaze firm as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Feng Tian, accept your judgment. With a command, the enormous Rasengan, infused with everyone's strength, streaked through the sky like a meteor, charging towards Feng Tian with an unstoppable momentum. Feng Tian hurriedly summoned all his strength, trying to withstand this unprecedented attack, but the force was too immense, almost swallowing him whole. In desperation, Feng Tian had no choice but to make his final decision. He suddenly threw the yet-to-be-formed power of annihilation in his hand, hoping to use this force to counter the gigantic-tailed beast Rasengan, even if it could only slightly slow down its momentum. The formless power of annihilation traced a strange trajectory in the air before crashing violently into the massive Rasengan. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, instantly exploding with blinding light and deafening thunder. The entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart by this force. The ground shook, the air twisted, and even the sky was dyed with strange colors. The power of annihilation thrown by Feng Tian collided with the gigantic-tailed beast Rasengan unleashed by everyone, and the energy between the two wildly intertwined, forming a storm of energy. At the center of the storm, the two forces canceled each other out, but the numerous chakra attributes within the gigantic Rasengan surged in like a tide, gradually swallowing the power of annihilation. Feng Tian's face turned pale as he sensed an unprecedented crisis. This force had exceeded the limits he could withstand, and if it continued, he would surely be completely destroyed by it. No, I cannot lose. Feng Tian let out a deafening roar, his eyes burning with an indomitable flame as he tried with all his might to summon more power to resist the terrifying attack that was about to engulf him. Power of causality. Turn the tide. On the brink of despair, Feng Tian let out one last roar, his voice filled with determination and madness. At that moment, he unhesitatingly summoned the last power of causality hidden deep within his soul, a backup plan he had meticulously prepared months ago for the arrival of an unknown existence. However, as one trump card after another was revealed, Feng Tian's expression turned incredibly grim. He knew very well that he had no way out at this moment, and could only go all in, placing all his hopes on this final causal power. Under the call of Feng Tian, the space around the Rasengan began to undergo strange changes. Originally clear things became blurry, as if disturbed by an invisible force. Even the boundaries of time and space became indistinct. This power was so strong that even Minato Namikaze, Killer Bee, and others felt unprecedented pressure and unease. Finally, under the influence of the causal power, the originally enormous Rasengan began to slowly dissipate, as if it had never existed. Its brilliance gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a wisp of vanishing into the void. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became oppressive and eerie, as if the very air had solidified. This is causal power. Minato's voice carried incredible shock, his gaze firmly fixed on Feng Tian, his expression becoming extremely serious. How is this possible? Didn't your causal power run out long ago? Minato couldn't help but ask again, his voice filled with confusion and astonishment. He deeply understands the power of causality and knows that once this force is exhausted, it is difficult to recover in a short period of time. Feng Tian remained silent, his face filled with determination and killing intent. His eyes were as black as an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. At this moment, he had completely abandoned reason, leaving only a thirst for survival and hatred for his enemies. If it weren't for the sage mode that allowed him to retain a shred of rationality, he would have likely unleashed instant death upon everyone with the remaining causal power he had. Even Minato Namikaze, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, would have had no chance of escape from such an attack. However, at that moment, Minato suffered backlash from overusing his power. His body trembled slightly, and his face grew increasingly pale. Finally, he could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Killer Bee reacted quickly and rushed forward to catch Minato, preventing him from sustaining further injury. Looking at Minato's painful expression, Killer Bee's eyes flashed with a hint of worry and anger. However, Feng Tian approached Minato, Killer Bee, and the surrounding elite ninjas step by step, like a Shura returning from hell. Every step he took seemed to strike a chord in everyone's heart, making each person present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. Your voice, cold and deep, was filled with endless anger and resentment. All my months of planning and schemes have been ruined in an instant. Now be prepared. His words were as piercing as ice, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. They are well aware that at this moment, Feng Tian has completely lost its sanity and has become a monster that only knows how to kill. There is no trace of compassion in Feng Tian's eyes, only endless rage and determination. He stared at the fallen Minato and Kurabi, as well as the elite ninjas who were gasping for breath due to chakra exhaustion, as if he were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he had already knelt on the ground in pain from excessive use of his ocular powers, his eyes tightly closed and his face as pale as paper. His body trembled slightly, clearly unable to pose any threat to Feng Tian in a short period of time. Do you think you could defeat me with mere teamwork? How ridiculous! Feng Tian sneered, his voice echoing across the silent battlefield, sounding particularly harsh. Karabi nervously shielded Minato, his gaze warily fixed on Feng Tian, ready to respond to any potential attack. While the other ninjas were exhausted, they also forced themselves to muster their spirits for a final resistance. Feng Tian slowly raised his hand, the deep and terrifying energy gathering in his palm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This power, known as the force of the end, seemed capable of distorting time and space, turning everything into nothingness. This is the force of the end, originally prepared for them. Feng Tian's voice was deep and full of power, his eyes revealing pride and determination. However, too many cards have been exposed today. I don't mind continuing to reveal this force of the end. It will end this war and also end all of your lives. Minato struggled to rise, but the exhaustion of his body and the depletion of his chakra rendered him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Tian approached step by step, filled with unwillingness and despair. However, at this critical moment of life and death, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. "He finally found you." The voice was cheerful and playful, seemingly out of place in the tense atmosphere. "Feng Tian, are you happy to see me?" As the voice fell, a girl dressed in peculiar attire with twin ponytails appeared effortlessly before everyone, as if she had crossed over from another time and space. Her smile was bright and warm, contrasting sharply with the surrounding tension. "It took me quite a journey across multiple time and spaces to finally find this place. I must say, it wasn't easy." The girl's words carried a hint of teasing and relief, as if her journey through time and space was both a challenging and enjoyable adventure. The moment Feng Tian saw the newcomer, his pupils suddenly constricted. His originally fierce aura instantly dissipated upon seeing the young girl. His fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly, as he glared at the girl not far away, gritting his teeth and saying, "You finally arrived? I've been waiting for a long time." The mysterious girl smiled mischievously, not responding directly to Feng Tian, but instead turning her gaze towards Minato and Karabi and others. Her eyes revealed a warmth and care, as if she were looking at her own family. "It seems you guys have run into some trouble," she said softly, then turned to Feng Tian, "but don't worry. With me here, he won't be able to hurt you." Chapter 116, Bewitching Hearts Chongyun. "It's not yet time for the previous arrival. How did you manage to find me this time?" Feng Tian's eyes widened as he stared intently at the enigmatic girl, Chongyun, not far away. His face filled with confusion that thickened like fog. He was puzzled, unable to understand why they had come so quickly this time. Usually, they would only appear when he had collected the 7th or 8th-tailed beast, right? But this time, he had only gathered 5-tailed beasts, and they couldn't wait to show themselves. Could it be that the backlash from the previous killings unexpectedly affected the time-space fluctuations, allowing them to quickly locate his current timeline? "Hee, Feng Tian, it's been a while since we last met, and you're already questioning me as soon as you speak." Chongyun smiled playfully, slowly approaching Feng Tian, each step seemingly pressing on his taut nerves. "It really makes me feel strange inside." She chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable strange light, as if she could see through a person's thoughts. "What's wrong? Are you holding your breath because I keep ruining your chances of collecting tailed beasts?" Chongyun continued to tease, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. She moved closer, her eyes, which seemed to be able to read minds, fixed intently on Feng Tian. "Feng Tian, do you really think your plan is flawless? Each time, you walk further down the wrong path. Yet you still delude yourself into thinking you can control everything." Chongyun's tone carried a hint of regret as she extended her finger, gently tracing a ripple in the air, a testament to the time-space power dancing at her fingertips. Feng Tian clenched his fists, his nails almost sinking into his palms. He knew that what Chongyun said was not false, but he was unwilling to accept it, unwilling to let his grand plan of returning home be interrupted time and again. Chongyun scanned the surroundings and found that most people had fallen into a deep sleep due to Feng Tian's illusion. She lightly snapped her fingers, and in an instant, countless fine golden threads extended from her body, containing an astonishingly rich time-space power. They seemed alive, moving towards the unconscious crowd. She saw Sarutobi Hiruzen gently wrapped by a golden thread, and soon, he slowly opened his eyes. His previously empty chakra instantly restored to its peak state due to the infusion of the golden thread. This was Chongyun's unique skill. Unlike Feng Tian's causal power, she mastered the mysterious time-space power. Just now, She had used this time-space power to revert Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical condition to the moment before the great battle began. That was why he could wake up so quickly, and his chakra was once again abundant. The golden threads continued to spread towards other unconscious ninjas, and wherever they went, the fainted ninjas began to awaken one after another. In their eyes, a spark rekindled, as if they had suddenly awakened from a long dream. Under the influence of this mysterious power, each person's body recovered to its optimal state at an astonishing speed, their chakra overflowing as if it were about to spill out. And the intense battle they had just experienced seemed to leave no trace on them at all. Feng Tian looked at this scene before him, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He understood in his heart that Qingyun came this time not only to stop him, but also to disrupt his entire plan. At that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, with dark clouds gathering ominously, thunder and lightning flashing, as if even the heavens were shocked by this confrontation. The air around began to distort. A powerful force that was chilling to the bone was quietly brewing. It seemed that our conversation needed a special accompaniment. Changyin smiled slightly. Facing the impending storm, she appeared exceptionally calm. Do you still have the subspace you mastered in your previous cycles? Feng Tan nodded slightly, although his expression was grim. He was also curious about what Qingyun wanted to say this time. Thus, he focused his thoughts, and, as the surrounding scene shifted, the two officially entered Feng Tian's vast and chaotic subspace. In the subspace created by Feng Tian, everything was chaotic and void, as if breaking free from the constraints of the real world, entering a realm dominated by Feng Tian's will. However, Qingyun seemed unfazed, her eyes still shimmering with strange light, as if she could penetrate the mist of this space and gaze into Feng Tian's heart. Qingyun smiled gently. Her fingers once again traced through the air. This time, a rift in time and space quietly appeared at her fingertips, as if it were a portal connecting to another world. Feng Tian, take a good look. This is the magic of the power of time and space, Qingyun said slowly. With it, I can travel freely through various times and spaces, having witnessed too many joys and sorrows. There was a hint of emotion in her tone, and what I have experienced and seen is something you could never imagine in your lifetime. Qingyun shook her head, her gaze profound. Wanting to go home is not wrong in itself, she sighed. But if you use the sacrifice of the ninjas in this time and space as the price, even if this is just a fictional world, then that is the biggest mistake you have made. Feng Tian stared intently at the rift in time and space ahead, a flicker of shock and fear passing through his eyes. He was very clear in his heart that the power of time and space in Qingyun's hands had grown to an unimaginable extent, and it was something he could not contend with at all. What exactly do you want to say? Feng Tian's voice trembled. He could sense an unprecedented crisis approaching. Qingyun slowly closed the rift in time and space, her deep eyes refocusing on Feng Tian as if she could see the turmoil deep within his soul. What I want to tell you is that no matter how flawless your carefully crafted scheme is, no matter how vast the power you wield, all of this cannot erase one ironclad fact. In this vast and boundless tapestry of time and space, you are ultimately a solitary traveler, tightly wrapped in endless loneliness. And I am like the dark abyss that lies between your dreams and reality. What you fervently pursue is merely an illusion, a dream that is beyond reach. As long as I exist, that desire will be like a mirage, beautiful yet forever unattainable. Feng Tian's body involuntarily shuddered slightly. Qingyun's words pierced his heart like sharp arrows, stirring up ripples within him. Indeed, he had always been in pursuit, always trying to control everything. But deep inside, the inability to return home left him with an indescribable emptiness and loneliness. At that moment, Qingyun suddenly reached out and gently touched Feng Tian's shoulder. In that instant, he felt a warm power surging into his body, as if soothing the wounds in his heart. Feng Tian, let go. Let go of your obsessions. Let go of your ambitions. There are more things in this world worth cherishing. Qingyun's voice was gentle yet firm. She hoped Feng Tian could truly hear her words. Feng Tian closed his eyes, lost in thought. In this subspace he had created, he seemed to hear the voice of his own heart calling him to give up on going home and to accept this fictional world. Just as he was about to sink into that inexplicable silence, suddenly, the power of causality within him seemed to be swept up by a storm, surging violently. Feng Tian's heart jolted as if he had suddenly awakened from a mesmerizing dream. He quickly distanced himself from Qingyun, his face filled with incredulous anger, and questioned in a deep and powerful voice, "Qingyun, when did you learn such captivating tricks? I almost fell for it." Upon hearing this, Chungyun covered her mouth with her hand and laughed uncontrollably, disregarding her image. In her view, teasing Fengtian was the most interesting thing she had ever done. Like Fengtian, she was also a time traveler, but while Fengtian's mission was to collect 9-tailed beasts to return home, Chungyun only needed to stop Fengtian 9 times. Hee, it seems I've underestimated you. You really weren't easily fooled. Chungyun's laughter gradually subsided, a playful smirk forming at the corners of her mouth, but soon after, her expression turned exceptionally serious, as if she had transformed into a different person in an instant. Seeing this, Fengtian slowly spread his hands, like a warrior preparing for a fateful battle. In his left hand, there was a dark, profound force capable of devouring all. In his right hand, a brilliant light containing the power to end everything. The two forces intertwined in his palm, as if signaling that this subspace was about to welcome an unprecedented storm. Come on, let me see how capable you are. Chapter 117. Stopping the war. Upon hearing this, the joking expression on Chungyun's face instantly faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and focus. She slowly raised her delicate hands, her fingertips lightly touching the air, as if summoning an invisible power. In an instant, it seemed that countless tiny points of light were awakened in the air, gathering and intertwining to gradually form a complex and mysterious array, emitting a faint glow. Dreamlike and surreal, this array seemed to possess life, quickly splitting into numerous smaller arrays, revolving around Chungyun like stars, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier in all directions. Each array shimmered with unique brilliance, resonating with one another, forming an indestructible shield. Any attack attempting to penetrate this layer of defense would, upon contact with these arrays, be captured by an indescribable force of time and space, as if being drawn into an endless vortex. This force not only traced the attack back to its source, but also gradually weakened it in the process until it completely dissipated into nothingness. This move was the most powerful defensive skill Chungyun had mastered. Stopping the war, Fengtian sighed lightly, a hint of helplessness and teasing in his gaze. Chungyun, spinning around and around, your tricks are still the same old ones. How many cycles have we gone through? Don't you find it boring? His words carried a hint of mockery, but could not conceal his wariness of Chungyun's abilities. At this moment, he resembled a tiger poised to pounce. Yet faced with Chungyun's rock-solid defense, he had to retract all his sharpness. Upon hearing this, Chungyun's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Skills are only valuable if they're effective, right? She seemed completely unfazed by Fengtian's sarcasm. The calmness and confidence she exuded were the fruits of countless cycles of rebirth. She was well aware that her temporal power had nearly reached an impeccable level in defense. This was the precious experience she had gathered through countless brushes with death and explorations in numerous cycles. In this world where strength reigns supreme, when one cannot ensure a killing blow, protecting oneself becomes the first rule of survival. Therefore, no matter how much Fengtian mocked her, Chungyun merely smiled indifferently and continued to focus on maintaining the array around her. Each tiny point of light seemed to narrate her profound understanding and mastery of the laws of time and space. Fengtian, it seems you've forgotten that we are the ones who understand each other best. Chungyun's voice echoed within the array, carrying a subtle warmth. I know your attacking methods, your combat habits, even the slightest fluctuations of your inner thoughts. So what if you understand? Fengtian scoffed, gripping his hands tightly as the causal power within him surged once more. Today, I will shatter your so-called time reversal and show you what true power is. With that, Fengtian's figure suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of black lightning, like a comet streaking through the night sky, charging directly towards the array laid out by Chungyun. His speed was so fast that it seemed he had broken free from the shackles of time, charging towards Chungyun with endless killing intent. However, just as Fengtian was about to touch the edge of the array diagram shimmering with mysterious light, a glint of cunning flashed in Chungyun's eyes, as if she had already seen through his intentions. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she waved her fingers lightly, causing subtle changes in the array. The tightly arranged points of light seemed to receive some kind of command, suddenly becoming sparse, as if a path had been specially paved for Fengtian's charge. Yet, Fengtian did not let his guard down. Years of combat experience told him that Chungyun's methods were far from simple, and there must be hidden secrets behind this seemingly straightforward change. Sure enough, just as he was about to cross the array, A powerful and suffocating force of time and space surged from all directions, tightly enveloping him. This force was like an endless abyss, not only firmly restricting his movements, but also constantly reversing his attacks, attempting to strangle any threat in its infancy. Feng Tian felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. A mere trick. Do you think you can trap me? Feng Tian roared, and the causal power hidden within him erupted suddenly, radiating dazzling light as he tried to break free from this restraint. However, Qingyun's time-space reversal was like an invisible giant net, tightening its grip and firmly entangling Feng Tian, leaving him no chance of escape. In desperation, Feng Tian focused his thoughts and temporarily escaped the net's binding using the Flying Thunder God technique. Huh? What's wrong? Are you too scared to come in? Qingyun's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed in Feng Tian's ears like a spring breeze, yet concealed a sharp edge. Come on, I'm standing right here, completely still. Let us see if you have the ability to get close to me. Her voice was full of challenge and confidence, as if inviting Feng Tian to step into a meticulously arranged trap. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression darkened instantly. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament before this former rival. Anger surged in his chest, but he forced himself to calm down, his gaze like a torch, firmly locking onto Qingyun's seemingly calm yet mysterious figure. Qingyun, don't get too complacent. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out like it was forced through clenched teeth. Today I, Feng Tian, will break your so-called time-space reversal and let you know what true power is. As his words fell, the causal power within Feng Tian surged once more, like magma before a volcanic eruption, roaring and swelling as if to break through all restraints and reveal its destructive power. Qingyun, seeing this, curled her lips into a faint yet mysterious smile. Seemingly enjoying this process of wits and courage between her and Feng Tian, testing each other, she gently waved her hands, and the array underwent subtle changes again. Those originally loose points of light seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, quickly converging. Soon, they formed an even more indestructible barrier, radiating brilliant light, as if to isolate all attacks. Feng Tian, have you forgotten? My power comes from a profound understanding of time and space, and your causal power, though strong, appears so pale and weak in the face of my time-space power. Qingyun's voice echoed in the array, carrying a hint of mockery and confidence. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Feng Tian's eyes. He no longer hesitated, quickly forming seals with his hands, the causal power within him surging violently, as if about to unleash a storm. Qingyun, don't be too arrogant. Today, I will let you know what true despair is. Feng Tian shouted, his form transforming into a bolt of black lightning, rushing straight towards Qingyun. However, just as he was about to touch Qingyun, a powerful force of time-space distortion suddenly emerged, instantly twisting and reversing his attack until it completely dissipated. Feng Tian's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Qingyun's time-space reversal to be so powerful that even his causal power could not break through. He staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Feng Tian, feel free to use any tricks you have. Today, I, Qingyun, will play with you to the end. Qingyun's voice was filled with provocation and confidence. Hearing this, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He knew very well that if this continued, he would probably really be unable to defeat Qingyun. Thus, he steeled his heart and decided to use his last trump card. Qingyun, you forced me to do this. Feng Tian shouted loudly, quickly forming seals with his hands. The power of causality within him erupted like a volcano that had been ignited, instantly bursting forth with dazzling light, enveloping his entire being. Amidst the light, Feng Tian's figure gradually became blurred, until it completely disappeared, as if merging into the space, leaving only a trace of afterglow swaying in the air. Qingyun was stung by the sudden brightness, causing her eyes to ache, and she had to temporarily close her eyes and shield them with her hand. Once the light dissipated, she quickly opened her eyes, only to find that Feng Tian's figure had vanished without a trace. This sudden change made her immediately alert, her body tense, ready to respond to any possible ambush. However, as time passed second by second, half a stick of incense's worth of time quickly slipped away. Yet Feng Tian had yet to launch any attack. Qingyun's confusion deepened. She began to carefully search for Feng Tian's trace in this space. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a single clue. It was only at this moment that Qingyun suddenly realized that this guy Feng Tian, knowing he was no match, had chosen to escape. This discovery filled her with rage. She pointed at the sky and shouted, "Feng Tian, you shameless thing. No sense of martial ethics. A big man like you actually fled in the face of battle. What kind of hero are you? Hurry up and let me go." Chapter 118. Escape in the ruins of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally regained consciousness from his previous state of unconsciousness under the influence of Chung Yun's time-space power. He stood up in confusion and looked around, noticing that the surrounding ninjas were also returning to normal under this force, which finally eased his tightly furrowed brows a bit. However, this relief did not last long, as Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly realized that Dan's Shimura was missing. "Where is Dan's?" A hint of urgency crept into Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice as he scanned the area, hoping to catch sight of Dan's, but all he received in return was silence. "Who knows where Dan's is?" Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again, his voice rising a few notches, but still, there was no response. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart, making him feel extremely uneasy. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku slowly stepped forward. His expression was terrifyingly somber, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen as he said in a deep voice, "Lord Third, Danzo has died in battle." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He stood frozen in place, as if struck a vital point by this news. The death of Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. As the leader of Konoha's root, although Danzo acted secretly and used hardline tactics, his loyalty to Konoha was unquestionable. How could he have died in battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, seemingly unable to accept this cruel reality. He is well aware of Danzo's strength, and even in this sudden disaster, he finds it hard to believe that Danzo would die so easily in battle. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku can't help but feel a sense of emotion. He was well aware of the complex relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Although the two often disagreed, they both shared a deep sense of responsibility for Konoha. At this moment, Fugaku could only silently stand by, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to regain his composure from the shock. "Fugaku, tell me, what exactly happened?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and began to recount the events that had transpired. From Danzo's attempt to seal the heavens leading to his death in battle, to Minato's arrival on the battlefield, and then to Qingyun's sudden appearance, along with the powerful space-time force that restored everyone to normal. Every detail was described clearly. After listening to Fugaku's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this girl Qingyun? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, filled with doubt and unease. He understood that with the emergence of Qingyun, the situation in Konoha village and even the entire ninja world could undergo earth-shattering changes. At that moment, Minato Namikaze slowly approached Hiruzen Sarutobi and slightly nodded in greeting, to which Hiruzen returned a look filled with reassurance. Their silent exchange conveyed more than 1,000 words. Thanks to Qingyun's temporal and spatial powers, Minato's injuries and strength had miraculously recovered, which made him even more certain of Qingyun's immense and mysterious power. After responding to Minato, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. His gaze was deep, seemingly contemplating the next actions and strategies. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield subtly changed with the safe return of Karabi. "Hey, you guy!" The fourth Reikage exclaimed as he rushed towards Karabi, his voice filled with excitement and joy. Karabi also approached him eagerly, and the two brothers embraced tightly, words unnecessary, as this brotherly bond was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Sarutobi Hizashi frowned, secretly analyzing the situation. Judging by the current circumstances, that guy, Feng Tian, might return at any moment. Realizing this, he immediately understood that action needed to be taken in advance. Without hesitation, he signaled to the other four Kage, requesting them to immediately execute the Four Crimson Sun formation. The earth, water, lightning, and wind Kages quickly understood Sarutobi Hizashi's intention and nodded slightly in agreement. They each took their positions, quickly forming hand seals, and the chakra within them surged, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. With a dazzling flash of red light, the Four Crimson Suns formation roared to life. This powerful barrier firmly enveloped the ruins of Konoha, creating an indestructible shield. This barrier not only prevented external attacks, but, more importantly, it could seal off any enemies attempting to escape from within, including Feng Tian. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Four Crimson Suns formation before him and felt a slight sense of relief. Soon, with a gentle ripple in space, Feng Tian seemed to leap out from the depths of subspace, officially returning to the smoke-filled battlefield. However, fate seemed to play a not-so-small joke on him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself trapped. The fiery barrier of the Four Crimson Suns formation surrounded him like a blazing cage. Even his proud flying thunder god technique seemed pale and powerless in the face of this flawless barrier, leaving him no way to escape. Feng Tian stood in the center of this brilliant yet dangerous red barrier. Looking around, a hint of disdainful laughter creeping onto his lips. Like a touch of ice under the scorching sun. Old Sarutobi, do you really think you can trap me with this? Feng Tian's mocking voice echoed within the barrier. But Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unmoved. He knows well that the barrier in front of him is just buying time for the real battle that is about to come. His gaze was firm, fixed tightly on Feng Tian, as if he wanted to see through every movement and intention of his. Wave Wind Watergate, the fourth Reikage, Tsuchikage Waiki, and Kazakage Raza stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, their expressions serious and focused. Everyone was on edge, ready to respond to Feng Tian's attack at any moment. Since I can put you to sleep once, I can put you to sleep twice. Feng Tian roared, and without any delay, he unleashed a massive amount of causal power from within himself. Currently, he had no idea when Chongyun would react to his sudden escape. Once Chongyun noticed and left the subspace, this cycle could basically be declared a failure. It was precisely for this reason that Feng Tian decisively used a vast amount of causal power, aiming to quickly end the battle. Be careful, the illusion is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, then closed his eyes, tried to minimize the effect of the illusion on himself. The other ninjas, seeing this, began to imitate Sarutobi Hiruzen and close their eyes one after another. As for Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi, they stayed within Fugaku while also activating their Manjiki Sharingan, which could perfectly resist Feng Tian's illusion. Not good. He's not trying to release an illusion. He's trying to escape. Fugaku shouted loudly. In his line of sight, that massive causal power was not coming towards them, but was directly acting on the four Red Yang formation. Before long, a large gap was opened, creating an opportunity for Feng Tian to escape. Seeing his goal achieved, Feng Tian did not hesitate at all and continuously released the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the reversal of cause and effect, escaping the battlefield at an astonishing speed. His figure quickly shrank in the sight of the crowd, ultimately disappearing. By the time everyone reacted to Fuji's roar, Feng Tian had already fled the battlefield, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and shocked onlookers. They never expected that Feng Tian would choose to flee at such a critical moment. It completely caught them off guard. However, for Feng Tian, escaping the battlefield was just part of his plan. He knew that once Qingyun discovered he had left the subspace, this cycle would basically be declared a failure. Therefore, he decisively chose to run away. Chapter 119. Time and Space Reversal. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, accompanied by a strange distortion of space, Qingyun's graceful figure suddenly appeared before them like a ghost. This sudden turn of events instantly filled everyone's faces with tension and vigilance. They tightened their grips on their weapons and stared at this mysterious woman as if facing a great enemy. Everyone, don't panic. This is Qingyun, whom I mentioned earlier. She is not our enemy. At the critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. His calm and powerful voice acted like a clear stream, quickly calming the chaos and hostility in everyone's hearts. Under his explanation, everyone finally realized, and their taut nerves gradually relaxed, avoiding an awkward conflict that was about to unfold. Where's Feng Tian? Where did that detestable guy run off to? Qingyun seemed to disregard the vigilance of those around her. Her gaze swept through the crowd, eagerly searching for Feng Tian's figure. Ahem, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, successfully attracting Qingyun's attention. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of apology. Miss Qingyun, I sincerely apologize for our oversight that allowed Feng Tian to escape. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Qingyun's face showed no ripple of emotion, as if everything was within her expectations. After a moment, the corner of her mouth curled into a confident smile as she slowly replied, It's all right. I have a way. We just need to rewind time. With that, she gently raised her hand, and countless tiny golden threads began to come to life, skillfully intertwining and wrapping in the air, moving so quickly that it was mesmerizing. In the blink of an eye, these golden threads converged into a dazzling golden river of time, suspended in midair, flowing slowly and exuding a mysterious yet powerful aura. This river flowed gently in the air, emanating a mysterious and strong presence. as if it could reverse time and rewrite history. Everyone present was left speechless at this extraordinary sight, their hearts filled with shock and awe. They had never seen such a miraculous power, nor could they imagine what kind of existence could wield such means. Qingyun stood at the source of the golden river of time, her eyes tightly closed, as if engaging in some mysterious communication with the river of time. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, which sparkled with a determined light. "Are you ready?" Qingyun's voice echoed in the air, carrying a tone of undeniable authority. Although the crowd felt puzzled, they did not dare to show any signs of hesitation in the face of Qingyun's displayed strength, and they nodded in agreement, indicating they were ready. Seeing this, Qingyun smiled gently, then waved her hands, and the golden river of time seemed to be activated, surging forward with great force. As it flowed, the river emitted a golden glow, enveloping everything around it. As the river of time continued to flow, the crowd felt as if they were being transported into a strange space. In this peculiar space, time seemed to be completely disrupted, losing its original meaning. Everything around them became blurred and chaotic, like stirred muddy water, making it difficult to grasp. Qingyun and the others seemed to become observers of time, witnessing everything that had happened in the past, as fragments of memories flashed before their eyes like a revolving lantern. At the same time, they vaguely sensed some possible directions of the future, a hazy and mysterious premonition. Just then, a familiar figure slowly appeared in their line of sight. It was Feng Tian. His body seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, continuously retreating like a slide. This retreat was not a simple movement, but a rewind of the time and space around him. In just 2 breaths, the surrounding space-time had changed dramatically. The originally shattered battlefield and scattered ninja techniques disappeared in an instant. Instead, what replaced them was the moment when Feng Tian unleashed the power of causality to forcibly break through the 4 Crimson Sun formation. That surging power, that resolute gaze. Everything felt so real, as if time had never passed. "Where is this?" "Qingyun, it's you again." Feng Tian nervously looked around and realized he had inexplicably returned to the 4 Crimson Sun formation. When he saw Qingyun looking at him with an amused expression, he couldn't help but curse. However, Qingyun appeared unfazed by Feng Tian's words. As long as her time rewind was in effect, and as long as Feng Tian did not erase her causality with a large amount of causal power, she could rewind infinitely. Of course, time rewind still required a large amount of chakra. Qingyun had already consumed a lot of chakra to rewind everyone's state before she appeared. Plus, after just rewinding Feng Tian's escape, she felt a bit fatigued. Therefore, she decided not to intervene for now and to watch the outcome from the side. After witnessing Qingyun's unique ability, everyone could not help but marvel at her power. When they saw Feng Tian being rewound, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in everyone's eyes. Currently, Feng Tian could not use the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and could only rely on Flying Thunder God, Creation Rebirth, and the 100 Heal technique. As for the 8 Gates of Bitan, since Feng Tian had not practiced taijutsu regularly and did not have much causal power left, fearing a backlash, he did not intend to use it. The Susanoo Great Buddha technique was even more impossible to use, as the preparation for casting the Great Buddha was too great, and since he could not use Susanoo, it could not be executed. Therefore, Feng Tian was in his weakest state. It could also be said that it was the easiest time to kill him. This information was conveyed to all the allied forces of the ninja world present through the perception techniques of a clan in the mountains. And they quickly formulated a battle plan that could kill Feng Tian in one strike. You ants. Since there is no one behind me, and I face thousands of troops, Feng Tian, can still reverse the situation. Facing the killing intent of the crowd and the formulated battle plan, Feng Tian showed no signs of fear at all. In his eyes burned an indomitable flame, as if he wanted to oppose the whole world. You so-called champions of justice are nothing more than a group of manipulated puppets. Feng Tian sneered, his voice echoing across the vast battlefield, carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. Qingyun sat nearby, quietly observing everything. Although she was tired, there was still a glimmer of wisdom in her eyes. She knew that although Feng Tian was in a weakened state, his combat experience and cunning were not to be underestimated. Feng Tian, your doom has arrived. Sarutobi Hisashi stepped forward, his voice firm and powerful, as if rallying everyone. Is that so? Then let me see just how much commotion you ants can stir up. Feng Tian shouted, and in an instant, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Everyone, seeing this, quickly employed their techniques to track Feng Tian's whereabouts. However, Feng Tian dashed across the battlefield like lightning, his speed so fast that everything around seemed to freeze. Just at this critical moment, Cheng Yun suddenly opened her eyes, golden light flickering within them like two brilliant stars. She gently raised her hand, and with her movement, the golden river of time surged once more, roaring with waves and overwhelming momentum. Cheng Yun exclaimed softly, "Time rewind." Before her words faded, the golden river of time transformed into a golden dragon, roaring as it chased after Feng Tian. Feng Tian felt the powerful aura behind him and couldn't help but feel startled. He knew very well that he could not sit idly by and wait for death. He quickly used the flying thunder god technique, attempting to evade the terrifying attack with teleportation. However, the golden river of time seemed to possess some mysterious power, tightly locking onto Feng Tian, and no matter how he teleported, he could not escape its tracking. Damn it! Feng Tian cursed silently in his heart, realizing that he could no longer run away. He took a deep breath, stopped in his tracks, and turned to face the surging golden river of time head-on. His gaze was firm as he shouted, "Since I can't avoid it, then bring it on." He quickly formed hand seals, ready to confront Cheng Yun's attack with the power of causality. However, at that critical moment, Cheng Yun suddenly retracted the golden river of time, as if everything had just been a joke to her. A playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and a cunning glint sparkled in her eyes. "Feng Tian, do you think I would do it myself?" Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's heart raced with alarm, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt electric smell in the air, and instantly turned his gaze towards the position where the fourth rakeage had previously unleashed the Four Crimson Sun formation. To his surprise, he saw Minato Namikaze had replaced the fourth rakeage position and was steadily executing the formation. Meanwhile, the fourth rakeage and Killer Bee were stealthily approaching from behind, their eyes flashing with battle intent and determination. "It's a trap," Finchen exclaimed in shock, but it was too late. The fourth rakeage and Killer Bee had already launched their attack, the powerful Raijin's Heat Blade cutting through the air like thunder, heading straight for Finchen. Raijin's Heat Blade. Chapter 120. Call for help. Faced with the seamless joint attack of the fourth rakeage and Killer Bee, Finchen's expression changed drastically. The immense energy condensed in the Raijin's Heat Blade was like a raging thunder dragon, roaring loudly as it charged forward, causing the entire space to tremble. Finchen knew he could not easily evade this strike, so he decisively used the flying thunder god technique again, attempting to evade this deadly threat through spatial displacement. However, Minato Namikaze had already seen through his intentions and cleverly restricted Finchen's movement range using the spatial sealing power of the Four Crimson Sun formation. The spatial seal was meant for this moment. Minato's voice was calm and resolute, like a wise strategist controlling a chess game, meticulously grasping every detail. At the other end of the Four Crimson Sun formation, he manipulated his chakra to further compress Finchen's activity space, making his escape route increasingly narrow. Finchen hesitated for a moment, and just as the Raijin's Heat Blade was about to reach him, he displayed remarkable adaptability and strength. He forcefully twisted his body, using the power of causality as a guide, and quickly formed a solid shield on the outside of his body. This shield shone with a mysterious light, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. With a deafening roar, the Thunder Plow Heat Knife violently collided with the shield of Feng Tian, erupting in dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Amidst the tremendous explosion, lightning splashed everywhere, and Feng Tian's figure was submerged in a sea of lightning. When the smoke cleared, Feng Tian stumbled out, his clothes in tatters and his skin marked with charred traces, clearly indicating that this blow had inflicted significant damage on him. Yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. I underestimated your cooperation." Feng Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. At this moment,
Cheng Yun slowly stood up, having regained some chakra, her golden eyes sparkling with an even brighter light. "Feng Tian, this cycle of reincarnation has come to an end. Today,
let me put a period on this space-time." As Cheng Yun's words fell, the ninja alliance around them began to slowly close in, each person exuding a fighting spirit. Knowing that this was the crucial moment to decide victory or defeat, Feng Tian looked around. A sense of desperation surged in his heart. As he prepared to go all in, he knew that, with his current strength, escaping was almost impossible. Nevertheless, he would not give up easily. Roaring with fury, his chakra surged wildly, and even in his weakened state, his astonishing combat power was still apprehensive. His eyes were blood red, as if they were about to ignite a raging flame, turning all obstacles to ashes. Then come, let me see if you so-called justice can withstand my final madness. Feng Tian shouted loudly, his voice filled with determination and madness. As he quickly formed hand seals, a mysterious power surged within him. Reverse spirit communication technique. He slammed down suddenly. In an instant, a massive cloud of smoke rose into the air, obscuring everyone's vision. From the smoke, a figure with an overwhelming presence slowly emerged. He is tall, with his arms crossed over his chest, and his face is filled with disdain and pride. His gaze was as deep as an abyss, seemingly capable of seeing through all the illusions of the world. How utterly pathetic, this figure from the heavens said, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his voice. If I had made my move earlier, everything would have been over by now. As these words fell, Uchiha Madara's figure finally revealed itself completely before everyone. He wore a black battle robe, a metal headband on his head, and his eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. His appearance seemed to make the entire space tremble, a powerful pressure spreading out, making everyone present feel a difficulty in breathing. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Noki locked their gazes tightly on Uchiha Madara, their pupils instantly contracting, their faces filled with disbelief. In the last era, this legendary ninja, who had long been presumed dead, appeared before everyone in such perfect condition, as if time had no effect on him. I'm sorry, Lord Madara. That was not my intention. Feng Tian responded in a deep voice, revealing a hint of helplessness. Uchiha Madara did not pay attention to Feng Tian's explanation. His gaze swept over each person present like an abyss, ultimately fixing on Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that many interesting things have happened in the ninja world during my absence, Uchiha Madara said with a cold smile, his tone full of mockery and disdain. However, that is no longer important. What matters is that today, I will personally end this decaying era and create a world that belongs to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became exceptionally grave. He knew how terrifying Uchiha Madara's strength was. Even at their peak, they struggled to contend with him, let alone now. But as Hokage, he could not retreat. Complete body. Susanoo. With a roar from Uchiha Madara, a massive figure suddenly rose behind him, like a giant beast awakening from the abyss. Its enormous body nearly obscured the entire sky, casting a shadow that made everyone present feel unprecedented pressure and despair. This complete body, Susanoo, radiated dazzling light, yet contained a heart-stopping dark power. Every piece of its armor seemed capable of easily tearing apart space, and every pair of eyes was enough to make the strong tremble. Feng Tian pressed closely to Uchiha Madara's side, stepping into this godlike body alongside him. Under the protection of Susanoo, they seemed to become invincible kings, looking down upon the ants beneath them. Do you think you can stop me? Uchiha Madara's voice echoed within the massive body of Susanoo, carrying an undeniable authority. Chung Yun's eyes widened, the scene before her exceeding her limits of perception. She murmured, how is this possible? Uchiha Madara of this era should have long since died of old age. Despite being filled with doubt, her expression remained extraordinarily calm, as if she had already prepared to face everything. A strand of brilliant golden thread flowed gently around her fingertips, a manifestation of her mastery over the power of time and space reversal. Without hesitation, she waved towards Uchiha Madara, attempting to use this power to influence or even change his existence. However, Feng Tian had already seen through her intentions. He sneered and with a wave of his hand, released a strand of mysterious causal power. This power collided violently with Chung Yun's time-space power in midair, erupting in dazzling light and strong energy fluctuations. Chung Yun's time-space reversal attempted to pull Uchiha Madara back to the era he should have perished in, while Feng Tian's causal power steadfastly maintained the current reality, not allowing any external forces to easily alter it. The two forces intertwined in the air, creating invisible ripples, as if time and causality were fiercely clashing at that moment. Chung Yun's complexion changed slightly. She did not expect Feng Tian's causal power to directly counter her time-space power. Do you think a little time-space reversal can change anything? In this world woven by causality, everything has long been predetermined. Feng Tian's lips curled into a proud smile, fully aware that the chips in his hand were far from just this. Chung Yun, unwilling to back down, her gaze became even more resolute. Predetermined? That's merely your self-righteous fantasy. True power comes from the infinite possibilities of the future and an unyielding will. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Uchiha Madara's voice once again interrupted this invisible confrontation. Enough. Pointless disputes are meaningless. Feng Tian, prepare to welcome the dawn of a new era. As for you all, his gaze swept over the allied forces, filled with disdain, just dust under the wheels of history. After Uchiha Madara's solemn and cold words fell, the complete body, Susanu's enormous hands tightly gripped the double blades, forcefully plunging them into the ground like a descending deity. The destructive power unleashed by this strike seemed to want to swallow the entire world, as terrifying shockwaves crazily spread outwards, causing the very space to tremble wherever they reached. Here it comes, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness. He was acutely aware of the crisis at that moment, and immediately reminded the other shadows to fully reinforce the defense of the four Red Sun formation. Their faces were filled with seriousness as they quickly formed hand seals, pouring their chakra into the barrier without reservation. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave surged forth like a raging storm, distorting the shape of the four Red Suns formation. The surface of the barrier rippled in layers, as if it could collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth, desperately maintaining the barrier, not allowing it to sustain even a slight damage. After a fierce struggle, the four Red Sun formation finally withstood that destructive force. Although the shape of the barrier was distorted, the interior remained as solid as ever. Shameless people. Do you think you're the only one who can call for help? Although Qingyun was unharmed under the protection of the four Red Sun formation, she felt extremely displeased with Feng Tian's behavior of running away when unable to fight and calling for help when he couldn't escape. After saying that, she snapped her fingers sharply. In an instant, a golden river of time appeared above her head, dazzling and seemingly containing endless mysteries and power. The appearance of this river drew the attention of everyone present, filling them with unprecedented shock. Soon after, a figure slowly emerged from this brilliant river, walking steadily, radiating a faint glow, as if he were a powerful being crossing over from another time and space. His appearance made Qingyun's confidence even stronger. She provocatively looked at Feng Tian, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Are you trying to scare me? This girl won't be afraid of you. Chapter 121. Uchiha Sasuke as the brilliant, starry light of time gradually faded. A figure exuding a chilling aura appeared leisurely before everyone. Feng Tian focused his gaze, and his expression stiffened involuntarily. He understood clearly how terrifying the strength of the person Qingyun summoned was. Even facing the overwhelming pressure of Uchiha Madara's complete body, Susanoo, he felt he had no chance of winning. Go get him. Beat Feng Tian and that big guy down. Qingyun raised her arm, pointing directly at Uchiha Madara's towering complete body Susanoo, while commanding the helper she had summoned, shouting loudly. At that moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, and the tense atmosphere made it almost suffocating. Feng Tian's forehead was faintly visible with beads of sweat, while Qingyun wore a playful expression, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hearing this, the person's expression darkened slightly, a barely perceptible displeasure curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly said, "If you speak to me like that again, I won't mind chopping you up first." Hi, Lord Sasuke," Qingyun cheerfully responded. This person was none other than Uchiha Sasuke of the Boruto era, with one arm and a single Rinnegan. He is the one called by Qingyun from the River of Time. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his gaze like a torch, staring directly at the towering, complete body Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, his expression as calm as a still pond, with not a hint of ripples. He immediately turned his head and looked at his father, Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing beside him. Countless memories from the past suddenly flashed through his mind. However, this was clearly not the time to indulge in memories. Uchiha Fugaku noticed the gaze that Sasuke was directing at him and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He instinctively turned his head, his gaze meeting Sasuke's. For some reason, Fugaku felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this suddenly appearing stranger, as if he were a relative with blood ties. However, given that they were in the midst of a war, surrounded by thick smoke and a chilling atmosphere, he couldn't afford to indulge too much in this strange feeling. Fugaku quickly gathered his thoughts and refocused on the battlefield before him. Complete body, Susanoo, Sasuke shouted in a deep and powerful voice, filled with endless determination and strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, imposing purple giant suddenly emerged from behind Sasuke. its size and might rivaling that of Uchiha Madara's complete body, Susanoo. The two giants stood face to face, as if electric currents were swirling between them, the air at that moment thickening to an almost suffocating degree. A shocking confrontation was about to unfold between them. The purple Susanoo emitted a faint glow, contrasting sharply with Madara's blue Susanoo. An extremely oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, making even breathing feel difficult. You can actually activate complete body. Susanoo? Who are you? Madara's voice came through the giant mouth of Susanoo, laced with disbelief and surprise. Sasuke did not answer, merely staring coldly at Madara. In many previous cycles, Sasuke had fought against Uchiha Madara multiple times, and though their strengths were basically equal, Sasuke had managed to defeat Madara with the help of Chingyun. At this moment, it seemed Chingyun had no intention of intervening, and Madara was in peak condition, which also stimulated Sasuke's desire to fight. Then let me see just how strong your complete body, Susanoo, is. Madara said no more and controlled his Susanoo to charge forward, its massive fist carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, smashing towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke refused to back down, also swinging the giant arm of Susanoo to meet it. The two forces collided in the air, erupting in a deafening roar. As if the very space was being torn apart, light exploded and dust rose, and in that moment, it felt as if the entire world consisted only of the clash between these two forces. Just then, those who had been watching from the sidelines saw this and rushed forward to assist Sasuke, but they were fiercely blocked by several invisible monsters. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to Uchiha Madara by even a fraction. Even more infuriating was that those white zetsu, which had already been nearly wiped out, suddenly began to emerge from the ground like mushrooms after rain, surging towards them. In an instant, everyone had to concentrate on eliminating these annoying white zetsu before considering how to deal with the few hidden invisible monsters. That's right. Those troublesome invisible monsters were the clones created by Uchiha Madara's favored ninjutsu, Limbo, Border Jail, to ensure that his battle faced no interruptions. Madara unhesitatingly released these clones hidden in the dark space, making them obstacles to the advance of the allied shinobi forces. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle, the roars of the white zetsu intermingling with the shouts of the crowd, creating a scene both tragic and spectacular. Everyone be careful. First, take care of these white zetsu, someone shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone unleashed their respective ninjutsu and engaged in fierce combat with the white zetsu. However, the sheer number of white zetsu was overwhelming, as if they were endless, leaving them exhausted. At this moment, the battle between Sasuke and Uchiha Madara also entered a heated phase. The two Susanoo continued to collide, each clash capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. However, despite Sasuke's immense strength, he still found it difficult to gain the upper hand against Uchiha Madara in his peak state. It seems you are still not strong enough. Uchiha Madara sneered, his voice coming through the giant mouth of Susanoo, tinged with mockery and disdain. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened further. He knew that to defeat Uchiha Madara, he had to rely on his own strength. Thus, he took a deep breath, gathering all his power once more, and launched a fierce attack on Uchiha Madara. On the other side of the battlefield, Feng Tian's figure flickered, using several body flicker techniques, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chingyun. He did not rush to act, but instead approached her steadily, his eyes fixed on Chingyun as if trying to see through her thoughts. Chingyun, seeing this, still wore a hint of a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with cunning light. She showed no signs of fear as Feng Tian gradually drew closer. Instead, she appeared even more excited and expectant. Chingyun, shall we talk? Feng Tian finally stopped, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Chingyun's face deepened, and she nodded slightly before replying, sure. However, I will decide the location of this conversation. Chapter 122, Name. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nodded lightly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. A smile crept onto Chingyun's lips as she gently flicked her finger, producing a crisp snap in the air. Immediately, the surrounding scenery seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, becoming distorted and hazy, as if time and space lost their order at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a strange space where clocks of various types hung all around, the ticking sounds intertwining to form a melodious tune. This was Chingyun's unique subspace. Please have a seat. Chingyun waved her right hand, her tone carrying a sense of carefree and unruliness. Before her words had finished, the space in front of them rippled slightly, and an ancient go table along with two stone stools appeared out of thin air, as if plucked from the void. Feng Tian looked at the go table before him, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising in his heart. This go table reminded him of the era before his crossing. Those familiar, yet distant memories flooded back like a tide. A complex light flickered in his eyes, but soon he regained his calm and slowly sat down on the stone bench, as if engaging in a silent conversation with his past self. The teasing expression on Cheng Yun's face gradually faded, becoming unprecedentedly serious. She looked deeply at Feng Tian and slowly spoke. Do you know? Her voice was low and magnetic, as if each word contained a certain profound meaning. Our fate is like this game of chess. Cheng Yun's finger gently traced the chessboard, the pieces making a faint sound as they touched, as if narrating the trajectory of fate. We are all within the chess game, but you and I are not the players. A hint of helplessness and sentiment flashed in her eyes, as if lamenting the unpredictability of fate. Upon hearing this, a hint of unnatural expression crossed Feng Tian's face. He frowned slightly, his voice tinged with doubt and unease. Who exactly is the player? Cheng Yun only smiled without answering. She extended her finger towards the boundless sky, as if hinting at something. Then, she gently picked up a chess piece, her movements slow and solemn, as if performing a sacred ritual. The chess piece traced a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily on the chessboard, producing a crisp sound. Cheng Yun's gaze was profound, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space, and she slowly said, "The player hides within the cracks of time and space. They manipulate the trajectories of countless lives. Like the pieces on this chessboard, whether in life or death, joy or sorrow, all within their thoughts." Feng Tian furrowed his brows tightly, a wave of unprecedented shock and unease surging within him. He knows very well that his arrival in this world is not a coincidence, but rather guided by some force. Now, the true nature of this force is about to surface. How can he not feel nervous? Are we really to let them manipulate us? There is a hint of unwillingness in Feng Tian's voice. Cheng Yun gently shakes her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. No. Although fate is like a chess game, the pieces also have the power to resist. Though you and I are not the ones holding the pieces, we can seek a way to break the game and defy destiny. Cheng Yun pauses, turning her gaze to the chessboard. Noticing that Feng Tian is still lost in thought and has not made a move, she shakes her head helplessly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then, she picks up a chess piece and gently places it down, her movements elegant and composed. Actually, do you know? Cheng Yun's voice rings out again, carrying a hint of mystery and depth. We have struggled through countless cycles, enduring numerous life and death battles. Although I possess the power of time and space, allowing me to maintain this youthful appearance, time still flows silently and imperceptibly. It's just that you cannot sense it. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian furrows his brow, confusion evident on his face. Countless cycles? Haven't we only gone through 6? His voice carried a hint of confusion and incomprehension, as if he was struggling to piece together fragments of memories. Cheng Yun did not respond directly. She continued to focus on the chessboard, her movements of placing and playing the pieces flowing naturally, as if each move contained a certain profound meaning. In fact, long ago, I had dreamed of sitting down with you like this, calmly and sincerely having a good talk. There was a barely perceptible emotion in Cheng Yun's tone, as if the past struggles and turmoil had transformed into the warmth of the present moment. But unfortunately, the player behind me has always been unwilling to give us this opportunity, which is why we have been in constant conflict. A hint of helplessness and regret flashed in her eyes, as if recounting the days when they were forced into disputes. The player behind you? Who is it? Feng Tian's face showed a look of confusion as he stared intently at Cheng Yun, trying to find the answer in her eyes. Who? Cheng Yun repeated Feng Tian's question, her expression suddenly becoming strange, as if she had tasted something with an odd flavor. When placing the next piece, she deliberately slammed it down on the board, creating a small dent, as if venting her dissatisfaction. A professional electrician who can't play with electricity. She gritted her teeth as she uttered this sentence, her tone filled with sarcasm and helplessness. The word professional was emphasized, as if highlighting the absurdity and incompetence of the other party. Finally, as the last piece was slowly placed down, the enormous chessboard began to gradually disappear, as if it had never existed. Yet, the dialogue between Cheng Yun and Feng Tian seemed to have opened a long-sealed door, allowing their relationship to quietly begin to change. After a while, Cheng Yun's tone suddenly became exceptionally gentle, She stared intently into Feng Tian's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul, and softly asked, "Do you still remember your name?" This sentence struck like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in Feng Tian's heart. His pupils dilated sharply, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Cheng Yun, his lips trembling uncontrollably, yet it seemed as if an invisible force had grasped his throat, preventing him from making any sound. "Name?" Feng Tian struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Isn't my name Feng Tian?" However, as these words fell, a sudden pain shot through his mind, as if countless silver needles had been fiercely plunged into it, unbearable and intense. He tightly held his head with both hands, groaning in pain, trying to find answers amidst the chaotic thoughts. But those memories surged like a tide, bringing endless suffering and confusion that nearly suffocated him. Cheng Yun quietly watched Feng Tian's painful expression, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. She did not step forward to comfort him, but simply waited quietly, as if waiting for a crucial answer. Feng Tian trembled, repeatedly whispering, "My name, my name." His voice was filled with confusion and helplessness, like a traveler lost in a vast ocean, desperately searching for a guiding lighthouse. Cheng Yun let out a gentle sigh, her gaze complex and profound, reflecting both sympathy for Feng Tian's plight and a resolute determination in the face of destiny's choices. She slowly stood up, walked to Feng Tian's side, and gently patted his shoulder, her touch tender yet firm. "Feng Tian, this is just a code name, a name given to you for the sake of mutual recognition in this meticulously constructed world." Her voice was soft and clear, each word seemingly imbued with some kind of magic, attempting to penetrate the fog in Feng Tian's heart. "Or perhaps it is a name bestowed upon you by the player behind you for some purpose." There was a hint of barely perceptible irony in Cheng Yun's tone, as if hinting at the profound meaning and conspiracy of that unknown player. "But before you're crossing on your true path of destiny, do you still remember your original name, your original identity, and why you came here?" Her question was like a sharp blade, cutting through the fog in Feng Tian's heart, forcing him to confront the forgotten past. Feng Tian painfully closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to search for those lost memories in his mind. However, the memories seemed shrouded in a heavy mist, and he could only vaguely see some blurred shadows, those shadows swaying gracefully in the fog, yet always unable to reach the truth. "I can't remember." Chapter 123, Flee. "I can't remember." Feng Tian painfully held his head, his eyes hollow and confused, as if being torn apart by an invisible force in every corner of his heart. He desperately tried to retrieve those lost memories, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not find any clues about his own name. At this moment, he finally realized that he had inexplicably arrived in this world of Naruto and had begun collecting tailed beasts without any direction. Everything seemed logical, yet it was filled with strangeness and confusion. Even his name, Feng Tian, seemed like something he was supposed to have, without any sense of abruptness or incongruity. Could it be that my name really is Feng Tian? Feng Tian silently asked himself, but this question was like an unsolvable riddle, plunging him into deeper confusion and uncertainty. He began to doubt his existence, question the reality of this world, and even doubt everything he had experienced. "Perhaps your power of causality could help you regain a part of your memory." Cheng Yun saw that the time was ripe and promptly reminded Feng Tian. Upon hearing the words power of causality, a flicker of confusion crossed Feng Tian's eyes, but soon this confusion was replaced by an inexplicable desire. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope, a ray of light that could help him regain the memories he had lost. He raised his head, staring intently at Cheng Yun, his voice tinged with urgency and desire. "The power of causality? Are you saying that I can use this power to regain my lost memories?" Cheng Yun nodded gently, a sense of affirmation reflected in his gaze. "Exactly. Your power of causality is one of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the universe. It can not only perceive the causal connections of all things, but also, to some extent, reverse causality and change fate." Cheng Yun extended a finger, on which a golden thread containing the power of time and space flowed, and continued, "If you use the power of causality as a link, and my power of time and space as a bridge, you might be able to recover some memories." Feng Tian listened to Cheng Yun's explanation, his eyes sparkling with increasing brightness. He seemed to see the dawn of hope piercing through the fog in his heart, illuminating the path ahead. "Using your time and space power as a bridge. This sounds like a solution tailor-made for me." Feng Tian's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Cheng Yun smiled and nodded. extending his finger to gently touch Feng Tian's forehead. The time and space power on the golden thread seemed to transform into a warm current, flowing into Feng Tian's body, intertwining with his causal power. Close your eyes, relax your body and mind, and let this power guide you. Cheng Yun's voice was gentle yet firm, as if possessing a kind of magic that made Feng Tian involuntarily follow his instructions. Feng Tian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. He felt his body becoming lighter and lighter, as if floating above the clouds. At the same time, a series of blurry images began to surge in his mind, flashing by quickly like a film reel, constantly switching. Suddenly, a clear image froze in his mind. It was a strange world, filled with high-tech and fantastical elements. Feng Tian saw himself standing in the center of a huge city, surrounded by bustling crowds and endless streams of vehicles. He felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity, as if this were the world he had once lived in. However, just as he was about to further explore this world, the scene suddenly became blurred, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Feng Tian tried to break through this fog, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the true face of that world. Ultimately, as the surrounding scene shifted, Feng Tian returned to reality. It seems I was not mistaken. There was a hint of heaviness in Cheng Yun's voice as she fixed her gaze on Feng Tian and continued. The chess player behind you has hidden your memories through special means. This method is so sophisticated that even with the combined strength of the two of us, we cannot break through this barrier. Cheng Yun sighed, revealing a look of regret on her face. She had originally thought that with her abilities, she might be able to help Feng Tian regain his lost memories. But now it seemed that things were far more complicated than she had imagined. However, Feng Tian did not feel discouraged by Cheng Yun's words. On the contrary, a determined light sparkled in his eyes. Through Cheng Yun's help, he had already glimpsed his original world, and the desire to return home grew even stronger. In other words, as long as my strength is strong enough, perhaps I can break the layout of the chess player behind me. Feng Tian's voice carried a hint of defiance and determination. He knew very well that in order to regain his lost memories and return to his original world, he must possess sufficiently strong power. Cheng Yun supported her chin with her hand, seriously contemplating what Feng Tian had said. Finally, she slowly nodded and spoke. Theoretically, that's true. But, Feng Tian, have you heard of the flea experiment? Feng Tian shook his head, regretting that he hadn't studied enough when it mattered. Cheng Yun rolled her eyes at him and began to explain the experiment. The so-called flea experiment is actually a very enlightening psychological experiment. The experimenter puts a flea in a glass cup and then immediately covers the mouth of the cup with a transparent glass plate. At first, the flea keeps trying to jump out of the glass cup. However, due to the barrier of the glass plate, it hits the plate every time and cannot escape. After a while of trying, the flea seems to realize that its efforts are in vain, so it begins to adjust its jumping height. It no longer jumps high enough to hit the glass plate, but only jumps to a position below it. Then, the experimenter quietly removes the glass plate. Surprisingly, even without the barrier of the glass plate, the flea continues to maintain its previous jumping height and no longer attempts to escape the cup. It seems to have become accustomed to its limit and no longer dares to break through. After finishing the experiment, Cheng Yun looked deeply at Feng Tian, seemingly waiting for his reaction. Do you know what this means? Feng Tian remained silent for a moment and finally said reluctantly, You mean to tell me I'm like this flea, and the chess player behind me has put a glass plate on me, limiting my power. No matter how hard I try, I can't escape this fate? Cheng Yun continued to shake her head and said, Maybe, right now you are indeed the flea trapped in the glass cup. But who can say clearly about the future? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian slowly stood up from his seat. At this moment, he was no longer obsessed with regaining that lost memory. He walked slowly with heavy steps to Cheng Yun, his face dark as water, and slowly spoke. So, as long as I'm strong enough, I can reclaim everything that originally belonged to me, right? If that's the case, then please don't stand in my way back home. The tone of Feng Tian was filled with undeniable determination. I will claim these tailed beasts. You cannot stop me. His eyes shimmered with a resolute light. Cheng Yun looked at Feng Tian, who had already made up his mind, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, filled with worry and helplessness. Feng Tian, I never intended to block your path. Cheng Yun's voice was calm and deep, as if it could penetrate the heart. I just hope you understand that no matter which path you choose, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Collecting tailed beasts is no easy task, nor is it a righteous act. The person behind you has purposes and means that are far from benevolent. You must be on guard. Cheng Yun's words carried a hint of warning. Hearing this, Feng Tian clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Qingyun. I would rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. If you want to continue to stop me, then let us go to war. Chapter 124. Negotiation failed go to war? Qingyun raised an eyebrow, looking at the suddenly standing Feng Tian with disdain. Her words filled with amusement. With your current ability to collect the power of 5 tails? Or are you expecting that Uchiha Madara, who could die at any moment, to save you? Who told you that there is only Uchiha Madara behind me? Feng Tian retorted without reservation. However, Qingyun calmly stood up, gently shook her head, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she slowly said, "Do you think I just arrived in this time-space?" Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's heart tightened, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Qingyun continued, "A month before you attacked Konoha village, I had already quietly arrived in this time-space. I have been here, silently observing everything." Hearing this, Feng Tian looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face changing dramatically as he quickly took a few steps back, his voice trembling with disbelief. What do you mean? Have you already arrived in this time-space and been secretly laying plans?" Qingyun smiled slightly, not answering directly, but the depth and confidence in her eyes made Feng Tian feel a chill rise within him. Then, Qingyun extended her hand, her slender fingers gently pointing to the sky, as if her fingertips contained some mysterious power. Soon, four slender golden threads flowed from her fingertips, darting through the air like agile snakes, drawing beautiful arcs. Suddenly, these 4 golden threads shot toward 4 completely different directions at an astonishing speed. The next moment, a series of booming sounds erupted in the sky, as if powerful chakra waves were rapidly approaching, enveloping this space in a suffocating atmosphere. Feng Tian looked up and saw 4 beams of light rushing toward 4 directions, cutting through the sky and leaving brilliant trails. Each beam radiated a powerful aura that made one's heart race, as if some terrifying existence was quickly approaching. The attacker from the Mist Village was the immortal ninja, Kakuzu. From the Sand Village came the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The one from the Cloud Village was Minato, and from the Stone Village was Obito. Qingyun's words pierced into Feng Tian's heart like ice picks. Her voice was calm and collected, yet carried an irresistible force. "I'm not wrong, am I, Feng Tian?" Feng Tian's face instantly turned pale, his eyes wide open as he stared at Qingyun, as if he were seeing a ghost. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, each sending a chill down his spine. Could it be that this Qingyun had already arrived in this timeline and had been hiding in the shadows, like a cunning fox, quietly observing his every move? Had she already discerned all his plans even before he initiated the war, perhaps knowing every detail inside and out? Moreover, those 4 golden threads, shooting so rapidly and precisely towards 4 different directions, were clearly the reinforcements she had summoned. The direction they were heading was precisely towards the 4 villages of Mist, Sand, Cloud, and Rock. Feng Tian felt an unprecedented sense of fear and despair enveloping him. He originally thought everything was under his control, but he didn't expect that from the very beginning, he had fallen into someone else's scheme. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he still struggled to maintain his composure and authority. "In terms of strategy and means, you're no match for me." Qingyun's words carried a hint of disdain as she slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with confidence and pride. "Do you have anything to say now?" Feng Tian gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, veins bulging. His gaze flickered with unwillingness and stubbornness, like a trapped beast desperately struggling. "Until the last moment, I will never give up," Feng Tian roared, his voice hoarse yet powerful. "You won't defeat me easily. I still have a chance to turn the tide." Qingyun looked at Feng Tian's unyielding expression, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She slowly approached Feng Tian, gently patting his cheek, as if soothing a disobedient child. "Feng Tian, you are truly naive," Qingyun said. "The winner of this cycle is still me. Qingyun, and you are bound to lose." However, Feng Tian seemed to have not heard her words, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "At this point, I have nothing more to say. Whether I live or die, let's fight first." As he spoke, a dense power of causality erupted from Feng Tian's body. At this moment, he decided not to entangle with Qingyun for now. Leaving the subspace was the best strategy. The power of causality surging around Feng Tian rolled like a tangible force, and the space seemed to twist at that moment, causing Qingyun to squint her eyes slightly. She realized that Feng Tian was about to gamble everything, using some kind of space-time ninjutsu or secret technique to escape. "Want to run? It's not that easy." Qingyun's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of Feng Tian, her hands quickly forming seals, attempting to block the surrounding space to prevent Feng Tian's escape. But Feng Tian was clearly prepared. A cold smile crept onto his lips as the chakra and the power of causality within him intertwined, forming an indescribable strange energy. This energy exploded around Feng Tian, creating a spatial rift that revealed an otherworldly glow. Space jumping, huh? I want to see if you can jump out of my palm. Qingyun snorted coldly, her hands rapidly changing seals, trying to disrupt the formation of that spatial rift. However, Feng Tian's movements were even faster. He almost merged into the rift the moment Qingyun completed her hand seals, leaving only a gradually dissipating shadow. Damn it, Qingyun shouted in anger, not expecting Feng Tian to truly escape her blockade. But she quickly calmed down, her gaze sharp as she looked toward the direction where the spatial rift disappeared, already formulating a plan in her mind. Hidden Mist Village at this moment. Hidden Mist Village had turned into ruins under Kakuzu's reckless destruction. Broken walls and remnants, raging flames. The air was filled with despair and the scent of death. And on this pile of ruins, Suigetsu and Pakin lay weakly to the side, their bodies surrounded by splattered blood, their breaths extremely faint, as if they would pass out at any moment. Their bodies were covered in scars, old and new intertwined, making for a shocking sight. There was not a trace of chakra fluctuation to be felt, and even the large swords they once relied on for battle were now haphazardly stuck to the side, losing their former sharpness. It was clear that they had been completely defeated in their fight against Kakuzu. The once imposing ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village now lay on this wasteland like stray dogs, barely clinging to life. Two stubborn fools. They wasted two of my hearts, Kakuzu said with dissatisfaction. His voice was hoarse and deep, yet carried an unmistakable intent to kill. Although he ultimately triumphed over the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon in Paipa Shirzong, his condition was not much better. Originally, his proud four hearts transformed into the earth Ensue, but during the fierce battle with the two, the fire and water attributes were destroyed. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Jiaodu looked down at his battered body, a flicker of anger and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He originally thought he could easily deal with these two guys, but he didn't expect to pay such a heavy price. However, fortunately, the people who could stop Kakuzu had already been defeated. He thought that next he only needed to command White Zetsu to easily launch a devastating attack on the Hidden Mist Village. However, just as he stood up and prepared to continue his actions, a dazzling golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, swift like a meteor, directly descending before him. This golden light flickered with endless brilliance, so bright that Kakuzu couldn't open his eyes for a moment and could only instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. When the light finally dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from within, as if stepping out from the void, exuding an extraordinary aura. Kakuzu struggled to open his eyes, trying to see the face of the newcomer. Upon recognizing the person, his pupils instantly contracted, disbelief written all over his face as he trembled and exclaimed, "It's you. How could you be here?" Chapter 125, Senju Hashirama. Oh, what a rare opportunity to battle across time and space. Who is my opponent this time, I wonder? As the light gradually faded, a Konoha ninja, clad in red armor, with flowing long hair appeared before Kakuzu's eyes. This person was none other than the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Hashirama, summoned across time by C.H. Gen, stepped resolutely onto the battlefield from the end of the River of Time. However, when Hashirama's gaze swept over the Hidden Mist Village, which had been ravaged beyond recognition by Kakuzu, his expression instantly darkened, his brows furrowing tightly, and a trace of uncontainable anger and sorrow flashed in his eyes. "It seems you are the one creating slaughter and destruction." Senju Hashirama's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze was like a torch, staring directly at Kakuzu, as if he wanted to see through the darkness in the other's heart. Kakuzu stared at Senju Hashirama in front of him, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated like morning mist, replaced by a raging fire of revenge. If it weren't for the obstruction of this man before him, how could he have failed his mission and ended up with the title of a rogue ninja, ruthlessly expelled by the Hidden Land of Rain? In Kakuzu's eyes, it seemed as if two flames were burning fiercely, a complex emotion woven from resentment, unwillingness, and anger. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, each word seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth, filled with deep hatred. "Senju Hashirama, I didn't expect to see you here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly, helplessly shrugging his shoulders, his face filled with confusion. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Throughout his long and eventful career as Hokage, he had encountered countless assassinations and conspiracies. However, he truly had no impression or clue about this guy in front of him. Senju Hashirama shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of doubt and tolerance. I have not directly participated in your past, nor do I understand why you harbor such deep resentment towards me. But in any case, since we have met here today, I have a responsibility to stop your killing. Kakuzu's rage seemed to be ignited even more by Hashirama's words, and he sneered, responsibility? Senju Hashirama, is your so-called responsibility to look down from above and turn a blind eye to the suffering of others? Do you know that everything I lost was caused by your so-called responsibility? Kakuzu roared, as if venting his inner anger and unwillingness. Immediately, the two powerful forces, the earth grudge fear with wind and lightning attributes, quickly returned to his body as if they had heard a summons. With the enhancement of these two powerful forces, Kakuzu's body underwent a tremendous transformation, directly entering the earth grudge fear state. Two strange and hideous heads slowly grew out from his shoulders. They slightly opened their mouths, continuously gathering a chakra so powerful it was heart-stopping, as if it would explode with destructive force at any moment. Your power is indeed impressive, but your heart seems filled with darkness and hatred. Hashirama's voice echoed over the ruins, carrying an indescribable solemnity and compassion. Kakuzu snorted coldly, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Without saying another word, he launched a fierce attack. The two strange heads suddenly opened wide, like the mouth of a giant beast, spewing forth two terrifying chakra beams mixed with wind and thunder, roaring towards Senju Hashirama. Faced with this sudden attack, Hashirama only moved slightly, and the wood release technique was instantly unleashed. Countless vines seemed to come alive, surging wildly from the ground, intertwining and rapidly weaving into a massive green shield that blocked all the beams outside, producing deafening booms. At the same time, Hashirama quickly formed hand seals, his chakra surging violently, clearly preparing to launch a more powerful and deadly counterattack. Wood Dragon Jutsu, Hashirama shouted, as if awakening a sleeping giant beast. A giant wooden dragon suddenly soared into the air from the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar, charging straight at Kakuzu. The wooden dragon was wrapped in a chakra so dense it seemed to drip with water, and each dragon scale shimmered with a green light, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to devour everything. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Although he already knew the power of Senju Hashirama's wood-release technique was astonishing, witnessing the wooden dragon take to the air in that moment still deeply shocked him. He didn't expect that Senju Hashirama's wood-release technique had become so powerful. However, Kakuzu was indeed a tough character. He did not retreat even a step. On the contrary, he once again urged the earth grudge fear within him, and those strange heads and tentacles seemed to have received some kind of mysterious power, becoming even more frenzied and fierce. He tried to break free from the restraints of the wood dragon with an even fiercer attack, seeking to regain control of the battlefield that belonged to him. However, Senju Hashirama's strength was far beyond what Kakuzu could imagine. The wood dragon not only firmly trapped Kakuzu, but also continuously squeezed his movement space, making it difficult for him to showcase his skills. Meanwhile, Hashirama took the opportunity to approach Kakuzu, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Would release, true thousand hands. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and a colossal statue of a thousand-handed Buddha suddenly appeared behind him. The statue was majestic and awe-inspiring, with each hand seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, containing endless destructive power. The statue slowly raised one hand, its palm so large that it seemed to cover half the sky. In the palm, a brilliant sphere of chakra continuously condensed, emitting dazzling light that made it hard to look directly at. With a low shout from Hashirama, the chakra sphere seemed to be given life, roaring as it surged toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu was greatly alarmed. He knew that with this strike, he would likely be unable to escape. He widened his eyes, staring at the approaching sphere of light, his face filled with terror and despair. But at this critical moment, he suddenly came up with a plan. Utilizing the characteristics of the earth grudge fear, he dispersed part of his chakra into the surrounding ruins, creating multiple shadow clones in an attempt to confuse Hashirama. However, Senju Hashirama's insight was incredibly sharp. He had already seen through Kakuzu's scheme. Just as the sphere of light was about to hit the shadow clone, he suddenly changed his attack direction. The true thousand hands transformed into a sharp wooden blade, piercing directly through Kakuzu's real body. Kakuzu let out a chilling scream as his body was pierced by Hashirama's wooden blade, blood gushing out. He widened his eyes, filled with unwillingness and shock. The true thousand hands of Senju Hashirama slowly retracted, and the towering statue of Buddha gradually faded into nothingness. He looked at the fallen Kaku, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Your strength is indeed impressive, but in the end, you still went down the wrong path. There was a hint of regret in Hashirama's tone. Kakuzu struggled to get up, but his body was already severely injured, leaving him powerless to turn the tide. Suddenly, Kakuzu began to laugh wildly, a mocking expression written all over his face, and he exclaimed, "Senju Hashirama, do you think you've won?" Chapter 126. Haruno Sakura Sunagakure. At this moment, Sunagakure, after enduring the fierce attack from Sasori, had become a ruin. Although the situation was slightly better compared to the devastation of Kirigakure, Sunagakure had still suffered considerable damage under Sasori's relentless assaults. With the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and the atmosphere of war, Chiyo was now at her limit, standing amidst the ruins, her body trembling slightly, her face marked by exhaustion and sorrow. She looked at Sasori, the grandson she once took pride in, now transformed into this state, her heart filled with pain and confusion. Sasori Chiyo trembled as she spoke, her voice hoarse and low, as if she could collapse at any moment. "Are you really going to destroy your once beloved homeland?" Sasori's face showed no expression, his gaze cold and hollow, as if he had lost all emotions. He looked at his former grandmother, the one who once gave him endless love and warmth, but now she could only stand on the opposing side, perhaps harboring a hint of complex emotions that were hard to express. However, he did not answer Grandma Chiyo's question. His puppet, strengthened by the causal power of Fongtian, became invincible, easily destroying the Chikamatsu 10 guardians that Granny Chiyo had carefully prepared. Now, he only wanted to continue fulfilling his mission, to completely destroy this hometown that once gave him memories. This dirty and artless world truly makes one nauseous. Scorpion's voice was filled with disgust and disdain, as if he viewed this world as a repulsive stain. To topple everything and start over, sacrifices must be made. Scorpion continued coldly, his gaze showing no hesitation or compassion. Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo's face changed drastically, and she trembled as she said, "Scorpion, do you not understand the consequences of this? You will become the enemy of the entire Sunagakure, even the enemy of the entire ninja world." Her voice was filled with worry and heartache, unable to watch her grandson march toward destruction. However, Scorpion merely curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He seemed to have made up his mind to change the world in his own way, no matter the cost. "So what?" Scorpio retorted, "I no longer care." His voice was filled with indifference and ruthlessness, as if he had already cast aside all ties and attachments. This world, this sand-hidden village, was no longer as I remembered it. Scorpion continued, his eyes flickering with memories and pain. They've become so ugly, so hypocritical. I must change them my own way. But, Scorpion, is it really worth it to do this? Granny Chiyo's voice carried a hint of pleading. You were once such a kind and talented child. Why have you become like this now? Scorpion's gaze dimmed slightly, but then it became firm again. Granny, you don't understand. Art requires sacrifice. Only by tearing everything down and starting over can true and perfect art be created. And in this process, some sacrifices are inevitable. But the villagers of Sand-Hidden Village are innocent. What wrong have they done? Granny Chiyo shouted hoarsely. Scorpion remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. They're not at fault, but this world is just that cruel. Sometimes, for a greater goal, some small selves must be sacrificed. And Sand-Hidden Village is the stepping stone for me to achieve my artistic goals. Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo trembled with anger. She looked into Scorpion's indifferent and determined eyes, knowing she could no longer persuade him. So, she clenched her teeth, preparing to fight Scorpion to the death with her last ounce of strength. But Scorpion merely flicked his finger, as if playing a melody of death. In the next moment, a puppet controlled by him wielding a sharp blade struck down towards Granny Chiyo like lightning. The puppet's strength and speed were so great that there was no time to react. Granny Chiyo, already extremely weak, was unable to defend against this sudden attack. She felt a tremendous force hit her, and she was violently knocked to the ground, spitting blood, her breath instantly becoming feeble. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair as she looked at Scorpion's cold and ruthless face, her heart filled with endless sorrow. Lady Chiyo, from a distance, anxious shouts came from the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village, rushing over, but only able to watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. Their hearts are filled with anger and helplessness, yet they cannot change this cruel reality. Scorpion looked at the old Lady Chiyo lying on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice icy and ruthless. "Grandma, you are old now, so please rest well." His words were like icy cold, making people shiver. As Scorpion's cold words fell, several puppets controlled by him suddenly appeared beside Granny Chiyo. They held giant blades high, their edges glinting with a chilling light, as if they were going to slash everything to pieces. Under Scorpion's control, these puppets showed no hesitation and fiercely swung their blades towards the fallen Granny Chiyo. However, at this critical moment, a brilliant beam of golden light suddenly shot in from afar, bursting forth with unstoppable force right in front of Scorpion. The huge explosion was deafening, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Who is it? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Scorpion couldn't help but roar in anger, his face filled with shock and fury. Immediately, he quickly took several steps back, and the giant blades that were about to strike Granny Chiyo abruptly halted in midair, as if blocked by an invisible force. After the golden light landed, it still shimmered with dazzling brilliance, making it impossible to look directly at it, like the rising sun. For a moment, everyone shielded their eyes with their arms to avoid being harmed by the intense light. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the dazzling light. As the brilliance gradually dimmed, everyone's vision also became clearer. Soon, a female ninja with flowing pink hair, dressed in Konoha ninja attire, appeared before everyone. This person was none other than Sakura Haruno, one of the new legendary Sannin who had traveled through time and space. Granny Chiyo. The moment Sakura saw Granny Chiyo lying on the ground, a strong sense of crisis surged within her. She quickly rushed to her side, gently placing her hands on Granny Chiyo's shoulders, and chakra flowed into her body like warm spring water, beginning to heal her. Seeing Sakura daring to ignore his presence, Scorpion couldn't help but feel a surge of displeasure. He let out a cold grunt, his fingers moved slightly, and soon, a puppet swung a giant blade fiercely towards the two. The giant blade traced a sharp trajectory in the air, accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it aimed to cut everything in two. However, Sakura merely glanced at the puppet with indifference, and then raised her hand slightly. Her palm seemed to contain boundless power, firmly catching the giant blade. With a loud crack, the originally indestructible giant blade broke in her hand, along with the puppet being snapped in half. Chungyun, thank you. This time, I will not leave any regrets. Chapter 127. The battle begins. Who are you? After receiving Sakura's treatment, Chiyo's cloudy eyes slowly opened. When she noticed that a strange ninja was treating her, she couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with a hint of vigilance and curiosity. Grandma, as for who I am, it might be difficult to explain clearly right now, Sakura quickly replied softly, her tone filled with gentleness and patience. But please believe that I am on your side. I am here to help you stop Sasori. As she spoke, Sakura's gaze was firm and clear, as if it could dispel all gloom. Her hands gently pressed on Chiyo's acupoints, her movements skilled and powerful, revealing her mastery of medical skills and care for the patient. Her current existence in this timeline is indeed a difficult issue to explain easily. To avoid complications and to focus on dealing with the formidable enemy Sasori, Sakura chose such a brief answer. Listening to Sakura's words, although Chiyo still felt a hint of confusion in her heart, she could read the goodwill and determination from those sincere eyes. Thank you, child. No matter where you come from, I will remember your kindness. Chiyo's voice was soft, but it carried undeniable firmness and gratitude. Sakura smiled gently and continued to concentrate on treating Chiyo, her nimble hands gliding between her acupoints, as if weaving a symphony of life. She wanted to ensure that Chiyo could quickly regain some strength to face the upcoming battle. At the same time, Sakura's gaze occasionally swept around, always alert to Sasori's movements, like a cheetah poised to pounce, ready to respond to any sudden attack from Sasori. Sasori watched this scene coldly, a trace of confusion evident in his eyes. With the power of fate granted by the heavens, weren't his puppets supposed to be invincible? Why was this woman able to easily break his puppet? Sasori's confusion snowballed, and he closely monitored Sakura's every move. his cold eyes reflecting a complex mix of bewilderment and vigilance. He began to realize that this seemingly ordinary leaf ninja might be hiding some unknown powerful force. Just like the undercurrents in the deep sea, calm on the surface but surging violently beneath, making it difficult to grasp. Interesting. Scorpion snorted contemptuously, his finger lightly beckoning as if wielding an invisible conductor's baton, summoning more puppets from all directions to swarm toward Sakura and Granny Chiyo. These puppets were bizarre in shape. Some wielded gleaming blades, while others carried heavy weaponry, clearly a specially crafted army by Scorpion to deal with various emergencies. Sakura's heart tightened, but she maintained her composure. She quickly took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing rhythm, and rapidly formed hand signs, channeling chakra into her palms, ready to face the impending storm-like assault. At the same time, her hands never stopped moving as she continued to treat Granny Chiyo's wounds, ensuring she could maintain some combat effectiveness in this fierce battle. "Granny, you rest for a bit. I'll handle these annoying guys," Sakura said with an undeniable firmness in her voice, her eyes burning with a fierce fighting spirit, like a young lioness ready to charge into battle. Hearing Sakura's words, Granny Chiyo nodded slightly, a trace of a reassuring smile appearing on her aged face. She knew that her most important task now was to regain her strength to deliver a fatal blow to Scorpion at a critical moment. Seeing this, Scorpion's lips curled into a cold smirk. He did not believe that Sakura could handle all of his puppets alone, but he was also pleased to see the outcome of this battle. After all, for him, the battle itself was an art, and the scene before him undoubtedly provided him with more creative inspiration. However, Sakura did not disappoint Sasori. With her excellent taijutsu and ninjutsu, she skillfully maneuvered between the puppets, continuously breaking their arms and kicking their bodies away. Each attack was precise and powerful, forcing Sasori to re-evaluate this opponent. Finally, after Sakura had destroyed dozens of puppets in succession, Sasori also halted his fierce assault. He slowly took a step forward, his expression complex, unable to help but ask, "I'm quite puzzled. How did you so easily destroy my puppets? You must know that these puppets have all been baptized by the power of causality and endowed with the characteristic of being indestructible." Upon hearing this, Sakura was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and replied, "Perhaps it has to do with the power of time and space that is attached to me. Ever since that timeline responded to Chinyin's call, I came here in response." Sakura's gaze became profound, as if lost in memories. During the process of traversing time and space, I may have inadvertently carried a trace of the power of time and space. When Scorpion heard Sakura mention the power of time and space, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had never heard of such a mysterious power, nor had he ever imagined that someone could travel through time and space. Such an explanation was both novel and filled with incomprehensible mystique for him. He stared intently at Sakura, trying to find answers in her eyes. But all he saw was determination and calmness, with no trace of fear or evasion. "Time-space power?" Scorpion murmured to himself, seemingly trying to understand this unfamiliar concept. "Are you saying that your power comes from another time-space?" Sakura nodded. Although her own understanding of this time-space power was limited, she knew it was the most reasonable explanation for why she could easily destroy Scorpion's puppets. Scorpion was silent for a moment, as if digesting this information. He gazed at Sakura, his eyes filled with both curiosity and wariness. He realized that the girl before him not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also carried unknown secrets. Interesting. Scorpion finally broke the momentary silence, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems this battle will be more thrilling than I expected." Saying this, he waved his fingers gently once more, but this time, no more puppets surged forth. Instead, he slowly walked toward Sakura, each step heavy as if treading on the strings of a heart, exuding a chilling aura of danger. "Let me personally experience the power of your time-space abilities." Scorpion's voice was deep and magnetic, each word seeming to be squeezed out with difficulty, carrying an undeniable resolve. Sakura, seeing this, knew that the Real challenge was imminent. She clenched her fists tightly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her emotions, adjusting her chakra to its optimal state, her eyes fixed on Scorpion, ready to face his tempestuous attacks. "Grandma, please make sure to protect yourself. The upcoming battle is likely to be very intense." Sakura turned back to remind Chiyo before the battle erupted. Chiyo nodded gently. Although her strength had not fully recovered, her eyes, having weathered countless storms, sparkled with determination. She was ready, prepared to catch Scorpion off guard at a critical moment. The battle. Let begin. Chapter 128. A request from others. Cloud Hidden Village. Can you still fight? Give up. The absolute gap in strength means you cannot win against me. From within the towering Susanoo, Shusue's voice, tinged with a hint of pity, echoed softly. He looked down from a high vantage point at the disheveled and ragged druid below, his tone as cold as the winter wind, devoid of any warmth. At that moment, the druid's face was a mix of sweat and dirt, his hair was in disarray, and his breathing had become rapid and heavy. Although he had used all his strength, facing the indestructible complete body Susanoo of Shusue was still like an ant trying to shake a tree, having no effect at all. Each attack felt as if it were hitting a thick steel plate, leaving only a few shallow marks, which were immediately followed by the terrifying force of Susanoo pushing him back repeatedly. The enormous gap in strength weighed down on Daliyi's heart like a mountain, filling him with an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness. His gaze began to drift, and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already foreseen his defeat. Under the sky of Yunin Village, the towering Susanoo stood like a deity, its emanating sound of stillness cold and filled with pity, in stark contrast to the predicament of the druid. He knew very well that, with his current strength, it was indeed difficult to shake the completely stable complete body Susanoo, which was as solid as a mountain. Was it the absolute gap in strength? Dalyuo muttered to himself, his voice revealing a hint of bitterness. He did not lack effort, but every attack felt like a stone sinking into the sea, having no effect on the massive Susanoo of Shizuki. However, in this moment of despair, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Darui's eyes. He raised his head and looked up at the towering Susanoo, a surge of unyielding will rising within him. I will never give up easily, Darui shouted, his voice echoing across the vast battlefield, as if even the sky trembled in response. Jishue was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that. In what seemed to be a moment of utter despair, Darui could still unleash such intense fighting spirit. Darui took a deep breath and began to mobilize the remaining chakra within him. He knew that he had to make some changes, or else this battle would be hopeless. Lightning release, black lightning. Darui let out a sudden roar, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, as if being pulled by an invisible force. The lightning release chakra within him surged violently, rampaging out like a wild horse. Shortly after, a massive black lightning beast coalesced behind him, roaring with a deafening sound and flashing with blinding electricity, charging towards Shusue's towering Susanoo. This was one of Darui's trump cards. He put forth all his strength, hoping that this strike could break through Shusue's solid defense and earn him a glimmer of hope. Shusue, upon seeing this, merely squinted his eyes slightly, his expression still showing no signs of change. He casually raised his arm, and the spiral gun in his hand seemed to sense its master's will, instantly bursting forth with dazzling light, meeting the fierce thunder beast of the druid. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the air, and under the powerful impact of the spiral gun, the thunder beast instantly disintegrated into countless tiny shards of lightning, brilliantly exploding in the air like fireworks, and then quickly dissipating without a trace. How is this possible? The druid's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, kneeling helplessly, his face filled with disbelief. He originally had high hopes for this move, thinking it would at least cause some trouble for Jishue, but he never expected it to be so easily countered by the opponent. At this moment, helplessness and despair surged like a tide, filling his heart. He gasped for breath, as if even breathing had become unusually difficult. You've done well enough, Jishue said slowly, his voice calm and gentle. He walked over to Druid, squatted down, and continued, I will give you time to catch up until the day you surpass me. After saying this, Jishue quickly formed a hand seal with one hand, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. A powerful and mysterious illusionary force instantly spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield. Druid only felt darkness in front of him, and then the whole world fell into endless darkness. His consciousness began to blur, and his body uncontrollably slumped to the ground. Seeing that Darui had already fallen into a trance, Shurze let out a gentle sigh, then turned away, no longer casting a glance at him. His back appeared lonely and desolate, as if carrying endless sorrow and responsibility. Currently, although Yunin Village has not suffered excessive casualties, various buildings and houses have already turned into ruins under the devastation of Susanoo. A flicker of pity crossed Jishue's face, but quickly vanished. Just as Jishui was about to turn and leave, completely ending this battle, a dazzling golden light suddenly streaked across the sky. This golden light, like a meteor crossing the night sky, carried an indescribable might and suddenly exploded in front of Jishui. The golden light radiated everywhere, illuminating the entire battlefield. As a dazzling golden light gradually dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from the brilliance, as if it had crossed over from another world. This chakra aura feels so familiar. Jishui's heart trembled sharply. He sensed that the chakra emanating from that person was strikingly similar to a figure in his memory. He tried hard to open his eyes to see the face of the person approaching, but the golden light was still a bit dazzling, making his eyes feel a tingling discomfort, so he couldn't open them immediately. Finally, as the light completely dissipated, the person slowly appeared in front of Jishui. He has a tall and slender figure, wearing a long black robe adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem on the collar. The sleeves of the robe are wide, gently swaying with his movements, giving off an ethereal and mysterious aura. This person is none other than Uchiha Itachi. He has come through the call of Chunyun from another time and space. Is it Jishui? Itachi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and emotion, as if he had traversed a long time and finally met an old friend after a long separation. I never expected that our reunion would be in such a situation, Itachi said, his words filled with endless nostalgia. Jishui frowned, his gaze fixed on Itachi, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Itachi gently shook his head, his expression complicated. He certainly knows Shizuyu, but at this moment, he is a traveler who has crossed time and space, an existence that should not be in this era. "You don't need to know who I am," Itachi said softly, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. "I have my reasons for being here that I cannot disclose." Upon hearing this, Shizuyu's eyes flickered with confusion, but he also understood that the person before him clearly had an extraordinary identity and purpose. Itachi took a deep breath and continued, "As someone who has traversed time and space, in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to my timeline, I must minimize the impact of my existence as much as possible. In other words, I will try not to create too much disturbance in this time and space." After saying this, Itachi's gaze fell once again on Shizuyu, as if he wanted to deeply imprint the other person's appearance in his heart. Then, without hesitation, he acted. Under the influence of the power of the clear rhythm time-space, he could freely unleash his abilities without worrying about backlash. Susanoo, accompanied by Itachi's low and powerful roar, a massive red Susanoo suddenly rose from the ground, standing like a towering mountain in front of Shizuyu. Shizuyu looked astonished at the sudden appearance of this red giant, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He never expected that at this critical moment, there would actually be someone who could summon such a powerful and mysterious existence. "Who on earth are you?" Jishui asked again, his voice tinged with a hint of uncontainable vigilance and confusion. He was well aware of the power of Susanoo and understood that a ninja capable of summoning such an existence was certainly not an ordinary person. Itachi looked at Shisui, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, but he did not answer his question directly. He slowly raised his hand, and the red Susanoo moved in tandem, its massive arm gently waving as if engaging in some tacit and mysterious cooperation with Itachi. Then, Itachi suddenly swung his hand, and the red Susanoo charged forward, colliding with Shisui's green Susanoo. The two powerful forces intertwined and collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. The entire hidden cloud village seemed to tremble at that moment, and the sky was stained with unusual colors from the clash of the two powers. Seeing this, Shisui did not dare to be careless. He quickly adjusted his state and engaged in an intense confrontation with Itachi. The two exchanged blows in midair, fighting to a standstill. Each collision was accompanied by strong energy fluctuations, distorting the surrounding space. "Your power feels very familiar to me, but I just can't recall. What exactly is your purpose?" Shisui continued to speak, his eyes fixed on Itachi, trying to glean more useful information from his micro-expressions. However, Itachi only shook his head slightly and did not respond. After a moment, he slowly spoke, just fulfilling a request. Chapter 129. Art is an explosion Iwagakure Deidara. Can you still hold on? The voice of Toby sounded somewhat hoarse amidst the swirling dust, his eyes filled with concern and anxiety. "Stop being so chatty, Toby. Just take care of yourself." Deidara shouted back at Toby, his voice tinged with fatigue and stubbornness. His face was covered in dust and sweat, his hair in disarray, looking extremely disheveled. Huang Tu was also quite helpless. From the very beginning of the battle, he had continuously used large-scale earth release techniques, exhausting a significant amount of chakra. If it weren't for Deidara's sudden support, which distracted Obito, he would have already been defeated. However, the current situation wasn't much better. Obito's complete body, Susanoo, stood before them like an indestructible wall, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Huang Tu's earth release attacks came like a torrential storm, while Deidara's clay bombs were relentless. Yet these attacks merely stirred up small clouds of dust against Obito's Susanoo, failing to shake it in the slightest. "Hey, did you two plan how to deal with me?" Obito asked leisurely from within the Susanoo, his voice laced with disdain and mockery. "After fighting for so long, I'm starting to feel sleepy." His words were filled with contempt, making Deidara and Lus's expressions even darker than water. Deidara gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fierce anger, staring at Obito as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Lus also clenched his fists, veins bulging. "Don't get too cocky, you guy," Deidara said through gritted teeth. Even though his body was exhausted from the continuous battles and explosions, Lus took a deep breath, trying to make his thoughts clearer. He knew that with just the two of them, it would be difficult to break through Obito's defenses. But the battle wasn't over yet, and they couldn't give up. "Deidara, we need to find a way to break through his defenses, or we will undoubtedly lose," Huang Tu said, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Deidara fell silent, his expression complex and conflicted, as if he were making a tough decision. Finally, it seemed he had made up his mind, his gaze turning resolute as he spoke. "I have one last move, my ultimate art. This technique is incredibly powerful and can definitely break his turtle shell." Deidara's voice carried a hint of ferocity, clearly fueled by anger towards Obito's provocation. Huang Tu, upon hearing this, showed a moment of surprise in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He understands Deidara's ultimate art all too well, which represents the pinnacle of Deidara's explosive art, and is also the forbidden technique he is most reluctant to touch. "Deidara, have you really decided to use that move? Do you know what it means for you?" The words of Tsuji were filled with deep concern. He didn't want Deidara to go down this irreversible path. However, Deidara interrupted Tsuji, his gaze more resolute than ever. "Tsuji, stop dragging things out. This is our only chance. I don't want to lose to this arrogant guy." With that, Deidara began to prepare, his hands swiftly forming hand seals, and a dangerous aura started to envelop his body. Tsuji looked at Deidara's determined expression, took a deep breath, and nodded. He knew that they had no way out now. "All right, then let's work together and give it our all for victory," Huang Tu said loudly, his voice full of fighting spirit. Daitu watched the interaction between Deidara and Huang Tu from inside Susanoo, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He thought these two were just making their last struggle and didn't take them seriously at all. However, at that moment, Deidara suddenly began to form hand seals, his movements swift and precise, with each seal condensing all his strength and will. "Huh!" Deidara shouted, and suddenly a strong wave of chakra surged around his body, an unprecedented explosive aura spreading out. Seeing this, Toby immediately coordinated with Deidara, launching a large-scale earth release jutsu to create the best explosive environment for Deidara's ultimate art. "Earth release! Great D-earthquake!" Toby shouted, and the ground shook violently as a massive earthen core rose from the ground, enveloping Deidara and his ultimate art. Toby felt the increasingly intense, explosive aura, and his expression gradually grew serious, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He never expected that Deidara and the Earth had such a hidden trump card. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. Art is an explosion. Crack! Deidara's voice rang out amidst the deafening explosion, as if proclaiming his artistic philosophy to the world. Immediately after, an unprecedented and massive shockwave erupted violently from the core of the Earth, shooting up to the sky like a volcanic eruption, dyeing the heavens a deep red. Obito's Susanoo appeared so small and fragile in the face of this overwhelming shockwave, as if made of paper, and was instantly shattered into countless fragments that scattered in the air. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Obito reacted quickly and used his Kamui technique to instantly transport himself into the Kamui space to hide, thus avoiding the direct damage from the devastating explosion. Even so, due to the sudden shattering of the Susanoo, Obito still suffered from a tremendous backlash, a powerful energy impact that almost left him gasping for breath. But thanks to the miraculous enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the surging backlash was quickly suppressed and his body gradually stabilized. When Obito turned his gaze back to the Earth and Deidara, His eyes had become deep and complex. Deidara was severely injured from the explosion, lying on the ground, barely alive, with the flame of life seeming to extinguish at any moment. He looked at Deidara, and inexplicably felt a sense of respect in his heart. Although Deidara was his enemy, the extreme pursuit of art and the all-out determination made Obito acknowledge that he was indeed a worthy opponent. Deidara, your art. I truly feel its shock. Obito's voice echoed in the void, directly reaching Deidara's ears. But art is not just about explosions. It can have more forms, more connotations. Deidara lay in the ruins, covered in blood, but his eyes remained bright. He heard Obito's words, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Humph. What do you know about art? My art is explosion. Only explosions can turn everything to nothing and allow us to start over. Gaara struggled to crawl to Deidara's side, looking at this former comrade with a heart full of sorrow. He knew that Deidara had reached the end of his life, but he still wanted to save his partner's life. Deidara, don't speak. We will find a way to save you. Huangtu's voice was choked. He tried to stabilize Deidara's injuries with his chakra, but everything felt so powerless. Deidara shook his head, his eyes beginning to lose focus. No need, Huangtu. My art is already complete. This is my final work. I'm satisfied. Chapter 130, up to this point. Just when everyone thought Deidara was beyond saving and the flame of life was about to extinguish, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky. This golden light was like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying an indescribable might and power, heading straight for Obito's location. Obito was startled, but he reacted quickly. With a cold snort, he instantly used the Kimui technique to teleport to a safe distance, easily avoiding the impact of the golden light. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The golden light crashed violently into the ground, instantly bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, as if a miniature sun had exploded on the ground. Amidst the radiance, a figure could be faintly seen moving slowly, seemingly adjusting his clothing and posture. Who is it? Obito shouted angrily, feeling quite displeased by the earlier impact. However, as the light gradually dissipated, a man filled with an otherworldly aura, with cross-shaped eyes, dressed in black and gold attire, holding a sage tool, and followed by 9 sage tools, slowly stepped onto the battlefield. This person was none other than the six-path sage mode, Naruto Uzumaki, who had come through time and space at the call of Chang'an. Finally here, Naruto walked out from the light, a hint of fatigue on his face, and couldn't help but exclaim, traveling through time and space is really not an easy task. He looked around and quickly fixed his gaze on Deidara, who was in the arms of the earth, frowning slightly. Deidara? What's wrong with him? He looks in terrible condition, Naruto said, his tone mixed with surprise and concern. Seeing Naruto's extraordinary demeanor and that he knew Deidara, the earth realized that this person might have some means to save Deidara, so he directly asked, no matter who you are, do you have a way to bring Deidara back? If you can, I am willing to pay any price. After saying this, the earth bowed deeply to Naruto, his words filled with endless sorrow. Hey, Brother Earth, this won't do. It won't do. Naruto quickly stopped him upon seeing the earth bowing to him, although they were not from the same time and space. Naruto's respect for the earth was ingrained in his bones. He quickly stepped forward, gently lifting the earth with both hands, his eyes full of sincerity and determination. Brother Earth, please don't do this. I'll do everything I can to save Deidara. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the earth's eyes, but quickly dimmed again. Seeing this, Naruto said no more. The sage energy within him surged forth, gathering in his palms as he began to nurture Deidara's body. The light in the earth's eyes was reignited. Under the nurturing of Naruto's immense life force, Deidara's body seemed to be infused with new vitality. His wounds healed at a visible speed. His originally pale complexion gradually regained color, and his breathing became more stable. This scene left the earth in disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring in shock at everything happening before him. Is this real? Deidara, he's actually recovering. The earth murmured, the shock in his heart indescribable. Naruto shook his head. As a traveler between worlds, his existence really shouldn't have a huge impact on this time and space. However, for the sake of Brother Earth's words, he was willing to endure a bit of temporal backlash to save the severely injured and dying Deidara. After doing all this, Naruto turned to the earth and instructed him to quickly leave the battlefield and take good care of Deidara. The earth nodded heavily. Although he still didn't know who the other party was, he sensed goodwill from Naruto's chakra, so he was willing to trust the Naruto before him. The earth carefully picked up the now conscious Deidara, looking at Naruto with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. No matter who you are our savior. Naruto smiled and shook his head, his gaze profound. Brother Earth, quickly take Deidara away. Leave this place to me. The Earth said nothing more. He knew that staying here would only become a burden to Naruto. So, he nodded and quickly left the battlefield. After the Earth and Deidara left, Naruto took a deep breath, and his gaze became resolute. He looked at Obito, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Your ambitions have brought too much suffering to this world. Today, let me end it all. Obito let out a cold laugh. He was not afraid of the suddenly appearing sage of Six Paths Naruto. Another one here to die. However, I can give you a chance. Submit to me, and together we can create a new world. Naruto shook his head, his gaze firm and resolute. Your dream is built on the suffering of countless people. I don't want a world like that. Before his words fell, Naruto had already moved. Holding the pitch-black truth-seeking ball, he transformed into a golden flash of lightning, like a comet streaking across the sky, charging towards Obito with lightning speed. Obito's heart sank. From the moment Naruto struck, he had sensed his terrifying power and dared not be careless. He quickly activated Kamui, attempting to use this space-time ninjutsu to evade Naruto's lethal blow. However, to Obito's astonishment, Naruto in Sage of Six Paths mode had reached an unprecedented level of speed and strength, seemingly transcending the constraints of space. Although Obito's Kamui was incredibly fast, it felt somewhat inadequate against Naruto's almost instantaneous speed, unable to completely evade Naruto's attack. Boom! After a deafening explosion, Obito was struck heavily by Naruto, flying back like a kite with its string cut and crashed violently into a massive rock. The rock shattered instantly under the immense impact, and Obito spat out blood, staggering as he fell, appearing utterly disheveled. How is this possible? Obito struggled to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that this suddenly appearing Six Paths mode Naruto would possess such powerful strength, leaving him with no ability to retaliate. Naruto did not give Obito any chance to catch his breath. His figure flickered as he launched another fierce attack. This time, he fully utilized the power of the truth-seeking orbs, transforming the 9 orbs into golden beams of light, shooting towards Obito like arrows. Obito exerted all his strength to defend, quickly forming hand seals in an attempt to use ninjutsu to counter Naruto's onslaught. However, facing Naruto's storm-like attack, his defense appeared utterly powerless. The truth-seeking orb beams sliced through his defenses like sharp blades, leaving him with shocking wounds all over his body. Your ambition ends here. Chapter 131, Reclaiming Konoha. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke continued. Both controlled their massive complete body Susanoo, resembling 2 towering mountains, constantly colliding and confronting each other on the battlefield. Each fierce clash seemed to tear apart the heavens and the earth, bringing violent shocks to the surrounding 4 Crimson Yang formation. Surprisingly, the 4 Crimson Yang formation remained steadfast, firmly withstanding the aftermath of their battle with no signs of wavering. Finally, after a balanced exchange, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke simultaneously retracted their complete body Susanoo. They stood breathless in place, their eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Clearly, this endless struggle had made them weary. This meaningless war of attrition could not truly decide anything. At this moment, only close combat could bring them pleasure. And so, Uchiha Madara moved. He wielded a massive scythe, each swing carrying the terrifying power to tear through space. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, held a long sword, its tip shimmering with blinding lightning, each slash containing destructive force. Faced with Uchiha Madara's sudden attack, Sasuke let out a cold snort, swinging his sword, lightning flashing as it clashed with Madara's scythe. The immense shockwave caused both to stagger slightly, but Sasuke did not retreat. Instead, he launched a fiercer counterattack. The others, seeing this, wanted to rush forward to assist Sasuke, but he firmly refused, stating that this was his fight and others should not interfere. Suddenly, Madara let out a roar, his form swelling as if transforming into a giant beast. The scythe, accompanied by a howling wind, swung violently toward Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, meeting the attack with his sword. The clash of lightning and scythe produced a deafening roar. Both were pushed back a few steps by the tremendous force. But Sasuke quickly regained his stance and charged forward again. This time, he was no longer just on the defensive, but began to actively attack. The long sword traced brilliant arcs in the air, each strike aimed at Madara's vital points. Madara, unwilling to back down, swung his scythe, engaging in a fierce exchange with Sasuke. Their figures darted across the battlefield, each collision sending chills down everyone's spines. However, as time passed, Uchiha Madara felt his body nearing its limit. The causal power released by the heavens was continuously depleting, gradually giving Sasuke the upper hand. Confronted with this situation, Uchiha Madara decided to no longer hold back. Next, he prepared to annihilate the entire ninja alliance in one fell swoop. Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Madara roared, an unprecedented wave of energy erupting from his body. This power surged like a raging torrent, instantly sweeping outward, enveloping the entire battlefield in a terrifying atmosphere. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Sasuke was blasted away dozens of meters, tumbling through the air, clearly shaken by the impact. Even more astonishingly, the barrier of the four Crimson Yang formation began to crack under the force, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. A torrent of chakra surged wildly around him, like a giant wave in a storm, imposing and terrifying. Tenpenki-ai, Uchiha Madara's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, as if he intended to completely destroy all obstacles. With his roar, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if even the sun and moon were losing their luster, enveloping the entire world in a sense of oppression and fear. Uchiha Madara's hands quickly formed seals, each imprint containing boundless power and mystery. As he changed his hand seals, an unprecedented terrifying chakra coalesced around him, like a black hole, wildly devouring everything nearby, as if trying to suck the entire world into an endless abyss. At that moment, two massive meteors suddenly appeared in the sky, blazing with flames, like two burning comets, streaking through the sky and rapidly falling to the ground. These meteors were incredibly large, their flames scorching the surrounding air to the point of distortion, leaving behind dark cracks as they passed, as if space itself was being torn apart. Not good. Everyone, quickly get away. Tsunade shouted loudly, trying to organize the others to escape this death zone. However, the meteors were falling too quickly for anyone to react. Sasuke lay in the ruins far away, shaken by the aftershock of Shinra Tensei, feeling as if his internal organs were displaced. Yet, at this critical moment of life and death, he relied on his astonishing willpower, enduring the discomfort, barely lifting his head, his gaze sharp, focusing intently on the two meteors hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. He knew very well that once these two meteors fell, not only would the entire Konoha village be reduced to nothing, but the entire Shinobi Alliance would also face devastating disaster. This power had far exceeded their imagination and capacity to bear. Indra's arrow, Sasuke whispered, his voice revealing determination and resolve. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and chakra surged wildly around him as if it were going to devour the heavens and the earth. Immediately, a massive black arrow rapidly coalesced in his hand. This arrow emitted a faint black light, entwined with terrifying lightning and surging chakra fluctuations, as if it contained the power to destroy the world. Sasuke aimed at one of the meteors, his eyes locked on the target, channeling all his strength into this strike. He took a deep breath and shot the arrow with all his might. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air with a sharp sound, flying towards the meteor at an astonishing speed. In mid-air, it collided with the meteor, and a deafening roar erupted, as if the heavens and earth trembled at that moment. The meteor was directly shattered by Indra's arrow, turning into countless fragments. The debris scattered through the air like a meteor shower, eventually disappearing into the darkness. However, the other meteor was still rapidly approaching. Sasuke gritted his teeth, knowing that he no longer had enough strength to withstand the second meteor. As despair filled everyone's hearts, believing there was no hope left, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone nearby. This light was like the rising sun, instantly illuminating the darkness and bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone. Qingyun's figure slowly appeared before them. She was graceful and cold in appearance, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. She slightly raised her head, her gaze fierce, closely watching the massive meteor about to crash to the ground, her brows slightly furrowing. At that moment, time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, staring in anticipation of a miracle. Qingyun gently extended a finger, a strand of mysterious time-space power swirling at her fingertip, as if it could traverse time and connect the past and future. This strand of power transformed into a thin golden thread at her fingertip, shimmering with dazzling light. Go, Chung Yun called softly, her voice light, yet containing endless authority and power. As her words fell, the golden thread instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the falling meteor at incredible speed. The moment the golden thread made contact with the meteor, a powerful force erupted, as if it were going to completely engulf the meteor. Under the influence of the time-space power, the meteor began to gradually shrink, and the flames on it slowly extinguished. Finally, this meteor, which could have destroyed everything, completely turned into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. What is this power? Uchiha Madara stared in astonishment at this scene. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor, he had never seen such a miraculous ability. Xingyun did not answer him, only giving him a cold glance before turning around and nodding slightly at Sasuke, signaling him not to worry anymore. Sasuke gasped, watching Xingyun's silhouette, a wave of inexplicable gratitude surging in his heart. He knew that he had just exhausted all his strength. And without Xingyun's appearance, Konoha and the allied shinobi forces would likely have been destroyed in this calamity. Xingyun's gaze turned to Uchiha Madara, her voice cold and firm, as if carrying an undeniable power. Uchiha Madara, she slowly spoke, each word striking like a heavy hammer on Madara's heart. Because of the causal power of the heavenly mandate, you have briefly returned to that false peak period. Xingyun continued, her eyes revealing an insight into Uchiha Madara's fate. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly as he sensed the formidable power emanating from Xingyun. He understood that the woman before him might be the greatest obstacle to breaking through his own limits and achieving his ambitions. Now, Xingyun's voice rang out again as she stepped towards Uchiha Madara, each step seemingly treading on the hearts of the people, instilling a sense of awe. I will personally reclaim this power that does not belong to you. Chapter 132, Cause and Effect versus Spacetime Reclamation. As Xingyun's words fell, she extended her slender right hand towards Uchiha Madara. Soon, a thread of golden silk swirled at her fingertips. This golden silk appeared soft, yet contained an incredible power of spacetime. Uchiha Madara originally intended to dodge with his sharp reflexes, but the strange aura emanating from the golden silk felt like an invisible shackle, firmly locking him in place and rendering him unable to move. A trace of shock and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He never expected to be powerless in the face of this force. The golden threads shot towards him with lightning speed, and he could only watch helplessly as they drew closer. Xingyun's expression remained calm as water, as if she had already anticipated everything. In the end, the golden threads accurately penetrated Uchiha Madara's body. The golden threads quickly wrapped around Uchiha Madara, as if they were alive, and with the surging power of time and space. His body began to age at a visibly rapid pace. His skin became loose, with wrinkles crisscrossing like ravines, and his once black hair turned gray in an instant. At the same time, the causal power that Feng Tian had previously left on him was continuously dissipating, like morning mist evaporating in the early sun. As if even the power of fate could not contend with this mysterious and unpredictable force of time and space. Uchiha Madara's face was filled with terror and unwillingness. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at his rapidly aging body. He could clearly feel the flow of vitality fading away, as if time was accelerating at that moment, mercilessly pushing him towards the end of life. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the binding of the golden threads. But the strands were as solid as iron chains, tightly wrapping around him, making it extraordinarily difficult for him to even move a finger. What kind of power is this? A flash of unwillingness and despair crossed Uchiha Madara's eyes. He had never encountered such a strange and powerful opponent. Xingyun stood nearby, her expression cold and calm, her fingertips lightly waving, causing the golden threads to come alive, skillfully weaving around Uchiha Madara's body, continuously draining his life force and causal power. This is my reincarnation gold thread, capable of traversing time and space, locking onto causality, returning everything to nothingness. Xingyun's voice was clear and ethereal, as if it came from a distant otherworld. The causal power within you was originally left by the heavens to aid you in regaining your peak, but now it will dissipate along with your life. Listening to Xingyun's words, a faint expression of indifference passed over Uchiha Madara's face. He was well aware that his time was up, and the fire of his life was about to go out. Although he had long been prepared to die at any moment, when that moment truly arrived, a wave of regret still inevitably surged in his heart. He regretted that he could not see with his own eyes the world of his ideals. It was a world without war, without conflict, where people could coexist peacefully and prosper together. He has spent his entire life fighting for this dream. But now he has to leave this world with regrets. A hint of sadness flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes as he whispered softly, "What a pity. I still couldn't achieve my dream after all." His voice was weak and deep, yet filled with endless sorrow and unwillingness. Just as the life fire of Uchiha Madara was about to extinguish, and everything seemed to have settled, suddenly, the void around him violently shattered, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Immediately after, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, and it was Feng Tian. "Madara-sama, we must go," Feng Tian shouted, his voice filled with determination and resolution. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and in an instant countless strands of causality power, shimmering with mysterious light, surged wildly towards Uchiha Madara. These strands of causality seemed to have a life of their own, intertwining and weaving in the air to form complex patterns. With the enhancement of the causality power, the space-time power that Qingyun was wielding was gradually dispelled. As the space-time power dissipated, Uchiha Madara's body underwent a tremendous transformation as well. His skin gradually regained elasticity, wrinkles disappeared without a trace, and his white hair turned back to a shiny black. Nourished by the power of causality, his body quickly returned to its peak state, even stronger than before. "Feng Tian, you shameless guy, how dare you show your face?" As soon as Qingyun saw Feng Tian, she shouted angrily, her voice filled with indignation. With a flick of her wrist, golden threads danced like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, quickly weaving into a massive golden net in the void. Descending upon Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara, a cold smile crept up the corner of Feng Tian's mouth as he swiftly moved his hands, forming intricate seals. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming power of causality surged from his body, colliding violently with Qingyun's golden net, producing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. "Qingyun, since you are so relentless, then today I will simply not leave," Feng Tian roared, his figure suddenly turning into an afterimage, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he was standing right behind Qingyun, delivering a punch imbued with earth-shattering power of causality towards her back. Qingyun reacted swiftly, her body dodging like a swimming fish, narrowly avoiding Feng Tian's fierce strike. However, this evasion caused a brief lapse in her control over the golden threads, and the once vast golden net instantly dissipated like a shattered dream. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a cold smile as he suddenly pushed forward with one hand. In an instant, a terrifyingly powerful suction force erupted, crazily devouring everything around, mercilessly sweeping towards Qingyun. "Universalpur," Uchiha Madara's deep and authoritative voice echoed in the air. Qingyun felt her body lighten, as if being drawn by some invisible force, involuntarily flying towards Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Uchiha Madara quietly raised the gleaming sickle in his other hand, the sharp blade shimmering with a heart-pounding light under the sun. He was quietly waiting for the moment when Qingyun would be drawn in to deliver a fatal blow. However, at this critical moment, the situation suddenly changed. Qingyun, who seemed to be firmly locked by gravity, miraculously vanished in the next second, replaced by the dashing Uchiha Sasuke, holding a long sword. This was Sasuke's incredible ability, the heavenly hand power. "Madara, your arrogant ambitions come to an end at this moment." Sasuke's voice echoed over the smoke-filled battlefield, filled with undeniable determination and decisiveness. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a hint of uncontainable surprise, but this astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a deeper calmness and resolve. He smirked coldly at the corner of his mouth, the scythe drawing a graceful arc in the air, accompanied by a whistling sound. Sasuke's lightning-fast attack. Just you?" Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and filled with threat. Sasuke said nothing, but his gaze became even more resolute. The long sword in his hand seeming to transform into a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying unmatched sword energy, directly targeting Uchiha Madara's vital points. In an instant, the figures of the two intertwined, the sword light and scythe shadow reflecting each other, the intensity of the battle leaving onlookers speechless. Meanwhile, Feng Tian's figure appeared before Qingyun like a ghost. After a long period of delay, his ocular power had gradually recovered. At this moment, he had already activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, ready to battle Qingyun. Upon seeing this, a rare surge of battle intent emerged from the depths of Qingyun's long silent eyes. "Not bad, not bad. Only you like this have the qualification to pique my interest a little. A satisfied smile appeared on Chungyun's face, followed by a frenzied surge of dense golden threads all around her. These golden threads danced in the air like swimming dragons, each containing a suffocatingly rich power of time and space, resonating with Feng Tian's surging causal power, forming a spectacular scene of mutual opposition. Come on, let's fight. It all should come to an end. Chapter 133. Turtle Island. Cloud-hidden village, accompanied by a strange phenomenon as if space was being kneaded and twisted by an invisible hand. Feng Tian's figure suddenly appeared on this vast, mysterious island resembling a giant turtle. That's right. At this moment, on the other side of Konoha village, the one fiercely clashing with Chungyun and others was not Feng Tian himself, but an avatar illusion carefully woven and condensed from causal power. This avatar was surrounded by endless causal power, tightly wrapped, as if in the web of fate, cleverly hidden in the seams of causality, rendering Chungyun's keen perception abilities powerless, unable to glimpse its true form at all. Meanwhile, his own body constantly locked onto the location of Turtle Island through flying thunder god and causal lines. Guided by Feng Tian's sharp intuition, he concluded that Jiraiya and the four critically important tailed beast Jinchuriki, the 4 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails, must be hiding on this Turtle Island of cloud-hidden village. This island, like a colossal creature, slept in the vast and boundless blue depths, silently guarding countless unknown secrets with its ancient and profound body. Feng Tian looked around and saw that the island was filled with towering ancient trees, lush branches and leaves that seemed to reach the sky. Mist swirled around, appearing and disappearing, adding a touch of mystery and unpredictability to this land. He slowly narrowed his eyes, beginning to fully concentrate on sensing the subtle fluctuations in every inch of the surrounding space. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and his consciousness spread out like an invisible net, silently capturing every possible clue that might reveal a secret. Before long, a barely noticeable smile crept onto his lips, because, right on this seemingly calm Turtle Island, he detected a strong and unique wave of power, an extreme blend of hatred and anger. The formidable strength of the Nine Tails that could not be underestimated. This power burned like a raging flame, appearing so dazzling and undeniable even on this fog-covered island. Indeed, the one who laughs last can only be me. With a multitude of emotions, he uttered this phrase, and before the words faded, his figure shot across the sky like a meteor, instantly teleporting to the heart of Turtle Island. As soon as he set foot on this mysterious land, it felt as if he had stepped into an endless trap. Countless carefully arranged attack barriers were triggered in an instant, and sharp, blade-like energy waves surged towards him like raging tides. However, faced with this overwhelming assault, he merely curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, his figure moving like a ghost, skillfully dodging amidst the interplay of light and shadow, each movement perfectly avoiding attacks that could shatter an ordinary person to pieces. Such trivial tricks dare to show off in front of me. He snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and contempt, as if these meticulously designed traps were merely a trivial game to him. As he continued deeper into the core of Turtle Island, the surrounding scenery quietly changed from the previous mist and towering ancient trees to a desolate and chilling scene. Among the withered branches and fallen leaves, a heart-stopping stillness permeated the air, thick with the scent of blood and the aura of battle. He could clearly sense the powerful chakra fluctuations hidden here. The very essence of the Nine Tails and other-tailed beast Jinchuriki he sought. Suddenly, a figure as swift as the wind burst forth from the shadows, like a beast poised to pounce. He had flowing white long hair, tightly gripping a massive Rasengan in his hand, which was pulsating with a heart-pounding energy, carrying a murderous intent that seemed capable of devouring everything, heading straight for Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Feng Tian's eyes narrowed, his voice revealing unabashed disdain. So you really are hiding here? In the face of Jiraiya's overwhelming giant Rasengan, Feng Tian appeared exceptionally calm, showing no signs of panic. He curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, casually activating the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from a spot in the blink of an eye, effortlessly evading Jiraiya's earth-shattering strike. Too slow. Feng Tian's voice echoed in the air, seemingly mocking Jiraiya's futile efforts. Just as his words fell, his figure appeared like a ghost behind Jiraiya, quickly condensing a ball of energy that flickered with a strange light in his hand. The surging power sending chills down one's spine, as if heralding impending doom. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he swiftly turned around, forming hand seals with his hands to prepare for Feng Tian's attack. However, in the instant he turned, Feng Tian's figure vanished again, as if blending into the air. Space ninjutsu? Judging by the spatial fluctuations, it bears a striking resemblance to Minato's flying thunder god technique. What a hassle, Jiraiya thought to himself, not daring to let his guard down, fully focusing on sensing the movements around him. At that moment, a sharp sword aura, imbued with annihilating power, suddenly struck from Jiraiya's side, moving at an astonishing speed. Jiraiya reacted quickly, dodging just in time. When he steadied his gaze, he found Feng Tian not far away, coldly approaching him with a long sword in hand. Jiraiya, enter sage mode. You're not piquing my interest at all right now. Feng Tian spoke coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, a fierce fire igniting in his heart. Don't get too carried away, Jiraiya growled, then swiftly formed hand seals to release the summoning technique. Soon, as a puff of smoke dispersed, the two sages of Miyaboka Mountain, Shima and Fukusaku, appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Young Jiraiya, it seems you've encountered quite a bit of trouble. Sage Shima squinted her eyes, looking Jiraiya over and glancing at Feng Tian with a serious tone. Sage Fukusaku nodded lightly, adding, this kid exudes a formidable aura. Jiraiya took a deep breath to steady his emotions, then said in a deep voice, yes, sages. This is Feng Tian, who possesses extremely peculiar space ninjutsu and powerful causal abilities. Feng Tian looked at the two sages summoned by Jiraiya, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Now that's more like it. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, the tip trembling lightly as if responding to his master's battle intent. Come on, let me see the power of the Myokuzen. Before he finished speaking, Feng Tian's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiraiya, the long sword carrying a sharp sword aura, piercing directly at his vital points. Deep Sakurai reacted quickly, his two frog hands clasped together. A green energy barrier instantly appeared in front of him, blocking Feng Tian's attack. Sage Art, Frog Croak. Taking advantage of the moment, Deep Sakurai launched an attack, and a deafening croaking sound rang out, attempting to interfere with Feng Tian's hearing and perception. However, it seemed that Feng Tian was not affected at all. His figure flickered again, easily dodging the combined attack from Jiraiya and Shima, while simultaneously countering with a sword strike aimed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya narrowly avoided this blow, his expression becoming serious. This kid is too fast. I have to use that technique. With that, faint natural energy began to swirl around his body, as if he were merging with the heavens and earth, aggressively approaching Feng Tian. Sage Art, 5 right gate. Jiraiya shouted, his hands swiftly forming seals, and he suddenly spewed out raging flames. At the same time, the two frog sages on his shoulders were not to be outdone, spraying out a large amount of frog oil. The scorching flames and boiling frog oil met in the air, instantly intertwining into a ferocious, rolling fire serpent, charging towards Feng Tian with destructive power. At that moment, Feng Tian's gaze slightly focused. He clearly sensed the terrifying energy contained in this attack, but there was not a hint of retreat on his face. He suddenly flickered, utilizing the magical power of the flying thunder god technique, and instantly appeared beside the rampaging fire serpent. With a gentle wave of his long sword, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, effortlessly splitting the fire serpent in two as if cutting through silk, with scorching flames and frog oil splattering everywhere, extinguishing instantly. Somewhat interesting, but not enough. Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smile as his figure flickered like a ghost, and almost in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Jiraiya. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light, directly stabbing at Jiraiya's vital points. The speed of the movement was like a flash of lightning, leaving people dazzled. This time, it should be quiet for a while. Chapter 134, Last Words. Deep in Turtle Island. Looking at the intense battle, Lord Jiraiya is probably in grave danger. The four-tailed Jinchuriki, Old Purple, looked solemnly into the distance, feeling increasingly anxious about the aftermath of the battle between Feng Tian and Jiraiya. The surging energy fluctuations were like giant waves in a storm, instilling fear in people's hearts. Do we need to intervene? Asked Han, the five-tailed Jinchuriki, unable to hold back his urgency. At the same time, he began to emit a faint steam, a sign that the tailed beast power within him was stirring, clearly indicating that he was ready to join the battle at any moment. The seven-tailed Jinchuriki, Utaka, remained silent, tightly gripping the bubble-blowing device in his hand, his eyes shining with determination. His gaze seemed to convey that as soon as the horn of battle sounded, he would throw himself into it without hesitation, fighting with all his might. However, in this tense atmosphere, the nine-tails Jinchuriki Kushina spoke up. "Everyone, please remain calm. Jiraiya-sensei is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. I believe he will win." Although her words were filled with determination, even she had to admit that the outcome of this battle was full of uncertainties, and she could not guarantee Jiraiya's victory with absolute certainty. Currently, they were all within the barrier formation deep in Turtle Island, and if Jiraiya were to be defeated, this barrier would forcibly activate, transporting them away to prevent the tailed beast from falling into the hands of the enemy. Are we just going to wait like this? Old Purple frowned, his voice tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Han also nodded in agreement with Old Purple's view. "Yeah, we can't just sit here and do nothing, can we?" Utaka gently blew out a transparent bubble, which sparkled with colorful light under the sunlight, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. "We cannot act blindly. We must wait for the right moment." Kushina bit her lip, fully aware of the great responsibility she bore as the nine-tails Jinchuriki and not willing to take risks lightly. Utaka is right. We must trust Lord Jiraiya while also being fully prepared. Just then, the battle in the distance suddenly stopped, and the tense atmosphere in the air eased slightly. The four exchanged glances, filled with doubt. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya has defeated the enemy? However, at this critical moment, a presence even stronger and more chilling than before surged from the depths of Turtle Island, like dark clouds obscuring the sun, quickly enveloping the entire island, causing everyone present to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. "What is happening?" Old Purple exclaimed in surprise, his eyes fixed on the source of the mysterious aura, trying to discern some clues. Han's expression also grew exceptionally serious as he said in a low voice, "Could this aura be?" His words trailed off, but a foreboding feeling was already creeping into his heart. At that moment, the bubble Utaka held suddenly burst, as if even he could not withstand the pressure of this aura. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and he said with a trembling voice, "Not good. This isn't Lord Jiraiya's aura." Kushina's heart sank heavily, as if she had already foreseen the worst outcome. Her voice trembled slightly. Could it be that Jiraiya-sensei? Her words were left unfinished, but her face was already filled with worry and fear. At that moment, an unexpected figure suddenly swept over from above the barrier formation, stirring up a violent wind that made everyone's clothes rustle. As everyone focused their gaze, they saw a young man effortlessly holding Jiraiya by the neck, as if he were carrying a chick. His face was filled with a proud expression, and he looked down at the Jinchuriki below with piercing eyes. This scene left everyone present in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was so easily subdued by a young man. It was simply beyond their imagination. "Oomph, just as I thought, you're all here." When Feng saw Kushina and the others, a frenzied grin instantly appeared on his face. With a casual wave of his hand, he threw Jiraiya out as if he were an insignificant object, his posture resembling that of discarding a piece of trash. "Jiraiya-sensei." Kushina's heart tightened at the sight, and she shouted anxiously. Almost immediately, she sprang to her feet, her form shooting into the air like an arrow, and she caught the helplessly falling Jiraiya steadily. When her hands touched Jiraiya's cold body, a wave of indescribable pain surged in her heart. Kushina tightly embraced Jiraiya, her gaze locked onto his pale face and the blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, her eyes filled with a mix of worry and fear, forming an indescribable emotion. She could feel Jiraiya's weakness. The sensation of his life force ebbing away made her heart ache. "Jiraiya-sensei, hang in there." Kushina's voice trembled with a cry, but she tried to calm herself down, channeling chakra to Jiraiya in an attempt to stabilize his injuries. "Oh. And Utaka also rushed over, their eyes filled with anger and concern. "Feng, you bastard!" Ao roared, wanting to charge at Feng for a final battle, but was stopped by Kushina. "Don't be impulsive. We are not his match right now." Though Kushina's voice trembled, her tone was exceptionally firm. Feng looked down at the Jinchuriki below, a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Humph, a bunch of ants, and you dare to oppose me? How ridiculous!" As he spoke, he quickly formed hand seals, preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, Kushina hurriedly placed Jiraiya on the ground, stood up and rapidly formed hand seals, ready to confront Feng Tian. Everyone be careful. He's about to attack. Kushina shouted loudly. Just as Feng Tian's attack was about to descend, Kushina suddenly vanished from her original spot, appearing behind Feng Tian and throwing a punch at his back. However, Feng Tian's speed was faster than Kushina's. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, easily dodging Kushina's attack and countering with a punch that knocked her back. Is that all you've got? Feng Tian sneered, continuing his assault. Ao, Han, and Yutaka, seeing this, also unleashed their ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with Feng Tian. Although the four of them combined had considerable strength, they still felt somewhat powerless against Feng Tian. While fighting, Feng Tian mocked them. Humph, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are nothing but this. And you Jinchuriki of tailed beasts are just a rabble. Hearing Feng Tian's words, Kushina and the others felt even angrier, but their attacks became more chaotic. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly crawled up from the ground. His face remained pale, but his eyes were unusually determined. Kushina, you all back off. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Although Kushina and the others were reluctant, they knew it wasn't the time to show off. So they retreated, leaving the battlefield to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was well aware of Feng Tian's formidable strength. He and the 2 great toads of Myaboka Mountain were no match for him. So he had already prepared for the worst. He quickly formed complex hand seals with flying hands, then slammed his palms onto the ground. The surrounding barrier formation seemed to respond to his call, starting to resonate strongly with him. Rays of light burst forth from the barrier formation, illuminating the entire space, as if making the final preparations for the impending battle. However, Feng Tian was not intimidated by this light. A cold glint flashed across his face as his eyes instantly shifted to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. A chilling power of causality surged from his body, instantly enveloping the entire space. Reverse the cause and effect for me. Feng Tian roared, and the originally shimmering barrier formation began to rapidly dim under the influence of this powerful causality force, as if it had never been activated. This scene left everyone present in shock. They had never seen such a bizarre and powerful force. Feng Tian coldly surveyed the crowd, his voice chilling now. Do you have any last words to say? Chapter 135. The Hand of Causality. As Feng Tian's faint words fell, a pair of enormous hands formed from the power of causality suddenly reached down towards the crowd below. The speed was so fast, the force so fierce. It seemed as if it would tear the entire space apart. Faced with this sudden attack, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka did not choose to sit idly by. He blew out dozens of colorful bubbles, which quickly gathered in the air, merging together to form a gigantic bubble that shielded the sky, resembling a transparent protective dome, rushing towards the giant hands. At the same time, the 4-Tails Jinchuriki Ao and the 5-Tails Jinchuriki Han also quickly sprang into action. Ao emitted intense flames all over his body, his 4-Tails power fully activated, transforming into a massive lava beast that roared as it charged towards the giant hands. Each swipe of the lava beast's claws was accompanied by a surge of magma, attempting to engulf the giant hands in a sea of fire. Meanwhile, Han erupted in steam, his 5-Tails power allowing him to transform into a steam locomotive, moving across the battlefield at an astonishing speed. He swung his enormous fists, each strike accompanied by a booming sound, trying to interrupt the rhythm of the giant hand's attack. Yutaka's massive bubbles collided with the giant hands, making a popping sound, their surfaces shimmering with strange light, as if they were contending with the causal power between them. Although the bubbles gradually shrank under the pressure of the giant hands, Yutaka did not give up. He continuously blew new bubbles to replenish the giant bubble, maintaining the struggle of strength. However, the causal power of Feng Tian was evidently formidable, and after a brief stalemate, the giant hands suddenly erupted with intense light, instantly tearing apart Yutaka's massive bubble, followed by sending Lao Zi and Han flying in succession. At that moment, Jiraiya, enduring his pain, stood up again with the power of sage techniques. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, and his hands swiftly formed seals, preparing to unleash a more powerful sage technique. Sage art, 1,000 needles of hair. Jiraiya shouted loudly, and in an instant, his body was covered with a dense array of tiny sage chakra needles, which shot towards Feng Tian like a torrential rain, attempting to disrupt his causal power. However, all of this seemed utterly laughable in Feng Tian's eyes. He merely swept his hand lightly, and all those tiny chakra needles were effortlessly sent flying, causing no effect whatsoever. Following that, the gigantic hand, formed from the power of causality, continued to reach out towards the crowd with an irresistible aura. Faced with such a desperate situation, Jiraiya decided not to hesitate any longer. He trembled as he forced his hands together, then suddenly slammed them down onto the ground, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique at the cost of his own blood. This technique was Jiraiya's last trump card. It ignored any distance and forcibly transported everyone to a random location. Soon, as the formation's light suddenly brightened, Fontion narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a chilling glint. Originally, under the influence of the power of causality, these formations had become completely non-threatening. However, facing this Flying Thunder God technique activated at the cost of Jiraiya's blood, Fontion felt an unprecedented level of difficulty. He knows well that this force has already exceeded the scope that causal power can forcibly reverse. What a hassle. Fontion secretly snorted in his heart, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He was well aware that forcibly reversing this formation would trigger a massive backlash of causality, a price he absolutely did not want to face. Thus, Fontion quickly conjured a gigantic hand, slamming it down like the collapse of the heavens. In an instant, terrifying causal power surged forth like a tidal wave, spreading out in all directions. Although he couldn't directly shut down the mysterious Flying Thunder God teleportation array, Fontion cleverly used this power to slow down the array's teleportation speed. The transmission light, which should have arrived in an instant, now became sluggish and dim, as if bound by invisible shackles. This is bad. The formation is being interfered with. We can't escape immediately, Old Purple exclaimed, as they had originally thought they would be teleported away in an instant, but did not expect Fontion to be able to interfere with this Flying Thunder God teleportation array. At the same time, above their heads, Fontion's gigantic hand came crashing down like a mountain. In the blink of an eye, that giant hand, like an iron claw, firmly grasped the powerful Five Tails Jinchuriki, who was emanating steam and exuding immense strength. The struggles of the Five Tails Jinchuriki seemed utterly powerless under Fontion's giant hand, like a captured beast. Immediately afterward, the causal power emanating from the giant hand infiltrated the body of the Five Tails Jinchuriki like invisible chains, causing his eyes to roll back as he fell into a coma, instantly losing all ability to move. Fontion's expression remained emotionless, without a hint of hesitation, as he casually tossed the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki into his subspace like throwing away garbage. With a twist of space, the figure of the Five Tails Jinchuriki disappeared from everyone's sight. The first one. Fontion's cold voice echoed in the night sky, his gaze sharp as ice, sweeping coldly over the remaining crowd. Each person he looked at felt a bone-chilling cold rise from the depths of their hearts, as if even their souls had been frozen. Under his gaze, the crowd involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with terror and fear. Fontion's strength and methods had instilled in them an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness, although Jiraiya's Flying Thunder God teleportation array was still struggling to operate. Its speed had significantly decreased, and the light was flickering, clearly suffering from severe interference from Fontion's causal power. Lord Jiraiya, hold on. Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, shouted anxiously, blowing a series of bubbles to try to buy more time for Jiraiya. However, these bubbles shattered upon contact with Fontion's causal power, as if they had touched an invisible barrier. Seeing this, Old Purple roared, erupting with surging lava power, transforming once again into a massive lava beast. There was a blazing fury burning in his eyes, a flame that seemed capable of devouring everything, distorting the surrounding air. He rushed towards Fontion recklessly, determined to tear this powerful enemy to pieces. However, in the face of Lao Zi's fierce assault, Fontion simply smiled lightly, his face filled with calmness and confidence. With a wave of his giant hand, a powerful force of causality surged forth like a raging tide, effortlessly dissipating the unstoppable impact from Old Purple. Immediately afterward, the giant hand of Fontion waved again, this time directly grabbing the lava-forged body of Old Purple. Old Purple struggled wildly beneath Fontion's giant hand, but it was all in vain. That force of causality acted like invisible chains, tightly binding Old Purple, rendering him unable to move. Before long, Old Purple fell into a coma, his eyes tightly closed, and the lava power within him gradually dissipated. Fontion didn't even glance at him, directly tossing Old Purple into his subspace like throwing away trash. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Old Purple's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The second one. Feng Tian's cold voice echoed in the night sky again, but this time the response was not silence, but countless chains shimmering with golden light. These chains twisted and spiraled in the air as if they were alive, carrying a fiery aura and an irresistible, overwhelming power, resembling raging waves of the sea, rapidly wrapping around Feng Tian. Each segment of the chains flowed with sealing chakra, flashing with mysterious and eerie light, as if each one possessed the terrifying power to bind formidable enemies. The nine-tails Jinchuriki Kushina stood not far away, hands forming seals, fully focused on controlling these golden chains. Her eyes were filled with determination and resolve, clearly intending to do her utmost to bind the powerful enemy, Feng Tian, completely. For trivial skill. Feng Tian scoffed, his eyes flashing with disdain. Facing Kushina's chains, he chose not to evade, but instead condensed another giant hand made of causality, directly colliding with the chains. A deafening roar erupted between the two, as the golden chains and the giant hand intertwined and tore at each other, filling the air with intense energy fluctuations. However, as time passed, Kushina's chains began to show signs of being overwhelmed. They started to be torn apart inch by the giant hand. Chapter 136, Flying Thunder, God Teleportation Array, Kushina. Yutaka's shout was filled with urgency and desperation, his gaze fixed on Kushina's contorted face, distorted by the breaking chains, and pain evident in her expression. A fleeting look of determination flashed in his eyes. In that moment, the hesitation in his gaze seemed to be swept away by a fierce wind, replaced by unwavering resolve. Yutaka took a deep breath, as if all his strength was gathering at his lips, and he suddenly blew out a series of crystal-clear, enormous bubbles that gracefully sliced through the air, heading straight for Kushina. Run! Yutaka's voice carried an undeniable power, as if it were the last command he could muster with all his strength. Before his words fell, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. A vast power surged from within him, signaling his tailed beast transformation, completely enveloping him. In an instant, Yutaka transformed into a fierce giant beast, his eyes flashing with wild light, recklessly charging towards the enemy, Feng Tian. The sharp fangs traced a deadly trajectory in the air, carrying an aura that could tear everything apart. Yutaka! No! Kushina was taken aback, fully aware that Yutaka's actions were to allow her to escape. But that also meant he would face the formidable enemy alone, with life and death uncertain. The bubbles enveloping Kushina slowly rose, filled with urgency and reluctance in her eyes. She tried to struggle out of the bubble, wanting to fight alongside Yutaka, but his will was resolute and the bubble was unbreakable. Yutaka, I can't just leave you like this. Kushina's voice trembled, filled with uncontrollable sorrow, as she looked up at the chaotic battlefield below, where Yutaka and Feng Tian were intertwined in a fierce struggle, her heart feeling as if it were pierced by 1,000 needles. Under the tidal wave of tailed beast transformation, Yutaka seemed to become an invincible giant beast, his power so immense that it changed the color of heaven and earth. The duel between him and Feng Tian was deafening, each clash like thunder, causing the surrounding trees to turn to dust in the wake of this power. The air was filled with the acrid smoke and the mournful cries of broken branches. However, even though Yugo had poured everything into this fight, disregarding life and death, vowing to delay Feng Tian's unstoppable advance, reality was as cold as a sharp blade, ruthlessly severing his hopes. The chasm of strength was like a natural barrier, causing Yugo to fall into the firm grasp of Feng Tian's mysterious and unpredictable causal power at the first encounter, making every struggle seem so powerless and futile. Seeing this, Kushina couldn't bear to escape alone, so she wanted to continue releasing the chains, hoping to shatter the bubble. Go! Quickly, go! Yugo shouted with his last bit of strength, his voice hoarse, his consciousness gradually being overtaken by the six tails chakra. But he still fought to maintain the last shred of clarity. With tears in her eyes, Kushina shook her head in refusal. No, I want to fight with you. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged in Yugo's heart, but he also knew that the current situation allowed no further delay. He took a deep breath, using all his strength to push Kushina away from him. At the same time, he released a large amount of tailed beast chakra to stabilize the bubble, preventing it from being broken by Kushina. Leave! Feng Tian's eyes widened in fury, his words filled with disdain and contempt. Where do you think you're going? After saying that, he didn't hesitate to form another giant hand as large as a mountain, striking down towards the bubble where Kushina was. intending to crush it in one blow. At that critical moment, Uchiha suddenly let out a thunderous roar that seemed to penetrate the heavens, shaking every inch of space. At this moment, the six-tailed chakra within him seemed to be ignited, erupting like a volcano, reaching an unprecedented peak state, and then, with an unstoppable momentum, it surged forth powerfully. Feng Tian's expression instantly became serious. He could clearly sense the unusual and immense power, an existence that transcended conventional limits and directly threatened the deepest fears within him. Suddenly, Uchiha's figure flickered, and he appeared to transform into a dazzling streak of light, breaking through the sky at an extraordinary speed, charging straight towards Feng Tian. His speed was so fast that even a strong figure like Feng Tian couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Do you want to perish together?" Feng Tian snorted coldly and quickly adjusted his state, preparing to face Yu Gao's final strike. However, when Yu Gao rushed in front of Feng Tian, he suddenly stopped. His gaze became exceptionally clear, as if in that moment he saw his past, present, and future. "Kushina, stay alive," Uchiha whispered, each word carrying his deep affection and reluctance for Kushina. As the words fell, his body began to gradually dissipate like morning mist, disappearing from this world second by second, as if even the traces of his existence were to be erased. Upon witnessing this, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness and helplessness. He knew that once the six tails vanished, all his previous efforts would turn to dust. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon the pursuit of Kushina and instead fully unleash his vast causal power, attempting to stabilize Uchiha's dissipating form with this mysterious force, in order to secure the tailed beast that was about to be within his grasp. "Now, Kushina!" At this critical moment, Jiraiya's voice thundered in Kushina's ears, filled with undeniable determination and urgency. "Go!" Hearing this, a surge of unprecedented courage and resolve welled up in Kushina's heart. She knew this was her only chance to escape and preserve her strength. At that moment, Jiraiya finally completed the intricate and detailed Flying Thunder God teleportation seal. With his command, a dazzling teleportation array suddenly lit up, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the battlefield as if it were daylight. The massive bubble seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, carrying Kushina, and in the embrace of the light, it instantly traversed space and teleported away, leaving behind a battlefield in disarray and a stunned Feng Tian. After completing all this, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, and a look of relief appeared on his face as he slowly collapsed. On the other side, Feng Tian looked at Uchiha's dissipation, feeling a mix of regret, but more so a longing for the six tails. He exerted a large amount of causal power to stabilize the dissipation of Yugo, but this was only temporary. However, at that moment, Jiraiya's fall interrupted his thoughts. Feng Tian looked at Jiraiya, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew that this Konoha ninja was Kushina's savior and also his obstacle. But now, he no longer had the energy to deal with Jiraiya. I'll let you go this time." Feng Tian snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, the battlefield over there should also come to an end. Chapter 137. Tricked Konoha Village. Feng Tian, your causal power seems to have weakened quite a bit, Chungyun said with a playful smile on her lips, her fingertips gently swirling with rich temporal and spatial power, as if the entire time and space were under her control. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom and cunning, clearly indicating that she had already perceived the subtle changes in Feng Tian's power. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression darkened slightly, but he soon regained his calm and confidence. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't underestimate me. Even if my power has weakened, it's enough to make you drink a pot of it." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tian's figure flashed, like a ghost, rushing towards Chungyun. His attacks were swift and fierce, each move containing powerful causal energy, attempting to break through Chungyun's time-space defenses. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Chungyun's mouth widened. She gently raised her hand, and the time-space power at her fingertips instantly transformed into a solid time-space barrier, neutralizing Feng Tian's attacks one by one. Her movements were elegant and composed, as if she was engaging in a graceful dance with Feng Tian, each action perfectly countering his offensive. Just moments ago, this clone had received information from the main body that it had successfully captured all the tailed beasts except for the 9 tails. However, in order to continue this act, this clone could only suppress the joy in its heart and continue to dance around Chungyun. Your time-space power is indeed formidable, but don't forget, this is my home ground. Feng Tian snorted coldly, Suddenly his figure swayed, disappearing from a spot and reappearing behind Chang Yun, his palm gathering powerful causal energy. Striking towards her, Chang Yun's figure turned lightly, narrowly avoiding Feng Tian's attack, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Home ground? So what? Today, I will let you know what true power is. Saying this, Chang Yun quickly formed seals with both hands. The time-space power around her surged, instantly leaving behind numerous afterimages in place, dazzling to the eyes. Seeing this, Feng Tian's gaze sharpened. He could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Chang Yun. Knowing that she was getting serious. Then bring it on. Feng Tian no longer held back. His entire body surged with power, engaging in an even fiercer clash with Chang Yun. The two exchanged blows, the battle growing increasingly intense, the surrounding air torn apart by their powerful forces, spatial cracks appearing one after another, only to be quickly repaired by time-space power. Just then, Chang Yun suddenly paused. As if sensing something, her expression grew serious. Something's not right. There's definitely something off. Your fighting style doesn't seem like a kill, but more like you're trying to hold me up. Chang Yun couldn't help but speak, and as her words fell, her confusion deepened. Hearing this, Feng Tian's mouth curled into a subtle smile, as if his thoughts had been exposed, but he was not angry. Oh, then what do you think I'm after? He retorted, while the power of causality stirred restlessly around him, seemingly brewing a new offensive. Chang Yun's gaze was sharp, closely observing every subtle movement of Feng Tian, trying to find the answer within. You must have some conspiracy. It's just that I haven't realized it yet. Feng Tian laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying. Your imagination is quite rich, but even if you guessed right, what then? You still cannot break through my defenses. Chang Yun snorted coldly, no longer entangling herself in words with him, but instead, the power of time and space surged around her once more, preparing to launch a more intense attack. She knew that continuing to drag this out with Feng Tian here was meaningless. She had to find a breakthrough point quickly to possibly uncover the secrets behind him. Let's see, is your defense solid, or is my power of time and space superior? Chang Yun shouted lowly, her figure instantly transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards Feng Tian. Seeing this, Feng Tian's eyes narrowed, not daring to be careless, and quickly mobilized all his power to meet her. The two clashed again, their battle growing increasingly intense, as if time and space were being distorted by their powers at that moment. Meanwhile, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke had already reached a fever pitch. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's power was gradually dissipating due to Feng Tian's causality power, and he was slowly losing strength. Faced with Uchiha Sasuke's increasingly fierce attacks, he appeared so powerless. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan flickered with dazzling light, tightly gripping the Kusanagi sword, each slash carrying the force of thunder. And Uchiha Madara, although he still maintained his calm and composure, found every block and counterattack more strenuous than before. It seems your power is nothing much after all, Madara. Sasuke sneered, his tone filled with disdain for this once legendary figure. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. He was keenly aware that his strength was fading, but the indomitable will within him refused to let him concede. Do you think you can defeat me just like that? Too naive, Madara shouted angrily, and a powerful chakra wave suddenly erupted from his body. However, although this power seemed fierce, it had already lost its previous edge. Seeing this, Sasuke curled his lips into a cold smile. He knew his opportunity had come. It's over, Madara, Sasuke whispered, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing towards Uchiha Madara. Just as the two were about to clash, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and a powerful genjutsu enveloped Uchiha Madara in an instant. Madara felt a blur before his eyes, as if he had fallen into an endless dream. At that moment, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword had silently pressed against Madara's throat. You lost, Madara. Sasuke's voice was cold and firm as he stared intensely into Madara's eyes, trying to find the last trace of unwillingness and struggle in his gaze. However, Uchiha Madara merely smiled faintly, as if he had long anticipated this moment. Although you have defeated me, the victory of this battle does not mean you can control everything. The real battle has only just begun. Madara's words were filled with deep meaning, causing Sasuke to frown involuntarily. In that decisive moment, a flying thunder god mark behind Uchiha Madara seemed to be activated like a shining star, suddenly gleaming. Immediately, Feng Tian's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. in the astonished gazes of everyone. The plan was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. It's time to retreat, Lord Madara. Feng Tian's voice was deep and full of confidence, each word revealing a desire for imminent success. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a profound smile, one that contained both recognition of Feng Tian's abilities and anticipation of the goal about to be achieved. He nodded slightly, as if silently approving of Feng Tian. Immediately after, a strange distortion of space spread around the two of them, as if being gently smoothed by an invisible hand, and their figures gradually blurred within the twisted space. Eventually, they completely vanished in the smoke-filled battlefield, leaving only a series of echoes lingering in the air. Block them. We can't let them escape. Behind Sasuke, Chung Yun's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and tension. She knew all too well that if these two managed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, everything happened too suddenly, and even though Sasuke reacted quickly, he was unable to set up a blockade in time. He watched helplessly as the two figures disappeared before his eyes, filled with unwillingness and regret. Seeing this situation, Qingyun did not hesitate to use a large amount of time and space power, attempting to reverse this unfavorable situation through retracing. Her hands quickly formed seals, and her eyes sparkled with determination, as if she wanted to turn back time and reveal the truth of that moment. But how could Feng Tian be an ordinary person? He had long anticipated that the other party might take such action, so at the moment before his disappearance, he did not hesitate to use a large amount of causal power to completely erase all traces of himself and Uchiha Madara, making it impossible for Qingyun's spatial power to find any trace to follow back. Oh no, we were fooled. Chapter 138, blank period fooled? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of doubt and alertness. He looked around to confirm that Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara had indeed escaped, and only then did he slowly the four red yang formation. The light of the formation gradually dissipated, but the atmosphere on the battlefield remained tense and heavy. At this moment, Qingyun fell into deep thought, her eyes shimmering with golden light, as if she could penetrate the fog of time and space to uncover the truth hidden beneath the surface. In her mind, scenes replayed like a movie, quickly recalling every detail of her previous fierce battle with Feng Tian, as well as their encounters in the subspace. Finally, when the memory fragment froze at the moment Feng Tian left the subspace, Qingyun's gaze became firm and sharp, and she finally discovered something amiss. No, no. Qingyun shook her head repeatedly, her brows tightly furrowed, appearing extremely anxious. That guy clearly came out of the subspace before me, but when I returned to the battlefield, he had vanished without a trace. There must be something fishy about this. She supported her chin with her hand, her gaze deep, as if trying to penetrate the fog of time and space to seek the truth hidden behind it. Her thoughts raced like wild horses, each idea flashing through her mind like lightning. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration, like a brilliant star, suddenly appeared in her mind. A terrifying yet reasonable thought emerged, causing her complexion to turn as pale as paper in an instant. Could it be that Qingyun's voice trembled, as if she herself could not believe this guess? Sarutobi, old man, are the clansmen of the mountain tribe there? Qingyun's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and panic. She almost shouted, each word revealing her inner fear and unease. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly became serious, given Qingyun's character and abilities displayed since her appearance. If she called out in such a hurry, then the matter must be serious. He quickly looked at a Konoha ninja beside him, and the ninja instantly understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention. With a few body flicker techniques, he disappeared into the ruins, heading towards the battle center of the clan in the mountains. Qingyun, what exactly happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. Although his tone was calm, his eyes revealed an undeniable determination. Qingyun took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, but her voice still trembled slightly. I suspect something has happened to Jiraiya. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a look of shock upon hearing this. Hasn't the entire movement of the Twilight Organization been exposed? Moreover, how could they know that Jiraiya and the Jinchuriki were located on Turtle Island? Uchiha Fugaku's brows furrowed tightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Could it be that there is a traitor among us? Qingyun shook her head, her expression grave. It's not a matter of a traitor. I suspect that this is something he deduced based on previous experiences of reincarnation. That Turtle Island is where the Jinchuriki are hiding. Moreover, There's a high possibility that it was completed during the blank period after leaving my subspace using the shadow clone technique. Immediately after, Qingyun clenched her hands tightly, pacing back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. She knew very well that if Feng Tian really did something during the blank period after leaving her subspace, the consequences would be unimaginable. Old Sarutobi, we must prepare for the worst. Qingyun stopped in her tracks, looking firmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. If something really has happened to Jiraiya, we must take action immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his heart also filled with worry. He knew very well Jiraiya's personality and strength, but if even he had encountered an accident, it meant that the tailed beasts might have also faced misfortune. Hokage-sama, the members of the Yamanaka clan have sent word that they are unable to contact Lord Jiraiya. Suddenly, a ninja rushed over, looking tense and filled with anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Qingyun were both taken aback, their expressions instantly turning extremely grim. The thing they were most unwilling to face eventually happened. Qingyun's speculation became reality, which meant that Feng Tian had likely already taken action against Jiraiya, and the situation might be far worse than they imagined. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled with disbelief. He knew Jiraiya's strength, but he never expected him to lose contact so easily. Qingyun's hands were clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms as she struggled to keep herself calm. Damn Feng Tian, pretending to be unaffected while fighting me. Qingyun's words were filled with anger and resentment. Her eyes seemed to blaze with fire, revealing her deep hatred for Feng Tian. I can't believe he was lying to me all along. Qingyun gritted her teeth, each word coming out as if squeezed through her clenched teeth. She recalled every detail of her battle with Feng Tian, and a sense of humiliation surged within her, feeling foolish for being deceived. However, after the anger subsided, Qingyun quickly calmed down. She knew that the most important thing now was not to dwell in anger, but to quickly come up with a countermeasure to turn the situation around. Getting angry now was pointless. Qingyun took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. We must act immediately to find out Jiraiya's whereabouts and the safety of the tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression serious. Then let's act right away, and we must reach Turtle Island before dawn. Hearing this, Qingyun shook her head and coldly said, no need to be so troublesome. Qingyun's voice was sharp and firm, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Immediately, a strong temporal power erupted from her fingertips, a force that seemed capable of distorting time and space, instilling awe in those who witnessed it. Golden threads spread from her fingertips like living creatures, wrapping around Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku. Although both were surprised, they quickly reacted and did not resist, knowing this was Qingyun's special means to save time. With a flash of blinding light, the three figures vanished from the ruins, as if swallowed by a rift in time and space. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves above an unfamiliar sea, with the outline of Turtle Island faintly visible in the distance. Chapter 139. The encounter at Turtle Island. Is this the power of temporal force? Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled, his eyes filled with both wonder and concern. Qingyun did not respond, merely gazing ahead with determination in her eyes. She knew that this time, they must find Jiraiya as quickly as possible and ensure the safety of the tailed beasts. Let's go. Qingyun's voice broke the silence as she flew towards Turtle Island, followed closely by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku, their figures tracing brilliant arcs in the night sky. On Turtle Island, thick smoke hung like a heavy black veil over every inch of land, the air filled with the acrid smell of charred remains and the bloody scent left by battle. Signs of conflict were everywhere. Houses lay like shattered blocks scattered across the ground, remnants of fierce clashes revealed among the ruins. The trees were in a pitiful state, consumed by raging flames, leaving only charred trunks swaying alone in the cold wind. As Qingyun stepped into this wasteland, her footsteps were heavy, her gaze searching surroundings, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within her. The sight before her was like a cold blade, piercing her heart. She understood that amidst this devastation, Jiraiya and the Jinchuriki had likely encountered unimaginable disasters, their fates uncertain. Over there, Uchiha Fugaku's voice boomed like thunder, his eyes shining with the strange and precise light of the kaleidoscope Sharingan as he instantly locked onto Jiraiya's position. Qingyun and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly turned to follow Uchiha Fugaku's pointing finger. What met their eyes was Jiraiya's figure, almost merging with the pool of blood around him. His long white hair, at this moment, is no longer a symbol of elegance, but is instead soaked in ruthless blood. like a withered branch covered in frost and snow during winter, exuding a bone-chilling coldness and despair. His body was covered in scars, each one like a heavy mark engraved by time, and the life force within him seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, swaying and on the verge of extinguishing, evoking a sense of pity that he could be quietly taken away by the Grim Reaper at any moment. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on in disbelief. It was hard for them to accept that a legendary hero had fallen to such a fate. Qingyun's expression darkened. With Jiraiya, the guardian, already fallen, it meant that the remaining tailed beasts were likely to have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers, as if summoning the fabric of time and space. In an instant, a vast and boundless power of time and space surged forth, like an ancient deity awakened, carrying with it endless majesty and mystery. This power flowed at her fingertips, then dispersed into countless tiny, shimmering golden threads, resembling the most brilliant stars in the night sky, quickly spreading towards Jiraiya's severely injured body. Under the miraculous reversal of this time and space power, the scars on Jiraiya began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the life force within him was swiftly restored, as if time were reversing, pulling him back from the brink of death. Before long, the pair of tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a glow of shock and disbelief. He struggled to sit up, then stood up in shock, as if he couldn't believe everything that was happening before him. What is going on? My injuries are completely healed. Jiraiya looked down at himself. His body, which had been covered in wounds, was now perfectly intact. In disbelief, he touched his cheek to confirm that this was not an illusion. He then turned to the side to look at Qingyun, a hint of confusion in his eyes. However, that Sundara Qingyun couldn't be bothered to explain to Jiraiya. She simply crossed her arms and looked into the distance with an indifferent expression. Jiraiya, this is Qingyun, a powerful being who wields the power of time and space. Your injuries were healed by her. To ease the awkwardness, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to explain. Upon hearing this, gratitude flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, and he solemnly nodded to Qingyun. Thank you very much for your help, beautiful young lady. Qingyun let out a light huff, a barely noticeable smile appearing on her face, which could be seen as accepting Jiraiya's gratitude. Lord Jiraiya, what exactly happened here? What about Kushina and the others? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also stepped forward to ask, going straight to the point. As Jiraiya heard these questions, his expression instantly darkened like ink, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on his heart. A trace of unmasked ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he slowly began to speak in a deep and heavy voice. Not long ago, a mysterious boy suddenly appeared here. His strength was incredible, wielding an unprecedented special power. That power transcended the mere realm of chakra, as if it originated from a mysterious existence in a higher dimension. At this point, Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. He seemed to recall that thrilling battle and the despair of his own helplessness. I gave it my all, but I still couldn't stop him. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, his eyes filled with a complex mix of self-reproach and anger. Except for Kushina, all the other Jinchuriki were captured by that mysterious boy. His words were filled with helplessness and sorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It seems that this mysterious boy is Fengtian. Currently, he already possesses all the tailed beasts except for the 9 tails. It looks like things have worsened to the extreme. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, Qingyun, who had always been confident, also wore an extremely grim expression. Fengtian, who currently possesses the power of the 5 tails, is already very difficult to deal with. If he manages to elevate to the power of the 8 tails, I wouldn't even be confident in defeating him. The urgent matter is that we must launch a full-scale attack before Fengtian completely absorbs the tailed beasts. If he truly gains the power of all 8 tailed beasts, even I would not be his opponent. Qingyun's words revealed a hint of urgency and panic. The others nodded slightly in agreement with Qingyun's proposal. Qingyun turned around, her gaze piercing as she looked into the distance, her voice becoming exceptionally firm. Next, I will share everything I know about Fengtian without reservation. At the same time, she paused for a moment as if gathering some kind of power. I will use my time and space abilities to do my utmost to find Fengtian's whereabouts. Once we lock onto his position, we will immediately launch a surprise attack, and we must not give him any chance to breathe. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Good. There is no time to waste. Let us set off immediately. Qingyun quickly responded, gently nodding, as mysterious time and space power surged from her fingertips once again. This power seemed to have a life of its own in her hands, flowing transforming, releasing endless potential. At that moment, the four figures were enveloped by the time and space power, instantly vanishing from their original spot like leaves caught in the wind, leaving only a faint golden light flickering in the air. When the golden light reappeared, Chingyun, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Fugaku were now standing in front of the ruins of the Konoha village. The scene before them was heart-wrenching. The once prosperous village was now in ruins, with broken walls and debris telling the tale of the disasters and suffering it had endured. Chapter 140. Mission Konoha Village Ruins. Time was pressing, so I will just make this place resemble a meeting room. As soon as Chingyun's words fell, tiny golden threads seemed to come to life, slowly extending. Under the clever weaving of these golden threads, the meeting room of Konoha Village, which had become a ruin, miraculously restored itself to its original state, with tables, chairs, and the walls and floor all appearing so neat and orderly. Considering the time constraints and the impending war, Chingyun did not restore the entire Konoha village to its original appearance, but chose to focus on restoring this meeting room. Although it was not the first time the others had seen Chingyun use these magical golden threads, witnessing her effortlessly bring a ruin back to life still left them in awe. They gazed at the newly renovated conference room before them, their eyes sparkling with awe and curiosity. Shortly after, 5 powerful figures, Rosa, Yagura, Noki, the fourth Reikage, and Sarutobi Hizashi, entered the conference room in succession. Following closely were young elite ninjas, such as Minato Namikaze and Killer Bee. As for Drea, Tsunade, and the allied forces led by Hanzo the Salamander, they also entered the meeting room. Soon, the large conference room was filled with people, each face bearing a serious and urgent expression. Chingyun stood at one end of the conference table, golden threads dancing at her fingertips, seemingly ready to respond to any sudden situation. She scanned the room and slowly began to speak. Everyone, you are all well aware of the current situation. According to Jiraiya's information, the Twilight Organization, led by Feng Tian and others, has already obtained 8-tailed beasts. We must eliminate them before they find a 9-tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. Rosa frowned. The Twilight Organization has always been elusive. We don't even know where their lair is. How do we respond? The hot-tempered fourth Reikage snorted and shouted. If we don't know, then go find out. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Sarutobi Hizashi lightly tapped the table to signal for quiet. The most important thing now is to find Kushina's whereabouts to prevent her from being captured by the Twilight Organization. At the same time, we need to identify the lair of the Twilight Organization and try to eliminate them before they take action. Additionally, Miss Chingyun, we would like to know more information regarding Feng Tian. Upon hearing this, Chingyun took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before she slowly spoke. What I am about to say may overturn your understanding, so please prepare yourselves mentally. The crowd's expressions stiffened, their eyes locked onto Chingyun as they awaited her next words. Chingyun took another deep breath, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and after a moment, she slowly began. Feng Tian, and I do not belong to this world you seek. We come from higher dimensional space-time. However, perhaps due to the guidance of fate or predetermined causality, Feng Tian and I were forced to traverse to this ninja world. In other words, we are travelers. The crowd was taken aback by her words, as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. Travelers? This was simply unbelievable. They had never heard of such a bizarre thing. Chingyun, seeing their reaction, remained calm and continued. Feng Tian's purpose in coming here is to collect the 9-tailed beast to realize his insane moon eye plan. He possesses a mysterious power known as the power of causality, which can alter certain causes and thus impact reality. Even more terrifying is that he has 9 chances to attempt all of this. With each failure, he finds himself caught in an endless cycle, starting over from the beginning. Only in this way does he have a slim chance of finding his way home. As for me, I possess the power of time and space. I can trace back to the past, reverse the future, and even bring a portion of people through different time and space. The man you just saw battling Uchiha Madara was a powerful figure I summoned from another time and space. After saying this, Chingyun turned her gaze to the other village leaders present and firmly stated, "Everyone, your villages are now safe. I have stationed a top-tier powerful figure in each village. From the current situation, they should have successfully dealt with the invading enemies. Furthermore, my arrival here was actually a task assigned by a man with a twisted sense of humor. My mission is to stop Feng Tian 9 times if I ever hope to return to my world." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, becoming extremely oppressive. The astonishment on everyone's faces was gradually replaced by seriousness, travelers, cycles, the moon eye plan. These unheard-of terms weighed heavily on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Sarutobi Hizashi, as the Hokage, was the first to regain his composure. He said solemnly, "Miss Chungyun, are you saying that Feng Tian has failed multiple times? And this is his nth attempt?" Chungyun nodded, a complex look flashing in her eyes. "Yes, with each failure, he loses all memories and powers and starts over. But this time, he seems to have found a way to accelerate the collection of tailed beasts, making progress faster than ever before." Rosa frowned. "Then why does he need to collect the tailed beasts? What will achieving the moon eye plan accomplish?" Qingyun explained. "The moon eye plan can create a perfect world, but that world comes at the cost of countless lives. The power of the tailed beasts is the key to realizing this plan." The fourth Raikage snorted. "What does that have to do with us? He cannot sacrifice this world for his own ambitions." Qingyun slightly nodded in agreement. "Exactly, which is why I was assigned here to stop him. But this time, his power has exceeded my expectations. We need to unite if we are to have any hope of defeating him." Noki stroked his graying beard, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. "Miss Chungyun, do you think you could use your special abilities to summon a few more powerful figures from other time and space to help us?" Chungyun sighed lightly, a hint of helplessness on her face. She shook her head and softly responded, "Lord Noki, the powerful figures I've summoned so far are restricted by time and rules. They cannot help us completely resolve the current troubles. Moreover, I have already summoned 5 powerful figures. It is simply impossible to summon more in a short time." Before Qingyun could finish her sentence, suddenly, not far away, Sasuke began to shimmer with a faint light, clearly indicating that the time limit for his time travel was approaching. "Qingyun, I have to go back." Sasuke's voice was cold and firm. During this time, he had single-handedly held off the rampaging Uchiha Madara, earning great merit for the entire ninja alliance. Upon hearing this, Qingyun gently nodded, quickly forming seals with her hands, instantly unleashing powerful time-space energy that enveloped Sasuke. Soon, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, Sasuke's figure seemed to be swallowed by time and space, instantly disappearing from this time. Chapter 141. 3 teams. As the dazzling light gradually faded, everyone's thoughts returned from distant musings to the present conference room. "Next, I will continue arranging the follow-up plans." Qingyun's voice was calm and serene. Her fingertip lightly waved, and a slender golden thread quietly appeared, flowing with a faint glow. This golden thread seemed to possess life, extending continuously under her control, like a bond connecting time and space, slowly drifting toward the distance in the gaze of the crowd. "Minato Namikaze, the direction this golden thread points to is where your wife, Kushina, is at this moment." Qingyun's voice was calm and clear. "In my estimation, it would take about 3 hours for this golden thread to fully extend to Kushina's side. Kushina is your wife, so I believe it is most appropriate for you to personally go and bring her back." After speaking, Qingyun gently flicked his fingertips, and the thin golden thread seemed to be instantly imbued with life. It traced a smooth arc in the air and then vanished from everyone's sight at an indescribable speed. Upon hearing this, Minato's gaze instantly became resolute. He deeply understood the importance of Kushina's safety for the entire Konoha village and even the whole ninja world. Therefore, he stood up without hesitation and nodded slightly to Qingyun. "Understand, I will definitely bring Kushina back safely." Wave Wind Minato's tone was firm, and his eyes sparkled with an undeniable light. Before his words had faded, his figure suddenly flashed and instantly transformed into a yellow streak of light, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, racing towards the direction indicated by the golden thread. His speed was incredible, as if in the blink of an eye, he had already crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, leaving only a fading shadow echoing in the conference room. Everyone silently watched the direction in which Namikaze Minato had left, their hearts filled with prayers and hopes that he could safely bring Kushina back. Meanwhile, Qingyun continued to stand at one end of the conference table, her golden threads jumping in the air as if always prepared for any unexpected situation. "Next, let us discuss matters regarding the expedition against Feng Tian." Qingyun's voice was steady and powerful, pulling everyone's attention back from the direction Minato had gone. Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Sarutobi Hizashi. Her eyes were sharp, scanning each person in attendance, and ultimately locking onto Sarutobi Hizashi. "Judging by the current signs and situation, I already have a few suspicious places in mind. Feng Tian must be hiding in one of these locations." Qingyun's words were resolute, each word striking the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. As her words fell, the hearts of those present involuntarily rose to their throats. An intense atmosphere filled the entire conference room. Even a usually hot-tempered and restless fourth-generation AI became unusually quiet at this moment, pricking up his ears and concentrating fully on Qingyun's next statement. Qingyun walked slowly to the center of the conference room, her fingers gently waving in the air as if some mysterious force was responding to her call. Soon, a huge map appeared before everyone's eyes. This map detailed the locations and influence of various ninja villages, as well as some crucial strategic points. Everyone's gaze focused on the map, hoping that Qingyun would point out Feng Tian's hiding place. These locations, Qingyun said, pointing to several markers on the map, are potential hiding spots for Feng Tian. If they want to launch a large-scale attack, they will definitely need a spacious area. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded in agreement, carefully examining the map and contemplating Feng Tian's possible routes and strategic intentions. So, how should we respond? A ninja asked. Qingyun smiled slightly, her golden threads jumping more joyfully in the air as if excited for the upcoming battle. Next, I will divide the entire coalition into 3 teams. Each team must have the strength to withstand a direct confrontation and not be defeated in a short time. Qingyun's gaze was sharp, scanning the people in the conference room, and finally resting on the 5 Kages. You, the 5 Kages, will make up the first team, and your destination is the area near the Valley of the End. Qingyun's finger gently traced the map, and the terrain near the Valley of the End seemed to come alive under her fingertips, with mountains, rivers, dense forests, and canyons, each hiding strategic significance. The Valley of the End has a complex terrain that is easy to defend but hard to attack, making it one of the possible hiding spots for Feng Tian. Qingyun's voice was calm and firm. Sarutobi, you are experienced. Lead the first team, and be sure to investigate carefully without alarming the enemy. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded solemnly, fully aware of the difficulty of this mission. As the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, he not only had to protect his companions, but also ensure that he could find Feng Tian's hiding place to provide crucial intelligence for the entire coalition. Next, the second team will be led by Hanzo of the Salamander. Qingyun's voice was calm and decisive. You will lead Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other ninjas from small villages to explore the area near Turtle Island. A hint of seriousness appeared in Qingyun's eyes as she continued. I have a feeling that Feng Tian might adopt the dark under the lamp strategy. The situation near Turtle Island is very suspicious and needs your careful investigation. Hearing this, Hanzo of the Salamander frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. He stood up, his voice steady and powerful. Understood. I will lead the team to carefully search the area around Turtle Island and will not overlook any suspicious places. Qingyun nodded gently, expressing her admiration for Hanzo's decisiveness. She continued, Turtle Island has a relatively open terrain, but it is surrounded by dense reefs. So you must act cautiously to prevent any ambush set by Feng Tian. Hans nodded solemnly and then turned to leave, preparing to gather the team to set out. Finally, Qingyun's voice was steady and powerful. She paused for a moment, as if weighing her words. I will personally serve as the captain of the 3rd team, and Uchiha Fugaku, along with elite ninjas from the other 5 great nations, will form our team. Everyone's gaze focused on Qingyun, waiting for her next words. Our target is... Qingyun's eyes became exceptionally sharp. Konoha Village Underground. Chapter 142, The Last Dance, Konoha Village Underground. This answer caught everyone off guard, and the conference room fell into a stunned silence. As the center of the ninja world, the fact that Konoha Village's underground would be Qingyun and their target was truly hard to believe. What do you mean? Why would they be hiding under our Konoha Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his words filled with confusion. However, Qingyun merely shook her head and said nothing more. In her view, this matter was quite complex. She couldn't just tell them that she had watched the anime and knew that Uchiha Madara hid underground in Konoha after his battle with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. That would only make it harder for her to explain. At present, she had to stop Feng Tian before he successfully absorbed the 3-tailed beast he had just captured. If he completed the absorption and his strength increased, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was decided. I estimate that the time Feng Tian needs to absorb those 3-tailed beasts should be within 3 days, which means we have little time left. We must stop Feng Tian within 3 days. Now let's start the action. Qingyun slammed the table, directly announcing the commencement of the operation to everyone. With Qingyun's command, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense and solemn. The ninjas stood up one after another, their eyes shining with determination, as if they were ready to face any challenge. Sarutobi, you lead the first team to set out immediately to search in the valley of the end. Qingyun's voice was calm and decisive. She understood the urgency of time and would not allow any delay. Sarutobi, Hiruzen nodded and then turned to leave, rushing towards the valley of the end with the other 4 Kage. Hans, you also act immediately, leading the second team to scout near Turtle Island. Qingyun continued to give orders, her voice revealing an undeniable authority. Hans accepted the order and was followed closely by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and ninjas from other small villages. They quickly gathered and set off in the direction of Turtle Island. We must find Fontian as soon as possible, Qingyun silently told herself. She took a deep breath again, then suddenly raised her head, her gaze firm and decisive. Let's go. With her command, countless golden threads spread out in the arena, quickly extending around Uchiha Fugaku and other elite ninjas. In the end, everyone transformed into a golden light and swiftly disappeared. Underground in Konoha village, accompanied by a strange distortion of space, Fontian and the barely breathing Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in this vast underground space. Lord Madara, are you all right? Fontian's main body had long been silently waiting in this deep underground. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara's weak state, he quickly stepped forward, wanting to lend a hand. Uchiha Madara slightly tilted his head, his gaze revealing a hint of unnoticeable determination. He gently waved his hand, signaling Fontian not to be so polite, as he was still able to hold on. Then, he stepped forward, slowly making his way towards the ancient wooden throne. Each step felt exceptionally heavy, yet revealed an indescribable calmness and determination. Finally, he slowly sat down on the throne, as if all the storms had been shouldered by him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's body was visibly aging at a rapid pace, and his aged face was lined with deep creases, displaying a complex expression that was hard to describe. He slowly raised his head and looked at Fontian standing beside him, his eyes shimmering with deep and complex emotions, as if he wanted to deeply imprint the other person's figure in his heart. You did well. Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and hoarse. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. The plan was very successful. After speaking, he fell silent again, the breath of life within him weakly wandering, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Just uttering those few words had exhausted all his strength, forcing him to lean against the throne, breathing heavily. Seeing this, a hint of emotion flashed across Fontian's cold and handsome face. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the power of causality to restore Uchiha Madara, but because at this moment, Uchiha Madara's life was approaching its end. Even the power of causality could not reverse the disappearance of life. After resting for a moment, Uchiha Madara's condition seemed to improve slightly. He slowly opened his pair of eyes that had become cloudy, revealing a sense of determination and resolve in his gaze. He spoke softly, Fontian. Fontian quickly stepped forward, listening intently to Uchiha Madara's instructions with a serious expression. Use the power of causality once again to restore my body. Although Uchiha Madara's voice was weak, each word conveyed an undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, tears seemed to shimmer in Fontian's eyes. He was well aware that Uchiha Madara was forcibly sustaining his weakened body, planning to use the power of the Outer Path Golem to forcibly absorb the chakra of the three-tailed beasts he had just captured. Perhaps, after this absorption ritual was completed, Uchiha Madara would exhaust the flame of his life and forever close his eyes. Yet, he still resolutely wanted to walk this thorny path to complete his grand plan. Lord Madara, have you really decided to do this? Fontian's voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of undeniable reluctance. He knew very well that using the external path's magic statue to absorb the power of the tailed beast was akin to teetering on the edge of life and death for Uchiha Madara. It could be the last adventure of his life. Uchiha Madara gently nodded, his deep-set eyes seemingly piercing through the fog of time, catching a glimpse of a distant and blurry future. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution, as if he was already prepared to face all consequences. This is my final wish, the voice of Uchiha Madara echoed, deep and powerful, each word bursting forth from the depths of his heart. Only by completing this plan can we realize the world of our ideals. Let me finish this last dance. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and raised his hands in the air, as if performing a solemn and sacred ritual. As his hands moved, the surrounding air began to twist and become strange. A vast and mysterious power surged forth from deep within the earth, like a sleeping dragon being awakened. It was the power of causality responding to his call, ready to unleash its incredible might. Then, let me first bring my companions back home. Chapter 143. The second escape, hidden mist village, although taking your life was not my original intention. If this act can clear some obstacles for this time and space. Senju Hashirama said with a serious expression, his gaze piercing, fixated on Kakuzu, who had been firmly suppressed by the divine tree. I will never show mercy. His voice was firm and powerful, revealing an undeniable determination. Spare me the hypocritical rhetoric. He roared. You, who have become the god of ninjas, how many lives have your hands stained with? Now you stand here, pretending to be some kind of messenger of justice? Kaidi struggled, his voice filled with resentment and anger. His face appeared twisted and grotesque under the pressure of the Mingshun gate, but those eyes still shimmered with an unyielding light. Senju Hashirama let out a soft sigh, and those eyes that had experienced countless hardships became deep and complex at this moment. He slowly approached Konoha, each step feeling unusually heavy, his voice deep and powerful, like the ancient bells echoing in a vast valley. Konoha, you are mistaken. There is a hint of barely perceptible sadness and helplessness in Hashirama's tone. I am not playing the role of a righteous messenger. In this chaotic and war-torn era, everyone is fighting for their own beliefs, whether light or darkness, and no one can remain uninvolved. He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming more resolute as he looked at Kakuzu, and continued. What I pursue is merely to end this endless war, to let this war-torn land rejuvenate, and to allow the people to live and work in peace, enjoying the sunlight of tranquility. This is my responsibility as the first Hokage of Konohagakure, and it is also the longing deep within my heart. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu showed a look of disdain on his face and retorted angrily, your so-called beliefs are nothing but a hegemony built on countless lives. Your so-called peace is merely a false tranquility enforced by your iron fist and military might. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction and resentment towards Senju Hashirama, as if he wanted to pour out all the anger in his heart. Hegemony? Senju Hashirama shook his head, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. I have never pursued hegemony. What I hope for is simply a peaceful and tranquil world. In this world, people can live freely, no longer troubled by war and hatred. Kakuzu let out a cold laugh, as if mocking Senju Hashirama's words. Peace? Tranquility? In this ninja world, it is nothing but an unattainable dream. Senju Hashirama, the peace you speak of is just a false calm enforced by your power. Once your power disappears, this world will fall into endless chaos again. Senju Hashirama fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating every word Kakuzu had said. Then he slowly raised his head, his gaze becoming firm and profound. Perhaps you were right. Peace is not achieved overnight. Senju Hashirama's voice was deep and powerful. Every word seemed to burst forth from the depths of his heart. But precisely because of this, we need to keep striving to pursue that seemingly unattainable dream. No matter how difficult the road ahead, no matter what great price we must pay, I will never give up. At this point, he gently patted Kakuzu's shoulder, his eyes filled with emotion and expectation. In that moment, he seemed no longer the lofty Hokage, but a comrade fighting alongside Kakuzu, sharing the storms together. Kakuzu, both of us have been victims of war, witnessing too much joy and sorrow, life and death. Senju Hashirama's tone became gentle and sincere, but now, we have the opportunity to change all of this, to create a world without war, without hatred. I hope you can let go of the hatred and dissatisfaction in your heart, and work with me for peace. However, Kakuzu merely shot him a cold glare, showing no sign of wavering. Senju Hashirama, don't waste your breath. I have already made up my mind to fight to the end for my beliefs. Even if I ultimately fail, I have no regrets. Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly, looking at Kakuzu with eyes full of pity, and finally spoke slowly. In that case, I have nothing more to say. I hope you can reflect well in another world. After saying this, Senju Hashirama slowly exhaled a breath, as if releasing all the helplessness and sorrow in his heart with that breath. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and focused. A strong wave of chakra suddenly erupted, like surging tides stirring in the air. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Countless saplings suddenly burst forth from the ground, growing wildly, their branches and leaves intertwining rapidly to completely wrap and entangle Kakuzu. Those saplings seemed to have life, continuously squeezing and intertwining until Kakuzu's figure completely disappeared within the dense forest. It's time to sleep. Senju Hashirama's voice echoed in the woods, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sadness. A flicker of despair crossed Kakuzu's eyes, but even so, he did not give up resisting. struggling with all his might to try to escape from this bondage. However, Senju Hashirama's would-release power was incredibly strong. Those saplings seemed to have life, tightening their grip more and more until Kakuzu's breathing became difficult. His strength was gradually depleting, and his body was being consumed bit by this would-release power. Coughing, Kakuzu struggled to breathe, his voice filled with a hint of unwillingness and despair. However, at this critical moment, an unprecedented surge of causal power suddenly emerged behind Kakuzu. This force was like a raging sea, surging and overwhelming, carrying endless might and mystery. It not only instantly destroyed the wood-release branches that bound Kakuzu, but also rapidly healed his damaged body, as if it possessed the miraculous ability to reverse life and death and reshape causality. Kakuzu's face twisted with this sudden turn of events, his eyes flashing with madness and pride, as if at that moment he had grasped the key to fate. "Ha ha! Did you not expect this, Hashirama?" He burst into laughter, his voice filled with the arrogance and mockery of victor. "I can escape from your hands a second time. This is the favor fate bestows upon me." Senju Hashirama's expression grew serious as he sensed the unusual power, a sense of unprecedented warning rising in his heart. He knew very well that this power of causality was not something Kakuzu could possess. There must be a more complex reason and arrangement behind it. Fortunately, that guy Fontion had already seen through everything and left me a backup plan in advance, Kakuzu said with a triumphant smile, his words revealing a sense of awe and gratitude towards Fontion. "Hashirama, although you are powerful, you ultimately still fell one move short." As Kakuzu's words fell, the power of causality around him grew even denser, as if it resonated with the entire space in a wonderful way. His figure became increasingly blurred under the support of this power, as if it had merged into the void, ultimately disappearing completely from the horizon, leaving only a string of arrogant laughter echoing in the air. Senju Hashirama stood quietly in place, gazing in the direction where Kakuzu had vanished, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 144. Father and Mother Sunagakure Bang. Bang. The battle in Sunagakure had reached a fever pitch. The sky was filled with puppets, and under Sakura's relentless assault, more than half had already been destroyed. Scorpion originally wanted to personally slay Sakura at the first opportunity, but Granny Chiyo kept distracting him, leaving him with no chance. Scorpion's gaze grew colder. He did not expect the space-time power lingering on Sakura to be so persistent, directly forcing his puppet army into a corner. Thus, he devised a plan to completely eliminate Sakura, this menace. "Sakura, be careful," Granny Chiyo suddenly shouted, having keenly sensed Scorpion's intentions. Scorpion's figure flashed and instantly appeared in Sakura's blind spot, a massive puppet arm suddenly stretching out from the shadows, targeting Sakura's vital points. However, Sakura's reaction was equally swift. She rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Damn it!" Scorpion exclaimed angrily, not expecting his meticulously planned attack to be so easily thwarted by Sakura. "Thank you, Granny," Sakura said, still shaken as she looked at the massive puppet arm, turning to express her gratitude to Granny Chiyo. However, there was no hint of joy on Granny Chiyo's face. As a top puppet master, her strongest puppets, the Ten Shin, had all been destroyed by Scorpion, and she was left with only 2 special puppets. Those 2 special puppets were of great significance to her, and she was unwilling to use them unless absolutely necessary. A useless effort. Scorpion snorted coldly, then manipulated several puppets to engage with Granny Chiyo while he personally stepped into the fray to battle Sakura. "Be careful of his poison," Granny Chiyo reminded from distance, her voice tinged with urgency. Scorpion's lips curled into a cold smile, his fingers waved lightly, and several puppets instantly lunged at Sakura. Sakura's movements were agile, dodging left and right, but the puppets seemed endless, gradually making her feel overwhelmed. "This won't do," Sakura thought anxiously, furrowing her brow. She knew she had to find the opponent's weakness to turn the tide of battle. Just then, her gaze suddenly brightened, as if she had caught something. It turned out that within Scorpion's manipulation of the puppets, there was a subtle flaw that was not easily noticeable. Sakura felt a surge of joy, made a decisive move, and dashed forward like an arrow, aiming straight for Scorpion's vital chest area. However, Scorpion's reaction was astonishingly quick, almost simultaneously with Sakura's movement. He maneuvered a puppet to block in front of him. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out as Sakura's fist slammed heavily against the puppet, the immense force causing her arm to feel sore and numb. Yet this strike was not in vain. The puppet actually cracked under her heavy blow, then shattered. Oomph. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant you your wish. Scorpion coldly snorted, then activated a secret mechanism on his body. Suddenly, a massive puppet body sprang up behind him, enveloping him entirely. This puppet body emanated a strange aura, seemingly containing boundless power. This was the puppet body of the third Kazekage. Granny Chiyo's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. She did not expect Scorpion to bring the third Kazekage's puppet body here. However, Sakura did not care. Relying on the space-time power enveloping her and her own immense strength, she charged straight at Scorpion. Rain of iron sand. Scorpion roared suddenly, his voice resembling a roar from the depths of hell, as countless iron sand needles instantly gathered around him, like dark clouds pressing down, blotting out the sun, and pouring down toward Sakura. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Sakura's gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no sign of fear. She knew that at this critical moment of life and death, she could only give her all to have a glimmer of hope. Sakura Blossom Charge. Sakura murmured, her chakra boiling all over her body, erupting like a volcano, instantly maximizing her speed. She shot forward like a brilliant meteor, breaking the silence of the night sky. Filled with endless determination and courage, charging towards Scorpion, who was tightly wrapped in the third Kazekage's puppet body. The iron sand needles exploded against the shield of her space-time power, turning into countless sparks, yet they could not penetrate her indestructible defense. Taking advantage of this, Sakura closed in on Scorpion, preparing to launch a fatal strike. However, Scorpion did not sit idly by. He manipulated the puppet body of the third Kazekage, quickly forming hand seals with both hands while chanting incantations. Magnetic release. Iron Sand World Technique. With a furious shout from Sasori, the entire battlefield was instantly covered by a layer of iron sand, forming a massive iron sand barrier. Sakura found herself unable to move, as if bound by an invisible force. Oomph, now you can't escape even if you had wings. Sasori sneered, his eyes filled with pride and mockery. However, at that moment, two extremely fast figures rushed over. Their speed was so incredible that Sasori had no time to react. It's time to end this. As Chiyo's low voice fell, the two fast figures revealed their true forms. They were puppets created from Sasori's parents, named Father and Mother. They quickly approached Sasori, who was enveloped by the puppet body of the third Kazekage, moving with such swiftness that even Sasori couldn't react in time. What? Sasori's expression changed drastically. He never expected that Chiyo had such a trump card. These two puppets not only had astonishing speed, but also worked in perfect harmony, as if they truly understood him like his parents would. In the next moment, two sharp, cold blades suddenly extended from the hands of the puppets, slicing through the air like lightning, accurately piercing through Sasori, who was momentarily distracted. At that moment, it felt as if invisible forces were tightly embracing Sasori's body, and the cold blades penetrated his form, unexpectedly allowing him to feel a long-lost warmth from the puppets. This warmth was like a ray of sunlight on a winter's day, penetrating the ice in his heart, causing him to involuntarily lower all his defenses. He trembled slightly, a hint of daze flashing in his eyes, as if at that moment, time flowed backward, and he returned to that distant and warm childhood. At that time, he was still an innocent child, yearning for his parents' love and recognition, his heart filled with longing and hope for the future. At this moment, the so-called omnipotent power of causality dimmed in Scorpion's heart, replaced by this sudden warmth. However, all this beauty vanished with the departure of his parents, leaving only endless loneliness and resentment. Why is this happening? Scorpion murmured softly, his voice tinged with confusion and sorrow. He never expected that he would be defeated by the puppet forged by his parents in such a situation. Nor did he anticipate that this final moment of embrace would bring him a long-lost warmth and reassurance. Scorpion, it's all over, Sakura said softly, her voice carrying a hint of regret and resolve. She knew that this moment marked not only the end of Scorpion's life, but also the end of his inner pain and struggle. Granny Chiyo stood by, watching the scene with mixed emotions. Gradually, Scorpion's figure slowly fell, and even at the final moment, a hint of an unknown smile remained at the corner of his mouth. As Scorpion fell, the entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The sand-iron barrier gradually dissipated, and Sakura exchanged a smile with Granny Chiyo, knowing that despite the difficulty of the battle, they had ultimately achieved victory. However, the joy of victory did not last long. From Scorpion's back, a powerful causal force suddenly erupted, reminiscent of Kankuro. This causal force pulled Scorpion back from the brink of death, and his own space began to twist, ultimately causing his figure to slowly disappear from the battlefield. Chapter 145. The Ideal World in the Hidden Cloud Village, Ensue. It's been a long time since I've had such a thrilling fight, especially against you. Itachi's words were filled with a sense of exhilaration as he continuously manipulated his complete Susanoo to engage in battle with Enseue's complete Susanoo. However, facing the time-traveling Itachi, Ensue remained unfazed. Although the opponent's aura was extremely similar to the Itachi he knew, and he had made some judgments during their confrontation, for the sake of that ideal world, no bonds could restrain him. Not even Uchiha Itachi was an exception. We can't fight here. Let's battle in the void. With Ensue's low roar, the wings of Susanoo soared into the sky. Seeing this, Itachi smirked slightly and followed suit. The two complete Susanoos instantly charged into the clouds, disappearing from everyone's sight. In the void, their battle grew even more intense. The massive fists of Susanoo collided, each clash accompanied by deafening roars, as if they were tearing the void apart. Ensue, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated, Itachi shouted, his Totsuka blade flashing with cold light as he suddenly lunged at Ensue. Ensue's figure flickered, easily dodging the strike while simultaneously manipulating his spiral gun to attack Itachi. The spiral gun whistled through the air, piercing toward Itachi with astonishing speed. Itachi, noticing this, flashed a serious look in his eyes and quickly adjusted his position, narrowly avoiding Ensue's lethal attack by a hair's breadth. That was close, Itachi thought to himself, simultaneously admiring Ensue's combat skills and reaction speed. The two clashed again, the fists of Susanoo sparking brilliant fireworks in the air, with each attack containing incredible power. Both Itachi and Ensue were fully committed, refusing to give an inch. This battle had evolved beyond a mere test of strength to a collision of will and belief. Ensue, why are you so obsessed with that ideal world? Itachi suddenly asked amidst the fierce battle. Ensue paused slightly at his words, but quickly resumed his offensive. As he fought, he replied, "You cannot understand my pain and despair. This world is filled with war and slaughter. Only by realizing that ideal can everyone attain true peace." Itachi fell silent after hearing this. He deeply understands the struggles and pain within Ensue's heart, and he also knows that the ideals Ensue pursues are not easy to achieve. I understand your thoughts. Since you have made your choice, all I can do is stop you. Itachi slowly spoke, no longer hesitating, and engaged in close combat with Ensue. Since the battle began, Itachi had not unleashed Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi. It was not that he was unwilling to use them, but under the defense of the complete body Susanoo, Amaterasu could not possibly have any effect. As for Tsukuyomi, that's a joke. The opponent, Ensue, is a master of illusion techniques. Using illusion techniques against him would only be futile. The battle between the two entered a heated stage once again. They tacitly discarded their weapons, the 10-fist sword and the spiral gun, preparing to clash with their fists. In the void, the fists of Susanoo collided continuously in the air, each clash seemingly capable of shattering this emptiness. Itachi and Ensue exerted all their strength, refusing to back down. This battle had become their final showdown. At that moment, Ensue suddenly changed his strategy. He no longer engaged Itachi head-on, but instead utilized the agility and speed of Susanoo, constantly weaving around Itachi, looking for openings. Seeing this, Itachi couldn't help but feel a surge of crisis. He understood that Ensue was searching for a chance to deliver a lethal blow. Thus, he quickly adjusted his tactics, entering into a contest of speed with Ensue. The two darted around in the void, their figures like phantoms. Each clash was filled with tension and excitement, making one's heart race. However, amidst this intense battle, Itachi and Ensue gradually found a balance between them. Eventually, as the causal power surged in Ensue's back, he understood that this was a signal to retreat. You bear some resemblance to an old friend of mine. Perhaps you could be him in the future. At this moment, Ensue also abandoned the fight, slowly descending from the void while retracting Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi, seeing this, also retracted his Susanoo like Ensue. How could you not guess my identity? After all, you're the guide of my ninja career. Itachi's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he slowly descended beside Ensue. Though they had just engaged in a life-and-death struggle, it felt as if they had returned to those peaceful days of the past. Ensue, I may not fully understand the ideal world you speak of, but I know that everyone harbors a longing for peace in their hearts. There is a hint of emotion in Itachi's tone. It's just that the peace I seek may differ from yours. Shui gazed at Itachi, his eyes reflecting both relief and complex emotions. Itachi, your growth exceeds my expectations. You understand the meaning of sacrifice and responsibility more than anyone. It's just that the path I walk is destined to be lonely and arduous. I hope you can understand that everything I do is for that unreachable dream. The atmosphere between them grew heavy and subtle. They knew that despite their differing ideologies, the loyalty to their family and love for their village were common bonds. Shui, if you truly believe that path is correct, I am willing to respect your choice. Itachi took a deep breath and continued. But please remember, no matter when or where, do not harm the innocent. Shui smiled slightly, a hint of relief in his expression. Itachi, your words are enough for me. My love for the Uchiha and for Konoha will never change. As their conversation ended, the surrounding air seemed to lighten up. They each turned away, preparing to leave this void. Time is up. I have to go. Shui sensed a distortion in the void around him and slowly spoke. He understood that it was Feng Tian calling him. Shui, take care, Itachi said softly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible warmth. You too, Itachi, Shui replied. And then his figure flickered, transforming into a beam of light, disappearing into the void. Chapter 146. A world without her Wagakure. The battlefield here was different from others. As the invader, Obito's Susanoo was now nearly shattered. His chakra was extremely weak. If it weren't for the special ability of Kamui, he would have already been defeated by Naruto in Six Paths mode. I don't understand. Why do you know so much about my abilities? Obito clenched his teeth and spoke, his words filled with confusion. In another timeline, you stood by my side as a comrade in the final moments. That's why I am so familiar with your abilities. After saying that, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Naruto's eyes as he reminisced about Obito from that moment. However, the Obito of this timeline had not yet fallen too deep. It was the perfect moment to awaken him. Naruto took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute once more. He knew the heavy responsibility he bore. The Obito before him, though he had strayed onto a wrong path in this timeline, perhaps still retained that innocence and kindness deep within. Obito, I know you are confused and in pain right now. Naruto slowly began, his voice carrying a hint of warmth. But please believe, no matter how time and space change, true friendship and belief will never change. In my timeline, you were once my most important comrade, and I believe that in this timeline, you can also find your way back. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Obito's eyes. He seemed to be touched by Naruto's words, resonating with something deep within him. However, the world without Rin had twisted his soul, making it difficult for him to accept this change immediately. Stop being foolish, Obito scoffed. This world without her holds no hope. Hope and giving up are no different, just a perfunctory excuse. There is no value in existence in this world filled with despair. Do you think your words can change me? How naive! Naruto shook his head, his eyes filled with determination and persistence. Obito, I will not give up on you. No matter what you become, I will do my best to bring you back on the right path. With that, Naruto gathered his chakra once again, preparing to launch an attack. But he did not intend to eliminate Obito. Rather, he aimed to awaken the kindness and justice deep within him. The battle between the two erupted once more, but this time, Naruto's attacks were more precise and powerful. He skillfully utilized the floating Taoist jade behind him, continuously destroying Obito's already shattered Susanoo. Obito's Susanoo appeared increasingly fragile under Naruto's fierce attacks, with each strike sounding like a heavy hammer smashing against broken glass, producing deafening shattering sounds. However, Obito did not back down. Even though his body was already covered in wounds, there was still an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. You won't easily change me, Obito roared, trying to gather his shattered Susanoo once more. But it was clear that his chakra was nearly depleted, and each attempt felt so powerless. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of complex emotions. He feels both heartbroken for Obito's persistence and a glimmer of hope for the chance to awaken him. He knew very well that, at this moment, Obito was on the brink of collapse. Just a little more power might allow him to rediscover himself. Obito, look around, Naruto suddenly shouted, pointing to the ninjas nearby who were engaged in fierce battle. They're all fighting to protect this village, this world. Although she is no longer here, her smile, her kindness, isn't that the motivation for you to move forward? You once loved this world so much. Do you really want to let it be destroyed by your own hands? Obito's movements paused slightly. Naruto's words were like a clear stream, impacting his twisted soul. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, where the ninjas fighting for peace were filled with determination and courage in their eyes. These scenes intertwined with the memories deep within him, causing him to fall into contemplation. At that moment, Naruto suddenly launched another attack. But he didn't unleash those lethal moves. Instead, he skillfully used chakra, gently wrapping Obito in a warm embrace. Try to pull him back bit by bit from the endless abyss of despair. Under Naruto's soft chakra, Obito's body gradually relaxed its tense defenses, and even his once lifeless eyes seemed to be touched by an inexplicable force, becoming a bit softer. However, at this critical moment, just as Obito was about to completely sink, an indescribable force suddenly erupted behind him. It was the power of causality wielded by the heavenly order, like an invisible hand that firmly grasped Obito from the edge of the abyss and pulled him back. In that instant, Obito's eyes seemed to be reignited, becoming incredibly sharp. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with endless determination and anger. A world without her, no matter how beautiful and flawless, is meaningless to me. Everything is like a mere illusion. For her, I am willing to stand alone against the entire world, even if it means being shattered to pieces. Having said that, under the strong enhancement of the heavenly order's power of causality, Obito's hands moved rapidly, forming a series of complex and precise hand seals. Then, with a low shout, he exclaimed, "Fire style, great fireball technique." In an instant, an enormous fireball was formed, like an angry sun, burning fiercely with suffocating heat and destructive power, roaring towards Naruto. The fireball traced a dazzling trajectory in the air, igniting the surrounding air, producing crackling explosion sounds, and waves of heat surged forward, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. However, Naruto did not evade. His eyes were fixed firmly on Obito, filled with both determination and reluctance. "Obito, are you really going to be this stubborn?" Naruto asked in a deep voice, and then the nine-tailed chakra surged around him, transforming into a giant hand that casually dispersed the fireball. A fierce glint flashed in Obito's eyes, and he shouted loudly, "This world is meaningless to me without her. I will not allow anyone to destroy the world I created for Rin." In the next moment, with a twist of space, Obito's figure slowly disappeared, leaving only his exhausted echo behind. Naruto's eyes clearly showed a hint of desolation. He had almost managed to pull Obito back from the abyss, but unfortunately, it was just a little too late. Soon, a golden light enveloped him, and the power of time and space around him gradually dissipated. It was evident that his time had come. Finally, Naruto let out a slow sigh, and as the golden light faded, he returned to the time and space that originally belonged to him. Chapter 147. 3 days under Konoha village, accompanied by waves of spatial distortion, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Shursui, and Obito's figures slowly emerged from the void like phantoms. Looking at this scene, a faint smile involuntarily crept across the corner of the heavenly order's mouth. His eyes sparkled with confidence and satisfaction, as if everything was under his control. He had put a lot of thought into this operation, meticulously considering every possible factor. Even the sudden intervention of Qingyun was already within his expectations. It was precisely because of this meticulous planning and layout that the operation went so smoothly, with almost no mistakes and no casualties. For him, this was undoubtedly a great victory. However, even such a perfect plan had its regrets. Thinking about how the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina escaped their pursuit at a critical moment, a hint of regret flashed in Foam Tion's eyes. But it was fine. This time he had captured the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails Jinchuriki. As long as he absorbed them into Uchiha Madara's outer path golem, his strength would increase significantly. And, through the causal line, he would be able to find Kushina's location. Kakuzu, Scorpion, Shursui, and Obito looked around, each with different expressions on their faces. Kakuzu's face was filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. Although the mission wasn't completed perfectly, and they didn't lure back the Mizukage and others, they had successfully destroyed the hidden mist village, significantly reducing their fighting strength to the minimum. Scorpion snorted coldly, feeling very dissatisfied after just being pulled back from the brink of death. Shursui remained calm and silent, his Sharingan particularly bright in the dim environment, with a hint of seriousness on his face, as if still pondering the conversation with Itachi. Obito seemed a bit distracted, seemingly troubled by his earlier battle with Naruto. "Since everyone is here, Lord Madara, shall we begin? Feng Tian said in a deep voice, and then Uchiha Madara slightly nodded. Under the influence of Feng Tian's causal power, his body gradually returned to its peak state. Boom! The outer path golem let out a roar, seemingly excited for the impending tailed beast chakra. Subsequently, with a wave of Feng Tian's hand, the unconscious Lao Zi, Han, and Yutaka instantly appeared underground. Without hesitation, Feng Tian's causal power transformed into 3 palms, pressing against the abdomen of the 3, beginning to extract their tailed beast chakra. The 3 of them began to tremble violently, their faces showing expressions of pain, as if something inside their bodies was being ruthlessly torn away. Lao Zi was the first to let out a painful groan. His skin began to turn red, as the power of the Four-Tailed Son Wukong surged within him, trying to resist this foreign force. However, Feng Tian's causal power was too strong, and the Four-Tail's resistance proved futile. Han and Yutaka also suffered inhuman torment. Han's steam power rampaged within him, trying to protect the Five-Tails Mu Wang, but could not withstand Feng Tian's extraction. Yutaka tightly closed his eyes. The chakra of the Six Tails, Saiken, surged within him. Yet he could only helplessly accept the fate of being deprived. Uchiha Madara stood quietly to the side, coldly watching everything unfold. There was no sympathy or pity in his eyes, only a desire for power and a dedication to the plan. As the tailed beast chakra was extracted, the bodies of Old Purple, Han, and Yu Gao became increasingly frail. Their eyes became hollow and lifeless, as if they had lost all vitality. Meanwhile, the outer path demon statue let out an even more excited roar, its body beginning to swell and expand, as if it were consuming this powerful force. I estimate that extracting the chakra from the 3-tailed beast will take about 3 days. During these 3 days, I will trouble you 4 to protect me. I have a feeling they will find this place soon. Feng Tian's words echoed in the underground cave, carrying an undeniable authority. Jiao du, 11e, Zishui, and Dai too exchanged glances. Although each had different thoughts in mind, they understood that they must unite at this moment to face the potential crisis. Jiao du snorted coldly, his desire for battle reignited by this confrontation. He was the most eager for the upcoming challenge. Xia quietly adjusted his puppets, ensuring they would perform at their best during critical moments. Zhishui remained calm, his Sharingan flickering in the darkness, always alert to the movements around them. And Dai too, although still troubled by Naruto's battle, knew that personal emotions could not affect the overall situation at this moment. Rest assured, we will guard this place well, Dai Tu said in a deep voice with a hint of determination. Feng Tian nodded slightly, and then focused entirely on extracting the tailed beast chakra. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded slightly before dispersing, making their way to the surface through the passage, concealing themselves in the shadows. On the other side, Cheng Yun and the others, following a flash of golden light, had arrived within a few miles of Feng Tian. What a pity. My time-space power is not like Feng Tian's causal power that can use causal lines to locate people. It's up to you now, Uchiha Fugaku and the Hyuga clan. Cheng Yun sighed helplessly. With her abilities, reaching this level was already her limit. Miss Cheng, how likely do you think it is that Feng Tian and the others are here? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows, gazing deeply into the distance, where the direction of Konoha village lay, but their target was now hidden deep underground. About 70%, Cheng Yun replied, then her gaze swept over the group, finally landing on the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was known for its unique Byakugan ability, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity for exploration and perception. Hyuga clan ninjas, we are counting on you next. If you detect any large-scale chakra fluctuations, crush this orb of light in your hands at the first moment. We will rush to support you immediately. After speaking, Cheng Yun extended her right hand, and a large orb of light appeared out of thin air. This was soon divided into dozens of smaller orbs of light, gently floating into the hands of the Hyuga clan ninjas. The group nodded, then dispersed to begin their reconnaissance. However, in a corner invisible to everyone, a ninja with a kaleidoscope Sharingan was watching everything unfold from a dark corner. Chapter 148. The function of the light orb. Oh no, they're about to search this way. I must think of a way to stop them. Even if it costs me my life, I must buy Feng Tian 3 days. In a dim and cramped corner, Zhishui murmured to himself in a low voice. As an elite ninja of Konoha village, he was all too aware of the Hyuga clan's formidable Byakugan ability. Once those guys got within a few hundred meters, There would be no way to conceal Feng Tian's hiding place. At that time, the process of extracting the tailed beast chakra would undoubtedly be interrupted, and all their carefully laid plans would go to waste. With this thought, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jishui's eyes, and then his figure slowly disappeared. He was determined to deal with these Hyuga clan ninjas in his own way. Jishui moved like a ghost through the shadows, his Sharingan gleaming with a cold light in the darkness, each step calculated with precision to ensure he would not be exposed to any possible line of sight. Soon, he quietly approached the Hyuga clan ninjas who were searching. These ninjas were fully focused on sensing the chakra fluctuations around them, completely unaware that Jishui had drawn near. Taking a deep breath, Jishui's kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly widened, instantly activating a powerful genjutsu. However, the Hyuga clan ninjas were not ordinary foes. Their Byakugan detected the anomaly the moment the genjutsu was cast, and they all raised their heads alertly, attempting to break free from the genjutsu's control. But Jishui would not give them a chance. He gritted his teeth, the light in his Sharingan growing increasingly brilliant, and the power of the illusion also intensified, firmly trapping several Hyuga ninjas in his illusionary world. "I'm sorry, but I have to do this for the plan to succeed," Shui said softly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and resolve. Under the influence of the illusion, the movements of the Hyuga ninjas became slow and clumsy. They began to act according to Shui's will, moving away from the underground cave where Feng Tian was hiding and heading in another direction. Seeing this, Shui felt a slight sense of relief, but he knew it was only temporary. Currently, many ninjas from the Hyuga clan had not fallen into the illusion. He had to find them all and defeat them one by one before they discovered Feng Tian. Shui pondered silently, quickly adjusting his strategy and deciding to take a more direct and efficient approach. He accelerated again, like a black lightning bolt in the night, weaving through the Hyuga ninjas. Each time he got close, Shui would not hesitate to cast a genjutsu, using the powerful abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan to drag his enemies one by one into the world of illusions. However, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were not unprepared either. They quickly realized the ability to stop the water and started cooperating with each other, trying to assist one another with their white eyes to break the illusion. Seeing this, Jishui curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He knows well that the real battle has just begun. He utilized the special abilities of the Sharingan to constantly change the forms and effects of his illusions, making it difficult for the Hyuga ninjas to grasp their patterns. At the same time, he cleverly used the terrain and shadows to create more opportunities for himself. In a fierce confrontation, Shui suddenly appeared behind a Hyuga ninja, lightly touching his finger, and a subtle chakra fluctuation instantly penetrated the opponent's body. This was a perfect combination of illusion and physical techniques. The Hyuga ninja was astonished to find himself unable to move, only able to watch as Shui disappeared from sight. Shui did not pause. He continued to weave through the battlefield, each strike precise and deadly. His Sharingan was like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, instilling an unprecedented fear in the Hyuga ninjas. Finally, through Shui's relentless efforts, all the Hyuga ninjas were defeated one by him. Some of them fell deeply into an illusion from which they could not escape, while others were subdued by Jishui's exquisite martial arts techniques. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Jishui looked at the fallen enemies around him, and an indescribable sense of heroism surged in his heart. He knew very well that although this battle was difficult, he had successfully bought precious time for Feng Tian. Next, it was up to you all. Jishui murmured to himself as he turned to look in the direction of the underground cave, his eyes shining with determination. He knew that his task was not yet complete. He must continue to guard this secret place until the extraction process of the tailed beast chakra was finished in Feng Tian. During this process, he was willing to become the first indestructible barrier, blocking all invading enemies. However, just as he slightly relaxed his vigilance, a graceful figure quietly appeared behind him like a ghost. In that moment, Shui's heart seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, and the alarm bells rang loudly. He suddenly turned his head, only to unexpectedly find Chengyun staring at him with a playful expression, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous light. "Jishui, every little move of yours can't escape my eyes." Chengyun's words floated into his ears like a ghost, carrying a hint of teasing and provocation. Jishui didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his teleportation technique, creating several flashes to distance himself from Chengyun. He quickly reached back and grasped the short sword, the coolness of the hilt instantly bringing him back to his senses. He looked ahead at Chengyun with a serious expression. his face dark as if water could drip from it, his deep voice carrying a hint of displeasure and vigilance. When did you start targeting me? I had already noticed you before you eavesdropped on our conversation. Chungyun smiled, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. After all, your Tsukuyomi is a huge threat to me. If I don't take some measures, it will be easy to fall into a trap. As Qingyun's words fell, Jishui suddenly realized. It turned out that she had already discovered him while he was eavesdropping on her conversation. Chungyun had played along, deliberately letting the Hyuga clan ninjas exhaust Jishui's chakra and energy, making it impossible for him to use Tsukuyomi. As for the light spheres she had sent out earlier. Jishui, do you think that just because you put them under an illusion, I wouldn't be able to find out where that guy Feng Tian is? Hee, look at this. As Qingyun's teasing words fell, a dazzling light sphere seemed to magically coalesce in her hand. Then, with a gentle exertion, the light sphere shattered like a fragile bubble. At the same time, the light spheres in the hands of the Hyuga clan ninjas also seemed to be affected by some mysterious force, shattering at the same moment. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious force of time and space surged forth, like raging waves, pulling them all back from the intricate world of illusions to reality. Surprised? Excited? I'm curious. Jishui, what will you do next? Chapter 149. I could do it too. Qingyun's words were like a cold wind in winter, instantly chilling Jishui's heart. Without further hesitation, since he had been exposed, he decided to attack directly. Complete body, Susanoo. Jishui roared, and as his immense chakra surged, a massive green armored giant slowly formed behind him, standing tall like a towering mountain. On the giant's sturdy arm, a sharp spiral gun appeared out of thin air, glinting with a cold light and exuding a chilling, killing intent. Jishui's gaze was resolute, without a trace of hesitation, with a thought. The spiral gun shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, whistling through the air and aiming directly for Qingyun's vital points. Facing the whistling spiral gun, Chungyun merely curled her lips into a mocking smile. There was no trace of panic on her face, as if everything was under her control. Susanoo. Just at that critical moment, a deep and powerful roar suddenly came from behind Qingyun, followed by a crimson half-body Susanoo appearing like a flame bursting forth from hell. Carrying overwhelming might, this was the powerful Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Fugaku, wielding the Totsuka blade, with mysterious runes swirling on its blade, as if containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the next moment, the Totsuka blade collided head-on with Jishui's spiral gun in mid-air, producing a deafening roar, with sparks flying as two powerful forces intertwined and collided, creating violent shockwaves. Clang! The huge sound of metal clashing echoed in the air as Jishui's spiral gun and Fugaku's Totsuka blade collided, generating dazzling sparks. The immense force shook the surrounding air, as if even space were about to be torn apart. Jishui was taken aback. He had expected that the leader of his clan would also use Susanoo. Moreover, Fugaku's Susanoo was so powerful that it could withstand his attack head-on. It seemed that today's battle would not be easy. Jishui silently prepared himself, controlling the complete body, Susanoo to take a combat stance. Jishui, don't be so stubborn anymore. Now, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I command you, surrender immediately. Hearing Fugaku's authoritative and commanding tone, Jishui's lips curled into a bitter smile. He understood deeply that today's battle was no longer just a personal grudge. It involved the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku, do you really believe that just by issuing orders, I would give up my beliefs? Shirsue's voice was particularly firm amidst the swirling chakra winds. What I pursue is for the future of the Uchiha clan, to avoid the impending disaster. More importantly, to create a new world without disputes and wars. Shirsue's gaze was fixed tightly on Fugaku as he continued, if you truly care for the Uchiha clan, you should see the current situation clearly. The system of Konoha has already decayed, and we Uchiha should no longer be bound to this narrow space. This world shouldn't be like this. Fugaku's brow was tightly furrowed. He knew that Shirsue's words were not unfounded, but as the clan leader, he had to consider more. Shirsue, your ideas are too radical. The Uchiha clan needs stability, not your reckless plans. Moreover, your actions have already violated Konoha's taboos. You are pushing the Uchiha clan towards the abyss. Shirsue shook his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. For the future of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, I am willing to bear all consequences. Even if it means opposing the entire world, I will not hesitate. As he spoke, Shirsue once again controlled his complete body Susanoo to launch an attack. The green giant swung its spiral spear, charging towards Fugaku and Qingyun with a chilling wind. Fugaku was not to be outdone. He controlled his crimson half-body Susanoo, wielding the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and engaged in a fierce clash with Shui. Meanwhile, Qingyun was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The battle among the three grew increasingly intense, with powerful chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding space to tremble. Each collision seemed to threaten to tear the world apart, yet Shusui's heart was more resolute than ever. Give up, clan leader. You can't win against me with just this incomplete Susanoo. Shui couldn't help but speak up. Since the battle began, he had been pressing Fugaku hard. At this moment, he wanted Fugaku to stop to avoid unnecessary harm. However, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, only continuing to fight. Qingyun watched the standoff between the two, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Shui, if I'm not mistaken, you should only be able to activate a half-body Susanoo at this point in time. Your current complete body Susanoo, I believe, was enhanced for you by Feng Tian. Hearing this, Shui trembled slightly, then responded darkly. What are you trying to say? Qingyun chuckled, her fingertips swirling with an extremely rich power of time and space. This power spread out in countless golden threads towards Uchiha Fugaku's half-body Susanoo. What I want to say is, what that guy Feng Tian can do, I can do too. After finishing, Qingyun smiled slightly, and soon, under the influence of these time-space powers, Fugaku's half-body Susanoo began to undergo astonishing changes. She intended to forcibly use the power of time and space to evolve Fugaku's half-body Susanoo into a complete body Susanoo like Shusui's. The golden threads slithered like spirit snakes, quickly penetrating into Fugaku's half-body Susanoo, merging with it. In an instant, the crimson half-body giant seemed to be infused with new life, starting to swell and transform. A more magnificent power surging from within. Shusui's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene unfold. He didn't expect that Qingyun actually possessed such powerful strength, capable of forcibly elevating Fugaku's Susanoo to a higher level. How is this possible? Shui exclaimed. However, the fact was right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it. With Qingyun's help, Fugaku's half-body Susanoo had gradually transformed into a complete body Susanoo, achieving a qualitative leap in both size and power. The new complete body Susanoo wielded a gigantic tank case sword, its blade shining with dazzling light, as if it could pierce through anything. It let out a roar and charged towards Shui, swinging its long sword and creating a fierce sword aura. Shui didn't dare to be careless and quickly controlled his own complete body Susanoo to meet it. The two giants collided once again, and this time the clash was even more intense than before, with chakra fluctuations surging like a tsunami, engulfing everything around them. Chapter 150. Doing my best? Is this the power of the complete body Susanoo? I feel that now I can accomplish many things. Uchiha Fugaku stared in a daze at his imposing crimson, complete body Susanoo, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had never imagined that one day he would possess such terrifying power. Standing against him, Shui looked grimly at Fuyue's complete body Susanoo. At that moment, he realized that he must take him down completely before he fully mastered it. Once Fuyue completely adapted to this complete body Susanoo, combined with Qingyun and this group of elite ninjas, he would have no chance of winning. Come on, clan leader Fuyue. Shui let out a low growl and then controlled his complete body Susanoo to attack Fuyue. Shusui's complete body Susanoo came crashing like a mountain. Its enormous green arm carrying a tremendous force aimed straight at Fuyue's vital points. Fuyue's heart tightened, but he did not retreat. His crimson complete body Susanoo also swung its giant arm, engaging in a fierce collision with Shui. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar, and the powerful shockwave made the surrounding space tremble. Fuyue and Shui each controlled their Susanoo, exchanging blows, and for a moment, it was a stalemate. Miss Qingyun, why don't we take this opportunity to push our reconnaissance work forward? At this moment, a capable ninja quietly approached and whispered to Qingyun. Qingyun gently waved her hand, a smile of undeniable confidence on her face, and replied, "No need. Let the Hyuga clan's ninjas handle the reconnaissance task. As for the battle here," her sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, as if she could perceive every subtle movement. "I believe the outcome will soon be clear." After speaking, her fingertips deftly flickered with a thread of golden silk that shimmered with temporal ripples, alive with motion. She then gently flicked it towards Shui, and the golden thread shot out like an arrow, whistling through space as it sped towards Shurzue. Just as the golden thread was about to touch the corner of Shurzue's clothing, he seemed to sense something, and his body suddenly turned, agile as a whirlwind. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, controlling the massive arm of Susanoo. With a thunderous sound, he suddenly swung a punch, colliding violently with the golden threads. There was a loud bang, and the golden threads instantly shattered under the immense force of Susanoo, turning into fragments of time and space, dissipating into the air. Oomph! Trying to ambush me? Not so easy. Jishue snorted coldly, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Chungyun, seeing this, curled the corner of her mouth into a faint smile, seemingly not surprised by Jishue's reaction. She gently raised her hand, and once again, golden threads swirled around her fingertips. This time, the number of golden threads was greater, and their speed was faster, spreading out like a golden net toward Jishue. Jishue's heart tightened. He knew the extraordinary nature of these golden threads and did not dare to be careless. He swiftly manipulated Susanoo, wielding the spiral gun in his hand, attempting to pierce through the golden net. However, the golden net seemed to have a life of its own, skillfully evading Susanoo's attacks and constantly closing in on Shurshue. Damn it! Shurshue let out a low growl, fully aware that he could no longer remain on the defensive and had to take the initiative. Thus, he controlled Susanoo, and the spiral gun in his hand continued to spin as he launched a fierce offensive, trying to break through Qingyun's golden silk net. Just at that moment, however, Fujiwara suddenly made his move. He controlled Susanoo and launched a surprise attack from behind Shursue. A huge crimson arm shot out like lightning, grabbing Shursue's Susanoo and holding it firmly. What? Shursue was greatly shocked. He didn't expect Fugaka to ambush him at this moment. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from Fuyue's control. However, Fuyue's Susanoo clamped down on Shursue's Susanoo like an iron vice, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Qingyun's golden net finally enveloped Shurzue. The golden light flickered on Shursue's body, and his complete body, Susanoo, began to blur, as if being consumed by the power of time and space. Eventually, it slowly dissipated. With the disappearance of the complete body Susanoo, Shurzue had lost his strongest means. Reacting quickly, he retreated at once, attempting to distance himself from Qingyun and Fuyue, his eyes flashing with unprecedented seriousness. Just when he wanted to use Susanoo again, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not use Susanoo. Give it up, Shurzue. I have reverted your power back to the time of the three-tomo Sharingan. At this moment, whether it's the Kodoame Tsukumi or Susanoo, you cannot use either. Qingyun's words were like a cold blade, piercing into Shurzue's heart. He widened his eyes, looking at Qingyun in disbelief, the once determined gaze now hollow and desperate. How could you possibly reach this level? Jishue managed to say, his voice hoarse from shock. Fuyue watched Jishue from the side, feeling a mix of emotions. He was relieved to have succeeded in the ambush, yet sympathetic towards Jishue's plight. But in this cruel battlefield, sympathy couldn't change anything. Jishue, you have no chance of winning anymore, Fuyue said in a deep voice. Surrender, and perhaps you can save your life. At these words, Jishue's lips curled into a bitter smile. He knew very well that he had fallen into a desperate situation. Whether it was Qingyun's time-space power or Fuyue's formidable Susanoo, they were not something he could easily contend with. However, Jishue was not someone who would give up easily. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Even though he had lost the powerful abilities of Susanoo and the other gods, he still gritted his teeth, with no thought of retreat. In his heart, there was only one belief: to buy as much time as possible for Feng Tian. At the thought of this, a decisive fierceness flickered in Jishue's eyes, as if he wanted to gather all his strength in this moment. He then suddenly drew the gleaming short sword from his back and charged towards Qingyun recklessly. However, facing this sudden assault, Qingyun merely raised his palm slightly, and a surging shockwave erupted instantly, fierce as a storm. Jishue felt an irresistible force strike him suddenly, and in an instant he was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up from the ground, but his body felt as if it had fallen apart, leaving him unable to muster any strength, helplessly lying on the ground. His eyes filled with unwillingness and helplessness. It's over, Jishue. Qingyun walked in front of Jishue and said to him, "You have done your best." Chapter 151. Obito's support, Jishue collapsed weakly on the ground. Despite his efforts to stand up again, his severely damaged body showed its helplessness. Qingyun's face showed no ripples. Her right hand gathered the power of time and space, transforming into a sharp blade, raised high, ready to take Ji Shui's life at any moment. I am not like Feng Tian. I do not need to consider the impact of killing on me. For the peace of this time and space, I can only do this. Cheng Yun's voice echoed in the empty space. Each word felt like a cold judgment, chilling to the bone. Ji Shui struggled to lift his head, looking at the blade formed from the power of time and space. A flicker of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. There was unwillingness, despair, but more so, an indescribable sense of relief. As she spoke, the blade in Cheng Yun's hand began to emit a dazzling light, the power of time and space reaching its peak under her control. She closed her eyes, preparing to make the final decision. However, at this critical moment, an extremely abrupt voice shattered the suffocating silence around them. Stop! Before the shout fell, the air seemed to be violently torn apart, accompanied by a sudden and strange distortion of space. And Obito's figure appeared like a ghost in an instant. His eyes are sharp like an eagle, and his movements are agile and decisive. Taking advantage of Qingyun's momentary distraction, Obito acted decisively, pulling Shizuka into his Kamui space, cleverly allowing Shizuka to escape Qingyun's deadly threat. Complete body Susanoo. Obito's deafening roar instantly shattered the surrounding tranquility. Immediately, a towering and magnificent blue giant figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, as if it were a war god descending from the heavens. This enormous blue Susanoo, with a body as large as a mountain, stood unwavering, and the immense pressure radiating from it caused the surrounding space to tremble before this force, as if it could collapse and disintegrate at any moment. He took heavy steps forward, stepping out to confront the powerful complete body Susanoo of Fugako head-on, one annoyance after another. Fugako, you come at me. As Qingyun's impatient words fell, Uchiha Fugaku's crimson giant stood its ground, emanating dark flames, forming a stark contrast with Obito's blue giant. The two powerful chakras collided in the air, creating ripples in space. Unexpectedly, you're also a member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice came from the giant mouth of Susanoo, filled with intense killing intent. You two are traitors of our clan and must be punished accordingly. Obito sneered, showing no signs of retreat. Fugaku, you have been blinded. Shursui and I have never betrayed the Uchiha. We are only pursuing true peace. Meanwhile, you are completely unaware that your actions will push the Uchiha clan into the abyss. Shut up. Fugaku shouted angrily. You traitor. What right do you have to comment on our Uchiha clan? Saying this, Fugaku Susanoo suddenly lunged forward, its massive fist wrapped in black flames, striking towards Obito's Susanoo. Obito was equally unyielding, swinging his fist to engage Fugaku in fierce combat. The two powerful forces collided in the air, each attack seeming to tear space apart. The surrounding air was compressed by the immense chakra, emitting mournful cries, as if the entire space was about to collapse. That guy Obito, when did he learn to summon a complete body, Susanoo? It's probably that guy Feng Tian's doing. Cheng-Yun looked dissatisfied at Obito's towering complete body Susanoo, but was secretly pondering. In the next moment, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, planning to use her space-time power to reverse Obito's complete body Susanoo. Just like Shursui, without much hesitation, Cheng-Yun's fingertips once again flowed with a strand of golden thread, which rapidly extended in the air, as if connecting to the other end of time and space, shimmering with brilliant light. Cheng-Yun's gaze fixed on the giant blue figure, and then she gently tapped. Rewind for me. With her command, the golden thread instantly transformed into a space-time rift, spreading towards Obito's complete body Susanoo. Obito's heart tightened. He sensed the thread of these golden threads. However, he did not retreat, but roared, increasing his control over Susanoo in an attempt to resist this sudden attack. Yet, Cheng-Yun's space-time power was too strong. The rift quickly enveloped Obito's Susanoo. The blue giant began to flicker, as if being consumed by the torrent of time and space. Kamui, Obito growled deeply, and the entire space seemed to be violently twisted and deformed by an invisible hand. Amidst the chaos, Obito's figure flickered, as if blending into the void, slipping into his Kamui space, cleverly avoiding the destructive impact of the space-time rift. TCH, I almost forgot about this kid's trick. Cheng-Yun clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, a fleeting look of frustration crossing her face. She shook her head helplessly, then slowly retracted the surging space-time power back in her body, allowing the surrounding air to calm down. Moments later, accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, Obito's figure stepped out from the void, returning to the smoke-filled battlefield. But just as his figure reappeared, a blade wrapped in raging black flames sliced through the air like lightning, with immense power, piercing through Obito completely. Oof. Still trying to escape? A cold, ruthless roar echoed through the sky. The blade with black flames was the legendary Totsuka blade, wielded by Uchiha Fugaku, controlling the Susanoo. A look of disbelief surged across Obito's face, and he turned sharply to see Uchiha Fugaku looking at him with a serious expression. However, despite Fugaku's perfectly timed strike, Obito's elusive, phasing ability allowed him to narrowly evade it. Obito's eyes became sharp the moment he escaped this crisis, showing no hesitation or doubt. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and the chakra within him surged violently, as if it were about to break free from the confines of his body. Immediately afterward, Obito's figure swayed and vanished from the spot like a ghost, directly using the body flicker technique to dash away into the distance, escaping without a trace. Chapter 152. Healing as Obito's figure gradually faded from view, eventually disappearing without a trace, Uchiha Fugaku was about to take a step forward, intending to continue the pursuit based on the faint traces left by Obito on the ground. However, just as he made a move, he was gently stopped by Chongyun beside him. "Fugaku, there's no need to chase anymore," Chongyun said with a hint of certainty in her tone. "They are now at the end of their rope and cannot stir up any trouble, posing no threat to us." But Uchiha Fugaku's words were interrupted, and Chongyun continued. "Right now, our most urgent task is to find Feng as soon as possible and stop him from continuing to absorb the power of the tailed beasts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly together, his eyes revealing an unmistakable anxiety and urgency. He is well aware that what Chongyun said is not false, but the escape of Madara and Shursui undoubtedly adds a degree of uncertainty to their plan. "Miss Chongyun, you are right. However, this person is cunning, and if we allow him to escape this time, he will surely become a great threat to us in the future." There was a hint of reluctance in Fuyue's tone as he gazed into the distance, seemingly searching for some kind of answer. Chongyun gently shook her head, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in her eyes. "Fuyue, we both know that although this person is strong, he is now too weak to fight again. The situation on the side of the Heavenly Court is even more urgent. We must race against time." Fuyue took a deep breath, nodded, and suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He understood that the overall situation was paramount, and that one should not ruin important matters because of a momentary impulse. "All right, then we will proceed as he said. We will continue to search for Feng Tian and stop his conspiracy," Fuyue said, turning to the ninjas behind him and giving orders. "Everyone, quickly assemble, target Feng Tian. Also, this place has basically been confirmed as Feng Tian's location. So immediately inform the Yamashiro clan and let them relay this message to the other two teams, instructing them to head here at once." Upon hearing this, the ninjas responded and quickly organized their gear, preparing to depart. On the way to find Feng Tian, Fuyue and Chongyun walked side by side, both filled with a sense of urgency. "Shursui, wake up. Can you hear me?" Obito's voice echoed in the empty Kamui space, tinged with a hint of uncontainable tremor. "Shursui, are you all right?" He shouted anxiously again, his gaze fixed tightly on Jishui's bloodless face. At this moment, Obito was filled with regret, secretly blaming himself for not learning some medical ninjutsu from Rin, so he could use it at a critical moment. Jishui lay quietly beside Obito, his face as pale as the snowflakes drifting in winter, his eyes tightly closed, as if swallowed by endless darkness, falling into a deep sleep. Obito reached out with a trembling hand, gently shaking Jishui's shoulder, calling his name over and over again, but Jishui was like a soulless puppet, showing no reaction. "Jishui, you must hold on." Obito silently prayed in his heart, tightly gripping Jishui's hand, trying to input his chakra into his body, hoping to awaken him. However, no matter how hard Obito tried, Jishui showed no response. Obito began to panic. He didn't know what had happened to Jishui, nor did he know how to save him. "It's all my fault. If I'd learned more medical ninjutsu from Rin back then, maybe I could save Jishui now." Obito thought to himself, his eyes starting to redden, tears welling up. Just then, Obito suddenly remembered a medical ninjutsu manual that Rin had once given him. He quickly took out the secret book from his bosom and began to flip through it, hoping to find a way to save Jishui. Time passed second by second, and Obito finally found a potentially effective method for treatment. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and then began to treat Shirzue according to the method in the secret scroll. Obito carefully controlled his chakra. Following the instructions in the scroll, injecting chakra into Shirzue's body to help repair the damaged physique. This process was extremely difficult. Obito needed to concentrate intensely, as any mistake could undo all his efforts. Finally, with Obito's relentless efforts, Shirzue's body began to show faint signs of response. His eyelids twitched slightly, as if he was about to wake up. Seeing this, Obito was instantly filled with hope. "Shizun, can you hear me? You have to hold on. I will definitely save you." Obito continued to transfer chakra to Shizun while constantly encouraging him. Finally, under Obito's relentless efforts, Shizun slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still a bit confused, but soon regained clarity. "Where am I, Obito?" Shirzue asked weakly. "This is my Kamui space." "You're okay now, Shirzue?" Obito replied excitedly, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. Shirzue looked at Obito, filled with gratitude in his heart. He knew that it was Obito who saved his life. "Obito, thank you. Without you, I might have." Before Shirzue could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Obito. "Don't say that, Shirzue. We are comrades, and more importantly, friends. Aren't we? Friends should help each other," Obito said, his tone filled with determination. Shirzue nodded, feeling even more resolute about their friendship. At that moment, they no longer resembled ordinary organizational members. They felt like teammates fighting side by side. "Ah, what a pity. It's all my fault for being incapable." Unable to buy enough time for the Heavenly Alliance, Shirzue murmured softly, his words filled with helplessness about his own weakness. "You've done well enough, Shirzue. You held them off for a good half a day all by yourself," Obito said, patting Shirzue on the shoulder and looking at him seriously. Shirzue fell silent for a moment, as if digesting Obito's words. Then he slowly raised his head, and the light in his eyes rekindled. "What should we do now? In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight again in the short term," Shirzue said, shaking his head slightly, his expression revealing some helplessness and anxiety. Obito patted his shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, Shirzue. Those two guys, Scorpion and Janine, are not easy opponents. They will hold each other back. We should buy us some time. Let's take this opportunity to rest and recover." Upon hearing Obito's words, Shirzue could only sigh helplessly and temporarily set aside his worries. He slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and with Obito's help, began to focus on restoring his chakra and injuries. Chapter 153. The Power of the Amatsumi Kaboshi Sword Sand Iron Rain. Scorpion shouted, and in an instant, countless sharp iron needles made of fine sand iron rained down like a violent storm, covering the entire battlefield, glimmering with a cold light that sent chills down one's spine. Immediately after, Kakuzu also began to chant in a deep voice, "Lightning release, false darkness." As he finished speaking, sharp lightning spears pierced the air with a deafening roar, intertwining with the sand iron needles to form a deadly net. Seeing this, the elite ninjas displayed their exceptional agility and keen insight, dodging left and right in an attempt to evade the overwhelming attacks. However, under the dense onslaught, some ninjas were still caught off guard, hit by the sand iron needles or lightning spears, screaming in agony as they fell to the ground, their bodies convulsing in pain. On the battlefield, dust and smoke rose, filling the air with the smell of charred flesh and blood, as a tense and fearful atmosphere enveloped everyone. Scorpion coldly observed the battlefield, his fingers dancing over the puppet, controlling the rhythm of the sand iron rain attack. Meanwhile, Kakuzu stood to the side, emanating lightning chakra, unleashing the false darkness technique like a torrential storm. These so-called elite ninjas are nothing special. Kakuzu scoffed, his voice filled with disdain for his opponents. Scorpion also smiled coldly, adding, "It seems the cleanup task here is almost complete." The two exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Before long, the elite ninjas in this area had all been wiped out by the two. This marked the fifth wave of elite ninjas they had annihilated since Feng Tian entered seclusion to absorb tailed beast chakra. Although the two had significantly enhanced their strength due to the power of causality from Feng Tian, the prolonged consecutive battles had also left them feeling fatigued. Just as Scorpion and Kakuzu thought they could take a breather and prepare to rest for a moment, a sharp crimson blade streaked through the sky like lightning, carrying a chilling glint that made their hearts race. Scorpion and Kakuzu's expressions darkened instantly, as they keenly sensed the dangerous aura. At the critical moment when the blade was about to strike them, the two retreated rapidly, darting away like ghosts, narrowly dodging this deadly attack. The blade grazed the corners of their clothing as it whizzed past, creating a fierce gust of wind, and deeply embedded itself into a nearby solid stone wall, producing a loud bang that sent debris flying and dust billowing. Scorpion and Kakuzu exchanged serious glances, both startled. This sudden attack was not only incredibly fast, but also had astonishing power, indicating that the attacker was formidable. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Kakuzu shouted angrily, various chakra energies surging around him as he prepared for battle. Scorpion also manipulated his puppet, his fingers quickly jumping over the mechanisms, with sand iron coalescing around the third Kazekage puppet, forming an impenetrable defense. At that moment, a towering crimson giant figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Uchiha Fugaku, who had activated his full-body Susanoo. Following closely behind him was Chengyun, with a playful expression, along with dozens of elite ninjas. Finding you two here means that Fengtian's location is not far from here. Chengyun's words carried a hint of mockery, showing no regard for Scorpion and Kakuzu before him. Scorpion and Kakuzu exchanged looks, secretly astonished that Uchiha Fugaku could also activate his full-body Susanoo like Fengtian and Shursui. This was undoubtedly bad news. Furthermore, Chengyun's playful smile and the appearance of dozens of elite ninjas made the situation even more dire. Uchiha Fugaku, I never expected you to be able to activate your full-body Susanoo as well, Scorpion said coldly, his fingers quickly jumping over the puppet as he adjusted the layout of the sand iron, preparing for the impending battle. Kakuzu snorted coldly, lightning chakra swirling around him, forming lightning shields to guard against Fugaku's Susanoo attacks. Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately launch an attack, but instead coldly stared at Scorpion and Kakuzu with his crimson giant eyes. He knew very well that although the two people in front of him were exhausted, their strength was still not to be underestimated. Although your strengths are indeed formidable, you are still no match for me. The voice of Uchiha Fugaku came from the massive Susanoo, carrying an undeniable authority and an endless sense of oppression. He slowly raised his gigantic hand, the fingertips swirling with a mysterious and unfathomable power of time and space. This power seemed to be able to manipulate the flow of time, continuously reverting his own state, allowing him to maintain the terrifying form of the complete body Susanoo without worrying about the threat of backlash. Now, I give you an opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku's tone revealed an overwhelming authority that could not be refused. Immediately reveal the hiding place of Fengtian. Otherwise, you will forever sleep in this ruin and never wake up again. His gaze was like a cold sword, piercing through layers of smoke and flames of battle, staring directly at the enemy in front of him. In the face of Uchiha Fugaku's threat, Scorpion and JZ showed no sign of fear. They are well aware that at this critical moment, any retreat would mean failure and death. You think you can make us reveal the hiding place of Fengtian? Dream on. Jiao Du shouted angrily, and the lightning shield around him suddenly intensified, as if to prove his determination. The Scorpion also controlled the third-generation wind shadow puppet, with sand and iron gathering around the puppet to form sharp blades, glinting with a cold light, ready to engage in battle at any moment. His voice was cold as ice. Uchiha Fugaku, do you think that by activating the complete body Susanoo you can do as you please? Today, let me show you our strength. Chengyun watched this scene from the side, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She seemed in no hurry to join the battle, but was more inclined to appreciate the upcoming duel. Uchiha Fugaku noticed this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He said no more, but directly commanded the complete body Susanoo to step forward, its gigantic form seeming capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. In that case, let you witness true power. Fugaku's voice echoed within the Susanoo, carrying endless majesty and dominance. Following that, he swung the Ten's Ukitsuki sword in his hand, where a ball of eternal black flames gathered at the tip, as if to incinerate the world. The sword light, like a dragon, surged with the momentum to destroy heaven and earth, directly cleaving towards Scorpion and Kakuzu. Seeing this, Scorpion and Kakuzu did not dare to be careless and unleash their respective ultimate techniques to respond. Scorpion manipulated his sandiron blade to meet the Ten's Ukitsuki sword, while Kakuzu activated his thunder shield, attempting to withstand this terrifying blow. However, Uchiha Fugaku's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even combined, the two of them found it difficult to resist. The Ten's Ukitsuki sword collided violently with Scorpion's sandiron blade in midair, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. as if the heavens and earth trembled at that moment. The intense shockwave raged like a violent storm, wreaking havoc on the surrounding air, causing the sturdy stone walls to shatter into pieces, with debris flying and dust swirling. Unsurprisingly, the sharp ten's Ukitsuki sword effortlessly pierced through the sandiron blade, as if cutting through tofu, continuing its unstoppable momentum straight towards Kakuzu's thunder shield. Kakuzu's face changed drastically upon seeing this. He quickly mobilized all his chakra to strengthen the defense of the thunder shield. However, in the face of the ten's Ukitsuki sword's terrifying attribute that could break through anything, the thunder shield was as fragile as thin paper, easily pierced with a soft hiss. Under the astonished and terrified gazes of Scorpion and Kakuzu, the ten's Ukitsuki sword, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, pierced towards the two of them mercilessly at lightning speed. Chapter 154. Overload faced with the ten's Ukitsuki sword rushing in with overwhelming killing intent. The pupils of Scorpion and Kakuzu suddenly constricted, their faces instantly filled with panic. However, at this critical moment, Scorpion miraculously calmed down. He hesitated for just a moment before making a decision without any hesitation. Suddenly, he leaped forward, disregarding everything, and directly faced the immensely powerful tank Yunjian with his own flesh and blood. This unexpected action left everyone present stunned. Even a usually composed Uchiha Fugaku was no exception. Scorpion, known for his cunning and unpredictable nature, chose to confront this earth-shattering strike with his own body, a decision that was simply unbelievable and insane. In the next moment, Scorpion was pierced through like a kite with its string cut. The powerful impact, accompanied by raging black flames, instantly twisted his face into a horrifying grimace. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring unimaginable agony, his fingertips trembling but still maintaining precise control, commanding several puppets to unleash their power. "Give me." Scorpion's voice was hoarse yet firm. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Reverse." Accompanied by a deafening roar, the originally lightning-fast tank Yunjian, which was aimed directly at the target, bizarrely twisted in the air, its trajectory forcibly altered, dangerously deviating from its original target. This scene left everyone present in shock. They had never witnessed such a miraculous technique. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He never expected that Scorpion would have such an ability, capable of turning the tide in a desperate situation. Pierced by the Tenzoku Cloud Sword, Scorpion's body trembled violently, black flames raging at his wounds, as if they were going to consume everything about him. But his gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no signs of retreat. The Tenzoku Cloud Sword, having changed its trajectory, firmly pinned Scorpion to a nearby rock. However, just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to withdraw the Tenzoku Cloud Sword to deal with Scorpion, like a demon crawling out of hell, exerted all his strength to raise dozens of puppets, gripping that immensely powerful sword tightly, rendering Fugaku unable to move an inch. "What?" A look of disbelief appeared on Fugaku's face, his eyes widened, filled with confusion. He does not understand why Scorpion, after being pierced through the body by the ten's Yunjian and suffering the relentless burn of the black flames, can still unleash such astonishing power. However, all of this miracle can be attributed to Scorpion's previous bold and nearly mad idea. Months ago, Scorpion conspired with Kai Cud to completely transform his body into a puppet, leaving only the vital heart. Because of this, what is being ruthlessly pierced by the ten's Yunjian at this moment is not Scorpion's fragile flesh and blood, but his meticulously crafted, exquisitely designed puppet body. Scorpion, the artist who is nearly obsessed with art, has every movement filled with an extreme pursuit of beauty. At this moment, although his puppet body is firmly pinned to the rock by the ten's Yunjian, his heart is still beating vigorously, and his consciousness remains as clear as ever. He controlled dozens of puppets with threads as thin as hair, gripping the sword firmly like a vice. No matter how hard Uchiha Fugaku tried, he could not budge an inch. "Kakuzu, hurry up!" Scorpion shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with exhaustion and determination. Kakuzu looked at Scorpion, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that Scorpion would pay such a huge price to save him. However, faced with Scorpion's urging, Kakuzu merely shook his head, taking a deep breath as if to expel all his hesitation and reluctance. Immediately afterward, as 4 strands of resentment and grievance drilled into his body like living creatures, his aura instantly surged to its peak. "Fire style, head hardship," Kakuzu roared. and scorching flames erupted like a volcanic explosion. Wind style, pressure damage. Next, a howling wind swept through, as if to pull everything into an endless vortex. Lightning style, false darkness. Thunder and lightning clashed, and dark purple lightning, like the scythe of death, tore through the sky. Water style, water wave. Finally, surging waves of water came crashing in like a tsunami, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The 4 chakra attacks, mysteriously enhanced by the power of causality, charged at Uchiha Fugaku like 4 raging beasts. Faced with this sudden and powerful attack, Uchiha Fugaku did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He swiftly manipulated the complete body of Susanoo, standing like a divine soldier between Qingyun and the others. That massive form steadily protected everyone behind it. Immediately after, Susanoo spread its enormous wings, tightly shielding everyone beneath its feathers, ensuring their safety. For different elemental chakra attacks surged in like a storm, but as soon as they made contact with Susanoo, they were blocked by its indestructible defense. Everyone, do not panic. With me here, I will ensure your safety. Fuyue's voice was filled with confidence, bringing a sense of security to Qingyun and the others. However, at that moment, a subtle yet fatal flaw quietly appeared in Susanoo's defense. It turned out that although Scorpion had been pinned down by the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, his consciousness was still controlling the situation on the battlefield through the puppet strings. He cleverly guided the puppet strings, taking advantage of Fugaku's distracted attention due to Kakuzu's attacks, and traced a subtle crack on the Susanoo's defense shield. This crack rapidly widened under Kakuzu's assault, eventually transforming into a hole large enough for the attack to penetrate. A ruthless determination flashed in Kakuzu's eyes as he keenly seized this fleeting opportunity, not hesitating for a moment, and immediately launched his long-planned final strike. At the cost of 4 hearts, Overload. With a roar, the 4 chakra attacks, each originally fighting separately and differing in attributes, suddenly converged. Like 4 surging torrents merging into a violent ocean. This terrifying energy storm, with a devastating might, seemed poised to swallow everything. It surged into the seemingly indestructible defense of Susanoo through the small opening that Scorpion had fought to create, piercing like a sharp dagger straight towards Fugaku's heart. Fugaku's expression instantly grew grave. He never expected such a flaw to appear beneath his absolute defense. At the moment when everyone was filled with despair, believing they were about to face a catastrophic disaster, Qingyun's calm and cold voice suddenly rang out, like a celestial melody, bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone. She gently waved her hand. An infinite power of time and space seemed to respond to her call, suddenly surging from the void, dazzling and extraordinary. This mysterious power of time and space quickly condensed in the air, forming an incredibly strong golden shield in an instant, enveloping everyone tightly within it. The originally unstoppable attacks, carrying the might to destroy the world, appear to be drawn back by an invisible force upon contact with the golden shield transformed by Qingyun, beginning to slowly retract. Their offensive gradually weakened until it ultimately dissipated completely into the void, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 155. I want you dead, what? Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the attack he unleashed at the cost of 4 destroyed hearts was so easily blocked by Qingyun's Jiga. That was his final strike with all his might. However, what Jiaodu didn't know was how perverse and powerful the time-space power that Qingyun possessed truly was. This power could rewind any form of energy attack, restoring it to its origin, regardless of how immense its force was. Therefore, even if Jiaodu's attack was amplified several times, it still couldn't break through the golden shield formed by Qingyun Jiga. This was the terrifying aspect of Jiga. It seemed to be able to control time, rendering all attacks null and void. In the entire Naruto world, the only force that could deal with this time-space power was likely the causal power mastered by the equally mysterious and enigmatic Feng Tian. These 2 forces, one controlling time and the other controlling causality, were both existences that transcended all things. This is such a hassle. Qingyun frowned slightly, her tone revealing obvious displeasure. She didn't expect that dealing with a minor character Scorpion and Jiaodu would force her to use Jiga. She slowly raised her hand, palm up, as if the rhythm of the entire battlefield was in her control. In that moment, she seemed to become the ruler of this realm, everything under her command. Immediately, countless golden threads, formed from the power of time and space, began to dance in the air. They were as agile as spirit snakes and as dense as spider webs. These golden threads rapidly spread towards Scorpion and Jiaodu, moving with astonishing speed. You both carry the aura of that guy, Feng Tian's causal power. Qingyun's voice was cold and firm, her gaze piercing through all illusions like a sharp sword, staring directly at Scorpion and Jiaodu now. I will reclaim this power. As her words fell, the golden threads woven from the power of time and space instantly wrapped around the bodies of Scorpion and Jiaodu. These threads seemed to have a life of their own, tightly binding them and rendering them immobile. Both felt unprecedented pressure. This power seemed capable of penetrating their defenses, directly affecting their souls. Scorpion's puppet body emitted crackling sounds, as if it would shatter at any moment. He struggled with all his might to break free from the golden threads, but it was futile. Jiaodu's expression changed drastically. He could feel his life force being slowly devoured by these golden threads. What do you want? Jiaodu shouted, his voice filled with fear and despair. Qingyun, however, seemed to ignore his outburst, her gaze becoming exceptionally cold, as if she were looking at two insignificant ants. The power of causality from the heavens should not exist in this world. It is a force formed by endless entanglements of causality, filled with uncertainty and danger. Qingyun said, and I am here to seal this power away again, to prevent it from bringing more disaster to this world. As she spoke, Qingyun gently waved her hands, and the golden threads began to constrict, tightly wrapping around Scorpion and Jiaodu. The two of them felt a powerful force gradually extracting the causal power from their bodies. As the golden threads contracted, the causal power within Scorpion and Horn was slowly peeled away, transforming into streams of light that flowed into Qingyun's palm. When the last trace of causal power was drawn out, both Scorpion and Horn's bodies softened at the same time and collapsed to the ground. The eyes of the two of them became hollow and lifeless, as if they had lost all vitality. Qingyun looked at the flowing light in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. She then slowly walked in front of Kakuzu and Scorpion, her cold face revealing a chilling intent to kill. Previously, due to carelessness, she had allowed Shui and that guy Abito to escape. Now, I am quite curious. Who else will come to save you? Qingyun's words were as cold as ice, causing Scorpion and Kakuzu, who were collapsed on the ground, to shiver involuntarily. The two of them had completely lost their combat effectiveness at this moment, and could only watch helplessly as Qingyun approached step by step. If you're going to kill, just do it. What's there to hesitate about? Facing such a dire situation, Scorpion suddenly let out a cold laugh. His voice, though hoarse, revealed an inexplicable determination. Qingyun was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect that Scorpion could remain so calm and resolute in this situation. She looked down at Scorpion, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. He does have some backbone. Qingyun snorted coldly, but she didn't stop her steps, still slowly approaching Scorpion. Scorpion lay on the ground, unable to move, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He gazed at Qingyun as if pondering something. You know, I'm actually not afraid of death. Scorpion's voice was calm and firm, breaking the silence around them. He continued, throughout my life, I have pursued the ultimate in art. For this goal, I have made countless efforts and sacrifices. And now, I can proudly say that I have reached my peak. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. The look in his eyes revealed an indescribable determination and satisfaction, as if he had found the true value of his life. I can only lament. His words revealed a hint of regret. It's a pity that he didn't manage to buy enough time for Feng Tian. The task he entrusted to me, I was unable to complete fully. Qingyun paused slightly upon hearing this. She looked at Scorpion's determined eyes, and a sense of respect surged within her. She could feel Scorpion's dedication and pursuit of art, as well as his loyalty and trust towards Feng Tian. This spirit, even as an opponent, deserves her respect. As a recognition of you, I will not let you die a painful death. Qingyun's voice was cold, yet carried a subtle softness, as if giving a touch of respect to Scorpion's final persistence. She raised her hand, and a ball of energy shimmering with strange light gathered in her palm. The purest form of time and space power. However, just as Qingyun was about to take action, an indescribable, terrifying power suddenly erupted from a distant place, surging like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire world. Immediately after, a voice filled with endless rage and killing intent seemed to break through the shackles of time and space, resounding through the heavens and earth, shaking everyone's eardrums. The voice contained overwhelming anger and determination, each word striking like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. Qingyun, I want you dead. Chapter 156, The Unification of All Forces. accompanied by that roar capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Feng Tian's figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes like a war god stepping down from the nine heavens. At this moment, his eyes were no longer the iconic eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. His left eye had transformed into the Rinnegan. "Chungyun," he called out in a deep voice, filled with undeniable authority. "How dare you treat my companion this way?" The tone of Feng Tian was filled with anger and resentment. Every word seemed to be squeezed out between clenched teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Are you ready to face death?" His words were like the harshest cold wind in winter, piercing the hearts of everyone present, making them involuntarily shudder, as if the very air had solidified at that moment. Chungyun stood in place, her expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. She clearly hadn't expected Feng Tian to appear at this moment, and even more so, she hadn't anticipated such a shocking change in his eyes. She forced herself to remain calm, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she mocked. "Feng Tian, do you think you can easily defeat me just because you've changed your eyes?" In response to Qingyun's deliberate provocation, Feng Tian remained silent. He slowly raised his right hand, palm up, and gently lifted it. In that instant, an indescribable and immense pressure suddenly surged forth, unstoppable like a mountain flood. Apart from Qingyun, who stubbornly stood her ground, everyone else present was enveloped by this pressure, their legs buckling as they knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, as if even breathing had become exceptionally difficult. Their faces were filled with terror and despair, and their eyes were full of awe, as if at that moment they were facing the most horrifying and uncontrollable power in the world, their hearts filled with helplessness and fear. Chungyun witnessed this scene and knew she could no longer stand by and watch. So, she gently waved her finger, and the golden threads flowing from her fingertips quickly spread out like agile snakes, instantly wrapping around everyone. As the golden threads spread, everyone felt as if the heavy pressure on them was being lifted by an invisible force, and it suddenly became much lighter. "Feng Tian, didn't you say it would take 3 days? How come it's done in just one?" Scorpion looked at Feng Tian with a puzzled expression, his tone filled with confusion. Hearing this, Feng Tian could only shake his head helplessly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "During the absorption process, I glimpsed your current situation through the threads of causality. Therefore, I had to interrupt the process of absorbing the tailed beast chakra." His words carried a hint of determination and helplessness. "However, I also got what I wanted. Thanks to you all for giving me an extra day, I was able to successfully absorb the chakra of the four tails, allowing my left eye to evolve into the Rinnegan." As Feng Tian's words fell, the entire space seemed to freeze, and everyone was shocked by the information he revealed. It turned out that during the process of absorbing the tailed beast chakra, Feng Tian could actually perceive the external situation through the causal line, a truly astonishing ability. Cheng Yun's expression became even more difficult to bear. She did not expect Feng Tian to absorb the chakra of the four tails in such a short time and evolve his left eye into the Rinnegan. This meant that Feng Tian's strength had greatly increased, making it even more difficult for her to defeat him. So what if you have the Rinnegan? I have defeated you before." Cheng Yun gritted her teeth and said. However, Feng Tian merely smiled slightly, and then stopped hiding his true power. "Power of causality. Explode for me." With Feng Tian's command, an indescribable force suddenly erupted, twisting the entire space. It was a power that surpassed conventional ninjutsu and chakra. Cheng Yun felt a powerful force binding her tightly, her body unable to move an inch, as if fixed in place by some mysterious force. "There's a flaw." Fu Yue, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes, sharply catching the fleeting aftershock when Feng Tian released the power of causality. He, like a towering mountain, suddenly leaned forward, the Tenzin cloud sword in his hand shining with a cold light, piercing towards Feng Tian with the sound of breaking air. In the face of this whistling, deadly blow, Feng Tian appeared unusually calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, as if everything was under his control. "Flying Thunder God," he whispered softly, and before his voice faded, his figure seemed to be swept away by an invisible wind, instantly disappearing from spot, leaving only a faint shadow. The sharp Ten's Yunjian, having lost its target, traced a dazzling arc in the air before falling helplessly to the ground with a crisp clang. "What?" Fujiwara couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He never expected that Feng Tian would use the Flying Thunder God technique at this moment, so abruptly changing his position that Fujiwara's Susanoo attack missed its mark. Just as Fujiwara was surprised, Feng Tian's figure had already appeared behind him, his rinnegan flickering with endless killing intent. Feng Tian coldly uttered these two words, then raised his right hand, palm facing up. On his palm, three terrifying powers, causal power, power of the end, and power of obliteration, began to surge wildly, intertwining as if three giant dragons were swirling and battling in the air, ultimately merging into an unprecedented, world-destroying force. This power carried the terrifying attribute of erasing causality. Once struck, even the mightiest ninjutsu or secret techniques would be powerless to turn the tide, only able to accept the fate of complete obliteration. This was the special ability granted to Feng Tian by his rinnegan, allowing him to balance and perfectly merge various, completely different, even mutually exclusive powers, forming a brand new and immensely powerful force. He proudly called this ability the integration of all powers. At this moment, he seemed to become a deity controlling all things in the world, an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him. In the next instant, filled with rage, Feng Tian directly punched towards Uchiha Fujiwara's Susanoo. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Uchiha Fujiwara's Susanoo collapsed like paper under Feng Tian's punch, imbued with the integration of all powers. The powerful impact sent Fujiwara flying, crashing heavily into a distant wall, spitting blood, his face pale as paper. How is this possible? Fujiwara stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He had never imagined that his pride, the complete form of Susanoo, could be so easily defeated. Meanwhile, Feng Tian, like a descending demon god, radiated a heart-stopping aura as he stepped closer to the fallen Fujiwara. You are the first, but you will definitely not be the last. Chapter 157, Go. You are the first, but you will definitely not be the last. His tone was filled with determination and killing intent, as if he had already foreseen Fugaku's fate. Before his words fell, Feng Tian's cold sword had already sliced through the air like lightning, carrying a chilling wind, aiming straight for Fugaku's vital point. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, staring intensely at the approaching sword, his facial muscles slightly trembling due to the extreme tension. At this moment, Qingyun felt an overwhelming urgency in her heart. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep in her palms, but she was firmly bound by Feng Tian's causal power, unable to move for a short time. Her gaze was filled with helplessness, as she could only watch Fugaku about to fall into a desperate situation. Just when the cold sword was about to touch Fugaku's skin, his figure miraculously vanished in a thin air, leaving only a cleverly swapped stone in his place. Almost forgot. You can still use that simple version of the heavenly hand power to swap positions. A hint of disdain laced Feng Tian's voice as a sword effortlessly sliced through the innocent stone, instantly splitting it in two, sending fragments flying. He raised his head, his eyes burning like flames, sharply locking onto Fuyue, who had just escaped using the heavenly hand power not far away. Fuyue's figure appeared elsewhere, his face slightly pale, clearly exhausted from the recent teleportation. But this time, you won't have such good luck. Feng Tian's voice was as cold as frost, and his figure moved again. Swift as a ghost, almost in the blink of an eye he dashed towards Fuyue, his speed astonishing. Fuyue's face changed dramatically. He was already severely injured and had just barely used a simplified version of the heavenly hand power, which was nearly the limit of what he could do at the moment. Just then, Changyan finally broke free from the constraints of causality. She decisively transformed into a beam of golden light and appeared in front of Fuyue in an instant. Immediately, she waved her hand to release the shield of peace, intending to block Feng Tian's attack. However, upon seeing this, Feng Tian merely snorted coldly and then, through the unification of powers, condensed a sphere of energy filled with a destructive aura. Do you think this move is useful against me? Feng Tian's voice was filled with disdain as the energy sphere under his control rapidly expanded, its destructive aura growing more intense, as if even space itself would be torn apart. Chang Yun's expression turned grave. She knew that although her shield of peace had top-notch defensive capabilities, facing such a confident strike from Feng Tian left her feeling uncertain. However, she showed no sign of retreat. Chang Yun gritted her teeth and urged the power of time and space, maximizing the strength of the shield of peace. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the energy sphere containing terrifying energy collided violently with the shield of peace that Chang Yun had released. At that moment, it felt as if heaven and earth trembled. The surrounding air was torn apart by this immense shockwave, creating visible ripples. Cheng Yun felt an unprecedented powerful force surge from the point of contact of the barrier, tumultuous like a raging tide, causing her to stagger backward involuntarily. Her face turned pale in an instant, her eyes flashing with disbelief. However, even more shocking events were yet to come. Just as the energy sphere collided with the shield of peace, Cheng Yun suddenly realized that her power of time and space was continuously being weakened. This force seemed to possess a devouring quality, constantly eroding her time and space power, causing the defense of the shield of peace to rapidly decline. Meanwhile, that energy sphere, as if endowed with life, was gradually breaking through the defense of the shield of peace with an unstoppable momentum, advancing towards her step by step. How is this possible? The time and space power attached to my shield of peace cannot even reverse your attack. Cheng Yun looked in shock at the energy sphere closing in, filled with confusion. After all, her time and space power could reverse all energies and matter in the world. Feng Tian looked at Cheng Yun's shocked face, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you really think your time and space power is omnipotent? My unification of powers can merge and surpass all forces. Mere time and space power is naturally not an exception. Even the more profound laws of time and space, I am not afraid to fight against. Hearing this, Cheng Yun's heart sank. She knew that if the energy sphere continued to approach, it would be difficult for both her and Fuyue to escape disaster. However, at this moment, she had exhausted most of her power and could not launch an effective defense again in a short time. Are we really going to be defeated here? Cheng Yun thought unwillingly, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Just then, Fuyue's voice rang in her ears. Miss Cheng Yun, don't give up. We still have hope. Cheng Yun turned to look at Fuyue, only to see him with his eyes tightly shut, a strange fluctuation slowly circulating. Cheng Yun immediately understood Fuyue's intention and urged the power of time and space again, try to buy more time for Fuyue to prepare. Meanwhile, Fuyue kept his eyes closed, fully immersed in the casting of his eye technique. Feng Tian watched this scene with a flicker of surprise and disdain in his eyes. Just a dying struggle. He snorted contemptuously, seemingly dismissing Fuyue's counterattack. However, just as his words fell, an unexpected change occurred. Fuyue's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and an unprecedented powerful force erupted from within him like a volcano, instantly filling the entire space. This force was so strong that the surrounding space began to crack under the pressure, with fine fissures appearing as if it would completely collapse at any moment. In the next moment, the surrounding space started to tear apart, and the figures of the two vanished in an instant. Is this the simplified version of Tiantially released after exhausting all his eye power? Feng Tian stared blankly at the direction where the two had disappeared, his gaze deep and calm, without the slightest ripple. With a gentle wave of his hand, a slender, causal line appeared quietly in his grasp, as if he held the fate of all things in the world. The other end of this causal line was pointed directly at the fleeing Fujiwara. Want to escape? It's not that easy, Feng Tian said coldly, his tone filled with undeniable determination. However, at that moment, on a nearby hillside, Cheng Yun keenly sensed the existence of the causal line in Feng Tian's hand. Her gaze instantly became firm and resolute. She knew this was their only chance to escape. Without hesitation, Cheng Yun concentrated the remaining power of time and space into a golden blade, gripping the hilt tightly. With a swift motion, she brought the blade down, directly severing the causal line connecting Feng Tian and Fujiwara. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed as the causal line snapped in two under Cheng Yun's blade, cutting the connection between Feng Tian and Fujiwara. In the next moment, Cheng Yun quickly retracted the power of time and space that lingered on Fujiwara, gritting her teeth, her face displaying a pained yet determined expression. She swung her hands vigorously, tearing open a rift leading to the river of time. In an instant, the figures of Fujiwara and Cheng Yun vanished into the surging river of time, as if swallowed by endless time, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Feng Tian stood in place, his gaze piercing as he stared at the direction they had vanished, before turning away after a long moment. Chapter 158, Backlash Approaches. Feng Tian, are we not going to pursue them? Scorpion looked reluctantly at the direction where Cheng Yun and Fujiwara had disappeared, filled with confusion. He didn't understand. Clearly, Feng Tian had demonstrated an extremely powerful suppression, and with his means, it would definitely be possible to pursue and kill. However, Feng Tian's expression became exceptionally serious. When he confirmed that Xingyun's aura had completely dissipated into the air, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of weakness and despair. I'm afraid I no longer have the strength to chase. The backlash of the karma of slaughter had ultimately arrived. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Tian felt an unbearable pain suddenly surge from deep within his mind, as if thousands of silver needles had pierced him simultaneously, causing him to instantly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. The beads of sweat on his face rolled down like pearls that had come loose from a string, soaking the ground beneath him. Even worse, those familiar voices echoed incessantly in his ears, like a haunting melody, playing repeatedly. Recognize yourself and settle the karma. Never forget your name. Feng Tian exerted all his strength to let the power of karma circulate around him, forming invisible barriers in an attempt to resist the backlash of the karma of slaughter that surged towards him like a tide. But this time, the backlash of the karma of slaughter seemed to be fiercer than ever, like a raging beast, wantonly tearing at Feng Tian's will and body. His face was pale to the point of being frightening, as if he might collapse at any moment, and his body trembled uncontrollably due to the intense pain. Each breath feeling like a struggle against death, recognizing oneself, and resolving the karma. These voices constantly swirled in his mind, like sharp blades mercilessly cutting through his will and reason, almost plunging him into the abyss of despair. Feng Tian tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as he exerted all his strength to resist the almost overwhelming backlash that threatened to consume him. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, dropping to the ground with a faint sound. But at that critical moment, he suddenly felt an unusually warm force surging from deep within his body. This force carried an indescribable softness and tranquility, like the warm sunshine of spring or a mother's gentle comfort, as if it possessed the magic to soothe all pain and restlessness. Feng Tian's heart trembled violently. He clearly realized that this mysterious and warm power was nothing like the causal force he was familiar with. Where did it come from? And why did it appear at this moment? He suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in them. You must remember your name. At this moment, these voices seemed no longer sharp and piercing, but rather like the whisper of an old friend, gently reminding him to stay true to his original intention and not lose sight of his mission. Feng Tian took a deep breath, striving to calm his frantic heartbeat and thoughts. He began to try to use the newly discovered power to harmonize the violent and rampant cause of slaughter within him. All forces unite. Gather for me. Feng Tian let out a low roar, his voice filled with determination and resolve. He focused intently on merging that gentle and warm power with his own causal power, as if engaged in a silent contest and fusion. As time passed, the pain on Feng Tian's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. His brow relaxed, and his breathing became steady and deep, as if he had just undergone a life-and-death trial and had finally welcomed peace and tranquility. Immediately after, Feng Tian suddenly clenched his hand, and an immense force of causality erupted in an instant, sweeping through the surroundings like a violent storm. This power was so overwhelming that the surrounding space seemed to be firmly sealed by it, and the elite ninjas who had not yet managed to escape suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their heartbeats quickened, their expressions changed dramatically, and chaos erupted in an instant. At the same time, two streams of causal power within Feng Tian flowed towards Scorpion and Kankuro like obedient children, continuously pouring into their bodies. These two forces moved through their bodies, repairing every damaged cell and tissue, as if time were reversing, smoothing out all pain in that moment. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion and Kankuro returned to their peak condition, their gazes sharp and resolute once again, radiating vitality and combat spirit. This is for you two to handle. As soon as Feng Tian's words fell, his figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, instantly vanishing without a trace, leaving only a faint afterimage. Scorpion and Kankuro exchanged glances, a cold smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Then let's clean up this mess. Before the words fell, Scorpion lightly waved his fingers, and sharp threads shot out from all directions, like a net of death, tightly ensnaring the panicked elite ninja. Meanwhile, Kankuro, benefiting from the miraculous effect of Feng Tian's causal power, had his four earth grudges miraculously restored, bursting with vitality once more. As Kankuro's chakra surged within him, strong waves of energy spread outwards, as if even the air were trembling. He squinted slightly, exuding a chilling, killing intent, ready to bury these enemies completely. Are you all prepared? Scorpion's voice was as cold as an ice blade in winter, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a bone-piercing chill that pierced the heart. Kakuzu chuckled cruelly, his smile filled with malice and excitement, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Don't worry. I'll let them experience what true hell on earth feels like. At that moment, powerful chakra fluctuations suddenly erupted within the sealed space, and the elite ninjas seemed to realize their dire situation, desperately struggling to escape this death trap. However, Scorpion and Kakuzu would not give him a chance. Their attacks poured down like a torrential storm, each strike capable of being fatal. In the face of such absolute power, the struggles of those elite ninjas appeared so powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the flame of their lives gradually extinguished. Chapter 159. The Grief of Madara. Underneath Konoha Village with a twist of space, Feng Tian's figure slowly appeared. Feng Tian's voice, belonging to Uchiha Madara, was slightly hoarse, revealing his current weakness. He barely propped up his body, his gaze firmly locked on Feng Tian. What is the situation? The fierce battle with Sasuke had already left him severely weakened, and controlling the outer path golem to help Feng Tian absorb the tailed beast chakra had further exacerbated his frailty. Prolonged labor and mental strain had made his physical condition even worse. Lord Madara, everything is progressing smoothly. Feng Tian reported the situation one by one. His voice was calm, but a hint of worry was difficult to conceal in his eyes. Scorpion and Kakuzu had successfully escaped danger, and their injuries had healed due to the power of causality. Shursui and Obito also managed to evade the enemy's pursuit and are currently hiding in a safe place. At this point, Feng Tian paused slightly, his gaze deepening as he looked at Uchiha Madara. He was well aware that the strong figure before him, despite having an iron will, was like a candle flickering in the wind. If it weren't for the unwavering belief in the moon's plan supporting him, he would have likely run out of energy long ago. However, Lord Madara, your physical condition. Feng Tian's words carried a hint of indescribable heaviness. Uchiha Madara lightly waved his hand, interrupting Feng Tian's words. A complex smile appeared on his face. Good, Feng Tian. Your abilities and performance have exceeded my expectations. There was a barely perceptible relief in Uchiha Madara's voice, and his gaze was deep and complex, as if at that moment he saw a certain possibility for the future. With you and the Moon's Eye plan, I can confidently entrust everything to you. At this point, Uchiha Madara's voice trembled slightly, and a sense of relief appeared in his eyes, as if at this moment he had finally found someone who could inherit his will. His gaze became deep and distant, as if it penetrated through time and space, seeing the far-off future. A sudden heaviness struck Feng Tian's heart. He sharply sensed the farewell meaning in Uchiha Madara's words, which filled him with a strong sense of unease. He quickly stepped forward, gripping his hands tightly, his eyes filled with urgency and determination. Master Madara, you absolutely cannot give up like this. Feng Tian's voice was resolute and undeniable. Our plan is not yet at its end, and the realization of the Eye of the Moon still needs your power. However, Uchiha Madara simply shook his head gently, a faint smile on his face. A smile that contained both acceptance of the past and anticipation for the future. Feng Tian, you don't need to comfort me anymore. Uchiha Madara's voice, though weak, was exceptionally firm. I know my condition better than anyone. Being able to reach this point and witness your growth and transformation, I am already content. At this point, Uchiha Madara's gaze gradually became desolate and profound. The road ahead, indeed, you must walk it yourself. With that, Uchiha Madara's eyes truly became increasingly melancholic, as if at that moment, all his ambitions and aspirations had transformed into endless feelings of nostalgia and reminiscence. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing through the layers of wooden buildings, as if crossing the boundaries of time and space, returning to the era that belonged to him. In those deep eyes, a trace of barely perceptible reminiscence and warmth flashed by. Perhaps he was reminiscing about a dear friend from his time. Feng Tian fell silent for a moment, unable to articulate his thoughts. He stared blankly at Uchiha Madara, who was about to pass away, and after struggling internally for a moment, he finally spoke slowly. Madara, perhaps I have a way to keep you alive in this world. However, it requires your consent to execute. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's originally desolate gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. He slightly tilted his head to look at Feng Tian, his voice carrying a trace of confusion and curiosity. Oh, what method do you have? Feng Tian gazed at Uchiha Madara and said slowly, word by word, Edo Tensei. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha's eyes flashed with shock, followed by deep contemplation. He naturally knew what impure world reincarnation was. It was a forbidden technique that summoned the souls of the deceased from the underworld and attached them to living sacrifices, allowing for a form of rebirth. Although this rebirth was not complete and was limited by the caster's control, for him at this moment, it was an opportunity to continue living and to carry on with the Moon Eye plan. Impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara repeated softly, as if weighing the pros and cons. He understands deeply that once he chooses this path, it means he will lose true freedom and become a puppet in the hands of others. Although he has great trust in Feng Tian and has mastered the method to dispel the impure world reincarnation, whether he can successfully unravel the impure world reincarnation with Feng Tian's seemingly unsolvable abilities is still an unknown. Finally, after a period of silent contemplation, Uchiha Madara slowly nodded, indicating his agreement with Feng Tian's idea. For the sake of the ideal world and the success of the Eye of the Moon plan, he is willing to pay any price. In that case, let me first go to that world to seek out an old friend after a long time. Uchiha Madara's voice carried a hint of relief and anticipation, as if it were a final farewell to this world. He slightly turned his head, gazing deeply at Feng Tian. You have already opened the reincarnation eye with one eye, which means you possess the power to control the outer path golem. From now on, this power is entrusted to you. At this point, Uchiha Madara's tone became exceptionally solemn. Next, whether I awaken or perhaps exist in another form again, everything in this world will be entrusted to you. After saying this, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes, which had once been sharp as an eagle's, but now were murky and indistinct. His body gradually lost its support, as if all vitality had drained away in that moment, ultimately collapsing into Feng Tian's embrace. Feng Tian tightly held Uchiha Madara's gradually cold hand, his gaze revealing determination and complexity. He deeply understood that the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, who had once suppressed an era, had now quietly passed away. Lord Madara, rest assured, I will fulfill your last wish and make the Eye of the Moon plan a reality. Feng Tian's voice was deep and powerful. Every word felt like a vow coming from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he was no longer obsessed with going home, but rather focused on realizing Madara's dream. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara saving him multiple times before, his reincarnation would have ended long ago. Now, what he needed to do was to implement the Eye of the Moon plan as soon as possible. Even if this plan would carry a bad reputation from start to finish, it didn't matter. The bright future was unseen by his eyes. The path was winding. He could not walk to the end. Chapter 160. New base underground of Konoha village. Feng Tian's eyes were red, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes as he slowly stirred the power of causality, like gentle hands softly wrapping around Uchiha Madara's sleeping body. Then, he carefully and solemnly placed the body into the embrace of the subspace. Originally, he planned to place Uchiha Madara in the Kamui space, but upon reconsideration, in the upcoming war, the Kamui ability would likely be used frequently, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to leave this heavy responsibility to the more secure subspace. At that moment, Scorpion and Kakuzu hurriedly returned, their footsteps slightly hurried, but their eyes revealed determination. The two looked around, sensing an indescribable silence in the air. Uchiha Madara's figure had vanished, along with his powerful aura. Without needing to say much, they instantly understood everything, their eyes flashing with a complex expression, a mix of mourning for the deceased and resolution for the future. Scorpion's cold gaze held warmth for the first time as he gently patted Feng Tian's shoulder, offering comfort in his own way. As for Kakuzu, he silently stood by, and though he said nothing, his eyes revealed respect and regret for Uchiha Madara. Feng Tian, what should we do next? Scorpion's voice was deep and powerful, exuding undeniable determination. He understood that at this critical moment, every decision they made was as crucial as walking a tightrope. A slight misstep could lead to total failure. Feng Tian took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He looked towards Scorpion and Kaku, his eyes flashing with a resolute light, and said in a deep voice, "Let me bring back Shimizu and Obito first." Before his words fell, Feng Tian suddenly clenched his hand, as if trying to grasp some invisible power. In an instant, an extremely rich force of causality exploded in his palm, like dazzling fireworks. This power spread in the air, gradually condensing into a mysterious and unpredictable passage. On both sides of the passage, runes formed by the force of causality flickered with a ghostly light. This was the return path carefully constructed by Feng Tian for Shimizu and Obito. In Obito's Kamui space, Obito, who was focused on healing Shimizu, suddenly felt as if touched by an invisible force. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, a resonance that originated from the depths of his soul. He quickly exchanged a glance with Shui, and without needing to say much, both understood each other. It was Feng Tian. He was calling us. Obito said softly, with a hint of urgency in his voice, like leaves swaying gently in the wind. Shui frowned slightly, his doubts rippling in his heart like circles on the water's surface. Something was off. It had only just been the first day, and logically, he should still be in seclusion. His words were filled with confusion, as if he was surprised by this sudden change. Could it be that their side had already been discovered? As this thought crossed his mind, it felt like a huge stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing both of their hearts to sink involuntarily. This is Feng Tian calling us. We must hurry back no matter what. Jishui, how is your injury? Obito's voice carried a hint of worry. He knew Jishui's injuries were serious, and forcing him to leave the Kamui space at this moment could cause even greater harm. Jishui gently shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Don't worry, I've mostly recovered. He patted his chest. Although his face was still a bit pale, his eyes were much more determined. The most important thing now is that we need to hurry back and see what is going on. Obito continued, his brow furrowed and his expression serious. Without saying another word, the two rushed back through the mysterious passage woven by causal power, like a flash of lightning. When they once again set foot on solid ground, appearing in the hidden underground of Konoha village, the sight before them made their hearts tighten. Feng Tian, Scorpion, and Kakuzu were encircled, each with a serious expression and a hint of unease in their eyes. Jishui dashed forward and urgently asked, Feng Tian, what happened? Why did you call us back so urgently? Feng Tian was silent for a moment, but eventually revealed the news of Uchiha Madara's death to Obito and Jishui. Upon hearing this news, both of them were stunned, their faces displaying disbelief. How could this be? Lord Madara. Obito's voice trembled. He found it hard to accept this reality. Jishui lowered his head in silence, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Although he had different ideals from Uchiha Madara, he still held deep respect for this former clansman. Now that the deceased was gone, this place was no longer safe. The urgent matter was that we must leave here quickly to avoid the allied shinobi forces knocking on our door again. Feng Tian's words were filled with undeniable authority. As he finished speaking, everyone nodded slightly. Additionally, I only need the Nine Tails chakra to perfectly implement the Eye of the Moon plan. On our way to the new base, we can also conveniently obtain the Nine Tails chakra. Feng Tian's gaze became firm and cold. He knew that even though Uchiha Madara had passed away, their plans could not be stalled because of one person's death. He looked at Obito, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Obito was not only the executor of the plan, but also one of the inheritors of Madara's will. Obito, do you have any thoughts about the Nine Tails matter? Feng Tian asked, his tone cautious, as if testing Obito's boundaries. Obito remained silent, seemingly lost in deep memories, as the moments he shared with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina replayed in his mind. His eyes were complex, sometimes gentle, sometimes pained, as if his heart was being torn apart by two forces, leaving him unable to find an answer in a short time. Lin's smile appeared in his mind, representing the softest part of his heart, while Kushina's care and nurturing felt like a mother's warmth, making it hard for him to let go. Obito's gaze wandered between the fog of memories and the shadows of reality, each flicker resembling a difficult choice. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if trying to swallow all the entanglements and struggles inside him, and his eyes grew resolute. Just as he was about to look up and share his well-thought-out decision with Feng Tian, he was interrupted by Feng Tian's sudden words. The Nine Tails chakra is not something that only Kushina possesses. Hearing this, Obito was taken aback, but before he could speak, Kakuzu directly asked, so where should we go now? As Kakuzu's words fell, everyone turned to look at Feng Tian. However, Feng Tian seemed to have already formulated the next step of the plan and confidently said, our new base is. Chapter 161, Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Our new base is. Feng Tian deliberately elongated his voice, enticing everyone's curiosity. Yin Hidden Village. He slowly uttered these three words, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Feng Tian, as if drawn by an invisible force. Yunin Village? This choice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves upon waves. Jishui frowned, his confusion growing wildly like weeds in his mind. Yanin village? Feng Tian, why do we have to choose that place? He opened his mouth to ask, his voice tinged with urgency and confusion. The others also showed puzzled expressions, clearly surprised by this decision. Previously, under the arrangement of Feng Tian, Jishui controlled the complete body Susanoo to carry out destruction against Yunin village. The current Yunin village has already become a wasteland. Without ninjas skilled in wood-release techniques to help, rebuilding the structures will be a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Feng Tian gently raised the corner of his mouth, his gaze deep, as if he had already seen through everything. Jishui, although your previous actions dealt a heavy blow to Yunin village, they have also cleared a lot of obstacles for us, he said slowly, with a hint of admiration and calculation in his tone. The chaotic and hastily rebuilding Yunin village is just the perfect opportunity for us to infiltrate. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and continued. However, my goal is not just to take down the hidden cloud village. I'm looking for something, a treasure that can grant me the Nine Tails chakra. As soon as he said this, confusion filled the faces of the crowd, and they began to speculate about what treasure Feng Tian was referring to. Obito couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, Feng Tian, what exactly is this thing you're talking about? Feng Tian smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his smile. Have you heard of the legends surrounding the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of the Hidden Cloud Village? Upon hearing the names Golden Horn and Silver Horn, everyone's expressions immediately became serious, as if pulled by an invisible force. These two names are well known in the ninja world. They were elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, possessing powerful strength and a fearsome reputation. Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Jishui murmured, seemingly recalling the legends about these two. I remember they showcased incredible strength during the Great War, even forcing the Leaf Village into a tough battle. But later, they seem to have disappeared during a mission and have not been heard from since. Feng Tian nodded and continued. The most crucial point is that they had an intense battle with the Nine Tails. Unfortunately, during the fight, they were swallowed by the Nine Tails. But instead of giving up, they chose to gnaw at its flesh and blood from within, thus obtaining part of the Nine Tails chakra. What? The crowd exclaimed, their expressions filled with disbelief. Gnawing at the flesh of the Nine Tails to obtain its chakra sounded like a fairy tale. However, Feng Tian's expression was exceptionally serious, showing no signs of joking. He continued, I know this sounds incredible, but it is indeed the truth. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao have gained the power of the Nine Tails, significantly increasing their strength. The Nine Tails chakra they obtained has not dissipated over time, but has been sealed within their bodies. So what you mean is, at this moment, Obito's eyes became incredibly fervent, as if he had captured the key information in Feng Tian's words, and a bold guess surged in his heart. Feng Tian looked at Obito's fervent gaze and slightly nodded, as if affirming his guess. Exactly. I intend to use the Nine Tails chakra from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to replace Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Thanks to you, I successfully absorbed the Four Tails chakra and gained the ability to perform Edo Tensei. My plan is to go to the Cloud Village and search for some bodily tissue from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to use for my Edo Tensei, thereby obtaining the Nine Tails chakra. This plan is truly bold, Obito exclaimed, his eyes filled with both shock and anticipation. Shirzue furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the plan. But Feng Tian, after all, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were legendary ninjas. How could their bodily tissues be so easily found? Moreover, even if you can find them, how can you guarantee that they will be willing to give you the Nine Tails chakra after being resurrected? Feng Tian chuckled lightly, as if he had already prepared for these questions. Shirzue, I understand your concerns. Although my causal line cannot locate Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, don't forget that the current Cloud Village is in ruins, making it the best time for us to search for clues. As for how to make the resurrected Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao obedient, that will depend on my methods. At this point, Feng Tian's gaze became deep and cold. I have ways to make them willingly hand over the Nine Tails chakra, even willing to be used by me. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that once Feng Tian decided to do something, he would go to any lengths to achieve it. This time, he was clearly well prepared to obtain the Nine Tails chakra. So what should we do next? Obito asked, completely captivated by Feng Tian's plan. Feng Tian took a deep breath and said with a determined gaze, First, we must quietly infiltrate the Cloud Village and secretly investigate the whereabouts of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. This is a daunting task that requires a high level of stealth and sharpness. He turned to Jishui, his eyes filled with trust, Jishue, you have been deeply into Yunin Village and are very familiar with its terrain and layout. Having you lead the infiltration is undoubtedly the best choice. Jishue nodded without hesitation. All right, I will personally infiltrate Yunin Village to look for clues about Jinjiao and Injiao. Feng Tian slightly nodded, his tone calm and decisive. I will stay outside to coordinate the overall support and strategy. Once Jishue successfully locates the bodies of Jinjiao and Injiao, make sure to notify me immediately. At that time, I will initiate the impure world reincarnation ceremony to utilize their powers for my own. His gaze became sharp, revealing an undeniable determination. Now, while Qingyun hasn't reacted yet, let's take action. Chapter 162, The Last Resort, Konoha Village Conference Room. A full day has passed since the fierce battle with Feng Tian. After fully recovering his energy, Qingyun quickly called for an emergency meeting. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was serious and tense. The participants of this meeting were all heavyweight figures from the ninja world. The fourth Reikage, Mizuki Jigura, Wind Shadow Raza, Earth Shadow Inoki, as well as Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku, and the legendary Son Divine, figure Hanzo of the Salamander, among many other powerful individuals. Their faces were filled with seriousness and anticipation. It is especially worth mentioning that Kakashi also made a rare appearance at this meeting. His powerful Sharingan had shown great restraint against Feng Tian in previous battles, which placed him in a crucial position for this decision. He sat quietly to the side, his gaze deep, as if he was contemplating some important strategy. The current situation, I believe everyone present is already well aware of. That guy Feng Tian has successfully absorbed the power of six-tailed beasts, and if this trend continues, he has probably already begun to absorb the seventh. If we continue to sit idly by and allow him to act recklessly, by the time he fully masters the power of all eight-tailed beasts, we will have no choice but to surrender. Qingyun's expression was serious, her gaze intense, as she slowly conveyed her inner worries to the group. Reflecting on the previous fierce battle, Feng Tian had forced her to retreat in panic just by absorbing the power of six-tailed beasts. If we give him a few more days, once he completely merges the terrifying power of the eight-tailed beasts, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The atmosphere in the conference room was so heavy it felt like it could freeze water, with every ninja's face written with severity and unease. Qingyun's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. The fourth Reikage AI was the first to lose his composure. Standing up abruptly, with lightning flickering in his eyes, "We cannot sit back and wait. We must take the initiative, no matter the cost, to prevent Feng Tian from succeeding." Mizuki Jigura followed suit, his voice cold yet firm. "Lord Reikage is right. We cannot be passively defensive. We must devise a meticulous plan, not only to stop Feng Tian from continuing to absorb the power of the tailed beasts, but also to consider how to rescue the tailed beasts he has already controlled." Winkage Rasha stroked his chin, his gaze deep. "I agree with both of your opinions. But the problem is, Feng Tian's strength is no longer what it used to be. We must find his weakness to formulate an effective strategy." Suchikage Inoki let out a heavy grunt, a strange light flickering in his murky eyes. Weakness? Based on the abilities that kid has displayed, he is practically flawless. Don't forget, that kid had stubbornly survived even in my dust release, detachment of the original world technique. Besides Miss Qingyun's unique time-space power, I really can't think of any other power that could compete with him. As Inoki's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly froze. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Qingyun. Qingyun could clearly feel the intense heat of everyone's gaze, and her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. But she quickly took a deep breath to calm herself, her gaze becoming exceptionally firm as she scanned each person present. "My time-space power is not omnipotent," she slowly began, her voice steady and powerful. "If Feng Tian has not yet mastered the power of the eight-tailed beasts, I still have confidence to fight him. But the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. The chance of victory is likely minimal." Qingyun's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation once again. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more oppressive and heavy, as if the air had solidified. Everyone understood that they were facing an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, and the hope of victory seemed to be dwindling. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice broke the silence. "Perhaps we can think about this issue from another angle." Kakashi suddenly spoke up, his voice calm and steady, as if a refreshing stream washed away everyone's anxiety. Everyone turned to look at him, and they saw that Kakashi's gaze was exceptionally determined. "Feng Tian's power comes from absorbing tailed beasts. Why can't we address it at the source?" Miss Qingyun's time-space power should be able to trace back to that monster that serves as the container for absorbing tailed beast chakra. As Kakashi's words fell, the tightly furrowed brows of the crowd relaxed. However, before they could fully ease, Qingyun continued, bringing everyone back to reality. You are correct. My time-space power can indeed trace back to that container absorbing tailed beast chakra. That is the outer path golem. But, given Feng Tian's cunning nature, he would never release the outer path golem. Moreover, even if he did release it, he would apply a layer of causal power to it, preventing me from tracing it back. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes dimmed slightly, but then they brightened again, as if he had a new idea. Even so, we cannot give up trying. He said firmly, perhaps we can create an opportunity to lure Feng Tian into actively releasing the foreign demon statue, or at least make him temporarily lose complete control over it. The fourth-generation Reikage, AI, nodded, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. That's a good idea. We could design a trap, using Feng Tian's arrogance to make him fall into our net. However, Qingyun shook her head upon hearing this, rejecting everyone's thoughts. Only she, who had fought against Feng Tian multiple times in reincarnation, knew how terrifying his intelligence was. He is accustomed to considering all unknown factors before battle, including the previous full-scale attack on Konoha. He had predicted the sudden intervention of Qingyun in advance, successfully capturing three-tailed beasts, and ensured that all members of the Twilight Organization survived unharmed. This is the terrifying aspect of Feng Tian. In the end, Qingyun let out a helpless sigh, a sound that seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. She slowly stood up, walking heavily towards the window of the conference room, slightly tilting her head back, gazing at the vast and boundless sky as if searching for some answer. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly, her voice carrying a hint of determination. Perhaps we only have one last method left. What method? The crowd asked almost in unison, their eyes shining with anticipation, as if they had grasped a lifeline in the vast ocean. Qingyun turned around, her firm gaze sweeping across every strong individual present, her expression serious and resolute, as if she had already made some significant decision. Only oneself truly knows one's own enemy, and only oneself can conquer oneself. Chapter 163. The current situation of Cloud Hidden Village. The ruins of Cloud Hidden Village move quickly. Get those logs over here. Everyone, put in more effort. We need to speed up. Lord Reikage and the others might be back with victory soon. We have to rebuild the village before they return. All right, no problem. The crowd responded loudly, their faces filled with determination and resolve, reflecting on the previous state of Cloud Hidden Village. It had already turned into a devastated ruin under the reckless and wild destruction by Jishue. Thus, the villagers of Cloud Hidden Village spontaneously organized themselves, filled with firm determination and boundless hope, to engage in the work of rebuilding their homeland. They are well aware that despite the endless pain and destruction brought by war, as long as the people's hearts remain united, homes can be rebuilt. Amid the ruins, villagers clearly divide their tasks. Some carry timber, others clear rubble, and some are busy designing new house layouts. Sweat trickles down their cheeks, falling onto the dusty ground, yet their faces radiate indomitable smiles. Look over there. That's our former school, a villager exclaimed, pointing at a distant pile of ruins. Yes, I remember it used to be filled with the laughter of children, another villager sighed. We will build it even better, so that children can learn and grow in a safer, more comfortable environment. A strong young man patted his chest, his tone full of confidence. As time goes by, the changes in the ruins of Yunin Village become increasingly significant. New houses rise up, roads are widened and laid with solid stones, and public facilities are gradually improving. The villagers not only rebuilt their homes, but also planted patches of green trees among the ruins, symbolizing hope and rebirth. In a hidden corner not far away, Feng Tian, Jishue, and others captured the busy scene of the villagers rebuilding their homes. Watching the scene, Jishue's resolve to build a peaceful world without war and smoke grew ever stronger. Look, this is the trauma left by war, he muttered to himself, his tone filled with hatred and helplessness towards war. Although the root of all this is us. Everything we sacrifice is worth it for a future filled with peace and tranquility. Moreover, we have always acted on the principle of compassion. Obito interjected from the side, noticing that everyone's mood was somewhat low, and he tried to lighten the atmosphere. Although his words seemed a bit out of place, they added a touch of ease to the tense moment. However, Obito's words did not resonate with everyone, and the atmosphere remained heavy, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. and he reluctantly closed his mouth. At this moment, Feng Tian finally spoke slowly, breaking the silence. "Zhishui, let's move." His voice was deep and powerful. Every word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. "Go find the bodies of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. We must end this as soon as possible." Zhishui responded with a sound, nodding slightly. He turned to look in the direction where the villagers were busy, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He admired the villagers' resilience and optimism, yet felt guilty for the pain his actions had caused them. However, thinking of the peace in the future, he strengthened his resolve. With a flash of his figure, he quietly slipped in. "Next, you all enter my subspace," Feng Tian said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. "There are too many people, and moving in the village makes it easy to expose our whereabouts." Daitu, Xie, and Jiao Du nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Immediately, Feng Tian waved his hand, and a mysterious force instantly spread out. Under this force's enveloping, the figures of Daitu, Xie, and Jiao Du disappeared in an instant, as if they had been swept into an invisible vortex. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange space. This was Feng Tian's subspace. After doing all this, Feng Tian suddenly clenched his hand, as if grasping an invisible thread of fate. In an instant, a rich and nearly tangible force of causality exploded around him, like brilliant fireworks, yet filled with endless depth and mystery. Under Feng Tian's exquisite control, these forces of causality quickly condensed into a massive shield, firmly enveloping him. This shield seemed to merge with the space itself, making it completely undetectable to the naked eye from the outside. Even the sharpest observers would find it hard to notice any anomalies. Only with the unique Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could one barely sense some weak fluctuations of aura. Afterwards, Feng Tian waved his hand, and Han and Yutaka, who had not fully extracted the tailed beast chakra, appeared before him, albeit both were unconscious. "Outer path, golem," Feng Tian growled, and a gigantic golem slowly rose from the ground, its massive form and fierce face entwined with strange chakra chains. This was the outer path golem, a tool used to extract tailed beast chakra. Feng Tian placed the unconscious Han and Yutaka in front of the golem, quickly forming hand seals and muttering incantations. As he moved, the black chains on the golem began to stir as if coming to life. "I won't be polite with your tailed beast chakra," Feng Tian said coldly, ruthlessly urging the outer path golem. With the authorization from Uchiha Madara, Feng Tian was able to control the golem. At this moment, he did not need to rely on the force of causality as a link to extract the tailed beast chakra. Instead, he directly used the outer path golem for extraction. Soon, the chains, as if alive, swiftly reached out, nimbly wrapping around Han and Yutaka. Then, a powerful force began to forcibly extract the tailed beast chakra from their bodies. Even in their unconscious state, both showed expressions of extreme pain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if undergoing indescribable torment. Feng Tian stood by, his expression indifferent, casting only a cold glance at them before looking away. His attention was fully focused on the ongoing tailed beast chakra extraction work, his hands quickly forming seals, guiding the power within the chains to complete the task more efficiently. He was very clear in his heart that that troublesome guy Cheng Yun would definitely not give up easily and would soon regroup and come back. Therefore, he had to race against time and complete the extraction of the tailed beast chakra as quickly as possible to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. At this critical moment, any slightest relaxation could lead to deadly consequences. Chapter 164. Re-encounter with Darui in the winding alleys of the hidden cloud village. Zhishui's figure darted through like an arrow released from a bow. His steps are light and swift, truly deserving of the title Instant Body Stillwater. His gaze swept around restlessly, eagerly searching for any clues related to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. As he pondered where the fragments of their organization might be hidden, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yes, it must be the spirit graveyard of Yunying Village, he murmured to himself, and his gaze instantly became resolute. Then, Zhishui turned and quickly headed in the general direction of the heroic spirit's cemetery from his memory. He quickened his pace, and with his familiarity with Yunying Village, soon arrived at the edge of the heroic spirit's cemetery. The cemetery was surrounded by dense trees, making it particularly quiet and solemn. Zhishui took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and slowly stepped into this sacred land. Inside the cemetery, tombstones stood tall, with inscriptions detailing the heroic deeds of the heroes. Zhishui weaved between the tombstones, his sharp gaze searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an older tombstone. The patterns carved on it seemed to have some subtle connection to the symbols of the golden horn and silver horn. Ensue approached the tombstone and carefully examined the patterns. Finally, he found it. A wave of joy surged within Ensue, but this emotion was quickly replaced by seriousness. He took a deep breath, his expression serious as he gazed at the tombstone before him, and slowly spoke. Esteemed predecessors, I am a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Today, I have come to disturb your peace in search of something important, an act of desperation. I kindly ask for your understanding and not to hold it against me. After saying this, Ensue deeply bowed to the tombstone, his attitude sincere and respectful. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart, as what he was about to do was to dig up a grave, which was undoubtedly a great disrespect to the deceased. After bowing deeply, Ensue fell silent for a moment, as if expressing his apologies and respect to the two predecessors. After completing those respectful gestures, Ensue took a deep breath and activated his Susanoo. In an instant, a massive green hand appeared out of nowhere and began to carefully excavate the grave. Before long, with the gradual peeling away of dirt and stones, the remains of the golden-horned and silver-horned bodies were revealed. Ensue looked at these two legendary ninjas before him, and a wave of emotion surged in his heart. He was silent for a moment, his eyes revealing a sense of awe and determination. Then, Ensue gently reached out his hand and carefully took a small piece of tissue from the body. After completing this action, he carefully restored the remaining part to its original state, trying to maintain the cemetery's original appearance and prevent excessive damage. Throughout the process, Ensue's movements were exceptionally cautious and respectful, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. He deeply understood that this was a respect for the deceased and also a kind of reverence for Yunin Village. After completing all of this, Ensue once again bowed deeply to the tombstone, expressing his respect and gratitude. He turned around and left, filled with apologies to the two seniors, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. With the collected fragments of the organization, Ensue was ready to leave the heroic spirit cemetery. However, at that moment, he spotted a familiar figure. The newcomer was Dong Yi, who had originally come to the heroic spirit cemetery to pay tribute to his ancestors, but unexpectedly encountered Ensue here. It's you again. Dalu Yi immediately recognized Ensue, his expression darkening in an instant, his eyes wide open with anger, his tone filled with fury and questioning. Speak. What are you really doing here? After all, the person in front of him was the culprit who had destroyed Yunin Village not long ago. Facing Dalu Yi's question, Ensue's eyes flashed with a complicated emotion. He understood that his actions were undoubtedly an invasion in the eyes of the druid, but he also knew that in order to change this filthy world, he had to do it. Druid, calm down. Ensue tried to keep his tone calm. I know my actions may be hard for you to accept, but I have my reasons for doing this. Hearing this, the druid's anger did not subside. Bullshit. You hypocritical guy. Since you dare to come back, just stay here. Despite the druid's extreme anger, his mind was very clear. He understood that he would never be a match for Ensue. So he decided to find a way to retreat and then gather the strength of the entire Yunin village to fight against Ensue. Seeing Dalu Yi furious, Ensue felt a tightness in his heart. He knew that an explanation at this moment might be futile, but in order to avoid unnecessary conflict, he still tried to calm Dalu Yi's anger once more. Dalu Yi, let me explain. I did not intend to offend Yunin Village, nor do I wish to be your enemy. Ensue was eager to clarify the misunderstanding, but Dalu Yi clearly did not believe his words. No intention to offend? Dalu Yi sneered, his tone filled with anger and sarcasm. You destroyed our village, and now you want to pretend to find excuses here? As he spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in Dalu Yi's eyes. He quietly began to retreat, searching for an opportunity to escape while secretly gathering chakra, ready to respond to any sudden attack from Ensue. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his body slightly leaning forward, maintaining a state of high alert. Ensue understood that further explanation would be futile, and he could only stabilize Daru first before figuring out a way to leave. Daru, I know it's hard for you to believe me right now, but please trust that I, Ensue, am not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately. Perhaps what I am about to do is something you cannot understand, but please believe that I am not a bloodthirsty person. As soon as he finished speaking, Ensue suddenly clenched his hand, his eyes instantly transforming into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A powerful and overwhelming ocular power surged forth like a tidal wave. Daru felt a blur before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, He found himself in a strange and hallucinatory, illusionary world. The surroundings became twisted and surreal, as if controlled by some mysterious force, leaving him utterly astonished. He looked around and found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. Everything around him felt so unreal that he was momentarily at a loss. Is this an illusion? The druid's heart sank, and he quickly focused his mind, trying to break this sudden illusion. Ensue watched the druid, who was lost in the illusion and appeared bewildered, a complex and hard-to-read emotion flashing in his eyes. He gently shook his head, as if lamenting the tricks of fate, and also seeming to find relief in the decision he was about to make. Then, Ensue slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his whole demeanor appeared much more relaxed. He turned around, light-footed, preparing to quietly leave the hero's graveyard and unwilling to add any more unnecessary disputes. However, just as Ensue was about to take a step away from this troubled place, a sudden and intense surge of chakra emanated from the illusionary world. Like thunder crashing in his heart, a voice filled with anger and determination echoed in the illusionary world, breaking the original silence and interrupting Ensue's movement. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Chapter 165. Dual illusion. Dalui's voice suddenly rang out behind Ensue, and at that moment, Ensue turned around sharply, a fleeting look of astonishment appearing on his face as he looked at Dalui in surprise. A trace of curiosity rose in Ensue's heart. He wanted to know how Dalui had managed to break free from his illusionary control so quickly. After all, his illusions were difficult for many skilled practitioners to withstand. Dalui was drenched in sweat, his face pale, and his body slightly trembling. His eyes burned with fierce anger and unwavering killing intent. Ever since the last battle with Ensue, he had dreamed day and night of personally slaying this enemy. In order to counter Ensue's illusions, Dalui had put in a great deal of effort. He continuously researched and tried various methods, hoping to find a way to break the illusion. After relentless effort and exploration, the druid finally discovered a method that was both dangerous and extremely effective in countering illusions. He carefully stored some lightning-released chakra at his heart. These chakras acted like tiny guardians, quietly lurking within him, waiting for the critical moment to arrive. Once Darui unfortunately fell into the quagmire of illusion, these stored lightning-release chakras would be instantly activated. A powerful current would swiftly spread throughout his body, like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, suddenly awakening him from the fog of illusion. Although this method was dangerous, its effects were surprisingly good. It allowed Darui to have a glimmer of struggle and resistance, even when facing a master of illusion like Ensue. Just as Ensue was taken aback, Darui had successfully used this method to break free from the control of the illusion. His eyes widened in fury, glaring at Ensue, his whole body radiating with the light of thunder and lightning, like an enraged beast. Ensue, this time I won't let your illusion succeed. Dalui roared, quickly forming hand seals, ready to launch an attack. Ensue frowned slightly. He could sense a different aura emanating from Dalui. It seems you have indeed found a way to counter my illusion. But are you sure you want to use it? This could cause you great harm. Dalui gritted his teeth. The hatred and determination in his heart made him reckless. As long as I can defeat you, I am willing to do anything. As he spoke, a strange aura gradually enveloped his body. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Accompanied by Dalui's furious shout, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted. A surging wave of lightning chakra bursting forth like a torrent, quickly condensing into a massive lightning pillar, soaring into the sky. Ensue retreated in shock. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this lightning pillar. If hit by this force, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Dalui did not give Ensue much breathing room. He continued to form seals with both hands, and the thunderbolt columns suddenly exploded in the air, transforming into countless tiny bolts of lightning, spreading like a sky full of stars towards Ensue. Ensue's figure flickered in the air as he relied on his exquisite agility and sharp intuition to evade the attacks of these lightning bolts. Boom! In the next moment, these lightning bolts exploded, forming chains of lightning that surged towards Ensue. Faced with the overwhelming chains of lightning, Ensue accelerated again, moving like a darting through the forest, skillfully dodging the restraints of each chain. His eyes flickered with a calm light, and his brain raced, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Dalui, your progress is indeed impressive, but it's still not enough to defeat me. The voice of Ensue echoed in the air, carrying a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Upon hearing this, Daliyi's expression became even more ferocious. He roared and once again concentrated his lightning chakra, ready to launch a more intense attack. However, at that moment, Jishui suddenly disappeared. What? Daliyi was taken aback, looking around but unable to find Jishui's figure. Are you looking for me? Jishui's voice rang out again, this time right in Daliyi's ear. Daliyi turned sharply, only to see Jishui had appeared behind him, holding a short blade, glinting coldly. Shunshin no jutsu, Jishui whispered, and the short blade instantly traced an arc, heading straight for Daliyi's vital points. In a critical moment, Daliyi dodged to the side, but Jishui followed like a shadow, the short blade drawing brilliant trajectories in the air, forcing Daliyi to retreat step by step. Damn it! How can I lose to you, a traitor of the ninja world? Daliyi shouted, but his voice revealed a hint of despair. Jishui sighed and said, Daliyi, hatred will only make you lose yourself. Let go of your obsession, and you can find true self-redemption. However, Daliyi can no longer hear any words. He gathered his lightning-released chakra once again, preparing to launch a final counterattack against Shursui. However, at this critical moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps broke the tense standoff atmosphere from afar. Clearly, the sounds of battle had alerted the nearby ninjas from the hidden cloud village, who were quickly approaching. Shursui keenly sensed this, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Our battle is not yet over. You don't have much time left. I will be waiting for you at the end for one last fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Shursui's figure slowly dissipated like foam, leaving behind an empty graveyard and a bewildered Darui. What? Darui suddenly woke up, disbelief written all over his face. This is actually an illusion. Could this be the legendary double illusion? It was only at this moment that he realized, despite being fully prepared for Shursui's illusions, he still could not escape his powerful control. Those seemingly real scenes, those intense confrontations, were merely an illusionary world, meticulously woven by Shursui. No wonder he's known as the body flicker Shursui of Konoha, Darui muttered to himself, his tone filled with both awe and unwillingness. I actually fell for your trick. His words suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he stared at the place where Shursui had disappeared, filled with shock. The environment around him began to twist sharply, as if the world of illusions was collapsing, pulling him out from the deep fog. Sweat kept sliding down Daliyi's cheeks as he gasped for breath, as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of death. His heart was filled with both fear and a deep sense of dread towards Shursui's unfathomable illusion abilities. Yet he also felt unwillingness, frustration, and disappointment at not being able to defeat Shursui. In the distance, the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village had arrived, looking at the disheveled Daliyi with concerned expressions. Daliyi, are you okay? What happened? Where's the enemy? Facing the inquiries from his companions, Daliyi was silent for a moment, then shook his head, his voice low and firm. Everything is fine. The enemy has escaped. Chapter 166. Extracting the Nine Tails Chakra. Outside Cloud Hidden Village, whoosh. A sound of breaking air suddenly rang out as Shursui's figure appeared before him like a ghost. He followed the method agreed upon with everyone beforehand, without the slightest hesitation, and quickly headed towards the mysterious shield formed by the power of causality. As soon as he stepped inside the shield, Shursui keenly sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation, and then he saw Feng Tian, who had successfully absorbed the chakra of the Five Tails. How's it going? Feng Tian casually asked, glancing at Shursui. In his view, Shursui's abilities were beyond doubt, especially since Shursui was unharmed at this moment, clearly having obtained fragments of the body of the gold and silver horns. Coincidentally, Feng Tian had just finished absorbing the Five Tails chakra, and he planned to use these body fragments for the impure world reincarnation to acquire the Nine Tails chakra. Shursui did not answer Feng Tian's question, but instead scrutinized him with sharp eyes, seemingly assessing his strength and condition. He slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. You have already absorbed 5 tails of chakra? It seems your progress is going smoothly. Feng Tian smiled slightly, not minding Jishui's silence. He confidently walked up to Jishui and stretched out his palm. Hand over the body tissue fragments of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, and we can start the next phase of the plan. Jishui frowned slightly. He did not immediately hand over the fragments, but instead asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you want to use the impure world reincarnation to obtain the Nine Tails chakra? This method is too risky. If it goes out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Tian remained calm and confident, replying, "This is the only method. I've waited too long. There can be no further delays. Moreover, I can assure you that if you give me the fragments, I will control everything." Zhishui stared at Feng Tian, sensing the fervor and determination within him. After a moment, he sighed lightly and took out a small sealed container from his pocket, which held the body tissue fragments of Jinjiao and Injiao. "I hope your plan succeeds." Feng Tian snatched the container with a triumphant smile. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Now just wait and see the show." With that, Feng Tian turned and walked to the side, beginning to prepare for the impure world reincarnation ritual. Zhishui stood by, silently observing everything, filled with complex emotions. He knew that this gamble not only concerned his own fate, but could also affect the entire ninja world. As Feng Tian's hand seals accelerated, a strange aura began to permeate the surroundings, and it seemed that some ancient and powerful force was stirring in the air. Zhishui stared at this scene, feeling both nervous and expectant. Reverse summoning technique. Feng Tian let out a low roar, as if triggering some mysterious contract. As his words fell, two seemingly harmless white zetsu suddenly appeared out of thin air. Their forms were twisted, their faces grotesque, exuding an eerie aura. Immediately after, Feng Tian directed his gaze toward the body tissue fragments of the golden horn and silver horn, preparing to use the two white zetsu to perform the impure world reincarnation and summon the golden horn and silver horn. With a flick of his finger, the sealed container holding the body tissue fragments of the golden horn and silver horn slowly opened, and an ancient and strange aura wafted out. He muttered incantations, his hands quickly forming seals, guiding that power towards the two white absolutes. "In my name, I summon you." Feng Tian's voice echoed in the night sky, carrying an undeniable authority. As his spell concluded, the bodies of the two white absolutes began to undergo strange transformations. They gradually became blurred, as if being consumed by an invisible force. Soon after, two figures slowly emerged from within the white absolutes, Jinjiao and Injiao. As soon as they appeared, they radiated a powerful chakra wave, their eyes hollow and dazed, clearly controlled by the Edo Tensei technique. Feng Tian looked at the two before him, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, it worked. He muttered to himself, then turned his gaze toward Shui. Upon seeing this, Shui nodded slightly, while also switching his eyes to the Manjiki Sharingan, ready to respond at any moment. "There's no need for that, Shui. Even if I bring them back to consciousness, they won't be able to escape my control," Feng Tian confidently replied. "I hope so," Shui said in a low voice, the Manjiki Sharingan sparkling with a strange light in the night, as he kept a close watch on the resurrected Kinji and Ginkoji, silently alert. Seeing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into an even more triumphant smile. He slowly approached Kinji and Ginkoji, forming hand signs to begin guiding the chakra within them, preparing to extract the Nine Tails chakra in the next step. "Next, it's time to witness a miracle," Feng Tian muttered to himself, his voice filled with fervor and anticipation. As Feng Tian moved, the bodies of Kinji and Ginkoji began to undergo subtle changes. A glimmer of light seemed to appear in their hollow eyes, a sign that the consciousness under Feng Tian's control was gradually awakening. However, this glimmer did not last long before being suppressed by an even stronger force. "Oomph." Just as I expected, Feng Tian snorted coldly, not surprised by the reactions of Kinji and Ginkoji. He intensified his efforts and began to forcibly extract the Nine Tails chakra from their bodies. The bodies of Golden Horn and Silver Horn started to tremble, and pain was evident on their faces, as if they were undergoing unspeakable torment. However, beneath this pain, the Nine Tails chakra within them surged forth like a beast awakened. Zhishui silently observed all of this, filled with complex emotions. He hopes that the plan in Feng Tian will succeed, but he is also worried about the unexpected events that may occur during this process. After all, the power of the Nine Tails chakra is too strong. Once it goes out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, at this moment, the shield formed by the power of causality begins to tremble slightly. At first, the tremor is very subtle, almost imperceptible, but soon, the intensity of the tremor increases, as if a powerful force is violently impacting the shield from the outside, causing it to sway and on the verge of collapsing at any moment. "Who?" Feng Tian roars, his voice filled with anger and fear. He suddenly turns his head to look behind him, trying to see the scene outside the shield with his Rinnegan. However, when he finally sees the situation outside, His face instantly turns pale, and his eyes are filled with disbelief. Impossible, Feng Tian mutters to himself, his voice tinged with despair. This absolutely cannot be. What he saw was a scene he could never have wished to believe, a terrifying fact capable of overturning all his plans and confidence. Chapter 167. The man in black outside the shield. Cheng Yun stood with a man in black wearing a hood. Their expressions were focused and serious, as if they were discussing something important. The man in black was surrounded by a strange energy that emitted a faint glow, as if containing some mysterious and powerful force. It was this energy that caused the causality shield that Feng Tian relied on to begin to tremble violently, even showing signs of collapse. Old Iron, how much longer until we can break this turtle shell? Cheng Yun pouted, looking impatiently at the shield ahead. The man in black smiled slightly, his eyes shining with confidence. Don't worry, although this causality shield is strong, it is not invulnerable. With the energy in my hand, I will soon be able to destroy it. Hearing this, Cheng Yun nodded, but her anxiety did not lessen. She was very anxious. Feng Tian likely possessed the power of at least 7-tailed beasts, and she needed to act quickly to kill him before he reached his full potential. Are you sure your energy can completely destroy this shield? Cheng Yun asked again, her gaze fixed on the strange energy in the man's hand. Even though you are strong, the one inside has already absorbed the power of at least 7-tailed beasts. The man in black smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned by Cheng Yun's doubts. He slowly raised his hand, and the energy surged in his palm more rapidly, as if it could explode at any moment. Don't worry, since I dare to come, I naturally came prepared, the man in black said firmly, his eyes revealing an undeniable aura of dominance. At that moment, a sudden wave of intense energy fluctuations came from within the shield. Cheng Yun and the man in black looked up simultaneously, only to see the interior of the shield glowing brightly, as if something was struggling violently. It seems they have already sensed our presence, the man in black said calmly, yet there was no trace of fear in his tone. Cheng Yun frowned, silently calculating her countermeasures in her mind. She knew that once the shield was breached, they would have to act immediately. Are you ready? The man in black suddenly turned to Cheng Yun, his eyes filled with a desire for battle. Cheng Yun took a deep breath and nodded. Come on, let me see which one of you can laugh last. After saying that, Cheng Yun began to activate the last bit of temporal power she had left. Her hands quickly formed seals, and a powerful force surged from her body, rapidly spreading outwards. As she moved, the time and space around seemed to be locked by an invisible force, and under the golden light, everything became solid and heavy. After completing this, Cheng Yun slowly stepped aside, her face pale and her expression slightly fatigued. To deal with Feng Tian, she had nearly exhausted all of her temporal power to successfully summon this mysterious man in black. At this moment, she was already in a state of extreme weakness. Leaning against a large rock, she closed her eyes and began to silently adjust her condition. The surrounding time-space blockade remained firm, and under the golden light, even if Feng Tian wanted to break through, he would be unable to escape in a short time. You did well, Cheng Yun, the man in black said slowly, his gaze revealing approval. From now on, leave it to me. Cheng Yun nodded slightly, although her body was exhausted. Her eyes remained resolute. She knew that this battle was related to the fate of this time and space, and she could not afford to relax. At that moment, the energy fluctuations inside the shield grew increasingly intense, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The man in black clenched his fists, the power within him surging and ready to face the imminent battle. Suddenly, the shield shattered with a loud crash, and a powerful wave of energy burst forth, forcing both Cheng Yun and the man in black to take a few steps back. Immediately after, Feng Tian's figure rushed out from the broken shield, his eyes blood red and exuding a terrifying aura. You finally came, Feng Tian said coldly, his gaze sweeping over Cheng Yun and the man in black. It seems this is the helper you found. Cheng Yun gritted her teeth. Although she had no power left, she still straightened her back, preparing to face Feng Tian's attack. The man in black slowly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Cheng Yun. Your doom is here, the man in black said in a deep voice, his tone filled with undeniable dominance. Feng Tian sneered, his figure disappearing in an instant, preparing to launch an attack. However, at that moment, the man in black suddenly flickered and vanished from his original spot, leaving only an afterimage. The next second, the man in black appeared behind Feng Tian, his fist enveloped in a strange energy, and then he struck towards Feng Tian's back. Feng Tian reacted quickly, swiftly turning around to defend, but was still forced back several steps by the powerful force. This power, it really is as I suspected, This power is causal power. Feng Tian turned to Qingyun, disbelief filling his voice. Qingyun, who is this person? How could he use my causal power? Facing Feng Tian's question, Qingyun stood aside, coldly watching the shocked expression on Feng Tian's face, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Feng Tian, you didn't expect that someone would use your causal power against you, Qingyun said, her voice carrying a hint of pride. This person is my specially invited helper. Not only can he use causal power, but he also has other unexpected surprises that you can't imagine. Feng Tian's face turned ashen, his eyes flickering with shock and disbelief. He could hardly believe that there were actually people in this world who could use the power of causality. It was a huge blow to him. In the next moment, countless slender causality lines surged before his eyes, these lines intertwining like a complex spider web. Feng Tian skillfully grasped one of them, trying to uncover the true identity of the man in black through this causality line. However, what he never expected was the astonishing action of the man in black. He saw the man in black also gripping the causality line in Feng Tian's hand. And then his gaze became sharp. With a slight exertion of force, he directly snapped the incredibly resilient causality line in half. What? Feng Tian was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone capable of breaking his causality line. It should be noted that this causality line was an important means for him to perceive all things in the world through the power of causality. Now, being so easily broken by the other party filled him with an unprecedented sense of crisis. The man in black curled his lips into a cold smile, his gaze piercing as he stared at Feng Tian. Do you think your power of causality allows you to do as you wish? Today, let me teach you a lesson on how to truly use the power of causality. Before his words had faded, the man in black flickered again, appearing beside Feng Tian like a ghost. His movements were astonishingly swift, as if he had already transcended the constraints of time and space. A punch carrying devastating power crashed towards Feng Tian's side. Instinctively, Feng Tian tried to dodge, but to his horror, he found himself completely unable to move. It was as if an invisible force had tightly locked his fate, preventing him from making any action, forcing him to watch helplessly as the punch approached. It's over. Chapter 168 IMU. The man in black suddenly threw out a punch, the wind from his fist containing profound causal power, roaring as it struck towards Feng Tian's side. Bang! In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, erupting with a deafening roar. Feng Tian's body twisted in the air impossibly for a moment, as if even space trembled in fear of the punch's might. Although the fist imbued with causal power merely brushed past the edge of Feng Tian's clothes, it stirred up invisible ripples around him, subtle traces left by the sudden disturbance of the causal laws, difficult for the eye to capture. Feng Tian's expression changed slightly. He quickly adjusted his stance, stabilizing himself against the force that almost swept him away. His eyes flickered with seriousness and astonishment. He clearly did not expect that this man in black had mastered such profound causal laws. Flying Thunder God Technique. Feng Tian let out a low roar. And at this critical moment, he did not hesitate to activate the Flying Thunder God Technique, instantly disappearing from his original spot. Immediately after, Feng Tian appeared on a large rock not far away, his expression grave. In such a short time, you actually thought of using causal power to break my fate shackles, and then utilized the Flying Thunder God Technique to escape. The man in black spoke with a hint of surprise, generously praising, truly worthy of being a top combat genius. However, before he finished speaking, his expression quickly returned to coldness. But next time, you won't be so lucky. As he spoke, a Flying Thunder God mark silently appeared behind Feng Tian, and then the man in black vanished like a ghost. Just as Feng Tian's heart tightened, the man in black had already appeared behind him. What? Feng Tian was taken aback. This is the Flying Thunder God Technique. Impossible. How could you use it to? Shock was written all over Feng Tian's face. At the moment the man in black appeared, Feng Tian felt a chill run down his back. He suddenly turned around and saw the man in black twisting space at a strange angle, firmly locking him in place through the fate shackles. Next reincarnation, keep trying. The man in black's lips curled up, his fist enveloped in a force of annihilation, smashing towards the completely defenseless Feng Tian. A glimmer of despair flashed in Feng Tian's eyes. He never expected that the Flying Thunder God Technique he took pride in would be so easily mastered and utilized by the opponent, pushing him into a desperate situation. At this life-and-death moment, the power within him seemed to sense the crisis of its master, starting to boil uncontrollably, trying to find a glimmer of life. However, it was all too late. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the force of annihilation violently collided with Feng Tian's body, and in an instant, dazzling light erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. This power was so domineering that the space it touched could not withstand it, beginning to shatter, gradually forming a massive black hole, like a hungry beast, frantically devouring everything around it. When the blinding light gradually dissipated, the black hole slowly closed, as if it had never existed. And in its place, there was only an empty void, as if Feng Tian had never appeared here, everything returning to silence. The man in black stood quietly, his gaze deep, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial farce. Is this over? Cheng Yun, who had witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but ask as the black hole disappeared, her face full of confusion. No, this has just begun. The man in black shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. That guy is a master of causal power. It's not that easy to defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, a subtle ripple suddenly appeared in the originally empty void. This ripple quickly spread, as if something was struggling to break free from the abyss of nothingness, about to reappear in the world. HM? The black-clad man's brows furrowed slightly. He keenly sensed this unusual aura, and a hint of vigilance surged in his heart. At that moment, a gigantic hand suddenly reached out from the void, entwined with an unbreakable force of causality, shimmering with an eerie light, as if possessing the power to reverse the universe. Cheng Yin was stunned. She never expected that after the earth-shattering strike from the black-clad man, Feng Tian could still retain such astonishing counterattack power, which completely exceeded her expectations. The enormous hand quickly condensed in the air, becoming solid, with the swirling force of causality writhing like a living creature, intertwining into a complex web of causality that tightly bound the black-clad man within it. You have successfully provoked me. Accompanied by a deep and furious roar, Feng Tian slowly stepped out from the crack in the void, surrounded by the force of causality, as if draped in a mysterious cloak, his eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent. To be able to simultaneously wield the powers of causality, annihilation, and the flying thunder god technique, Feng Tian spoke coldly, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. I think, apart from me, there probably isn't a second person in this world. After finishing his words, Feng Tian's expression became extremely serious as he stared deeply at the mysterious black-clad man before him, his eyes shimmering with complex light. After this long and intense battle, Feng Tian had already faintly guessed the true identity of the black-clad man. However, this guess was too shocking and too difficult for him to accept, to the point that he had dared not believe it easily. Even at this final moment, his heart was still struggling, unwilling to face that incredible fact. As Feng Tian's words slowly fell, the black-clad man actually applauded appreciatively, the applause crisp and powerful. Immediately after, he gently shook his body, and the force of causality that had tightly bound him seemed to encounter a nemesis, instantly scattering apart. Then, he stepped forward leisurely, casually removing his hood to reveal the face hidden beneath. In the next moment, a face strikingly similar to Feng Tian's appeared before everyone, as if it were a reflection in a mirror, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. No wonder it's me. You guessed right. I am you. You are me. Chapter 169. Physical qualities looking at the man before him who was like a mirror image. Feng Tian's face instantly filled with astonishment and confusion, although he had secretly speculated and prepared himself mentally. When he truly saw the black-clad man remove his hood to reveal a face identical to his own, he had to admit that he was still thrown off balance, his heart involuntarily racing. Surprised, aren't you? The black-clad Feng Tian gently spread his hands, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to both understand and be relieved by Feng Tian's reaction. You are me, and I am you. It's just that we come from entirely different timelines. After saying this, the black-clad Feng Tian naturally turned his gaze to Cheng Yun, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. Cheng Yun, it really was you who did this? Feng Tian's eyes widened in anger, his voice filled with questioning fury. What on earth is going on with this guy who looks exactly like me? He angrily pointed at the figure in black, his tone filled with confusion and rage. However, Cheng Yun wore a relaxed expression, a hint of playful smile at the corner of her mouth, as if everything was under her control. After a moment, she finally spoke slowly, her voice carrying a distant quality. I have mentioned before that we have fought countless cycles between us. Her gaze became profound, as if transcending time and space. Yet, in this endless cycle, There have been a few times when we coexisted peacefully. Do you think this statement is reasonable? After saying this, she slightly raised an eyebrow, waiting for Feng Tian's response, her eyes filled with anticipation. Listening to Qing Yun's words, Feng Tian furrowed his brows, complex emotions surging within him. He tried to understand it all, but the chaotic thoughts in his mind made him feel dizzy. Soon, he shook his head, deciding not to think too much. The most important thing right now was how to deal with the two people in front of him. Since this was another version of himself from a different time and space, he had to figure out how many tailed beast powers he currently possessed. Also, what abilities did he gain each time he captured a tailed beast? Feng Tian pondered quietly, his gaze fixed intently on the black-clad Feng Tian in front of him. He had just used the Flying Thunder God technique and the power of annihilation. From the current situation, this version of me had at least mastered the powers of 5 or more tailed beasts, perhaps even more. Feng Tian's analysis made the atmosphere suddenly tense. The black-clad Feng Tian curled his lips into a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by Feng Tian's speculation. Your insight is indeed extraordinary. That's right. I have successfully mastered the powers of multiple tailed beasts. The voice of the black-clad Feng Tian was calm and deep, revealing an undeniable confidence. Moreover, regarding your abilities, Qing Yun has already elaborated on them to me in detail before I arrived. All I can say is, he gently shook his head, a trace of disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You have no chance of winning in this duel. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression instantly became more serious, his brows tightly furrowed, as if facing an insurmountable chasm. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging, as the anger and resentment within him surged wildly. Thus, Feng Tian slowly eased his fighting stance, his voice returning to calm as he asked, You are me. But why have you chosen to give up the path back to your own world? His eyes were filled with confusion and misunderstanding. You should know that this is not the world I originally belonged to. He shook his head gently, a hint of helplessness towards reality reflected in his eyes. Could it be that you have completely assimilated into this fictional world of Naruto and lost yourself? Feng Tian's words carried a touch of heartbreak as he stared intently at the man in black, trying to find answers in his gaze. At that moment, the eyes of the man in black became complex and profound. He slightly lowered his head, seemingly reminiscing about those distant past moments that once stirred his heart and made him struggle. You are right, this world is indeed not my original world. But for me, it is no longer fictional. I have experienced countless battles here and witnessed countless joys and sorrows. It has become an indispensable part of my life. As for the way home, the man in black raised his gaze towards the distance, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Perhaps I no longer have the right to go back. I have traversed through different timelines, each time trying to change my fate, but every time I fall into a deeper vortex, I've started to doubt whether there truly is a home waiting for me. Even more so, who am I? Listening to the man in black's confession, Feng Tian felt an unprecedented shock and sympathy surging within him. He seemed to see a version of himself struggling in a different time and space, lost and directionless. That sense of loneliness and confusion resonated with him. It turned out that you were the same, unable to know your own name, and even uncertain about the reality of your existence. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, originally wanting to rely on the black-clothed Feng Tian before him to find out his own name. Now it seemed that the other party also didn't know their own name. There was no need for more nonsense. Your current reincarnation time is too short to truly unleash the power of causality. I am different from you. I have existed in that time and space for a very long time. In terms of controlling the power of causality, you're simply not my opponent. The black-clothed Feng Tian confidently spoke. Hearing this, Feng Tian's expression grew even darker. Judging from the fate-locking technique the other party had just used, he indeed seemed to be inferior. But so what? Currently, he possessed many abilities, and in a real fight, he might not necessarily fear the other party. Do you think you can win against me? Feng Tian retorted defiantly, and then he used the power of causality to erase the Flying Thunder God mark on his back. I've used this move too many times. It won't have a second effect on me. However, just as Feng Tian's words had not yet fully dissipated in the air, the black-clothed Feng Tian slowly made a surprising move. He took off his tight black outfit, revealing the robust and powerful muscles underneath. I guess you, due to your physical condition, cannot fully bear the immense power of the 8 gates of Duanjia, so you now regret choosing it in the first place, feeling that you wasted a precious opportunity, right? The voice of the black-clad Feng Tian carried a hint of mockery. as if he were enjoying the changing expression on Feng Tian's face. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression instantly darkened as if he could wring water from it, and a flash of pain and unwillingness crossed his eyes. The black-clad Feng Tian was right. He indeed could not bring the 8 gates of Duanjia to its full potential due to his physical limitations, and this had always been a hurdle in his heart, an insurmountable obstacle. However, the black-clad Feng Tian standing opposite him was completely different. I have lived for too long. So long that I myself am unclear about the terrifying state my physical condition has reached. There was a hint of indescribable pride and confidence in his voice. The next moment, the body of the man in black, Feng Tian, began to be enveloped by a layer of faint red steam, a sign that the 8th gate of Duanjia, the death gate, was about to be opened. His muscles seemed to be awakened at that moment, bursting forth with an unprecedented sense of power. Watch closely. The correct use of the 8 gates of Duanjia should be like this. Chapter 170. Night Kai. With a thunderous shout from the black-clad Feng Tian, his figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling red lightning bolt, shooting towards Feng Tian like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, leaving people dumbfounded. What incredible speed! The moment the black-clad Feng Tian's figure disappeared, Feng Tian's heart tightened, as if countless alarm bells were ringing. The speed of the black-clad Feng Tian was so fast that even his reincarnation eye and eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan could not perceive his movements. The first punch, accompanied by the low voice of the black-clad Feng Tian, his figure instantly appeared before Feng Tian. The next moment, a fist wrapped in the power of annihilation descended like a meteorite, carrying an irresistible aura of destruction, crashing heavily into Feng Tian's chest. Feng Tian's heart shuddered, but he did not retreat as power surged within him, and a rich causal power surrounded him. Buzz! At that moment, the space seemed to be torn apart, and Feng Tian's body shifted at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the earth-shattering punch by a hair's breadth. The fist's wind brushed past the edge of his clothing, creating a violent airflow that shattered everything around. The second punch, can you take it again? The voice of the black-clad Feng Tian was as cold as ice. Before the words fell, his figure blurred again, like a ghost, attacking Feng Tian from another incredible angle. This time, his speed was even faster, to the point that Feng Tian could not react at all. Bang! The black-clad Feng Tian's fist ultimately landed on Feng Tian's back. Although Feng Tian had exerted all his strength, mobilizing the causal power within to build a solid defense, that domineering and unparalleled power of annihilation still penetrated his shield like an all-pervasive ghost, suddenly exploding within him. Feng Tian only felt a heart-wrenching pain sweep over him instantly, as if he were a meteor suffering a heavy blow, ruthlessly smashed towards the distant ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cough! Feng Tian landed, dust scattering everywhere. Struggling to get up, with a bright red blood already oozing from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper. However, this was far from over. Before Feng Tian could catch his breath, the black-clad Feng Tian's figure appeared before him once again, eerily like a ghost, accompanied by the appearance of the black-clad Feng Tian. An even more rapid speed and a more violent power surged forth, as if it intended to devour the entire world. The third punch. The voice of the black-clad Feng Tian was like the pronouncement of death, cold and merciless. His figure arrived almost simultaneously with his voice. This time, his fist was no longer just a simple attack, but contained an indescribable power of rules, as if it aimed to erase Feng Tian from the very roots of existence. A sense of unprecedented crisis surged in Feng Tian's heart. He knew very well that if he could not withstand this punch, he might face irretrievable doom. He gritted his teeth, and all the power within him seemed to ignite. The eyes with the Rinnegan and the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shone brightly, trying to capture the figure of the black-clad Feng Tian, which seemed to merge with space. Causality reversal. Feng Tian shouted loudly, and the power of causality surrounding him suddenly erupted, forming a countercurrent that attempted to reverse the attack of the black-clad Feng Tian back into his body. However, the power of the black-clad Feng Tian was too strong. This countercurrent only slightly slowed his assault but failed to completely stop it. Boom! The third punch, like fate, inevitably landed on Feng Tian's chest. This time, although Feng Tian was not knocked away, his body felt as if it had been struck by a mountain weighing 10,000 pounds, and his entire chest was deeply caved in. Accompanied by a violent cough, blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. He could clearly feel his vitality rapidly fading away, like sand in an hourglass. each moment mercilessly approaching the edge of death. Create rebirth. A low roar echoed in the depths of his heart, and a rich, almost materialized breath of life suddenly erupted from within him, like the vigorous green of spring, continuously repairing his severely injured body. At the same time, the power of causality surrounding him began to exhibit miraculous effects, transforming into warm and mysterious forces that slowly seeped into his wounds, healing his shocking injuries. Oh, you've drawn the technique of creation and rebirth. It seems your resilience is stronger than I imagined. The black-clad Feng Tian's lips curled slightly as he watched the Feng Tian across from him continuously heal himself with creation and rebirth and the power of causality. A trace of disdain flashing deep in his eyes. But this is still far from enough. The words of the black-clad Feng Tian carried an undeniable dominance as his figure flickered again, seemingly breaking through the constraints of space, instantly appearing above Feng Tian. With his hands quickly forming seals, the black-clad Feng Tian shouted, "Annihilation Domain." As his cold words fell, a bizarre domain exuding a strong aura of destruction rapidly expanded around him, like an invisible giant net, firmly enveloping Feng Tian within it. Within this domain, it seemed as if even heaven and earth had been stripped of vitality, and all life forces appeared so fragile, utterly vulnerable. Even space seemed on the verge of collapse under this destructive power, as if it could collapse at any moment. Feng Tian only felt the air around him becoming unusually heavy, as if tons of boulders were pressing down on his chest, making it extraordinarily difficult for him to breathe. Each inhalation feeling like a desperate struggle against death. He knew well that if he did not break through this domain in time, he would gradually exhaust his vitality within it. The power of causality break the boundary. With a loud shout, the power of causality within him seemed to ignite instantly, boiling over and transforming into a surging shockwave, charging towards the surrounding obliteration domain that tightly bound him with the momentum to break through all laws. The two forces suddenly collided in mid-air, like natural enemies of fire and water, erupting into a deafening roar, akin to thunder exploding in one's ears, shaking the very soul. He could only feel that his strength was struggling against an endless darkness, with each step forward being exceptionally difficult. The man in black did not feel any surprise at this. After all, the power of causality was a versatile existence. If used properly by the wielder, it could handle any situation. It seems you are indeed incredibly tenacious. The cold words of the man in black slowly fell, and then red steam erupted all over his body. The game is about to end. With that, he pushed the 8 gates of Duinjia to the extreme, and, at the same time, to be on the safe side, he wrapped his heart with the power of causality to prevent the backlash from the 8 gates of Duinjia Deathgate from threatening his safety. In the next moment, the figure of the man in black seemed to transform into a meteor burning with blazing red flames, cutting through the sky at an extraordinary speed, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, rushing straight towards him. His eyes sparkled with a resolute and mad light, an unwavering determination that seemed to want to completely destroy all obstacles in the world, turning them to ashes. Night Kai, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the black-clothed Feng Tian, his entire body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, as radiant as the sun. This was the terrifying power released by the ultimate secret of the 8 gates of Duinjia, capable of distorting space and shaking the entire world. As if even time trembled under this force, Feng Tian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge like a tide. He exerted all his strength to mobilize the causal power within him and the technique of creation and regeneration, trying to withstand this fatal blow. However, facing the almost inhuman power of the black-clothed Feng Tian, his defenses seemed weak and fragile. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens and earth changed color. The night Kai of the black-clothed Feng Tian, like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, with destructive power, crashed heavily onto Feng Tian's body. At that moment, it felt as if even the air was torn apart by this force, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Feng Tian's body was instantly pierced by this irresistible power, leaving a shocking gaping hole. Chapter 171. Seeking help, the fist of the black-clothed Feng Tian pierced through Feng Tian's body like the dawnlight. But unexpectedly, there was not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his brow furrowed tightly. Divine might, right? The black-clothed Feng Tian spoke coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable confidence. However, the response he received was not Feng Tian's words, but the faint aura of divine might that quietly spread in Feng Tian's eyes, swirling like a thin mist. Immediately, the surrounding scenery began to distort, as if space itself became unstable under the influence of this power. A powerful and strange suction force followed, like an invisible black hole, attempting to completely swallow the black-clothed Feng Tian and pull him into the unknown divine might space. Oomph. The black-clothed Feng Tian snorted coldly, and under the enhancement of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his figure quickly disappeared, escaping the fate of being pulled into the divine might space. What a pity. It was just a little bit short. Feng Tian spoke with a sense of regret. He had almost managed to pull the black-clothed Feng Tian into his divine might space. A pity? You seem overly confident in your abilities. The black-clothed Feng Tian looked at Feng Tian coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Since the battle began, you have used Flying Thunder God. Creation and regeneration, divine might. In the previous battle invading Konoha, you used Sage Art, would release, True Thousand Hands. Plus, you have the 8 gates of Duanjia that you have not been able to utilize. And within this shield, I keenly captured the unique Nine-Tails chakra aura of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, which led me to conclude that you also master the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. So, by this count, you have already exposed 6 powerful abilities. And from your ocular power, I sense that the tailed beast chakra you collected has covered the power of at least 7 tailed beasts. Now, I'm only curious about what your last hidden ability is. Is it the key that can turn the tide in your desperate situation? The corners of the black-clothed Feng Tian's mouth curled into a confident smile, his eyes filled with a desire and expectation for Feng Tian's final secret. His words are not wrong. He has indeed absorbed the powers of 7-tailed beasts. The 7 tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, is currently in his Kamui space, and Shursui is also within the newly formed shield, leaving behind a clone to extract the Nine-Tails chakra for himself. However, there is a huge flaw. He hasn't even had the chance to choose the 7th skill, something that Hai Feng Tian does not know. Furthermore, his ability to merge all powers, the unity of powers, has yet to be revealed. The unity of powers is a unique and powerful skill that Feng Tian mastered after absorbing the powers of 6-tailed beasts, accompanied by the evolution of a single Rinnegan. The existence of this skill is key to his confrontation against Hai Feng Tian, and the Hai Feng Tian before him has clearly not awakened the Rinnegan, which means he knows nothing about the unity of powers and cannot even begin to guard against it. Feng Tian quickly calculated in his mind. He understood that to defeat Hai Feng Tian, he must fully exploit the latter's wariness of his unknown abilities and, at the most critical moment, maximize the effect of the unity of powers. Feng Tian secretly devised a strategy in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor, even revealing a faint smile. He slowly spoke, his voice laced with a hint of playfulness. Indeed, the one who knows me best is ultimately myself. You are right. I have indeed mastered 7 skills. At this point, Feng Tian deliberately paused, his gaze deep as he looked at Hai Feng Tian, as if savoring the confusion and curiosity on the other's face. However, one thing you're mistaken about is that you will never know what this last skill truly is. Feng Tian's words carried an inexplicable confidence and mystery, causing Hai Feng Tian to furrow his brows, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. Feng Tian's words successfully heightened his vigilance to the extreme. He currently only possessed the powers of 5-tailed beasts, relying on his profound understanding and skilled application of causal power, along with his superhuman physical qualities. Hai Feng Tian had been holding the upper hand in the fierce battle against Feng Tian. However, at this critical moment, an ominous premonition surged within Hai Feng Tian. Although the immense power brought by the 8 gates of Duanjia, Death Gate, made him even stronger, this power did not come without a cost. He could clearly feel that the backlash after the opening of the Death Gate was quietly approaching, and that terrifying power seemed about to go out of control. The figure in black, Feng Tian, knew that he had to quickly eliminate the Feng Tian before this backlash completely erupted. Otherwise, once the backlash from the Death Gate fully broke out, he would not only be unable to defeat Feng Tian, but he might even struggle to save his own life. Making a show of mystery, the figure in black, Feng Tian, coldly snorted in disdain, his form like a wild horse breaking free, suddenly erupting again, like a red lightning bolt tearing through the sky, rushing towards Feng Tian with lightning speed. His fist was tightly clenched, and the muscles seemed ready to burst with the surge of power, carrying a fierce force like a raging storm. Attempting to crush Feng Tian with absolute strength, and break through his seemingly fragile defense. Upon seeing this, Feng Tian's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. He did not choose to confront head-on. Instead, he flashed and used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear instantly behind the black-clad Feng Tian, simultaneously forming seals with his hands, preparing to unleash another unknown ninjutsu. Here it comes. The last skill. The black-clad Feng Tian reacted quickly, almost turning around as soon as Feng Tian disappeared, delivering a punch into the, relying on his powerful perception to capture Feng Tian's true body. Causality power, break for me. Feng Tian shouted softly, and suddenly a powerful wave of energy erupted around him, as if this force could distort space and repel everything around him. The black-clad Feng Tian felt an unprecedented powerful force rushing towards him, like raging waves crashing against the shore, catching him off guard. This force brought an indescribable sense of oppression that he could not resist, pushing his body involuntarily away, as if an invisible giant hand had flipped him over. After rolling in the air several times, the black-clad Feng Tian managed to stabilize his form, thanks to his incredible physical condition and combat experience. However, as soon as he steadied himself, he suddenly sensed a drastic change in his physical condition. A terrifying backlash force erupted from within his body, like a hidden beast breaking free from its restraints, rampaging through him without restraint. This backlash force carried a destructive power, causing his strength to rapidly diminish at an astonishing speed, as if it were being mercilessly devoured. The black-clad Feng Tian's face instantly turned pale. He could clearly feel the loss of power within him and the pain brought by the backlash force. "Chengyun, hurry!" The black-clad Feng Tian shouted angrily, his voice filled with undeniable urgency and command. He is deeply aware that his current situation has become extremely critical, and he must rely on Chengyun's power to have a glimmer of hope. "Give me a flashback." His roar echoed through the air, as if it were about to tear apart the heavens and the earth. The originally relaxed Chengyun, who was watching the battle leisurely, was instantly startled awake by this furious roar. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and concern as she gazed at the black-clad Feng Tian. Golden threads formed by the power of time and space swiftly flowed from her fingertips, ready to spread towards the black-clad Feng Tian in the next moment. Seeking help? Feng Tian witnessed this scene and a cold smirk appeared on his lips, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. Who doesn't he have one? Immediately after, Feng Tian waved his hand, as if tearing a rift in the void. With his movement, 3 powerful ninjas, Scorpion, Kakazu, and Obito, who had been hidden in his subspace, stepped out from the void, shattering it and instantly appearing on the battlefield. Why are there 2 Feng Tian? As soon as Obito appeared, he keenly sensed the unusual situation on the field, his gaze darting between the black-clad Feng Tian and the real Feng Tian, a look of confusion on his face. Which of you is real and which is fake? Obito couldn't help but ask, his voice carrying a hint of vigilance, clearly surprised by this sudden change. Are you an idiot? When have you ever seen Feng Tian go shirtless? Scorpion coldly responded to Feng Tian, considering Obito's intelligence to be quite concerning. You 3, do everything you can to stop Chengyun, at all costs. Prevent her from using the power of time and space. Chapter 172. Very much like your father with Feng Tian's words, Scorpion, Kakazu, and Obito charged towards Chengyun like 3 bolts of black lightning. Chengyun's expression tightened, and a displeased curve appeared at the corner of her mouth as she quickly deployed her technique. A golden light instantly spread out,
forming an indestructible shield that firmly repelled the 3's fierce attacks. I'm out of options. It's up to you now.
Chengyun spread her hands helplessly inside the golden shield formed by her technique and spoke to the black-clad Feng Tian. Indeed, she had no choice. The power of time and space within her was nearly depleted, and even maintaining her technique was exceptionally strenuous at this moment. I knew you couldn't be relied upon. Woman. The black-clad Feng Tian snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. He then took a deep breath, a rich power of causality swirling within him, forming mysterious patterns around his body to fully suppress the violent backlash from the 8th gate of death. Fortunately, the black-clad Feng Tian's skill in manipulating the power of causality was exceptionally high, allowing him to temporarily suppress the backlash successfully. Oh, you can actually forcefully suppress the backlash from the 8th gate of death. Feng Tian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I must say, you really do have some ability. Feng Tian's words carried a touch of mockery, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He scanned the black-clad Chengyun in front of him, secretly evaluating that, in the short term, this guy indeed posed no significant threat to him. From a long-term perspective, completely eliminating Qingyun, whose power of time and space was nearly depleted, was the wisest choice. Feng Tian quickly calculated in his mind, and with a determined idea. His figure suddenly flickered, like a ghost, using the flying thunder god technique to instantly appear outside Qingyun's golden shield. Qingyun, your power of time and space is almost exhausted. I want to see how much longer you can hold on. Feng Tian said coldly, his tone filled with disdain and provocation. His right hand slowly rose, and a powerful and strange force began to coalesce in his palm, as if it were going to swallow everything around it. Immediately, Feng Tian's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he activated the unity of all forces. That power, under his control, surged like a violent torrent, violently crashing toward Qingyun's stasis shield, determined to forcibly break through this barrier. Qingyun's expression changed slightly at this sight. She truly did not expect Feng Tian to suddenly attack at this moment, and, judging by his demeanor, he was clearly prepared to shatter her stasis like last time. Damn it! Qingyun cursed inwardly, her brows furrowing tightly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and decided to go all out. Suddenly, Qingyun withdrew the temporal power she was using to maintain the stasis, her form becoming illusory in an instant, as if she had merged into the space around her. The next second, her figure had vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Feng Tian. She conjured a temporal blade shimmering with a cold light in her hand and struck fiercely at Feng Tian's back with lightning speed. However, Feng Tian seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, sidestepping to avoid Qingyun's attack. Do you think this will hurt me? Feng Tian sneered coldly, his figure unhalted as he continued to close in on Qingyun. Qingyun's heart sank. She did not expect Feng Tian's attacks to be so swift and powerful. Her figure flickered again, attempting to use her ability to traverse time and space to maneuver around Feng Tian, but he seemed to have seen through her intentions, accurately predicting her movement trajectory with each attack. You can't escape, Qingyun. Feng Tian's voice was like the whisper of death, echoing in Qingyun's ears. With each attack drawing closer, Qingyun could feel the destructive power compressing her very existence. Meanwhile, Scorpion, Jiaodu, and Abido surrounded her with Feng Tian, preventing her from breaking free. Qingyun! Feng Tian growled, and suddenly, the energy in his hands erupted into a dazzling light, targeting Qingyun's vital points. Qingyun's heart sank. She knew that if she took this hit head-on, her chances of survival would be slim. Yet, at this moment of life and death, there was no fear in her eyes, only a burning fighting spirit. You want me dead? Not so easy, Qingyun shouted in anger, her eyes blazing with determination, as the power within her seemed ignited by her indomitable will, bursting forth in unprecedented brilliance. Following this, countless golden threads, formed from the power of time and space, surged from her body, shimmering brightly like agile snakes, extending and twisting through the air at incredible speed. In an instant, these golden threads collided violently with the energy released by Feng Tian, producing a deafening roar that seemed to tear the very fabric of space apart. Boom! The immense energy shock made the surrounding air tremble, and the energy waves from the collision of Feng Tian's attack and Qingyun's golden threads forced Scorpion, Jiaodu, and Abido to temporarily retreat to avoid this destructive force. Useless, Qingyun. You cannot stop me. Feng Tian crossed his arms, looking down at Qingyun, who was desperately resisting, his tone laced with disdain. However, Qingyun remained silent, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as the last remnants of her time-space power were quickly being drained. She gritted her teeth and fought with all her might, but it did not change the outcome. She could only watch helplessly as the destructive energy slowly approached her. Is this it? Am I really going to lose? Dad is so unreliable. Didn't he say the power of time and space is unbeatable? How can I be defeated so easily? A trace of unwillingness flashed in Qingyun's heart, but she did not give up. However, the approaching destructive energy left her no time to think further. Just then, at the critical moment, a tall and robust figure appeared before Qingyun like a divine warrior, descending from the heavens, unhesitatingly blocking the terrifying energy meant to obliterate her. Dad? Qingyun's heart jolted. The sense of security that figure brought her was so familiar that for a brief moment, it overlapped perfectly with her father's image in her memory, prompting her to involuntarily call out that title. But as she focused her gaze, she realized that the one blocking the destructive energy was not her father, but the black-clad Feng Tian. At that moment, Qingyun's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. "Do I look like your dad?" Feng Tian, drenched in destructive energy, smirked playfully, seemingly in the mood to joke with Qingyun despite the dire situation. Qingyun stared in astonishment at the black-clad Feng Tian. His figure appeared particularly steadfast and calm amidst the impact of the destructive energy. At that moment, he seemed to truly embody the invincible father figure in her heart, the one who could shield her from the storm. This sudden illusion stirred a complex emotion within Qingyun. "Why are you doing this?" Qingyun's voice was filled with confusion and shock. She did not understand why Feng Tian would suddenly step in to save her. Feng Tian's lips curled into a complex smile, a mix of helplessness and relief. I don't even know why. Perhaps it's because we're just pawns in this vast game. Sometimes, pawns want to resist the player. As his words fell, the surrounding destructive energy continued to obliterate everything, gradually burying Feng Tian's body. In the distance, the real Feng Tian looked on in shock at the unfolding scene, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that the one in black, Feng Tian, would step forward at this critical moment to block that devastating blow for Qingyun. As time passed, the destructive energy gradually dissipated, and Feng Tian's figure slowly became visible. At this moment, he was no longer the spirited person he once was. His body was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, and he looked utterly disheveled, as if he had just survived a brutal disaster. He slowly raised his head to look at Feng Tian, who was floating in midair with arms crossed. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth slightly curled upward as he spoke in a deep voice. "Do you think I'm already beyond saving? Watch closely. Let me teach you what it means to be the god of causality." Chapter 173. Light beam, what do you mean? Feng Tian hovered in the void, his gaze calm and unruffled as he stared down at the black-clad Feng Tian. Although there seemed to be no ripple on his face, his heart was a tempest churning violently. He was well aware that beneath this seemingly calm exterior lay a fierce and tumultuous struggle. This time around, his schedule was too rushed, and his exploration and application of the mysterious and unpredictable power of causality were far from comparable to that of the black-clad Feng Tian, who had endured countless years and lived for a long time. Guess what? Before the words were finished, the black-clad Feng Tian finally stopped hiding, and a vast and boundless power of causality suddenly erupted from his entire being. The strength of that power seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, causing Feng Tian, who was standing nearby, to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure as his heart sank. Causality, reversal, reverse. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the black-clad Feng Tian. Under the influence of that power of causality, the previously shocking scars on his body miraculously vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. What? In that split second, Feng Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale instantly. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he discovered that he didn't know when many hideous scars had inexplicably appeared on his body. Those scars cut into his skin like sharp blades, and the intense pain surged over him like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. These scars were identical to the ones he had seen on the black-clad Feng Tian, as if those injuries had been instantaneously transferred to him under the influence of some mysterious force. What was going on? Feng Tian's face turned pale, and his heart was shaken beyond measure. He never expected that the black-clad Feng Tian had mastered such a bizarre and powerful way of utilizing causal power. Floating in midair, black-clad Feng Tian wore a cold smile, filled with confidence in his power and mockery of Feng Tian's predicament. Neither the mysterious immortal arts nor the strange ninja techniques could compare to the supreme power of the laws. And causal power, as one of the most mysterious and formidable laws, transcends all things, overlooking the vicissitudes of the world. Now, my understanding of causal power is infinitely close to the origin of that supreme law. I really can't think of what you can use to contend with me. Listening to the mockery of black-clad Feng Tian's face turned increasingly pale, but in his eyes burned an indomitable flame. His scars are continuously healing, and under the effect of regeneration, as long as the injuries are not fatal, they can reverse the situation. Feng Tian gritted his teeth against the turbulent qi and blood within him, his voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, yet carrying an undeniable determination. The power of cause and effect is indeed unparalleled, but in the end, it is merely a drop of water in the vast ocean of laws. A true strong person should be one who dares to swim upstream against the current of laws. ultimately transcending above it, rather than being firmly bound by it and becoming a puppet at its mercy. The black-clothed Feng Tian smirked at these words, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery towards Feng Tian's rebuttal, clearly not taking the statement to heart. Transcending the laws? How ridiculous! Throughout history, how many strong individuals have tried to transcend, only to turn to dust in the end? I, are no exception. Really? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth, a smile that contained both mockery of the unknown. I believe you're curious about the abilities I have awakened, since you have not awakened the reincarnation eye, right? Upon hearing this, the expression of the black-clothed Feng Tian suddenly became extremely serious. Feng Tian was right. He currently only possessed the power of five-tailed beasts, and his eyes had not yet evolved into the reincarnation eye state. So naturally, he could not know the special and powerful abilities that come with awakening the reincarnation eye. This became an inescapable regret in his heart, like a heavy stone pressing down on him, making it hard for him to let go. What do you want to say? The black-clothed Feng Tian still maintained his calm on the surface, but deep inside, he was stirred by Feng Tian's words, his emotions unconsciously affected. What I want to say is that if you have not personally experienced that supreme realm, you will never truly appreciate the vastness of this world. Feng Tian's voice revealed an indescribable sense of desolation and profundity. And now, his words were filled with boundless confidence and determination. I will use this newly awakened power to completely erase you from this world. At this moment, under the influence of the miraculous ability of creation and rebirth, Feng Tian's body was nearly healed, radiating vitality from head to toe. His eyes flickered with a cold light, as if he could kill the man in black before him at any moment, and that powerful aura sent chills down one's spine. A hint of barely noticeable panic flashed in the eyes of the man in black, but it was quickly concealed. Anyone can talk big. The key is whether you have the ability to back it up. Feng Tian smiled slightly, not answering directly, but instead closed his eyes. Within him, an unprecedented power was quietly awakening. This power was different from any he had previously mastered. It seemed to contain some mystery that transcended the laws. As Feng Tian's breathing gradually stabilized, a faint glow began to emanate from his body. The glow contained an indescribable charm, as if it could perceive the essence of all things in the world. The forces of causality, the power of annihilation, the power of the end, and the new power he had gained from his last slaughter and the backlash of causality, all erupted violently behind him at this moment. The man in black furrowed his brows tightly. He could sense the unusualness of these four powers. This power made him feel a sense of threat, even an unprecedented fear. Just then, Feng Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if stars were flickering within them, revealing a light that could see through everything. All forces unite. Gather for me. Feng Tian roared, and the light around him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, dazzling and brilliant, under the pull of that mysterious power. For completely different energies seemed to find their home, wildly rushing toward Feng Tian's body, and eventually, under the effect of the unification of all forces, coalesced into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight into the sky. This beam contained terrifying power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, as if it could pierce through all obstacles in the world and completely destroy the enemy before him. Within that beam, Feng Tian's figure seemed to merge with heaven and earth, becoming an indelible existence. What? The man in black was horrified. He never expected Feng Tian could truly awaken such powerful abilities. In the face of this power, he felt as if he had become an ant, ready to be crushed into dust at any moment. However, just then, Feng Tian's voice echoed again. Man in black, do you know that everything in this world has its cycle of causality? The power of causality you possess is merely a small part of that cycle. Now, I am curious. Can your power of causality affect my power? After speaking, Feng Tian pointed with one hand, and a world-destroying beam of light rushed fiercely toward the man in black. The man in black's expression changed drastically. He quickly mobilized all his power of causality, trying to withstand this unprecedented, terrifying force. Causality barrier. The man in black shouted lowly, pushing both hands forward, and a barrier woven from countless complex, causal lines instantly took shape before him. The barrier flickered with a dark and mysterious light, as if it contained the laws of causality of all things in the world, capable of resisting all attacks. However, Feng Tian's attack was far from ordinary. Under the effect of a unification of all forces, The dazzling beam of light formed by the convergence of those four completely different energies violently struck the causality barrier. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through heaven and earth, as if even space were being torn apart by this power. The causality barrier began to show fine cracks under the violent impact of the beam, swiftly spreading as if it could collapse at any moment. Impossible! The man in black shouted in disbelief. He knew that his mastery over the power of causality was nearing perfection, but he never expected to encounter such a setback today. Feng Tian's gaze was calm and profound as he slowly spoke. What you rely on is merely a trivial and fragmented segment of the causal chain. As for me, I have crossed that threshold and touched a broader and deeper realm. As his words fell, the already overwhelming beam of light suddenly intensified again, like the wrath of a deity, unstoppable. Finally, with a crisp and decisive crack, the causality barrier completely collapsed and disintegrated, turning into countless specks of light, dissipating into the vast void as if it had never existed. Chapter 174. Letting go with the thunderous disappearance of the causality barrier. That beam of light containing destructive and terrifying energy was no longer obstructed, pouring down upon the man in black like a torrential storm. In that instant, the man in black felt an unprecedented sharp pain and despair surge over him like a tide, instantly enveloping his entire being. The energy within the beam seemed to possess the power to penetrate the soul, tearing apart every ounce of strength and will within him, as if it aimed to erase him completely from this world. The pain, the despair, made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He could only watch helplessly as his vitality slowly ebbed away under that terrifying power until it was extinguished. The man in black let out a piercing scream, and his body began to twist and contort under the impact of this power, with fine cracks appearing on his exposed skin, seeping blood. He struggled with all his might to resist, but all his efforts seemed so futile. This force far exceeded his understanding of the power of cause and effect, as if it were a punishment descending from another dimension, leaving him unable to fight back, only helplessly accepting the verdict of fate. In this moment of life and death, countless images flashed through the mind of the man in black. His former glory, the desire for power, and the entangled grudges with Qingyun. All of it became vague and distant in an instant. Am I really going to fall here? A strong sense of unwillingness surged within the heart of Hai Fengtian, and a decisive light flickered in his eyes, unwilling to give up so easily. At this critical moment of life and death, the causal power within him suddenly ignited, boiling and surging wildly. This power seemed to be stimulated by some unknown force, beginning to rage within him with an irresistible will. Driven by this mysterious force, Hai Fengtian's body unexpectedly began to reassemble in an extraordinary and unpredictable manner. The cracks caused by the attacks rapidly healed, and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. His vitality seemed to be reignited, engaging in a fierce struggle against the destructive force that was about to consume him. Just a dying struggle after all. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. Then he simply pointed lightly, as if sketching a complex pattern in the void. In the next moment, a more overwhelming and profound force of causality surged from his fingertips, transforming into an invisible yet binding chain. This chain swiftly entwined around the black-clad Feng Tian, who was struggling to reorganize, firmly binding him so that he could not move. Do you think this little trick can save you? Feng Tian's tone was filled with contempt. Today is your end. The chains tightly bound the black-clad Feng Tian, causing his reorganizing body to come to a halt once more, even beginning to tremble. The originally frantically surging force of causality seemed to be suppressed, unable to flow freely anymore. I'm sorry, Qingyun, the black-clad Feng Tian silently thought to himself, knowing that this time he would probably find it hard to escape. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Qingyun witnessed everything happening outside. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and helplessness. She wanted to rush out to help, but reality was exceptionally cruel. Scorpion, Kakazu, and Obito pressed down on her like three mountains, leaving her powerless, forced to shrink under the protection of the barrier. Watching helplessly as the black-clad Feng Tian fell in a crisis without being able to lend a hand. Damn it, get away from me, Qingyun shouted angrily. Instantly bursting forth with dazzling golden light, a powerful force erupting from her body, the golden light brilliant enough to illuminate the entire space. Scorpion, Kakazu, and Obito all looked on with alarm upon seeing this. They did not expect that in such a desperate situation, Qingyun could unleash such astonishing power. A futile effort. Obito snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, preparing to launch a more intense attack. However, Qingyun seemed oblivious to their movements. Her eyes fixed on the black-clad Fontian bound by chains, her heart filled with anxiety and determination. "Break for me," Qingyun shouted, and the surging power within her seemed to find an outlet at that moment, erupting like a volcanic explosion, instantly transforming into a dazzling golden beam of light. This beam, carrying an unmatched might, surged towards the black-clad Fontian, who was tightly wrapped in chains and unable to move. Under the illumination of the golden beam, the defenses of Scorpion, Kakazu, and Obito seemed to become fragile, instantly shattered by this torrent of power. The beam advanced with unstoppable momentum, destroying all obstacles in its path. When the golden beam collided with the invisible chains, a deafening roar erupted. The chains began to shatter inch by inch under the violent impact of the beam, ultimately turning to nothingness. What? Fontian was taken aback, not expecting Qingyun to be able to break his causal chains. At the moment the chains were broken, the black-clad Fontian seemed to find relief, as the power of causality within him surged wildly again, and his body reassembled at an incredible speed. "You!" The black-clad Fontian murmured softly, looking at Qingyun's face filled with anger, and a trace of warmth unexpectedly flashed in his heart. "Stop saying so much. I'll take you away." Qingyun's words were brief and powerful. She flashed to Fontian's side and grabbed his arm. "Want to leave? Not so easy." Fontian shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, ready to launch an attack to stop them. However, Qingyun seemed to have anticipated his actions. The golden light within her erupted again, forming a golden shield that firmly protected both her and black-clad Fontian. Fontian's attack struck the shield, only causing ripples of gold to rise, but could not penetrate it all. "Open for me," Qingyun roared, and the golden shield suddenly expanded, as if it intended to destroy everything. Under the impact of this force, Fontian involuntarily took a few steps back, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Qingyun was quick and decisive, seizing the opportunity to pull black-clad Fontian, while her other hand swiftly tore open a rift in space-time, preparing to escape with the severely injured and dying him from this dangerous battlefield. Her heart was filled with urgency, and every movement seemed so swift and resolute. No need. However, just as the two were about to step into the space-time rift, black-clad Fontian suddenly spoke, his voice weak but with an undeniable tone. Immediately afterward, a sudden and powerful impact struck, forcefully pushing Qingyun into the space-time rift. "No, I want to take you away." In the distortion and chaos of the space-time rift, Qingyun's cries echoed, filled with anxiety and reluctance. She exerted all her strength to try to grab black-clad Fontian, but that mysterious force pulled her and Fontian further apart. Black-clad Fontian gently shook his head, then exhausted all his causal power to close the space-time rift and sever the causality, preventing Fontian from being tracked. The space-time rift suddenly closed, harshly cutting off Qingyun's cries from the outside, leaving black-clad Fontian alone in place, surrounded by faint ripples of causal power, looking particularly lonely. He looked up at the already calm void, his eyes devoid of fear, only filled with deep relief and determination. He knew that the entanglement of cause and effect in his life had come to the time for resolution. "Qingyun, thank you, but this is my fate." Hey, Fontian whispered to himself, his voice soft, yet it seemed to transcend time and space, reaching the ears of Qingyun in the distance. On the other side, Qingyun, who was suddenly pushed into the time-space crack, staggered a few steps before steadying herself, looking at the gradually blurring space before her. A sense of unprecedented helplessness surged in her heart. She understood that Fontian had made a choice she could not interfere with. Why do this? Qingyun murmured to herself, her eyes red and filled with unwillingness and anger. But in this chaotic time and space, her voice seemed so small, unable to penetrate that barrier that isolated everything. The time-space crack gradually healed, and Qingyun's figure also disappeared into the void. When she reappeared, it was in another space far from the battlefield, surrounded by desolation, without any breath of life. Qingyun fell to her knees, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep in her palms, blood dripping down her fingers. Her heart was filled with pain and guilt. She felt that as Fontian's friend, He had come to this time and space because of her, and she had the obligation to protect his safety. Feng Tian, you must hold on. I will find a way to save you. Cheng Yun vowed softly, her voice firm and powerful, as if encouraging herself. However, reality is often more cruel than imagined. At the moment Feng Tian closed the time-space crack, he had already exhausted all his causal power. His body began to rapidly decay, and his soul gradually became blurred. Perhaps this is my ending. Feng Tian smiled faintly, his smile carrying a hint of relief and acceptance. He knows that he has experienced too much in his life, too many entanglements, and now it is time to let go. Chapter 175. On the Moon. The battlefield of Yunin Village. Feng Tian gazes at the black-clothed Feng Tian, who is gradually dissipating into golden light, his heart feeling extremely complicated. This feeling of killing his former self may only be understood by him in this moment. I have personally buried my past self. Feng Tian murmurs softly, then falls silent. At this moment, Obito walks towards him, noticing Feng Tian's unusual demeanor, and speaks to comfort him. Everything should come to an end, Feng Tian. Feng Tian slowly turns his head. Just as he is about to speak, he sees Shui stepping out from the shield of causal power. Feng Tian's brows relax, and just as he intends to ask, he sees Shui gently raising his hand, holding a dazzling red nine-tails chakra. That chakra flickers like a dancing flame, radiating a hot and powerful aura. Clearly, the extraction progress of the tailed beast chakra is exceptionally smooth, far exceeding Feng Tian's expectations. Feng Tian takes the nine-tails chakra, calming his mood. All obstacles have been removed, and Qingyun cannot trouble him for a short time. Now is the best time to carry out the Moon Eye plan. Obito watches as Feng Tian takes the nine-tails chakra from Shisui's hand, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He turned to Shizue, nodded, and then focused his attention back on Feng Tian. Shizue stood silently beside him, his expression calm and profound, as if everything was within his expectations. Feng Tian tightly grasped the ball of nine-tails chakra, feeling the immense power contained within it. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale all his hesitation and unease, then completely digest them. Let's go. Feng Tian's words were short and powerful, with a wave of his large hand. It seemed as if he tore apart the constraints of the void, and a great spatial door suddenly appeared before him. The door emitted a mysterious glow, as if it were a passage to another world. Without hesitation, Feng Tian stepped forward and directly entered the spatial door. His figure instantly disappeared behind the door, as if swallowed by an invisible force. Seeing this, the others also began to act. Obito and Shui followed closely behind. They stepped through the spatial door together, without any hesitation or doubt. As they entered, the door slowly closed behind them, emitting a deep and prolonged sound. The door seemed like a barrier, isolating the disturbances and noise of the outside world. They traversed through the twisted space, surrounded by endless darkness and flickering lights, as if they were deep within the universe. Suddenly, with a twist and fluctuation of space, their figures appeared in a dim and profound cave. This was the secret place where Feng Tian, Xie, and others had previously stayed when they captured a guardian crane. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Although it seemed extremely unsafe, in reality, it was the safest spot. While Cheng Yun could not pose any threat to him in the short term, caution was the best strategy. Causality power, expansion. Feng Tian's deep and powerful voice echoed in the cave, followed by a surge of causality power that erupted with such intensity it was almost tangible. This force surged like roaring waves, instantly enveloping the entire cave, soaking every inch of space. Under the overwhelming tide of causality power, strange changes began to occur in the depths of the cave. The originally narrow and dim cave seemed to be torn and stretched by an invisible force, continuously expanding and extending until it formed a vast and boundless alternate space. Obito and Shizue looked around in awe at Feng Tian's ability. This space, created by causality power, not only had high concealment, but also an unimaginable stability, capable of withstanding the massive energy required for the ritual they were about to perform. This was indeed the best place to carry out the Moon Eye plan. Obito nodded in appreciation, his eyes gleaming with a desire for the impending success. Shizue also nodded silently, his expression still calm as water, yet his heart was filled with anticipation for the plan. He knew that they had waited too long for this moment, and now was finally time to realize their ideals. Feng Tian stood in the center of the space, closed his eyes, and, after a moment, said in a deep voice, "Now, let us begin the final preparations." Feng Tian slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze became exceptionally firm. Spirit communication technique. Outer path golem. Feng Tian's low shout echoed in the otherworldly space, accompanied by a sudden eruption of powerful chakra fluctuations from within him, causing the entire space to tremble as if shaken by this force. This chakra wave swept through the entire area like a storm, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression to everyone present. Soon, under everyone's gaze, a massive black monster slowly emerged from the void, the fearsome Outer Path Golem. The Outer Path Golem was entwined with strange black chains, its eyes tightly shut, as if sleeping in endless darkness. However, as Feng Tian's will was conveyed, several pairs of eyes suddenly opened, radiating a scarlet glow that illuminated the entire otherworldly space in a blood-red hue. Obito stared at the colossal figure, feeling an indescribable shock surge within him. He knows very well that this creature is the key to connecting the Ten Tails with this world and is an indispensable part of the Moon Eye plan. Shirzue also gazes at the Outer Path Golem, his eyes filled with both awe and anticipation. He knew that next they would harness the power of this magical creature, injecting the Nine Tails chakra into it, preparing for the final ritual. Feng Tian formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations, guiding the Nine Tails chakra to slowly flow towards the Outer Path demon statue. That mass of red chakra flowed like a burning river in the air, eventually merging into the body of the demon statue. With the infusion of the Nine Tails chakra, the body of the Outer Path demon statue began to undergo subtle changes. Its eyes became brighter, and the black chains wrapped around it seemed to be infused with life, starting to writhe. Above the moon, there was a scene of dead silence and desolation. A man, tightly wrapped in a black robe, sat cross-legged on the cold lunar surface, looking somewhat weary. His figure blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, as if he had become a part of the moon. Beside him lay piles of the Great Tongue with clans' corpses, stacked like mountains. These bodies were sprawled haphazardly, some already mutilated, while others still retained their fierce expressions from life. Blood had stained a portion of the lunar surface, and a heavy smell of blood filled the air. The man sat quietly, as if resting, yet also deep in thought. Suddenly, as if he had received some mysterious message, he abruptly opened his tightly closed eyes. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes, as if at that moment he had perceived some important secret. However, this unusual expression quickly vanished from his face. He slowly closed his eyes and fell back into silence. How interesting. I didn't expect to be taken down by one of my own causal avatars. Truly worthy of myself. The man's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile beneath the cover of his black robe, but this subtle emotion quickly vanished like a flash in the pan. At the same time, the sky above the moon seemed to be torn apart, with cracks in space opening like shattered mirrors. And the elites of the Otsutsuki clan streamed out from these fissures. In their eyes flickered deep hostility and a resolute intent to kill towards the man in the black robe. Facing this sudden enemy, the man in the black robe slowly stood up. His robe, illuminated by the cold moonlight, added an air of mystery and unpredictability. He gently patted the dust off his body, his movements calm and unhurried, as if indifferent to the brutal battle that was about to come. "Come on, self-proclaimed mighty Tsutsuki clan. Let me see just how powerful you really are." The voice of the man in the black robe was deep and full of strength, his tone revealing a domineering arrogance that looked down on the world. The elites of the Tsutsuki clan, upon hearing this, glared in anger, each unleashing powerful attacks toward the man in the black robe. Chapter 176, A Ray of Hope. In the conference room of Konoha Village, everyone stood or sat, their brows furrowed, faces filled with anxiety. Their eyes occasionally glanced towards the entrance of the conference room, as if anticipating some important news. They obediently waited here as instructed by Chang Yun, anticipating her victorious return. Time passed second by second, from morning to dusk, with the sun moving from east to west, and the shadows outside the conference room stretching and shrinking. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the conference room grew increasingly tense, and everyone was a bit restless. Finally, the fourth generation of Reikage AI could no longer contain himself, and suddenly stood up, breaking the silence. "Is that woman reliable or not?" His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and anxiety. "I've been waiting all day, and there's not even a bit of news." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi gently pressed the Hokage hood on his head, and his gaze became profound. He gently tapped the tabletop with his knuckles, producing a steady sound, and said in a low voice, "Lord Raikage, please remain calm. Miss Qingyun has always been silently contributing to our ninja world, and we have all witnessed her efforts. Now, all we can do is patiently wait for her news." As Sarutobi Hizashi's words slowly fell, the fourth Raikage opened his mouth, ready to speak again, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, dazzling golden light. The golden light shot through the sky like a meteor, instantly illuminating the entire conference room. Soon after, the golden light flickered and gradually dissipated, revealing Qingyun's figure like a slowly becoming clear painting. She stood there, her expression dim, her gaze lowered, silent. Her face was filled with fatigue and guilt, as if she were still immersed in the sorrow of the sacrifice of the man in black, unable to extricate herself. Upon seeing Qingyun's sudden appearance, everyone stood up, their expressions a mix of concern and inquiry. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly walked to Qingyun's side and softly asked, "Miss Qingyun, you are back. How is the situation?" Qingyun raised her head to glance at Sarutobi Hizashi, then swept her gaze around the conference room, and finally spoke slowly, "I'm sorry. I failed." The fourth Raikage furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "Failed?" Qingyun took a deep breath and briefly recounted the matter of the man in black. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heavy and oppressive, as everyone mourned for the brave man who sacrificed himself. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hizashi cleared his throat and was the first to break the silence. "Miss Qingyun, are you saying that with our current strength, there is really no way to contend against the man in black?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness and expectation. His gaze fixed intently on Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Qingyun was about to speak, but was preempted by the impatient fourth Raikage, AI, who said, "Miss Qingyun, why don't we all go together? Our entire ninja world is united, and with the help of that time-space foam Tian, I refuse to believe that so many of us can't defeat that guy." Hearing this, Qingyun's brows furrowed tightly, as if she could pinch a pen between them. She abruptly turned her head to look directly at the fourth Raikage, replying bluntly, "First of all, I extremely dislike those who are brawn over brains. Your impulsiveness will only lead to trouble." Her tone carried a hint of displeasure and reproach, leaving Raikage AI momentarily stunned. Then, Qingyun took a deep breath and continued, "Secondly, what you don't know is that summoning him from other time and space has drained most of my time-space power. I don't have the extra strength to tear through time and space with all of you to attack foam Tian." The fourth Raikage was choked by Qingyun's merciless words, his face turning pale and then flushed, but he also realized that his earlier suggestion might have been too impulsive. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became more delicate. Sarutobi Hizashi coughed lightly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Miss Qingyun, do you mean that we currently cannot directly confront foam Tian? Or can we seek solutions by traveling through time and space?" Qingyun nodded, her expression serious. "Yes, my time-space power is currently exhausted and needs time to recover. Moreover, unfortunately, foam Tian has already obtained the Nine-Tails chakra through other means. We are out of time. Then are we helpless?" The fourth Raikage asked unwillingly. However, Qingyun simply shook her head. The current situation had exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she felt a sense of powerlessness. Could it be that even gathering the entire strength of our ninja world cannot contend with foam Tian? The long silent Noki also spoke up, his words laced with confusion. Facing Naka's question, Qingyun fell silent for a moment before finally speaking again. Her voice calm, yet heavy with unending weight. "Foam Tian is no longer the person he once was. Now, he possesses the chakra of all tail beasts, and his power far exceeds our imagination." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes dimmed. Confronted with such a severe and complex situation, a towering and familiar figure unconsciously floated into Qingyun's mind. It was her father, standing proudly above the river of time with a long spear. His figure seemingly able to penetrate all obstacles and gaze directly at the unknown shore. Her father's gaze was always so resolute, as if no difficulty could hinder his steps forward. "If only he were here," Qingyun murmured softly, her voice light. Yet it sent ripples through everyone's hearts like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Her gaze grew distant and hazy, as if she had immersed herself in memories of her father. If it were him, perhaps he wouldn't be as awkward as I am now and could handle everything more calmly. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze deepened, seemingly pondering something, while the fourth Raikage clenched his fists, a mix of unwillingness and anger on his face. "Miss Qingyun, the father you just mentioned is Noki asked curiously, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, as if he had caught hold of a thread that might lead to a turning point. Qingyun took a deep breath, her eyes becoming profound, as if lost in distant memories. He is my father, and also the guide of my time-space power. Her tone carried a mix of admiration and nostalgia. He possesses extraordinary power and is the strongest I have ever seen. If he were here, perhaps we could truly find a way to confront Feng Tian. At this point, a glimmer of determination flashed in Qingyun's eyes, but was soon replaced by helplessness and disappointment. Then, where's this father now? The fourth Reikage asked eagerly, his eyes shining with expectation. However, Qingyun merely shook her head gently, her gaze becoming deep and sorrowful. As if at that moment, she returned to a distant past and witnessed that heart-wrenching scene. He is no longer within time and space. To save the world, he resolutely buried himself above the river of time, becoming an eternal monument. Upon hearing this, the hope that had ignited was instantly extinguished. Qingyun's gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, her voice soft yet thunderous in the conference room. We may still have a glimmer of hope. This sentence was like a spring of fresh water, instantly nourishing the wilting flowers of hope in everyone's hearts. Their eyes shone with light again, fixated on Qingyun, waiting for her next words. Vitality? Where is it? The fourth-generation Reikage AI asked eagerly, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and anticipation. Qingyun took a deep breath, her gaze becoming exceptionally firm. She did not answer directly, but slowly raised her finger, pointing at Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi. Chapter 177. The Rebirth of Destiny in the Depths of the Cave in Sunagakure. As the last trace of the nine-tailed chakra was gradually absorbed, the outer path golem let out a deafening and frenzied roar that echoed throughout the space. The roar was filled with greed and brutality, as if it wanted to devour everything. Feng Tian whispered softly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. At this moment, his other eye had also evolved into a Rinnegan. The powerful ocular power filled every acupoint and meridian in Feng Tian's body, making him look like a demon god emerging from the abyss. His breath became exceptionally strong and terrifying, as if even heaven and earth were trembling in response. Finally, both of his Rinnegan opened. Feng Tian murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the vast cave, carrying a hint of indescribable madness and excitement. This power is enough for me to become the ruler of this world. The roar of the outer path magic statue gradually subsided, seemingly awed by Feng Tian's increase in strength. Feng Tian slowly walked toward the magic statue, reaching out to gently stroke its rough surface, his eyes shimmering with a cold light. At this moment, he had successfully absorbed the power of eight-tailed beasts. Only Yu Gao from his Shunwei space was left to complete the collection. Congratulations, Feng Tian. We're just one step away from the ideal world. On the side, Obito sensed the powerful aura emanating from Feng Tian, and instead of feeling any fear, he stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Feng Tian, his eyes also gleaming with fervent light. Feng Tian turned his head and exchanged a glance with Obito. There was no need for words between them, as they already understood each other's intentions. They all know that they have sacrificed too much for this moment. Obito, are you ready to embrace that brand new world? Feng Tian asked, his voice filled with anticipation and confidence. Obito smiled slightly and nodded. I have waited too long for this moment, Feng Tian. From the moment Rin died, I knew that the meaning of my existence was to create a world with Rin in it. And now, we finally have the opportunity to realize this dream. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian also smiled. He deeply understands the pain and struggle within Obito, and he also knows everything he has sacrificed for this goal. Before that, let me first awaken an old friend. Feng Tian's voice was deep and filled with determination, and at that moment, his double Rinnegan erupted with an unprecedented endless eye power, as if to pierce through life and death, connecting the other shore. Immediately afterward, he slowly brought his hands together, and at that moment, the aura around him reached its peak. An ancient and mysterious power surged within him. He shouted angrily, "Reincarnation is born." As Feng Tian's words fell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from between his hands, brilliant and radiant like the rising sun, shooting straight into the sky. This light contained endless vitality and energy, as if it could awaken the souls sleeping in endless years. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be by this force. Even the crazy roars of the outer demon statues came to an abrupt halt. All eyes were focused on that light soaring into the sky. anticipating the arrival of a miracle. The light gradually gathered into a blurred figure, which was none other than the outline of Uchiha Madara. His body gradually became clear in the light, and those Sharingan eyes shone with brilliance once again. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fong Tian and Obito in front of him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Edo Tensei? No. This is reincarnation. Fong Tian, you always manage to do things that surprise me. After speaking, Uchiha Madara slightly moved his body and found that both his strength and chakra had reached the peak state of his lifetime. At this moment, he no longer needed to rely on Fong Tian's causal power to restore his strength. Uchiha Madara felt the surging power within him, a flash of astonishment and admiration passing through his eyes. Seeing this, Fong Tian expressed that it was something he should do, and he returned the control of the outer path golem to Madara. In the next moment, as the reincarnation of Heaven's Birth technique was performed, the enormous backlash brought by the resurrection of the dead surged like a violent tide in Fong Tian's heart. This backlash was powerful and strange, as if it wanted to devour him completely. However, at this moment, Fong Tian's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. With the surging power within him and a profound understanding of the forces of cause and effect, he forcibly suppressed the terrifying backlash. Although he successfully subdued the natural backlash of reincarnation, Fong Tian couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. Lord Madara, the final step should be completed by you. After speaking, Fong Tian waved his hand, and in the next moment, the unconscious Yutaka appeared before Uchiha Madara. Next, all that was needed was to extract the seven-tailed chakra from Yutaka and merge it into the outer path golem, and the Moon Eye plan would be essentially complete. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, his gaze deep as he focused on the unconscious Yutaka and the outer path golem exuding a strange aura. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, as if everything was under his control. Fong Tian, you did well. Obito's voice was deep and powerful. Each word seemed to come from the abyss, carrying an undeniable authority. I'll handle the next matter. As he spoke, Obito slowly walked toward Yutaka. His hands began to form seals, and a powerful chakra wave rippled around him. Fong Tian and Kakashi stepped aside, quietly watching this scene, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. As Obito's speed of forming seals increased, a complex seal gradually took shape in his palm. He suddenly slapped his palm against Yuga's chest, and a surge of black chakra poured into Yuga's body like a tide, beginning to frantically devour the power of the seven tails. Yuga's body began to tremble violently, his face showing an expression of pain, as if he was undergoing unimaginable torment. However, none of this could stop Madara's advance. He coldly observed everything until the power of the seven tails was completely extracted and merged into the outer path statue. The outer path statue let out a deafening roar. Its body began to swell, and the patterns on its surface became clearer and more sinister. An unprecedented, powerful force emanated from within it, causing the entire cave to tremble. Finally, the powers of the nine-tailed beast had been fully collected. A satisfied smile appeared on Madara's face. Under his control, the body of the outer path statue suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally massive body began to twist and deform, as if a mysterious force was surging within it. This change was so intense that the entire space seemed to tremble. As the body of the outer path statue twisted and transformed, a new, even more powerful aura began to emanate from within it. This aura was strong and eerie, as if it could devour everything and destroy everything. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel that a brand new, more terrifying tailed beast was being born. The outer path statue, having successfully absorbed the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, had begun its final transformation. It was transforming into the ultimate tailed beast, the 10 Tails. Chapter 178. 10 Tails Jinchuriki. As the outer path statue gradually transformed into the form of the 10 Tails, the atmosphere in the entire cave became so heavy that it was suffocating, as if the very air was tightly grasped by an invisible force, rendering it immobile. Fong Tian and Obito stared at this scene, their hearts filled with both shock and anticipation. They knew that this marked another step closer to their ultimate goal. Uchiha Madara stood quietly before the transforming 10 Tails, his slender figure appearing particularly small against the immense size of the beast. Nevertheless, his posture remained tall and resolute, as if no force could shake his determination. His eyes flickered with madness and desire, as if at that moment he saw the world of his dreams beckoning to him. The 10 Tails was finally about to appear. Madara murmured softly, his tone filled with awe and excitement. As the 10 tails gradually took shape, an unprecedented powerful force swept through the entire cave, forcing both Obito and Feng to muster all their strength to withstand this pressure. The 10 tails' eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing orbs that seemed capable of piercing through and destroying everything. It let out a deafening roar, with sound waves surging like a tide, causing the whole cave to tremble. At that moment, Feng, Obito, and Uchiha Madara all felt the terrifying power emanating from the 10 tails. They knew this power was enough to overturn the entire shinobi world. However, they did not retreat. For the sake of that ideal world, they were willing to pay any price. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and began to channel the power of the 10 tails. Black chakra surged out from the 10 tails like ribbons, wrapping around him, making his aura even more terrifying and powerful. Feng and Obito silently watched from the side, knowing that at this moment, Uchiha Madara had become a true powerhouse, an existence capable of changing the landscape of the shinobi world. As the power of the 10 tails continued to flow in, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan began to change, becoming a deeper and more mysterious existence than Feng Tian's Rinnegan. He exuded a heart-stopping aura, as if at that moment he had become the ruler of the ninja world. Is this the power possessed by the 10 tails, Jinchuriki? Feng Tian murmured, his tone filled with awe. Indeed, this power is already infinitely close to that of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Obito interjected from his side, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Feng Tian slightly raised his head, his gaze fixated on the imposing Uchiha Madara before him, and couldn't help but whisper. A surge of indescribable shock welled up in his heart. Despite having successfully collected 9-tailed beasts and reached an unprecedented peak of power, the thought of facing the legendary sage of 6 paths still made him feel a twinge of unease. After all, the being transcended everything. Perhaps only if he mastered his causal power to the same level as Kuroki Feng Tian could he hope to compete with the sage of 6 paths. Is this the power of the 10 tails? Indeed, it is far more powerful than I expected. Uchiha Obito deeply felt the overwhelming strength surging within him, and a proud smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he felt as if he had already reached the pinnacle of the world, possessing the power to overlook everything. Now, I can accomplish many things that I previously didn't even dare to imagine, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with confidence and arrogance. At the same time, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His originally black, long hair instantly turned into dazzling white, like the purest first snow of winter. He wore a white cloak identical to that of the sage of the 6 paths, with the fabric flowing gracefully, resembling an immortal descending from the heavens. Behind him, several Tao-seeking jade orbs, shimmering with mysterious light, floated gently around him, adding an air of transcendence. His arms and legs quietly underwent a transformation, becoming as dark as the night and exuding a heart-pounding power. In his left hand, he tightly gripped a 6-path staff intricately carved with complex runes, the staff emanating a faint glow as if it could communicate with the forces of heaven and earth. His right hand slowly lifted, and in the palm, a black sphere that seemed to contain endless darkness and destruction gradually took shape, embodying the ultimate power of the 10 tails, as if it could devour all things in the world. Absolute power. Absolute destruction. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the cave, filled with an overwhelming dominance. At the same time, Feng Tian gently raised a hand and snapped his fingers crisply towards the sky. Immediately, a vast and boundless causal power, as if capable of shaking heaven and earth, surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire space. Reverse. Feng Tian's deep and powerful voice reverberated in the air like a thunderclap, with this low growl. The originally clear and cloudless sky, as blue as a washed canvas, suddenly turned pitch black in the blink of an eye, as if covered by an endless night. Dots of light flickered in the darkness, appearing so distant and faint. At the same time, a bright full moon was drawn out slowly from the clouds by an invisible force. But surprisingly, this moon gradually revealed a strange blood-red hue, as if stained by blood, radiating an ominous glow. This sudden change cast a mysterious and eerie color over everything around, as if foreshadowing some unpredictable event about to unfold. Uchiha Madara sensed this unexpected change and was slightly taken aback. He turned to Feng Tian, his voice tinged with surprise. Feng Tian, your causal power can actually achieve this level. It is no weaker than the power of the 10 tails. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian smiled slightly, beads of sweat dripping from his face, clearly showing that he was a bit overwhelmed by this operation to change the heavens and the earth. Lord Madara, let's hurry. Please project your ocular power onto the surface of the moon to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara gazed at Feng Tian, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, and then nodded, his posture suggesting that everything was well within his control. He slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the blood-dyed moon, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, Feng Tian, your power truly exceeds my expectations. Since you have paved the way for me, I will graciously accept this gift. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara tightly gripped the six-path staff in his left hand, while the black sphere in his right palm began to spin rapidly, releasing a dazzling light as if it aimed to devour everything around it. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if gathering all the strength in his body. Infinite Tsukuyomi activated. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's low murmur, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the Rinnegan in his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Immediately after, he raised his right palm high, aiming at the blood-red moon in the sky, and a powerful I-power surged forth, transforming into a beam of light that shot straight into the heavens. Feng Tian and Obito quietly watched this scene from the side, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension. They knew that this moment would determine the fate of the entire ninja world. As Uchiha Madara continuously projected his ocular power, strange patterns began to appear on the surface of the blood-red moon. These patterns resembled ancient runes, emanating mysterious and powerful energy. Gradually, the entire moon was covered by these runes, becoming exceptionally dazzling. At that moment, a powerful illusionary force radiated from the moon, instantly enveloping the entire ninja world. Whether they were battling ninjas or ordinary civilians, everyone fell into a deep sleep under the influence of this power, their eyes shimmering with dreamlike light, as if they were seeing the most desired visions in their hearts. It succeeded. Chapter 179. Who is stronger? Who is weaker? Finally, it succeeded. Feng Tian gazed at the blood-red moon, unable to hide the joy on his face. Having traversed countless cycles, he could finally step onto the path home at this moment. The range of infinite Tsukuyomi encompassed the entire earth. Whether hiding in the dark or concealed in distant corners, everyone, including Kakuzu and Sasori, fell into a deep dream under the influence of this illusion. Meanwhile, three towering complete-body Susanoo hovered in midair. These three were Feng Tian, Shui, and Obito. Obito, when are you planning to see Rin? Now you just need to cancel your Susanoo, and you'll also fall into infinite Tsukuyomi. Searching for the world with Rin in your dreams, Feng Tian quietly turned to Obito and said. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Obito's face, filled with deep longing for Rin, as well as confusion and unease about this new world. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised it, looking at Feng Tian with a determined gaze. Feng Tian, thank you. But I want to witness the birth of this world that I have created before I completely fall into the dream. I want to see what it will be like when everyone finds happiness in the dream. As for Lin, I believe that in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, I will definitely be able to meet her again. Shizuka silently nodded beside him, understanding Obito's feelings. For Shizuka, although he did not have someone he loved as deeply as Obito, he also longed to see a peaceful world, a world without war and suffering. Obito, your wish will come true. In this dream woven by infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone can find their own happiness, Shizuka said gently, his eyes sparkling with hopes for the future. Feng Tian looked at the two in front of him, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He knew that although their paths were different, their goal was the same, to create a better world. So, let us wait together for the arrival of this world. Feng Tian smiled and turned his gaze back to the blood-red moon, his heart filled with anticipation and determination. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into silence, with only the blood-red moon hanging high in the sky, emitting a mysterious and alluring light. Under the illumination of this light, a new world was quietly being born. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. A fiery red figure suddenly descended from the sky, which was none other than the complete form of Susanoo. It radiated endless rage and violent energy, like a wild beast that had broken free from hell. In its massive hand, it tightly gripped a razor-sharp Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it could cut through all obstacles in the world. It suddenly swung the sword with an unstoppable momentum, fiercely aiming at Uchiha Madara. The speed at which all this happened was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Feng Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He didn't even have time to respond, only able to watch as the scarlet figure streaked across the sky like lightning, heading straight for Uchiha Madara. Oomph. A smirk of disdain appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth, his eyes flashing with the peculiar light of the Rinnegan. Faced with the rapidly approaching Tatsuka no Tsurugi, there was no hint of panic in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with mockery of his opponent's speed. Such a slow speed is simply laughable. In his eyes, the trajectory of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi became exceptionally slow, as if playing in slow motion. He casually turned to the side, effortlessly dodging what seemed to be a lethal strike, his movements smooth and elegant, as if everything was under his control. However, Uchiha Madara's disdain lasted only a moment. Just when he thought he had everything in grasp, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The Amaterasu sword, which had been far away, seemed to transcend the constraints of space and, in an incredible manner, pierced through his body directly. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically. He never expected that his opponent would possess such a bizarre technique. The golden sword light left a shocking wound on his chest, and blood instantly stained his clothes. Immediately after, Qingyun and Uchiha Fugaku's figures appeared before everyone. Controlling the crimson Susanoo was Fugaku, and the golden light that pierced through the void with the Amaterasu sword was indeed the work of Qingyun. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara's face darkened immensely. He did not anticipate being successfully ambushed at this critical moment. Fugaku coldly stared at Uchiha Madara, his gaze exceptionally firm. Even if you are an ancestor of our Uchiha clan, as long as your actions threaten this ninja world, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will not hold back. However, before Fugaku's words could finish, two furious roars came from not far away. Kamui, shuriken. As the first voice fell, a shuriken imbued with mysterious power sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, speeding towards him. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to transcend the limitations of space, making it difficult to track its trajectory. Then the second voice rang out. Succumb 99. With this roar, a giant, whose height was unfathomable and who had wings sprouting from its back, suddenly stepped out from the void. Its figure loomed like a mountain, and its wings spread wide as if they could cover the entire sky. Its chest suddenly opened, shooting countless slender and sharp green spikes towards Uchiha Fugaku. These two attacks came crashing in with the force of a thunderbolt, fierce and aggressive, as if they aimed to completely devour Uchiha Fugaku. However, in the face of this sudden crisis, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was serious, yet there was no hint of panic in his eyes. He took a deep breath, controlling the crimson, complete body, Susanoo, in front of him, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands, each movement precise and flawless. In an instant, a massive flame shield coalesced before him, the flames blazing fiercely, emitting a scorching heat as if even the air had caught fire. This flame shield stood like an indestructible barrier, quietly awaiting the arrival of the two attacks. Boom! The shining blade and Susanoo's 99 attacks collided violently against the flame shield, producing a deafening roar, with waves of fire and chakra wreaking havoc around, making the very heavens and earth tremble at that moment. At that moment, the crimson Susanoo suddenly radiated golden light, a faint layer of space-time power enveloping it. As its gigantic arm waved gently, the originally surging and seemingly destructive shockwave was instantly reversed by an invisible force. Those violent energies seemed to be consumed by the flow of time, gradually dissipating into nothingness, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Interesting. Although Uchiha Madara was ambushed and injured, there was no trace of panic in his tone. Instead, it revealed an indescribable excitement. Hee, it seems my Uchiha clan's descendants are beginning to touch those forbidden powers. Truly something to look forward to. He squinted slightly, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. All right, let me personally experience just how powerful this force, which originally does not belong to this world, truly is. Perhaps it can bring me, Uchiha Madara, a hint of challenge and fun. After saying this, he suddenly turned to the restless Feng Tian beside him and continued, Feng Tian, I want to know which is stronger, my six paths power or the power of time and space, so please hold off for now. Chapter 180, Six Paths Power versus Time and Space Power, Part 1. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had said this, Feng Tian could only shake his head helplessly and comply. After all, The Moon Eye plan had already been successfully implemented. Feng Tian vaguely sensed that a mysterious calling force was subtly guiding him. This feeling of being summoned grew stronger with the passage of time, like an invisible thread tightly wrapping around his heart. Perhaps, in less than half an hour, Feng Tian would truly be able to set foot on the journey home. An inexplicable surge of excitement welled up in his heart, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Come on, the descendant of the Uchiha clan. The voice of Uchiha Madara echoed in the air as he floated in the void. Watching Uchiha Fugaka below with an expectant expression. Boom! With a loud crash, the crimson giant sword sliced through the sky like a meteor, suddenly striking the spatial barrier and instantly tearing it apart. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Fugaku's complete body, Susanoo, stepped through the void, advancing step by step with immense power. From the gaps in the massive armor, chakra flames surged forth like burning fire, appearing in a strange translucent form, radiating dazzling light. The edge of the Amanyurakumo sword was even entwined with dense ripples of time and space, as if it could cut through any obstacles in its path. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, as he keenly sensed the kaleidoscope pattern in Fugaku's right eye spinning faster, like an ever-diminishing hourglass, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. It seems your eyes. Before Madara's words were fully spoken, the surrounding space and time suddenly twisted as if drawn by an invisible force. In the next moment, Fugaku Susanoo appeared suddenly above Madara, like a towering mountain. The enormous Amanamurakumo sword, wielding unparalleled power, descended with a slash, and 12 circular shockwaves erupted along its trajectory, tearing the surrounding air to shreds. Madara snorted coldly and raised his hand, instantly constructing a pitch-black shield made of 5 glowing, truth-seeking orbs in front of him. However, the moment the blade of the Amanamurakumo sword made contact with the shield, it was torn into countless fragments by the turbulence of time and space, dissipating into the air. Shinra Tensei. The violent repulsive force instantly filled the area, yet Fugaku's Susanoo vanished before the repulsion could reach it. Madara suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind, a searing sensation piercing through his right shoulder. He lowered his head and saw the crimson blade deeply embedded in his flesh. The blood droplets splattering from the wound flowing back into his body in a strange reversal, as if time itself was being rewritten at that moment. Ruined grave edge of hell. Ban roared, and 4 invisible shadows instantly surged from the void, like phantoms carrying deadly intent. A drop of bright red blood tear flowed from Fyake's left eye, and his gaze became exceptionally firm. The crimson Susanoo waved its massive hand, precisely blocking the attacks from different temporal dimensions, each strike accompanied by deafening roars. Immediately after, the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi struck down again, leaving countless overlapping afterimages in its wake. Ban's Seeking Jade transformed into a spear to counter, and the moment the two forces collided, the rock face of Sunagakure began to peel away layer by layer. Crimson and azure chakra intertwined and surged into the sky, carving spiral ravines in the sea of clouds. Sage art in release, thunderstyle. Accompanied by a furious shout, a black lightning bolt pierced through the chest of Susanoo like a dragon, producing a thunderous roar. However, a strange smile appeared on Fyake's face, as if everything was under his control. The wound pierced by the black lightning miraculously reversed to an uninjured state in the blink of an eye, as if time had flowed backward. At the same time, the hilt of the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi erupted with dazzling silver light, emanating a powerful aura. At that moment, Ban finally saw the truth. It turned out that Fyake was surrounded by 7 layers of time barriers with different flow rates, each layer circulating at different speeds, forming a complex temporal labyrinth. This was the strange aspect of the temporal power that Sarayu possessed. A hint of astonishment flashed in Ban's eyes. He did not expect Fyake to wield temporal power so masterfully, prompting him to reassess his opponent before him. In the next moment, the crimson Susanoo seemed to come alive, suddenly splitting into 12 entities, each wielding the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi entwined with chaotic time currents, charging at Ban like 12 war gods. The complex Tomo patterns appeared in Ban's Rinnegan, and cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. This was the first time since gaining the power of the 6 paths that he truly felt the threat of death. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally firm. It seemed he needed to take things a bit more seriously. Madara murmured to himself, and his Sharingan suddenly turned blood red. With 10 massive chakra tails erupting from his back, the power of the 10 tails surging. 6 paths, heavenly star. With a low roar from Madara, 10 tails formed from chakra suddenly appeared behind him. These chakra tails writhed like living beings, and the surrounding rubble was lifted into the air under the pull of Six Paths power. As the first rock touched the blood-red sky, the gravitational field within 100 miles became completely chaotic. Do you know, Madara's voice was mixed with the roar of the 10 tails, and 9 truth-seeking balls arranged themselves in a circular formation above his head, when the power of 6 paths combined with the Rinnegan. Even the laws of time and space must submit. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's 12 Susanoo clones simultaneously formed seals, and the Tatsuka blade erupted with dazzling silver light. Time reversal, 12 heavenly sword formation. Fugaku shouted, and the Tatsuka blades in the hands of the 12 Susanoo clones instantly transformed into circles of silver ripples, sweeping toward Madara. Those silver ripples intertwined in the air to form a complex net, each ripple containing the power to reverse time and space. Attempting to pull Madara into an endless vortex of time, Madara's pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed an unprecedented crisis. The 10 tails chakra tails danced wildly behind him, providing him with a constant source of power. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "God, birth of the divine tree." Madara's voice echoed in the air, and with his roar, the entire space seemed to be filled with endless trees. These trees were not ordinary, but rather condensed from rich chakra, each branch incredibly thick, containing terrifying power capable of destroying mountains. The trees grew rapidly, their branches twisting like spiritual snakes, attempting to bind Fugaku's 12 Susanoo clones tightly. However, facing this overwhelming onslaught, Fugaku showed no signs of panic. The 12 Susanoo clones simultaneously swung their Tatsuka blades, the silver sword light carving brilliant trajectories in the air, like meteors streaking across the night sky, cutting through the entangling branches one by one. "Uchiha Madara, do you think you can trap me with just this?" Fugaku sneered. Madara's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Fugaku's strength to be so formidable that even his god, birth of the divine tree, couldn't restrain him. He knew very well that if this continued, he would likely be defeated by Fujitsu. "In that case, let me show you my true power," Madara roared, his whole body bursting with dazzling light, the chakra of the 10 tails raging within him. With a low growl from Madara, he seemed to merge with the 10 tails, and the 10 chakra tails behind him became incredibly thick, as if they could tear apart space itself. His eyes turned blood red, as if flames were burning within them. A power belonging to the 10 tails. "Infinite Tsukuyomi, the end," Madara shouted, and his hands suddenly pushed forward. A massive beam of light shot from his eyes, instantly enveloping the entire space. The light contained endless illusions and temptations, as if it could one soul into it. Fugaku only felt his consciousness starting to blur, as if countless voices were whispering in his ear, trying to pull him into an eternal dream. However, at that critical moment, Fugaku's left eye suddenly erupted with dazzling light, a manifestation of his own will and power. He bit his tongue sharply, a mouthful of blood spraying onto the Tengu cloud sword, and with a low shout, he said, "Time and space / a moment of eternity." With a low roar from Fujikage, the Tengu cloud sword instantly transformed into a silver light, cutting through the aura enveloping him. Chapter 181, Power of 6 Paths versus Power of Time and Space, Part 2. The silver sword light was like lightning cutting through the night sky, its speed and power reaching an astonishing level. It not only effortlessly severed the Infinite Tsukuyomi end that Obito had cast, but also continued with unrelenting force, like a silver ribbon, howling towards Obito himself. Obito's expression changed to one of grave seriousness in an instant. In a hurry, he could only raise his arm to block this lethal strike. However, the silver sword light was simply too sharp, and even with Obito's formidable body, it was hard to withstand its edge. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed in the air, followed by a deep sword mark appearing on Obito's arm, blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly staining his sleeve red. Obito was forced to retreat, staggering back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly not expecting Fuyue's attack to be so fierce and domineering. At that moment, he deeply felt the threat from Fuyue and understood that this battle could no longer allow him any carelessness or underestimation. "How is this possible?" Madara roared, unable to comprehend why Fuyue could break his ultimate illusion and launch such a fierce counterattack. Fuyue landed steadily, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand pointing directly at Madara, his voice cold and firm. "Uchiha Madara, your era has come to an end. With the power of space-time bolstering him, Fuyue's Susanoo seemed to be coated in a layer of golden radiance, standing like an invincible golden war god on the battlefield, exuding a chilling pressure. Even Madara, who had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and wielded the power of the Six Paths, had been at a disadvantage in his battle against Fuyue. Madara could clearly sense that every attack from Fuyue contained the mysteries of space and time, making it difficult for him to grasp and respond. Madara's face was dark, as if water could drip from it, his eyes fixed on Fuyue, the complex light flickering in his Rinnegan. Fuyue, you indeed have made me look at you in a new light. Madara slowly spoke, his voice tinged with reluctance and anger. But do you think this can completely defeat me? As your ancestor, I possess nearly invincible power. Fuyue snorted coldly, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand trembling slightly, seemingly responding to its master's fighting spirit. Uchiha Madara, you are mistaken. It is precisely because you are our ancestor that I am even more aware of your weaknesses. Before the words fell, Fuyue's figure flickered and charged towards Madara again. His speed, enhanced by the power of time and space, reached its peak, as if he could transcend the constraints of time and space. Madara let out a cold snort and quickly formed hand seals, attempting to cast an illusion again to confuse Fugaku. However, Fugaku seemed to see through his intentions, preemptively using the giant hand of Susanoo to dispel the illusion. It seems you are still not giving up, Fugaku said with a sneer, as the Tatsuka blade in his hand had already gathered enough chakra, ready to launch a fatal strike. Seeing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Madara's eyes. He was well aware that he was at a disadvantage at this moment, and if he didn't take action soon, he would truly be defeated by Fugaku. Let me show you my true power. Ban roared, and suddenly his body erupted with dazzling light, as if countless forces were surging within him. As the light faded, Ban's figure had undergone a tremendous transformation. His physique became more massive, exuding a terrifying aura, as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Is this the true form of the Ten Tails? Fujikage was startled, but he quickly steadied his mind. He knew that no matter how powerful the opponent became, he could not retreat. Come on, Uchiha Madara, let's have our final showdown. Fugaku shouted and charged towards Madara once more. In the sky, two figures intertwined, the sounds of chakra colliding and weapons clashing echoing back and forth. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by their battle, becoming fragmented. Finally, after an intense clash, Fugaku seized a flaw in Madara's defense, and the Tatsuka sword in his hand instantly pierced through Madara's chest. It's over, Uchiha Madara, Fugaku whispered, his voice filled with complex emotions. The moment the Tatsuka sword pierced Madara's chest, the blade suddenly emitted a sharp, buzzing sound. Instead of blood gushing out, a silver fluid flowed back into Fugaku's body along the blade. Beneath Madara's tattered robe, his skin was crystallizing, and the black patterns formed by the six-path sage technique were quickly fading around the wound. Do you think this is the location of the heart? Madara's pierced chest cavity suddenly twisted into a spatial vortex, and the chakra tail of the Ten Tails wrapped around the blade. Long ago, when I became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, my vital point was relocated to. However, before Uchiha Madara's words could finish, Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly began to spin wildly, and an astonishing power erupted instantly. Amaterasu, Fugaku shouted, as if awakening the slumbering god of flames. Suddenly, surging black flames erupted from the Tatsuka's sword, imbued with destructive power, as if to burn everything to ashes, not extinguishing until the end of the world. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara smirked coldly, not taking the seemingly fierce black flames seriously. Immediately, a powerful repulsive force emanated from him, pushing everything around, including Fugaku and the black flames, away. Just a trivial skill, Madara mocked, his figure flickering in and out of visibility, as if merging with space. However, Fugaku was not affected by this repulsion. His Sharingan was fixed on Madara, as if trying to see through every one of his movements. Do you think you can escape like this? Fugaku sneered, swinging the Tatsuka sword violently, and the black flames surged forward like wild horses, rushing towards Madara. Madara's figure flickered again, appearing in another position, but no matter how he dodged, the black flames followed him closely, as if locking onto his presence. What a troublesome ability. Madara frowned, knowing that although he could be immune to any attack except for sage techniques in his six paths mode, he had to allocate some of his power to fend off the black flames due to their accompanying spatial power. At that moment, Fugaku suddenly vanished from his original position. Reappearing above Madara, the Totsuka, sword in his hand, gathering unprecedented strength, ready to launch the final blow. "It's over, Uchiha Madara!" Fugaku shouted. The Totsuka soared like a silver meteor, slicing through the sky, heading straight for Madara's head. Chapter 182. The Power of Six Paths versus the Power of Space-Time, Part 3. Uchiha Madara looked up, and above him, the Totsuka sword hung like a star in the nine heavens, its aura oppressive, causing one's heart to race. At this moment, a storm was raging in his heart. He had a profound understanding of this legendary divine sword. Originally, with Madara's strength and the nearly invincible defense of the Rinnegan, he could easily block most attacks. However, facing the Totsuka blade, he felt unprecedented pressure. The power of the Totsuka blade was simply too abnormal. It possessed a terrifying attribute that could break through anything, no matter what kind of defense was in place. It appeared fragile in the face of this divine sword's absolute sharpness, as if a gentle stroke could completely destroy it. Uchiha Madara could sense the destructive power contained in the tip of the sword, as if it could sever all rules and matter in the world. His pupils slightly constricted, and a sense of unprecedented seriousness flashed through his heart. All along, he had prided himself on being at the pinnacle of the ninja world, possessing nearly unmatched power. But at this moment, facing the legendary divine sword, he had to reevaluate his position. Even if it can break anything, it also depends on whether the user can unleash its true power. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his chakra surging within him. He would never easily admit defeat. He quickly formed hand seals, and the light of the truth-seeking orbs surrounding him grew brighter, as if he was about to condense a stronger defense to withstand the sharpness of the Amma no Murakumo. However, just as he prepared to exert all his strength, an even more astonishing change occurred. The Amma no Murakumo suddenly accelerated in midair, the sound of the sword's whistle resembling a dragon's roar, piercing through the constraints of space and rushing towards Uchiha Madara. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and every speck of dust in the air trembled. A spark of determination flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He knew well that a head-on confrontation was not the best strategy. Thus, he flickered, and with the enhancement of the Six Paths power, his speed reached its peak, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. But even so, the residual sword energy still made his blood surge, enough to demonstrate its terrifying power. What a formidable Amma no Murakumo that can break anything. Today, let me, Uchiha Madara, experience what kind of fate you can sever. Uchiha Madara steadied himself, looking at Uchiha Fugaku with a hint of madness in his gaze. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, he once again gathered powerful chakra, the light of the truth-seeking orbs around him shining even more brilliantly, as if it would swallow the entire world. Uchiha Fugaku, gripping the Amma no Murakumo tightly, lightly tapped the ground with the sword's tip, powerful sword energy emanating from the blade, forming a confrontation with Uchiha Madara's chakra. Apart from Hashirama, Tobirama, and that one-armed swordsman from last time, you are the fourth existence that has made my blood boil in my long years. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. Fugaku. After speaking, Uchiha Madara charged towards Fugaku with his staff in hand. Facing Uchiha Madara's charge, Uchiha Fugaku showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. He knew well that this moment was not only a clash of power, but also a collision of will and belief. To gain the acknowledgement of my ancestors is an honor, but today I will not let you do as you please. Uchiha Fugaku shouted, and his figure suddenly soared. The Totsuka no Tsurugi seemed to come alive in his hand, its blade light resembling a dragon. Slicing through the sky and heading straight for Uchiha Madara, two powerful forces collided in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The light of the Shinju and the sword energy of the Totsuka no Tsurugi intertwined, painting the entire space in brilliant colors. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if even the space itself trembled under the impact of this force. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Fugaku's figures swiftly moved through the battle, each clash accompanied by dazzling sparks and thunderous booms. Their speed is so fast that it's almost impossible to see their movements, only seeing shadows intertwining in the air. Interesting. Uchiha Obito sneered, and his desire for battle was completely ignited. He waved the staff in his hand, unleashing powerful ninjutsu in an attempt to suppress Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not back down. With his superb control of the Tenzu Cloud Sword, he repeatedly neutralized Uchiha Madara's attacks. At the same time, He was searching for an opportunity to counterattack, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Uchiha Madara. In this intense battle, both of their powers reached their limits. Uchiha Madara's true seeking balls were flawless in defense, while Uchiha Fugaku's Tenzu Cloud Sword was incredibly sharp, capable of breaking through anything. The collision between the two was like a clash of heaven and earth, evoking awe in the onlookers. As time passed, the battle gradually entered a heated phase. Ultimately, in a thrilling confrontation, Uchiha Fugaku seized a flaw in Uchiha Madara's defense. The Tenzu Cloud Sword cut through the space like a flash of lightning, piercing towards Uchiha Madara's vital points. Uchiha Madara, however, with his astonishing reaction speed, narrowly dodged this strike at the last moment. Yet, despite evading the fatal blow, Uchiha Madara's breath became somewhat disordered. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Fugaku launched a fierce attack, wielding the Tenzu Cloud Sword with the ferocity of a raging storm. Although Uchiha Madara defended with all his might, he was still pushed back repeatedly. One exhilarating battle it was. "Fugaku!" Uchiha Madara shouted, his voice filled with endless fervor and defiance. Despite the pain from the scars left by the Tenzu Cloud Sword all over his body, he seemed to care not at all, forcing his body to charge fiercely towards Fugaku. "Everything must have a cycle, Madara," Uchiha Fugaku retorted defiantly, having long been engaged in battle with his complete body Susanoo, far beyond his limits. If it weren't for Qingyun's time-space power continuously reverting his physical state and restoring his ocular power, Uchiha Fugaku would have long been blinded due to excessive use of his ocular power. However, even with Qingyun's assistance, Fugaku knew well that continuing this drawn-out fight would eventually become unsustainable. This strike must end the battle. Fugaku silently vowed in his heart. He tightly gripped the Tianzong Yunjian, feeling the terrifying power contained within, ready to launch his final attack. The Chiodao Jade beside band instantly transformed into a massive black sword, filled with the rich power of the six paths. At the tip of the sword, it seemed to condense the darkness of the entire world, fiercely striking down towards Uchiha Fugaku. He took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with determination and resolve. Gripping the Ten's Yunjian tightly, the chakra within Uchiha Fugaku surged like boiling lava. At the tip of the sword, empowered by the force of time and space, the light suddenly intensified, dazzling and brilliant, as if it intended to pierce through the endless darkness enveloping the world. "Ten's Yunjian," Fugaku whispered, and accompanied by this low roar, he swung the divine sword in his hand. A radiant blade of light sliced through the sky, carrying the terrifying power to tear apart time and space, colliding fiercely with the black giant sword wielded by Madara. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed, and the winds surged. The energy waves generated by the clash of the two forces rampaged like a tsunami, tearing the surrounding space into fragments. Chapter 183. The Fatal Situation, Ten's Yunjian. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Fugaku swung the divine sword in his hand. The sword light, like a dragon, instantly collided with the black giant sword, causing the entire space to tremble. Amidst the booming sounds, light scattered everywhere, as if space itself had been torn apart. In the aftermath of this destructive force, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Fugaku staggered back a few steps, their breaths somewhat disordered, clearly affected by the tremendous impact. However, the battle did not end there. It became even more intense. After stabilizing his stance, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly flickered, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, charging fiercely toward Uchiha Madara once again. His speed was so fast that even a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara was caught off guard and could only respond hastily. Uchiha Fugaku lightly tapped the ground with the tip of the Tank Y sword, and in an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful sword aura erupted from his sword tip, surging like a furious tide, firmly locking down the surrounding space. The terrifying power contained within this sword aura seemed capable of sealing everything between heaven and earth, making any existence attempting to escape nowhere to hide. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, as he clearly felt the oppressive force of this sword aura. This power could even make him, a strong member of the Uchiha clan, feel trapped, which was undoubtedly extremely rare. A trace of seriousness flashed in Madara's eyes as he began to take Fugaku's attack seriously. "Seal the heavens," Uchiha Fugaku shouted, and with this roar, the net-like sword aura instantly spread out, enveloping Uchiha Madara completely. The network of sword aura was airtight, as if it aimed to seal Madara entirely within this space. Uchiha Madara struggled desperately, but under the blockade formed by this sword aura, his movements became slow and difficult. Impossible. How could I, Uchiha Madara, be so easily bound? Uchiha Madara roared, and the chakra within him surged again, trying to break through this blockade. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not give him a chance. He flashed again and had already arrived in front of Uchiha Madara. "It's over, Madara," accompanied by a cold shout. The tip of the tank-wise sword was already pressed against Uchiha Madara's chest. The sharp sword tip seemed capable of piercing everything, making Uchiha Madara feel the threat of death. However, at that moment, a hint of madness and determination flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He was well aware that he had reached a dead end, but he would never give up easily. "Shinra Tensei!" Uchiha Madara let out a deafening roar within the sword aura cage, his eyes flickering with a crazed light, as if he intended to devour the entire world. As Madara's roar echoed, an indescribable repulsive storm suddenly erupted from within him, which was his powerful ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei. This repulsion swept in like a raging storm, colliding violently with Uchiha Fugaku's sealing sword net. The sword aura and repulsion intertwined, generating a shocking wave of energy. The air was compressed into visible ripples by this force, as if even space was being torn apart. At that moment, the ground seemed unable to withstand the impact of this power, instantly collapsing into a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters, while the surrounding dust and debris were violently lifted, raining down like a torrential downpour in the 30-meter vacuum zone where the two faced off. In the distance, the mountains appeared to be gently flattened by an invisible giant hand under the impact of this force, the once steep peaks now becoming incredibly gentle, with fragments and dust swirling through the air, blocking out the sun. Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan glowed with a strange purple light amidst the smoke and dust, and the tank-wise sword suddenly transformed into a fluid that wrapped around his right arm. Everything has its weaknesses. Shinra Tensei is not an invincible existence. Fugaku roared, and under his control, the blade formed from his right arm shot forth like a lightning bolt, instantly piercing Madara's repulsive field. Shockingly, this blade actually tore open a pitch-black spatial rift within the repulsive field, as if connecting to another unknown world. The hem of Madara's robe was inadvertently caught by this spatial rift, instantly swallowed by the void, revealing the six-path sage art inscriptions that floated on his pale skin. These inscriptions shimmered on Madara's skin, as if telling of some ancient and mysterious power. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Uchiha Madara's expression changed, but after all, he was the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan, reacting extremely quickly. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, preparing to unleash his ultimate ninjutsu, the complete body Susanoo. However, at that critical moment, the spatial turbulence surging from the rift in space dealt him a fatal blow. The ribs of the complete body Susanoo had just begun to materialize when they were crushed by this terrifying spatial turbulence, as if they had never existed at all. In that instant, the ripples of the Rinnegan suddenly contracted, seemingly tightening around the surrounding space-time. Immediately afterward, 5 Rinnegan Shadow clones burst forth from different spatial axes, their target aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku with overwhelming momentum. However, when these clones made contact with the Amaterasu sword in Fugaku's hand, they seemed to be bound by an invisible force, pinned in midair and unable to move. "Madara, it's not too late to turn back." Fugaku stared at the white figure 10 meters away, trying one last time to persuade this lost ancestor to return. However, what responded to him was the sudden attack of a black giant sword. In a hurry, Fugaku sighed and used the Amaterasu sword to defend. The clash of metal rang deafeningly, and the moment the Amaterasu sword collided with the chakra giant sword, the two forces created a visible circular shockwave. The shockwave surged outward like a storm from the center, carving the space as if cut by a sharp blade, leaving long cracks in its wake. The figures of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Madara flickered in and out of view within this torrent of power, each clash accompanied by tremors and roars of space. "Your obsession will only plunge you deeper into darkness." Fugaku's voice felt particularly heavy amidst the thunderous sounds, his eyes showing both resolution and sorrow. Uchiha Madara, however, seemed not to hear him. His eyes were filled only with endless madness. The black giant sword swung down again, carrying the power to destroy everything, as if aiming to sever both Fugaku and this space in one blow. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." Fugaku shouted angrily, the chakra within him surging like a tide. At that moment, the Amaterasu sword in his hand radiated an unprecedented brilliance, The runes on the sword seemed to come alive, swirling with mysterious power. In a flash of sword light, Fugaku appeared at Madara's side with incredible speed. The Amaterasu sword, transforming into a silver lightning bolt, aimed directly at Madara's vital points. However, Madara seemed to have anticipated this, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the strike. A futile effort, Madara scoffed, swinging the black giant sword once more, colliding with Fugaku's Amaterasu sword, causing another explosion of power that unleashed an even fiercer shockwave. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly flashed in Fugaku's eyes. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a flaw in Madara's attack rhythm. Now's the time. Heavenly hand power. He let out a low shout, and the chakra within him instantly gathered at the tip of the sword, forming a dazzling sword light. At the same time, an unprecedented intense feeling of space tearing surged forth. This power seemed capable of tearing apart everything, forcibly bringing Uchiha Madara's body through the constraints of space to the front of Uchiha Fugaku. In that moment, Fugaku's eyes sparkled with a resolute light, as he had long been poised and waiting for this moment to arrive. He harnessed the power of space-time to elevate the might of the Tengu Cloud Sword to its peak. At the same time, he utilized the heavenly hand power to forcibly teleport Uchiha Madara in front of him, creating a nearly inescapable lethal situation. The reason he had refrained from using the heavenly hand power in the previous battles was due to his own profound intentions. He was well aware of Uchiha Madara's cunning and strength. If he revealed this move too early, it could easily raise Madara's vigilance, thus ruining this carefully arranged lethal setup. Therefore, he had been waiting for the most opportune moment. At this moment, the time had finally come. Fugaku tightly gripped the Tatsuka sword, its tip aimed directly at Uchiha Madara's vital point. His eyes were firm and cold, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. This is bad. Lord Madara has let his guard down. At that moment, when Fong Tian witnessed Uchiha Madara being forcibly transported in front of Fugaku by Tensho, his heart suddenly tightened. He knows very well that although Uchiha Madara's strength is formidable, he is still likely to fall into danger under this sudden change. Fong Tian is filled with endless causal power, a force that can reverse the situation and change fate. A strong impulse surged in his heart, wanting to take action immediately to rescue Uchiha Madara from danger. However, just as he was about to act, the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled into a strange smile, and he slightly tilted his head to look at Fong Tian, signaling him not to move. Time's up. Fugaku, your fatal trap. It seems full of flaws. Chapter 184. Shifting offense and defense what? Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted, his face filled with disbelief and confusion. But just as he was about to ask, a sharp pain suddenly struck, piercing his eyes. Fugaku tightly gripped the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the sword vibrating with a deep yet powerful hum due to his sudden increase in strength, as if trembling for his pain. His eyes were like they were being burned by a raging fire, the pain unbearable like a knife cutting through him. But this sudden pain was like a fire, igniting the fighting spirit and resilience deep within him. He clenched his teeth tightly, his lips turning white from the strain. Madara, what exactly have you done to me? Fugaku endured the stabbing pain in his eyes with all his might, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Madara ahead, his voice hoarse from anger and pain. His vision had become blurry due to the intense, stinging pain, and everything in front of him started to feel illusory, as if he were about to fall into darkness at any moment. Uchiha Madara slightly raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I haven't done anything. It's you who overestimates yourself, thinking that with the power of time and space, you can recklessly use the complete body Susanoo? How naive. As he spoke, the corners of Uchiha Madara's clothing rustled in the howling wind, and within his crimson eyes, the Rinnegan slowly rotated, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. He looked down from a high vantage point at Fujikage, who was half kneeling on the ground, struggling in pain. A cruel smile twisted at the corner of his mouth. It seems you still don't understand that the power of time and space has never been a gift bestowed by heaven. Fujikage's fingers dug deep into the ground, his knuckles turning white from the effort, and fresh red blood slowly seeped from under his nails, dripping onto the soil. Ugh! Another wave of unbearable agony exploded from his eyeball, causing Fujikage's right eye to twitch violently, and then a surge of black blood gushed forth from his eye socket, looking particularly shocking. In Fujikage's blurred vision, the figure of Uchiha Madara suddenly bizarrely split into three, each of them quickly forming hand seals with different gestures. Their movements swift and powerful, The ribs of the crimson Susanoo giant emitted a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it would collapse at any moment. On the surface of that massive armor, a time-space vortex flickered in and out of view, like a distorted illusion. Just then, Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly vanished from its original position and reappeared 10 steps away. He slammed the scepter in his hand onto the ground with a loud bang. Immediately, the ground seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, and countless sharp earthen spikes rose up in an instant. One of them, like a sharp arrow, violently pierced through the knee of the Susanoo giant, sending a spray of shattered stones and dust into the air. Every time you use the power of time and space, your chakra network distorts an inch, Uchiha Madara said coldly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Guess what will happen when your network is completely knotted together? Something interesting and terrifying, haha. Just as his words fell, Fugaku's left hand suddenly twitched uncontrollably. The tightly gripped Totsuka no Tsurugi also let out a sharp cry, as if lamenting his suffering. Fugaku abruptly looked up, his gaze fierce, just in time to see Uchiha Madara's right pinky finger bending in a strange manner, which was the hand sign for the fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fire annihilation, Uchiha Madara shouted, and in an instant, a towering inferno surged towards Fugaku like a roaring dragon, overwhelming him. In that moment of life and death, Fugaku's Sharingan pattern suddenly began to spin counterclockwise at an astonishing speed, as if trying to find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. The figure that should have been engulfed by the flames suddenly appeared behind Madara, the Totsuka no Tsurugi slashing down with a dark glow of a space-time rift. How ugly! Uchiha Madara smirked. His body had reached an unprecedented peak state under the almost perverse regenerative abilities of the Six Paths power. In contrast, Fugaku in front of him, due to the excessive use of the complete body Susanoo, was now suffering from a severe backlash of his ocular power, becoming extraordinarily weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Even the Totsuka no Tsurugi he held tightly had lost its former sharpness and power, becoming dull and lifeless. Uchiha Madara simply tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the sword strike that Fugaku had poured all his strength into. Then, in a flash, he kicked sideways, with a howling wind, directly striking towards Fugaku's chest. The force of this kick was immense, as if it intended to pierce through Fugaku's entire body. Fugaku felt an irresistible force coming from the leg, and his whole body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing hard against the distant mountainside. With debris flying everywhere, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his chest rose and fell violently, clearly indicating that this blow had inflicted significant damage on him. Coughing, Fuyua lay on the ground, struggling to breathe, and the stinging sensation in his eyes not only did not diminish but grew even more intense. His vision had become blurry, and he could only vaguely see the figure of Uchiha Madara slowly approaching him. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Fugaku gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up again, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Uchiha stopped not far in front of Fugaku, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Defeat you? That's as easy as pie for me. I'm just enjoying the process, watching you, once so high and mighty, gradually fall from grace. Fugaku's eyes suddenly erupted with a strong light, representing his remaining stubbornness and resilience. Madara, you are mistaken. No matter the outcome, I will not give up resisting. As long as I have breath left, I will never let you succeed. Madara's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming cold and deep. What a tenacious guy, but that suits me just fine. Only such an opponent is worth my full effort. Saying this, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals. A massive amount of chakra surged around him, making the air feel heavy. Then let me see how long you can hold on. Uchiha Madara growled, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Fugaku. A gigantic black hand descended from the sky with a world-destroying force, aiming directly at Fugaku. At that moment, a golden shield imbued with the power of time and space firmly protected Fugaku. The black, giant hand struck the shield violently, producing a deafening roar upon impact. The golden shield rippled under the immense pressure of the black hand, as if it would shatter at any moment. Xingyun's face showed anger, and she could no longer hold back, using the stop war technique to protect Fugaku. Uchiha Madara watched the scene before him, a mocking cold smile creeping onto his lips. Humph, just a dying struggle. Do you really think this meager power of yours can block my attack? What a delusion. The power of the Six Paths is supreme, transcending all things. His words were filled with undeniable dominance. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara suddenly exerted force with both hands, and the power in his black, giant hands surged instantly, as if to crush everything into dust. Under this immense pressure, the golden shield set up by Qingyun emitted crackling sounds, and cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. "Hold on." Qingyun gritted her teeth, her face pale as paper, doing her utmost to reinforce the defense of the Jigu, her hands bulging with veins from excessive strain. But unfortunately, the power of the six paths that Uchiha Madara wielded was simply too strong for her to withstand. In the end, the golden shield shattered with a deafening roar, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in the air. Fuyue felt a powerful force throw him away, his body like a kite with a broken string, tumbling through the air as he flew out. He fell heavily to the ground, dust flying, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had completely gone blind, and he could only rely on his hearing and perception to judge the situation around him. Uchiha Madara slowly walked in front of Fugaku, looking down at him. "How is it? Do you have anything else to say now?" Now, the roles of offense and defense have changed. Chapter 185, setting off with peace of mind. Fugaku trembled all over, try hard to get up, but unfortunately, his injuries and the backlash from his ocular power rendered him unable to move, leaving him to watch helplessly as Uchiha Madara looked at him with a mocking expression. In the next moment, the Rinnegan behind Uchiha Madara gathered and transformed, becoming a sword that emitted a faint black glow, which he raised high. His expression was as cold as ice, and there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes, just a cold gaze fixed on the collapsed and gasping Fugikic. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara slowly spoke, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Forget it. The current you no longer stirs any anger in me." His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. "You will remain a complete failure, forever trapped in the illusion of that beautiful dream of Infinite Tsukuyomi." After saying this, Uchiha Madara slowly sheathed his black long sword, turned his body, and walked away with large strides, seemingly intending to end this battle that held no suspense. "Madara!" Fugaku shouted from the ground, using his last bit of strength to scream. "Do you really think you've won?" His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. "Look around you. This real world that has fallen into dead silence. Is this really the result you've been pursuing and longing for all along?" Fugaku's words struck Uchiha Madara's heart like a heavy hammer. Madara paused, slightly turning his body, revealing a complex expression on his face. It contained mockery, confusion, and perhaps a hint of barely perceptible wavering. "Do you think your words can change anything, Fugaku?" Madara's voice was deep and powerful. He did not fully turn to face Fugaku, merely casting a cold glance at this former opponent. Fugaku lay on the ground, his breathing becoming more rapid, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. "Madara, the power you pursue, the so-called peace you speak of, comes at the cost of countless lives. Is this kind of world really worth protecting?" Madara fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Fugaku's words. But soon, a cold expression returned to his face. "Sacrifice is inevitable. For my goal, these are nothing." "But," Fugaku's voice trembled, yet he struggled to continue. "But have you considered that maybe there are other paths to take? Perhaps we can find a way to achieve peace without sacrifice, without war?" Madara scoffed. "Find it together? With you? Fugaku, you are too naive. This world is already decayed beyond repair. Only by changing it thoroughly in my way can everything start anew." "Madara!" Fugaku called out again, his voice filled with despair. "Are you really going to keep making the same mistakes?" Madara remained silent, slowly turning around again, raising the black sword formed from the Rinnegan high above. This time, there was no hesitation in his eyes, only a resolve filled with determination and murderous intent. "I have changed my mind." His voice was cold and firm, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. "Fayek, your time has truly come." As the words fell, the black sword, carrying endless pressure and the aura of death, howled as it struck towards Fayek. Fayek closed his eyes in despair, awaiting the end of his fate. However, at this critical moment, a golden light suddenly flickered, and the shield formed by Qingyun's desperate use of the power of time and space miraculously blocked Uchiha Madara's attack once again. Cough! Qingyun, having overexerted herself using the power of time and space, was already extremely weak. At that moment, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper, but her gaze was exceptionally resolute. "I will absolutely not let you harm him." A flash of astonishment crossed Uchiha Madara's face. He did not expect that at this critical moment, someone could actually block his attack. He looked coldly at Qingyun, who was blocking Fujiwei. his eyes filled with disdain and anger. "It's you again, Changyun." Uchiha gritted his teeth, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. "You, like Feng Tian, are a traveler from another world and do not belong to this world. Why? Why do you always have to oppose me?" His tone was filled with confusion and anger, as if he couldn't understand why there were always people who wanted to be his enemies. Changyun gasped for breath. Despite her extremely weakened body, her gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no signs of wavering. "Ban, your actions are wrong." Her voice, though weak, was full of strength. "I cannot stand by and watch you harm innocent people, plunging this world into endless darkness and despair." Her words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Uchiha Ban's heart. However, a cold smile merely flickered across Uchiha Ban's face, as if he did not take her words to heart. "Innocent people? There are no innocent people in this world. Everyone fights for their own interests. It's just that my methods are more direct and thorough." Changyun shook her head. "Ban, you are wrong. There are many kind and innocent people in this world. They should not become sacrifices for you to achieve your goals." Uchiha Ban's expression darkened further. "So you think your power can stop me?" Changyun took a deep breath. "I don't know if my power can stop you, but I will do everything I can to protect everyone." Fuyue looked at Changyun standing in front of him, filled with gratitude and guilt. He struggled to stand up, but the injuries on his body rendered him immobile. "Changyun, thank you," Fujitake said weakly. "But you shouldn't take risks for me." Changyun smiled at Fujitake. "Don't get too complacent. You are the most important part of my plan. I can't let you die so easily." Fujitake did not refute her, only smiling slightly, but now is not the time to let their guard down. "In that case, you shall set off together." Uchiha Madara's tone was cold, like a deity proclaiming death. He swung the black sword in his hand again, the power of the truth-seeking orb gathering at the sword's tip, as if it wanted to tear apart space and destroy the obstacles before him in one blow. Changyun gritted her teeth, quickly forming hand seals. Golden light erupted from her body, contrasting sharply with the dark power of the truth-seeking orb. Set off with peace of mind. Chapter 186. Homecoming. As Uchiha Madara's cold words fell, the ruthless black blade finally broke through the defenses of the stop war technique. There was no choice. Although stop war could reverse all attacks, it felt powerless against the six paths power of the same level. The black blade was like a meteor in the night sky, shattering the tranquility of space and rushing towards Changyun and Uchiha Fujitake with irresistible destructive force. "There's no other way," Changyun roared, her whole body shining with golden light, and a peculiar pattern kept flashing in her palm. That was a protective item left to her by her father, which would automatically activate as a guardian mark when Changyun received a fatal injury. At this moment, facing Uchiha Madara's attack capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, this mark finally displayed its true power. The golden light surged, and a shield made of pure energy suddenly appeared before Changyun and Uchiha Fujitake, firmly blocking the ruthless black blade outside. On the shield, runes flowed, each rune containing ancient and powerful energy, weaving together into a dense defensive net to resist the invasion of the six paths power. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such powerful defensive means. However, this did not make him retreat in the slightest. The six paths power gathered again, and the light on the black blade became even more brilliant, as if it wanted to tear apart the entire space. Interesting. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, pushing the six paths power to the limit again, and the black blade suddenly accelerated, crashing into Changyun's golden shield with a world-destroying force. A tremendous roar echoed, shaking the entire space. The golden shield began to dim under the fierce impact of the black blade, the runes gradually becoming blurred. Yet even so, it remained as solid as a rock, steadfastly protecting Changyun and Uchiha Fujitake. "Go!" Changyun shouted unwillingly, and a golden space-time rift appeared around the mark. Without further hesitation, Changyun directly pulled Fujitake and jumped into the golden space-time rift. The rift quickly closed behind them, isolating Uchiha Madara's world-destroying attack outside. Inside the space-time rift was a chaotic and unclear space, where time and space lost all meaning. Changyun and Uchiha Fujitake seemed to be engulfed in endless void, relying on the faint golden light emitted by the mark in their hands to recognize each other. "This is..." Uchiha Fujitake looked around, his face showing shock. He had never seen such a strange space, nor did he expect that Changyun possessed such mysterious means. Changyun gasped, her gaze resolute. "This is the last safeguard my father left for me, which can help us escape danger at a critical moment." but the cost of using it is also high. We may be transported to an unknown place. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a warmth surge in his heart, his expression one of understanding. Chungyun nodded, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She knew that this battle was far from over, but they would never give up. As long as they had breath left, they would fight to protect the beliefs in their hearts. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly appeared at the end of the space-time rift. The light was warm and familiar, as if it were a lighthouse guiding them forward. Chungyun and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a glance and walked towards the light without hesitation. As their figures gradually disappeared into the radiance, the space-time rift slowly closed, as if it had never existed. Outside this chaotic space, Uchiha Madara coldly observed everything, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, seemingly deep in thought. Obito, now that this is done, you should go find Rin, Feng Tian said as he turned to Obito, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression instantly became complex and hard to read, his eyes flashing with various emotions, nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of indescribable relief. He took a deep breath, finally shaking his head in relief, and quickly formed hand seals to slowly withdraw the massive complete body. Susanoo. As Susanoo dissipated, a powerful wave of energy also faded away. At that moment, the moonlight of Infinite Tsukuyomi poured down like flowing water, gently illuminating Obito and casting a subtle silver glow over him. Under the moonlight, Obito appeared particularly lonely, yet there seemed to be a hint of relief in his demeanor. Yes, it was time to find Rin. Obito whispered softly, his voice filled with an indescribable sense of determination and relief, as if at that moment he had let go of all his obsessions and burdens. He slowly turned around, took a step forward, and walked steadily towards the distance. In that distance, to Obito's eyes, it seemed that Rin's figure was gently waving at him through the haze, filled with endless warmth and anticipation. Each step felt like crossing the distance of time and space, yet he walked with extraordinary determination, as if no force could stop his forward momentum. F10 quietly watched Obito's departing figure, his eyes filled with contentment. He knows that although Obito has experienced countless pains and struggles, he still retains that innocence and persistence in his heart, which is a rare quality among the Uchiha clan. I hope Obito can find his own happiness. Feng Tian lowered his voice, murmuring a few words to himself, then turned his gaze to Shui and continued slowly. What about you, Shui? In this world today, there is no longer the disturbance of war and conflict. Everyone is immersed in the illusory dream woven by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, enjoying the so-called perfection. When do you plan to withdraw from this false prosperity and seek the true home your heart longs for? Feng Tian's words contained a different kind of profound meaning, and he stared intently at Shui, his eyes filled with expectation, as if waiting for Shui to give an unusual answer. Upon hearing this, Shui's gaze deepened, reflecting a helplessness towards reality. He let out a faint sigh and said softly, Feng Tian, you and I both know that this so-called perfect world is nothing but a mirage. Ethereal and elusive. People's hearts are bound. Their thoughts are imprisoned. Can such a world really be considered perfect? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of agreement. He nodded and continued, indeed, true perfection shouldn't be like this. But even so, this is what Obito and Madara are pursuing. They hope to bring peace to this world in their own way, even if that peace is built on illusions. Shui gently shook his head and did not follow Feng Tian's train of thought, but instead changed the subject and asked, what about you? After Infinite Tsukuyomi, you should be able to go home, right? The corners of Feng Tian's mouth curled up slightly. His causal power, after completing Infinite Tsukuyomi, had sensed an indescribable force. This force drove his causal power to madness. Me? Soon. There's a force guiding me from the shadows, and I feel that I will be able to go home very soon. Chapter 187. The Tale of Minato, Extra. Kushina's consciousness seemed to be gradually enveloped by a thick fog, her body sinking step by step into an endless darkness. She could clearly sense that the Nine-Tails chakra within her was being violently torn out by an inexplicable and eerie force. The pain felt like a sharp blade cutting into flesh, making each breath extraordinarily difficult, as if her lungs were about to be ripped apart. Her hands were tightly bound by chains as dark as ink, covered in dense ancient runes that flickered with a faint purple light in the dim environment, like a group of greedy vampires mercilessly devouring every bit of power within her. Is this what they call chakra of the tailed beasts? Indeed powerful. A low and hoarse voice echoed as if it came from the depths of hell, resonating hauntingly above the altar. Kushina exerted all her strength to barely lift her heavy head. Through her blurred vision, she saw a man draped in a white robe standing proudly at the center of the altar. His skin was frighteningly pale, as if devoid of any color, and his eyes exuded an indescribable eerie light purple, like a ghost in the abyss. On his smooth forehead, there was even a diamond-shaped gem emitting a faint glow, making it particularly eye-catching in the dim environment. What exactly do you intend to do? Kushina gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from her throat. We just want to take back what rightfully belongs to us. The man's voice was as cold as a frigid wind, lacking any warmth. The chakra of the tailed beast is an indispensable part of the god tree, and you, after all, are merely a vessel that carries it. Before his words had fully settled, the man's hands slowly rose, and the runes around the altar seemed to be summoned, instantly erupting into dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a powerful, suffocating pull surged from those pitch-black chains. Kushina's body trembled violently. She could clearly feel the overwhelming chakra of the nine tails swiftly receding like a tide, and her consciousness began to blur. Where on earth are you, Minato? A deep despair surged within her, as if she were surrounded by endless darkness. Yet even so, she still clung tightly to a glimmer of hope, because she firmly believed that Minato Namikaze would definitely come to save her, no matter how difficult, no matter how far away. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's figure was like a golden lightning bolt slicing through the sky, swiftly traversing the dense forest. His eyes were fixed tightly on the golden thread that appeared and disappeared ahead, filled with anxiety and unease. He could clearly sense that Kushina's breath was becoming weaker and weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Kushina, you must hold on. I'm coming soon, Minato repeated in his heart, his steps growing more urgent, as if he were pouring all his strength into this moment of running. Finally, the path opened up before Minato, revealing an ancient and mysterious altar. The altar was shrouded in thick waves of chakra, and the air was filled with a heavy, almost suffocating sense of oppression. In an instant, Minato's gaze locked onto the figure in the center of the altar, and when he clearly saw Kushina tightly bound by dark chains, his heart constricted violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Kushina! His voice trembled uncontrollably, and his figure appeared like a gust of wind, flashing instantly at the edge of the altar. Oh, you finally come? The man in the white robe slowly turned around, his bloodless face and eyes as cold as a frozen lake, staring intently at Namikaze Minato. You are her husband, aren't you? What a pity you arrived too late. Minato's gaze instantly sharpened, his kunai gripped tightly in his hand. Let her go. Let her go. What makes you think you have the ability to do that? The man's words dripped with sarcasm as his hands gently lifted. The runes around the altar seemed to respond to his call, bursting into dazzling light, followed by a chakra wave so powerful it was heart-stopping, surging towards Minato. Minato's body trembled under the impact of this force, but his gaze remained unwavering, still fixed on the man before him, his voice cold and firm amidst the raging wind. I'll say it one last time. Let her go. Ridiculous little ant. You dare to challenge the noble god clan? The man's voice was filled with disdain. He then waved his hand, and the ground suddenly cracked open with gruesome fissures. Countless jet-black vines surged from the cracks, as if alive, sweeping towards Minato with a whistling sound. Flying Thunder God technique, Minato shouted, his figure instantly transforming into a golden afterimage, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost behind the man, his kunai flickering with a cold gleam, aimed directly at the man's vital points, the movement swift and fierce. However, the man's reaction was equally astonishingly fast. He slightly turned his body, effortlessly evading the deadly strike at an unbelievable angle. Following that, he waved his right hand again, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, forming a violent shockwave that forcibly pushed Minato back several steps. The speed is indeed quite fast, but unfortunately, under the crushing weight of absolute power, speed is merely a joke. The man's voice was filled with mockery and disdain. His gaze became even colder, as if it could freeze one's soul, and his hands quickly formed seals again. This time, the cracks in the ground erupted not with black vines, but with blazing black flames. These flames carried a bizarre distortion and a sense of destruction, like the tongue of a demon from hell, frantically sweeping towards Minato, attempting to engulf him in endless darkness and heat. Minato's expression instantly grew serious. He knew these flames were no ordinary threat and dared not be careless. The kunai in his hand danced like a silver dragon, striking with astonishing speed to precisely sever the incoming flames. However, even as he exerted all his strength, the alarm bells in his heart rang louder. This enemy was stronger and more dangerous than any opponent he had faced before. He clearly knew that to save Kushina, he must unleash all of his strength without any reservations. Rasengan, Minato Namikaze shouted, quickly gathering chakra in his right hand. A Rasengan, radiating a dazzling light, instantly took shape and was hurled towards the man with a whistling sound of wind. The man, seeing this, curled his lips into a disdainful smile, and with a gentle wave of his hands, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him, easily deflecting the Rasengan. Is that all you've got? I'm really disappointed. The man mocked. Minato ignored his taunts and transformed into a golden afterimage, rushing towards the man at high speed. However, the man's reaction was still incredibly fast. He slightly tilted his body, once again evading the deadly blow at an unbelievable angle. Minato did not get discouraged. His form turned into a bolt of golden lightning, swiftly darting around the altar, trying to find a flaw in the man's defenses. The man, noticing this, revealed a cold smile. He quickly formed hand seals, and the runes around the altar burst forth with dazzling light. Immediately, a stronger pulling force surged, firmly trapping Minato. Want to run? Not that easy, the man sneered. Minato's body couldn't move under the force. He could only watch helplessly as he was pulled closer to the man. However, at that moment, his gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. Flying Thunder God. With a low shout from Minato, his figure vanished once again. Chapter 188. Minato's transmission, extra. While Minato was fiercely battling the mysterious man, Kushina's consciousness miraculously began to gradually recover. She could clearly feel that the Nine-Tails chakra within her was being forcibly drawn out by an invisible hand, with every second slipping away. Yet, at this critical moment of life and death, Kushina's will grew even more resolute. I can't just fall down like this, Kushina silently told herself. Her hands suddenly clenched tight, as if she wanted to gather all her strength at that moment. As her will surged, the chakra within her began to violently fluctuate, like a long-dormant volcano finally about to erupt. The man, who was clashing with Minato, suddenly changed his expression, his gaze like lightning turning sharply towards Kushina on the altar. You still have the ability to resist? Kushina's voice rang out at that moment, filled with unprecedented determination. For Minato, no matter what difficulties I face, I will never give up easily. As her words fell, her body suddenly erupted with a powerful force, so intense that it shattered the dark chains that had bound her for a long time, producing a crisp and loud breaking sound. What? A look of disbelief finally appeared on the man's face. He never expected that Kushina could break free from his tight seal, which completely exceeded his expectations. Kushina! A hint of indescribable surprise and excitement flashed in Minato Namikaze's eyes. He flashed and almost instantaneously appeared beside Kushina, carefully helping her up. Although Kushina's face was pale and her voice carried a hint of weakness, her gaze was exceptionally firm. Minato, don't worry, I'm fine. Namikaze Minato looked deeply at her, a warm feeling surging in his heart. He gently nodded, his voice soft yet firm. Together, we will end this absurd battle. His gaze became sharp again, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Good, Kushina responded briefly but powerfully, as a surge of turbulent chakra flowed within her, as if an indomitable force was supporting her. Minato stood shoulder to shoulder with Kushina, their eyes like two sharp swords, firmly locking onto the man before them, showing no signs of retreat. At that moment, their chakra intertwined in a marvelous way, forming an unprecedentedly powerful force, as if the very air around them was trembling in response. How ridiculous. Foolish mortals. Do you really think you can contend with a noble divine clan by teaming up? The man's voice was filled with mockery and disdain, his hands quickly forming seals. Accompanied by a low rumble, a suffocatingly powerful chakra erupted, as if it were about to tear the entire space apart. Flying Thunder God, Minato shouted, his body instantly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, he had appeared behind the man, a massive Rasengan already formed in his hand. Seal. Kushina quickly formed seals with her hands, and countless golden chains surged from the ground, sweeping toward the man. A hint of seriousness finally appeared on the man's face. With a wave of his hands, a powerful chakra erupted instantly, blocking the attacks from Minato Namikaze and Kushina. However, their combined strength still pushed him back several steps. It's over. Minato's voice was calm and resolute, his hands moving swiftly to form seals like a dance, as an unprecedentedly strong chakra gathered in his palms, seemingly causing the very space to tremble. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, third style. The voices of Minato and Kushina echoed almost simultaneously, their chakras perfectly merging at that moment, forming a dazzling light that pierced through the night sky like lightning, striking directly at the man's chest with overwhelming force. A hint of undeniable fear finally appeared on the man's face. He never expected that Namikaze Minato and Kushina could join forces to perform such a powerful technique. He hurriedly mobilized the power within him, tried to withstand the fatal blow, but it was already too late. The dazzling light, as bright as the scorching sun, instantly pierced through the man's defenses, completely engulfing his massive body. Within the light, the man's figure trembled violently, and then, like dust swept away by the wind, he gradually dissipated, ultimately turning into nothingness, leaving only a faint shadow swaying in the air. As the man vanished, the chakra fluctuations around the altar gradually calmed down, as if everything had returned to tranquility. However, the air still lingered with an indescribable sense of urgency, a remnant of the battle, and a testament to the life and death trial shared by Namikaze Minato and Kushina. They stood side by side, their gazes firmly locked ahead. Although their bodies were utterly exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the light of victory. At this moment, their hearts were even closer to each other, as if the whole world could not separate them. It's over. Kushina's voice was slightly hoarse, revealing a hint of undeniable fatigue, but her eyes still shone brightly, radiating an indomitable spirit. Minato nodded gently, his voice tender yet full of strength. Yes, Kushina, we won. All of this has become the past. He slowly extended his right hand and gently grasped Kushina's slightly trembling hands, his eyes filled with deep concern and tenderness. Minato's voice echoed again, this time with more evident emotion and choked feelings. Minato tightly embraced her, his voice softly ringing in Kushina's ear, filled with unwavering determination and gentleness. Kushina, we don't need this between us. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, I will be by your side, facing them together. The afterglow of the sunset fell upon them, casting a golden sheen over their figures. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, with only their heartbeats and breaths gently echoing in the air. Kushina nestled in Minato's embrace, feeling the hard-earned peace and warmth. A surge of unprecedented gratitude and happiness welled up in her heart, as if all the pain and struggles had received the most perfect compensation at that moment. Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and a powerful aura descended from the horizon. Minato and Kushina both looked up, only to see a figure slowly descending from the clouds, radiating a sacred and majestic presence. Kushina's mouth fell open in surprise. Minato furrowed his brows, sensing the strength and uniqueness of that aura. It seems our battle is not over yet. Chapter 189. The deception soon. That indescribable feeling is about to arrive. I seem to already feel the way home. Fengtian murmured softly, filled with immense joy in his heart. After countless cycles of torment, he had finally collected the nine-tailed beasts this time, and helped Uchiha Madara successfully release the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Shursui, it seems you don't intend to fall into the Infinite Tsukuyomi? Fengtian saw Shursui beside him hesitating to release the complete body Susanoo from the Infinite Tsukuyomi and couldn't help but ask. Shursui gazed up at the moon, which was illuminated by the Infinite Tsukuyomi in a strange and enchanting way, his eyes filled with complex and indistinguishable emotions. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and firm. Fengtian, everyone has a measure in their heart, and what they weigh is different. For me, a truly beautiful world cannot be built solely on an illusory dream. I have envisioned that peaceful and tranquil world countless times in my mind, but each time, those images are deeply rooted in the soil of reality. Shursui's words conveyed a profound awakening that transcended the mundane and struck at the heart. After speaking, Shursui gently waved his hand, maneuvering the massive, complete body, Susanoo, to slowly turn like a mountain, striding towards the distant horizon, his figure gradually disappearing into the hazy moonlight. You want to take one last look at this real world. Hearing this, Fengtian's expression of joy slightly paused. He did not expect Ji Shuei to have such profound insights. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Uchiha Madara in the void above and said solemnly, Madara, after being alone underground for decades, do you not feel lonely? Uchiha Madara remained silent, merely gazing at the man before him. Have you ever thought about what kind of solitude it is to face a world where only one person remains after the Moon Eye plan? No one knows that after activating the Infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone is immersed in a beautiful dream, while only Madara remains in this filthy world, destined to be alone until death. My path has come to an end. Let this dirty and twisted world have only me left to silently watch over it. Madara's words revealed an almost mad obsession, and his gaze swept over the land that was about to be completely devoured by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. It was both a helpless farewell to the past years and a resolute determination to watch over this solitude in the future. His figure appeared exceptionally lonely in the night, as if the whole world were against him. Yet he remained indifferent, quietly standing there, waiting for the final arrival. Feng Tian felt a wave of inexplicable sadness rise in his heart upon hearing this. After speaking, Ban's figure gradually blurred, as if merging with the night. It's coming. That indescribable presence is finally about to descend. Feng Tian sensed that strange feeling drawing closer, his heart filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. As a traveler from another world, he would finally be able to unravel all the mysteries and return to the world that belonged to him. He gently lifted his chin, his gaze piercing through the void, and saw a black mist entangled with fate rushing down at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the black mist, laden with the weight of destiny, streaked like obsidian across the night sky, carrying with it a heart-stopping depth and mystery, heading straight towards Feng Tian. Feng Tian's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, his eyes fixed on the approaching black mist, as if every cell in his body had been ignited by an invisible force, boiling to the extreme at this moment. Is this the way home? Feng Tian murmured to himself, his voice filled with both anticipation and tension. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, preparing to face this unknown twist of fate. The black mist suddenly halted less than a meter from Feng Tian, then began to swirl leisurely, gradually coalescing into a strange and unpredictable vortex. The core of the vortex was as dazzling and colorful as a kaleidoscope, with countless lights and shadows intertwining within it. Each light and shadow seemed like a miniature world, radiating different hues and brilliance, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Feng Tian felt an irresistible and powerful force firmly pulling him. His consciousness began to blur, and his body seemed to be controlled by invisible threads, involuntarily stumbling forward, as if about to step into the mysterious abyss of the vortex. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The previously still black mist began to stir violently, like a greedy beast, crazily eroding Feng Tian's consciousness. At the same time, a cold and eerie voice bizarrely emerged from Feng Tian's mouth. Hee, this kid is really impressive. He has managed to erode this world in his first reincarnation. He truly lives up to the name I personally bestowed upon him, Feng Tian. Feng Tian's whole body shuddered violently, and that sinister laughter, which did not belong to him, felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly waking him from his daze. He quickly realized that this strange black mist, this mysterious vortex, was far more complicated and dangerous than he had initially imagined. This was by no means the way home he had been longing for, but a complete trap. No, I absolutely cannot be manipulated like this. In his heart, Feng Tian let out a deafening roar of anger. He gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength in his body to engage in a desperate struggle against the dark force that was wildly eroding his consciousness. The light and shadow in the vortex began to distort, as if countless voices were roaring in Feng Tian's ears, trying to interfere with his thoughts and pull him into an endless abyss. But Feng Tian clenched his teeth and his fists, his willpower as solid as a rock. Is this the person behind me that Changyan spoke of? So it turns out that all of this is a complete scam. Feng Tian roared helplessly inside, never expecting that everything he had painstakingly done was actually a complete deception. Do you still have the strength to resist me? It's just a futile struggle. That eerie voice echoed in the air again, filled with mockery and contempt, as if it had firmly grasped Feng Tian in its palm. Feng Tian felt a headache so intense it was as if his head would split open, his consciousness teetering between chaos and clarity. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted, refusing to yield. He knows better than anyone that once he gives up resistance, and completely sinks into this darkness. He will forever lose himself and become a puppet of that unknown existence, unable to find his way back home. I cannot yield like this. Feng Tian roared in his heart, his eyes turning crimson, exuding an air of determination. However, at this critical moment, a familiar and overwhelming power surged forth, crashing against the last remnants of Feng Tian's wavering consciousness like a tidal wave. This power is the power of causality. Although Feng Tian struggled with all his might, trying to stabilize himself amidst the torrent of this force, his consciousness began to blur and dissipate in the endless struggle and wear. The black mist containing the power of causality seemed to possess immeasurable energy, like an invisible hand tightly gripping Feng Tian's thoughts, continually dragging him toward the endless abyss of darkness. Finally, after a fierce battle, Feng Tian's consciousness extinguished its light completely, like a fallen star disappearing into the vast night. And that black mist successfully seized full control over Feng Tian's body and soul. A futile endeavor. Next, let me enjoy this world full of life energy. A cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of Feng Tian's mouth, and just as he prepared to rise and leave, a sharp black blade suddenly tore through the void from the sky, rushing toward Feng Tian like a shooting star. Who are you? Chapter 190, the battle resumes you. Who are you? Accompanied by this cold remark, the black sword that pierced the night sky struck Feng Tian with endless sharpness. A cold smile curled at the corners of Feng Tian's mouth as his figure instantly transformed into an afterimage, easily evading this fatal blow using the Flying Thunder God technique. This power is what this world calls the strongest six paths power. It doesn't seem that impressive. Feng Tian looked down from a high vantage point at Uchiha Madara above the void, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Who exactly are you? Where has the real Feng Tian gone? Uchiha Madara questioned sternly, as he could clearly sense the strange, yet powerful aura emanating from Feng Tian, which forced him to raise his guard. In the next moment, he transformed the black sword in his hand back into the floating Rinnegan beside him, ready to respond to any potential crisis. My existence comes from a higher dimension. You ants are not worthy to know my name. Feng Tian looked at Uchiha Madara with disdain, as if he were a trivial plaything. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened instantly. He had never been insulted like this before. A higher dimension? Uchiha Madara, don't care where you came from. Today you will stay here. Before Uchiha Madara's words could finish, he suddenly clenched his hand, and the surrounding space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A terrifying suction force surged forth, rushing toward Feng Tian like a black hole. Just a small trick. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Feng Tian's mouth as a mysterious power within him seemed to awaken, and the endless power of causality surged like a tide, enveloping him completely. When Uchiha Madara's attack touched this power of causality, it was as if it had been blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction further, only able to struggle futilely in front of that barrier. Not bad at all. A hint of surprise flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. He did not expect the opponent's defense to be so unbreakable. However, just as he slightly lost focus, Feng Tian's figure suddenly vanished like a specter. By the time Uchiha Madara reacted, Feng Tian had already appeared behind him, gripping a judgment blade, radiating a strange light, and with immense power, he struck down toward his back. Trying to sneak attack me? Uchiha Madara's reaction was lightning fast. At the critical moment, he sidestepped and easily avoided Feng Tian's fatal blow. At the same time, he swung his hand back, sending a wave of black energy roaring toward Feng Tian. Feng Tian's figure once again flickered like a phantom, effortlessly evading Uchiha Madara's counterattack. He steadied himself, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Madara, filled with mockery and provocation. With this so-called power of the six paths, is your strength only at this level? Uchiha Madara's expression remained as calm as water. He looked deeply at Feng Tian, already understanding in his heart that the enemy before him was far from ordinary. Thus, he took a deep breath, gathering all his strength once more, preparing to unleash an even more fierce and lethal assault. Meanwhile, Feng Tian maintained his indifferent demeanor, as if he had completely grasped Uchiha Madara's every move, effortlessly ready to respond to whatever attack came his way. Wheel of the Grave, Edge of Hell. With a low growl, Madara summoned 4 incredibly fast shadow clones that instantly surrounded Feng Tian, agilely locking him in place, rendering him immobile. Immediately afterward, the truth-seeking orb surrounding Uchiha Madara seemed to receive some sort of command, suddenly accelerating, shooting toward the bound Fontion like meteors streaking across the night sky at lightning speed. Each truth-seeking orb contained terrifying destructive power, now pouring down like a torrential rain, seemingly intent on completely drowning Fontion in this flood of destruction. However, surprisingly, there was not a hint of panic or fear on Fontion's face. He squinted slightly, and the causal power surrounding him suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forming an indestructible shield. Bang, bang, bang. The truth-seeking orbs struck the shield in succession, but only stirred up ripples, unable to penetrate at all. Impossible, this is the power of the six paths. How could it be so easily blocked by you? Uchiha Madara's expression darkened again. He did not expect his full-force attack to be resolved so easily. Just then, the bound Fontion suddenly vanished, as if he had never existed. While Uchiha Madara was still in doubt, Fontion's figure appeared above him like a ghost. Holding the blade of judgment tightly in his hand, Fontion exuded a heart-pounding pressure, carrying an absolute resolve to sever all causality in the world, and struck fiercely towards Uchiha Madara. This is bad, Uchiha Madara thought to himself in alarm, quickly swinging the massive scythe formed from the truth-seeking orbs, trying to block this fatal blow. However, Fontion's power was too overwhelming. With this strike, Uchiha Madara felt an unprecedented immense pressure, forcing him down to his knees, and the scythe shattered under the tremendous impact. Crack! The shards of the scythe flew out in all directions, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He looked up at the sky with astonishment in his eyes. A cruel smile crept across the corner of Fontion's mouth as he gently pointed at Uchiha Madara. In the next moment, countless sharp spikes formed from causal power surged from the void, raining down like dense raindrops towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara exerted all his strength to form a barrier with the remaining Rinnegan, trying to block these spikes. However, the spikes, created by causal power, seemed to ignore the rules of space and time, easily piercing through the barrier and embedding deeply into Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara let out a painful roar as his body was pierced by numerous spikes, blood staining his battle robe. Is this what you call the power of the six paths? Truly disappointing. Fontion looked coldly at the writhing Uchiha Madara, his tone filled with mockery. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, using his last bit of strength to raise his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Who are you? Why do you possess such powerful strength? I am an existence from a higher dimension, incomprehensible to you ants. Fontion scoffed dismissively and then waved his hand lightly. With his movement, the spikes surrounding Uchiha Madara instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny fragments that dissipated into the air. Uchiha Madara's body was also sent flying by this immense force, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara struggled to rise from the rubble, severely injured, finding it difficult to even stand. Although the recovery effect of the Six Paths power was extremely abnormal, ever since he was pierced by those spikes formed from causal power. Uchiha Madara was astonished to discover that a strange force was preventing his injuries from healing. He slowly raised his head, looking up at Fontion, who stood with arms crossed in a condescending demeanor. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, let this ant show you what it means to slay a god. Chapter 191, Slaying a God. Slaying a god? If you could do it, feel free to try. Fontion's words were still filled with boundless confidence as he looked down at Uchiha Madara, who was barely holding on, his heart full of disdain. In the next moment, the skies seemed to be soaked in ink, dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled deafeningly, as if even heaven and earth were trembling for this shocking battle. With a suffocating atmosphere pervading the air. Around Uchiha Madara, the seeking Dao Jade slowly began to coalesce again, emitting a faint glow. But this time, they were no longer just simple weapons for attack and defense. They seemed to transform into a mysterious bridge connecting the Rinnegan to the deepest secrets of the world, each one containing indescribable power. Heavenly obstruction, trembling star, Madara murmured softly. His voice was light, yet it seemed to carry endless majesty and power. As Madara's words fell, a giant meteorite plummeted from the sky like a harbinger of doom, carrying terrifying destructive power, cutting through the sky straight towards Fontion. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, leaving shocking cracks behind. However, Fontion merely curled the corner of his mouth into a slight, contemptuous smile, as the causal power surrounding him surged instantly, transforming into an almost invisible barrier that effortlessly withstood the meteorite's world-destroying impact, not even stirring a ripple. An ant is ultimately just an ant. Feng Tian's words were filled with unmasked mockery and disdain, each word like a sharp blade, attempting to sever Uchiha Madara's pride and will. The second one, Madara's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be forced out through clenched teeth, filled with defiance and determination. He murmured again, "Heavenly obstruction, trembling star." Before the words fell, another meteorite streaked across the sky, its size immense, its might even more ferocious than the previous one. It was like a burning meteor, with fierce flames and a world-destroying momentum, howling towards Feng Tian, as if to engulf the entire world in endless darkness and destruction. Feng Tian's expression finally showed a barely perceptible change. He clearly had not expected Uchiha Madara to unleash such astonishing attacks in succession. A hint of surprise flashed in his deep-set eyes, but this surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by indifference and disdain, as if it had never existed at all. He gently raised his hands, his movements graceful and composed. The surrounding power of causality seemed to sense his call, swiftly surging and intertwining to form a complex, impenetrable web. In the next moment, it tightly bound the meteorite, which carried the force to destroy the world, rendering it immobile. "Humph, do you think this can shake me?" As Feng Tian's words fell, the web woven from the power of causality suddenly contracted, and the immense force crushed the meteorite into pieces with a deafening roar. The meteorite was crushed mid-air, turning into a rain of debris that fell from the sky like a meteor shower, brilliant yet fleeting. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, curled his lips into a cold smile. His goal was never simply to defeat Feng Tian with these two meteorites. At the moment the meteorite was destroyed, the chakra within him surged wildly, and the Rinnegan flickered with an unprecedented light, a larger and more complex technique quietly taking shape in his mind. It was time to show you true power. In the sky, the dissipating dark clouds began to gather again. This time, they were no longer a simple natural phenomenon, but were controlled by Uchiha Madara's will. Super Earth Explosion Star. Uchiha Madara let out a low roar, as if he had condensed the weight of the entire world into those few words. The Super Earth Explosion Star technique instantly activated, and the heavens and earth seemed to change color. In the sky, the manipulated dark clouds began to swirl violently, coalescing into an apocalyptic scene. The clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, as if the entire world was caught in an inescapable massive vortex, making even the air feel heavy and oppressive. At the center of that vortex, a black hole-like existence slowly formed, silently devouring everything around it. Even light could not escape its gravity. The strength of that force was so great that the surrounding space began to twist and deform, as if even time and space lost their meaning before this power. Feng Tian's expression finally grew serious, his deep eyes flashing with unprecedented seriousness and vigilance. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within that technique. Even someone as powerful as him could not easily ignore it. "Is this your trump card, Uchiha Madara? You truly surprise me." Feng Tian quickly formed hand seals, and the causal power around him surged again, trying to resist that immense attraction. However, the black hole formed by the Super Earth Explosion Star seemed endless, continuously devouring everything around it. Even the causal power released by Feng Tian could not fully withstand it. In the sky, the black hole grew larger and its attraction became stronger, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Uchiha Madara stood at the edge of the black hole, his figure appearing faintly in the distorted space. The Super Earth Explosion Star created by the fragments of two heavenly meteors. God, enjoy it to the fullest. However, just when Uchiha Madara thought victory was in his grasp, Feng Tian suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with mockery and confidence. "Uchiha Madara, do you really think you could defeat me? You are mistaken. Nothing in this world is absolute, including your power, your ambition, and your so-called victory." As Feng Tian's words fell, the causal power around him suddenly erupted with an unprecedented strength. That power seemed to transcend time and space, directly acting upon the black hole formed by the Super Earth Explosion Star. The black hole began to tremble violently, its edges becoming indistinct, as if being torn apart by an invisible giant force, twisted beyond recognition. The sky seemed to be ripped apart by this power, revealing sinister cracks, with thunder and lightning intertwining within, causing the entire world to tremble. Then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, like the collapse of heaven and earth, and the black hole actually disintegrated in an instant, turning into a shower of rubble and surging energy waves that scattered everywhere. The rubble traced brilliant arcs in the air, while the energy waves swept across the entire battlefield like a torrential storm, enveloping everything around in chaos. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened. He could not believe everything that was happening before him. The super technique, Ultra Earth Explosion Star, that he unleashed with all his strength was unexpectedly cracked by Foam Tian. How is this possible? How could you do it? Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with unwillingness and shock, but his body was already beginning to sway due to the excessive consumption of chakra. Foam Tian slowly walked up to Uchiha Madara, his gaze intertwined with pity and mockery, as if looking at an arrogant ant. Remember this, Uchiha Madara, this is the price you must pay for attempting to challenge the gods. His voice was deep and commanding, each word seeming to come from the heavens above, carrying an irresistible power. As he finished speaking, the judgment blade in Foam Tian's hand swung down fiercely, a cold light flashing as if it could tear through space and sever everything. However, at this moment of life and death, a smirk appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. I told you. Today I will slay the god. Shinra Tensei. Before Uchiha Madara's words could finish, a terrifying repulsive force ruthlessly pushed Foam Tian away. Are you still making such futile moves, insect? The pushback Foam Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. He looked at Uchiha Madara, who was once again gathering power below, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it really like this? God! Before the words fell, a strong light suddenly erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. At the same time, behind the unsuspecting Foam Tian, an enormous black hole suddenly appeared, silently spinning and devouring everything around it. Even light could not escape its gravity. This was the black hole previously summoned by the Super Earth Explosion Star, and at this moment it was cleverly utilized by Uchiha Madara, becoming a deadly trap. A cunning light flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. His plan was finally coming to fruition at this moment. He took advantage of the brief moment when Foam Tian let his guard down, unleashing the Shinra Tensei, pouring this terrifying repulsive force on a Foam Tian, ruthlessly pushing him towards the center of that black hole. At that moment, Foam Tian's expression became extremely grim. He never expected that Uchiha Madara still had this up his sleeve. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the constraints of this repulsive force. But it was all too late. His body was like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably plunging towards the black hole, and the surrounding space twisted and deformed at that moment, as if even time and space had lost their meaning. What is happening? Wasn't he the black hole destroyed by me? For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Foam Tian's face. He couldn't believe this sudden change. The reappearance of the black hole seemed to mock and disdain him, making him feel an unprecedented threat. No, it's an illusion. When exactly did this happen? His brain raced, and at this moment, he finally realized that the black hole he had destroyed earlier was merely an illusion created by Uchiha Madara, making him believe it was the destroyed black hole. In fact, the black hole generated by the super planetary devastation had never disappeared. Today, I, Uchiha Madara, will slay the gods. Chapter 192. Causal clone. As Uchiha Madara's words fell like cold ice, the gravitational pull of the black hole suddenly increased countless times, as if the power of the entire universe was converging at this moment, ready to devour everything. Foam Tian's expression showed no trace of fluctuation. He gave up resistance, allowing his body to be drawn like a light feather, slowly falling towards the center of the black hole. Gather! Uchiha Madara let out a low roar, and with his call, the fragments of the heavenly obstruction star seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly converging towards the black hole. Immediately afterwards, the gravitational force at the center of the black hole reached its peak, and those fragments gradually fused while spinning at high speed, forming a massive sphere radiating a ghostly light. That was the final form of the super planetary devastation, a cage capable of sealing gods. Foam Tian's figure finally disappeared into the depths of the black hole, replaced by a dull roar, as if something was struggling in despair, yet ultimately unable to escape the shackles of fate. Is it over? Uchiha Madara gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently, his face pale as paper. Having used such a high intensity of ninjutsu consecutively, even he felt his body was nearly at its limit, as if every muscle and every bone was protesting. However, in this brief moment of catching his breath, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly contracted, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Something's not right, he whispered softly, his voice filled with fear and unease. He suddenly realized that his body had not yet fully recovered. During the battle with Feng Tian, his six-path's power had been blocked by the opponent's causal power and had not yet recovered. This meant that all his previous efforts might have been in vain. Feng Tian was not sealed at all. A thought flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness. Has it been discovered? How boring. I originally thought I could see more of your smug expression. A leisurely voice with a hint of regret echoed in Uchiha Madara's ear. He suddenly raised his head, looking up in the direction of the voice, only to see Feng Tian standing there with his arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face, as if everything that had just happened was merely a play directed by him. Uchiha Madara's face showed an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide open and his lips trembling slightly. How is this possible? How did you escape the Super Earth Explosion Star Seal? Seeing Feng Tian appear before him and scathed, like a ghost, completely shattered his understanding. Feng Tian smiled slightly, that smile containing endless depth and mockery. That move must be said to have indeed posed a slight threat to me. But that was only to my causal clone. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. He suddenly realized that what he had painstakingly sealed just now was merely a causal avatar of Feng Tian. This realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into deep shock and despair. The real Feng Tian had never stepped into that seemingly inescapable seal from beginning to end. He had been secretly observing, playing with Uchiha Madara like a cat catching a mouse, until he believed he had the upper hand and then leisurely revealed himself. Causal clone, Uchiha Madara murmured, a term that was both unfamiliar and familiar to him. He understood that this was a unique ability of Feng Tian, a means to create a clone almost indistinguishable from his own body using the power of causality to confuse enemies or execute specific tasks. So that's why you never fought me with your real body from the beginning. Uchiha Madara's tone was filled with bitterness as he realized that he had once again been toyed with by Feng Tian in this battle. Feng Tian nodded lightly, the mockery on his face even more pronounced. That's right, Uchiha Madara, you are always too confident, thinking that you can control everything with your own power. But you have forgotten that there is a power in this world that you will never understand or master, and that is the power of causality. And I am the god who controls causality in this world. As Feng Tian's words fell, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped Uchiha Madara's heart. He is well aware that the gap between him and Feng Tian can no longer be bridged by mere ninjutsu and strength. Do you have anything else to say? As the strongest in this world, I grant you this opportunity. Feng Tian's words fell coldly. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with unwilling flames. Despite his body being utterly exhausted and his heart filled with despair, he still refused to yield. The strongest? Uchiha Madara scoffed, his voice trembling slightly, a dignity he was determined to maintain. Humph, you are nothing but a coward hiding behind the power of causality. Feng Tian's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to calm. He seems to have become accustomed to the provocations and insults from others. To him, they are merely insignificant noise. Say whatever you want, Uchiha Madara. Feng Tian waved his hand lightly, the gesture carrying an undeniable arrogance, as if dismissing something trivial before him. Your words are meaningless to me. Now, it's time to end this boring battle. Feng Tian's voice was cold and resolute as he slowly raised his hand, palm facing up, as if summoning some unknown force. With his movement, the air around him began to ripple violently, as if an invisible power was brewing within, causing the entire space to tremble. Uchiha Madara could clearly sense an unprecedented sense of crisis rapidly approaching. His heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became labored. He tried his best to evade the impending fatal blow, but his body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Causal chains bind. Accompanied by Feng Tian's low shout, invisible chains emerged from the void, quickly wrapping around Uchiha Madara's body. These chains seemed to be woven from the power of causality, and no matter how Uchiha Madara struggled, he could not break free. It's over, Uchiha Madara. Feng Tian's tone was filled with indifference and mockery as he lightly waved his hand, causing the causal chains to tighten, squeezing Madara's body almost to the point of deformation. However, at this critical moment, a green spiral spear suddenly pierced through the void, carrying an extremely sharp aura, aimed directly at Feng Tian. Feng Tian's expression finally changed. He did not expect such a powerful counterattack, even in this desperate situation. He quickly retreated, relying on his astonishing speed and reflexes, barely avoiding this sudden strike. Even so, The powerful chakra fluctuations attached to the spiral spear still made him feel a wave of heart palpitations, a force that could threaten his life. In the next moment, the spiral spear exploded in the void, turning into dots of green light that dissipated into nothingness. But the momentum from that instant was enough to shake the surrounding air, as if even time and space were distorted by this power. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining chakra within Uchiha Madara surged wildly. It seemed he had found his last chance at life in this moment. With his power, he forcibly broke some of the causal chains that Feng Tian had imposed on him, retreating violently and increasing the distance between himself and Feng Tian. Who? Chapter 193. Those Without a Future. Are you okay? From within the massive green, complete body of Susanoo, Shusui's concerned voice floated in. He originally wanted to carefully examine this world swallowed by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, with every detail making him both curious and heartbroken. However, at that moment, a sudden loud noise came from not far away, instantly pulling him back from his thoughts. Shusui's figure flashed as he rushed towards the source of the sound at high speed. His heart was filled with confusion and unease, not knowing what had happened. When he finally arrived at the scene, the sight before him left him speechless and incredulous. I can't die yet. Shui, you must. Be careful. The person before him was not the real Feng Tian. Uchiha Madara was gasping for breath, having used almost all his strength to explain everything to Shui as best as he could. I understand. Leave the rest to me. Shui's gaze was resolute. He knew that the current situation allowed for no hesitation. The Feng Tian before him was clearly not the real Feng Tian, and the real Feng Tian was likely already under his control. What he needed to do was find an opportunity to see if he could use the B Tian Shun to awaken the real Feng Tian. Feng Tian, or rather that imposter, was currently standing coldly not far away, with a playful smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Oh, Uchiha Shui, is it? A voice full of amusement rang out. Your B Tian Shun is indeed quite a headache. The voice carried a hint of disdain, but also concealed a trace of fear. However, it's nothing much. Upon hearing this, Shui's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. He ignored the provocation from the imposter and silently waved the massive wings of his Susanoo behind him, like a soaring eagle, pouncing fiercely towards Feng Tian. Seeing this, the disdain on Feng Tian's face grew even stronger. He slightly raised his hand, and a mysterious causal power instantly enveloped him, as if donning an invisible armor, making him look like a true deity, lofty and inviolable. In the next moment, Feng Tian's raised hand suddenly fell. With a loud bang, a surging causal power erupted, as if it wanted to twist and tear the entire space apart, aiming to swallow Shui along with his massive Susanoo into an endless whirlpool of causality. However, just when this heart-pounding causal power touched the hard shell of the Susanoo, a strange scene occurred. The causal power, which should have been invincible and devouring everything, actually left no trace on the surface of the Susanoo, like a cow sinking into the sea. This scene instantly changed Feng Tian's expression to one of grave seriousness, his eyes filled with incredulous shock. He never expected that the causal power he was so proud of would fail at this moment. It seems that your causal power is not invincible after all. Shui spoke, his voice coming through the grotesque mouth of Susanoo, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. Before his words fell, Feng Tian's figure vanished like a ghost, instantly disappearing without a trace, leaving only a series of afterimages quickly drifting in the air, dazzling to the eyes. Shui's heart suddenly tightened. He knew that the opponent was about to launch an even more ferocious and lethal attack. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and all his nerves were tense. Sure enough, just as Shui was fully focused and alert to his surroundings, Feng Tian's figure suddenly appeared without warning. At this moment, he had already arrived behind Shui, and his hands quickly gathered a massive amount of chakra, glowing with dazzling light, ready to launch a fatal strike against Shui. However, in the face of this lightning-fast attack, Shui remained unusually calm. He seemed to have already seen through every move of Feng Tian. With just a slight shift of his body, he slipped out of the opponent's attack range like a swimming fish, easily evading this deadly ambush. Your speed is too slow. Shui scoffed, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. At the same time, he suddenly swung the enormous arm of Susanoo, which was as massive as a mountain, unleashing a terrifying force capable of tearing through space as it struck fiercely towards Feng Tian. The gigantic arm traced a breathtaking trajectory in the air, accompanied by a howling wind, as if even space itself was being torn apart by its immense power. Seeing this, Feng Tian's expression changed drastically, and he dared not be the slightest bit careless. He quickly performed the flying thunder god technique, his figure flickering in the air like a phantom, tried to evade this deadly strike. However, even so, he was still affected by the terrifying aftershocks of Susanoo, feeling a force surging towards him like a tidal wave, causing his blood to surge and his face to turn pale as paper in an instant. I understand now, Feng Tian suddenly realized, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. It turns out that it was that kid Feng Tian who, in order to help you increase your strength, actually used the power of causality to erase your future. He gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with anger and resentment, "This is the reason why my causal power has had no effect on you. You are nothing but a person with no future." He pointed at Ensue, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, Feng Tian finally understood that the reason Ensue could so easily ignore his causal power was that he had already erased his own future in advance. This meant that Ensue existed neither in the future nor in the past. His existence seemed to transcend causality. As a result, Feng Tian had no way to alter reality through causal power anymore. Ensue appeared to be an existence unbound by causality, which filled him with unprecedented fear and helplessness. What does it matter if there is no future? Ensue snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I, Uchiha Ensue, never need to rely on the future. Before his words fell, Ensue launched another attack. He swung the massive arm of Susanoo with an overwhelming force, striking fiercely at Feng Tian. This time, Feng Tian could no longer evade easily and could only brace himself for the impact. Bang! With a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to tremble at that moment. Feng Tian was smashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string, struck heavily by the unstoppable arm of Susanoo, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust that completely engulfed him. As the dust gradually settled, Feng Tian's battered figure was revealed. He struggled to get up from the ground, his clothes tattered and covered in dust and cracks, with a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, making him look particularly tragic. However, before Feng Tian could regain his composure, Jishui's sharp killing intent had already arrived like a shadow. A spiraling gun, gleaming with a cold light, pierced towards his vital points like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, moving faster than he could react. Feng Tian was taken aback. He never expected Jishui to launch such a swift and decisive attack. At that moment, the breath of death was quietly closing in on his nose. He hurriedly used his skills to try to dodge the attack. However, Jishui seemed to have seen through his movements, and the spiral gun traced a perfect arc in the air, following closely behind. Damn it! Feng Tian let out a roar, having no choice but to abandon his evasion. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to use ninjutsu for defense. However, Jishui gave him no opportunity at all. The spiral gun suddenly accelerated in mid-air, instantly penetrating his defenses and piercing directly into his chest. With a muffled sound, blood splattered everywhere. Feng Tian's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. In a moment of desperation, Feng Tian did not hesitate to use a unique ninjutsu that combined the flying thunder god technique with the power of causality, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of light, forcibly escaping from this perilous battlefield. His figure reformed in the distance, as the technique of creation and regeneration was wildly operating within him, continuously repairing his damaged body. However, the previous blow was truly too fierce. Even with such powerful recovery abilities, Feng Tian was still heavily injured and unable to fully heal in a short period of time. The waves of pain coming from his chest constantly reminded him of the earlier peril. Jishui quietly floated in the void, the kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes slowly rotating, emitting a deep and mysterious light. He stared coldly in the direction of the fleeing Feng Tian, a subtle chill flashing in his eyes. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds and mist, locking onto the blood-red moon hanging in the sky. A bold and unprecedented plan quietly surged and took shape in his heart. Jishui intended to project his Bai Shinshin onto the moon, no matter where Feng Tian was. He would inevitably fall under the control of Bai Shinshin. This all had to come to an end. Chapter 194, Izanami. Jishui silently recited in his heart, and his hands began to quickly form seals, preparing to cast his most forbidden eye technique, Baishinshin. His kaleidoscope, Sharingan, flickered with dazzling light, as if it were about to devour everything around him. As the hand seals were completed, Shusui's eyes suddenly widened, and a powerful force erupted from within him. Soaring into the sky, he shouted, Kotoamet Tsukumi. A brilliant beam of light shot from his eyes, heading straight for the blood-red moon hanging in the night sky. Wherever the light passed, the space seemed to twist, and everything became illusory. At the moment the blood-red moon came into contact with this beam of light, it began to tremble slightly, as if drawn by an invisible force. Shursui gritted his teeth, continuing to maintain the use of the ocular technique. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Finally, the beam of light completely merged into the blood-red moon, which appeared to be dyed with a layer of mysterious color. Shursui let out a long sigh, his body swaying slightly, clearly indicating that this use of the ocular technique had taken a significant toll on him. His left eye gradually lost its luster, like the last ray of sunset, which was the price paid for using the Byakugan God. In the long years to come, he would no longer be able to use any ocular techniques. Now, no matter where Fengtian hid in the world, it could not escape the control of the Byakugan God. Jishui silently calculated in his heart, his eyes flickering with undeniable determination. He turned his head towards Uchiha Madara, who was still lying on the ground, gasping for breath, each breath seemingly depleting his last ounce of strength. Shursui understood well that although Uchiha Madara had once been an invincible powerhouse, he was now nearing his limit and could no longer provide substantial assistance. Lord Madara, leave the upcoming battle to me, Shursui said softly, then once again swung the massive wings of Susanoo, rushing towards the distance. He planned to track down Fengtian by sensing the fluctuations of chakra around him. However, just as he was about to set off, a figure appeared behind him like a ghost, silently and without a sound. In Jishui's mind, alarms went off, and without hesitation, he swung the massive arm of Susanoo, suddenly turning around and striking towards the unexpected figure with the force of a roaring tsunami. Bang! The air seemed to be torn apart, and a tremendous sound echoed around, shaking even the space itself. But when Jishui focused his gaze, that figure actually dissipated into nothingness like a bubble at the moment of the attack. Is it an illusion? Jishui's heart sank, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to capture the true trace of that mysterious figure. At that moment, a cold and mocking voice echoed in his ear, just this much. Jishui suddenly looked up, only to see Fengtian had appeared in front of him at some point, wearing a playful smile on his face, as if watching an interesting performance. You! Jishui's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fengtian before him. He had clearly projected the power of the otherworldly deity onto the blood moon, enveloping the entire world in its influence. Why could Fengtian appear before him so easily? Surprised? Fengtian smiled slightly and continued, I am the master of causality. Even if my true body is not here, with just this barely usable flesh and my power of causality, no mere illusion can bind me. Fengtian's voice grew increasingly passionate as he slowly raised his hand, a chilling force of annihilation gathering in his palm, as if it were about to devour everything. Jishui looked at the force of annihilation condensing in Fengtian's hand, a wave of unprecedented despair surging in his heart. He knew very well that in his current state, he could not withstand this destructive force at all. Fengtian let out a cold snort, and the power of obliteration in his hand suddenly erupted like a raging torrent, surging towards Jishui. Jishui tried his best to resist, but under the impact of the obliteration power, he still kept retreating, and several shocking wounds appeared on his body, blood staining his clothes. Cough, cough. Jishui coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as a ghost. And his complete body Susanoo was also on the verge of collapse under this strike, as if it would shatter at any moment. Want to escape? Fengtian pressed closer, his words filled with mockery and ridicule. Jishui's gaze grew increasingly cold. The anger and unwillingness in his heart burned like a raging flame, almost consuming him. But at this moment, in the entire Hokage world, apart from him and the severely injured and dying Uchiha Madara, nearly everyone else was trapped in the Infinite Tsukuyomi dream. In other words, he was the last hope of this world. Jishui took a deep breath, enduring the pain from his wounds. His gaze became exceptionally firm, as if he wanted to pierce through all darkness. It's not over yet. I haven't fallen yet. Jishui's voice was filled with endless determination and resilience as he swung the wings of Susanoo again, preparing for a final counterattack. Just a dying struggle. Feng Tian sneered disdainfully, gathering the obliteration power in his hand once more, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Ji Shui. However, at that moment, Ji Shui suddenly closed his eyes, and a mysterious and powerful aura began to emanate from him, as if some ancient power was awakening within him. Izanami. With a low roar from Ji Shui, his right eye suddenly opened wide, releasing a dazzling brilliance, as if it wanted to engulf the entire world. This forbidden technique could trap people in an endless loop until they recognized their true selves and made the right choices. Ji Shui decided to use this move against Feng Tian. He believed that even if Feng Tian was powerful, he could not escape the constraints of Izanami. At the very least, he could buy Uchiha Madara a chance to breathe. If the two of them joined forces, they might still have the power to fight. Feng Tian only felt a strange force surge into his mind, and the world before him began to blur and distort, as if he had fallen into an endless cycle. He kept repeating the previous actions, yet he could never find an escape route. What kind of power is this? Feng Tian shouted in terror, beginning to realize that he might truly be trapped in some kind of terrifying forbidden technique. Ji Shui watched Feng Tian, who was caught in a loop, and a wave of pleasure surged in his heart. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sharp sword aura pierced through Susanu's defense, directly penetrating his body. How is this possible? Ji Shui turned back in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. When he saw the person who had drawn the sword, his expression instantly froze. I told you, you're merely struggling in your death throes. Chapter 195, Reward. Feng Tian's voice echoed in Ji Shui's ears, filled with endless mockery and indifference. Ji Shui widened his eyes, looking at the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him. Someone he never imagined Feng Tian could ignore. Mei, how can you possibly? Ji Shui struggled to speak, his body severely injured from the breach of Susanu, blood continuously flowing from his wounds. A cold smile curled at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth as he slowly sheathed the blade in his hand, saying, I have said it before, a mere illusion. How could it possibly affect me? After saying this, he raised his hand, a powerful force of annihilation coalescing into a blade aimed at Ji Shui for a fatal strike. Ji Shui's heart sank. He knew he could no longer withstand this lethal blow. But at this moment of life and death, countless images flashed through his mind, the glory of his family, the entrustments of his friends, and the unfinished mission. No, I can't end like this. Ji Shui roared, and it was as if the power within him was completely ignited at that moment, an unprecedented surge of chakra emanating from his body. However, Feng Tian seemed unfazed by Ji Shui's change. He sneered and swung down the blade of annihilation, aiming directly at Ji Shui's heart. Give me. Block it. Ji Shui shouted angrily, and the Susanu surrounding him instantly transformed into an indestructible green shield. The green shield suddenly shone brightly, like tender leaves blooming tenaciously in winter, radiating vitality and indomitable will, forcefully resisting Feng Tian's blade capable of annihilating everything. Boom! The immense impact sounded like thunder, shaking the entire space. Cracks spread across the green shield like a spider web, but remained resilient, not shattering completely. Ji Shui gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, pouring his will and life force unreservedly into this final defense. Feng Tian's expression finally changed slightly. He did not expect Ji Shui to unleash such tenacious resistance in this dire situation. But soon, a cold smile returned to his face, filled with disdain for Ji Shui's futile struggle. Merely a dying struggle. Do you think this can change anything? Feng Tian once again gathered the force of annihilation, transforming it into an even sharper blade, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Ji Shui. However, at this critical moment, a black blade suddenly shot up from the ground, like lightning in the dark night, piercing through Feng Tian's body in the astonished gaze of Feng Tian. Damn it, God! Uchiha Madara's weak yet furious voice echoed in the night sky. Although his figure swayed, his eyes burned like flames, filled with endless anger and defiance. Experience Uchiha Madara's wrath. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's roar, the black blade erupted with astonishing power within him, severely injuring Feng Tian. Feng Tian's body trembled violently, and a glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He never expected that at this critical moment, Uchiha Madara could unleash such powerful strength. He staggered back a few steps, his face turning extremely pale. It was evident that Uchiha Madara's strike had inflicted significant damage on him. God! Shirzue keenly seized this opportunity, moving swiftly to transform the green shield into an incredibly sharp spiral spear, piercing toward Feng Tian's vital point with a whistling sound. Feng Tian, severely injured, was much slower to react. He barely managed to sidestep, but was still impaled by the spiral spear. D. Ensue and Uchiha Madara shouted almost simultaneously, their assault like a raging storm, relentless and overwhelming, vowing to completely eliminate the powerful enemy Feng Tian right here. Feng Tian, gravely wounded, had blood gushing out like a fountain, staining his clothes and the ground around him. Even with his miraculous regenerative abilities, the severity of his injuries was worsening, making it difficult to heal. He staggered backward, each step seeming exceptionally difficult. Despair and unwillingness began to show in his eyes. He never expected to fall at the hands of Uchiha Madara and ensue, whom he once viewed as mere ants. How could this happen? How could I lose? Feng Tian muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief and despair. However, reality was cruel. The assault from ensue and Uchiha Madara grew increasingly fierce, as if they were pouring all their anger and strength onto this formidable enemy. Finally, under the combined might of ensue and Uchiha Madara, Feng Tian's body could no longer withstand such a relentless attack, and he was violently shattered, turning into a mist of blood, completely disappearing from this world and falling into endless hell. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Ensue and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances, both seeing fatigue and relaxation in each other's eyes. They finally defeated the powerful Feng Tian, and this victory in battle was hard-won. Lord, we did it. Ensue gasped, his voice tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, his complexion still pale. The two of them had exhausted all their strength, and even getting up had become exceptionally difficult. But, in the next moment, the blood moon suddenly began to tremble violently. A dark, horrifying, and nauseating power instantly swept across the entire battlefield, as if it wanted to devour everything. Uchiha Madara and ensue felt a sense of impending danger, trembling as they stood up, trying to assume a fighting stance, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. However, the sight before them deeply shocked them. They saw the blood moon continuously collapsing, as if losing its support. Powerful chakra waves surged toward the battlefield like a tide. Those chakra waves contained ancient and mysterious powers that made the entire battlefield tremble. Following the direction of the chakra, they saw a thick black mist greedily absorbing the chakra that spilled out from the collapsing blood moon. The black mist seemed alive, constantly rolling and surging, emitting a chilling low moan. This power is impressive. A familiar yet detestable voice emerged from the black mist, laced with a hint of amusement and pride. Truly worthy of being a pure-blood Otsutsuki clan. As the voice faded, the black mist slowly coalesced into form, and the figure of Feng Tian reappeared before the two. He exudes an even more powerful aura, as if he is even more invincible than before. His eyes sparkled with cunning and fervor, as if he had already envisioned the moment when he would control everything and reign supreme. Ensue and Ban felt a tumultuous wave rise within them. They never expected that Feng Tian could be resurrected in such a manner. Moreover, after his resurrection, he absorbed the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, making his strength incomparable to before. At this moment, Feng Tian was surrounded by thick black mist, his eyes as dark as an abyss, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. Are you surprised? A cold smile crept across Feng Tian's lips as he continued. There is even more shocking news to come. I will slaughter all the humans in this world. As a reward, you too will be the last survivors. Chapter 196, The Only Opportunity. Feng Tian laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with endless evil and arrogance. Ensue and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances, seeing unprecedented seriousness in each other's eyes. Feng Tian looked down at the two before him, a disdainful cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, and a powerful, cold aura emanated from his body, as if it were going to swallow the entire battlefield. Stay! Feng Tian let out a low roar, and an invisible yet powerful force instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, directly pinning Ensue and Uchiha Madara to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Their bodies seemed to be crushed by countless mountains, making it difficult to lift even a finger. They could only helplessly lie there, watching Feng Tian with wide eyes. Do you really think the two of you can contend with me? How utterly self-deprecating. Feng Tian sneered, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. as if he were watching two ignorant ants struggling in vain. Jishuei and Uchiha Madara gritted their teeth, their faces showing expressions of pain and unwillingness. They exerted all their strength, mobilizing the remaining chakra within them in an attempt to break free from his oppression. But unfortunately, the disparity in power was too great. Their efforts were in vain and could not shake Feng Tian in the slightest. Next came the moment for me to reap my prey. Feng Tian suddenly revealed a cruel smile, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, as if he had already seen the victory he was about to harvest. He slowly raised his index finger, and a powerful and destructive energy began to gather at its tip. The energy was as deep as a black hole, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Suddenly, countless tiny causal lines appeared before Feng Tian, intertwining like a spider web, covering the entire battlefield and even extending to the distant horizon. The powerful energy ing at his fingertips quickly diverged along these causal lines, transforming into dazzling and deadly beams of light. These beams darted through the air at extreme speeds, constantly reaping the lives of innocent humans in this world. With each beam that fell, a life was lost, as if an invisible scythe was swinging in the air, erasing vibrant lives from this world. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a heavy shadow of death, with despair and sorrow permeating the air. Jishuei and Uchiha Madara watched this unfold, their hearts filled with anger and helplessness. They wanted to stop Feng Tian to save those innocent lives, but their bodies were firmly suppressed by Feng Tian's immense power, unable to move even a little. No, we can't just watch like this. Shimizu roared, trying with all his might to break free from Feng Tian's hold, but his body remained completely still. Uchiha Madara was also filled with helplessness, although he was relatively cold-blooded. Seeing his fellow countrymen hunted down like prey stirred an indescribable anger and sorrow within him. As countless lives perished, the aura around Feng Tian gradually strengthened, greedily absorbing the life energy of this world. A more sinister smile appeared on his face. Finally, after half an hour, Feng Tian had wiped out all humans in this world except for Shimizu and Madara. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the two and coldly said, "You're no longer of any use." After saying this, Feng Tian raised his hand again, preparing to launch a final attack on Jishuei and Uchiha Madara. However, just as Feng Tian was about to deliver the fatal blow, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the center of the battlefield, brilliant and striking like the rising sun. This golden light contained a mysterious and powerful force that made Feng Tian feel an unprecedented sense of disgust. He had to quickly raise his arms, using his palms to shield his eyes to prevent the golden light from blinding him. "Go!" At that moment, a clear and firm voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. It was Qingyun's voice, filled with urgency and hope. As the voice fell, golden threads swiftly spread out, dancing in the air like living creatures. Wherever they passed, the invisible force that had been suppressing Jishuei and Uchiha Madara seemed to be instantly shattered. The two suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies, and the pressure drastically reduced. They looked up and saw a golden crack appearing before them, like a portal to another world, radiating an enticing glow. Shirzue and Uchiha Bido exchanged a glance, seeing determination and hope in each other's eyes. They knew that this was their only chance to escape and break free from the control of the heavenly mandate. Without hesitation, the two figures flashed and rushed into the golden. In an instant, their silhouettes disappeared into as if they had been swallowed. The heavenly mandate let out a roar, not expecting that these two insignificant beings could escape at such a crucial moment. He stared intently at the gradually healing golden crack, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. However, just as he was about to chase after it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from within his body. It turned out that during his frenzied harvesting of lives, he had also attracted the backlash of this world. Countless grievances and hatred converged into a powerful force, beginning to wreak havoc inside him. Ah, damn it. Why at this moment? Feng Tian let out a piercing scream. His form began to twist and deform. Black smoke billowed from his body, as if something was devouring him. Meanwhile, Jishuei and Uchiha Madara passed through the golden crack and entered a strange space. They looked around and found a scene of peace and tranquility, completely different from the world they had just experienced. "Where's this?" Shirzue asked in confusion. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly. He also did not know where this place was. In the next moment, Qingyun and Fugaku appeared in front of the two. Before they could say anything, a power of time and space flowed through Qingyun's fingertips. With a gentle swipe of her finger, a dazzling light flashed, and in an instant, ensue and Uchiha Madara's physical conditions were restored to their peak state. They felt their strength and energy restored to their best state, as if the previous battles and exhaustion had never existed. However, unfortunately, ensue's left eye, due to the use of the powerful illusion technique Infinite Tsukuyomi, could not be completely reverted to its pre-use state, even with the omnipotent power of time and space. His left eye still bore the marks of using illusions, but it no longer affected his overall strength recovery. I won't elaborate on the current situation. That guy is the mastermind behind the scenes of Feng Tian, and he has already absorbed the powers of the entire Naruto world along with Kaguya, Otsutsuki. It can be said that these people, can only wait for death. Chung Yun's heavy words fell, and everyone present fell silent. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. In terms of strength, we could never defeat that guy. But I have one final method, perhaps the only chance to save this timeline. This opportunity depends on you, the Uchiha clan. Chapter 197. Ultimate Illusion. With a flash of brilliant golden light, the figures of Uchiha Madara, ensue, Chung Yun, and Fugaku stepped out from the void and suddenly appeared before Feng Tian. Oh, isn't it better to hide? Why come out to seek death? Feng Tian, seeing the sudden appearance of the four, showed little surprise on his face, but rather a look of disdain and mockery. He seemed to be confident of victory, treating the appearance of these four as an inconsequential episode. However, before Feng Tian could continue his mockery, Uchiha Madara's figure shot forward like a bolt from the blue, transforming into a swift arrow that charged straight at him. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent, and his figure left behind afterimages in the air, moving at a speed that was astonishing. He seemed to transform into a fierce beast, vowing to tear Feng Tian apart. Upon seeing this, Feng Tian's disdainful expression instantly faded, replaced by seriousness and vigilance. He quickly adjusted his stance to meet Uchiha Madara's fierce assault. The two instantly fell into close-quarters combat, trading blows with every punch and kick, each collision accompanied by deafening roars. Their figures intertwined and shuttled through the air, moving so fast that it was dazzling, as if engaged in a silent dance. But soon, Feng Tian steadily gained the upper hand, his attacks relentlessly striking Uchiha Madara. Although protected by the Rinnegan and bolstered by the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara still appeared powerless in front of Feng Tian, who had mastered the power of the entire world. His figure continually retreated, each collision with Feng Tian causing him to feel a violent tremor. Soon, he began to spew blood, his life force gradually weakening. Now is the time. Chung Yun roared, her entire body radiating golden light. With a single finger, countless golden threads instantly spread towards Feng Tian. These golden threads moved with the agility of living beings, quickly wrapping around Feng Tian layer by layer, forming an incredibly sturdy golden thread cage. Under the restraint of Chung Yun's golden thread cage, Feng Tian's movements became slow and cumbersome. His eyes widened in anger, displaying a look of rage and unwillingness as he attempted to break free from this cage of golden threads. However, Chung Yun's golden thread cage was extraordinarily strong, as if it intended to imprison him there forever. At that moment, the right eye of Ensue suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. It was the power of the divine being awakening. His gaze was firmly locked onto Feng Tian, his eye power transforming into an invisible torrent, crashing into the depths of Feng Tian's consciousness like a tide. However, Feng Tian had already mastered the power of the entire Hokage world. His will was exceptionally firm, and his mental defenses were extremely strong. Even when caught in the top-tier illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi, he could quickly break free from the constraints of this power with his tenacious will and regain control of his body. Izanami. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku roared, and his eyes suddenly erupted with a strange light. A complex pattern woven from illusion rapidly spread out from him, completely enveloping Feng Tian. This pattern contained the deepest curses and resentments of the Uchiha clan. Once trapped within it, escape was impossible. Feng Tian was taken aback, realizing that everything before him had suddenly turned pitch black, and everything around him had become blurred. With the dual influence of the top-tier illusions Infinite Tsukuyomi and Izanami, he found himself trapped in an endlessly repeating illusion of pain and despair forever. Just then, with a distortion of space, Kakashi's figure appeared on the battlefield. Izanagi. Kakashi also roared, his eyes instantly turning blood red, a terrifying eye power suddenly acting upon Feng Tian. Although Kakashi was not a member of the Uchiha clan and faced considerable difficulty in using this forbidden technique, he could no longer afford to care about that at this critical moment of life and death. He was willing to exhaust all of his ocular power, even prepared for blindness, to unleash this technique to the fullest in order to completely seal Fong Tian within the illusion. Under the effect of the Izanagi released by Kakashi, the illusion that Fong Tian was trapped and began to grow increasingly complex and chaotic. The scenes within the illusion continuously changed, dazzling and elusive like a kaleidoscope, making Fong Tian deeply immersed and unable to escape. He found that not only could he not break free from this illusion, but he also began to be unable to distinguish between the illusion and reality. Every time he thought he had escaped the shackles of the illusion, he discovered that he had merely entered a deeper level of illusion. What is going on? Fong Tian's voice was filled with terror and despair. He never expected to find himself in such a terrifying situation. He once thought he was invincible, a being above everyone else. However, now he realizes how fragile and vulnerable he truly is. Finally, under the combined efforts of Kakashi, Shursui, Qingyun, and Fugaku, the consciousness of that dark mist, along with Fong Tian's own consciousness, was silenced in an eternal illusion. Their figures gradually faded away, as if they had never existed. Everything will eventually return to the eternal cycle, and Fong Tian will continue to struggle in this cycle until he can find himself, recognize himself, and resolve the karmic ties, allowing him to truly break free from the constraints of this illusion. This is the 6th time, right? Damn it. Can I no longer remember? In the depths of the earth, a young man named Uchiha Fong Tian rubbed his heavy head and spoke to himself as he got up. My goal is to create a world without conflict, without war, and without killing. Therefore, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, I need your help. I need your help, Scorpion. It seems that someone like you, a rogue ninja, has nowhere to land. You can consider this place a sanctuary for rogue ninjas. Fong Tian, have you encountered something you can't solve? It's nothing but that. Since I have appeared here, everything in this world will come to an end. Obito, I understand how you feel, but right now, this sage chakra is crucial for me. I assure you, during the entire extraction process, Minato will not be harmed in the slightest. Finally, after countless endless cycles, Fong Tian still could not easily find himself and resolve the intricate karma. In the vast and boundless subspace created by Changyun, the crowd, who had spent countless long years, still gazed intently at Fong Tian, trapped in the cage of time, their eyes filled with both expectation and anxiety. Under the influence of the magical power of the time cage, Fong Tian seemed to be isolated from the river of time, unable to feel the slow passage of time or be swept away by the torrent of time. This state was both a protection and a test. How many cycles has it been now? Do you think Fong Tian can still wake up? Chengyin? Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't help but ask, his face filled with worry as he stared at the trapped figure, his eyes interwoven with hope and despair. Chengyin remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly in a calm and firm voice. I don't know, but as long as we are still alive, we will wait indefinitely. After all, he is our only hope. Shursui also nodded solemnly in agreement. That's right, Fugaku. Moreover, I believe Fong Tian will definitely find himself and resolve the karma. Although Kakashi paid the price of blindness by resolutely using Izanagi, his perception remained exceptionally sharp. He deeply felt the determination and unwavering faith of everyone around him, and silently prayed for Fong Tian in his heart, hoping that he could break free from the shackles of the illusion soon. However, at that moment, an unprecedented violent fluctuation suddenly occurred in the subspace. Everyone quickly focused their attention and saw Feng Tian's figure flickering in the constantly surging waves, as if he would completely disappear into this mysterious space at any moment. What's going on? Chengyun exclaimed, her face filled with shock and unease. Fuya also clenched his fists nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Could it be that Feng Tian? However, just as everyone was filled with worry and fear, Feng Tian's figure suddenly stabilized. After countless cycles of silence, his eyes finally opened wide, bursting forth with a dazzling and resolute light. I finally remember. Feng Tian's voice was filled with indescribable excitement and relief. What Feng Tian? What road home? It's all an elaborate deception. Chapter 198. The grand finale, when everyone saw Feng Tian finally break free from the long cycle and return to reality. The smiles on their faces had not yet faded when they were interrupted by a sudden change. The strange black mist seemed to sense Feng Tian's awakening and instantly came to life. It charged at Feng Tian like a fierce beast. attempting to reclaim his body and become the master of this world once again. You won't succeed, Feng Tian roared, his eyes shining with determination, and an astonishing energy erupted from his body. This energy blazed like a raging flame, trying to completely engulf the strange black mist. However, to everyone's surprise, the energy Feng Tian unleashed was gradually being consumed in the struggle against the black mist. His complexion began to pale, and his body started to tremble as if enduring immense pain. Feng Tian, Chengyan shouted anxiously. Jishui quickly formed seals, ready to use ninjutsu to help Feng Tian. Don't worry, we can always start over. Feng Tian's body continued to tremble, but his face was filled with boundless confidence. Actually, I should have awakened long ago. But I just couldn't understand how you were able to control me. The corners of Feng Tian's mouth lifted slightly, despite sweating profusely. He continued, I understand now. It's this damn roulette. After his words, a mysterious roulette appeared before Feng Tian. The very roulette that allowed him to extract skills every time he captured a tailed beast. Feng Tian had previously been unaware of how the black mist was able to easily manipulate his body. However, after experiencing countless cycles, he had locked his suspicions onto this roulette. Thus, he decisively chose to awaken. What he needed to do was validate his thoughts. Madara, Jishui, Fugaku, lend me your weapons. Feng Tian shouted with all his might. Upon hearing this, the three did not hesitate for a moment and decisively took out their prized weapons. Uchiha Madara's Uchiha fan carried the honor and power of the clan. Jishui's spiral gun contained speed and sharpness, while Fugaku's Tengen Yunjian was an ancient legendary artifact, each one extraordinary in its own right. Soon, these three distinctly different weapons appeared before Feng Tian, floating in the air and radiating their unique glows. With a single hand, Feng Tian grasped them, using the power of their unity. The three weapons quickly fused into an unprecedented sword. The blade of this sword shimmered with dazzling light, as if it could cut through all obstacles in the world. This sword was named Divine Hatred. Feng Tian held the Divine Hatred tightly, pointing its tip directly at the roulette shrouded in mysterious energy. He knew very well that only by severing this roulette could he completely break the shackles of the dark mist and save this world from its dire predicament. I guessed correctly, didn't I? Feng Tian said coldly to the roulette. The roulette seemed to sense Feng Tian's hostility and began to emit an even more eerie glow. Feng Tian said nothing, but tightly gripped Shun Hen, his whole body erupting with powerful chakra. His figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared in front of the roulette. He swung his sword down, infused with the power to sever everything, striking towards the wheel. Crack! The wheel, along with the threads of causality, was cleaved in two, emitting a dazzling light that gradually dissipated into the air. With the disappearance of the wheel, the black mist began to fade as well. Feng Tian felt his body lighten, knowing he had finally freed himself from the control of the black mist. However, just as Feng Tian and the others thought they were about to achieve victory, and relief appeared on their faces. An even more dangerous and chilling aura suddenly enveloped the entire space. This aura was cold and powerful, casting a heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. They looked up and saw a gigantic eye that had appeared in the sky at some unknown time. This eye seemed capable of seeing through all the illusions of the world, coldly gazing down at the crowd below. Its pupil was deep and dark, like an endless abyss, capable of swallowing all light and hope. The oppressive feeling brought by this giant eye made everyone feel breathless, their hearts racing uncontrollably, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the black mist that had been controlling the situation suddenly began to change. It started to surge violently, gradually coalescing into a crimson figure several meters tall. This figure emanated a terrifying aura, its presence making the entire space tremble, and even the air became heavy and oppressive. The crimson figure's eyes burned like flames, flickering with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. It let out a low and eerie roar, as if proclaiming that the end of days for everyone was imminent. Cheng Yun stared at the figure in shock, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. Feng Tian frowned deeply, sensing the immense threat coming from that figure. He took a deep breath, tightly gripping the god of hatred. It seemed our battle was not yet over, Feng Tian said coldly. The scarlet figure let out a low growl, then moved like a ghost, charging towards Feng Tian and the others. Its speed was astonishing, as if it could transcend the confines of time and space. Feng Tian's expression remained unchanged. He knew this was the final form of the black mist. As long as he defeated it, He could save this world. God Esrath, Feng Tian roared, pouring all his strength into the god of hatred in an instant. The sword of god of hatred erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light, sword energy radiating outwards, as if the very space was torn apart by this power. The once cold sword now seemed to contain endless rage and resentment. Facing the charging scarlet figure, Feng Tian advanced instead of retreating, his form transforming into a streak of light, colliding with the scarlet figure in midair. The clash of sword light and the scarlet figure's claws erupted in a deafening roar, shaking the entire space. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking echoed endlessly, each collision bursting forth brilliant sparks, as if trying to ignite the very heavens and earth. Feng Tian's gaze was resolute. He exerted all his effort with every sword strike. And although the scarlet figure was ferocious, it appeared somewhat strained under the sharpness of Goddess wrath. Cheng Yun, Ji Shui, Fu Yu, and the others, seeing this, also took action, each unleashing their strongest ninjutsu to buy time for Feng Tian while attempting to weaken the scarlet figure's power. In the sky, that enormous eye continued to coldly observe everything, but it seemed to have no immediate intention of acting. This gave Feng Tian a slight sense of relief. He knew that the most crucial thing now was to quickly eliminate this scarlet figure. The battle raged on, and Feng Tian's physical strength and chakra were constantly being consumed, but his will only grew stronger. He knew that this was not only to save himself, but also for the peace and tranquility of the entire world. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Feng Tian found a flaw in the scarlet figure and shouted loudly, swinging his sword down. The divine wrath, carrying endless power, instantly split the scarlet figure in two, and scarlet blood sprayed out, dyeing the entire sky red. However, the scarlet blood quickly gathered together, reforming the scarlet figure. How could you, who cannot regain your true self, possibly defeat me? You are merely a small character named Feng Tian by me. You can't even know your true name. Feng Tian felt a wave of disdain in his heart upon hearing the cold voice from the scarlet figure. It was right. If he couldn't find his true self, he would never be able to defeat the chess player behind him. Just as Feng Tian swung his sword towards the scarlet figure, the sword light suddenly flickered. In the moment the sword light dissipated, Feng Tian felt an unprecedented power surging from within him, as if a sleeping soul had been completely awakened. Countless fragments flashed through his mind, memories he had lost, revealing his true identity as Exine. So, I am Exine, he murmured softly, his eyes flickering with realization and determination. The return of these memories not only helped him regain his sense of self, but also allowed his power to achieve a qualitative leap. At that moment, the crimson figure, originally struck down by the sword of divine hatred, slowly began to reassemble in the aftermath of the sword's residual power, though its form showed signs of fatigue, clearly indicating that the divine strike had dealt it a heavy blow. How is this possible? The voice of the crimson figure was filled with disbelief and terror. It had never expected that this being, which it had once easily controlled, could unleash such astonishing power. Exine, Feng Tian, gripped the sword of divine hatred tightly, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, reflecting the turmoil within his heart. He understands that the real battle has just begun, and he has found his path, in the name of Exine, to cut through all obstacles and protect this world. You are mistaken. I am not merely the name you bestowed upon me, Feng Tian. I am Exine, the freest existence in this realm. Exine's voice resonated powerfully throughout the space. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to tremble at his words. As he spoke, fierce flames ignited around Exine, symbolizing his power and his determination to fight against the darkness. He raised the god-hate high above his head, the light and flames on the sword intertwined, forming a brilliant beam of light that pointed directly at the crimson figure. What is the will of heaven? What is fate? All the realms of the universe are but a chessboard in my hands. The more you struggle, the more enjoyable this game of god-slaying becomes. Exine let out a low roar, his form transforming into a shooting star of flames, colliding once again with the crimson figure. This time, the battle was exceptionally brief yet intense. Exine's swordsmanship was unmatched, each strike infused with his yearning for freedom and hatred for darkness. The crimson figure retreated step by step under Exine's fierce assault, ultimately being completely pierced through in a decisive confrontation. Boom! With a loud bang, the crimson figure exploded, turning into a rain of blood, with no possibility of reformation. This time, it was truly eliminated. The battle ended, and Xian stood in the void. The flames around him gradually extinguishing, but his gaze grew even more resolute. He looked back, and Chongyun, Jishui Fuyu, and others were gazing at him with admiring eyes, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. Xian, you did it. Chongyun was the first to step forward, tears shimmering in his eyes, a reflection of his admiration and gratitude for Xian. Xian smiled and nodded, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. He finally found himself and the path that belonged to him. Yes, we did it. Su's voice was gentle yet powerful as he looked toward the distant horizon. Where the giant eye that had once oppressed them was no longer present, a new dawn was rising. However, everything in this world was already silent. Su said little, just gazing at Chongyun before him. Chongyun instantly understood Su's meaning. Her expression showed slight hesitation as she spoke. Is it really like this? If you do this, you will. Before Chongyun could finish her sentence, Su raised his hand to interrupt her words. Seeing Su's determination, Chongyun had no choice but to respect his choice. She let the power of time and space flow from her fingertips, spreading over Su. In the next moment, Su's causal power began to surge continuously. In combining the powers, for that brief moment, the causal power evolved into the law of causation. Reverse the situation, Su shouted, and the law of causation, combined with the power of time and space, caused the time and space of this world to continuously rewind. Rewind. At the same time, those who had been slaughtered by the crimson figures were resurrected one after another. Chongyun stood beside Su, her eyes filled with both amazement and worry. She knew that Su had paid a tremendous price to reverse time and space. But seeing those who regained their lives because of him, her heart was also filled with comfort. Su, you really did it, Chongyun said softly, her voice trembling slightly, filled with reverence for Su's power and moved by his determination. Su did not turn back. He quietly felt the flow of time and space. He is well aware that this reversal of time and space comes at a cost, but he is willing to bear it all for the sake of those innocent lives and for the peace of this world. As time and space gradually stabilize, those who have been revived slowly open their eyes, looking around in confusion, seemingly not understanding what has happened. But soon, they realize that they have escaped from the hands of death and regained their lives. Cheers, cries, and expressions of gratitude intertwine, forming a moving melody. Xian and Chongyun stand by, silently watching all of this, their hearts filled with satisfaction and comfort. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly in Xian's ear. Xian, although you have reversed time and space, the source of the crimson figure has not been completely eliminated. If it is not thoroughly resolved, it will inevitably awaken again and bring disaster to this world. Hearing this, Xian furrows his brow. He knew well that the voice spoke the truth. Although the scarlet figure had been eliminated, its source still lurked in some corner of the world, waiting for the right moment to revive. I know, Xian said, but my current power is not enough to completely eradicate its source. However, I will continue to search for ways until it is completely eliminated. Chongyun nodded upon hearing this. She understood that Xian's decision was wise. At this moment, they truly needed more time and strength to face future challenges. Thus, Xian and Chongyun exchanged a glance and immediately used their powers to restore the entire timeline of the Naruto world. Xian also used the causal line to completely erase all traces of himself and Chongyun, as if they had never traversed this Naruto world from the future. Let's go, Chongyun. Where to, Xian? I don't know. Just move forward for now. The end of the book. Epilogue. A power dormitory on a rainy night. This weather, this atmosphere, it's the best time to write a novel. Hurry up and type. Type. In the dormitory, a slightly plump man began to type on the glowing computer screen. From the screen beside his shoulder, the words Lone Walker could be faintly seen. At this moment, he took advantage of this excellent atmosphere to embark on a pleasant yet painful typing journey. However, just as he finished a chapter and clicked save, the space behind him began to distort, and then a handsome young man full of mystery and a girl in strange clothes with twin tails appeared before him. No way. Scene. How did you and Chongyun break through the dimensional barrier to come to this real world? In that instant of meeting, the typing man recognized the true identities of the two. He couldn't believe that the characters he created in his novel had actually appeared before him. Chongyun, is this the person behind you who is pulling the strings? They don't seem that impressive, do they? Xian tilted his head, looking at the writer in front of him with a face full of disdain, his words filled with infinite disappointment. However, Chongyun took 3 steps forward in 2 strides, directly approaching the writer and grabbing his collar, speaking fiercely. Damn unreliable writer. I've completed my task. Hurry, arrange a resurrection package for my father. The man was yanked by Qingyun so hard that he nearly flew off his chair. He widened his eyes, looking at the furious girl in front of him and the disdainful Exan beside her, completely stunned. Wait, Qingyun, calm down. What on earth is going on? The man struggled to break free from Qingyun's grip, his tone filled with panic and confusion. But Qingyun refused to let go, her eyes flashing with determination and anxiety. Calm down? How can you expect me to be calm? You wrote me so miserably in the novel. And if you don't give my father a reasonable ending, I will never let you go. Xian stood beside her, arms crossed, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Exactly. You guy wrote us so hard, but you're living comfortably. Now, it's your turn to taste the feeling of being controlled by the plot. The man couldn't help but smile bitterly at these words. He didn't expect that the characters he casually created in his novel would have such a strong sense of self-awareness. And he certainly didn't expect them to break through the dimensional wall and come to the real world to settle scores with him. All right, Qingyun and Nixon, let go of me first. Let's sit down and talk this out. The man struggled to free himself from Qingyun's grip and gestured for the two to sit on the dormitory bench. The three of them sat together, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The man cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to break the silence. Actually, I didn't expect you to really come here. However, since you are here, let's find a way to solve the problem. About your father's resurrection package. Qingyun immediately focused intently on him, her eyes sparkling with expectation. The man took a deep breath and continued. I could try to arrange a reasonable resurrection plot for your father in my next novel. But after all, this is just a novel. Can you really return to your original world? Xian frowned slightly at his words. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you write your novel well, we will find a way back. But if you dare to be perfunctory, don't blame us for being rude. You know, I control the laws of cause and effect, and I can break through the dimensional wall and the boundaries of time and space at any time, reaching anywhere. The man smiled wryly. He knew well how formidable these two characters were and could only nod in agreement. All right. I will do my best. However, you both have to promise me not to cause any trouble during this time. Qingyun and Exan exchanged a glance, a glimmer of cunning in their eyes, and finally nodded. There's one more condition. Xian, the protagonist of my new book, is in a dire situation, worse than the two of you combined. As seniors, you must not intervene casually. You must go through considerable trials to completely resolve the source of the eerie eye. Also, as far as I know, Xian, you haven't fully eliminated the eerie eye that invaded the Naruto world, right? That's perfect. Since my new book is still being written, you and Qingyun should clean up that mess. Upon hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly uninterested in the new task proposed by the man. He glanced at Qingyun and saw that she was listening intently, so he could only nod. All right, since you put it that way, we will reluctantly help you this time. However, you must remember, we are not your free henchmen. After this matter is over, you need to give us a satisfactory explanation. The man quickly nodded, feeling secretly relieved that although these two characters were difficult, they were finally willing to help. Rest assured, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Once the bizarre eyes are completely eliminated, I will write a special side story just for you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qingyun's eyes, but she quickly looked at the man with caution. Don't think you can trick us again. Last time you said you would arrange a good ending for us, and what happened? You still wrote us so tragically. The man smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit regretful inside. Indeed, he had handled these two characters rather hastily in the previous novel, so it was no wonder they were so angry. Don't worry, I will write carefully this time and will not let you down. After saying this, a rift in space-time appeared before Xian and Qingyun, and without much hesitation, the two stepped inside. But just before leaving, Xian used the law of causality to secretly glimpse part of the new book's content. Hiss! Damn! This electrician is really ruthless. I start with double kaleidoscopes, and the new protagonist comes in with one I'm missing. A cyclops. Ancient devouring sword body? Interesting. Synopsis: Madara, alone underground for decades. Do you feel lonely? Uchiha Madara remains silent, only looking at the man before him. Have you ever thought about what it's like to face a world where only one person remains after the Moon Eye Plan? No one knows that after launching Infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone is immersed in beautiful dreams, except for Madara, who is left behind in this filthy world, destined to be alone until death. All the causes and effects of this world are borne by me alone. Uchiha Madara, fall into eternal silence.